The world was defeated in war, and humanity was reduced to slaves of alien beasts. Having witnessed the apocalypse with my own eyes, I was reborn 20 years earlier during the peak of beast taming, entrusted with the heavy responsibility of rewriting history. Everyone mocked me for choosing the unpopular field of sterilization, but to my astonishment, every time I helped those lofty geniuses sterilize their beloved pets, I could extract divine-grade treasures from the future and unlock hidden evolutions. My path to saving the world began with performing surgery on the top school beauty's fox. My name is Zhang Xiu, once a failure in the Third Alien Beast War of the Federation in 2100, watching helplessly as human civilization was reduced to slavery under alien beasts. I woke up to find myself reborn 20 years in the past, back to the prosperous era of the Beast Taming Federation in 2080. Chapter 1, starting off by sterilizing the school beauty's beloved pet Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu. I jolted awake from a blurry shout, abruptly standing up. Before me was the beast taming department teacher who had passed away years ago, his face filled with anger, surrounded by gleeful classmates, and my dear friend Wang Wenla, who had sacrificed himself in the beast tide. Zhang Xiu, who gave you permission to sleep in class? The beast taming college entrance exam is just around the corner. Stand at your seat and reflect. Suddenly, it dawned on me, I had been reborn. It was the year 2080 in the Federation, the golden age of beast taming. In my previous life, I failed the college entrance exam and opened a pet sterilization shop using my experience in the sterilization field, while self-studying veterinary medicine, eventually rising from an obscure black iron level to become a star-level beastmaster. However, humanity still suffered a devastating defeat in the Third Alien Beast War. I witnessed the end of human history and died on the battlefield. Now, I've returned to 20 years ago, armed with knowledge of historical trajectories, breakthroughs in beast-taming bloodline research, and an entirely new evolution system. In this life, I will rewrite history and shoulder the responsibility of saving human civilization. The beast-taming professor finally ended his lengthy lecture and left with his book. Wang Wenla nudged me, quietly warning me not to be too reckless. I turned to look at Wang Wenla, my eyes filled with reminiscence. 3 years later, he would die in the beast tide unleashed by the monarch-level alien beast, Starry Night Steel Wolf, and Jiangping City would be utterly destroyed. At that time, I happened to be collecting materials in a secret realm and thus escaped the disaster. I was taken in by a platinum-level beastmaster and truly stepped onto the path of beast taming. No, I just think you've gained some weight, and that's great. I smiled faintly. In this life, I must rewrite his ending and change the fate of Jiangping City. Alright, I'm off to the sterilization department. With a smile, I waved goodbye and turned to leave. Zhang Xiu, Teacher Chen had to go out unexpectedly. There's someone in room 5 needing sterilization, you handle it. As the only student in the sterilization department, I had no choice but to do it myself. Pushing open the door of room 5, an adorable bell fox struggled while tied to the operating table. Standing nearby was a silver-haired girl wearing the Jiangping No. 2 high school uniform, the student council president and school belle Su Qingxing. Chapter 2, we are from two different worlds. How is it you? Where is Teacher Chen? Su Qingxing asked in astonishment. Teacher Chen is out, so I'm here to sterilize it. % you'll do it? No way, absolutely not. Su Qingxing didn't trust my skills and wanted to unbind the bell fox. The fox with the bell is about to enter estrus. If we don't perform the sterilization surgery soon, we won't be able to do it for a while. I stepped forward to stop it and warned. You wouldn't want it staying out all night, getting involved with stray dogs or wild foxes, and finally surprising you with a pregnancy, would you? I need this sterilization commission. I'm too poor, and with the college entrance exams coming up, I can't even afford a single pet beast. Reborn, my ambition lies in Starry Sky Beast Taming Academy. Earning more money from surgeries means I can buy more materials. With my past life knowledge of evolution, I'm confident I can train a soldier-class mutant beast before the exams and get into a prestigious school. Su Qingxing imagined the scene of Lingdango with a big belly, shivered, and nervously bit her lower lip. I'll do it. Please, be gentle. It's very scared of pain. I put on rubber gloves and reassured her, don't worry, I'm very skilled. As the anesthetic was injected into Lingdango, its struggling eyes fixed on me. Su Qingxing retreated to the door, worried that the surgery might affect the pet beast's combat abilities. I cut open the lower body of the bell fox, and suddenly a line of text appeared above my retina. Emotion 9. Emotion value? I quickly glanced at the corner and spotted something resembling a prize wheel. The minimum cost was 100 emotional points per spin. Doctor, what's wrong? Su Qingxing asked nervously. Nothing, I'm just reducing the anesthesia dosage. I collected myself and continued with the surgery. After having something important removed from its body, the bell fox shed tears of unwillingness at the corners of its eyes, its gaze becoming utterly lifeless. Emotion 99. By the time the entire sterilization procedure was completed, I had accumulated a total of 159 emotion points. I realized that the emotion points came from the bell fox under my knife. Doctor, how's the situation? The surgery was flawless, and the sterilization was thorough. Avoid getting the wound wet for 5 hours, and it should heal by tomorrow. Su Qingxing carefully examined the wound, her expression delighted. She hadn't expected my surgical skills to surpass even those of shady clinics outside. She looked up at me, her profile quite handsome, but what a shame she was a sterilization specialist.
Classmate Su, how about exchanging contact information? If you have any issues tonight, you can consult me anytime.
I smiled slightly and said politely.
Su Qingxing's father is the president of the Jiangping City Beast Taming Association. With this connection, it will be much more convenient for me to collect materials in the secret realm.
No, my family has a dedicated beast caretaker.
Su Qingxing declined.
I wasn't particularly bothered by the rejection. In my previous life, I was a star-level beastmaster. A mere school beauty couldn't possibly affect me. Seeing me grow cold and disengaged, Su Qingxing seemed somewhat unsettled. Without looking back, she walked away holding her fox with the bell.
I focused my attention on the lottery, spending 100 emotional points. As the roulette wheel spun, it finally stopped on a crystal emitting an earthy yellow glow. It was actually this one. My jaw dropped in astonishment. This is an S-rank rare material, a heart of earth spirit fruit from the S-rank forbidden zone, the graveyard of the dead. Chapter 3, are you and Su Qingxing very close?
The mortality rate in S-rank forbidden zones is extremely high, and their treasure resources are irreplaceable. This heart of earth spirit fruit could conservatively fetch over 500 million Federation coins at auction. In my past life, I had always wanted to cultivate an earth elemental beast of overlord caliber, but I could never find the heart of earthly spirit.
Who would have thought I'd get one for free now?
I excitedly took it out and then stuffed it back into the system storage space. The top priority now is to purchase a contract for an exotic beast and nurture it into a battle general level before next month's college entrance exam. Getting into the best beast taming university in the Federation, Stellar Dome Beast Academy.
This college entrance exam, I'm determined to succeed.
With the heart of earth spirit fruit, I'll accelerate the process and grow even faster. I quickly finished cleaning up the operating room and went to the front desk to collect my 2,000 yuan commission for the sterilization surgery. Then I rode my bike to the convenience store where I worked part-time and advanced 2 months' salary of 8,000 yuan. Adding up all his savings, it totaled nearly 30,000 Federation credits. I stayed up all night selecting target pet beasts, 2 of which contained hidden evolutionary paths discovered in my previous life. The next day, my uncle came to visit me. He was a security guard at the Beast Taming Association's secret realm. He handed me 1,000 yuan for living expenses, and I noted this kindness, vowing to repay it 1,000-fold in the future. I rode my bike to school with the money. A silvery shadow dashed towards me. It was the bell fox I neutered yesterday.
Emotion level 44. I sidestepped to dodge its claw swipe. Xiaoli, stop. This is a school. Su Qingxing came running over anxiously shouting. The bell fox ceased its attack but kept its eyes locked on me. I glanced at the emotion value that had risen to 151 and felt delighted. Doctor, sorry for the trouble. Su Qingxing walked over holding the bell fox. It's fine, this cat is quite cute. It's a fox. The sterilization surgery went perfectly. If there's a chance, I'll introduce others to you, Su Qingxing said. Percent that would be great, thank you. The bell fox's death glare at me contributed another 44 emotional points and 4 emotional points. I was just about to head toward the teaching building when 3 figures suddenly emerged from beneath the ginkgo tree ahead. The leading boy wore a limited edition beast taming bracelet on his wrist, followed by a snarling soldier tier windblade wolf. He's Zhao Juanhao, the rich second-generation heir from Jiangping No. 2 High School. Isn't this Zhang Xiu from the sterilization department? I heard you sterilized Su Qingxing's bell fox yesterday? Zhao Juanhao arrogantly pointed at me and asked, are you very close with Su Qingxing? Ha! Chapter 4, are you treating your college application form like a joke? What do you need? Or are you here for a neutering? If you're here for sterilization, please register at the sterilization department before 3 p.m. This service is exclusively for pets. Also, I don't appreciate people pointing at me like that. Zhang Xiu raised her palm to cover the other person's pointing finger, her expression cold and sharp as she spoke. This exchange made Zhao Juanhao laugh in exasperation. Neuter your mother's horse? You're pretty cocky, aren't you? Talking back to me like that? You better keep your head down when speaking to me, got it? With that, he lunged forward, aiming a slap at Zhang Xiu's face. But Zhang Xiu seemed to have anticipated his move, shifting her head slightly to the side. The slap naturally missed its mark. The force of the dodge sent Zhao Juanhao stumbling forward 2 steps, nearly knocking him to the ground. You dare dodge? Damn it! Fury flashed across Zhao Juanhao's face as he spun around and swung another punch only to miss again, unsurprisingly. To Zhang Xiu, these attacks seemed as childish as kids playing around. Zhao Juanhao's face turned crimson with humiliation. He couldn't even land a single punch on his opponent in front of his own men. Raging, he shouted. Windblade Wolf. Bite him. Emotion 1. The Windblade Wolf bared its fangs, ready to lunge forward. At that moment, the 2 henchmen's expressions changed. They quickly grabbed the Windblade Wolf and Zhao Juanhao. Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao. Don't start a fight at school. There are security cameras here. Exactly. We can deal with him after school. Don't get yourself disciplined for nothing. Held back by his underlings, Zhao Juanhao gritted his teeth and spat out. Zhang Xiu, huh? Stay away from Su Qingxing from now on, got it? Scum like you doesn't deserve to be in her presence. If I catch you laughing and joking with her again, don't blame me for being ruthless. He pointed his finger at Zhang Xiu as he spoke. Zhang Xiu glanced at the increased emotion points, completely tuning out the threats. His mind was elsewhere. It seemed these emotion points could only be generated from the beast. Seeing Zhang Xiu lost in thought and unresponsive, Zhao Juanhao shouted angrily again, "You piece of trash! Did you hear me?" Only then did Zhang Xiu lift his head, meeting the other man's gaze with calm eyes. That flustered, enraged look was truly ugly. His family ranked among the wealthiest in Jiangping City, yet at school, he still had to curry favor with Su Qingxing, lowering himself to grovel. It wasn't because Su Qingxing possessed truly breathtaking beauty, but because of the power wielded by her father. In this world, you either possess absolute strength or wield sufficient power. Otherwise, you're nothing but a stray dog on the street, left to be bullied by anyone. He spoke up, pitiful. Does Su Qingxing even know you're groveling behind her back like this? This single sentence instantly enraged Zhao Juanhao. I'll kill you today. Zhao Juanhao lunged to grab Zhang Xiu, but two henchmen desperately held him back, screaming in terror, Brother Zhao! Brother Zhao! The dean is coming! Don't fight! Don't fight! Below the teaching building, a pot-bellied middle-aged teacher noticed the commotion and strode over, his expression stern as he called out. Class is about to start. What are you doing here? Which class are you in? Zhang Xiu, I'll remember you. If you've got the guts, don't leave after school. As the principal drew nearer, Zhao Juanhao's expression shifted slightly. He spat out a threat before turning and sprinting away. Zhang Xiu, however, turned calmly toward the principal, nodding and smiling. Principal Yan, the bell hasn't rung yet. I was just about to go up there. Oh, it's you. Yan Pengyun looked at Zhang Xiu, recognizing the only student in the entire school who had enrolled in the sterilization department. Hurry to class. With that, Yan Pengyun walked away on his own. He had absolutely no interest in this student who wasn't a beastmaster. The dean managed the school to prevent underachievers from affecting the top students, but clearly Zhang Xiu didn't even qualify to be a distraction. Classroom. Zhang Xiu entered just as the bell rang. Thought you'd be late, Wang Wanle remarked. Wang Wanle sighed in relief when he saw Zhang Xiu take his seat, then handed him the application form. I got you one. Even if you don't want to be a beastmaster, you should try contracting a beast. What if you pass the exam? He genuinely hoped Zhang Xiu would try his hand at becoming a beastmaster instead of a sterilization technician. Because sterilization technicians really had no standing in society. With so many pet sterilization shops out there, even if you had excellent sterilization skills, it was hard to outcompete your peers. Only by becoming a beastmaster could one secure a proper job or even work as a security guard in the secret realm. Thanks. Zhang Xiu took the application form and filled it out quickly. This surprised Wang Wanle. I thought you'd argue with me for a while. I was all set to persuade you. Did something trigger you? I just think what you said earlier makes sense. Only beast taming is the true path. Ha, I'm glad you see it that way. Let me see which third-tier university you picked, HM. Sure, you didn't make a mistake, did you? Wang Wanle snatched the form from Zhang Xiu, eyes wide with disbelief. No mistake. I'm applying for the Star Realm Beastmaster Academy. Zhang Xiu smiled confidently. This left Wang Wanle with his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. Everyone, hand in your application forms. At that moment, class monitor Shan Yuyun approached and collected each form. Wang Wanle, what are you doing? Hand over your application form now. Seeing him frozen in place, she frowned and snatched the form from his hands. Glancing down, she saw Zhang Xiu's name written on it. First choice, Zhongzhou Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy. Zhang Xiu, you're applying to Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy? Shan Yuyun looked up, her voice filled with astonishment. What? Zhang Xiu is applying to Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy? Let me see. Let me see. Wow, it's really true. Ha! Zhang Xiu, you're not still dreaming, are you? Her second choice is Qingzhou's Qilin Academy? That's incredible. Heh, he's wasting his choices. If he'd just applied to a third-tier college, he might have had a tiny chance. Ha, everyone's just here for the spectacle. You actually think he could get into a third-tier university? Exactly. Zhang Xiu gave up on the college entrance exam the moment he chose the sterilization department. Putting Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy as a joke choice is perfectly normal, ha. Alright, everyone, stop mocking Zhang Xiu. Hand over your applications. The classroom erupted in waves of laughter, but Zhang Xiu remained oblivious. But Wang Wanle's face flushed crimson. He lowered his head, looking quite embarrassed as he said to Zhang Xiu. Sorry, I should have taken back my application earlier. Why apologize? I was planning to apply to Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy anyway. You didn't think I was just messing around, did you? Zhang Xiu turned and smiled. Sure, you.
Wang Wenle started to say, "Are you out of your mind?" but seeing the earnest look in Zhang Xiu's eyes, he swallowed the words.
Alright, stop overthinking it. You'll see in a month.
Zhang Xiu patted his shoulder and laughed.
Quiet. Quiet.
At that moment, Beastmaster instructor Lu Conqing entered the classroom. The laughter in the classroom gradually subsided. He collected all the application forms from the class monitor, scrutinizing them carefully. When he saw Zhang Xiu's choice of Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy, his expression darkened instantly.
Zhang Xiu. You think this is a joke? Lu Conqing slammed the application form onto the lectern.
The Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy's cutoff score last year was 720 points. You'd need to contract at least a warrior class beast to even qualify.
You don't even have a soldier class beast yet. What do you plan to use for the exam? Do you want me to be laughed at by the other teachers too?
The classroom fell instantly silent. Zhang Xiu rose slowly, his gaze sweeping over the bright red 30 days countdown to the Beastmaster College entrance exam displayed on the wall.
Teacher, 30 days is enough to create a miracle. Ha! A miracle. Lu Conqing laughed bitterly in anger. I'm giving you the entire afternoon. Go contract a beast right now. If you can't even meet the standards of a Black Iron Tier Beastmaster, change your major immediately.
The rest of you will accompany me to the Beastmaster training ground for exam prep.
Zhang Xiu, you'll find a beast on your own.
Yes, sir. Zhang Xiu, lacking a beast companion, naturally had no need to participate in the practical training. Only after watching everyone depart did he turn and walk toward the school gates. As for those receding classmates and their laughter, he paid them no mind.
After all, he and they belonged to two different worlds. Chapter 5, Contract Evolution, First Pet Beast.
Jumping City, Beastmaster Market.
Rare Blue Bloodline. Silent Snow Beasts from the Alas Snow Mountains. Only 150,000 Federation coins. Limited quantity.
First come, first served.
Clearance sale. Clearance sale.
Freshly captured mature wind wild wolf, meeting soldier grade standards.
Want a cute and sweet pet beast? We've got them. Want a massive, ferocious beast? We've got those too. Come check out our store.
All kinds of exotic beast cubs perfect for commoner contracts. Zhang Xiu walked into the market, her gaze sweeping over the dazzling array of stalls and shops. Here you'll find wild beasts captured by beastmasters from secret realms at bargain prices, alongside premium beasts meticulously raised by breeders. Prices varied widely. In his previous life, the lowest tier beast he contracted cost only 2,000 yuan, essentially a token purchase to fulfill the contract requirement. But now, with the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy as his goal, he naturally needed to choose a beast with great potential. He had shortlisted 3 candidates yesterday, time to find them. He clutched the over 30,000 Federation credits in his pocket, muttering to himself. When selecting a beast, lineage was the first factor to consider. The lowest tier white beasts were ordinary, without lineage, and such beasts had virtually no potential for evolution. Moving up the ladder, green signifies superior, blue rare, cyan exceptional, purple epic, red perfect, and gold legendary, 7 tiers in total. These correspond to the 7 possible realms of power a beast can attain. As for the apocalyptic tier beyond that, bloodline alone won't get you there. Otherwise, the Federation wouldn't have only 10 celestial tier beastmasters.
After searching for an hour,
Zhang Xiu finally located the target he'd set his sights on last night.
Boss, how much for this Earth-type beast?
He crouched down, his fingertips tapping lightly on the cage bars. Inside, the beast resembling a groundhog suddenly reared up on its hind legs, letting out an excited squeal.
This is a sandflow rat with superior green bloodlines. Theoretically, it can be trained to the war general rank. Ha, you made a smart choice, buddy. This sandflow rat was captured in the secret realm just the day before yesterday. It's in top condition. This is the price, and I'll throw in 3 months worth of feed for free.
The vendor grinned, holding up 5 fingers to signal a price of 50,000. 50,000 for a beast of superior lineage wasn't exorbitant. Many commoners could scrape together the funds. But acquiring a beast was only the beginning. Training it was the real expense.
50,000. Zhang Xiu frowned. This price slightly exceeded his budget.
The other 2 targets would cost around 40,000 each as well.
Ultimately, the funds were simply too limited.
I'll think it over. He stood up without haggling, knowing it was unrealistic to expect the price to drop to 30,000. Monster prices in this era were significantly higher than in later times. After all, this was the golden age of beast taming. Just as he was about to leave, planning to find other ways to raise funds, his gaze suddenly landed on a catfish in the nearby tank, and his eyes lit up.
Owner, how much for this catfish? Ha? You mean this scaleless fish? That's my pet beast's dinner.
The shopkeeper froze, surprised that this student was inquiring about the scaleless fish.
Could he possibly want to contract it?
This is the lowest grade white tier beast, a bloodline less exotic creature.
Its lethality doesn't even match that of tigers or wolves.
Boss, sell it to me cheap.
I really like this catfish's appearance.
Zhang Xiu chuckled, your pet won't miss 1 meal anyway.
Well, since you want it, take it for 5,000. Just look at that catfish, it's clearly old and tough. Can you knock it down? How about 4,000? Fine, 4,000 it is. I've never seen anyone come to the beast market to buy a fish without scales. The vendor laughed helplessly, scooped up the scaleless fish, and packed it for Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu excitedly handed over 4,000 yuan and rushed straight to the watertight pet beast shop. He spent 13,000 yuan on a bottle of F-grade pure water essence and 1 milliliter of the blood essence from a war general grade water-type beast, the bluefin whale. Back home, he hurriedly placed the scaleless fish into the bathtub. If I recall correctly, combining a bony-skinned fish with a protruding skull and the heart of the earth spirit fruit can produce a red-blooded perfect lineage, the River Lord. This research was published by another Earth Element star-level beastmaster back then. Though I haven't verified it myself, it was officially recognized by the Federation and recorded in the Evolution archives. Truth or fiction, now we'll see. Zhang Xiu hadn't originally planned to seek out a scaleless fish, as ordinary specimens lack the conditions for evolution. Only those over 10 years old with protruding skulls possessed the necessary traits. Such scaleless fish are exceedingly rare in the Great River. Who would go out of their way to search for them? But today, luck was on his side. He actually encountered one. Well, what can you do? Pop. As he poured the pure water essence and blue whale blood essence into the bathtub for the scaleless fish to absorb, the scaleless fish became quite excited and began bubbling. Emotion 5. As time passed, its body began to grow larger, as if reverting from middle age back to youth. This was the vitality brought by the bluefin whale spirit blood. It's about time. Time for the contract. Zhang Xiu bit his index finger, using his blood as a medium to immerse his psychic energy into the scaleless fish's consciousness. Though his psychic power wasn't exceptionally strong, finding a white-blooded beast posed no challenge. When a mark fell within the beast taming space, the contract was complete. Simultaneously, a message appeared before his eyes. Name, scaleless fish. Bloodline, none. Level, white. Realm, none. Skills, bubble blowing, splashing water. I hope you can handle it. This opportunity, I give to you. When you successfully absorb it, that will be your moment of transformation. Zhang Xiu retrieved the earth spirit fruit's core and placed it into the bathtub. The potent earth attribute spiritual energy dyed the water yellow, and the earth essence surged continuously into the scaleless fish's body, filling it with terror. For the earth spirit core was an S-grade rare material. The energy it contained was no simple matter. If it failed to absorb it or its evolution faltered, explosion awaited it. Pop. The scaleless fish thrashed violently in the bathtub. Amidst its agonized struggle, its body continued to grow. Starting from half a meter, it stretched to 1 meter, then 2 meters. Even more terrifying, fish-like feet sprouted beneath its body. Its flesh was tearing apart, ending. This was death and rebirth. Thud. The bathtub shattered under its explosive growth, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the floor. Zhang Xiu took 2 steps back, her pupils reflecting the metamorphosing beast. A faint smile touched her lips. Success. Perhaps driven by an insatiable hunger for evolution, the scaleless fish had successfully transcended its class. Its scales were keratinizing at a visible pace, forming a hard, smooth fish skin. 2 thick hind legs split from behind its tail, while 3 toed claws evolved beside its front fins. Emotion 99. The massive catfish, nearly 2 meters tall, radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Zhang Xiu looked up at it. From now on, you'll be called Bota. Bota. Bota responded cheerfully. Having formed a contract before its evolution, it was fiercely loyal to Zhang Xiu. It knew exactly who had brought it into being. Without its master, this reborn self would never have existed. Name, Bota. Bloodline, River Lord. Rank, Red Perfection. Realm, Mid-Pawn Tier. Skills, Deepwater Shot, Subterranean Dive, Surface Tremor, Muddy Rage. A single Earth Spirit core allowed it to leap directly across tiers. Its cultivation level reached the mid-stage of the soldier rank. Chapter 6, Am I qualified now? Reaching mid-soldier rank in one go, it certainly didn't disappoint me. Zhang Xiu smiled as he extended his hand. Bota immediately lowered his head, nuzzling affectionately against his palm to encourage his master to stroke his head. Seeing his pet beast so obedient, Zhang Xiu nodded with satisfaction before turning his attention inward to his spiritual domain. Cultivating a beastmaster's spiritual power proved exceptionally difficult, with only 3 known methods currently available. First, consume rare treasures that boost spiritual power. If you survive the intense energy surge without going mad, you gain enhancement. This method heavily relies on personal willpower. Second, one must cultivate a special technique, gradually enhancing their power through persistent practice over time. This method is currently held only by the 9 great Beastmaster Academies of the 9 provinces, regarded as a true treasure. Even in his previous life as a star-tier Beastmaster, he had never obtained it. Only core, direct disciples of the academies could acquire it, which was precisely why he wanted to enroll in the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy. The final method, known to many, involves contracting with beasts possessing powerful bloodlines or high cultivation realms. A beastmaster's own strength is intrinsically linked to their beast companion. The abilities and qualities of the beast are reflected back onto the beastmaster, granting them extraordinary power.
Many wealthy families would prepare powerful bloodline beasts early on for their disciples to contract, giving them a starting point far surpassing others. Of course, even the weakest beasts with the strongest bloodlines require immense mental strength to contract. Otherwise, those wealthy families would have been mass-producing platinum-tier beastmasters long ago. Beasts like Zhang Xiu, who contracted and cultivated into a beastmaster with a perfect red bloodline, are truly few and far between. In his previous life, he had been but a step away from becoming a heavenly king beastmaster. All that had been missing was a method to cultivate his spiritual domain. Now, with a beast-taming space spanning 10 zhang, his spiritual power was nearing 1,000. He was approaching the standards of a bronze-tier beastmaster. The feedback power from the red perfect bloodline was indeed formidable. Zhang Xiu assessed his current strength. While not invincible among black iron beast masters, he far surpassed what a Jiangping number 2 middle school student should possess. But to gain admission to the Zhangzhou Starry Sky Beast Master Academy? He still had a long way to go. Next step, cultivating his realm. Once he elevates Boda to War General rank, admission to the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy would be practically guaranteed. Oh, and the lottery, let's see what he could win this time. His gaze shifted to the lottery interface. His emotion points had accumulated to 256, allowing him 2 spins on the 100-point wheel. Spin! With a thought from Zhang Xiu, 100 emotion points were spent. The wheel spun rapidly, revealing countless rare treasures, precious minerals, and pet equipment glistening within, enough to make anyone's heart race. However, when the wheel finally came to a stop, he felt utterly disappointed. Sure enough, only the first spin brought overwhelming fortune, the rest were nothing but junk. Zhang Xiu pulled out a bottle of pale white liquid and let out a resigned sigh. Name, fish moisturizing lubricant. Grade, F. Purpose, apply to fish skin to keep it smooth and moisturized, preventing dryness and flaking even in scorching summer heat. Suitable for amphibians too, but used correctly do not apply anywhere other than the skin. Ah well, this would still fetch 1,000 or 2 in the mall. Her gaze shifted to Boda. Seeing it blink its big eyes, looking utterly confused. Here, let me apply it for you so you can be the shiniest fish around. Zhang Xiu stroked Boda's head in a circle, then patted its smooth skin and flesh, chuckling. Too bad it doesn't have any whitening effect, you're still a bit dark. Boda opened its mouth and happily blew a bubble. Pop. Emotion 1. Alright, let's go. Time to head back to school. Zhang Xiu focused her psychic energy, enveloping Boda and storing him in her beast taming space. As for the remaining 157 emotion points, he'd just have to keep accumulating them. He'd spin the 1,000-point wheel to see what treasures he could get. Jiangping number 2 High School. Beast Taming Combat Training Ground. Fluffy Rabbit. High-speed movement, long-eared strike. Crystal Shell Turtle. Crystal Shard Reflection. Your shell is rock hard, you little pest. Ha! Your fluffy rabbit's attacks are just too soft. On the field, students from Senior 3 Class 5 were engaged in a beast taming competition. Class monitor Shan Yuyun assisted teacher Lu Kongcheng by recording data which attacks needed refinement, which defenses required earlier deployment. Meanwhile, Wang Wanla watched from the sidelines, his mind fixated on Zhang Xiu's earlier departure from the classroom. He hoped she wouldn't take desperate measures and contract some gray market beasts. He was deeply worried. So-called gray beasts didn't refer to their bloodline level, but rather the risk that such beasts might betray their tamers and turn against them. Such beasts were typically cheap in the beastmaster market because they were untamed, often possessed formidable strength, and had cunning personalities. They might feign obedience at first, only to attack and flee immediately after being purchased. Every year, several students, mostly impoverished commoner beastmasters, suffered injuries or even died due to gray beasts. Alright. That concludes this session. The contest on the field concluded. Lu Kongcheng held up a cardboard sign, offering advice to the student who had just stepped down from the stage. When the crystal shell turtle activates its crystal shard reflection, it must move. Only then can the scattered shards gain enough momentum to become potent weapons. Remember this. Yes, sir. As for the fluffy rabbit, strive to evolve it into a high-quality leg-kicking rabbit or alert rabbit within a month. Otherwise, its current strength won't be enough to get into a good school. As he addressed each student individually, the training ground's entrance suddenly swung open. Squeak! This morning was Class 5's training session. Who could be arriving? The students glanced over in surprise, only to see a familiar figure appear. Teacher! Zhang Xiu stepped into the training ground. Lu Kongcheng paused his speech, furrowing his brow. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to go contract a beast? Teacher, I've already completed the contract. Can I take the test now? I have surgery at the sterilization department this afternoon, Zhang Xiu said calmly. These words sparked whispers of curiosity among the surrounding students. Zhang Xiu contracted a beast? Wasn't his psychic power only 50 during the sophomore year test, making him completely incapable of becoming an iron grade beast master? Maybe his spiritual power surged again recently? Psychic power barely grows each year. I bet he just contracted some low-grade beast with no lineage. What good is that? Might as well contract a stray dog off the street. Ha! A bloodline-less beast is still slightly better than a stray dog, at least it can bite.
Amidst the laughter of many, Wang Wenlin nervously stood up.
Lu Kongqing kept his eyes on Zhang Xiu, glancing down at his watch.
Not even 3 hours had passed. What kind of beast could he possibly contract?
Probably, this kid just won't admit defeat, dreaming he can still become a beastmaster and get into a top school.
He sneered coldly. Fine. I'll take you to the test then.
With that, Lu Kongqing led Zhang Xiu toward the testing equipment in the corner of the training ground.
That was the device specifically designed to test a beastmaster's mental power. Step up.
After adjusting the device, Lu Kongqing turned his head and spoke, eager to wrap up the test quickly. As Zhang Xiu stood at the center of the apparatus, the surrounding crystal panel slowly activated, emitting a faint glow.
A heavy force suddenly descended.
This force didn't affect the body, it struck directly at the mind.
Ha! She didn't collapse?
Lu Kongqing was taken aback to see Zhang Xiu's expression remain calm, showing no sign of pain. Then he watched the readings on the instrument panel begin to skyrocket.
189?
Looks like this kid's surgery in the sterilization department also forged his willpower.
What? Still rising? 300. 460? 668? Wait, is this machine broken? Why isn't it stopping?
Lu Kongqing's expression shifted from initial surprise to shock, then finally froze in a dazed stupor.
Teacher, what's wrong?
Beside him, Shan Yuyun approached curiously.
Glancing down, her mouth fell open in disbelief.
The spirit reading frozen on the instrument panel read 998.
Test passed.
Target's psychic power surpasses 999 Black Iron tier beast masters of the same rank.
The cold, mechanical voice echoed.
Zhang Xiu stepped out and looked up, asking, Teacher, am I now qualified to apply for the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy? Chapter 7, it ended in less than 3 seconds.
What was that sound just now? Did I just hear something echoing about 998? That's the psychic power testing machine over there. Holy! 998 psychic power points. Did I skip my nap and hallucinate? Bro, piss me awake. Is this Zhang Xiu's test data? No way. His last reading was only 50. How did it skyrocket so much? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My test only showed 124. He's got the equivalent of 8 of me. The school's equipment must be malfunctioning from years of neglect.
Students drawn by the commotion gathered around, pointing at the panel's readings and murmuring among themselves.
Some were shocked, some skeptical, and some immediately started making accusations. Teacher, he must have taken banned substances. Exactly. How else could his psychic power skyrocket like that? I've been wondering why Zhang Xiu's been acting so distant and aloof lately. Turns out he's been doping. I think we should report this to the police.
Make him confess where he got those banned substances.
Shut up.
Xiu would never take banned substances. Anyone who does that ends up a lunatic. Even if their spiritual power spikes, they wouldn't be standing there perfectly fine. You're just jealous.
Wang Wenla stood nearby, his face flushed, shouting back in protest.
There are banned substances on the market that can temporarily boost psychic power, but they all carry terrifying side effects, driving people mad and damaging their brains. With the Federation's crackdown, such substances are now extremely rare, only occasionally surfacing in certain black markets.
And once you take those substances, no matter the reason, your career as a beastmaster is over.
Because the side effects of these substances are irreversible. Even if you seem normal now, who knows if you'll unleash your beast pet to indiscriminately kill people on the streets tomorrow. Thus, beastmasters confirmed to have used banned substances face one of 3 fates: social ostracism, a prison cell where they can regret their actions, or ultimately, confinement in a mental institution. The person who uttered these words intended to destroy Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu's gaze swept toward the speaker. The man instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He meekly lowered his head, unable to admit he had been the one to shout first.
Zhang Xiu, I suspect the school's equipment malfunctioned. Could you summon your beast for a second test?
Lu Kongqing regained his composure and asked in a deep voice. The test typically consists of 2 rounds. The first assesses psychic power, while the second naturally evaluates the strength of the spirit beast. Merely possessing mental strength won't secure admission to prestigious schools if your pet beast's power is too weak. Mental power is merely the stepping stone to elite institutions. As a teacher, he could tell Zhang Xiu hadn't taken any banned substances, but he was genuinely curious what could have caused her spiritual power to skyrocket to 998 points? Had he contracted a beast of exceptionally high lineage? How high grade would that have to be?
All right.
Zhang Xiu nodded, and his psychic power stirred.
A faint white light flickered before everyone's eyes, the glow of the Beastmaster's space opening. Pop. Pop. The next second, a colossal figure emerged from within.
Each step it took made the entire training ground tremble. Its 3 toed claws could easily tear into the concrete, and the breath it exhaled from its mouth caused the air temperature to drop.
It was a 2-meter-tall catfish-like beast. Many students couldn't withstand the beast's aura and retreated in terror. The tamed beasts fared even worse, seemingly sensing a bloodline suppression.
They trembled uncontrollably, overcome by primal fear.
Holy! Sure. Your beast is way too big. It could swat my fire-furred rat to death with one slap. Wang Wanle jumped up in shock.
But the most stunned was Lu Kongcheng, who frantically pulled tactical goggles from his pocket, strapping them over his eyes as he gasped, "That's a perfect grade bloodline beast. Even at mid-pawn rank, it likely possesses the strength to battle at the peak level.
This form isn't even in the textbooks. What kind of beast is this? Zhang Xiu, how did you contract it?"
All eyes turned to Zhang Xiu, filled with shock and curiosity. "Teacher, prying into a beastmaster's pet secrets isn't a good habit." Zhang Xiu smiled faintly, with no intention of sharing anything. In later generations, after the secret that Earth Spirit fruit hearts could evolve scaleless fish was revealed, their prices skyrocketed. Though the skull-protruding scaleless fish were hard to find and the Earth Spirit core itself was extremely rare, wealthy families could still acquire them through their resources. After all, this was a bloodline-less, lowest-tier white beast suddenly leaping to perfect red. Which family's offspring could resist the temptation of such meteoric ascent? Therefore, he had no intention of revealing this secret. By the time someone else discovered it, he would likely have become a heavenly king tier beast tamer and evolved Pota into a golden legendary bloodline. The teacher had overstepped. Lu Kongcheng took a deep breath before saying, "The teacher believes you possess sufficient strength to gain admission to prestigious schools, and even have a chance at entering the Stellar Beastmaster Academy. But you still need to go through the process.
Class president, go test the strength of Zhang Xiu's beast."
He had never taught a student who had contracted a perfect grade bloodline beast before. He was unfamiliar with beasts of this caliber and felt a sense of curiosity. It was possible for a beast to possess a high bloodline yet be utterly weak in combat. Such cases existed. The entrance exam doesn't care about your bloodline grade, the examiners only care about your beast's actual strength.
"Yes, sir."
Shan Yuyun stepped forward, her expression tense, palms sweating uncontrollably. "Zhang Xiu, tell your beast not to exert itself too much later, my shadow cat can't handle rough treatment." Zhang Xiu followed her into the training grounds, offering a slight smile.
"Don't worry, class leader. I know my limits." Shan Yuyun felt slightly reassured.
The college entrance exams were approaching, and she certainly didn't want her pet beast to sustain serious injuries. As for defeating the opponent, she didn't really harbor that expectation.
Come on, that was a red perfect, not something her blue rare shadow cat could defeat. Shadow cat.
She summoned her own pet beast.
It was a small, entirely black feline beast, moving with lightness and silence.
When it saw the enemy it was about to face, its elegant stride nearly faltered. It glanced back at its master again and again, gesturing in astonishment.
As if saying, "Master, you want me to take this on? Are you putting me to the test? Come on. You can do this."
Shan Yuyun took a deep breath and shouted, "Use shadow stealth." Hearing the command, the shadow cat steeled itself and charged forward. Its form instantly dissolved into a shadowy silhouette not fully invisible, but concealed within its own shadow. "Pota, make the ground tremble, just incapacitate it." As Shadowcat charged forward, Zhang Xiu subtly shifted his psychic energy and issued the command.
"Pop pop." Pota lazily stretched out an arm. Though it lacked extensive combat experience with pet beasts, it had lived 10 years as a scaleless fish. What kind of scene hadn't it seen? The fierce struggles among fish in the Great River were far more intense than this. Boom! As the Shadowcat burst from the shadows, claws extended, Pota slammed both palms down onto the ground. The training ground cracked under the immense force, sending everyone's bodies flying upward. Terrifying ground waves rippled outward. The shadow cat's expression changed instantly. Mid-air, it sensed a roaring gust of wind bearing down on it. Its claws, already raised to strike, froze stiff. The next second, Pota's palm slammed into the shadow cat. It was sent flying, crashing into a wall dozens of meters away. The entire duel lasted less than 3 seconds. The outcome is decided. Chapter 8, let's have a heart-to-heart. What just happened? It just started. How could it be over already? The squad leader lost to Zhang Xiu? Holy crap! That was only a few seconds ago? I had a feeling Zhang Xiu would win, but I never imagined it would happen so quickly, so effortlessly. I knew Brother Zhang was a force to be reckoned with. Shan Yuyun is ranked in the top 20 of the grade. If that's the case, doesn't that mean Brother Zhang could be among the top few? Bull. Brother Zhang would never settle for second best. He's definitely going to be number 1 in the grade. Even Su Qingxing would have to surrender. You were the one trashing him the hardest before, now you're groveling and calling him Brother Zhang nonstop? Ha! I knew my bro was the real deal. Amidst the students' shock, whispers, and excitement, Lu Kongcheng silently lowered his tactical goggles, his face suddenly lighting up with wild joy. He rushed forward, grabbed Zhang Xiu's hand, and said, "Zhang Xiu, I spoke a bit harshly to you this morning. I hope you don't hold it against me. I heard your family's circumstances aren't ideal. I recall the school has 2 special scholarship spots specifically for financially struggling students worth 100,000 Federation credits. I'll personally ensure you get it. Oh, and from now on, you won't need to train with the other students. I'll arrange a premium training room for you one-on-one combat drills with your pet beast. I guarantee you'll have every chance to get into the Stellar Beast Academy.
Just imagine the first student from Jiangping No. 2 High School to enter the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy would be trained under his guidance.
Lu Kongqing couldn't help but tremble with excitement. This year's special grade teacher title was undoubtedly his. No, in the future, he would become a renowned educator throughout Jiangping City. Even if Zhang Xiu's rise had little to do with him, as long as this connection and reputation existed, he would reap countless benefits in the future. Every graduate of Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy would be at least a gold-tier Beastmaster, with the potential to reach platinum tier in the future. Faced with such a promising prospect, how could he not be thrilled? Thank you, teacher.
Zhang Xiu hadn't expected his teacher's attitude to shift so abruptly. But clearly, this aligns with human nature. Everyone chases after profit. He didn't resent this as long as the other party could provide sufficient resources now, because he was truly short on funds.
Congratulations, Zhang Xiu. From this day forward, you are a Black Iron ranked Beastmaster.
Shan Yuyun cradled the unconscious shadow cat, pursing her lips in bitter resignation. She hadn't anticipated such a staggering disparity in strength between them. Not long ago, Zhang Xiu was just a useless little doctor who could only perform sterilizations.
Take your beast to the treatment room. It's nothing serious.
Lu Kongqing glanced at the shadow cat's condition and said. Shan Yuyun had intended to exchange insights with Zhang Xiu, eager to understand how he had contracted such a powerful beast. But upon catching her teacher's gaze, she lowered her head and carried the shadow cat away. Meanwhile, the surrounding students grew excited, swarming around Zhang Xiu to curry favor. They addressed him as Brother Zhang without a second thought, completely erasing the mocking and derisive expressions they'd worn that morning.
Make way! Make way! This is my brother. You weren't acting like this earlier.
Wang Wenle pushed his way to the front and bellowed. Zhang Xiu smiled faintly, stepping beside Wang Wenle to acknowledge his words. This sparked a wave of envy among the crowd. It was clear to anyone with eyes that Zhang Xiu would never be the same again. He would leap into the ranks of those prodigious geniuses they would have to look up to. If he could gain admission to the most prestigious Xingqiang Beastmaster Academy, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Jiangping City was a small town. Getting into the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy was like becoming the top student in the college entrance exams. It would make him famous throughout the 9 provinces. Therefore, if they didn't build a good relationship now, once Zhang Xiu finished her college entrance exams, they might never see her again.
Alright. Zhang Xiu must be exhausted after just contracting such a powerful beast. Any further matters can be discussed tomorrow in class.
You may all dismiss yourselves now. Lu Kongqing waved his hand, his expression stern. The other students were reluctant, but they had no choice but to disperse. Just as Wang Wenle was about to leave, Zhang Xiu suddenly spoke up. Wenle, I recall you contracted a firefleece rat. Have your father check the Beastmaster market, see if he can find 3E grade 100 leaf grasses?
Hearing this, Wang Wenle asked in surprise, why? Isn't that food for grass-type pets?
Zhang Xiu smiled faintly and whispered, I read in a secret text that fire fur rats awaken special skills after eating 100 leaf grass.
You could try it. If it works, you could easily gain over 10 extra points on your college entrance exam. Seriously? Wang Wenle exclaimed in shock.
If he could gain a dozen or so extra points, he might have a chance to get into a top-tier Beastmaster Academy.
Would I lie to you? Go on.
Zhang Xiu gave him a shove in the back and laughed.
Alright, you're like a real brother to me.
Wang Wenle rushed excitedly out of the training ground, determined to find some 100 leaf grass with his dad right away. With good luck, he could even snag 3 plants in a single night. This E-grade resource was surprisingly accessible. After everyone had left, Lu Kongqing cleared his throat and said, Zhang Xiu, from now on, I will personally spar with you. This will help your beast familiarize itself with the strength of war general tier beasts as soon as possible. That way, you'll have a significant advantage in the entrance exams. Additionally, the school will form a special training squad next week to hold friendly sparring matches with other Guardian City schools nearby. You know well that few at Jiangping No. 2 High can match your current strength. Only the elite prodigies from top-tier universities can challenge you.
This is an excellent opportunity for you to progress and gauge your opponents.
Originally, Class 5 of Senior 3 had no spots in the special training squad. All 10 were reserved for the top 10 students in the grade. But after witnessing Zhang Xiu's prowess, Lu Kongqing insisted on securing a spot.
Understood, teacher. As for the special training itself, Zhang Xiu couldn't care less.
His sole interest lay in the 100,000 yuan special student subsidy. The two exchanged a few more words at the training ground. Lu Kongqing grew increasingly astonished by Pota's abilities. For the first time, he understood that a pet beast with a red perfect bloodline truly stood worlds apart from others. Even his own pet beast at the early war general tier struggled to suppress it. It wasn't until 4:30 p.m. that Zhang Xiu finally left the training grounds. Teacher Lu's strength was ultimately too weak to fully ignite Bota's fighting spirit, but it would suffice for now. Once Bota reached the late soldier grade stage, defeating him would be effortless. Zhang Xiu shook his head, silently appraising his teacher's beast handling skills. The teachers at Jiangping No. 2 High School were simply incapable of instructing him. they could only serve as sparring partners.
HM?
As he walked, he suddenly halted, spotting 3 familiar figures emerging from an alley outside the campus.
Hey kid, school's out. Come on, let's have a little heart-to-heart. Don't you dare run.
If you try to escape, I'll unleash the wolves.
They might just bite you until you're half paralyzed, ha.
The ones approaching were none other than Zhao Juanhao, whom he'd encountered earlier that day. He hadn't expected the other guy to be lying in wait for him outside the school.
Zhang Xiu looked utterly bewildered. Where did he get that confidence? Hadn't he heard about his exploits this afternoon? Chapter 9, Breaking Legs. Heart to heart?
Zhang Xiu noticed the wind-blade wolf behind Zhao Juanhao snarling and growling at him, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Come to think of it, this wind-blade wolf had contributed a few emotion points this morning. I wonder if I could amplify its emotions like that neutered bell fox did, earning a few more humility points. With that, he chuckled, alright, let's head to that alley over there. Surrounded by Zhao Juanhao's henchmen, Zhang Xiu was led into the alley, a favorite spot for bullies and school thugs to pick fights and beat people up. You've got some guts, kid. Get down on your knees and apologize first. If you show proper attitude, I'll spare you a broken leg. Zhao Juanhao grinned savagely as he advanced, raising his foot to kick Zhang Xiu's knee. But Zhang Xiu sidestepped the blow, just like he had that morning. Why don't you kneel and kowtow to me? If I'm in a good mood, I might just let you off. Zhang Xiu smiled, utterly unfazed by the 3 men and 1 wolf before him. How dare you talk to brother Zhao like that? A worthless piece of trash dares to talk back here? You clearly don't know why the flowers bloom. You're really asking for it. Windblade wolf, tear him apart. Zhao Juanhao barked the order furiously. The windblade wolf surged forward instantly, its eyes gleaming with savagery as its raised claws lashed out toward Zhang Xiu. If it connected, there was no doubt his arm would be torn to shreds. But suddenly, Zhang Xiu unleashed the aura of his beast taming space. Pop! Accompanied by a deafening roar, Potten's massive form materialized out of thin air. Its 2-meter-tall catfish-like body nearly filled the narrow alleyway. Its pair of eyes, glowing with a yellow light, looked down upon the windblade wolf from above. The power of the red, pure-blooded lineage was unleashed without reservation. Emotion 9. The windblade wolf instantly tucked its tail between its legs, frantically swiping its claws in terror. Yet its pitiful strength proved utterly feeble against Pota, leaving only faint red marks on the thick hide. What kind of monster is this? Zhao Juanhao's face drained of color as he staggered back 2 steps. The 2 henchmen behind him were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. Is that thing his pet beast? Impossible. No pet beast could be that huge and terrifying. Wasn't he that useless guy who studied sterilization techniques? How could he possibly have a pet beast like this? As a blue-tier rare beast, the windblade wolf was already considered large and imposing among pets. Yet standing before Boda, it still looked dwarfed. Looks like your windblade wolf is scared, huh? Zhang Xiu chuckled lightly, is this the capital you're so proud of? It's rather laughable. Hearing this mockery, the terror in Zhao Juanhao's heart instantly turned to rage. He shouted urgently, everyone, summon your pets now. This beast must be a newly contracted one. If we all attack together, we can definitely defeat it. Hearing this, the 2 henchmen summoned their pets. One was a white-striped leopard of the superior grade, the other a fierce furred hound, both at the early soldier grade level. With the addition of that mid-soldier grade windblade wolf, Zhao Juanhao took a deep breath, regaining the confidence to challenge them. Charge! Seeing this, Zhang Xiu smiled faintly, Boda, have some fun. Don't kill it too quickly. Boda seemed to understand his master's intent. Without even bothering to use any skills, he charged forward with his massive body, raising his fish-like paw to slap the air ahead. Thud! The air compressed under its force, forming 3 concentric rings. The windblade wolf instantly sensed the danger and opened its mouth to spew a wind blade. Yet the blade struck the fish paw and failed to cut through. The fish-like paw shattered the wind blade and, with undiminished force, slammed into its head. Woo! The windblade wolf was sent flying, slamming into the alley wall. The other 2 beasts, witnessing this, halted in shock. Where was their fighting spirit now? Emotion 9. Emotion 9. The gap between them was simply too vast. You! Charge! Charge! What the hell? Zhao Juanhao roared in fury as he watched the 2 beasts tuck their tails and flee. Boda, however, bared his teeth, flicked his fish tail, and thrust his powerful hind legs against the ground, causing the entire alleyway to tremble. Its seemingly clumsy body burst into astonishing speed, catching up to the white-striped leopard in an instant. Its 3 toad claws clamped down on the leopard's neck like iron pincers. Maya! The white-striped leopard let out a piercing scream, its limbs flailing wildly in the air. The next second, Pota slammed the leopard onto the ground, creating a large crater. The vicious dog fared even worse, its tail crushed under Boda's foot. The pain made it spin in circles, and in sheer terror, it lost control, releasing a foul stench that quickly filled the air. Pop! Pota kicked it away with disgust, sending it crashing into the wall, knocking it unconscious.
The entire battle lasted only a few seconds. Impossible. Could this guy possibly be of epic lineage?
Zhao Juanhao scrambled backward in panic, stumbling and crashing to the ground, utterly terrified. Zhang Xiu strode forward slowly, towering over the once arrogant rich kid from that morning.
Boda cooperatively released its claws. The white-striped leopard lay limp on the ground, trembling violently.
The wind-blade wolf that had managed to get back up dared not approach any closer.
Emotion 99. Now we can have a proper heart-to-heart. Zhang Xiu crouched down and patted Zhao Juanhao's deathly pale face. Like, tell me which leg were you planning to break?
Zhao Juanhao, terrified and disoriented, cried out, don't do anything rash.
My father is one of the wealthiest men in Jianping City. He has connections with the police.
If you touch me, the consequences.
Oh? You dare threaten me?
Before he could finish, Zhang Xiu grabbed his throat and hoisted him off the ground. The agony of oxygen deprivation made Zhao Juanhao's legs kick wildly in the air as his face rapidly turned the color of liver.
Pop.
Boda leaned in with keen interest, his foul breath spraying onto Zhao Juanhao's face, terrifying him so much his pants instantly soaked through. Seeing its master seemingly about to be killed, the wind-blade wolf rushed forward in panic. But in the next instant, Boda delivered a kick straight to the wolf's midsection.
Arg! This unneutered male wolf was now physically castrated.
Clenching its hind legs in agony, it collapsed onto the ground, tears of hatred streaming from its eyes.
Emotion 99. Emotion 9. Emotion 1.
Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiu smiled faintly.
Seems its emotion points are completely drained. Your pet beast is quite protective of its master, but sadly, like you, it's a hopeless case. Remember this, in the future, you'd do well to steer clear of me.
Zhang Xiu suddenly released her grip, letting Zhao Juanhao collapse like a sack of rotten mud onto the ground, gasping for breath. Just now, Zhao Juanhao had truly felt death looming over his heart. He was just a high school student when had he ever faced such an intimidating presence. He was truly terrified. He lifted his eyes, his gaze reflecting Zhang Xiu's figure, filled with terror and dread.
Got it?
Zhang Xiu stared at him, her expression cold as ice. Zhao Juanhao clutched his throat and coughed, nodding in terror.
Good. Boda, break his left leg. Zhang Xiu turned away. The next second, Boda stomped down on Zhao Juanhao's left leg.
The excruciating pain made Zhao Juanhao scream out loud, his cry echoing through the entire alley.
Ah!
His two henchmen suffered the same fate, each having a leg broken. After finishing the job, Zhang Xiu stepped out of the alley. Along the way, several concerned citizens discovered the horrific scene in the alley and immediately called the police and hospital ambulances. After returning Boda to his beast taming space, he pulled out his phone and called Lu Kongcheng.
Hello, teacher. It's Zhang Xiu. Did you run into trouble?
Teacher, I broke Zhao Juanhao's leg.
Whose leg? Zhao Juanhao.
After a brief silence, Lu Kongcheng hurriedly replied, go home and stay put.
I'll contact the dean and principal right away.
Don't worry, as long as he's not dead, it won't affect your college entrance exams.
Okay.
Zhang Xiu hung up the phone and started walking home, not taking the incident seriously at all.
He trusted Lu Kongcheng would handle it perfectly. Chapter 10. Didn't Zhang Xiu study sterilization? He beat my son so badly he ended up hospitalized with a broken leg, and you're telling me this case is closed? It's like this, Mr. Zhao.
Neighborhood surveillance shows your son and two others cornered Zhang in an alley and beat him.
Zhang's actions were purely self-defense. I don't care. My son's leg is broken. Either break his leg too, or lock him up. I've never been one to hold my temper.
If you don't send the police to arrest him, I'll file a complaint against you.
I'm friends with your chief too.
This.
Mr. Zhao, why are you so angry? Lu Kongcheng entered the police station and saw Zhao Zicheng, the one wearing the gold necklace around his neck.
He said sternly, it was your son, Zhao Juanhao, who brought people to beat Zhang Xiu. It wasn't Zhang Xiu who brought people to beat your son.
Please get the facts straight. Beside them, disciplinary director Yin Pengyun chuckled and pulled out a form. Mr. Zhao, please sign here. Zhao Zicheng's expression shifted slightly when he saw the school representative.
He took the form, read the words clearly, and demanded angrily.
Why? Why are you expelling my son? He's the victim. He's lying in the hospital with a broken leg. I've donated generously to Jianping No. 2 High School over the years, and this is how you treat me? Ha? What's the meaning of this?
Yin Pengyun maintained his cheerful expression as he replied, Mr. Zhao, there's still a month left before the college entrance exams. You can transfer your son to another school, he'll still be able to take this year's exams.
I want to see your principal. The principal is aware of this matter and has approved it. The signature at the top is his.
Zhao Zicheng heard these words and felt utterly bewildered, unable to believe it.
He was one of the wealthiest individuals in Jianping City. Teachers at the school had always fawned over him.
Just last time, the principal had even dined and drunk with him.
How could they all turn on him so suddenly? And his son was the victim. Was it all because of that Zhang Xiu? What was this student's background? Having worked his way up to wealth, Zhao Zicheng wasn't a fool. He sensed something was amiss in the teacher's attitudes. So he suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, and asked, Director Yen, we've known each other for some time. Could you tell me what's really going on here?
Yen Pengyun hesitated for a moment before stepping closer and whispering into his ear.
That brief sentence caused Zhao Zichang's pupils to contract slightly, leaving him utterly stunned. A pet beast of perfect lineage? A chance to enroll in the Starry Sky Beast Master Academy? No wonder.
No wonder these teachers turned on him so suddenly.
Simultaneously, a chill ran down his spine. Students admitted to such elite beast master academies were destined for greatness. His son had actually offended one of them. That ungrateful brat.
Zhao Zichang cursed under his breath, then quickly grabbed a pen to sign the withdrawal papers. Forcing a smile, he said, Director Yen, I'll bring some gifts to visit Zhang's classmate another day. I hope he hasn't been affected. As for my little brat, I'll have him come apologize in person tomorrow.
Yen Pengyun shook his head. Forget the apology.
Just make sure he stays away from this area. Arrange for him to transfer schools as soon as possible. With that, he turned and left with Lu Kongcheng.
Yes. Take care, Director Yen.
Zhao Zichang accompanied them with a smile the entire way. Only after seeing them off did his expression turn somber. He clenched the withdrawal form in his hand and crumpled it into a ball. This debt of vengeance for my son, it seems it will never be repaid.
The next day. At Jiangping No. 2 High School, the class communication groups were abuzz.
Have you heard? Class 5 of Senior 3 has an incredible newcomer. They actually contracted a red perfect grade pet beast.
I heard too. His name is Zhang Xiu.
I know him, he broke Zhao Juanhao's leg yesterday.
Now Zhao Juanhao's lying in the hospital, looking absolutely terrified.
Poor Zhao Juanhao, he really bit off more than he could chew. The dean seems to have expelled him and made him transfer schools.
That bad? Guess we won't be seeing Brother Zhao anymore. It depends on who you ask.
He tried to ambush Zhang Xiu yesterday, gotta wonder where he got the nerve. I'd never even heard of this Zhang Xiu before. How did she suddenly rise to prominence?
I thought she was studying sterilization techniques? That's it? And he can contract a red tier perfect grade beast? Could it be a rumor? Xingxing, I remember your bell fox was sterilized at school. Was that Zhang Xiu's surgery? Senior 3, Class 1.
Su Qingxing sat at her desk as a girl with golden hair leaned over, asking curiously. Su Qingxing recalled the boy she'd seen in the sterilization department that day, those eyes, calm to an almost unnerving degree, and that expression devoid of any desire. She'd felt something off about him then, but never imagined he'd contracted a red perfect grade beast. He performed the sterilization. His technique was excellent.
My bell fox is almost fully recovered now.
Su Qingxing replied casually, but her mind wandered.
That day, he asked for my contact number. Why didn't he pursue it further? Was it truly only about the post-op care instructions for the bell fox?
She couldn't fathom that person's thoughts at all. They were more complicated than a girl's. I heard Zhang Xiu is quite handsome, he.
My golden spirit lion is also due for neutering.
I'll make an appointment this afternoon to see if I can run into him.
A red perfect bloodline? I've never seen one in my entire life. My golden spirit lion is only a blue excellent, just like your bell fox, Xingsheng. Who knows how many years it'd take to cultivate it to red perfect? I really wonder where Zhang Xiu contracted it from. The blonde girl's eyes sparkled with pure curiosity.
Beside her, Su Qingxing watched her silently for a moment. For some reason, she felt as if something that belonged to her was about to be taken away.
It must be an illusion. Boda. Deep water shot. Scarlet leopard. High-speed flash. Crimson claw shadow.
Inside the advanced training room, Poda opened its gaping maw, spewing several half-meter-long water arrows. Before it, the dark crimson scarlet leopard flashed past at blinding speed, leaving multiple afterimages in its wake as it evaded the water arrows. Mid-air, it swung its claws in a sweeping, crisscrossing strike. The crimson claw shadows carved a cross-shaped wound across Boda's chest. The pain enraged Boda, who let out a furious roar. Pop! He slammed both palms into the ground, triggering a tremor across the surface. However, the crimson flying leopard seemed to anticipate its intent, swiftly creating distance. Even so, it was still knocked back several meters by the shockwave. Unbelievable that this was merely a mid-level soldier-grade pet beast. At the edge of the training hall, Director Yen Pengyun stood with an elderly man, observing Zhang Xiu and Lu Kongcheng on the field. Both demonstrated exceptional command skills, and their pet beasts were evenly matched. But Lu Kongcheng's beast was an early-stage general class pet, while Zhang Xiu's Poda was only mid-level soldier class. This was fighting above its rank. Jumping No. 2 High hasn't seen such outstanding students in a long time, the elder remarked.
Principal, I've looked into this child. His family background isn't favorable, and he had no hope of becoming a beastmaster before. Yet yesterday, he unexpectedly contracted a red perfect beast of unknown origin. Yen Pengyun hesitated as he spoke.
The old man raised a finger, cutting off the rest of his words.
Everyone has their own extraordinary encounters. As teachers in the school, why must we investigate so thoroughly? Exposing every secret brings us no benefit.
As long as this child passes the entrance exam for Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy and brings honor to Jiangping No. 2 High School, that is all that matters. Not a single Radiant Tier Beastmaster has ever emerged in all of Jiangping City. A smile spread across the old man's face as he watched the dual training session draw to a close.
Bring the special student subsidy that's been prepared. Yes.
Yan Pengyun responded, beckoning Zhang Xiu and Lu Kongqing over with a wave of his hand.
Chapter 11, Special Student Subsidy arrives.
Zhang Xiu, this is Principal Luo of Jiangping No. 2 High School Luo Binhong, one of Jiangping City's rare gold tier beast masters. Principal, Zhang Xiu is truly exceptional. In all my years of teaching, I've never seen such a powerful beast. Without exaggeration, among peers of the same tier in the surrounding 5 guardian cities, Zhang Xiu has no equal.
The only area needing improvement is his cultivation level.
Take Yao Qiu, the top student at Tianhe First High in Huishui City. He commands an early-stage war general tier beast and a late-stage soldier tier beast.
This gap in cultivation level puts Zhang Xiu at a significant disadvantage in combat. Lu Kongqing's face flushed with excitement as he described Zhang Xiu's prowess to Yan Pengyun and Luo Binhong.
Zhang Xiu wiped the sweat from his forehead before turning his gaze toward them. His focus was firmly fixed on the affable, seemingly slight Principal Luo.
He had seen Principal Luo in his previous life.
Don't mistake his advanced age for weakness. This man possessed formidable strength.
In actual combat, Principal Luo was terrifyingly fierce.
He recalled news reports from Jiangping City's beast-tide annihilation stating that Principal Luo single-handedly slain 3 Lord-tier beasts before engaging a Sovereign-tier Star Knight Steel Wolf in a 100-round battle. Only after crippling its legs did he ultimately fall in the beast-tide.
He's a name that carries real weight.
It's just a shame that as he aged, Principal Luo lost his chance to break through to platinum rank.
Zhang Xiu, your performance was outstanding.
Luo Binhong approached with a smile, his eyes brimming with admiration. To be able to hold your own against a war general tier beast at the Black Iron rank, such talent is truly rare.
I believe your future is boundless.
Zhang Xiu smiled faintly.
Thank you for your praise, Principal. I hear your family circumstances are rather difficult? Luo Binhong took an envelope from Yan Pengyun and handed it to Zhang Xiu.
Inside was an anonymous federal bank card.
This is the school's special scholarship for outstanding students, 100,000 federal coins.
We hope it helps you prepare for the college entrance exams. Zhang Xiu accepted it and thanked him. Thank you very much for the school's support. This 100,000 Federation credits would certainly alleviate his immediate financial strain. Otherwise, in just a couple more days, he wouldn't even be able to afford his meals at Boda.
You're welcome. Luo Binhong waved his hand and smiled.
With your potential, it's only natural the school would cultivate you. By the way, the incident outside campus yesterday has been resolved. Zhao Juanhao has been arranged to withdraw and transfer schools. His family won't bother you anymore, so you can focus on your training. If you have any questions or need assistance, feel free to contact Teacher Lu or Director Yan.
Aim for a top ranking in next week's 5 cities special training. During this camp, representatives from top academies will be observing. You might even get an early special admission offer from the Star Realm Beastmaster Academy. Ha!
Hearing this, Zhang Xiu's eyes lit up.
Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy will have recruiters here too?
As the strongest academy in the 9 provinces, Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy wouldn't normally bother with special recruitment in a small place like Jiangping City.
They'd have an air of arrogance about them. They will come.
Originally, they were headed straight to Longfeng City to test a prodigy they've been observing for some time.
They'll stop by to take a look at our 5 cities special training program on their way. But don't get your hopes up too high. Only an ordinary instructor is coming, with limited decision-making authority.
However, if your performance impresses, he will report it to the higher-level admissions supervisor. Additionally, the 3 prestigious academies, Qilin Academy from Qingzhou, Zhenghuang War Beast Academy from Jizhou, and Qinglong Lingqi Academy from Yuzhou are sending senior instructors with significant decision-making authority.
They can offer special admission incentives.
For instance, Qinglong Lingqi Academy once provided a 1 million credit enrollment package to recruit a prodigious talent from Huishui City.
So you'd better give it your all during this 5-city special training.
Luo Binhong finished his explanation, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He believed Zhang Xiu was no less gifted than any prodigy. The only drawback was his slower start and current cultivation gap. But that didn't matter. Those prestigious academies didn't just evaluate cultivation levels and strength, they also assessed potential. A Black Iron tier beast master who had contracted a red-blooded perfect lineage, his potential was off the charts.
Yes, thank you, Principal.
Zhang Xiu nodded in agreement.
He had some understanding of the special recruitment process for prestigious schools. Special recruitment still required taking the college entrance exam.
The difference was that both parties negotiated and signed a contract.
After the exam, if one's scores met the school's standards, joining them would grant access to a batch of resources.
The value of these resources depended entirely on how highly the recruiting teacher evaluated the candidate.
Special recruitment is still the best option. That way, I can grow faster. A resolute gleam shone in his eyes.
Principal, with the 5 cities special training just days away, I wish to undergo training in the F-level secret realm to acclimate my pet beast to crisis situations.
Might I request a spot? Zhang Xiu shifted his tone and inquired of Luo Binhong.
The school and the Beastmaster Association maintained various collaborations. Previously, he had considered approaching Su Qingxing for a dungeon slot, aiming to visit a location he knew from his past life to obtain a rare material. But Su Qingxing had refused him and hadn't left her contact information. He wasn't inclined to chase after her to curry favor, so he decided to try approaching the school instead.
Oh? A secret realm?
Luo Binhong hesitated for a moment before nodding.
Your beast does indeed need more training. An F-rank secret realm is just right for your current level.
Director Yan, please arrange for a spot from the Beastmaster Association for Zhang.
Yes, Principal. Yan Pengyun replied with a smile. Alright, continue your training. Luo Binhong patted Zhang Xiu's shoulder.
I look forward to seeing how you perform in the special training. After the principal and the head of student affairs left, Lu Kangcheng approached excitedly.
Zhang Xiu, the principal really holds you in high regard. MHM. Zhang Xiu nodded and carefully tucked the envelope away.
Teacher, I'd like to take a half day off to visit the beast market.
No problem.
Lu Kangcheng agreed readily. After leaving school, Zhang Xiu headed straight for the Beastmaster market. With this 100,000 Federation coins, he could purchase more resources to cultivate Boda. The market buzzed with activity, filled with the constant clamor of vendors hawking their wares. Zhang Xiu made his way confidently to a shop specializing in water-type resources. Owner, 3 bottles of E-grade water spirit essence, and... Just as he was selecting the resources, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him.
Doctor, it really is you.
Zhang Xiu turned to see Su Qingxing standing at the shop entrance, her expression tinged with surprise. She cradled the neutered bell fox in her arms. The bell fox, upon seeing Zhang Xiu, immediately began snarling and struggling, its eyes filled with fury.
Emotion 44. Little fox, stop it.
Su Qingxing quickly pressed down on the pet beast in her arms and gave Zhang Xiu an apologetic smile.
Sorry, it's been a bit emotionally unstable lately.
Zhang Xiu glanced at the system panel showing an accumulated emotion value of 436 points. A faint smile touched his lips as he remarked, no worries.
That means it's recovering well. Su Qingxing hesitated, then finally asked, I heard you contracted a red perfect grade pet beast? Zhang Xiu nodded. Just got lucky. You'll be participating in the 5 cities special training too, right? Yeah. Su Qingxing bit her lower lip. For some reason, a stubborn defiance stirred within her. My bell fox will soon evolve into a purple epic grade bloodline, she declared. By then, I'm sure it won't be any worse than your pet beast. We can have a proper showdown during the 5 cities special training.
Zhang Xiu paused slightly before smiling.
No problem.
With that, he settled the bill for the supplies the shopkeeper handed him and turned to leave. As for Su Qingxing viewing him as a rival or formidable opponent, he felt no stirrings within. He knew she would understand soon enough that they weren't opponents on the same level.
Watching Zhang Xiu's receding figure, Su Qingxing's expression stiffened.
She considered stepping forward to ask for his contact information. But the memory of her past rejection flashed through her mind, and she couldn't bring herself to take that step. She'd wait until the 5 cities special training defeated them first.
Little fox, you have to do your best. The bell fox bared its teeth, its expression fierce. It would make that creature who neutered it pay dearly. Chapter 12, Can I have your contact info? Back home.
Zhang Xiu unpacked all the resources she had purchased. Among them were 3 bottles of E-grade water spirit essence, 3 packets of F-grade deep sea algae powder, and 1 precious E-grade water crystal. These resources cost a total of 60,000 Federation credits, consuming most of her top student subsidy.
Pop. Pop.
Summoned into the room, Pota spotted the table laden with water-type resources and spun excitedly in circles. Its massive body bumped into furniture with loud thuds. Watching it frolic, Zhang Xiu couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, these are all yours. He first uncorked the bottle of water spirit essence, releasing a potent surge of water-type energy. He then poured batches of F-grade deep-sea algae powder into the mixture. Finally, he used a kitchen knife to smash an E-grade water crystal into 3 pieces, blending them thoroughly with the water spirit essence. This was a breakthrough he'd achieved in his previous life while researching water-type pets. The resulting potion boosted their spiritual power far more effectively than anything mass-produced by major corporations.
3 bottles, 1 per day.
In 3 days, Potato would likely break through to the late soldier grade stage. Zhang Xiu thought to himself. Boda had evolved after absorbing the S-grade Earth Spirit Fruit Core, yet as a water-type beast, he possessed dual Earth and Water attributes, enabling him to absorb water-type resources.
Alright, drink it.
After finishing the preparation, Zhang Xiu stowed the remaining 2 bottles and handed one to Boda. Boda immediately leaned in, opened its wide mouth, and swallowed the entire bottle of essence in one gulp.
Gulp. Gulp.
Boda patted its belly, feeling its newfound strength and beaming with joy. But while he was happy, he still wasn't full.
What would tonight's dinner be?
He blinked his big eyes. Yellow croaker. Zhang Xiu brought over 100 pounds of yellow croaker she'd bought at the market. Packed in black bags, these fish were common creatures, food that any water-type beast could eat. 3 meals a day, every meal yellow croaker, each time requiring dozens or even hundreds of pounds. The daily food expenses alone reached several hundred yuan. Money sure flies out the door fast. Once he secured a slot in the F-rank secret realm, he'd need to gather more materials there to sell. Otherwise, the remaining tens of thousands wouldn't last long, let alone cover the resources needed to break through to the war general tier. Zhang Xiu watched as Boda finished his meal, patting his belly contentedly, and sighed inwardly. Currently, he only had 2 ways to earn money: the secret realm and performing sterilization surgeries at the school. But a secret realm slot could only be used once, so he really needed to find more new ways to make money in the future. Perhaps he could sell these modified water-type potions. But the source was hard to explain. Without a business license, he could only sell them underground, carefully avoiding detection to protect his true identity. He pondered these thoughts in his mind. The next day. Jumping number 2 high school, senior 3 class 5. Xiu. Oh no. Brother Xiu. You're seriously amazing. My fire fur mouse actually awakened a skill after eating that 100-leaf grass. It can now summon 3 fire leaves around itself for ranged attacks. Ha! My fire-furred rat, still only at mid-pawn level, managed to defeat a late-pawn level thunder dust jackal yesterday. All those beastmasters at the Beastmasters Hall were wide-eyed last night. I got to bask in the spotlight. Awesome. Awesome. From now on, you're my real big bro. Wang Wanla excitedly hugged Zhang Xiu and shouted. Zhang Xiu pushed his face away with a dismissive hand, saying, all right, stop shouting. You're practically spitting all over my face. It's just one more skill, look how excited you are. If it evolves into a blue rare red flame fur rat later, you'll be so excited you'll jump off a building. Hearing this, Wang Wanla's eyes lit up. He immediately lowered his voice and asked excitedly, it can still evolve? But online sources say fire fur rats have no further evolution paths. They're stuck as green superior bloodlines for life, right? Zhang Xiu replied calmly, do you believe what's online, or do you believe me? Of course I believe you. Wang Wanla declared decisively. Then later, I'll tell you what to buy. This requires some time to cultivate. I learned this from a teacher at the town Wilderness Battle Beast Academy. Keep it quiet once you know he hasn't planned to announce it yet. Hearing this, Wang Wanla nodded vigorously, utterly stunned. He never imagined Zhang Xiu actually knew a teacher from the Wilderness Beast Academy? Where did he meet him? Online? Could that red perfect grade pet beast from the contract also be connected to that instructor? Zhang Xiu was sharing such a crucial secret with him. She truly treated him like family. He was so touched he nearly shed tears, vowing to guard this secret closely. In reality, Zhang Xiu was just playing it safe to prevent Wang Wanla from blabbing about how his pet beast evolved. That could easily draw attention from the Xinhuang Battle Beast Academy. Because this fire fleece rat evolution path was real, discovered by a senior instructor at the Wilderness Beast Academy, and wouldn't be publicly announced until the end of the year. After informing Wang Wanla of the supplies he needed to prepare, the students of Class 5, Senior 3 were still reeling from Wang Wanla's earlier declaration. Fire fleece rats could awaken other skills? That was unheard of. Was Wang Wanla guided by Zhang Xiu? No wonder he's a beast master who contracted a red perfect. Xiuge, I contracted a star pig, could you give me some pointers too? Bro Xiu, the college entrance exams are coming up soon, could you mentor me too? Zhang Xiu, can I get your contact info? My parents aren't home today, we could study together. A female classmate shyly handed him a pink note, causing many male classmates to feel their hearts flutter. Zhang Xiu smiled faintly and replied, just ask in the class group chat. My buddy's busy prepping for the 5 cities special training, no time to tutor you lot. Wang Wanla stepped in front of the crowd, spreading his arms wide like a mother hen protecting her chicks, drawing laughter from the surrounding students. Still, a few students managed to add Zhang Xiu's contact through the class group chat, and they were proud of it. Just as the class bell rang, Dan Yuyun suddenly approached Zhang Xiu, her voice softer than usual. Zhang Xiu, Director Yan asked me to tell you to pick up your F-level secret realm pass at the Academic Affairs office. A wave of gasps rippled through the classroom. F-rank secret realm spots were always monopolized. Without connections to the Beastmaster Association, ordinary students didn't even have the eligibility to apply. They were still training here at school, yet Zhang Xiu was about to head to the secret realm for training. How could the gap be so vast? Got it. Zhang Xiu rose, his expression unruffled, and followed the class monitor to the Academic Affairs office. Along the way, Shan Yuyun deliberately lagged half a step behind, hesitantly asking with a nervous expression, Zhang Xiu, can I get your contact info? Ha? Zhang Xiu turned with a hint of surprise. The class monitor wants my contact info? Shan Yuyun flushed under her gaze, feeling uneasy. She quickly clarified, no, my shadow cat was defeated by your pet beast, so I wanted to ask you how I could improve. Hearing this, Zhang Xiu understood, but inwardly murmured. Seems the class monitor really wants to improve too. Sure, just add me. He casually agreed.
Shan Yuyun's expression immediately brightened. Chapter 13, Exploiting Weaknesses. Inside the academic affairs office, Yen Pengyun was bent over organizing a stack of documents. When Zhang Xiu entered, he looked up, a rare smile lighting his face. Student Zhang, this is your pass for the F-level secret realm. You may use this pass to enter any F-level secret realm near Jiangping City. Yen Pengyun retrieved a card with a metallic sheen from his drawer and handed it over. The principal specifically instructed me to remind you to stay safe in the secret realm. Zhang Xiu took the pass, its coolness touching his fingertips. Engraved on the card were the gold-embossed words Jiangping No. 2 High School Special Approval, while the reverse bore the Beastmaster Association's anti-counterfeiting seal. Thank you, Director Yen. Zhang Xiu tucked the card away and asked, does this pass have an expiration date? It's valid for 7 days, starting tomorrow. Yen Pengyun pushed his glasses up and inquired, by the way, when do you plan to go? First thing tomorrow morning. Zhang Xiu answered without hesitation. Yen Pengyun looked slightly surprised. So soon? Don't you need more time to prepare? I'm ready. Zhang Xiu's tone was calm, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. In her past life's memories, the F-rank secret realm known as the Shadow Water Marsh concealed a water spirit heart beneath its lake. Though only a C-grade material, it greatly aided the growth of water-type pet beasts. More importantly, this material could help water-type pets awaken a brand new skill, water domain control. It would add another trump card to the 5 cities special training. Leaving the academic affairs office, Zhang Xiu found Shan Yuyun still waiting in the corridor. Did you get it? Shan Yuyun asked. Yep. Zhang Xiu nodded. We'll go tomorrow. Shan Yuyun hesitated before speaking. I heard that F-rank secret realm is extremely dangerous. Last year, 3 Black Iron ranked beast masters vanished inside. Plus, there are no real-world laws or regulations within the realm. Sometimes your enemies might even be your own allies. Don't worry. I'm confident. Zhang Xiu cut her off, her face radiating unwavering self-assurance. Shan Yuyun stared blankly for a moment, suddenly realizing that this once obscure classmate now stood at a height she had to look up to. Wish you luck, was all she could manage to say. Back in the classroom, classmates were already preparing to head to the training grounds. Under Lu Kangqing's guidance, Zhang Xiu headed to the advanced training room for a completely different regimen, one that drew envious glances from many classmates. Boda, remember what I taught you. The Crimson Leopard's weakness is its brief stun after consecutive bursts. You're tough as nails, you can dodge some attacks or just tough it out. But when it unleashes its Crimson Claw shadow for the second time, that's your moment. Zhang Xiu transmitted the words to Boda through their Beastmaster's contract using her psychic power. Boda nodded, seeming to grasp the concept only partially. Seeing this, Zhang Xiu sighed helplessly, never mind. I'll remind you when the time comes. Hearing this, Boda's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously with delight. Exactly. Remembering all this is just too hard. Master, you can't expect a fish's memory. Alright, let's continue training. Lu Kangqing shouted from the sidelines, Fei Fei Bao, attack. The force of an early-stage war general erupted as Fifi Bo's figure flashed instantly from the edge of the arena to stand before Boda. Facing the red afterimage hurtling toward him, Boda hastily raised his arms, only to be slashed 3 times, leaving bloody gashes. Emotion 15. Pop. Boda roared in pain, about to unleash the earthquake technique, but Zhang Xiu shouted a timely warning. Don't forget our strategy. Endure. Build up your power. Hearing his master's command echo in his mind, Boda crouched slightly, his large eyes fixed intently on the Crimson Leopard's attack trajectory. Right. When it leaps a second time, don't defend. Use subterranean dive to evade the claw strike, then seize its hind leg joints from below. Zhang Xiu shouted loudly. Boda's eyes flickered. Sure enough, during the opponent's second pounce, it noticed that fleeting opening. Suddenly, its body shifted and sank into the ground. That's the skill, subterranean dive. Now. Deep water shot aim for the eyes. A high-pressure water jet erupted from the ground, forcing the Crimson Leopard to close its eyes and dodge. Boda seized the moment to leap from the ground. His 3 clawed paws, darting through churning muddy waves, locked precisely onto the leopard's hind legs. Then, with a piercing whistling sound, he swept sideways, crashing down onto the earth. Crash! In raw strength, Boda was no less formidable than the Crimson Flying Leopard. But a War General tier beast wasn't so easily defeated. Lu Kangqing shouted urgently, Scarlet Leopard. High-speed flash. The Crimson Flying Leopard swiftly scrambled to its feet, intending to use its skill to teleport away. But Zhang Xiu, seemingly anticipating this, calmly commanded. Ground tremor. Boda struck out at the Crimson Flying Leopard with a palm strike. Though the leopard dodged it with a flash, it hadn't moved far before the subsequent earth tremor hit, making the air itself seem compressed. Boom! Fei Fei Bao was violently knocked out of his dodge, his head still spinning. The combined impact of the earlier smash and the ground tremor was enough to overwhelm even a War General tier opponent. Raging Mud Wave. Boda swiftly unleashed a furious tidal wave, reshaping the terrain. The raging wave slammed into the Crimson Flying Leopard, sending it flying over 10 meters. Stop! Stop! Lu Kancheng shouted in surprise. He hadn't expected Zhang Xiu's timing to be so precise. If he hadn't called for a halt, the crimson flying leopard might truly have been pinned to the ground by Boda, who had seized the rhythm, pounded relentlessly until it could no longer rise. As a teacher, being defeated by a student like this would be utterly humiliating. So he immediately shouted to stop, and Boda halted his attack just in time. Emotion 66. This training session earned another 100 emotion points. Zhang Xiu glanced at the system panel, where the total had already reached 852 points. Soon, he would hit the 1,000-point mark and be able to draw a prize. Lu Kancheng rushed to check Fifibo's injuries. After confirming it was only a minor concussion, he exhaled in relief and turned to Zhang Xiu. Your tactics were practically tailor-made to exploit Fifibo's weaknesses. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he spoke with disbelief. You even factored in its post-stun period? Zhang Xiu's lips curved upward slightly as he replied, simple analysis of beast behavior. Don't forget, teacher, I've performed countless surgeries on these creatures. I know their bodily reactions inside out. But weren't those sterilization surgeries? How is that possible? Lu Kancheng muttered under his breath. After training for a while longer in the advanced practice room, the two concluded their session. Zhang Xiu headed to the sterilization department. Perhaps because of Su Qingxing, or perhaps due to his reputation, he had appointments every afternoon at 3 o'clock for the past 2 days. Zhang Xiu, Wang Xiaoyu from Senior 3 Class 1 is here for sterilization. She says Su Qingxing referred her. Go ahead and sterilize her pet beast. Teacher Chen from the sterilization department came out to the hallway, spotted Zhang Xiu, and sighed. You've really had a lot of sterilization requests lately. And every single one is a beauty. As a teacher, I'm actually a bit envious of you. Zhang Xiu smiled faintly at the remark and slipped into the surgical gown she'd fetched from nearby. You're joking, Teacher Chen. But seeing his students surpass him after graduation, Teacher Chen felt deeply gratified. He waved his hand, signaling him to hurry up and perform the sterilization surgery. Chapter 14, I Got Rejected? Inside the sterilization surgery room. The pungent smell of disinfectant mingled with the distinctive musky odor of companion beasts. As soon as Zhang Xiugan pushed open the door, he saw a vibrant, youthful blonde girl sitting in the chair. When she turned her head and smiled, it was like the sun breaking through clouds in spring. Radiant. Dazzling. Dr. Zhang. Wang Xiaoyu hurriedly stood up, smiling. Xingxing said your neutering technique is exceptional. You even performed flawless surgery on a delicate pet beast like a bell fox. My golden spirit lion is approaching its mating season soon, and I hope you can handle the neutering well. I'm counting on you, doctor. She bowed her head respectfully. Through the wide neckline of her t-shirt, Zhang Xiu could glimpse a faint hint of snow-white skin, a gesture of sincere sincerity. This was a dazzling young woman in terms of looks and figure. She was no less striking than Su Qingxing. Moreover, she carried herself without any airs, and interacting with her felt surprisingly easy and familiar. No problem. Zhang Xiu didn't linger her gaze, picking up a pair of rubber gloves from the side and slipping them on. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoyu stood quietly beside the operating table, her expression slightly tense. She glanced repeatedly between her pet beast and Zhang Xiu, thinking to herself. So this is Zhang Xiu, the one rumored to have contracted a red perfect beast? He really is quite handsome. Why doesn't Qingxing feel moved? Maybe I should make my move first? On the operating table, a lion with a golden coat writhed restlessly, its mane rising and falling with each breath. As if sensing impending danger, it let out a furious roar when Zhang Xiu aimed the surgical light at its lower abdomen. Arg! What do you think you're doing? Don't come any closer. Don't touch my baby. This is a male golden spirit lion and one of exceptional blue lineage. Hold down its front paws to distract it. Zhang Xiu said without looking up. Wang Xiaoyu hurried forward to hold it down, but the golden spirit lion struggled violently. The operating table creaked and groaned. Fortunately, the materials here were sturdy enough that even a blue-grade elite soldier-level creature couldn't break free. Don't move it around. Zhang Xiu frowned, picked up the anesthetic syringe, and skillfully injected it into the golden spirit lion's hind leg vein. The entire process flowed seamlessly. Even Wang Xiaoyu couldn't discern how he located the vein. As the golden spirit lion felt weakness overtake it, its consciousness began to blur. Its tongue hung limply from its mouth, and its golden pupils revealed a human-like fear. Ah! No, master, don't do this to me. Tears welled in its eyes, seemingly from the terror of losing something precious. Wang Xiaoyu smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. Dr. Sang's knife is quick. It'll be over soon. It won't hurt, it won't hurt. It's not like he's cutting you, of course it won't hurt. The golden spirit lion desperately wanted to cry, but couldn't. The anesthetic had already robbed it of its strength. Emotion 99. When the time came, Dr. Zhang's scalpel fell with precision. Soon, the blood-stained gauze was tossed into the waste bin. The sterilization procedure was complete. Postoperative care instructions. Zhang Xiu handed over a printed sheet densely covered with instructions. Change the dressing daily. Avoid strenuous activity for 1 week. Got it, doctor.
Wang Xiaoyu took the paper and, seeing Jin Lingshi gradually waking from anesthesia, hurriedly asked, "Doctor, I have another classmate who also needs to be spayed tomorrow. Can she see you too?" Zhang Xiu was already washing her hands. Hearing the question, she replied, "I'm unavailable tomorrow, I'll be at the secret realm." Have her schedule for the day after tomorrow. A single neutering procedure netted him 2 to 3,000 yuan in commission. Naturally, he never turned down clients. Moreover, he could earn emotion points throughout the process. Perfect. You're going to the secret realm for training? Wang Xiaoyu asked, somewhat surprised. Yeah, an F-rank secret realm. Zhang Xiu dried the water droplets from his hands, his tone as matter-of-fact as if discussing tomorrow's breakfast. Wang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. She stepped closer, her curiosity evident. Is it the Shadow Water Marsh? I heard the water spirit grass is in season there. Some beastmasters are heading over to try their luck. Zhang Xiu paused slightly, lifting his gaze to meet the seemingly innocent girl. Water spirit grass is an E-rank material. In an F-rank secret realm, it's a rare resource. Ordinary students wouldn't possibly know the exact ripening time. You know a lot about secret realms? My dad runs a materials trading company. Many Black Iron tier beast masters sell their secret realm resources to us. Wang Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue, then suddenly lowered her voice. Actually, I also know about a hidden water pool deep in the swamp. It was discovered during last year's mapping survey and isn't marked on any maps. She pulled a rough sketch from her small bag, marked with a crooked red pen route. See? You just go around the poison dart frog territory from here, then head a bit this way. I think there should be plenty of water spirit grass in there. I plan to try it out this weekend. Zhang Xiu glanced at it, his pupils contracting slightly. Because this route, at this location, was dangerously close to the water lake, he was aiming for the very place where a sea-great water spirit heart was hidden. Why tell me? He stared straight into the other's eyes, asking with a hint of confusion. Wang Xiaoyu's face suddenly flushed, and she hurriedly said, I think we could team up and train together. You have a red tier perfect grade beast companion, and my strength isn't weak either. We could divide the spoils from any beasts we defeat along the way based on contribution. What do you think? Zhang Xiu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not interested. I have my own goals. Sorry, you'll have to find someone else. With that, he pushed open the operating room door. I was actually rejected? Wang Xiaoyu froze in shock. Up until now, she was always the one rejecting others. Today, someone actually turned her down. What a unique and handsome guy. Her eyes lit up, a smile curling her lips. She hurried after him, calling out, could I get your contact info? On the operating table, Jin Lingshi's eyes were blank. He turned to see his master chasing after the man who had neutered him and let out a low, tearful whimper. Master, you're truly heartless. Don't you care about me at all? Woo! In the end, Zhang Xiu couldn't resist Wang Xiaoyu's enthusiasm and persistence, and gave her contact information. See you. Maybe we'll run into each other again tomorrow in the secret realm. If you regret it then, it'll be too late, we could even team up. Wang Xiaoyu waved goodbye with a smile. Zhang Xiu shook her head helplessly. This girl's personality is way too bold. What exactly is she trying to do? Test my strength? My limits? Never mind. If we really meet in the secret realm tomorrow, I'll just pretend I don't know her. He thought to himself before turning his attention to the next surgery. Only this time, he wasn't the lead surgeon. Instead, he served as Dr. Chen's assistant, a role he filled whenever no one specifically requested him for an operation. Still, assisting earned him a 500 credit commission. By the end of the afternoon, including 2 surgeries as lead surgeon, he'd earned 7,500 Federation credits. Plus over 300 emotion points. His total now stood at 1,185 points. Chapter 15, Beast Mastery Technique, Turning the Tide. He could now spin the prize wheel once. Upon returning home, Zhang Xiu immediately focused his attention on the lottery wheel. This time, he would spin the wheel costing 1,000 points per attempt. Not the 100-point one like before. Forget 10 consecutive spins, I'm going straight for the 1,000-point draw. A single spin will create a miracle. He thought to himself, then poured 1,000 emotion points into the wheel. As the wheel spun, his nerves began to fray. What could a 1,000-point wheel possibly yield? Truthfully, he had no idea. But surely it wouldn't give him another bottle of F-grade fish moisturizing lubricant? Stop. The wheel came to a halt. Zhang Xiu watched a glowing orb emerge from the wheel and land in the system storage space, his eyes widening in surprise. He'd actually won a skill? Unexpectedly, this time it wasn't a physical item but a skill. If it were a skill for her pet beast, she might not have been too surprised. But this skill was a beastmaster's beast control technique. A beastmaster's strength is intrinsically linked to their pet beast. Their spiritual power also gains feedback when their pet beast breaks through. Once a beastmaster reaches platinum rank, their spiritual power solidifies, allowing them to learn or create beastmaster techniques. Beastmaster techniques come in many forms: skills that enhance pets, skills that control enemy pets, and skills that channel psychic energy into attacks. Before their spiritual energy solidifies, beast masters cannot learn beast control techniques. Of course, there are prodigious geniuses who experience a flash of inspiration, creating their own beast taming techniques before reaching platinum rank. However, such beast tamers are 1 in 1,000. Even within prestigious academies, few beast masters possessed such techniques before reaching platinum rank. In his previous life, Zhang Xiu also possessed numerous beast taming techniques, most of which he created during his radiant and stellar tiers. He never deeply researched beast taming techniques at the platinum tier, let alone developed any of his own. He was the type of beast master who accumulated strength over time, blossoming late in his career. This time, however, he could possess a beast taming technique before reaching platinum rank, bridging the gap between himself and those truly gifted prodigies. Name: Reversal of Fate. Type: Rebound type beast master technique. Effect: when an enemy unleashes an energy form skill, constructs an invisible barrier with psychic power, proportionally reflecting the skill's power back to the caster. Initial reflection rate is 50%, increasing with enhanced psychic power. The moment Zhang Xiu used up that light orb, something flashed through his mind, and he instantly grasped the application of this Beastmaster skill. Simultaneously, his psychic power received a significant boost. Even without instruments to measure it, he knew his psychic power had surpassed 1,000, reaching the range of a bronze-tier Beastmaster. A true Beastmaster skill. I can actually use beast control techniques at the Black Iron rank? Ha, if those prestigious academy instructors found out, they'd probably stare wide-eyed in disbelief. Zhang Xiu grinned. This Beastmaster technique wasn't overly complex, he already understood how to wield it. With his current mental power, he could probably only use it once per battle. The maximum power of the rebound couldn't exceed that of a mid to late stage war general. Regardless, it was a pleasant surprise. Though he hadn't obtained the resources he desired this time, acquiring a Beastmaster technique was satisfying enough. Once he reached Platinum Tier Beastmaster in the future, he could recreate every Beastmaster technique he knew from his previous life. He still had 185 emotion points remaining. He'd save them for a while longer. Zhang Xiu murmured to himself before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner for himself and Boda. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoyu, who had been turned down by Zhang Xiu for the secret realm trip, was lying on the edge of her bed, texting on her phone. Xingxing, come with me to the Yushui Marsh tomorrow, okay? That F-rank secret realm shouldn't be too much of a threat to you, right? I'm scared. It's my first time going to a secret realm alone. You've got experience, let's go together. The 5 cities special training is about to start. Getting some practice and might just boost our strength a bit. Su Qingxing sat on the sofa, her expression hesitant. She had planned to search for resources to evolve her Bellcat into a purple epic tomorrow and didn't have much time. Besides, her father was the president of the Beastmaster Association. She'd already used her advantages to explore several nearby F-rank secret realms and had little interest in them now. But this was an invitation from a close friend, declining felt a bit awkward. Ding! Her gaze shifted to her phone. I heard Zhang Xiu is heading to the Shadow Water Marsh tomorrow too, we might run into each other. Zhang Xiu is going too? Su Qingxing sat up straight, her eyes lowered, fingers twitching slightly. She replied with a single word. Okay. I knew Qingxing was the best. See you tomorrow at the entrance to the secret realm. Su Qingxing replied with an okay emoji, then set her phone down and sighed. What am I even doing? Why did I agree just because Zhang Xiu is going? Will Xiaoyu misunderstand? Probably not, she knows my personality. Yeah, I'm just stubborn. I refuse to be outdone by Zhang Xiu. She thought to herself, seemingly convincing herself. Yet, the memory of Zhang Xiu's calm expression still stirred a tiny flicker of emotion. The next day. Entrance to the F-rank secret realm, the murky water swamp. Located in the outskirts of Jiangping City, Zhang Xiu reached it in just 20 minutes by subway. Outside the swirling azure light gate, security guards and beast tamers from the Beast Tamer Association stood watch. Anyone daring to trespass into the secret realm would face punishment. Pass. The security guard at the entrance mechanically extended his hand without even lifting his head. Only upon seeing the words Jiangping No. 2 High School Special Permission on the card did he give Zhang Xiu a second glance. An F-rank secret realm was no walk in the park for students. The guard inserted the pass into the scanner. After successful verification, he waved them through while cautioning, last week, a team of Black Iron ranked beast masters withdrew with serious injuries. If you encounter any emergencies inside the realm, you can request assistance from the nearest safety zone. Of course, that assumes you can even make it there. Due to environmental factors, modern technology doesn't function within the secret realm. However, through years of development, the Beastmaster Association has established several safety zones for beastmasters to rest. Fighting is prohibited in those areas, yet numerous merchants and stalls operate there, selling the unique products found within this secret realm. All right. Zhang Xiu nodded, took the pass, and stepped toward the azure light gate. The moment he stepped through the passage, space seemed to stretch and warp. When he opened his eyes again, the scene before him was utterly transformed. Beneath a gray sky, endless marshes stretched into the distance.
Decayed trees stood like skeletal remains on the dark green water, while the distant howls of unidentified beasts echoed from afar. He now found himself within the safe zone, standing at the edge of the plaza. Behind him, the modern square built of white jade stone bustled with merchants and beastmasters, their voices rising and falling in a cacophony of haggling as they bought and sold materials obtained from the secret realm. Seeking party members to explore the swamp depths requires at least mid-tier soldier-grade beast companions. Grady water spirit grass, freshly harvested, quality guaranteed, cheaper than outside. Fresh swamp frog meat, only 200 Federation coins per pound. Zhang Xiu tuned out the clamor, stepping into the shadow water marsh and heading toward the direction etched in his memory. He must find that hidden water lake quickly and obtain the water spirit's heart. Chapter 16, Why care so much about Zhang Xiu? This is the D-grade recovery potion I bought. It can heal any injury as long as it's not something as severe as a broken arm or leg within just a few dozen seconds. Also, I bought these E-grade shadow bomb spheres. If we encounter too many beasts, we can toss these out to create a shadow curtain that disorients them. And then, there's this. Seriously, Xiaoyu, you're being way too cautious. Relax, chill out. This is just an F-rank secret realm. With our pets and strength, we can handle even a war general level foe. Su Qingxing pressed her forehead inside. Wang Xiaoyu grinned, stuffing everything into her small backpack. Her expression turned serious as she said, my dad always tells me, better safe than sorry. Qingxing, we can't underestimate any beast. Besides, sometimes in the secret realm, the enemy isn't just beasts. There are no surveillance cameras in the forest, and we're young, pretty female students. What if we run into criminals? Better to be overprepared than caught off guard. Both were clad in form-fitting combat suits designed for mobility. These suits alone were worth hundreds of thousands of Federation credits and could withstand attacks from most war general level beasts. Fine. Su Qingxing glanced at Wang Xiaoyu and shook her head helplessly. Once we're ready, we'll head in. Yeah, let's go. The two passed through the azure light gate, and the scene before them shifted instantly. As they stepped onto the damp earth, moist air washed over them, carrying the distinctive musty scent of the marsh. Is this the interior of the secret realm? It's even more spectacular than I imagined. Wang Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled brightly, as if she'd discovered a new continent. I wonder if Zhang Xiu has gone in yet. Su Qingxing, having visited the secret realm several times before, appeared much more composed. Hearing Wang Xiaoyu's words, she replied instinctively, he went in early this morning. Ha? Then we've missed him. Ha? How do you know that so clearly? Did you ask in the communication channel? Wang Xiaoyu shot Su Qingxing a surprised glance, then remembered she'd sent messages herself that morning. Her expression turned indignant as she muttered. But he never replied to me. I sent him several messages this morning. Well, there's no signal inside the secret realm. It's normal he didn't reply. Su Qingxing replied, her expression slightly flustered. Truthfully, she didn't know why she cared so much about Zhang Xiu. Before entering the secret realm, she'd specifically used her Beastmaster Association privileges to investigate the path Zhang Xiu used, learning he'd entered much earlier. So she'd hurriedly roped Wang Xiaoyu into joining her, rushing to the secret realm to avoid dawdling until the afternoon. But when did Wang Xiaoyu add Zhang Xiu's contact info? Was it when they went to get their pets neutered earlier? Her thoughts swirled, her mind feeling muddled. She couldn't figure out why she cared so much about Zhang Xiu. Just then, Wang Xiaoyu pulled out a map, pointed in a direction, and called out, let's go. Head this way, we'll find that water pool in 3 or 4 hours. All right. Su Qingxing snapped back to attention and replied. Within the depths of the Darkwater Marsh, the most common exotic beast was the poison dart frog. To battle it, one had to be wary of the surrounding terrain. The marsh contained wetlands and quicksand. Stepping into quicksand would hinder movement, turning one into an easy target for poison dart frogs. But for Zhang Xiu and Boda, this posed no problem. Raging mud tide. Pop. As an amphibious aquatic beast, Boda was practically in its element within the Darkwater swamp. His flapping fish-like flippers churned up muddy waves several meters high, sweeping up all the poison dart frogs lurking nearby. Immediately after, a powerful wave of vibration stunned them, leaving them no time to fire their poison darts. With mud wave and earth tremor coordinated well, they could easily handle any number of these early-tier poison dart frogs. I recall poison dart frog meat fetching 200 yuan per pound at the market square. These 5 poison dart frogs were worth at least 3,000 yuan. Zhang Xiu's eyes flickered. He bent down, dispatched the 5 stunned poison dart frogs with the short knife he'd bought, then lifted them and stowed them into his system storage. Only objects showing no signs of life could be stored in the system's storage space. Living creatures couldn't be stored. This aspect was identical to the spatial bracelets sold in the market. The front was almost within reach. Zhang Xiu sheathed the knife and fixed her gaze on the depths of the swamp. According to her past life's memories, the water spirit's heart should lie at the bottom of a hidden lake 3 kilometers ahead. Boda, keep moving. Pop. Boda excitedly swished its tail, sending muddy water splashing up. In the swamp environment, its combat prowess was several notches stronger than usual. The man and beast pressed deeper into the swamp. As they moved farther from the safe zone, the surrounding vegetation grew denser, and the air thickened with heavy moisture and the pungent scent of decaying matter. Half an hour later. All right. Zhang Xiu parted a patch of reeds ahead, revealing the deep blue lake beyond. Within the lake, several strange beasts dwelled. Swamp crocodiles, at least 3 of them. He narrowed his eyes, judging their presence by the dark shadows gliding across the water's surface. These swamp crocodiles were late-stage soldier-grade beasts, considered top predators in F-rank secret realms. They lurked in swamps or lakes, waiting to strike their prey with a fatal blow as it passed by. Most likely, they had gathered here drawn by the spiritual energy emanating from the sea-grade water spirit heart lying at the lake's bottom. Escaping them to retrieve the water spirit core seemed unlikely. Battle was inevitable. Zhang Xiu crouched among the reeds, intently observing the dark shapes gliding across the lake's surface. 3 swamp crocodiles' backs emerged like rotting driftwood from the inky blue water. The longest, measuring 4 meters, bore rust-red scales that glowed faintly in the dim light, undoubtedly the strongest of the 3. Pota, prepare for subterranean dive. Zhang Xiu relayed the command through their contract. Take out the smallest one on the left first. Pota's fins quivered slightly as mud slid silently off its smooth skin. As the leftmost swamp crocodile approached the shore, Zhang Xiu suddenly bellowed, "Now!" Pop! Pota's massive body instantly sank into the mud. The swamp crocodile alertly raised its head, but it was too late. Sharp 3-toed claws burst from beneath its belly, piercing the soft underbelly like steel hooks. Splash! Its flesh pierced, the swamp crocodile was hurled skyward, mud splattering everywhere, the air thick with filth. Deep water shot. Aim for the wound. Pota's massive jaws puffed like a balloon as a high-pressure water jet pierced the crocodile's wound like a spear, spewing forth pale yellow fatty tissue mixed with bloody foam. The late-stage soldier-grade swamp crocodile crashed to the ground, flattening a patch of reeds. It rolled several times before coming to a halt, motionless, now nothing but a corpse. The other 2 swamp crocodiles sensed the enemy, opening their gaping maws as an eerie green glow flared deep within their throats. This was one of their skills, roar and bite. Chapter 17, Acquiring the Sea-Grade Water Spirit Heart. After unleashing Roar Bite, 2 phantom fangs formed from green light lunged toward Bota. Zhang Xiu's eyes narrowed sharply as he immediately relayed a command to Bota through their contract. Bota, dive underground. Potap's massive body instantly sank into the muddy swamp. Almost simultaneously, the 2 phantom fangs tore through the air above its head, striking the ground not far behind it and blasting out 2 mud pits each 2 meters in diameter. Pop! Pop! Bota burst through the earth on the opposite side, its thick fishtail sweeping out to smash heavily against the head of the smaller swamp crocodile. The powerful blow sent the swamp crocodile reeling, dazed and disoriented. Now! Zhang Xiu bellowed as the ground trembled. Before the crocodile could react, Pota slammed both palms into the ground, sending powerful shockwaves radiating outward from its position. In the next instant, the swamp crocodile was flipped over, exposing its belly. Swamp crocodiles possess tough hide armor that could withstand most damage, but their weakness was undeniably obvious: the soft flesh of their underbelly. Deep water shot. A high-pressure water jet erupted from Bota's mouth, piercing downward and tearing open a bloody hole. The swamp crocodile thrashed in agony a few times before falling still. Seeing this, the last 4-meter-long swamp crocodile flashed a hint of fear in its eyes, but it was quickly replaced by savagery. It suddenly submerged into the lake, leaving only a trail of bubbles on the surface. Realizing it couldn't counterattack from the shore, it dove underwater to wait for its chance. This swamp crocodile possessed surprisingly high intelligence. Zhang Xiu frowned. The lake was territory the swamp crocodile had long claimed. Most others would have been afraid, waiting patiently on the shore for an opportunity, but he wasn't afraid. Come on, let's get closer. Zhang Xiu gathered the 2 corpses and said. Bota nodded and took the lead. Soon, the lake water rose past its waist, shoulders, and head. Its large eyes snapped open, instinctively scanning a dark corner of the lake. The water there was parting at an alarming speed. Watch out. It's preparing a stealth ambush. Zhang Xiu spotted the shadow beneath the surface from the shore and shouted urgently. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the water exploded. The largest swamp crocodile shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring, its gaping maw aimed straight for Pota's throat. Pop! Pota hastily raised an arm to block, but the crocodile's razor-sharp teeth sank deep into its forearm, blood gushing forth instantly. Bota! Muddy rage surge. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Bota slammed his other palm against the water's surface. A massive wave, churning with muddy sludge, crashed down onto the swamp crocodile's head. The impact loosened the crocodile's grip, and Bota seized the moment to break free, his arm now a bloody mess. Pop! Bota roared in fury, then spun his body to deliver a palm strike to the swamp crocodile's belly. But this swamp crocodile was a seasoned hunter. After the bite, it immediately released its sharp teeth and pulled back, causing Bota's strike to miss its mark. Damn it! Zhang Xiu's brow furrowed. This swamp crocodile's strength was approaching that of a war general, and its combat experience made it far more difficult to deal with than the previous 2. Seeing its strike had failed to kill, the swamp crocodile plunged back into the water, preparing for its next assault. We can't let it keep playing hit and run like this. A flash of resolve crossed his eyes as he relayed a new tactic to Boda through their contract. When the swamp crocodile surged out of the water again, Boda didn't dodge, he charged straight at it. Pop! Boda thrust his wounded arm into the crocodile's jaws while his other hand clamped down on its throat. The two colossal beasts instantly locked in a violent struggle, sending water spraying everywhere. Now! Deep water shot! Aim for the throat! Ignoring the searing pain in his arm, Boda puffed out his massive jaws. A high-pressure jet of water erupted at point-blank range, piercing the crocodile's throat. Hiss! The swamp crocodile let out an agonized sound, feeling its organs shredded by the high-pressure jet as it thrashed wildly, trying to break free. But Boda pinned its body down with a claw, continuing the assault as his three-toed talons sank deep into the crocodile's soft belly. Finish it! Boda roared, unleashing his full strength. His claws ripped a massive gash in the crocodile's belly, spilling its entrails out. Emotion 99. With the death of this final swamp crocodile, the lake's surface finally returned to calm. Panting heavily, Boda's wound still bleeding, his eyes shone with the triumphant joy of victory. Well done! Zhang Xiu retrieved the healing potion she had prepared earlier and poured it into Boda's mouth. Soon, the wounds on his arm began to slowly mend. After this life or death struggle, your combat awareness will become even more resilient. He smiled faintly. He hadn't been surprised by Boda's kill of that swamp crocodile. If anything, failure would have been the real surprise. Fortunately, Boda hadn't tarnished its flawless red bloodline, succeeding in defeating a higher-tier opponent. Let's go claim our spoils of war. Zhang Xiu rode atop Boda's head as man and beast swam toward the lake center. As they delved deeper, the lake water gradually cleared, visibility increasing steadily. At the lake's deepest point, a crystal emitting a faint blue glow was quietly embedded in the underground wall. The surrounding water currents swirled around it, forming a small vortex. The water spirit's heart. Zhang Xiu submerged herself and carefully extracted this sea-grade material. The crystal felt icy to the touch, its interior seemed to contain flowing liquid, radiating pure water-type energy. Boda approached the water spirit's heart and drew in a deep breath. The spiritual energy that escaped suddenly shook the bottleneck of his mid-soldier grade cultivation realm. Pop! Pop! With an excited cry, his cultivation unexpectedly broke through to the late soldier grade realm. A breakthrough? It seemed that the accumulated spiritual energy from consuming potions over the past few days had brought it within striking distance of the late stage. The high-purity spiritual energy emanating from the water spirit heart had perfectly guided its breakthrough. Zhang Xiu grinned at the sight, then stowed away the water spirit core. Once we return, I'll help you awaken your water domain control. With the purity of this water spirit core, it might even allow you to advance your cultivation realm further. Hearing this, Boda nodded happily. Let's go back. Zhang Xiu led Boda toward the square, naturally passing by the pond Wang Xiaoyu had mentioned. He couldn't help but wonder if they might encounter it along the way. Golden Spirit Lion. Frenzy Dance. At Wang Xiaoyu's roar, the Golden Spirit Lion carved a golden trail through the swamp, its sharp claws tearing the lunging poison dart frog in two. 37th. Su Qingxing counted softly as the bell fox leapt gracefully over the muddy ground, its silver bells tinkling crisply by her ear. An invisible sonic wave spread out, stunning the lurking poison dart frogs. 38th. Shouldn't we be close to the water pool soon? Wang Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, yeah, just a little further and we'll be there. The beasts we might encounter later won't be as easy to deal with as poison dart frogs. Since this is a trial, we naturally need to engage with more strange beasts. Su Qingxing surveyed the surroundings before stepping to the front. When they approached the water pool, the sight before them instantly put them on edge. 3 human corpses lay sprawled along the muddy edge of the pool, their blood staining the surrounding water a dark crimson. Beside the bodies, a beastmaster clad in black combat gear held a bayonet pressed against the throat of another beastmaster kneeling on the ground. Noticing the newcomers, the beastmaster slit the other's throat. Blood splattered onto his combat suit, yet he didn't even flinch. He glanced at Su Qingxing and Wang Xiaoyu, flashing a grin. Ah, what a predicament they've been spotted. Chapter 18, Scum of the Villains Guild. Within the secret realm, bound by no laws, the ugliest aspects of human nature were magnified. Sometimes, treacherous teammates were harder to guard against than beasts, for you never knew when they'd betray you and stab you in the back. Like now. Li Jin, seeking to monopolize the resources of this water pool, had slaughtered his entire party while they were off guard. Not only had he seized their money and belongings, but he could also sell the dead pets as materials. It was supposed to be a perfect hunt, but unexpectedly, someone saw us. Ah, what should I do? How about I just kill you both? You two look like students, pretty young and attractive. Ha, let me enjoy you first. Maybe I'll spare your lives. Li Jin pushed his black glasses up his nose, grinning as he drew a black badge from his waist and pinned it to his chest. Engraved upon it was a ferocious wolf's head, gleaming coldly in the dim light. A member of the Villains Guild. Run! Su Qingxing's voice rose almost instinctively at the sight of the badge, simultaneously summoning the bell fox to shield her. Wang Xiaoyu, still reeling in shock, snapped back to reality when Su Qingxing yanked her abruptly. The Outlaws were a notorious underground organization near Jiangping City, infamous for their brutality and viciousness. Even their weakest beastmasters were at least bronze tier. They operated year-round in the gray zone, concealing their activities while periodically committing crimes that drew police investigation and crackdowns. Yet despite prolonged suppression, the organization had never been completely eradicated. Regarding the secret realm, while the Beastmaster Association did screen the credentials of entering Beastmasters, members of the evil bandits often forged flawless identities to infiltrate and commit murder and robbery. This has become the Beastmaster Association's most vexing problem in recent years, leading to significant restrictions on secret realm access quotas. Little did they expect to stumble upon a criminal act by the Outlaws Guild members this time. Since they'd witnessed it, they wouldn't be leaving. Li Jin gave a cold laugh and snapped his fingers. From the shadows, a massive black-striped wolf leapt forth. Its blood-red eyes locked onto the two, launching an attack with blinding speed. Dark Shadow Claw. A War General tier beast. Wang Xiaoyu gasped in shock, swiftly pulling an E-grade shadow bomb from her backpack and hurling it forward. Boom! The shadow bomb ball detonated, creating a small shroud of darkness. This might disrupt other beasts' vision, but for the black-striped giant wolf, shadows were its specialty. A mere curtain couldn't stop it. Whoosh! With a single swipe, the shadow curtain was torn apart. Bell Fox. Mental shockwave. As the attack swept toward them, Su Qingxing cried out in alarm. Beside her, the bell fox rapidly shook its head, the bells on either side of its ears jingling as invisible sound waves merged into one. The invisible sound waves pierced the black-striped giant wolf's mind like sharp arrows. The War General tier beast's movement suddenly froze, its crimson pupils reflecting agony. But in less than half a second, it shook its head, letting out a furious growl as it shook off the effect. The consciousness-shocking effect was greatly weakened against a beast of a higher realm. Golden Spirit Lion. Flash Gold Chain. Wang Xiaoyu, held by Su Qingxing, summoned the Golden Spirit Lion and shouted. The Golden Spirit Lion erupted in blinding golden light, transforming into 3 golden afterimages that lunged at the black-striped giant wolf from different angles. However, the War General tier beast's reaction speed far exceeded expectations. With a mere dismissive flick of its tail, the black-striped giant wolf shattered 2 of the afterimages. Its final physical form was smashed away by a single swipe of its claw. Woo! The Golden Spirit Lion let out a mournful cry as it slammed into a tree trunk, its golden fur caked in mud and blood. Having recently undergone sterilization, the injury was excruciating. But for its master's safety, it must persevere. The Golden Spirit Lion repositioned itself, letting out a proud roar. Roar! Master, you must flee. I will hold the rear. It intended to sacrifice itself to forcibly hold back the enemy before them. This left Wang Xiaoyu frantic with worry, while Su Qingxing, clearly more experienced, made a swift decision and shouted, Bell Fox, Crimson Enchantment. This was a skill awakened after the Bell Fox's evolution, capable of temporarily confusing an enemy's mind. However, the black-striped giant wolf seemed to have learned from experience. It leaped instantly, diving behind a tree to evade this control skill. Useless, little girl. Li Jin, lurking in the shadows, slowly wiped his bayonet with a cold sneer. My black-striped giant wolf is at mid-stage War General. You schoolchildren stand no chance against it. The gap in cultivation is simply too vast. Blame your own bad luck for crossing paths with me during my killing spree. Enough, black-striped wolf. Stop playing around. Kill them swiftly. I don't want any more unexpected incidents. At the command, the black-striped giant wolf's form dissolved into a dark shadow. It swept past the trees and materialized before the Bell Fox. The Bell Fox jumped in fright, instinctively wanting to retreat. But sensing its master behind it, it gritted its teeth and unleashed Crimson Seduction once more. At such close range, Crimson Allure couldn't possibly miss. Yet the outcome was disappointing. A flicker of confusion passed through the black-striped giant wolf's crimson eyes, yet driven by primal combat instinct, its movements didn't falter as if swiping its claws in a dream. Thud! The Bell Fox braced its arms in front, taking the claw strike head-on. Its forearms were torn and bloody, and it let out a pained yelp. The Golden Spirit Lion threw itself into the collision with the black-striped giant wolf, colliding with all its might. But in the next instant, the black-striped giant wolf slammed it to the ground with a single paw. Snapping out of the Crimson Enchantment's effect, the black-striped giant wolf grinned, letting out a laugh. As if mocking its own overreach. Golden Spirit Lion. Wang Xiaoyu gasped. Looks like this chase ends here. Even my pet beast skills barely got a reaction out of it. Students these days are so weak, yet they look more and more delicate. Rest assured, I'll savor your corpses properly. Nothing will go to waste. Li Jin pushed his black glasses up his nose and grinned. The black-striped giant wolf knew its master's temperament. To ensure the 2 female students couldn't escape, its claws swatted the Bell Fox aside, and its form darted swiftly toward them. Amidst splattering mud, the heavy wolf claws were already inches away. It's over. Su Qingxing's face drained of color as despair washed over her. So this was a real-world beastmaster? Even with the gap in cultivation levels, their power was so overwhelming that the girls couldn't even muster the strength to fight back. If only they hadn't come to the secret realm. Just as the two collapsed to the ground in despair and agony, the marsh ground suddenly shook violently. The black-striped giant wolf seemed to sense something, abruptly altering its attack trajectory. Its claws grazed Su Qingxing's shoulder, tearing 3 deep gashes in her battlesuit. Ha! Li Jin looked up alertly. The next instant, the dark green swamp water erupted violently. Pota's massive form leapt from the swamp, its 3-toed claws gleaming coldly as it lunged at the black-striped giant wolf. Where did this strange beast come from? No, a pet beast. The black-striped giant wolf recoiled in shock, dodging backward. Zhang Xiu stepped out of the shadows, his expression cold as he spoke, "Scum of the Villains Guild, murdering and plundering in the secret realm. Looks like you've had enough of living." Chapter 19, Mutagenic Potion, the villain's ace in the hole. Zhang Xiu? Su Qingxing and Wang Xiaoyu cried out in unison, their eyes sparkling with surprise. But then, Su Qingxing cried out in terror, "Zhang Xiu, his pet beast is mid-stage war general level. Run!" Wang Xiaoyu, disregarding her own injuries, urgently added, "That black-striped giant wolf is beyond our ability to withstand. Go! Hurry to the safe zone and alert the authorities for us. If we die here, make sure they seal off the secret realm. My father will avenge us." Su Qingxing gritted her teeth. Clearly, none of them believed Zhang Xiu could defeat that black-striped giant wolf. After the brief skirmish and their escape, they had witnessed the terrifying might of that black-striped giant wolf far beyond what black iron tier beast masters like them could hope to defeat. They could only hope Zhang Xiu escaped and avenged them. Yet Zhang Xiu remained unmoved by their cries, instead taking a step forward. Li Jin narrowed his eyes, sizing up this uninvited guest. Another student coming to die? Looks like I'll be slaughtering a lot today. Zhang Xiu spoke coldly, "Seems you still haven't faced reality. Thinking your mid-stage war general tier beast, pumped up on drugs, can defeat me? Ridiculous." Li Jin froze at her words, then burst into laughter. "A student with a strange catfish beast dares to speak so boldly before me? Ha! You clearly don't know what a war general tier beast truly is. Black-striped giant wolf, deal with this overconfident brat first." The black-striped giant wolf let out a low growl, its body shrouded in dark shadow energy. In an instant, it split into 3 afterimages, lunging toward Boda. Shadow clones? Wang Xiaoyu cried out in warning. This skill is relatively common among dark attribute pets. Each afterimage possesses damaging capabilities, capable of inflicting roughly 30% of the main body's damage. However, Boda's defenses were formidable to begin with. Even among war general tier beasts, few could match it. Now that it had broken through to the late soldier tier stage, its power had surged even further. Therefore, facing the damage from this shadow clone, Boda chose to ignore it. Zhang Xiu's lips curved upward. "Boda, mud wave surge." Pop! Boda raised his palm upward and roared. Murky mud surged like a living creature, forming 3 mud waves that crashed forward. The shadow clone leapt over the mud waves, its claws slashing across Boda's chest without leaving a single mark. Meanwhile, the black-striped giant wolf was engulfed by the 3 mud waves, its dark energy significantly weakened. Now! The earth trembled. Boda slammed both palms into the ground, sending shockwaves radiating outward that struck the black-striped giant wolf's true form with pinpoint accuracy. The war general tier beast staggered, and the shadow clone's skill effect instantly dissipated. Seizing the moment, Boda closed in on the black-striped giant wolf. Before it could react, his 3-clawed paws slammed down hard on its forehead. Boom! A blast of energy erupted, sending the black-striped giant wolf flying backward 5 or 6 meters, crashing to the ground as it spat blood. Fortunately, this war general tier beast possessed formidable resilience. It scrambled back to its feet within a second of hitting the ground. However, the blow to its forehead left it feeling a bit dazed. What? Li Jin's pupils contracted sharply as he turned his head in disbelief. He never imagined his black-striped giant wolf would be at a disadvantage in close combat, especially against a mere late-stage soldier-grade beast. How could it withstand the black-striped giant wolf's attack and even counter? What level of bloodline was this beast? He grasped the reason, his gaze fixed intently on Boda. This strike also sent shockwaves through Su Qingxing and Wang Xiaoyu's hearts. Not flying? Withstanding the black-striped giant wolf's attack unscathed? Is this what a red-grade perfect bloodline looks like? The gap between him and me is that vast? Both of them looked dazed, their eyes gradually brightening. The stronger Zhang Xiu became, the greater their chances of defeating their opponent, meaning they wouldn't die here. "Zhang Xiu! I'll help you! Belle Fox!" Su Qingxing cried out urgently. But the Belle Fox was in terrible shape now, her stamina nearly depleted. At most, she could unleash one skill. Its eyes fixed on Boda and Zhang Xiu, its mind a whirl of frustration, conflict, astonishment, and pain. Yet obeying its master's command, it shook the bells by its ears, unleashing a psychic shockwave. Emotion 66. Zhang Xiu paid no heed to the fleeting emotion points flashing across the system panel, focusing intently on the opponent's pet beast's movements. Even weakened, it remained a mid-stage war general tier pet beast. The black-striped giant wolf froze momentarily upon hearing the bell's chime. Pota! Submerge! Bota's massive form instantly sank into the muddy swamp. The black-striped giant wolf had just recovered from the mental shock when its claws instinctively lashed out at the ground. But in the next instant, its body lost balance and was sent flying upward. Awah! Black-striped giant wolf, use shadow shift. Li Jin barked the command urgently, no longer underestimating Zhang Xiu and that peculiar catfish pet beast. Simultaneously, Pota opened its massive jaws and unleashed deep water shot. A high-pressure water column struck the underside of the black-striped giant wolf still mid-air. Realizing the attack, the wolf activated shadow shift. Its body transformed into a shadow the instant it was struck, allowing the high-pressure water column to pass right through it, seemingly causing little damage. This elemental evasion skill granted immunity to most damage. However, it had a weakness. During its activation, the user could not attack and it consumed an enormous amount of the beast's spiritual energy. The shadow landed, sliding in a zigzag pattern to evade subsequent deep water shots. Only upon returning to Li Jin's side did it release shadow form, reverting to its physical body. I underestimated you earlier. I never imagined a mere student could contract such a powerful beast. To fight a general tier opponent as a soldier tier, the talent would rank among the top prodigies even in the 9 provinces. Oof. Under normal circumstances, I might have turned and left. But clearly, you and those 2 girls beside you hold considerable status. For the safety of the Villains Guild, I'll make sure you stay here permanently. Li Jin pushed his glasses up his nose, then suddenly drew a crimson syringe from his waist and jabbed it into the black-striped giant wolf. The wolf's wounds began healing at a visible pace, dark crimson veins like earthworms pulsing beneath its fur. Its howl, raised to the heavens, no longer resembled a wolf's cry, it was more like some twisted electronic static. Altered serum? Zhang Xiu narrowed his eyes, recognizing the agent being used. Many might dismiss the Villains Guild as merely a minor criminal faction lurking near Jiangping, but he knew the truth. In the future, this so-called minor criminal group would become terrifying, sweeping across nearly an entire province. During the Third Beast War, they opened the gates, allowing the defenseless Wing province on the periphery to fall without resistance, inflicting heavy losses on the human beast masters. The true backers, organizers, and founders behind the evil gang remained shrouded in mystery. He had once speculated that it might be the work of some heavenly king tier beast master who had betrayed humanity. Only a heavenly king tier beast master possessed the power to elevate it to such a position. It wasn't until the Third Beast War that its devastating power was fully unleashed. This was precisely why Zhang Xiu instantly recognized the adversary's affiliation with the Villains Guild and the nature of that serum. The mutagenic serum was essentially the Villains Guild's signature item. It allowed users to tap into the power of the beasts, but it permanently damaged their nervous systems. Repeated use would turn them into unrecognizable masses of flesh, dying in agony. Though the current version of the mutagenic serum was likely just an early prototype, not as terrifying as its future iterations. Oof. Never expected someone would recognize this stuff. Then you should know your inevitable fate. Black-striped wolf, killed him. Li Jin's command echoed as the black-striped giant wolf twisted into a dark shadow and vanished from its spot. Its speed doubled. Chapter 20, The Fatal Combination of Flash and Chain. The black-striped giant wolf flashed through the muddy swamp, its speed so blindingly fast it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. The mutagenic serum had tautened its muscle fibers like steel cables, as if it possessed inexhaustible power. Pop! Potter hastily raised his arms, only to be smashed 10 meters away by a single claw strike, plowing a deep furrow through the mud. 3 gashes tore through the tough hide on its chest, blood seeping slowly from the wounds. Emotion 99. This already possessed the explosive power of a late-stage war general. Zhang Xiu's pupils contracted slightly. The mutated black-striped giant wolf's strength was now approaching late-stage war general level. His peripheral vision swept over Su Qingxing and the others, who were in a state of utter disarray. The Bell Fox had already lost its combat effectiveness, leaving only the Golden Spirit Lion with a shred of stamina left to offer some support. But given the Golden Spirit Lion's current realm and strength, it would likely be eliminated with a single swipe if it charged in. What to do? Zhang Xiu, if you can't win, run. With your strength, you still have a chance to escape. That's right. That guy's beast is too powerful. If we keep dragging this out, all 3 of us will die here. Su Qingxing and Wang Xiaoyu cried out anxiously. They were now at the edge of the battlefield. The black-striped giant wolf hadn't targeted them otherwise, even Zhang Xiu couldn't have intercepted it. Witnessing this battle general-level clash, Su Qingxing felt utterly defeated. The fiery determination that had burned in her eyes earlier had now dimmed. Zhang Xiu's pet beast was powerful, so powerful it was beyond her comprehension. Earlier, she had even considered challenging Zhang Xiu. But now, that thought had vanished entirely. She only hoped Zhang Xiu could escape, alert the authorities in their place, and ensure this criminal gang member paid with his life, trapped here forever. Listen quietly to my commands. There's still a chance to defeat them. Wang Xiaoyu, have your Golden Spirit Lion unleash its blinding chain attack not at the black-striped giant wolf but at my pet beast. Zhang Xiu spoke calmly. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoyu couldn't fathom Zhang Xiu's reasoning, ordering the golden spirit lion to attack its own ally? Defeat the enemy? In such a dire situation, was victory even possible? She saw no hope. Zhang Xiu, we should flee. Don't risk losing even our chance to escape, Wang Xiaoyu murmured weakly, her confidence shattered. But Zhang Xiu cut her off sharply, follow my orders. Yes. Wang Xiaoyu flinched at the sharp command, as if scolded by her father. Panicked, she shouted at the golden spirit lion, flash chain. Fear flickered in the golden spirit lion's eyes, fear of its enemy, and fear of Zhang Xiu. In its eyes, the man who had castrated it was terrifying. Roar! With a roar, the golden spirit lion mustered its last ounce of strength to unleash the flash chain. 3 golden beams shot toward Boda, leaving trails of multicolored light in their wake. Li Jin noticed the attack's trajectory was actually from the opponent's own beast companion, his expression turning peculiar. What? Are you two fighting among yourselves? Ha! He spread his hands, grinning widely, then lunged forward, thrusting his dagger toward Zhang Xiu. He hadn't ordered the black-striped giant wolf to dodge the flash chain attack. Even if it took the hit, the golden spirit lion wouldn't inflict much damage. The immediate priority was to eliminate the student before him and that peculiar catfish beast. These two were the real threats. Poda! Use mud wave flow. Envelop yourself. Zhang Xiu dodged the dagger thrust, leaping backward as he shouted through the contract. Though Poda didn't know what his master intended, he trusted her unconditionally. Boom! It raised both hands and unleashed muddy wave. The surging waves enveloped its entire body like a protective shield, transforming it into an egg formed entirely of water. The black-striped giant wolf's claws followed swiftly, yet only tore through a cloud of murky water. The next instant, a flurry of flashes struck the muddy wave. Now! Zhang Xiu narrowed his eyes. What happens when light enters water? Reflection, naturally. The black-striped giant wolf's eyes widened. Everything before it blurred, and the blinding light turned its vision entirely white. It was momentarily blinded, its vision gone. Boda! With Zhang Xiu's fierce shout, Boda seized the black-striped giant wolf. The wolf tried to vanish into shadow to escape, but under the light, its dark attributes weakened, and its defenses dropped significantly. Before it could react, Boda unleashed his most powerful attack skill, Deep Water Shot. Boom! The high-pressure water jet erupting from Boda's massive jaws this time truly pierced through the black-striped giant wolf's flesh. Arg! The black-striped giant wolf let out an agonizing howl. Li Jin stared in shock. Su Qingxing and Wang Xiaoyu wore expressions of utter astonishment. None of them had imagined that a pet beast's skills could be combined in such a way. Skills that weren't particularly powerful on their own had, at this critical moment, played an absolutely crucial role. This was the principle of elemental countering, a strategy only mastered by silver rank beast tamers and above. Black-striped giant wolf. Counterattack. Li Jin, no longer able to focus on attacking Zhang Xiu, cried out in alarm. Thanks to the mutation serum, the black-striped giant wolf still retained its combat ability despite a gaping wound in its abdomen. Clutched by Poda's claws, it opened its massive jaws as shadow energy gathered like ripples within its maw. At this moment, the chain reflection effect of the flash had vanished. Its counterattack power was absolutely stronger than Poda's. Boom! As black light shot from its jaws. At such close range, Poda had no way to dodge. This was a skill of a war general class beast pet. If hit, Boda would be seriously injured at the very least. Ha! Zhang Xiu watched the scene unfold and smiled. It seemed as though he had anticipated the black-striped giant wolf's attack all along. He stirred his psychic energy and activated his beast taming technique. Turn the tide. A barrier of psychic energy materialized on Poda's forehead. When the black beam struck, Poda felt only a heavy thud in his skull. Lifting his eyes, he saw the black light reflected right back. The black-striped giant wolf's eyes widened in surprise. Unprepared for this outcome, it tried to turn its head to evade its own black beam. But the speed of this exchange was too fast, almost instantaneous. His physical reflexes couldn't possibly keep up. And so, pop! Its head exploded. Half its mouth and a small portion of its skull turned into a mist of blood under the black light. What? Li Jin's expression froze on his face, his pupils behind his glasses contracting violently. What just happened? What did that catfish beast do? My black-striped giant wolf is dead? Impossible. It was a war general level monster. How could it have died so utterly at the hands of a mere soldier-grade beast? No! He staggered backward, utterly refusing to believe such a thing. In the blink of an eye, he'd gone from having the upper hand to being utterly overwhelmed. That was hard for anyone to accept. What was even more crucial was that he had no idea how he'd lost. That reflexive exchange had been far too swift, he hadn't caught the details. It was over. Zhang Xiu's temples throbbed violently. This was the result of pushing his mental energy beyond its limits with the twist of destiny counterattack, leaving his psychic reserves nearly depleted. But he had prepared for this. Gritting his teeth, he straightened his back and seized the moment while Li Jin was stunned and dazed. He lunged forward, grabbed the dagger from Li Jin's hand, and snatched it away. Li Jin snapped back to reality, ready to counterattack and finish him off. But Zhang Xiu kicked his legs, sending him reeling. His body tilted, and he inevitably crashed to the ground. Mud splattered everywhere. Before he could scramble to his feet, Zhang Xiu countered, stabbing one of his hands with the dagger and pinning the other behind his back, rendering him completely immobilized. Li Jin let out a hysterical roar. You bastard! Chapter 21, A Debt of Life Repaid with One's Body? Damn it! I'll kill you! Facing Li Jin's curses, Zhang Xiu raised his fist, landed several punches on him, then delivered a final blow to the back of his head, knocking him unconscious. Now he's quiet. Staring at the unconscious Li Jin, he rose and muttered to himself. He hadn't killed Li Jin partly because he wanted to uncover the roots of the Evil Bandits Association. If he could eliminate this evil force early, it might help improve the situation significantly for the upcoming Third Beast War. On the other hand, he was still a student. With 2 people watching, killing would be too bloody and could easily cause unnecessary trouble. This would suffice. He would hand the matter over to the police to investigate. If they could uncover clues about the Villains Guild, it would be a bonus. Zhang Xiu lifted her eyes to look at Su Qingxing and Wang Xiaoyu, who stood frozen in shock. Clearly, they hadn't yet recovered from the lethal strike they'd just witnessed. We won? We actually defeated a war general level beast. Zhang Xiu, you're incredible. Wang Xiaoyu gasped in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she looked at Zhang Xiu. Looks like we're saved. Phew, I almost thought we were going to die here. Thank you, Zhang Xiu. Su Qingxing's tense body finally relaxed a little. She looked at Zhang Xiu with a complex expression and thanked her. Even now, she still couldn't believe Zhang Xiu had defeated such a formidable foe. Was this the gap between them? Her smile held a hint of bitterness, yet it was tinged with the relief of having survived a catastrophe. Had they not encountered Zhang Xiu, even if they managed to escape, their beloved beasts would have perished without a doubt. Emotion 9. Emotion 9. No need to be polite. Zhang Xiu chuckled, then noticed 560 emotion points displayed on the system panel. Among them were the black-striped giant wolf's fury, the bell fox's gratitude, and the golden spirit lion's excitement. He glanced at the bell fox and golden spirit lion he had neutered. After their master fed them healing potions, both pets were gradually recovering their stamina and injuries, looking much more spirited. The bell fox blinked its large eyes. Seeing Zhang Xiu staring at it, it unusually refrained from baring its teeth or growling. Instead, it lowered its head, looking almost bashful, and burrowed into Su Qingxing's embrace. What was wrong with this bell fox? It used to hate me with a passion. Could it be that saving its master has increased its goodwill toward me, making it no longer resent being neutered? That wouldn't do. Its hatred emotion points used to hit 99 every time we met, but now it's down to just 9? Zhang Xiu's mouth twitched in resignation. Meanwhile, the golden spirit lion was doing the same thing. It crouched there, fawning over its owner like a golden retriever, its tail wagging behind its hindquarters. The emotional points provided by these 2 pets had dropped significantly. Could it be time for another neutering? He felt like laughing and crying at the same time, then shook his head and abandoned that wicked thought. Fine. The school's neutering clinic still had other pets to provide stable emotional points. He couldn't keep petting these 2 forever anyway. You're off the hook. Thankfully, no vital organs were damaged. They should be fully recovered in 3 or 4 days after returning home. After examining the pet beast's injuries, Wang Xiaoyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to Zhang Xiu, she said joyfully, Zhang Xiu, you saved our lives. How can we ever repay you? Hearing this, Su Qingxing nodded in agreement, turning her gaze toward Zhang Xiu. They hadn't contributed much during the battle itself, only adding a finishing touch to the final decisive blow. But a life-saving favor clearly couldn't be repaid with mere gratitude alone. They felt they had to offer something tangible in return. As the ancients said, a life-saving favor cannot be repaid only with one's own body. Or I could be your girlfriend instead. Wang Xiaoyu said with a playful smile. This made Su Qingxing's eyes widen in surprise, seemingly unable to believe her best friend would be so bold as to make such a direct move. Wait, sure, it was a life-saving favor, but Xiaoyu, you're being a bit forward, aren't you? And do you really like Zhang Xiu that much? Su Qingxing felt her emotions in turmoil, a bitter taste in her mouth. She opened her small mouth, as if wanting to say something. Ms. Wang, stop joking around. Zhang Xiu, who had already bound Li Jin with ropes, was startled by Wang Xiaoyu's words but soon burst into laughter. You call that repaying a debt? More like biting the hand that feeds you. He was already as poor as a church mouse, how could he even think about romance? He couldn't afford to keep a pet beast, let alone a girlfriend. Besides, he hadn't reincarnated for romantic entanglements. In this perilous world, only strength ensures survival and true peace. Only by ending the Third Beast War can humanity avoid destruction and enslavement, only then is there a future. So Zhang Xiu wasn't the least bit moved. I'm not joking. What, having a stunning beauty like me isn't enough? You want Qingxing to pledge herself too? That's not impossible either. Wang Xiaoyu suddenly wrapped an arm around Su Qingxing's waist from the side, grinning as she playfully tickled her. Su Qingxing playfully swatted her hand away before replying earnestly. Cut it out, Xiaoyu. Alright, but honestly, I can't think of anything worthwhile to repay you with. Zhang Xiu, what do you want? My family's in the materials business. Even a grade materials can be procured with enough money. Wang Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before saying. In other words, she could repay this life-saving favor with a grade materials. As for S-grade materials, those were practically impossible to obtain even if you sold everything you owned. They were rarely seen on the market and mostly only available through auction houses. Su Qingxing quickly interjected, my father is the head of the Beastmaster Association and has access to many resources. If there's anything you need, just let me know when we get back and I'll have my father gather it for you. Hearing this, Zhang Xiu hesitated for a moment before saying, how about this? I'd like to establish a long-term partnership with Uncle Wang. I'd hand over all the resources collected from the secret realm for him to handle. He'd only need to give me a fair market price. What do you think? As for President Su, I'd like to secure some secret realm slots for training purposes. Would that be possible? Her gaze swept over the two men. His requests were remarkably modest. He hadn't directly asked for A-grade materials. Given his current cultivation level, he couldn't fully utilize even 1 or 2 A-grade materials. It would be wasteful and border on demanding favors in return for a favor. While such a request would likely be granted, it would cap their relationship at a superficial level. His current requests, however, allowed him to leverage opportunities for growth. By establishing a long-term partnership, he believed both Uncle Wang and Chairman Su would not refuse future requests for significant assistance. Both men were clearly taken aback that Zhang Xiu had only made such a simple request. For a moment, they were taken aback. According to Su Qingxing's understanding, Zhang Xiu's family background was not affluent. Yet despite this, he hadn't asked for money. Instead, he sought a spot in the secret realm, intending to earn his own way. This insight into Zhang Xiu deepened her understanding of him. She felt this young man possessed his own unique ambition. Isn't that too little? How about we give you all the water spirit grass from the pond area? They desperately wanted to offer Zhang Xiu more benefits to build rapport. But Zhang Xiu declined each offer. Finally, Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed helplessly, if you refuse again, it'll mean you look down on us. Zhang Xiu considered it. After all, water spirit grass wasn't an exceptionally precious resource, and refusing again would be awkward. So he agreed, alright, thank you both. We're the ones who should be thanking you. By the way, are you really not going to let me be your girlfriend? Or do you think it's too soon? We should get to know each other first. Actually, I think you're pretty cute. Xiaoyu. Stop bringing that up. Who starts dating right after meeting? We can start as friends first. Alright, Qingxing. Why do you seem so upset? The three walked toward the pond, laughing and joking along the way. This made Zhang Xiu feel a surge of youthful energy. Chapter 22, Making Money. Water spirit grass was a specialty of the Shadow Water Marsh, found in ponds, lakes, and swamps. It was a primary resource harvested by many Black Iron tier beast masters and also served as sustenance for numerous water-type pets. But feeding water spirit grass to Boda every day? Zhang Xiu simply couldn't afford that right now. Besides, he suspected Boda would prefer fish over grass. Yeah, especially big yellow croaker. So much water spirit grass? When Zhang Xiu arrived at the hidden pond Wang Xiaoyu had discovered, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The quantity of water spirit grass here far exceeded his expectations. At a rough glance, there were at least 300 to 400 plants. Though it was only an E-grade resource, this quantity could easily fetch over 100,000 Federation coins. That's why they call it a treasure trove. My dad stumbled upon it last year while collecting goods here. The route is super hidden, surrounded by dead wood and rubble. You couldn't find it without a map. Hurry up and harvest them, they're all yours. In another 2 or 3 years, another batch will be ready. Wang Xiaoyu waved his hand generously, offering all these resources to Zhang Xiu. This is too much, Zhang Xiu frowned. It wasn't that he thought the amount was small, but accepting too much from someone would create a debt of gratitude. Sigh. You saved our lives. What's a few hundred water spirit grasses compared to that? Qingxing and I came to the secret realm for training, not to make money. What's the matter? Do you look down on us? She planted her hands on her hips, glaring up at Zhang Xiu. Her expression clearly conveyed, if you don't accept these resources, we're no longer friends. Zhang Xiu, please take it. Let us repay you in some small way. Besides, your pet beast needs training too. Aren't you applying to the Star Realm Beastmaster Academy? If you don't get your pet to War General rank before the entrance exams, your cultivation level won't score high. Su Qingxing chimed in from the side. The entrance exam score consists of 3 parts. First, academic subjects, which account for a measly 100 points. Second, cultivation realm, potential, and spiritual power, totaling 250 points. Finally, the most crucial aspect for a Beastmaster, practical combat ability and beast handling techniques, worth a whopping 400 points. That's a total of 750 points.
Last year, the minimum admission score for Starry Skybeast Master Academy was 720 points, meaning you could only afford to lose 30 points. Zhang Xiu believed she could score high, even perfect in both academic subjects and practical combat skills. Her spiritual power was another story entirely, far surpassing her peers at the same cultivation level.
That was absolutely no problem.
The only areas where he lagged were cultivation level and potential. While Pota could fight opponents of higher tiers, those points counted only in combat.
Realm points, however, were determined strictly by actual cultivation level.
Whether through potions or natural advancement, both the Beastmaster and their beasts' realms were valued as high as possible. Past entrance exams had seen prodigies reaching bronze tier Beastmaster levels, securing full cultivation points with peak general tier pets. After some thought, he ultimately decided to accept this batch of water spirit grass.
Alright, then Uncle Wang can help sell this batch of water spirit grass. I'll just keep 50 plants for Boda. Zhang Xiu said. Oh, sure. No problem. Wang Xiaoyu chuckled. I'll get my dad to give you a good price.
She knew Zhang Xiu would still need other resources to cultivate her pet beast, and converting them to cash was indeed the most practical option.
If you need any other resources, you can always buy them from me.
My family runs a materials supplier. We handle all common resources except grade A materials. Just contact me via my passport ID when you need something.
Alright. The three quickly packed up all the water spirit grass. Zhang Xiu didn't reveal his secret system space, so the water spirit grass was carried on Pota's back. As for Li Jin, he was handed over to the golden spirit lion to carry.
Wang Xiaoyu and the others would take the other party to the police station. They'd likely never see the light of day again.
Zhang Xiu, you wanted a slot for the secret realm, right? Add me on the communication app. Su Qingxing pulled out her phone, lowering her head with cheeks slightly flushed.
It seemed she recalled the moment in the operating room when she had refused to add his contact number, yet now she was the one asking for his.
Life is unpredictable.
Who could have imagined a doctor from the sterilization department would be so powerful?
Alright.
Zhang Xiu didn't read too much into it, simply scanning the QR code to add her. Su Qingxing saw the anime avatar of a young man appear in her contacts and felt a wave of relief wash over her. This time, she'd finally added.
Xingxing. Come help me, this guy seems to be waking up.
Wang Xiaoyu's startled cry from beside her made Su Qingxing jump. She quickly stuffed her phone into her combat suit, nearly convinced her thoughts had been overheard.
Alright. Su Qingxing stepped forward to assist.
Zhang Xiu delivered another punch to Li Jin's back of the head, knocking him unconscious once more.
Let's go, she said. Hand him over to the police the moment we exit the secret realm.
Those scoundrels from the evil cult might try to kidnap him again. Best to have them locked up in the Black Prison for a proper interrogation.
The evil gang is a cancer that must be suppressed and eradicated, he said earnestly. Su Qingxing, surprised by Zhang Xiu's deep concern for the evil gang, replied, Yes, I'll discuss this with my father. Rest assured, I won't let them off the hook. Zhang Xiu nodded.
With the Beastmaster Association president stepping in, the Villains Guild won't have it easy. Even if they continue to grow, it won't be as easy as it was in my previous life.
After all, the rogue gang isn't truly powerful yet. After leaving the secret realm, the three went their separate ways home.
That very night, Zhang Xiu received a message from Wang Xiaoyu confirming the sale of 400 water spirit grasses at a price of 150,000 Federation coins. He considered this a modest bargain, as the price of water spirit grass typically drops with increased supply. Securing 120,000 credits would normally be considered a favorable deal.
Soon after, he received a transfer notification on his bank card. Balance, 230,50592.
Over 50,000 of that came from selling poison dart frog and swamp crocodile skins.
This finally eased his financial strain somewhat.
Zhang Xiu sighed, feeling his life was no walk in the park. But with Su Qingxing's help hunting resources in the secret realm, he should be able to balance his finances going forward.
Tonight, we're treating ourselves to a feast.
He glanced at Boda stirring the crocodile meat, pulled out the sea-grade water spirit heart, and grinned. The water spirit core could help water-type beast pets awaken their mastery over water domains, a skill possessed by swamp crocodiles after evolution. It also served as an evolution material for the swamp crocodile. By mixing it with the crocodile's flesh and blood and consuming it, one could gain a sliver of insight. Whether awakening occurred depended on the pet beast's understanding of water attribute power.
Boda, are you ready?
Zhang Xiu placed the water spirit core atop the crocodile flesh, wrapped it up, and looked at Boda. Boda nodded his head, emitting a soft pop-pop sound, as if to say,
Master, I'm ready. Then let's begin.
He turned on the bathroom faucet, letting the water gradually fill the tub, then placed the water spirit heart into Boda's mouth.
After swallowing it, Boda felt an icy chill pierce his entire body.
As if he'd returned beneath the great river. Submerged in the currents.
Chapter 23, Awakening of the Waters. Boda's Water Control Mastery. Pop. Pop.
Boda felt an overwhelming sense of joy, his body writhing uncontrollably with the emotion. Twist left, twist right, as if summoned, the bathroom's water began swirling around Boda, forming a vortex. That's right, feel it with your heart. Zhang Xiu's eyes gleamed slightly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Mastering water control wasn't particularly profound, those who grasped it weren't rare. And Pota, having evolved from fish, possessed a natural affinity for water. 10 years of fish life hadn't been lived in vain.
Pop. Pop. Pota seized the sensation, clenching his palm.
All the water in the bathroom converged, forming a massive water sphere that enveloped him. The sphere began to expand, filling the entire bathroom and spreading outward. The living room, guest rooms, kitchen all were engulfed by the water. Zhang Xiu was also within the watery expanse.
However, using the power of his water domain control, Pota separated the space around Zhang Xiu.
It was as if a layer of transparent glass blocked all the water, allowing Zhang Xiu to breathe within the flood.
Success.
Seeing this, Zhang Xiu realized Pota had awakened this skill.
He chuckled, alright, you can hold back now. If it keeps spreading, the ceiling downstairs won't hold and will collapse.
The entire room was already submerged.
Continuing would cause the floor and walls to collapse. So he promptly reminded him.
Upon hearing the command, Pota opened its massive jaws wide, then snapped them shut. All the water swirled into a vortex and vanished into its mouth.
Gulp. Emotion 99.
Pota grinned, patting its belly excitedly, thoroughly delighted. With the water domain skill, the power of Muddy Rage would increase significantly, and it would completely counter fire attribute pets. With only 26 days left until the college entrance exams, the remaining time would be dedicated to advancing his cultivation realm. After all, he had to maximize his cultivation level points.
Zhang Xiu smiled. Everything worth striving for must be pursued. But Pota had only just broken through to late soldier grade. How could he advance to ward general grade within 26 days? He had a plan in mind. It was potions. Last time, 3 bottles of water spirit potion had allowed Pota to break through to the late soldier rank. To reach the peak of the soldier rank, he'd need at least 12 bottles. As for the warrior rank, he'd have to add some spiritual ingredients to boost the potion's efficacy to over 200 for it to be effective. The funds might not even cover that.
He'd have to prepare to sell the potions. Wang Xiaoyu's family ran a materials business, but selling potions to her might not be ideal, it could expose his identity. After all, these were novel products unavailable on the market, far surpassing the potions from major corporations in efficacy. Their origin would be impossible to explain.
Seems like the black market is the only option.
After mulling it over, Zhang Xiu finalized his plan.
He then ordered a mask and cloak online to conceal his identity when entering the black market.
After all, he was still just a student and needed to proceed with caution.
Meanwhile, Jumping City, an upscale residential complex, a certain villa. Those scoundrels from the Villains Guild deserve to die. How dare they commit murder and cause chaos in the secret realm under my jurisdiction? My dear daughter, rest assured. Your father has already assigned someone to investigate that Li Jin. We will uncover the organization behind this force and eradicate them once and for all. Su Hongda gazed at his daughter with genuine concern. This won't happen again. Thankfully, someone intervened this time.
If anything had happened to you, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. I should never have let you go into that secret realm. Thanks to her combat suit, Su Qingxing sustained relatively few injuries. The only noticeable damage was 3 bloody gashes on her shoulder where the black-striped giant wolf had clawed her. But with the skin regenerating potion and the doctor our family hired, the wounds were healing quickly.
Meichem, thanks, Dad. Dad, I'd like a few more secret realm spots. Is that okay? She looked up and asked. Secret realms again? What if you encounter danger or rogue factions? There might be no one to help you this time. Absolutely not.
Just stay put at school, complete the 5 cities special training, and focus on the college entrance exams. With your potential and abilities, getting into a top university shouldn't be a problem. Su Hongda felt a wave of dread wash over him, then said sternly.
Hearing this, Su Qingxing shook her head and said, they're not for me. They're for my classmate.
I promised him I'd get him a few secret realm passes.
Your classmate still wants to train in the secret realm?
Given he can defeat war general level beasts, an F-rank realm shouldn't be a problem.
Alright, Dad will have someone get you a few passes tomorrow. Just tell him which realm you want to go to. From now on, we'll tighten the screening for secret realm slots. We can't let those unknown beast tamers in anymore. Not only do they ruin the environment, but they've even started murdering and looting inside.
Su Hongda snorted coldly, knowing full well that many of those spots were being bought and sold by officials and stewards within the Beastmaster Association. He resolved to thoroughly reform the Beastmaster Association upon his return and crack down on these officials.
They can't just let anyone in.
If it weren't for his precious daughter's good fortune, she might have perished in that secret realm.
Yes, understood.
Su Qingxing lowered her head in response, her thoughts drifting back to Zhang Xiu.
The gap in strength between them was vast.
She had once arrogantly boasted about defeating him during the special training, but now it seemed impossible even if her Bell Fox evolved to a purple-tier epic bloodline. That catfish-like colossal beast was called Pota, wasn't it? It truly was like a tower, demanding she look up to it. With that thought, she pulled out her phone and sent Zhang Xiu a message, informing him that the secret realm spot was secured.
Meanwhile, at another location, the merchant house.
Daughter, your dad's already settled the material costs with that kid paid top market price for everything.
You shouldn't go to the secret realm anymore. That place isn't for girls to go adventuring and it's far too dangerous. This time, you were just lucky.
That classmate of yours actually defeated a war general tier beast pet. Judging by her strength, she's probably on par with a bronze tier beast tamer. When dad has time, he'll personally visit to express gratitude.
Even though she didn't ask for any reward, proper etiquette must be observed.
Wang Chengye said earnestly. After learning the details of the incident and its resolution, he became deeply intrigued by Zhang Xiu, recognizing her extraordinary potential. Once the college entrance exams were over, she would likely leap through the Dragon Gate.
Such a talent must be cultivated early.
When he becomes a prominent figure and returns to Jiangping City, he might just remember them and extend a helping hand.
He was exceptionally skilled at investments, including investing in people. Alright, Dad. Ugh, I'm exhausted. I'm heading back to rest. Huh, what's this? A new product?
Wang Xiaoyu rubbed her shoulders, ready to head home for rest, when she suddenly spotted several vials of potion on the desk.
Curious, she asked, what kind of potions are these? Doesn't our family only sell materials?
Wang Qingye smiled at her question. The materials business has grown too big. To expand further, we need to venture into other fields. Dad plans to invest in the potion business and handle that part of the trade.
But it's not that simple. Most potions are monopolized by companies like Gauching and pharmaceutical giants.
These bottles Dad bought on the black market are passable in quality, but their effects are too weak, nothing like the big brands. Sigh, this requires further research. I'll have someone collect more potions soon to see if there are any other unknown, high-quality ones on the market. He sighed. The potion business offered huge profits, but it was also the most difficult to handle. One could only collaborate with other alchemists or cultivators.
All right. Wang Xiaoyu wasn't interested in such matters. She gave a brief response and headed home. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiu, who'd been busy all night.
He grinned at the 20 bottles of water spirit potion he'd concocted before him.
Done. Chapter 24, Rumor Storm, School Beauty's Favor? 20 bottles each could easily fetch 20,000 credits.
The raw materials for these water spirit potions had cost him a total of 200,000 Federation coins. If he sold them all, he'd net 200,000, a straight double profit. The potion trade was that lucrative. With most of his funds spent, he'd head to the black market as soon as the mask and cloak arrived. After tidying up, Zhang Xiu watched Pota practicing water control in the bathroom and smiled with satisfaction. Some beast masters had pets that were incredibly lazy, resulting in pets with skills but poor combat ability. Among the many pets he had contracted in the past, Pota was exceptionally diligent and possessed good comprehension.
Still, this rental place was getting a bit cramped. Maybe it was time to move soon? Ah, never mind.
He'd decide after the college entrance exams.
If he got into the Stellar Beastmaster Academy, he'd be leaving Jiangping anyway.
With that thought, he shook his head and went to guide Bota through his training.
Come on, place your hand on the water ripple.
We can modify the ground tremors into water wave vibrations like this.
Ah, be careful, don't crack the bathtub. Bang!
Soon, Zhang Xiu sighed as she looked at the shattered bathtub and the student-like Bota beside it, head bowed, eyes innocent.
We'll buy a new bathtub tomorrow. Training ends here for today. Peck.
Bota replied cheerfully.
But you're cleaning up these shards. Clean them up before you go to sleep.
Zhang Xiu left the bathroom after giving the order. This made Bota lower his head again, wearing an innocent expression as he slowly gathered the shards with a broom.
The next day. Jiangping number 2 High School, Senior 3 Class 5. Have you heard?
Rumor has it Zhang Xiu and campus beauty Su Qingxing are dating.
What? Bull. Where'd this rumor come from? Su Qingxing would never look at Zhang Xiu twice. Total nonsense.
Back then, Su Qingxing definitely wouldn't have looked at Zhang Xiu twice.
But now? Zhang Xiu has contracted a red-blooded perfect bloodline beast, he's got extraordinary talent, and he's tall and handsome to boot. If I were the school beauty, I'd be swooning. Exactly. Rumors don't just appear out of thin air.
I also heard Zhang Xiu and Zhao Juanhao got into a fight off campus over Su Qingxing. Zhang Xiu beat Zhao Juanhao to a pulp, sending him straight to the hospital. That's how he won Su Qingxing's heart.
Didn't Zhao Juanhao transfer schools?
Exactly, just a couple days ago, and it's all connected to Zhang Xiu.
Hey, your news is way outdated. Let me tell you something even more explosive. What else could there be?
I heard Su Qingxing's best friend, Wang Xiaoyu, has also fallen for Zhang Xiu.
Now the two of them are competing for his attention. Bull. Who does Su Qingxing think she is? Just getting Zhang Xiu's attention is a blessing from his ancestors. Competing for his attention? That rumor's even more ridiculous.
I'm not making this up. My friend saw Zhang Xiu, Su Qingxing, and Wang Xiaoyu coming out of the Yushui Marsh secret realm together.
Whoa, seriously? That's my bro Zhang for you. One campus beauty just isn't enough. A few well-connected students in the back rows whispered about it, occasionally bursting into laughter. Others who overheard joined in, arguing so fiercely that Su Qingxing's face turned bright red. But when Zhang Xiu entered the classroom, the murmurs suddenly grew quieter, then faded away entirely. Still, Zhang Xiu could sense the strange looks people were giving him. Xiu. They say you're dating Su Qingxing. Is that true? Wang Wenle, seated next to him, whispered with keen curiosity, glancing sideways to avoid overhearing. Zhang Xiu chuckled and replied, false. Where did that rumor even come from? No idea. They also say you're dating Wang Xiaoyu now. That's even more ridiculous. Do you really think I'm the type to play the field? You do. Zhang Xiu looked at him, and Wang Wenle nodded earnestly. Even if you married the pop diva one day, I wouldn't be surprised. You really have faith in me. Zhang Xiu chuckled. The Heavenly Queen refers to the female champion of the annual national singing competition. This singing competition evaluates not only the female contestants themselves, but also the pets under their command. Pet beasts come in countless varieties, and people have different aspirations. Not every beastmaster pursues combat, some prefer entertainment-focused paths like singing, dancing, impersonation, or acting in dramas. These entertainment-focused beastmasters also hold considerable status within the Federation. However, they cannot compare to the star tier and above beastmasters who truly wield power and authority, for they are the true pillars of the Federation. After Zhang Xiu denied the rumors. Over in Senior 3 Class 1, gossip was also swirling. Qingxing, Xiaoyu, how did you two meet Zhang Xiu? I heard Zhang Xiu is now the strongest beastmaster in our school, not sure if it's true. Could he beat Zuohua? I don't think he stands a chance. He's only been contracted with his beast for a few days. Zuohua is the top student in our grade, and I heard his beast, the Flameclaw Mastiff, is already at the early war general level. Exactly. I admit Zhang Xiu is exceptionally talented, but his foundation is still too weak. Plus, even with talent, raising a beast costs money. He's so poor he had to study sterilization techniques. How could he possibly afford to train a beast? They also say Zhang Xiu could get into the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy. Honestly, I think getting into any prestigious academy in the 9 provinces would be a decent achievement. Su Qingxing listened as the surrounding students' discussion drifted further away, recalling the strength Zhang Xiu had displayed within this secret realm. Early War General Tier? If they knew Zhang Xiu had slain a mid to late War General Tier black-striped giant wolf, they'd be utterly shocked. She shook her head silently, saying nothing more. Wang Xiaoyu couldn't stand listening to them bad-mouthing Zhang Xiu, so she joined the conversation. What do you know? Zhang Xiu is amazing. Oh? Xiaoyu, what's so great about him? A boy asked with a smirk. Could that rumor be true? You and Zhang Xiu. You. Pervert. Wang Xiaoyu shouted, her face flushing crimson. After the 5 cities special training, you'll see just how amazing Zhang Xiu is. Zuohua can't hold a candle to him. Wow, love really is blind. We'll just wait for him to beat Zuohua, ha. Alright, Xiaoyu, stop arguing with them. The more you argue, the more excited they get. Su Qingxing shook her head gently and pulled Wang Xiaoyu back. Wang Xiaoyu plopped down in her seat, fuming. After class began, the classroom's commotion gradually subsided. Afternoon. Sterilization Department, Operating Room. Dr. Zhang, could I get your contact information? A pretty girl in a yellow dress, her face flushed with a shy smile, held out her phone to Zhang Xiu. The screen displayed a QR code. I also have a snowflake dog at home. He's been feeling unwell lately. If you have time, you could come take a look. My parents won't be home this weekend. Zhang Xiu lowered his gaze, then looked back at the hunting dog that had just been neutered on the operating table. She wondered if this student had come for the spaying procedure or to see him. Tears of pain welled up in the hunting dog's eyes. Emotion 99. Chapter 25, Black Market Deal Side Effect Free Potion. Emotion points had accumulated to 890, just 110 points short of another lottery draw. Returning home, Zhang Xiu glanced at the system panel, a smile curling his lips. This time, he would once again spin the 1,000-point wheel. Last time he won a beast taming skill. Who knows what goodies he'd get this round. With the mask and cloak already in hand, he'd head to the black market once it opened. Zhang Xiu slipped the black fox mask over his face and draped the cloak around his shoulders. Even Wang Wenle, who knew him best, wouldn't recognize him now. After finishing his meal, he trained with Pota until 1 a.m. He gathered his things, packed the potions, and headed out to sell them at the black market. In his previous life, he'd already encountered Jiangping City's black market and knew its unwritten rules: don't pry into things you shouldn't, or the enforcers would kick you out. Transactions within the black market were inherently secure and no one knew each other's true identities. Buyers had to verify the authenticity of goods themselves. Once outside the market, no one would take responsibility. Additionally, fighting and beast riding were strictly prohibited within the black market. All movement had to be on foot. Every black market in a guardian city had official Federation forces backing it. Though called a black market, it functioned much like a beastmaster market. Its sole advantage was that no one questioned the origin of goods. Anyone could trade freely here, making it a lawless zone. Zhang Xiu walked down an underground street until he spotted the entrance to the black market. 2 bronze-masked guards stood at the entrance, scanning every entrant with handheld scanners. No recording devices allowed. No summoning of beast companions. No entry without payment unless exempt. The guard on the left recited the rules while sweeping his scanner over Zhang Xiu. This device blocks phones and similar gadgets. They won't work inside the black market. Zhang Xiu nodded slightly and whispered, "Understood." Once past the entrance, the space opened up dramatically. The black market's interior was vast, with stalls arranged in a ring pattern along the walls, covering the entire underground street. Each stall owner wore a mask, unlike the daytime Beastmaster market where vendors hawk their wares. Here, they remained silent, scanning their surroundings with watchful eyes. Among them were dangerous beast tamers and murderers. But as long as their identities remained undiscovered, they were safe. Zhang Xiu pulled his cloak tighter, his gaze darting between the stalls. Spotting an empty spot, he sat down, spread a carpet before him, laid out the potions, and took out a wooden sign. He wrote 20,000 per bottle and listed the potion's effects. Now, all he needed to do was wait for buyers. The black market bustled with activity. Some sellers, after unloading their goods, would browse the stalls themselves, hoping to find resources they needed. Finding a good potion was truly difficult. Even after buying so many last time, Brother Wang still wasn't satisfied with the results. Some sellers in the black market were odd. They only liked to sell individually and disliked partnerships, which was understandable. Let's keep searching. Maybe today I'll find another good potion. Tong Xiu, wearing a silver mask, sighed. 2 purchased potions hung from his waist, both designed to boost pet spirit power. One was all attribute but came with side effects requiring 3 hours of lying down after consumption. The other was fire attribute, also with side effects. While its effects were potent, it had to be consumed with large amounts of coal each time. What beast could endure such hardship? Thus, he intended to search further, hoping to discover other superior potions. Tong Xiu wandered aimlessly through the black market. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a stall. A vendor cloaked in black stood before 20 bottles of potions glowing with a faint blue light. A wooden sign read, "Water Spirit Potion, 20,000 per bottle, no side effects." No side effects? Tong Xiu's eyes lit up and he hurried over. An elixir with no side effects could rival those produced by major corporations, though its effectiveness remained unknown. Arriving at the stall, he examined them closely before asking in a hushed voice, "Does this potion only affect water attribute beasts?" Zhang Xiu, cloaked beneath a hood, lifted his head, observing the buyer through his black fox mask. A silver mask, well-tailored clothing. He looked like a merchant. He nodded and replied, "Correct. If consumed by creatures of other attributes, it only slightly boosts their spiritual power. Better not to take it at all." "How potent is it against water attribute beasts?" "1 vial equals the potency of 3 standard spiritual energy potions." Zhang Xiu deliberately altered his voice. "And there are no side effects whatsoever." Tong Xiu's heart stirred. He picked up a vial. The potion was crystal clear, radiating pure water element energy, indeed far more refined than the common potions on the market. But counterfeit products were rampant in the black market. Exaggerating effects was a major no-no in the black market. "I happen to have a water-type pet beast. Could I try a bottle?" he asked tentatively. Zhang Xiu hesitated for a moment. Though confident in his potion, he realized the buyer might hesitate to commit without trying it first. Nodding, he agreed, "We can test it on the spot. If it works, I'll hand over the goods." "All right." Tong Xiu agreed readily, immediately opening a bottle of the potion and summoning his water-type pet beast, a jade water turtle. After the blue water turtle drank the potion, a blue aura immediately shimmered around its body. The rapid surge of spiritual energy was palpable. This effect surpassed even the advertised claims. Tong Xiu stared in astonishment at his pet beast. He instantly realized this might be the premium potion he'd been searching for all along. "Here's 20,000 Federation coins." Tong Xiu said excitedly. "Additionally, I'd like to discuss a long-term partnership with you." Zhang Xiu asked calmly, "Oh? What kind of partnership?" "I'm the procurement manager for Lingyao Trading in Jiangping City. We're seeking a stable supplier of high-quality potions." Tong Xiu lowered his voice. "If you can guarantee this level of quality consistently, we can offer a higher price. Would you be interested?" Zhang Xiu pondered for a moment. Lingyao Trading seemed to be the materials company set up by Wang Xiaoyu's father. How did they switch to the pharmaceutical business? I hadn't intended to sell to Wang Xiaoyu's father before, but after all these twists and turns, we've crossed paths again. All right. He decided to agree. After all, it was the black market. The other party wouldn't know his true identity. But I have a few conditions. First, no questions asked about the source. Second, cash transactions only. Third, deliveries exclusively on the black market. Tong Xiu nodded repeatedly. "No problem. Quality is our top priority. Everything else is negotiable." The two quickly finalized the details. Zhang Xiu sold the remaining 19 bottles to Tong Xiu at 25,000 yuan each, agreeing to supply 30 more bottles the following week. After the transaction was completed, nearly 500,000 Federation coins suddenly appeared in Zhang Xiu's account. He suppressed his inner excitement and left the black market without a trace. Walking home, Zhang Xiu contemplated how to use the money. The resources needed for Pota to break through to the war general tier were now secured, and he could even improve his living conditions. The potion business was proving far more lucrative than he'd anticipated. He stroked his chin and said, "But I must proceed cautiously, no exposure of my identity." Meanwhile, Tong Xiuxian excitedly called his boss, Wang Changyi. "Xiuxian, do you even know what time it is?" Wang Qingye snapped, his tone sharp. But the next moment, all traces of sleepiness vanished. "Mr. Wang, I've discovered a premium-grade pharmaceutical. Its potency is 3 times that of standard elixirs on the market, and it has absolutely no side effects." "What? Get to the pharmacy immediately. I'll come take a look right away." Shortly after, Wang Qingye picked up a bottle of the potion and examined it closely, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. "This potion is truly extraordinary. Where did you get it?" "I encountered it on the black market." The seller refused to reveal their identity. Tong Xiuxian shook his head and said, "But they agreed to supply 30 bottles weekly. Could they be a professor from some prestigious university?" Wang Changye nodded thoughtfully. "First, test the ingredients. If they're clean, listed at the highest tier. Also, next time you deal with them, try to extract more information." Understood. Chapter 26, Bronze Breakthrough. The arrival of S-grade resources. Advanced Training Room. Lu Kongcheng, homeroom teacher of Class 5, Senior 3, was conducting beast riding training with Zhang Xiu. This time, however, he'd ramped up the difficulty. Lu Kongcheng summoned both of his pet beasts, one being a mid-stage war general tier colorful fierce lion with a blue-blooded lineage. Scarlet leopard. High-speed movement. Color-furred lion. Light roar. Lu Kongcheng watched as Boda struck and repelled the crimson leopard on the field. His lips twitched, then he shouted a command. The crimson panther swiftly retreated, creating space for the color-hiding lion, which was charging its attack. The next second, the rainbow lion opened its mouth and unleashed a blazing beam of light. "Pota! Water domain! Distort the beam around me!" Zhang Xiu waved his hand and barked the command. Having learned from his battle with the black-striped giant wolf, Pota now understood how to use water currents to block beam-type attacks. It crouched low, slamming both palms onto the ground. A spray of water exploded, transforming into a water curtain barrier under the water domain skill, blocking the colored crouching lion's roaring beam. Put! A torrent of water vaporized. That terrifying-looking light roar couldn't effectively break through the water barrier. This caused Lu Kongcheng's pupils to contract slightly as he thought to himself, "What incredible manipulation skills! Using the water's surface to distort and deflect the light attack. Where on earth did he learn this? I certainly never taught it in class. Could it be self-taught?" Facing Zhang Xiu, he now needed 2 pet beasts, justifying it as increasing the difficulty for more effective training. Truthfully, he was deeply worried that Crimson Leopard would be defeated by Pota in just a few blows that would be utterly humiliating. Yet now, under the assault of 2 pets, Pota was actually holding his ground. In just a few days, he'd reached late soldier rank. His growth was too rapid, and his combat awareness had improved significantly since last time. Was this the result of his secret realm training? This kid, he's truly unpredictable. Truly a prodigy. A smile spread across Lu Kongcheng's face. The stronger and more gifted Zhang Xiu became, the happier he felt. Because it meant the other party truly had a chance to enter the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy. And this would become the strongest student he'd ever had under his tutelage. Heh, soon the whole city of Jiangping would be saying, "That's Zhang Xiu's teacher." The thought sent a thrill through him. But suddenly, he noticed Pota unleashing mud wave on the field. His expression darkened instantly. He shouted urgently, "Scarlet leopard! Rainbow lion! Retreat immediately!" Boom! With the enhancement of water domain skills, the power of mudwave had effectively doubled. The ground caved in, sending mud and bricks flying as a 3-meter-high mudwave crashed toward Crimson Leopard and Rainbow Lion. The attack came with overwhelming force and blinding speed. Colorful Lion reacted instantly, leaping into the air and firing a beam of light. Using the recoil force, he propelled himself away from Mudwave's attack. The Crimson Leopard, however, was not so fortunate. Despite Lu Kongcheng's warning, it took the full brunt of the blow, its body sent flying high into the air, spitting blood mid-flight. Thud! The Crimson Leopard slammed hard onto the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. It struggled to rise, but its forelimbs were clearly injured, slowing its movements. "Stop!" Lu Kongcheng shouted urgently, rushing over to check the Crimson Panther's injuries. His expression was both pained and stunned. As a silver-ranked beastmaster wielding a war general tier pet, he had been beaten into such a sorry state by a mere student. This was due to his own insufficient grasp of the situation and his skills. "Teacher, I'm sorry." Zhang Xiu approached, her tone tinged with regret. Boda had only recently mastered water domain control and still struggled to regulate its power.
Boda also lowered his head, emitting a soft pop-up sound, as if apologizing.
No need to apologize. Realistic combat is essential for your growth.
Lu Kangcheng shook his head and fed the Crimson Leopard a bottle of healing potion. Rather, this shows I underestimated how fast you're progressing. In just a few days, Boda has already learned to fight two beasts simultaneously. Even at the War General tier, he can defeat opponents above his rank.
With this strength, he's sure to rank highly in the 5 cities special training.
He stood up, his gaze complex as he looked at Zhang Xiu. Truthfully, in all my years teaching, I've never seen a beastmaster progress this rapidly. Even the prodigies from those great families haven't shown growth like yours.
Zhang Xiu smiled modestly. It's all thanks to your excellent guidance, teacher. Cut the crap.
Lu Kangcheng waved his hand dismissively, though the corners of his mouth still curled upward. Your combat skills already far surpass those of ordinary students. Judging by your performance earlier, your spiritual power has likely broken through the 1,000-point mark, right?
During the beast taming duel, Zhang Xiu's reactions and command execution were lightning fast, as if she'd anticipated every attack.
That level of attentiveness is tied to your mental power. Because your mental power is too weak, you can't control high-tier beast pets. I haven't measured it specifically, Zhang Xiu replied. He estimated she had likely surpassed 1,000 several days prior. Lu Kangcheng took him for another measurement. Last time, his spiritual power index registered 998 points, extremely close to the bronze-tier beastmaster threshold. This time, as he had anticipated, the result was 1,220 points. You've already met the standard for a bronze-tier beastmaster. You could try contracting a second beast before the college entrance exams.
It might help you score higher in practical combat.
Of course, the core focus should still be on continuing to cultivate Boda.
The stronger it becomes, the stronger you will be. Lu Kangcheng was secretly startled and offered his advice.
There's no limit to how many pets a beastmaster can contract as long as your beastmaster space is large enough and your mental power is strong enough. You could even contract 2 or 3 at the Black Iron rank. However, most people avoid contracting too many, as it makes nurturing them exhausting. You end up unsure which to prioritize. Thus, most practitioners contract 1 beast per realm.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiu nodded and said, I understand. I'm already preparing.
Binding a second beast does have its perks, like receiving power feedback from it, just like with Boda. If you bind a beast with strong bloodlines, your mental power can actually increase. It's just quite expensive.
Alright, that's all for today's training. The 5 cities special training begins the day after tomorrow. Be at the classroom door at 7 in the morning.
I'll take you there, Lu Kangcheng said. Yes, sir, Zhang Xiu replied. After finishing training, he made another trip to the sterilization department, undergoing 3 sterilization procedures. Accumulated emotion points reached 1560. Time for a draw.
Finally, a chance to draw.
At home, he softly called up the system panel, and the familiar spinning wheel appeared before his eyes. As 1,000 points of emotion energy were consumed, the wheel spun rapidly before finally coming to rest on an image depicting a crimson fruit.
This is an S-grade resource.
Zhang Xiu's eyes lit up at the sight of the crimson fruit.
Following the S-grade Earth Spirit Fruit Core, he had finally obtained another S-grade resource. Chapter 27, Crimson Flame as Catalyst, Phantom Butterfly Evolution Path. Name, Crimson Flame Scarlet Fruit. Grade, S.
Effect, when consumed by fire-type pets, bloodline purity increases by 30%.
Maximum potential breakthroughs to Sovereign tier or Overlord tier. 70% chance to advance a random fire-type skill, granting enhanced abilities.
The Crimson Flame Scarlet Fruit originates from the S-rank secret realm, Flame Mountain, where it is a rare resource. Though it cannot rival the Earth Spirit Core from the S-rank Forbidden Zone Dead Man's Tomb, it remains one of the most potent spiritual treasures among all S-rank resources.
Unfortunately, Boda is water-type, so it's useless for now.
Zhang Xiu felt a slight pang of regret.
This S-rank Crimson Flame Fruit would likely have to be auctioned off discreetly. However, doing so carries a high risk of exposing his identity and secrets.
Alternatively, he could wait until he became a Platinum tier or higher beastmaster before selling it. That way, no one would find it odd or investigate his background. After all, Platinum tier beastmasters possess the qualifications to challenge S-rank secret realms. But once I reach Platinum rank, S-grade resources no matter how rare would hold little practical value for me.
Ah, what a difficult choice.
He sighed, suddenly recalling the feat of a star-tier beastmaster. I recall that star-tier beastmaster once used Crimson Flame Jusher fruit to cultivate a phantom beast-type pet. It was an unconventional evolution path, transforming a fire-type flame silk moth into an illusion flame moth.
Let me think. Besides the Crimson Flame fruit, what else did he use?
That guy was once my rival. I've studied his evolution path.
Zhang Xiu's eyes brightened slightly.
After pondering for a moment, he finally recalled that path. It was in the future, during the Federation's 2096 year, as the Third Beast War was about to commence. A fire-type star-tier beastmaster utilized Crimson Flame fruits to cultivate an unconventional red perfect bloodline of Phantom Flame Butterfly that didn't exist in the evolutionary charts of that era. During that third beast war, this individual wielded a catastrophe tier phantom flame butterfly capable of battling apocalypse tier beasts. His power surpassed that of some heavenly king tier beast masters, placing him on equal footing with them both were figures who had nearly attained the rank of heavenly king beast master. Alas, in late 2099, he fell victim to an ambush by several world-destroying tier beasts and ultimately perished within the Forbidden Zone. Zhang Xiu was quite familiar with him, as both were rivals competing for the heavenly king rank. Zhang Xiu specialized in water, while the other mastered fire. Water and fire are incompatible, so every time they met, they would clash. Of course, after their duels, they would share their research on bloodlines and evolution. Back then, Zhang Xiu was particularly curious about the illusionary flame butterfly he cultivated. When he inquired, the other generously shared the evolutionary path he had once taken. This left Zhang Xiu with a clear memory of this unconventional path. When we shared this evolutionary path with me back then, he must have anticipated becoming a thorn in the side of the beasts, fearing this path might be lost. Little did he know the abyss would unleash so many world-ending beasts. By the time we arrived, he'd already collapsed and fallen within the Forbidden Zone. Alas. At this point in time, I recall Hui was still an obscure graduate student at Qingzhou Research Institute, right? Ha! He hadn't even discovered the phantom flame butterfly's evolutionary path yet. Brother, this time let me freeload off your future research. It's all for humanity's survival, I believe you'll understand. Zhang Xiu smiled faintly, feeling a twinge of guilt toward Hui. After all, every new evolutionary path took researchers years, even decades to develop. Yet he had gained direct knowledge of the answer, claiming that path for himself. But guilt or no guilt, he had to grow stronger, far stronger than he had been in his previous life. In his previous life, he had followed the water element path. Now, Pota was dual element earth and water. Adding fire would throw things off balance, but if it were the phantom beast type phantom flame butterfly, there would be no issue. The phantom beast type referred to pets possessing special abilities, with spirit energy attributes that were multicolored and did not belong to the 5 primary elements of metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. It stood alongside the dual elements of time and space, its most defining characteristic being its mythical creature form. The mythical form embodied by the illusionary flame butterfly is the South Sea butterfly, a colossal divine beast of legend capable of infinite transformations, often appearing in mirages. Its form is described as vast as a reed sail, its wings unfurling like a celestial being. We had once discussed with him that this evolutionary path might be intrinsically linked to the mythical beasts of the abyss. He believed that in the future, there might be an opportunity to continue evolving beyond the golden legend to that undiscovered mythical bloodline. Yet the third beast war unfolded and concluded far too swiftly. After Hui's death, he lacked both time and energy to pursue this research further. After all, it wasn't his pet beast's path. Now, reborn and determined to cultivate a phantom flame butterfly, he would inevitably resume his research. He would see if he could truly touch the mythical bloodline that existed only in theory. Zhang Xiu carefully stored the crimson flame fruit. For the second pet beast, he would contract a fire-type flame thread butterfly. However, to evolve it into an illusionary flame butterfly, the crimson flame fruit alone was insufficient. 3 more greater resources were still needed. Acquiring these would require a great deal of money, and one of them was practically priceless. Once he set his course, he no longer felt rushed. There was no point in rushing anyway. He was too broke right now. Forget 3A grade resources, he couldn't even afford one. Oh wait, he couldn't even afford a single flame silk butterfly. After all, the flame thread butterfly possessed a blue tier exceptional bloodline. Its market price was at least 7 million Federation coins. That was far more expensive than Su Qingxing's Bell Fox. While the Bell Fox also possessed a blue grade exceptional bloodline, it belonged to a lower tier and easier to cultivate type. The flame thread butterfly, however, was rare, commanding a much higher price. I'll just have to focus on crafting water spirit potions. With the remaining 500,000 Federation coins, I can buy raw materials for about 50 bottles. If I want to make big money, this is the only way. I'll talk to Manager Tong another day about increasing the weekly order quantity. Zhang Xiu thought to herself, no matter the cost, she must accumulate 7 million Federation coins as soon as possible. Sterilization surgeries couldn't be neglected either, as they were a reliable source of emotion points. With all this factoring in, his days were packed solid. The next day, Zhang Xiu arrived at school and opened his phone to find a message from Su Qingxing sent the previous night. The secret realm pass is ready. I'll bring it to you later. Alright, thanks. You're welcome. The reply came instantly. Zhang Xiu glanced at it but didn't respond. Then she saw a string of messages from Wang Xiaoyu. Zhang Xiu. When are you free? My dad wants to treat you to a meal to thank you for saving my life. Probably after the 5 city special training, right? Oh yeah, I got my hands on this super powerful potion, no side effects. Come to the 3rd floor of the teaching building, I'll give it to you. It's specifically for water attribute pets, you can't buy this on the open market. Hurry over. After reading the messages, Zhang Xiu froze for a moment. Are they giving me the potion they were trying to sell me? He couldn't help but chuckle, a smile playing on his lips. But after a moment's thought, he headed toward the third floor of the teaching building. A single bottle could fetch 20,000. This freebie was definitely worth taking. Chapter 28. The 5-city special training begins. The third floor corridor of the teaching building was empty and quiet. During the lunch break, most students were either in the cafeteria or out on the playground. As Zhang Xiu rounded the corner, he spotted Wang Xiaoyu leaning against the railing. In her hand was a vial of pale blue glowing potion, the very water spirit potion he sold on the black market. Zhang Xiu. Over here. Wang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up at the sight of Zhang Xiu, and she jogged over to meet him. Today, she had tied her blonde hair into a ponytail. Combined with her school uniform, she looked even more pure and lively in the sunlight. Here. I got this especially for you. She handed over the potion like a treasured gift, smiling as she said, "My dad says this potion is 3 times as effective as regular ones on the market, and it has absolutely no side effects." Thanks. Zhang Xiu took the vial, suppressing a smile as she feigned surprise and examined it closely. This potion is indeed quite special. Of course. Wang Xiaoyu proudly puffed out her chest and said, "My dad says it's the work of a mysterious alchemist on the black market. Its limited edition sold out the moment it hit the shelves this morning. I had to beg my dad to get me just 1 bottle. Give it to Boda to try later. If it works well, I'll get you more next time." Hearing this, Zhang Xiu thought to herself. This girl probably doesn't realize that the mysterious alchemist she's talking about is standing right in front of her. But Boss Wang's little cotton-padded jacket seems to have some holes, using his own resources to support a man outside the family. Consider this bottle a gift of friendship. Don't bother getting more next time. He paused, then spoke up to dissuade her. If Boss Wang found out his daughter was doing this long term, he'd never be able to clear his name. After all, I'm not her boyfriend. While having such a wealthy woman as a girlfriend wouldn't be bad, Zhang Xiu was currently focused solely on entering the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy. She aimed to quickly regain her previous life strength, surpass the Heavenly King tier Beastmasters, and rewrite humanity's fate of defeat in the Third Beast War. As for romantic entanglements, he had no interest in them for now. Women would only distract him from his Beastmaster training. Ha? Why? This is the real deal. Wang Xiaoyu tilted her head, looking puzzled. Zhang Xiu cleared her throat and explained, "It's too valuable, and your dad works hard running his business. It wouldn't be right for me to take something from your family for no reason." "Oh, you saved my life. This little thing is nothing. Besides, my dad says you're a rare genius and told me to learn as much as I can from you. Don't feel pressured." Wang Xiaoyu waved dismissively. Zhang Xiu couldn't help but smile at her words. "Seems Wang Chengye thinks highly of me. Could it be that inviting me to dinner is actually a matchmaking scheme?" He felt a sudden headache coming on. Wang Xiaoyu seemed to sense Zhang Xiu's subtle refusal, his expression flickering with disappointment before he gathered his courage to change the subject. Tomorrow marks the start of the 5 cities special training. This session will draw many exceptional students. Even Yao Qiu, the prodigy from neighboring Tianhe No. 1 High School, will be attending. Rumor has it he's already contracted 2 beast companions. He's bound to shine during this 5 cities special training, but I'm sure you'll outshine him. And since you defeated a mid-stage black-striped giant wolf in the battle general tier, you'll definitely take first place in this training. Zhang Xiu smiled faintly, about to respond, when footsteps suddenly echoed from the end of the corridor. Both turned to see Su Qingxing approaching, a small box in her hand. "Qingxing?" Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. "Why are you here too?" Su Qingxing's steps faltered slightly upon seeing them together. A flicker of unease crossed her face before she regained her composure. I came to give Zhang Xiu the secret realm pass." She murmured softly, her gaze lingering briefly on the vial of potion in Zhang Xiu's hand. "Looks like I'm here at the wrong time." "Not at all." Wang Xiaoyu beamed as she stepped forward and took Su Qingxing's hand. "We were just talking about tomorrow's special training." Su Qingxing nodded and handed the box to Zhang Xiu. "These are secret realm passes, 5 for F rank realms and 2 for E rank realms. No restrictions on realm names, valid for 3 months. Let me know when you've used them all up." Zhang Xiu took the box, opened it, and glanced inside. 7 exquisitely crafted metal cards lay neatly arranged, each engraved with intricate patterns and the Beastmaster Association seal. "Thank you. This will be a huge help," Zhang Xiu said sincerely. "You're welcome." Su Qingxing smiled faintly, her gaze softening considerably. "Oh, and my father mentioned that the criminal gang member has confessed some crucial information. The police are currently tracking down their hideout." "That's good news," Zhang Xiu nodded. "Hopefully they can eradicate this cancer completely." The 3 chatted a bit more about tomorrow's special training arrangements until the lunch break bell rang, then each returned to their classrooms. After finishing her afternoon training and performing sterilization surgeries, Zhang Xiu informed Teacher Chen that she would be attending the 5 cities special training and wouldn't be able to assist with surgeries for the next few days. Hearing this, Teacher Chen's eyes welled up with tears. She urged Zhang Xiu to give it her all, proving to everyone that a sterilization technician could absolutely kick other beast tamers' butts. The next day, at the entrance of Jiangping No. 2 Middle School, a large bus was parked. Lu Kongchang had been waiting for Zhang Xiu there since early morning. 10 students were participating in this 5-city special training, with Class 1 of Senior 3 having the largest contingent of full 4 students. Class 3 followed with 3 students, Class 2 had 2, while Classes 4 and 5 consistently brought up the rear. The final spot was originally meant for Class 4, but then came Zhang Xiu, this dark horse who snatched it away. This left Class 4's homeroom teacher heartbroken, unable to even board the 5-city special training bus. Conversely, these days were the happiest for Lu Kongchang, his mouth often stretched into a wide grin. Whenever he met someone, he boasted about his student Zhang Xiu's extraordinary talent. It made the other homeroom teachers grind their teeth in frustration. Zhang Xiu. Over here. Lu Kongchang's eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Xiu approaching, and he waved cheerfully. Zhang Xiu couldn't help but smile slightly at the sight of his enthusiastic gesture. Ever since he demonstrated his astonishing talent, this homeroom teacher who'd once barely acknowledged his existence had undergone a complete transformation in attitude. "Good morning, sir," Zhang Xiu greeted politely. "Good." Lu Kongchang slapped Zhang Xiu on the shoulder, his eyes crinkling into slits with laughter. "Today we'll head to the special training grounds in Wuchang to get familiar with the area. Tomorrow, the intensive training and duel matches begin. I've made a bet with the other homeroom teachers wagering on what place you'll achieve in this training." Zhang Xiu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Teacher, what place did you bet on me?" "First place, of course." Lu Kongchang laughed heartily. "I've staked half a year's salary and bonuses on it." Zhang Xiu was both amused and exasperated. "Teacher, that's way too risky. While I'm confident, the geniuses from other cities shouldn't be underestimated." "Ha! I have faith in you." Lu Kongchang roared with laughter. "Hop on the bus, everyone else is already here." Zhang Xiu boarded the bus and found 9 students already seated inside. He immediately spotted Su Qingxing and Wang Xiaoyu in the back row, who had deliberately left an empty seat beside them. "Zhang Xiu. Sit here." Wang Xiaoyu waved excitedly, her voice loud enough for the entire bus to hear. Chapter 29, Who is the True Genius? Su Qingxing wore a faint smile. She wore a light blue tracksuit, her black hair pulled into a high ponytail, giving her a sharp and energetic look. As Zhang Xiu walked over and sat down, she immediately felt all eyes on her, some filled with envy, others with jealousy, and still others with curiosity. A bespectacled boy in the front row turned around, nudged Zhang Xiu with his finger, and whispered very quietly, "I heard you're dating Su Qingxing?" "Rumor." Zhang Xiu replied curtly. "Then what's your relationship with Wang Xiaoyu?" "Friends." "Then why are the 3 of you always together?" Another boy joined in with the questioning. Wang Xiaoyu's eyes widened instantly at the sound. "What's the matter? Can't Qingxing and I be friends with Zhang Xiu? You guys are way too nosy." Su Qingxing gently tugged her best friend's sleeve, signaling her to calm down. Zhang Xiu shook his head helplessly. He'd heard the rumors circulating around school these past few days. But his immediate concern was the upcoming special training. "By the way, do you know the specifics of this special training?" Zhang Xiu changed the subject. Wang Xiaoyu perked up immediately. "My dad said this year's training is different from previous years. They used to hold tournament matches in the simulation combat hall, but this year it's been moved to the Mist Valley secret realm outside the city. And they've even built a special arena in the secret realm. Who knows how much that cost?" "Misty Valley?" Zhang Xiu's eyes lit up. "Isn't that a grady secret realm? How did the school manage to secure such a location?" Su Qingxing explained, "Because this year's event is jointly hosted by the 5 cities, it was directly approved by the Beastmaster Association. Honestly, we wouldn't normally get approval. The secret realm is frequented by many beast tamers. But this time is different. Not only are representatives from major prestigious schools coming to watch, but teachers from the 9 great academies like the Starry Sky Beast Taming Academy and Qingzhou Qilin Academy are attending too. You know, Jiangping City is just a remote guardian city. It's not as developed as other guardian cities and lags behind in Beastmaster education. In the past 3 years, no one from here has been admitted to the 9 great academies. As for the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy, it hasn't accepted anyone from here in over a decade. The same situation holds for the 5 surrounding cities. So, hosting this special training camp serves 2 purposes: to pursue special admissions and to seek guidance from those prestigious academy instructors." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiu nodded in understanding. With some time before the bus reached the secret realm, he leaned back in his seat, pondering how he should perform during this special training. Among the prodigies of the 5 cities, he was at a distinct disadvantage. He had only contracted 1 beast companion, and it hadn't even reached the war general tier. While Boda could fight opponents of higher tiers, the elite academy instructors visiting the training camp placed significant emphasis on cultivating one's realm. This was a deeply ingrained belief among the universities that cultivation level was everything. If he succeeded in this special recruitment, he might secure favorable conditions enough to cultivate Boda to the war general tier before the college entrance exams. Zhang Xiu thought to himself, suddenly noticing a gaze fixed on him from ahead. He looked up to see a buzz-cut boy grinning. The smile was cold, almost taunting. This was Zuo Hua, the top student in their year. Lately, many had compared themselves to him.
I hear you can defeat war general level beasts by defeating higher tier opponents?
Zhuo suddenly spoke. His voice wasn't loud, yet it silenced the entire carriage. Many turned to look, some smirking, others gloating, while others believed Zhuo was challenging Zhang Xiu, one the top student in their year, the other a rising star.
Who could possibly be stronger? I'm curious, how did a novice who just contracted a beast recently manage this?
Even geniuses follow a path. I've studied your background and found no signs of exceptional talent.
Could you have been faking it your entire life? Or is your so-called genius merely the luck of binding a pet of perfect lineage? Zhuo's gaze fixed on Zhang Xiu, as if trying to pierce his secret.
The carriage's atmosphere suddenly grew tense, everyone's gaze shifting back and forth between the two. Zhang Xiu ignored him. In his eyes, this was nothing more than a high school student.
Zhuo, what do you mean by that?
But Wang Xiaoyu beside him couldn't help but stand up, glaring at the other man.
Zhang Xiu's abilities have even earned praise from our teachers. What are you questioning here? Zhuo shrugged and said, I'm just curious.
After all, his rise to prominence is rather peculiar. Su Qingxing gently tugged Wang Xiaoyu's wrist, motioning for her to sit down, then turned to Zhuo.
After the college entrance exams, you and Zhang Xiu won't cross paths anyway. If you think his skills aren't up to par, you can challenge him during the special training.
Zhuo snorted lightly, the disdain in his eyes undiminished. I bet our genius Zhang wouldn't dare. Zhang Xiu maintained a composed expression throughout. He knew this competitive mindset all too well. In his previous life, he'd been just like this until real life or death battles taught him that strength wasn't something to flaunt. I couldn't care less, as long as you can accept your own defeat.
Ha, you're quite the actor. Just wait and see how I'll defeat you.
All so-called geniuses are merely stepping stones for me.
Zhuo sneered coldly and turned away.
The teachers aboard the bus heard these words and smiled one after another. They didn't mind competition among students because only through competition could they grow stronger. This 5-city special training was all about competition, a greater stimulus to ignite the students' drive to grow stronger.
Zhang Xiu should be fine.
Lu Kongcheng murmured under his breath. Although Zhuo was formidable, in his view, he still fell short compared to Zhang Xiu. After all, Zhang Xiu had nearly defeated him.
The only rival to watch during this 5-city special training was Tianhe No. 1 High School.
They possessed the deepest heritage among the 5 cities, and their ability to secure so many elite instructors was a testament to their resources.
And at Tianhe No. 1 High, the top student was the prodigy Yao Qiu.
Already possessing a war general tier beast companion, he had long since attained bronze tier beast master status, making him a formidable competitor for Zhang Xiu this time around.
Quiet, everyone.
We're approaching the Mist Valley. Lu Kongcheng stood up, clapped his hands, and said, this special training is crucial for each of you. I hope you focus your energy on improving your strength, not on pointless arguments.
Understood, teacher. Understood.
The students responded in unison. Zhang Xiu's gaze drifted out the window. The distant mountain ranges gradually came into sharp relief, and the entrance to the Blue Vortex secret realm was already faintly visible.
This special training will include a secret realm combat assessment.
Recently, some unusual phenomena have been reported in the Mist Valley. The association suspects a new tribe of exotic beasts may have emerged, and investigating this matter will likely be incorporated into the training.
Anomalies?
Zhang Xiu furrowed her brow slightly. In her past life's memories, the sovereign tier beast Starry Night Steelwolf that appeared in Jiangping City seemed to have launched its beast tide from near Misty Valley.
But the timing didn't quite add up. That event occurred in Federation year 2083, at least 3 years from now. Could there have been a change in circumstances? Doubts swirled in his mind. Chapter 30, 5 schools gather, genius shines. Everyone disembark and assemble.
Lu Kongcheng stood up and shouted.
Students disembarked in orderly succession, forming ranks on the plaza before the secret realm's entrance.
The square was already crowded with people. Besides the faculty and students of Jiangping No. 2 High School, there were also students and accompanying teachers from the other 4 schools. Zhang Xiu scanned the area and quickly spotted a group in deep blue uniforms, the students of Tianhe First High School. They stood at the very front, their expressions brimming with confidence and pride. One tall boy in particular stood out. Arms crossed, his piercing gaze swept over the competitors from other schools.
That's Yao Qiu. Su Qingxing whispered to Zhang Xiu.
I heard his primary beast has already reached mid-war general level. Zhang Xiu nodded, her gaze lingering on Yao Qiu for a moment.
He could sense the formidable aura emanating from the boy, a formidable opponent far stronger than Zhuo. Hey, who are you? The records don't seem to have you listed. Has Jiangping No. 2 High School gained another prodigy?
A crisp female voice came from the side. Zhang Xiu turned to see a girl in a white uniform tilting her head as she studied him. The school badge on her chest indicated she was from Qinglin City's first Beastmaster High School. Noticing Zhang Xiu's gaze, she extended her hand with a smile and introduced herself, Qinglin No. 1 High School, Yu Shu Miao.
Zhang Xiu.
Zhang Xiu replied briefly, a hint of surprise in his heart.
He could faintly sense that this girl's psychic power was exceptionally strong, even surpassing his own and that of Yao Qiu. Of course, spiritual power alone might not represent a beast tamer's true strength. But it certainly indicated her level of mastery as a beastmaster. Had she consumed some rare treasure that boosted psychic power? Or was she naturally gifted? Zhang Xiu mused inwardly. Whichever it was, this girl was no ordinary talent. You weren't on the list our teacher gave us earlier. For jumping number 2 high school to make a last-minute substitution, you must be quite formidable. Yu Shumiao's eyes lit up. She stepped closer, her smile as bright as if she'd discovered a new continent. Just as Zhang Xiu was about to respond, a cold snort echoed from behind. He's just some guy who got lucky. Zuohua had appeared behind them unnoticed, his face twisted in scorn. The one who truly represents our school's strength is me. Ha, Zuohua, you're as arrogant as ever. Yu Shumiao covered her mouth, giggling softly. But from the side came 2 words. Asshole. You. Zuohua's eyes blazed with fury as he whipped his head around to see who'd insulted him. But the moment he saw the person, he instantly calmed down. Because it was Zhang Shang, the prodigy of Longfeng City's first high school. Glasses perched on his nose gave him an intellectual air, yet his sturdy frame seemed poised to burst out of his clothes at any moment, revealing a body of pure muscle. His eyes held a cold glint, sharp as a venomous snake's. Zhang Shang of Longfeng City First High might not match Yao Qiu of Huishui City Tiana First High in raw strength, but his fame far surpassed his rival. He was the only student in recent years deemed worthy enough for Star Realm Beastmaster Academy to send instructors to observe. The fact that this 5-city special training program was organized, attracting so many instructors, was largely thanks to him. As for why he caught the attention of the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy? No one knew for certain. All was known was that this individual possessed monstrous talent, with strength rivaling Yao Qiu's. He had cultivated a war general tier beast companion at an early age and ventured alone into a C-rank secret realm. So it was you 4 eyes. After regaining his composure, Zuohua sneered coldly. Everyone's curious just how powerful are you that the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy took notice? As far as I know, you haven't participated in any tests at school for ages, nor shown any real strength. Why hide so deeply? Do you really think you can spring up out of nowhere, catch everyone off guard, and become the top student in the entrance exams? Hearing this, Zhang Cheng pushed his glasses up his nose without even glancing at Zuohua, adding another remark. Idiot. Zuohua felt his temples throb with rage. Is that all you can say? Zhang Sheng paused briefly before adding, brain dead. You. Zuohua swung his fist, ready to punch the other guy, cursing furiously. But at that moment, the surrounding Jiangping number 2 middle school students rushed over to restrain him. Brother Zua! Brother Zua! Don't lose your temper. The special training hasn't even started yet, no private fights now. Yeah, we'll show them what we're made of during the special training. Zuohua was being dragged away. He took a deep breath and snorted, when the special training comes, I hope your skills match your big mouth. Zhang Shang couldn't be bothered to respond. Engaging with such a person felt like lowering his own standards. His gaze swept across the room, locking eyes with Yao Qiu. In their shared gaze, sparks of rivalry seemed to fly. But as Zhang Shang looked away, Yao Qiu gave a slight smile, as if he had one. When Zhang Shang turned his gaze toward Zhang Xiu, his snake-like eyes grew slightly more serious, as if he had glimpsed a fragment of Zhang Xiu's true strength. Interesting. Zhang Shang tugged at the corner of his mouth before shifting his gaze to the others. See you at the special training session. Yu Shumiao smiled at Zhang Xiu, seemingly noticing his close relationship with Wang Xiaoyu and Su Qingxing beside him, then turned to leave. Zhang Xiu, you'd better keep your distance from that Yu Shumiao. Don't be fooled by her innocent looks. Rumor has it that any guy who gets close to her ends up mentally drained, like he's been drained of his vitality by a fox spirit. Wang Xiaoyu's mind flashed with a witty remark. Xiaoyu, stop spreading those baseless rumors. Su Qingxing covered her face and reminded her. She is, after all, the top student in her grade at Qinglin First High School. I'm not just making stuff up. She's dated several guys, and they all broke up with her because they couldn't handle it. I can see right through her. That girl's a master at pretending all innocent and pure-faced, but she's a total flirt. Zhang Xiu, don't fall for it. Wang Xiaoyu couldn't help but add. Hearing this, Zhang Xiu stroked her chin, suddenly curious about Yu Shumiao's state. Such immense spiritual power, it must be approaching silver tier strength. How did she achieve this? Is it due to a unique constitution? Or did she consume some rare elixir? Or perhaps she possesses a special cultivation method from one of the 9 prestigious academies? A cultivation method seems unlikely. The 9 prestigious academies never reveal such secrets before enrollment. This 5-city special training really is brimming with talent. Zhang Xiu grinned, his anticipation palpable. Quiet. A booming voice cut through the air. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man in the Beastmaster Association uniform ascending a temporary platform. His expression was stern, his gaze sharp, and pinned to his chest was the insignia of a gold-rank Beastmaster.
I am Song Binhai, Senior Steward of the Beastmaster Association from Qingzhou, and I am the overall supervisor for this 5-city special training. He surveyed the crowd, his voice steady and commanding. First, welcome all you prodigies to this special training. Unlike the tournament format of previous years, this year we will adopt a practical combat assessment approach. A murmur of discussion rippled through the crowd below. Quiet. Song Binhai raised his hand to signal for order. Abnormal energy fluctuations have recently been detected in Mist Valley. We suspect a new beast clan is forming. Your mission is to investigate these anomalies under the guidance of your mentors while completing the special training assessment. Throughout this process, we will assess your potential based on your performance scores. Finally, we will tailor a 2-day cultivation program to each individual's unique characteristics. Outstanding performers may secure special admission slots to prestigious universities. Chapter 31, Teammates' Assets or Liabilities? The special training consists of 2 phases. The first phase lasts 5 days, with teams of 5 exploring Mist Valley to investigate the beasts within their habits, attacks, abilities, and other information. Any valid data will be recorded under your personal score. Simultaneously, we will deploy 100 energy crystals throughout the valley, strategically placed in various locations. You may search for and compete to secure these crystals. Each crystal found grants an additional 100 points, credited to your team's total. In the second phase, we will calculate your potential based on your ranking and provide targeted special training guidance. During this period, you will also receive special recruitment invitations from prestigious universities. Song Binhai swept his gaze around the room. After finishing his speech, he waved his hand, and staff immediately brought in a lottery machine. Each group will be led by 1 mentor and must include 1 student from each of the 5 schools to ensure fairness. Note that mentors will offer no advice and will not intervene in your competitions or duels. They will only step in when your lives are in danger. Once a mentor intervenes, your scoring will cease. Now, begin the draw. The results were announced swiftly. Zhang Xiu was assigned to Group 3, alongside Yu Shumiao from Qinglin First High School, whom she had just met. Besides them, there were 3 other students. Wow, I'm actually in the same group as Sister Miao. Sister Miao, I'm counting on you to carry us this time. Sis Miao, I know some intel on the Yaoqiu pet beasts. I'll fill you in later. Let's aim for first place in our group. Sis Miao is the strongest, she should be our team captain. Any objections? No. Hee, you guys are so nice. I don't even know your names yet, let's all introduce ourselves. Yu Shumiao said with a beaming smile. The 3 students flashed slightly ingratiating smiles as they hurriedly introduced themselves, eager to list every possible strength. Longfeng First High, Lu Tang. My contracted beast is grass type, specializing in enemy control. It possesses the Azure Superior bloodline and has already broken through to the early war general tier. Tianha First High, Wang Yuanguang. My beast is water type, can transform into elemental form, and serves as an undetectable scout. I'm Jiang Min from Wanquan No. 2 High School. You should all have my records. I've been the 3rd-ranked student at Wanquan No. 2 for ages. My beast is a giant horned insect that can fly and possesses immense strength. Everyone here is so impressive. Zhang Xiu, what about you? Yu Shumiao turned to Zhang Xiu with a smile. Your profile is rather sparse. Care to share? Zhang Xiu smiled calmly and said, my pet beast is dual element earth and water, one I raised myself. Its name is Boda. Its strength is roughly on par with a war general level opponent, but it's not as powerful as everyone else's. How modest. To be on this list, you must possess extraordinary talent. I'm truly looking forward to seeing your strength, Yu Shumiao said with a light chuckle. Let's learn from each other, Zhang Xiu nodded. What kind of strength could a novice who just contracted a beast possibly have? Jiang Min, a student from Wanquan No. 2 Middle School in the same group, sneered disdainfully. I checked with students from Jiangping No. 2 High. Just a month ago, he was a sterilization doctor in the sterilization department. Getting into this special training must have been through connections. A sterilization department doctor? No way. That qualifies him for special training? Lu Tang was utterly shocked. Ha, you're not here to neuter our pets, are you? Wang Yuanguan laughed out loud, then patted Zhang Xiu's shoulder and said, but our pets are already done. No need for you to bother. Ha, Wang Yuanguan, you're hilarious. Sis Miao, I think we're better off relying on ourselves. This kid's just dead weight. Don't say that. Yu Shumiao shook her head gently and smiled. I heard Zhang Xiu can defeat war general level beasts even when outclassed. Really? Wang Yuanguang's eyes widened in surprise. Just as Zhang Xiu was about to respond, the team leader approached. She was a young woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a gold-grade Beastmaster badge pinned to her chest. Hello, everyone. I'm your team instructor, Li Wan. She adjusted her glasses, her gaze sweeping over the 5 students before reaching into her pocket and handing them each a bracelet. These are tracking bracelets to prevent you from getting lost in the secret realm. Additionally, you can view your scores and group rankings on them. If you collect any energy crystals, hand them over to me and I'll add points to your score.
Similarly, accurate information about any beasts encountered will also earn you points.
Zhang Xiu took the bracelet, slipped it on, and immediately felt an electric current sweep across her wrist.
Within the secret realm, most technology becomes ineffective.
But this bracelet isn't a conventional electronic device, it's a bioengineered device created using living organisms.
It operates on spiritual energy, not mere electricity.
Therefore, it remains functional within the secret realm.
This bracelet probably even has a surveillance-like projection feature.
Zhang Xiu glanced down and noticed a tiny, movable eye at the front of the bracelet. This bracelet must have cost a fortune, at least several 100,000 yuan.
Which school is Teacher Li from?
Yu Shumiao inquired curiously. Li Wen smiled gently, her gaze warm as she looked at Yu Shumiao. I come from Qilin Academy, currently serving as an intern teaching assistant in the Practical Combat Guidance Department.
Qilin Academy?
Wang Yuanguang exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock.
The top academy in Qingzhou?
That's correct. Li Wen nodded, her gaze casually sweeping over Zhang Xiu. Through this special training, we hope to discover students with potential. A sharp gleam flashed in Yu Shumiao's eyes, and her smile grew even brighter.
Teacher Li, we'll definitely give it our all. I look forward to seeing what you can do.
Li Wen pushed her glasses up. Now, prepare to enter the secret realm. Remember, teamwork is crucial, but safety must also be prioritized. Zhang Xiu felt Li Wen's gaze linger on her for an extra moment.
She thought to herself, it seems the major academies are indeed paying close attention to this special training.
Though Qilin Academy couldn't match the prestige of Xinqiang Beastmaster Academy, it still ranked among the 9 provinces' top 9 institutions positioned mid-tier, just below Ji Province's Zhenghuang War Beast Academy and Yu Province's Qinglong Spirit Pact Academy. Their teachers are at least platinum tier. The other party likely stayed at Qilin Academy after graduation, and once they break through to platinum tier, they can become a full-time teacher.
Speaking of which, where are the teachers from Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy? Zhang Xiu looked around but saw none.
Given Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy's pride, their teachers might just be running late.
Let's go. We should be heading out.
Yu Shumiao clapped her hands and led the way toward the secret realm's entrance.
Lu Tang and Wang Yuanguang immediately followed suit.
Zhang Min shot Zhang Xiu a glance and snorted coldly, just don't slow us down.
Zhang Xiu paid no mind and stepped forward to join the group. The entrance to the Mist Valley lay before them, a blue vortex swirling slowly.
After they entered, the other teams followed one after another.
Stop staring. We should go in too. Su Qingxing nudged Wang Xiaoyu, who was still staring at Zhang Xiu, and couldn't help but remind her. Zhang Xiu joined Yu Shumiao's team. Ah, Qingxing, do you think he'll get into trouble?
Wang Xiaoyu asked with a hint of worry.
What kind of terrifying beast do you think Yu Shumiao is?
Su Qingxing rolled her eyes, then turned to walk toward her own team, though she was secretly wondering the same thing.
Zhang Xiu, hopefully he won't get screwed over.
Both girls ended up in fairly decent teams.
Su Qingxing's team included Yao Qiu, ranked first.
Wang Xiaoyu's team, meanwhile, was more balanced, consisting of top 3 students from various schools.
Once all students had entered, Song Binhai instructed staff to activate the projection system.
It displayed each group's current status within the secret realm, allowing teachers from other prestigious schools to gauge each student's potential.
Chapter 32, Which student do you favor? Teacher Su, which student is Qilin Academy betting on? Seated in a row near the projection equipment on the secret realm plaza were admissions officers from various major academies.
A middle-aged man among them turned his head and asked curiously.
Teachers watching the projections nearby pricked up their ears. Lu Kongcheng couldn't help but lean forward slightly.
High school teachers like theirs, who guarded the city, could only sit in the back rows as chaperones. Among the heavyweight recruiters present were Su Hua from Qingzhou's Qilin Academy, Ding Jia from Jizhou's Zhenkang Beast Academy, Bai Huixi from Yuzhou's Qinglong Lingqi Academy.
Also present was Min Jiamu, a future instructor from the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy.
It was precisely because of these heavyweight figures that other prestigious academies had come to observe this 5-city special training. After all, with 4 representatives from the 9 prestigious academies present, it was obvious that once-in-a-century prodigies were bound to be among them. If they couldn't snatch the absolute top talents, then the next tier of promising students would be acceptable to any school.
If they could snag even one, wouldn't that be a huge win? Amidst the crowd's curiosity, Su Hua lifted his teacup, sipped it, and then said, naturally, it's Yu Shumiao from Group 3.
This young woman possesses a unique constitution, formidable psychic power, and has contracted a wood-type beast, making her a perfect fit for our Qilin Academy's evolutionary path. I had Li Wen follow her to observe further. If she meets our standards, this recruitment spot could be hers. Hearing this, Ding Jia from the Zhenhuang War Beast Academy looked up at the projection. He saw Yu Shumiao leading the group. He smiled faintly, then shifted his gaze to Yao Qiu's projection and remarked, and Yao Qiu, doesn't your Qilin Academy envy that? Look at the pet beast they've cultivated, truly ferocious.
The Mist Valley is practically their playground.
Yao Qiu's path is atavistic evolution.
Doesn't that perfectly align with your Zhenhuang Beast Academy's direction? Why would I compete with you for her? Su Hua chuckled.
True.
Talents like that would be too much for Qilin Academy to handle. Bring them to our Jinhuan War Beast Academy for training, they'll be perfect for border trials. You bastard, you have to take a dig at them. Alright. Speaking of which, why hasn't that teacher from the Star Realm Beastmaster Academy shown up yet? Beside them, Bai Huisi from the Azure Dragon Spirit Pact Academy quickly interjected, smoothing things over before adding with puzzlement.
Well, the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy has 3 great masters. They're high and mighty, so it's only natural they keep us waiting. Poof. Whenever people ask which academy is the strongest in the Federation, they always name Star Realm. But I'll tell you this, without our town warding War Beast Academy guarding the borders and the abyss, would they even have room to grow? All day long, studying time and space, that bunch of... Ahem. Bai Huisi cleared her throat twice, her eyes signaling Ding Jia to look behind them. As a platinum tier beast master, Ding Jia possessed psychic power potent enough to project outward. The moment the cough sounded, he'd already noticed someone approaching from behind. The newcomer was none other than Min Jiamu, an instructor from Xingqiang Beastmaster Academy. Teacher Ding, you seem quite fired up? Min Jiamu glided forward in a white dress, a smile playing at her lips, seemingly unfazed by the earlier remark.
Ding Jia's expression shifted slightly, then he burst into hearty laughter to mask his awkwardness. Teacher Min, you're joking. It's just my occupational habit, I can't stop talking about border matters.
As a veteran platinum tier beastmaster, he held no fear for others. But Min Jiamu was far superior to him. At only 30 years old, she had already reached the peak of platinum rank. If it ever came to a fight, he'd be utterly overwhelmed. Min Jiamu offered a non-committal smile, his gaze shifting to the projection screen.
Seems it's already begun? They'd only just entered the secret realm.
Bai Huisi promptly vacated the center position. That Yu Shumiao from Group 3 shows great potential. Teacher Su has already taken notice. Min Jiamu glanced at Yu Shumiao, gave a slight nod, then turned his gaze to his target, this time Zhang Xiu from the second group, and a smile spread across his face. The surrounding teachers seemed to know she had come to the 5 cities special training specifically to evaluate Zhang Xiu. The other students were merely incidental.
If surprises emerged, that would be welcome. If not, it wouldn't matter.
After all, Star Realm Beastmaster Academy was the top institution in the Federation, never lacking in prodigies.
So this was Mist Valley? Visibility is far too low, you wouldn't even notice if a beast suddenly attacked.
Wang Yuan glanced around, his voice trembling slightly. Zhang Xiu frowned at the gray haze blanketing the valley before them. The thick fog swirled around them as if alive, obscuring anything beyond 10 meters. A damp, musty odor permeated the air, mingled with the faint, lingering scent of blood.
Everyone, gather closer.
Yu Shumiao murmured softly, drawing a peculiar lantern from her waist.
This is a fog-dispelling lantern, she explained. It can illuminate an area of 20 meters.
As the light flared, the surrounding mist indeed receded slightly.
Zhang Xiu noticed the flame burning within the lantern was a distinct blue hue, likely fueled by oil extracted from exotic beasts. Sister Miao, you're always so well prepared. Lu Tang remarked with a flattering smile.
Mentor Wen stood at the edge of the group, quietly observing their actions without offering any comments.
According to the map, we are currently at the outer edge of the valley. Yu Shumiao unfolded a parchment and explained. Head 3 kilometers northeast and you'll find an abandoned mine shaft. That might be where the beasts gather.
Zhang Xiu leaned in to examine the map, suddenly frowning.
This map is wrong. What?
Jiang Min glared impatiently and retorted, this is a standard map provided by the association.
How could it be wrong? We need to hurry and find the crystal.
Ignoring him, Zhang Xiu pointed to the faintly marked fog zone along the map's edge and addressed Yu Shumiao.
The fog concentration distribution is off. This location should be a light fog zone, but the actual concentration is at least 3 times what's marked. A flicker of surprise crossed Yu Shumiao's eyes as she tilted her head. Your observation is sharp. I almost missed it.
Indeed, the fog here is much denser than the data describes.
Could it be the work of a strange beast? Wang Yuanguang swallowed nervously. It's possible. Beast territories can shift with environmental changes. Just then, Zhang Xiu suddenly detected faint tremors in the ground.
Furrowing his brow, he whispered a warning.
Something's happening. Everyone, be careful. Almost simultaneously, Yu Shumiao noticed it too. The ground was trembling, likely a group of beasts. The tremors weren't strong, it's not a large beast. We'll move north.
Jiang Min released the giant horned beetle to scout ahead.
Everyone else, stay alert. After speaking, Yu Shumiao glanced at Zhang Xiu.
Even with her formidable psychic abilities, she hadn't detected it faster than him.
Yes.
Jiang Min summoned the giant horned beetle and commanded it to scout the situation. The 5 then cautiously moved northward, Mentor Wen still silent as she brought up the rear. After traveling about a kilometer, strange rustling sounds began to emerge from the mist, like countless arthropods crawling. Feeling her pet beast's shrieks, Jiang Min suddenly gasped.
It's the swarm. Chapter 33, The Swarm Crisis. Pota's Fatal Strike. It's the swarm.
Jiang Min's cry of alarm had barely faded.
A dense swarm of black shadows surged from the mist ahead.
Hundreds of fist-sized beetles swarmed in from all directions. Their shells gleamed with a metallic sheen, their compound eyes reflecting crimson light under the lamps, and their snapping mandibles seemed poised to crush them all. Purple beetles. Lu Tang's face drained as he shouted, their mandibles can even bite through metal.
Don't panic.
They're only early-stage soldier grade.
Though numerous, we can still handle them.
Yu Shumiao made a swift assessment and commanded, Wang Yuanguang, have your water-type beast create a water barrier. Lu Tang, summon your beast and use its vines to bind their movements. Upon hearing the command, Wang Yuanguang immediately summoned his pet beast, the water ghost. Its formless body, composed entirely of flowing water, spread its arms wide, instantly erecting a water barrier before the group.
The onrushing purple beetles slowed their advance.
This water barrier could hold for a while. After all, the purple beetles were merely early-stage foot soldiers. Overwhelming numbers would be needed to breach it.
Put.
Amidst splashing water, Lu Tang commanded his pet beast to unleash its vine-wrapping ability, flinging dozens of purple beetles into the air. But his pet, the greenfield monster, dared not step outside the water barrier. Once exposed, it would be bitten all over by the purple beetles, which were highly effective against grass-type beasts. Meanwhile, Yu Shumiao summoned her own pet beast, a sunflower demon skilled in psychic attacks.
Its gaze swept over several purple beetles, stunning them in place.
Zhang Xiu held off on summoning Pota, instead carefully observing the swarm's movement patterns. He noticed that despite their sheer numbers, the purple beetles moved with surprising uniformity, as if under some unified command. These purple beetles are controlled by a queen.
Unless we eliminate that queen, we'll be trapped here,
Zhang Xiu stated gravely. Yu Shumiao froze upon hearing this, then noticed the swarm's behavior herself. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes clearly. She hadn't expected Zhang Xiu's observations to be so meticulous. This guy must have experience from secret realms.
He's too cunning,
she thought to herself, immediately adjusting her strategy.
We must locate the queen.
Jiang Min, have your giant horned beetle scout ahead. Your beast is of the same species as the purple beetles, it won't arouse suspicion.
Got it.
Jiang Min responded, then guided the giant horned beetle into the mist to investigate. His gaze swept over Zhang Xiu, who had just offered advice, and seeing that he hadn't summoned his pet beast to assist, he snapped angrily, Zhang Xiu, what are you waiting for?
Do you intend to stand by and watch the purple beetles break our formation? Hearing this, everyone turned to look.
Seeing Zhang Xiu standing in the middle of the formation, seemingly basking in the fruits of their labor, discontent rippled through the group. Even Yu Shumiao looked slightly surprised. Though she hadn't given Zhang Xiu any orders, why was he just standing there watching? Why wasn't he acting? She was slightly puzzled. Zhang Xiu, hurry up and summon your pet beast to help the team.
Exactly. What's so shameful about your beast?
Probably because it's too weak.
He knows his own limitations, summoning it would just be dead weight.
Jiang Min sneered coldly before shouting, we're not your babysitters. If you refuse to fight, then kindly get out of here. Facing the others' confusion and accusations, Zhang Xiu remained calm as he replied, the time isn't right yet. These words made Yu Shumiao frown, Lu Tang spit on the ground, and Wang Yuanguang sneer.
You summon a beast to battle and still need to pick the right time? Didn't you check the almanac before leaving?
Sister Miao, if you ask me, we should just kick Zhang Xiu out of the team right now.
Look at his attitude, not helping and just standing there watching the show.
Jiang Min snorted coldly. Just as Yu Shumiao was about to speak up to maintain team cohesion, the ground suddenly shook violently, and from nearby came the shrieking cries of the giant horned insect.
Boom! Oh no! My giant horned beetle's under attack. The mother insect might be right there.
Jiang Min cried out in panic. Outside the water barrier, the purple beetle swarm parted like a tide. Through the mist, the giant horned beetles formed streaked past, seemingly not flying and crashing into the trees. From behind the mist, a purple crystal queen the size of a millstone slowly emerged. 6 pairs of compound eyes locked onto the group, while corrosive mucus dripped continuously from its mouthparts.
An early-stage war general class queen.
Yu Shumiao gasped, urgently commanding the sunflower demon to unleash the mental flower seal in an attempt to subdue it.
But someone acted faster than her. That was Zhang Xiu. Pota! The ground trembled. Zhang Xiu roared. A blinding white light erupted as Bota's colossal form burst forth from the beast-taming realm. Pop!
The moment it appeared, its massive paws slammed down onto the ground.
Boom!
The ground instantly cracked with spiderweb-like fissures as a violent shockwave exploded outward from Poton's center. The protective water barrier shattered, and the water spirit was knocked to the ground by the terrifying tremor.
The other beasts and people all jolted.
Under their wide-eyed, stunned gazes. Ahead, the densely packed purple beetles were instantly hurled into the air, their hard exoskeletons shattering under the shockwaves. The mist tore open, revealing a distinct fan-shaped gap, exposing the panicked, writhing purple crystal mother insect behind.
Submerge!
Zhang Xiu's command came so swiftly it seemed to form a single, continuous line.
Pota's figure plunged underground, vanishing instantly, only to reappear at the purple crystal mother's position the next second. Boom!
It charged headfirst, sending the purple crystal mother bug flying. Then, opening its gaping maw, it aimed at the enemy mid-air, unleashing a powerful deepwater shot that pierced through its body. Sha! The purple crystal mother bug screamed in agony. The surviving purple beetles nearby shifted their focus, charging toward Boda in an attempt to stop this creature harming their mother. But their reinforcements were too slow. The purple crystal queen, her strength reduced to a fraction of what it once was after being pierced by the deepwater shot, hadn't even fallen from the air when Boda raised his right hand, covered in rushing water, and brought it down with a fierce strike. Thud! Amid the crisp crack of shattered carapace, the purple crystal mother's head was smashed entirely into its chest cavity. Light purple bodily fluid splattered onto Boda, only to be instantly washed away by the flowing water. With their queen lost, the remaining purple beetles plunged into the mist, fleeing in panic. The entire battlefield suddenly fell deathly silent. Lu Tang's emerald wild monster froze in place, its vines still poised to lash out. Wang Yuanguang's water ghost could no longer sustain its water curtain and collapsed to the ground. Jiang Min's mouth hung open, the giant horned beetle's shriek caught in her throat. Even Yushu Miao's sunflower spirit forgot to withdraw its psychic attack, its petals opening and closing unconsciously. What is happening? What just happened? Is it over? Whose beast is this? It's way too fierce. Unbelievable. Yushu Miao took a deep breath and suddenly noticed her fog-dispelling lamp shaking violently. It was her hands trembling. She quietly hid her hands behind her back, only to see Mentorly One had appeared behind Zhang Xiu at some point, her eyes behind the glasses gleaming with an unusual light. Yushu Miao, she began. Zhang Xiu casually replied, it wasn't the right time before. The moment I summon my beast, that mother insect would sense the threat. Insect-type beasts are highly sensitive. So to ensure a decisive strike, I had to pinpoint its location first. After speaking, his gaze swept toward Jiang Min, who had mocked him earlier. Under their locked gaze, Jiang Min lowered her head in terror. Chapter 34, Perfect Bloodline, Slaying Beyond Its Level. Now you understand why I didn't summon my beast companion earlier? What if the queen bug got startled and hid in the shadows? How long could we hold off the swarm? Zhang Xiu's words left Jiang Min speechless, her face burning with embarrassment. He lowered his head, unable to meet Zhang Xiu's gaze again. Yushu Miao snapped back to attention, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She hurried over to Zhang Xiu and exclaimed in awe. Zhang Xiu, your pet beast is incredibly powerful. To take down the queen bug so cleanly and decisively, that's a war general tier opponent. Even if I could defeat it, it would take me 2 or 3 minutes. Just how far have you evolved it? Hearing this, Zhang Xiu gave a modest smile and said, insectoid beasts aren't as resilient to attacks as larger ones. As long as you seize the right moment and catch them off guard, you can do it too. But any discerning observer could tell that Boda's lineage was anything but ordinary. At that moment, Mentor Li Wen suddenly spoke up. That must be a red perfect grade bloodline. Your pet beast is only at the late soldier rank. Only a bloodline of this caliber could defeat that mother insect by 2 ranks. And it's a rare bloodline, at least I've never seen a beast resembling a catfish in the evolution charts. At her words, everyone gasped, staring at Zhang Xiu in astonishment. Red perfect grade? And a rare bloodline? How on earth did he contract it? After all, during this 5-city special training, no one else had contracted a red perfect grade bloodline. Even Yao Qiu's pet beast was only purple epic. Lu Tang and Wang Yuanguang exchanged glances, their faces etched with shock and envy. Jiang Min stood nearby, her expression shifting between anger and confusion, clearly still reeling from the scene that had just unfolded. They had just been mocking Zhang Xiu, only to be brutally humiliated in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xiu, we're sorry. Wang Yuanguang scratched his head awkwardly. We underestimated you earlier. Lu Tang quickly chimed in, yeah. Your skills are seriously impressive. No wonder you got to fill in for someone else and join this special training. Jiang Min stood nearby, clenching her jaw before finally forcing out, I was too impulsive earlier. Seeing the squad's attitude shift, Zhang Xiu nodded. He stowed the Boda into his beast taming space before saying, these purple beetles' shells are excellent medicinal ingredients. They'll fetch a good price. Want any? If not, I'll just put them away. You killed these purple beetles, so the spoils are naturally yours. Yushu Miao chuckled, I don't need the materials anyway. Yeah, me neither. Brother Zhang, you can keep them. Just a few scraps of material. Zhang Xiu gathered the beetle carcasses, at least 90 of them, plus the queen. Selling them on the market would easily fetch tens of thousands of yuan. He was broke, after all. Every penny counted. The swarm appeared here because some exotic beast must have taken over their original territory. If we head back in the direction they came from, we might find something. Also, note down the characteristics and attack patterns the swarm displayed earlier. Submit them to our mentor, that should count toward our grades, right? Zhang Xiu turned to ask Li Wen. Mentor Li Wen pushed her glasses up, her gaze lingering on Zhang Xiu for a few extra seconds before replying, yes. Great. Yushu Miao immediately grabbed paper and pen, quickly recalling the battle to document how the swarm moved and obeyed the queen's commands. The others followed suit, beginning their own documentation. Before long, everyone submitted their observations and received their scores. Group 3, Energy Crystal Collection, 0, additional bonus points, 0. Zhang Xiu, investigation score 95. Yu Shumiao, investigation score 60. Lu Teng, investigation score 45. Wang Yuanguan, investigation score 40. Zhang Min, investigation score 35. Brother Zhang's score is so high. Did he write a thesis or something? This ranking might even crack the top 10. Brother Zhang really has deep knowledge. He managed to thoroughly research the habits of purple beetles in such a short time. Sister Miao's score is also impressive. Zhang Min, why's your score the lowest? You must be struggling academically. Your foundation just isn't solid. You really need to buckle down and study harder. You're contracted to an insectoid beast, yet you can't even match half of Brother Zhang's level. Your giant horned beetle is only fit for scout duty. It was nearly dead after just one hit from the female beetle. Facing Lu Tang and Wang Yuanguang's sarcastic remarks, Zhang Min's face flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth and retorted, "That was an accident. That queen insect just happened to counter my giant horned bug. Next time, I won't be so bad." Hearing this, the two snickered again. Zhang Xiu was unsurprised by the high score his investigation report received. The 5 points she deducted were actually a deliberate concession to avoid being overly harsh. After all, this wasn't the college entrance exam. No need to push so hard. A faint smile touched his lips. He was confident that the admissions officers outside had witnessed Bota's display of power. He wondered if the instructors from the Starry Sky Beast Master Academy had arrived yet. Alright, let's keep moving. Yu Shumiao tapped her wristband to save the evaluation data, her face once again breaking into a sweet smile. Yet her eyes kept darting toward Zhang Xiu. This boy was more interesting than she'd imagined. Judging by the direction the purple beetles came from, their territory should be over here. Then let's proceed as you suggested. Lead the way, Zhang Xiu. Secret realm, before the projection screen. Admissions officers from various colleges held their breath in unison. This. Ding Jia from the Wilderness Beast Academy abruptly stood up, oblivious to the tea spilling onto his trouser leg. That earth-water elemental beast's explosive power has reached, it's actually achieved mid-level war general tier standards. But records show it's only late soldier tier? This is fighting above its rank a perfect bloodline. Beside him, Bai Huisi from the Azure Dragon Spirit Pact Academy swiftly flipped through the records, locating Zhang Xiu's entry. What's going on? Why is his profile so sparse? Su Hua from Qilin Academy also noticed the discrepancy and called out to Lu Kangqing seated in the back row. Teacher from Jiangping No. 2 High School, your records are way too sparse. Lu Kangqing in the back row held the new file, his face flushed with excitement. My apologies, everyone. This student joined the 5 cities special training as a last-minute replacement. When we submitted his records, his spirit beast wasn't nearly as powerful yet. Here are the newly edited materials. I hadn't had time to distribute them to everyone yet. After receiving the new materials, the teachers eagerly flipped through them. Sure enough, under Zhang Xiu's pet beast entry, it read, Perfect Red Bloodline, suspected new evolutionary path, new bloodline. Well now, jumping No. 2 high hides its talents well. During our last exchange between the two schools, this talent was nowhere to be seen, a teacher from Tianhe No. 1 High scoffed. Well, teacher you, last time Zhang Xiu was just a junior sterilization department doctor. Lu Kangqing offered an embarrassed smile as he spoke. Only then did everyone notice the line written after Zhang Xiu's name, contracted pet beast. May 15, 2080. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Even Min Jiamu of the Stellar Beast Academy couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Only 1 week? Chapter 35, Genius or Fraud? Unbelievable. He'd only contracted a beast a week ago. Before that, he was just a doctor in the sterilization department. Did he save that beast's life? Or did he accumulate merit in a past life? I simply can't fathom how a sterilization department doctor, someone who wasted 3 whole years, suddenly managed to contract a beast of this caliber. Could the records be forged? Professor Lu, you can't pull this over on us. Falsifying archives could land you in jail. Facing Ding Jia's interrogation from the Wilderness Beast Academy, Lu Kangqing hastily raised his hands in protest. Colleagues, I would never risk my teaching career by fabricating such information. Zhang Xiu has indeed only contracted for 1 week. You can verify this by asking any student at our academy. Hearing this, Ding Jia frowned and turned to Su Hua and the others from Qilin Academy, asking, What do you think? Su Hua exclaimed in awe, This is a genius we might only see once in a century. Teacher Su, that's speaking too soon. Min Jiamu smiled faintly and said, True, it's rare for Zhang Xiu to reach this level of strength in just 1 week of contracting with a beast. But precisely because of this, I believe his innate talent isn't particularly high. It's entirely due to the beast's bloodline carrying him to this height. Moreover, as this pet beast of perfect bloodline grows stronger while its master remains weaker, do you think it will willingly remain a pet? There's a high risk it might turn on its master. The others listened, their expressions thoughtful. Teacher Min was right. A beast not cultivated and evolved through one's own efforts remains untamed. If Zhang Xiu's spiritual power can't keep pace, he'll be held back by this beast, never breaking through platinum rank in his lifetime. Bai Huixi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of the point. Ding Jia pondered for a moment before speaking. While we shouldn't judge based on this one-sided perspective, Zhang Xiu's rise is too suspicious. Perhaps his talent isn't as strong as it seems. Exactly. Who doesn't rise to prominence within 3 years, yet just before the college entrance exams, he contracts a pet beast of perfect lineage? I reckon Zhang Xiu probably leveraged some connections to get his hands on that beast. Let's observe him a bit longer. We can't miss out on a genius just because of our assumptions. I don't buy it. When it comes to true talent, it's people like Yao Qiu and Jiang Sheng. Their rise followed a clear trajectory. Exactly. Geniuses who emerge so suddenly are more likely to be fakes. Maybe he'll be exposed during the college entrance exams, So admitting him through special recruitment carries significant risk. As the surrounding teachers began discussing Zhang Xiu's talent, their talk grew increasingly negative. Lu Kongcheng grew anxious and hurriedly addressed Min Jiamu. Teacher Min, Zhang Xiu comes from a modest family. He's an upright young man. He wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics. He truly is a genius. Lu Kongcheng knew Zhang Xiu aspired to enter the Star Realm Beastmaster Academy. As his teacher, he naturally wanted to help secure his admission. Even if he couldn't get a special admission spot, he couldn't let these issues affect Zhang Xiu's chances. Upon hearing this, Min Jiamu turned to look at him, her brow slightly furrowed. Then tell me, she asked, how did Zhang Xiu rise to prominence? What qualifies him to contract a perfect grade beast? Lu Kongcheng fell silent, for he had no idea how Zhang Xiu had managed it. Maybe he just got lucky. Lu Kongcheng gritted his teeth, offering a laughable explanation. Teacher Lu, good luck doesn't equate to good talent. The Tianhe First High School teacher laughed heartily. And as you said, Zhang Xiu's family isn't wealthy. They couldn't possibly afford to keep a perfect grade beast. I reckon it won't be long before that perfect grade beast defects. You. Lu Kongcheng glared at him, then turned to Min Jiamu with sincere earnestness. Teacher Min, Zhang Xiu truly possesses exceptional talent. During our sparring sessions, he consistently anticipates my moves ahead of time. His innate talent for dueling is self-taught. Min Jiamu waved his hand impatiently. All right. I understand. I'll keep observing him. If his talent proves exceptional, I'll give him a chance. Seeing this, Lu Kongcheng dared not say more, afraid of angering the other. He sighed inwardly before retreating to the back to resume watching the projection. Following this discussion, several teachers from prestigious schools had begun paying attention to Zhang Xiu. They were intrigued by the mystery surrounding him. After flipping through Zhang Xiu's file, Su Hua tapped his fingers lightly on the wooden table, seemingly hesitating. Genius? Or a fraud? He pondered for a moment, leaning toward the former possibility. A red-tier perfect grade beast wasn't something you could contract simply by having money or connections. Otherwise, wouldn't every scion of a major family be able to contract one? Zhang Xiu must possess some unique talent. Though Su Hua didn't know what it was, it didn't affect his judgment. Su Hua picked up his communicator and dialed a number. Hey, old Chen, could you draft another special recruitment contract for me? Grade B. After hanging up, Ding Jia beside him chuckled. Su Hua, you're planning to specially recruit that Zhang Xiu? Aren't you worried she might be a dud? Su Hua chuckled, I trust my own judgment. You're really decisive, Teacher Su. Weren't you also planning to specially recruit Yu Shu Miao? Recruiting 2 people at once won't resources be tight this quarter? Bai Huixi turned and asked curiously. For now, I've just asked old Chen to draft an extra slot. I might not even use a Class B contract. Let's see how Zhang Xiu performs later, maybe Class C will suffice, Su Hua replied with a smile. Min Jiamu glanced at them and shook his head. These academy recruiters are ultimately like frogs in a well. They treat Zhang Xiu, who was carried by her pet beast, like a treasure. Zhang Sheng, whom she had identified, possessed far greater talent. Her gaze shifted to the projection screen. Zhang Sheng had already collected 2 energy crystals, with a combined score of 350, ranking first. Yao Qiu, the one favored by the Wilderness Beast Academy, had only gathered 1 crystal so far, placing him second. As for Zhang Xiu, she was currently ranked 10th. Following the map, Yu Shu Miao and the others finally located the queen insect's nest. It was a gloomy cave, its entrance emitting a faint blue glow, as if hinting at treasures within. Energy crystals. Wang Yuanguan's eyes lit up with excitement. Finding just 1 energy crystal earns the whole team 100 points. Who would have thought we'd get this lucky? He started to head into the cave. Hold on. Zhang Xiu hurriedly cautioned, there's definitely a strange beast inside that cave, and it's no pushover. Do you want to walk right in and become its meal? Hearing this, Wang Yuanguan halted in his tracks, chuckling awkwardly. Forgot about that. Sis Miao, how should we get inside? Yu Shu Miao stared at the cave, her brow furrowed. With her powerful psychic abilities, she could sense the terrifying presence of the beast within. Jiang Min, send your giant horned insect to scout ahead. Jiang Min reluctantly summoned his giant horned insect upon receiving the order. After all, his pet beast was the smallest in the entire team, making it least likely to attract the attention of the strange beast.
Sweetie, be extra careful. If you spot any enemies, come right back out. Don't get hurt again.
Zhang Min stroked the giant horned insect with a look of heartache, then raised both hands and released it into the cave.
The giant horned insect flew through the darkness, its compound eyes scanning the cave. When it spotted an energy crystal,
the alien beast sleeping beneath the crystal slowly opened its eyes.
Those were the eyes of a wolf hunter. Howl. Chapter 36, The Star Wolf Emerges, the mystery of its identity. Before the giant horned insect could react, it was knocked back by the shockwave from the beast's roar. In the next instant, a dark shadow darted out like lightning, appearing before it. A grayish-brown wolf form, its razor-sharp claws slashing toward the giant horned beetle's head. Sensing danger, the giant horned insect curled into a ball, channeling all its strength into its shell to withstand the assault. Boom!
The giant horned beetle shot out of the cave at breakneck speed.
Giant horned beetle.
Zhang Min's face turned ashen as she rushed to check its condition. She discovered its carapace shattered into 8 pieces. Remember, this was an early-stage war general tier creature.
What kind of beast could deliver a single blow that left it in such a state?
Even the mother insect hadn't been that badly damaged.
All eyes turned toward the cave entrance.
There, the wolf hunter stepped forward, its fierce gaze sweeping over everyone.
What breed is this? Yu Shumiao's pupils suddenly contracted. Nothing like this wolf hunter had ever been shown in class. Could this be the new exotic beast relocated to the secret realm? It's a night star wolf.
Zhang Xiu spoke, a hint of confusion in his eyes. While the night star wolf might be unfamiliar to many, the star night steel wolf was certainly known for it was a sovereign tier, epic bloodline beast.
Few realize that after evolving its bloodline, the night star wolf becomes the starry night steel wolf. How could a night star wolf appear here? Could it be, just as I suspected, that 3 years later, the star night steel wolf will launch its beast tide from here and destroy Jiangping City?
But this night star wolf is only at the late war general realm, 3 major realms away from king tier. A wild beast couldn't possibly break through to that level in just 3 years.
If this night star wolf truly is the star night steel wolf I know, then there's another possibility that beast tide wasn't natural, it was orchestrated.
Someone contracted this night star wolf and cultivated it to king tier.
But why destroy Jiangping City specifically?
Zhang Xiu's mind was swirling with doubts, his thoughts racing as he struggled to discern the truth. Regardless of the truth, he would rather kill the wrong one than let it go.
This night star wolf must die. Watch out! Yu Shumiao cried out in alarm.
The night star wolf gathered the mist within a 20-meter radius, reversing its flow to form tangible chains that instantly coiled toward the group.
It's the starlight mist chains.
Zhang Xiu's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately summoned Boda and shouted, "Boda, mudwave surge."
Boda's massive form leapt from the beast taming space.
His palms swept upward, unleashing a torrent of mud that roared forth like a raging wave, warping the very ground beneath it.
Boom!
As the mud wave of fury collided with the mist chains, the fog shattered into fragments, crushed to pieces.
What kind of skill is this?
Lu Tang's eyes widened in shock, his body reeling unsteadily. His own monster was also knocked off balance, staggering haphazardly. Fortunately, Zhang Xiu intervened, preventing him from falling prey to the night star wolf.
Don't just stand there.
Zhang Xiu had no time to consult with Yu Shumiao, barking orders directly.
Wang Yuan Guan, water curtain barrier. Lu Tang, vine entanglement to restrict its movement.
The night star wolf flashed a hint of surprise when its skill was countered, then bared its savage fangs.
Its form flickered, leaving multiple afterimages in the mist. Blazing speed.
Zhang Min clutched the wounded giant horned beetle and retreated rapidly.
Sunflower demon, mental interference. Yu Shumiao commanded swiftly.
The sunflower demon's petals unfurled, sending concentric ripples of psychic energy outward. The night star wolf's movements visibly faltered, but it soon resumed its normal pace.
Useless? Yu Shumiao's expression darkened. Its mental resistance is that strong? It's not resistance. The starlight mist is neutralizing the psychic attack.
Zhang Xiu fixed his gaze on the night star wolf's movements.
Just as he'd anticipated, the mist surrounding the night star wolf glowed faintly, forming a protective barrier. Boda, deep water shot. Boda opened its massive jaws, unleashing a high-pressure water jet.
The night star wolf deftly sidestepped, the jet grazing its foreleg and leaving only a shallow wound.
Arg! The night star wolf yelped in pain, its eyes blazing with ferocity as it let out a piercing howl.
The surrounding mist suddenly churned violently, coalescing into dozens of sharp mist spikes.
Scatter! Zhang Xiu shouted. Everyone scrambled to dodge as the mist spikes rained down. Wang Yuanguan's water spirit was pierced, letting out a wail before dissolving into a puddle of water. Though clearly wounded, its elemental nature meant it would recover soon.
Lu Tang's emerald wild beast was also struck multiple times, its vines snapping and sap splattering everywhere.
No! Its attacks are too powerful.
Zhang Min's face drained of color as she cried out in terror, "We must retreat."
"We can't retreat."
Zhang Xiu's voice was grave, the energy crystal is in the cave behind it, and
His gaze fixed intently on the Black Night Star Wolf. This beast holds grudges. Once it targets you, it'll hunt you down wherever you flee. Yu Shumiao bit her lip and asked, then what do we do? Our attacks aren't having much effect on it. Its cultivation level far surpasses ours. Zhang Xiu's mind raced. Memories of the Night Star Wolf from his past life flashed through his mind. Its weakness lay in its abdomen, but it was usually protected by starlight mist. It feared bright light, but sunlight couldn't reach the valley unless someone created it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I've got an idea. What is it? The others asked in unison. Bota's skill can disrupt the stability of the starlight mist. Zhang Xiu quickly interjected, if I recall correctly, Yu Shumiao, your sunflower spirit can emit intense light, right? Yu Shumiao nodded. Yes, but it requires charging time. Good. Its weak point is its abdomen. If we hit it there with that intense light, we can definitely weaken its power. Lu Tang and Wang Yuanguang, you two assist me in distracting it to buy Yu Shumiao time. Zhang Min, have your giant horned beetler go retrieve the energy crystal from the cave. If all else fails, we'll just have to make a run with the crystal. Zhang Xiu was under immense pressure. Though Bota could fight above his level, the Night Star Wolf was a late-stage War General tier opponent with a blue-blooded lineage. Without that hereditary advantage, Bota might have fallen earlier. Defeating the opponent at Bota's current cultivation level was exceedingly difficult. Their only hope now rested on the Sunflower Demon. His gaze swept across the area. The Sunflower Demon also possessed a blue-tier exceptional bloodline, though its cultivation level was slightly weaker than the Night Star Wolf's, placing it at mid-War General tier. If it could land a hit, victory was possible. Quick! Zhang Xiu's low command echoed as Bota leapt upward, slamming both palms into the ground. The Earth Tremor skill activated, causing the ground to undulate like waves. The earth beneath the Night Star Wolf's paws suddenly caved in, throwing its balance off. Now! Lu Tang's emerald wild beast lashed out dozens of vines, binding the Night Star Wolf's hind legs. Wang Yuanguang's water ghost transformed into a water prison, enveloping the wolf's body from all sides. Roar! The Night Star Wolf roared in fury, its claws wildly lashing out, shredding the vines and water prison to pieces. But this momentary distraction gave Yu Shumiao her chance. Sunflower Demon, charge up the sunlight blaze. Yu Shumiao shouted nervously, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The Sunflower Demon's petals unfurled completely, a blinding light gathering at its core. The Night Star Wolf seemed to sense danger, its gaze turning fierce as its form vanished from the spot. Stop it! As Zhang Xiu roared the command, Bota transformed into a tank, blocking the front line. Boom! Chapter 37, 3-second kill, Mantis and Sparrow. Boom! The Night Star Wolf's claws collided fiercely with Bota's arms, now enveloped in surging water. Thanks to his mastery over water, Bota had formed a protective layer of flowing water around himself. Water reduced the penetration of force, so even though Night Star Wolf was of a higher realm and possessed greater strength, this strike couldn't seriously injure him. Yet Bota was still sent reeling back 3 steps by the sheer force of the impact. Arg! Emotion 66. Clearly, the Night Star Wolf was astonished and shocked that this strange beast could withstand its full power claw strike. After all, there was an entire realm of difference between them. How could it possibly withstand its power? Emotion 99. The Night Star Wolf roared with fury, unleashing a relentless barrage of claw strikes. The surrounding mist, stirred by its power, coalesced into shimmering claw-like shadows. This surge of emotion also granted Zhang Xiu a significant number of emotion points. But he had no time to look now. Pop! Bota let out a pained roar, his arms now bearing several fresh wounds oozing blood. It kept retreating. If not for its mastery over the water, it would have fallen to the ground already. Bang! Deep water shot. As Bota roared, a jet of water shot from its throat. But it grazed past. Night Star Wolf's reflexes were simply too swift. The moment it saw the water column coalesce, it had already anticipated the attack. Hiss! The Night Star Wolf's mouth twisted into a sneer, as if mocking its overconfidence. Hold on for 3 more seconds. Yu Shumiao gritted her teeth and shouted. 3. The Night Star Wolf's gaze turned vicious as it saw through the group's plan. But so what? Did they truly believe these weaklings could defeat it? Ridiculous. Roar! Its fierce roar sent shockwaves rippling out, transforming the mist into black light that empowered its claws. As it swung, 3 dark shadows streaked through the air. Bota! Zhang Xiu nervously reached out, about to activate his beast control technique. But suddenly, he stopped. Because Bota sensed this lethal attack. Its aura shifted abruptly, surging violently as it broke through to the peak of the soldier rank mid-combat. In the fleeting instant of this breakthrough, its mastery over water surged to its zenith. Just as the claws were about to strike, the water swirled into a vortex, engulfing the Night Star Wolf's beast claws and reducing their power by at least half. Upon impact, it triggered a tremor across the Earth's surface. The ground shook violently, waves of energy surged like currents, successfully pushing the Night Star Wolf back and shattering the protective starlight mist surrounding it. 2. Emotion 99. The Night Star Wolf's eyes narrowed slightly.
It hadn't expected this catfish before it to have broken through. This astonished it, yet simultaneously filled it with fury. Failing to subdue an enemy several realms weaker than itself, time and again. How utterly humiliating. Quick, restrain its movements. Lu Teng shouted loudly, green wild beast, wild growth. The previously injured grass leech had already healed its wounds through photosynthesis and had sunk its roots into the ground to absorb nutrients. Now, upon hearing its master's command, it immediately unleashed the advantages of a grass-type, plant-class pet beast. That power was control. Boom! Beneath the ground, countless thick vines shot skyward, enveloping the night star wolf in a circular, dumpling-like embrace. The vines spread relentlessly, making it far more difficult for the night star wolf to break free. Water ghost! Assist it! Wang Yuanguang bellowed. The water ghost had actually been secretly aiding it all along, supplying the green wilderness beast with ample moisture, which amplified the power of its wild growth. But now, it was struggling to offer further aid. Just look at how much the elemental form had shrunk. The water ghost was now so weakened it was nearly a ghost itself. Boom! Black Night Star Wolf's claws flashed with dark light, tearing apart the cage created by savage growth. It was venting its fury. It would kill every enemy before it. 1. Now! Yu Shumiao's countdown finally concluded. The sunflower demon's long accumulated blazing sunlight erupted suddenly, piercing the mist with a dazzling golden light like a sharp blade. The Night Star Wolf's pupils dilated. In that instant, it sensed a threat to its very life and tried to flee, but a vine, growing wildly, sprouted at the critical moment, binding its hind legs. Arg! It roared in fury, but there was no time left. Boom! The golden light struck the Night Star Wolf's abdomen with pinpoint accuracy. The scattered starlight mist could no longer withstand this force, instantly piercing flesh and bone while obliterating the vine remnants behind it. Put! The Night Star Wolf opened its mouth, spewing a torrent of blood as it staggered backward. Its once glossy, jet-black fur visibly withered and darkened at a visible pace. Success! Yu Shumiao's face lit up with wild delight. Boda, raging mud tide. Zhang Xiu's eyes flashed with intensity as he roared the command. Poda, now having broken through his realm, whirled his palms. Mud mixed with water surged forth like a tsunami. Deprived of the star mist's protection and already gravely wounded, the Night Star Wolf couldn't react in time. The mud wave slammed into its head, instantly carrying it crashing into the rock wall. Thud! The mountain wall trembled as Lu Teng's emerald wild beast suddenly lashed out with dozens of poison vines glowing with green light, binding the Night Star Wolf tightly to the rock face. Wang Yuanguang's water ghost seized the moment, transforming into a high-pressure water blade that struck directly at the wolf's head. But the Night Star Wolf still possessed residual strength. It snapped its jaws open, tearing the water ghost's blade to shreds and ripping away half of its body in one bite. Splash! Yet, just as it prepared to fight back further, the sunflower demon unleashed a mental interference. If this had been earlier, the Night Star Wolf could have ignored it. But now, it couldn't. Its eyes went blank, its consciousness plunging into darkness. The next instant, Boda closed in on the Night Star Wolf and struck its head with a palm strike. Thud! The terrifying force shattered the mountain wall, nearly causing the rear cave to collapse. The Night Star Wolf, struck by this blow, had its skull caved in. Life signs vanished and its body slowly slid to the ground. We won? We actually won? Witnessing this, Lu Tong shouted ecstatically. Jiang Min's giant horned insect flew out of the cave, carrying the energy crystal. He stared dumbfounded at the Night Star Wolf's corpse on the ground, seemingly unable to believe they had actually prevailed. He had already prepared to flee. This was a late-stage war general tier beast. Yu Shumiao exhaled deeply, turning to Zhang Xiu with a smile. Thanks to your tactical arrangements. Zhang Xiu offered no reply, instead frowning as his gaze shifted toward the shadowy depths of the forest beyond the cave. Several figures emerged from the shadows. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Zhang Shang stepped out of the shadows, clapping his hands. The gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose glinted coldly in the mist. 14 members followed behind him, all elite fighters from various schools. Who'd have thought Team 3 could handle the Night Star Wolves? Saved us quite a bit of trouble. Zhang Shang pushed his glasses up, his gaze sweeping over the wolf carcasses on the ground before settling on the energy crystal in Jiang Min's hand. Behind him, the 14 members silently spread out, forming a semi-encircling stance. Yu Shumiao's expression darkened instantly. Zhang Shang, she demanded, what do you think you're doing? Chapter 38, The Battle for the Energy Crystal. What do I want? Isn't it obvious? Idiot. Zhang Shang pushed his glasses up and let out a cold laugh. To collect the spoils of war, of course. Behind him, the Qinglin first middle school student snorted derisively, his eyes fixed on Yu Shumiao with a hint of smug satisfaction. Yu Shumiao had always been someone he looked up to, but now, under Zhang Shang's leadership, he finally had the chance to thoroughly bully her. The feeling was truly exhilarating. Your entire third group is in rough shape now. Why not just hand over the energy crystals? That way, you might suffer a little less pain. Handing over the energy crystals might earn them leniency.
but it might also lower the teachers watching from outside their estimation.
After all, a beast tamer without fighting spirit isn't someone people look up to.
Dream on. Yushu Miao snapped, and the sunflower demon's petals instantly burst into a blinding golden light.
Zhang Xiu's lips curled into a cold smile.
Seems they've chosen to drink the punishment wine after refusing the courtesy wine.
He glanced at the mentors lurking in the forest's shadows, noting their lack of intervention. Then, with a snap of his fingers, the 4 members behind him simultaneously summoned their beast companions. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure of 5 war general tier pets engulfed the area. Zhang Xiu's King Cobra, in particular, had reached the late war general stage.
Brother Jiang, we're all on the same side. Don't do this. Lu Tang took 2 terrified steps back and shouted.
As a top student at Longfeng First High, he knew all too well how terrifying Zhang Xiu's power could be. Not only were everyone's pets still wounded from fighting the Night Star Wolf, but even if they were at full strength, they might not stand a chance against these beasts.
Who says we're on the same side? Just because you ran errands for me once? You're a complete idiot.
Zhang Xiu finished speaking and immediately ordered his teammates to launch their attack. Zhang Xiu held back Yushu Miao, who was about to charge forward, whispering, "Don't be impulsive. They're at full strength, and we've just been through a major battle.
But we can't just hand it over to them like this."
Yushu Miao gritted her teeth, her voice dripping with resentment. Hearing this, Zhang Xiu scanned the surrounding beasts closing in. He knew this battle was impossible to win. They must break through.
As long as the Green Mountains remain, we'll never run out of firewood. Do you really want to be defeated by them, forcing the entire team to be eliminated early from this special training?
Hearing this, Yushu Miao reined in her impulse, and the rage in her heart cooled slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Xiu nodded.
I'll lead the way. Follow me.
With that, he turned and charged toward the weakest member of the opposing team, shouting, "Boda, subterranean dive." Boda vanished underground, reappearing moments later to launch both the enemy and his beast companion skyward.
Go!
Yushu Miao bellowed, as the sunflower demon unleashed a golden light. This golden light held no lethal force, but it was blinding enough to temporarily obscure vision. Seizing the moment, Lu Tan, Wang Yuanguan, and Jiang Min hurriedly followed. The 5 of them charged out of the encirclement under the cover of the blinding light. Zhang Xiu watched the scene unfold, his expression darkening as he barked, "Pursue them!" The other 3 sprang into action, mounting their beasts to give chase. The student who had been knocked down by Pota scrambled to his feet, only to meet Zhang Xiu's cold, piercing gaze the moment he lifted his head.
Useless. Zhang Xiu kicked him hard, his voice sharp and cold. "If you can't catch up, don't come back." "Yes, yes." The student turned in terror and gave chase. Zhang Xiu then commanded the King Cobra to move out. He walked over to the cave entrance, reached out, and stored the corpse of the Night Star Wolf into his storage ring. This ring was no cheap trinket. Among all the students, only he and Yao Chou possessed one. It could hold items covering at least 1,000 square meters. A mere Night Star Wolf was no challenge at all. My second pet beast requires a Night Star Wolf's heart to evolve. A living one would be ideal, but since this one's dead, I'll have to make do. His expression darkened as he summoned his second pet beast. It was a Darklaw Wolf at the early stage of the war general rank. Let's go. Zhang Xiu leapt onto its back, using the Darklaw Wolf as a mount, and caught up with the group. Facing the pincer attack of multiple beasts, Zhang Xiu and his companions were in dire straits. No, we must create at least 200 or 300 meters of distance before we can use the mist to shake off the pursuit. Yushu Miao glanced back at the rapidly closing pursuers, his face pale as he shouted. Split up! Zhang Xiu suddenly barked, halting abruptly and spinning around. Boda, Mudflow Rage. Boda slammed both palms into the ground, sending a tidal wave of mud mixed with gravel surging backward. The pursuing beasts, caught off guard, sank into the mire. The swiftest wind shadow leopard was struck squarely by the mud wave, letting out an angry roar. Emotion 9. Zhang Xiu. Yushu Miao cried out. Go! Zhang Xiu shouted without looking back. Lu Tang and Wang Yuanguan, already panicked and running blindly, had no sense of direction, merely following Yushu Miao ahead. Seeing Zhang Xiu covering their retreat now, they froze in surprise. Yushu Miao bit her lip and abruptly halted. We go together. Lu Tang and Wang Yuanguan also halted involuntarily. Jiang Min hesitated for a moment, then clutched the wounded giant horned insect and fled to the left, still trying to reassure herself. The energy crystal is with me. I'm doing this for the team. Drawing fire is the right move. Seeing Jiang Min flee alone, Lu Tang cursed, that bastard, he actually ran off. Quick, hold off the first wave. Otherwise, Zhang Xiu will be defeated. Wang Yuanguan cried out in alarm, commanding the water ghost to create a vast expanse of water beneath the muddy swamp. With water now present, Pota promptly activated his water domain control, unleashing towering waves several meters high that engulfed all surrounding trees. Boom! But the enemy also possessed pets capable of moving through water. The King Cobra hissed, spitting a venomous dart that grazed Yushu Miao's hair before embedding itself into the tree trunk, instantly corroding a hole as large as a bowl. Boda! Zhang Xiu shouted fiercely.
Pota darted out of the ground using his subterranean navigation ability, delivering a heavy punch to the king cobra's vital spot. But Zhang Xiu's dark claw wolf suddenly lunged from the side, its sharp claws leaving 3 bloody gashes across Pota's back. Pop! Pota winced in pain as the water currents he controlled swiftly covered the wounds. But that brief delay was enough. The king cobra had already coiled around its body. It's over. Zhang Xiu pushed his glasses up, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he looked down on the trapped quartet. At your level? Before his words had fully left his mouth, a golden light suddenly shot out from beside Yu Shumiao. Sunflower demon, sunlight blaze. The long-planned ambush aimed straight for Zhang Xiu's face. At the critical moment, Dark-Claw Wolf leapt forward, using his body to shield his master from the fatal blow. You're asking for death. Zhang Xiu's expression darkened instantly upon seeing the Dark-Claw Wolf wounded. Only because the Sunflower Demon was currently weak and otherwise, that strike alone would have been enough to kill the Dark-Claw Wolf, crippling their pet beasts. Zhang Xiu was about to say, kill them, but a glance at the mentor lurking in the shadows reminded him that at this critical moment, the mentor would intervene and would not allow any student casualties. Thus, he could only shift his target to the beast pets. The king cobra coiled its body with sudden ferocity, causing Pota's bones to creak under the unbearable strain. Just then, the distant mist churned violently. A massive black shadow approached at astonishing speed, uprooting trees in its path. That's... Zhang Xiu's pupils contracted sharply. A 5-meter-long ironclad berserker bear smashed through the underbrush, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on the group. And atop its back sat a figure clad in a black trench coat. Yao Qiu? Yu Shumia gasped in shock. Yao Qiu scanned the battlefield, his gaze lingering briefly on Zhang Xiu before breaking into a wide grin. Seems I've arrived just in time. Chapter 39, Deflecting the Blame, Teammate Betrayal. The ironclad berserker's heavy footsteps shook the ground with each step. Yao Qiu scanned the battlefield, a playful smile playing on his lips. Behind him, 4 teammates spread out in a fan formation, each summoning their own pet beasts. Among them was Su Qingxing, a familiar face to Zhang Xiu. Su Qingxing smiled and nodded at Zhang Xiu, as if she herself had brought Yao Qiu over as Zhang Xiu's reinforcements. What a lively scene. Yao Qiu leapt down from the ironclad berserker bear's back and chuckled. Zhang Xiu, you're bullying people, aren't you? Zhang Xiu pushed his glasses up and sneered. Yao Qiu, this doesn't concern you. Oof. Why not my business? During the 5 cities special training, everyone agreed I was the strongest. So why did the Starry Sky Beast Master Academy choose to observe you instead of me? What exactly are you hiding? I'm curious enough to beat you up and see who's stronger, you or me. Yao Qiu shouted fiercely, then turned his gaze to Zhang Xiu and held out his hand. Hand over the energy crystal. I can let you leave with dignity. Zhang Xiu's eyes behind his glasses turned icy. Yao Qiu, you're being far too domineering. Shut up, 4 eyes. Yao Qiu snapped, cutting him off. I wasn't talking to you. The air instantly froze, tension rising among the group. The 3 factions stood in a stalemate. Zhang Xiu's group of 5 was in the best condition, while Yao Qiu's group came on strong. On Zhang Xiu's side, Bota was gravely wounded, the Sunflower Demon's psychic energy depleted, and the Greenfield Monster and Water Ghost were barely clinging to life. Zhang Xiu noticed Zhang Xiu's fingers twitching slightly at his side, a sign of impending rage. Sure enough, the king cobra's scales suddenly bristled, its mouth opening to emit a chilling hiss. Interesting. Looks like today I'll get an early taste of the top dog's power at Tiana First High. Zhang Xiu spoke in a cold tone, then waved his hand to signal the king cobra to launch its attack. Seizing the opportunity, Pota activated Subterranean Dive, breaking free from the king cobra's vicinity and returning to Zhang Xiu and the others. Go! Zhang Xiu acted decisively, leading the group to flee once more. However, Zhang Xiu's teammates seemed unwilling to let Zhang Xiu go, launching a barrage of attacks. That energy crystal isn't with us. Zhang Min ran off with it. Zhang Xiu suddenly shouted. Ha! Only then did everyone notice that one member was missing from Zhang Xiu's group. He fled that way, we can still catch him. Zhang Xiu pointed toward the bushes on the left. Zhang Xiu snorted derisively at this. Zhang Xiu, you sure know how to shift blame. Why don't we eliminate the 3rd group first, then decide the winner? Do you take me for a fool? Yao Qiu sneered. Think you can use me as your pawn? You're not worthy. With that, he swung his arm violently and bellowed, Iron Armor, Rage. The Iron Armor Berserker rose to his feet, roaring as a crimson glow erupted from his body. A furious shockwave radiated outward in a ring, instantly clearing the mist within a 50-meter radius. Zhang Xiu felt the ground vanish beneath her feet as she was hurled backward. Quick reflexes saved her. She grabbed Pota and sprinted towards safer ground. On the other side, Yu Shumiao was slammed into a tree trunk by the blast wave. Clutching the trunk, she flipped away. Zhang Xiu's team was closest. 2 members were instantly stunned, reeling from the shock. Damn it! Boom! Zhang Xiu's furious roar echoed. Immediately, a chaotic melee erupted. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiu and the others successfully escaped the cave's vicinity. Outside the secret realm, Projection Plaza. Whoa, Zhang Xiu actually led his team to defeat a late-stage Night Star Wolf general. That command ability would make him a valuable asset even at the frontier.
I'm actually considering recruiting him into the Wilderness Beast Academy.
Zhang Xiu and his group are surrounded by Zhang Sheng's men.
This should be entertaining. It's Yao Chou. What's he doing here? Wasn't he searching for energy crystals just now?
I looked away for a moment and he actually snuck over here.
Yao Chou and Zhang Sheng are going at it. Holy crap!
Zhang Xiu's making a run for it. Against these two prodigies, Zhang Xiu's strength just isn't enough. If he could cultivate his pet beast to the War General tier, he might have a chance to intervene.
Now, he can only flee in disarray.
His contract with the beast was too recent, his lack of strength was only natural. Better to watch Yao Chou and Zhang Sheng's duel.
Who do you bet will win?
Yao Chou, of course.
Teacherman, what secret does Zhang Sheng possess that makes the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy value him so highly? Judging by his combat prowess now, he doesn't seem any better than Yao Chou.
Min Jiamu heard Ding Jia from the Wilderness Beast Academy turn and ask, a faint smile playing at his lips. He's exceptionally well suited to our academy's spiritual cultivation methods.
As for the reason, well, that's something I can't disclose.
The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Mental cultivation techniques are the hallmark of renowned academies across the 9 provinces, the most sacred foundations. Their mysteries are strictly forbidden from disclosure, revealing them would breach the covenant. Thus, the teachers from the major academies refrained from pressing further, though murmurs of speculation filled the air.
Could this Zhang Sheng possess a special constitution, much like Yu Shumiao? In the projected scene, the moment Yao Chou's ironclad bear collided with Zhang Sheng's king cobra, the entire ground seemed to tremble. As the two clashed, a violent shockwave tore through the fog within a 100-meter radius, snapping dozens of ancient trees clean in half. Is this the destructive power of a War General tier being? Bai Huisi of the Azure Dragon Spirit Pact Academy abruptly stood up, pointing at the ironclad berserker bear glowing with metallic sheen on the screen. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, "This ironclad berserker bear's rage state has amplified its strength by at least 300%. Far exceeding the limits of this skill." Ding Jia from the Wilderness War Beast Academy, however, was ecstatic. He shouted, "Peak skill proficiency can indeed cause a skill breakthrough. I never imagined witnessing this in a student's tamed beast. Yao Chou, our Wilderness Beast Academy claims you. Draft an S-class contract immediately." Upon hearing this, Su Hua of Qilin Academy shifted his gaze away from Yao Chou. He wanted to see what Zhang Xiu was doing. Secret realm. Zhang Xiu led the 3 of them to a nearby marsh. As for Jiang Min, her whereabouts remained unknown. That was an energy crystal. And Jiang Min just took it away like that. Damn it. Mentor, Jiang Min was part of our team too. His energy crystal should count toward our team's score, right? Lu Tang gritted his teeth and turned to ask Li Wen, who stood in the shadows. Li Wen raised her wristband, glanced at it, and said, "Jiang Min was captured by Zhang Sheng's team and surrendered. That energy crystal has been acquired by Zhang Sheng's group." What? Yu Shumiao, Lu Tang, and Wang Yuanguang were stunned. Immediately, curses erupted, "That bastard. Next time I see him, I'll beat him to death." So which team does Jiang Min belong to now? Didn't you hear? He surrendered, so naturally he's with Zhang Sheng's team now. Is that even allowed? Doesn't that make them 6 people? Li Wen pushed her glasses up and explained, "This special training focuses on realistic simulations. Therefore, betrayal by teammates is a scenario you might encounter in the future. Therefore, it's entirely reasonable." The group was left speechless. Chapter 40, 10 consecutive draws, the path to War General rank. Don't treat this special training like a game. When you're actually fighting in the secret realm, your opponents won't hold back like this. Now you can set up camp and rest. Treat any injuries you need to this as only the first day of training. After speaking, Li Wen said no more. She leapt onto a tree branch, lay down, and closed her eyes to rest. Seeing this, Yu Shumiao spoke up, "Everyone had a tough time earlier. Lu Tang's pet beast suffered the worst injuries. Though it can recover through green cooperation, it should still drink some potions." "Zhang Xiu, thank you. This is the Grade D Premium Healing Potion I saved for you." She handed the potion to Zhang Xiu, her eyes filled with gratitude. She knew full well that without Zhang Xiu's intervention, they wouldn't have been able to kill the Night Star Wolf, let alone escape Zhang Sheng's encirclement. Don't think Yao Chou came here to genuinely help. Given the chance, he'd take advantage of the situation just as easily. Thanks. Boda truly needed the potion to heal his injuries. The Grade D Premium Healing Potion was compatible with any War General tier beast pet and even more effective on those below that rank. Therefore, Zhang Xiu didn't hesitate. After receiving the potion, he immediately administered it to Boda. After swallowing the potion, a faint blue glow emanated from Boda's body, and the wounds on its back healed at a visible pace. It closed its eyes in comfort, making popping smacking sounds. The effect was remarkable. Zhang Xiu gently stroked Boda's head before turning to look at Yu Shumiao. "How is your sunflower demon faring?" "Mental energy depletion. Needs time to recover." Yu Shumiao sighed and pulled a small vial from her backpack. Good thing I brought some E-grade psychic potions.
Wang Yuanguang, busy feeding his water ghost a water-type potion, looked up at the mention.
What do we do next?
That bastard Jiang Min ran off with the energy crystal.
All our work was for nothing. Not entirely wasted effort.
Zhang Xiu activated her wristband projection and pulled up the scoring interface.
We defeated the Night Star Wolf.
We can submit the special training and attack methods we used against it to earn some points.
We just missed out on the energy crystal.
With 2 days left, we'll have chances to redeem ourselves.
Ha! Wang Yuanguang laughed bitterly, self-mockingly. That's Zhang Shang we're talking about.
Even his weakest 2 pets are at the war general tier.
What do we have to compete with him? Just your pets?
The group fell silent for a moment. If Boda could break through to the war general tier and coordinate with Yu Shumiao's sunflower demon, there might be a chance to defeat Jiang Shang. But Boda had only just reached the peak of the soldier class.
How could he possibly break through again? Yu Shumiao sighed. Alright, let's set this matter aside for now. Lu Tang, you and Wang Yuanguang set up the camp. Utilize all the surrounding trees and vines. Got it, Sister Meow.
The two turned to set up camp, while Yu Shumiao went to scout nearby for edible food. As for Zhang Xiu, he was primarily stationed to guard the camp. He approached the marsh, glancing at Li Wen perched on a distant tree trunk. Seeing she hadn't noticed him, he moved a little further away, ensuring no unusual movements would be detected. Emotion points had accumulated quite a bit. Zhang Xiu glanced at the system panel. He had started with over 500 emotion points, and another 500 had been added during his encounters with the Night Star Wolf and Jiang Shang's pet beasts. The total now stood at 1,156 points. This allowed for 1,000-point draw or 1,000-point draws. What I needed most now were resources to break through to the battle general rank. Relying solely on water spirit potions was progressing far too slowly. Most resources from 100-point draws were D, E, or F tier perfect for her current stage. Zhang Xiu considered it and decided against the 1,000-point draw. Since another S-grade resource would be useless to him, he opted for the 100-point draw instead. Drawl. With a flick of his thoughts, he performed a 10 pull. Countless glowing orbs flashed on the wheel before 10 finally drifted out. Name, Water Essence Grade, Duze, enhances the spiritual energy purity of water-type pets, accelerating their growth. Name, Spirit Fruit, Grade D, use, rapidly restores mental energy when consumed. Do not exceed 3 per day, as overconsumption may cause poisoning. Name, Stardust Crystal Grade, Duze, contains faint stardust energy, aids stardust attribute pets in cultivation. Name, Earth Vein Core Grade, Duze, contains pure earth element energy to aid earth-type pets in breaking through. Name, Tough Vine Grade, E-use, premium material for crafting defensive gear. Name, Healing Leaf Grade, E-use, accelerates wound healing when applied externally. Name, Battle Zeal Potion Grade, E-use, temporarily boosts combat spirit and enhances aggressiveness when consumed. Zhang Xiu carefully examined the items obtained from the lottery, a hint of delight flashing in his eyes. Especially the water essence and earth vein core, exactly the resources Boda urgently needed right now. With these, Boda's progress toward breaking through to the war general tier could accelerate significantly. Zhang Xiu thought to himself. He quietly retrieved the water essence, a single drop of crystalline blue liquid radiating pure water element energy fluctuations. Boda seemed to sense something and immediately approached, his eyes brimming with longing. Pop! Boda let out an excited squeak. Quiet, Zhang Xiu whispered, making a shushing gesture as he fed the water spirit essence to Boda. Boda swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, a faint blue glow emanated from his body. His already massive frame seemed to swell another size, his muscular lines becoming even more defined. Zhang Xiu could sense the spiritual energy within Boda circulating rapidly, advancing toward a higher level. Looks like it's working. He nodded with satisfaction, then retrieved the earth vein core, a dull yellow crystal stone imbued with potent earth energy. Boda's eyes widened at the sight, and he eagerly reached out with his claws. Not so fast, Zhang Xiu said, patting Boda on the head. This needs to be used in conjunction with cultivation. Once everyone rests tonight, we'll find a quiet place to practice. Absorbing the earth vein core isn't as simple as drinking water essence, it might cause a bit of a stir. Just then, Yu Shumiao's voice drifted from behind. Zhang Xiu, what are you doing over there? I found some wild berries perfect for dinner. Zhang Xiu swiftly stowed the remaining items into his system space, turning with a smile. Nothing much, just checking for any danger around here. Yu Shumiao approached, holding several red wild fruits in her hands. She glanced curiously at Boda. Your pet seems to be recovering well. Yeah, the healing potion worked wonders. Zhang Xiu nodded, saying no more. The two returned to camp, where Lu Tang and Wang Yuanguang had already constructed a simple shelter using vines and branches. As dusk fell, the mist seemed to thicken, reducing visibility further. This damn place gets even more dangerous at night, Wang Yuanguang grumbled, munching on the wild berries Yu Shumiao had brought back. At least we have a temporary place to stay, Lu Tang offered optimistically. We'll figure out how to find energy crystals tomorrow. Yu Shumiao distributed the wild fruits among everyone, then turned to Zhang Xiu.
Do you have a plan? Chapter 41, Strengthening Our Abilities, Meeting Wang Xiaoyu.
Zhang Shang and Yao Qiu should still be engaged in battle. We can use this opportunity to search for energy crystals elsewhere and gather spiritual resources within the secret realm. However, we're all in poor condition right now.
Let's rest well tonight and move out first thing tomorrow morning. Once Boda breaks through to the War General tier, we'll have nothing to fear even if we encounter them again.
Zhang Xiu pondered for a moment before speaking with unwavering resolve.
But Boda has only just reached the peak of the soldier level. Can he break through again within these 2 days?
Yeah, pet beast cultivation doesn't happen that fast.
Lu Tang and Wang Yuanguang asked skeptically.
Yu Shumiao, however, lifted her head thoughtfully and looked at Zhang Xiu.
Are you confident? Zhang Xiu smiled and nodded. After that life or death battle, Boda has grown tremendously.
I have a feeling it won't be long before it reaches the War General tier.
Alright, then we'll head east.
We'll gather supplies and intelligence while waiting for your pet beast to break through to the War General tier.
If it succeeds, we'll turn back and deal a crushing blow to Jiang Shang.
Yu Shumiao clenched her fists in anger, recalling the enemy's opportunistic attack earlier.
I'll follow Sister Miao's lead. Alright, then we'll take turns keeping watch and resting tonight.
After a simple dinner, the group began arranging the night watch schedule.
Zhang Xiu volunteered for the final watch, ensuring he'd have ample time to help Boda absorb the earth vein core.
Deep into the night, the camp fell silent save for faint breathing sounds. After confirming everyone was sound asleep, Zhang Xiu quietly rose and led Boda to a corner of the camp. He retrieved the earth vein core from his system space. The earth yellow crystal stone glowed faintly in the night. Unlike S-grade resources, D-grade materials weren't extravagant.
Their energy was contained within the crystal core and wouldn't spill out, so the absorption process wouldn't be very noisy. Pop!
Boda let out an excited low growl, eager to absorb it. Since arriving in the secret realm, this was the first time he had felt pressure. Warrior-grade beasts and exotic creatures roamed everywhere. Though its bloodline allowed it to fight opponents several tiers above its own, preventing it from being completely overwhelmed, achieving decisive victory remained incredibly difficult.
Every battle left it battered and bruised. It had truly had enough. It needed to grow stronger. Crush every enemy that held it back.
Absorb it slowly, just as I taught you. Zhang Xiu made a shushing gesture and placed the crystal stone before Boda.
Boda nodded, pressing both palms onto the earth vein core and began circulating the earth elemental spiritual energy within his body. As the energy flowed, tiny cracks gradually appeared on the crystal's surface, and strands of pure earth energy were drawn into Boda's body. Zhang Xiu could distinctly sense Boda's aura steadily rising.
Unfortunately, if we were outside, with other materials, we could refine this earth vein core into pills, boosting its effectiveness by another 30%. For now, he could only resort to crude absorption.
He sighed inwardly, placing his hand on Boda's body to perceive its state changes with heightened sensitivity. Alright, stop. Slow down. Now push harder, absorb it at the fastest possible speed.
As time ticked by, the moment the earth vein core completely shattered into powder, Boda's body suddenly began to tremble violently.
Its skin took on a faintly sallow hue, and its muscles swelled at a visible pace. Boda exhaled a heavy breath, sensing his cultivation had reached a critical threshold. Yet this barrier remained insurmountable in a single attempt. Soon, its aura gradually stabilized. Here, drink a bottle of water spirit potion. You might succeed in breaking through tomorrow. Zhang Xiu handed the water spirit potion to Boda. After drinking it, Boda affectionately rubbed his head against Zhang Xiu's palm before settling down to rest in the camp. On the other side, outside the secret realm, Projection Plaza. Too bad Yao Qiu couldn't keep Jiang Shang.
These two geniuses were evenly matched, neither could gain the upper hand.
They could only rely on their students to create a gap.
The special training had only just begun, and neither wanted to push too hard, giving other teams an advantage. A draw was acceptable after all. Yao Qiu's pet beast still held a higher realm than Jiang Shang's.
Let's see what the other teams are up to. Group 3 had already gone to sleep. They were truly lucky to avoid elimination.
Su Hua heard Ding Jia snort coldly and retorted, "Teacher Ding, that wasn't luck, it was Zhang Xiu fighting her way out with sheer strength." Ding Jia glanced at him and chuckled, Teacher Su seems to have high hopes for Zhang Xiu, even more so than for Yu Shumiao.
Naturally.
I plan to upgrade her contract to grade A.
Su Hua grinned.
Hearing this news, teachers from other schools murmured among themselves. Zhang Xiu is incredibly fortunate, securing a contract with a pure-blooded beast and now receiving a special admission offer from Qilin Academy among the 9 grade academies. But I heard Zhang Xiu wants to apply to the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy.
Wonder if he'll accept the special offer. Poof. Who wouldn't want to get into Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy? The catch is, they don't necessarily have to accept you. Teacher Min doesn't pay much attention to Zhang Xiu.
Probably thinks her foundation is too weak and unstable.
If it were me, I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix.
Upon hearing this, Lu Kangcheng sighed inwardly. I hope Teacher Min will give Zhang Xiu a chance for special admission. After all, the Starry Skybeast Master Academy is the strongest in the 9 provinces, boasting 3 great masters. Min Jiamu of the Starry Skybeast Master Academy had long since ceased monitoring the projections, now resting with eyes closed. Soon after, the other instructors also retired for the night, planning to return tomorrow. As for missing any exciting content, that wouldn't happen. The entire projection process, including all Secret Realm content, would be recorded and ultimately distributed to each major academy. This was to help their schools better understand the students and conduct special recruitment. The night passed without incident. The next day, at the Secret Realm camp. Let's head east to explore. Yu Shumia pulled out the map, pointed in a direction, and led the way with a fog-dispelling lamp in hand. The fog here is thicker than before. Thankfully, it was this light that allowed us to escape the encirclement yesterday. Wan Yuanguang nervously scanned his surroundings as the water ghost transformed into a current and swam forward. With Jiang Min's giant horned beetle gone, reconnaissance duties now fell to him. Sizzle! The water spirit seemed to detect movement, returning to Wan Yuanguang's side and leaving a wet trail at his feet. Everyone, be careful. There seems to be a battle between strange beasts up ahead. Wan Yuanguang's expression shifted slightly as he understood the water spirit's warning, murmuring in a low voice. The group immediately slowed their pace, alertness heightened. Sure enough, as they drew nearer, the sounds of battle grew louder, accompanied by human shouts. Could it be another team? Lu Ton, walking on the flank, exclaimed in shock. We'll find out once we get closer. Zhang Xiu narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. Yu Shumiao followed closely behind. With the strongest psychic senses, they could perceive the situation ahead sooner. Is that Wang Xiaoyu? When Zhang Xiu finally made out the figures engaged in combat, she froze in surprise, never expecting to encounter Wang Xiaoyu and the others here. Accompanying her were 4 students from other schools, all of average strength. Chapter 42, The Iron-Backed Wolf King's Final Hour. Amidst the mist, Wang Xiaoyu's squad was being besieged by 5 mid-war general-tier Iron-Back wolves, including a late-war general-tier Wolf King. Nearby lay 2 Iron-Back wolf corpses, clearly hard-won kills seized in a moment of opportunity. Hold on! Hu Yuanhui gritted his teeth and shouted. Since entering the Secret Realm, they had been exploring eastward, discovering 3 energy crystals that propelled them into the top 5 teams. During their exploration, they had even discovered a valley containing at least 15 energy crystals. Thinking they'd struck it rich, they charged in excitedly only to be ambushed by a pack of Iron-Back wolves. As team leader, he made a split-second decision, abandon the crystals and use his pet ice crystal butterfly to conjure an ice wall sealing the valley exit. He then led the team to safety. Unexpectedly, the valley's beasts dispatched a Wolf King and 6 Iron-Backed wolves to pursue them. We must take them down one by one, or we'll all be worn down and killed. Golden Spirit Lion, battle cry. Wang Xiaoyu bellowed, and the Golden Spirit Lion before him let out a furious roar, drawing the attention of 4 Iron-Back wolves. Simultaneously, his companions launched a counterattack, aiming to eliminate the remaining 2 Iron-Back wolves. But with the Wolf King's howl, the battle roar's effect was nullified. Left with no choice, the Golden Spirit Lion unleashed its golden flash chain, transforming into 3 afterimages to evade the 4 Iron-Backed wolves. It then executed a frenzy dance, slamming down a paw to repel one of the wolves. Hu Yuanhui was drenched in sweat, unsure how to secure victory. Both his own beast and his teammates' beasts were nearly depleted. If they couldn't withstand the pressure, they'd have to call for help from the mentor hiding in the shadows. But by then, their special training journey would be over and they'd be left with a terrible evaluation. No! I must lead this team to escape successfully. Hu Yuanhui scanned the battlefield relentlessly, yet the more he observed the situation, the more hopeless it seemed. For that late-stage war general-tier Wolf King prowled the outer perimeter, sealing off any possibility of a breakthrough. A cold smile curled the Wolf King's lips, as if mocking the humans before him. Roar! As it raised its head to roar, 6 Iron-Back wolves launched another attack. They intended to eliminate the most threatening target, Hu Yuanhui, first. The others rushed to support him, but their coordination couldn't match the wolves. In an instant, the ice crystal butterfly's wings were slashed by the wind from a steel-backed wolf's swiping claws, and the crystallized ice blades were shattered by the other wolves. 1 Iron-Back wolf leapt before Hu Yuanhui, raising its razor-sharp claws. Though human beast masters gained enhanced physical attributes from their pets, making them stronger than ordinary people, they remained fragile and vulnerable compared to the monstrous beasts. No! Hu Yuanhui paled in terror as the claws loomed before him. Boda! Subterranean dive. But just as the Iron-Back wolf was about to strike, a strange, giant catfish-like beast suddenly burst from the ground before him, sending the Iron-Back wolf flying. Boda? Zhang Xiu! Wang Xiaoyu cried out in surprise upon seeing the beast. She had witnessed Boda's formidable power back in the Darkwada swamp, and now she felt completely at ease. After sending the Iron-Back wolf flying, Boda's claws whirled, unleashing a tsunami-like surge of mud mixed with shards of rock. The frenzied mud rage surge instantly sent both Iron-Back wolves tumbling wildly. Emotion 50. Emotion 9. Simultaneously, Yueshu Miao's sunflower demon blossomed with golden light, its psychic interference striking the Wolf King's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. The Wolf King let out a pained howl, but soon broke free from the control.
We're here to help you.
Lu Tang shouted excitedly as the vines of the Greenfield monster burst from the ground.
Coordinating with the water prison created by Wang Yuanguan's water ghost, they trapped the 3 ironback wolves in place. Counterattack them.
Yueshu Miao roared the rallying cry, and the previously faltering members of Team 6 seized the opportunity.
Golden Spirit Lion, Flash Gold Chain. The Golden Spirit Lion transformed into 3 golden afterimages, pouncing upon the trapped ironback wolves.
Sharp lion claws slashed across the ironback wolves' tough fur, leaving deep, bloody gashes.
Hu Yuanhui reacted swiftly, shouting, "Ice Crystal Butterfly, Ice Spikes!"
The Ice Crystal Butterfly soared skyward, unleashing a hail of razor-sharp ice spikes that pierced the ironback wolves' joints with deadly precision.
Both iron-backed wolves let out agonized howls, their movements instantly slowing. Emotion 30.
The Wolf King, freed from mental control, let out a furious snarl, its body swelling to twice its size.
Bind! Vines surged from the ground, binding its limbs.
Yet with a mighty tug from the Wolf King, the vines shattered inch by inch, even dragging the emerald wild beast toward him. Fortunately, Pota acted swiftly, grabbing the green beast with a claw and yanking it back. Simultaneously, he opened his mouth to gather water, unleashing a powerful jet of high-pressure water.
Boom!
The high-pressure jet sliced along the ground. The Wolf King dodged with a flash, then swung his claws, unleashing 3 claw shadows. Yet these claw shadows struck Pota's flesh, leaving only minor scratches. The Wolf King stared in shock, eyes wide.
Emotion 50. Compared to the Nightstar Wolf, this Ironback Wolf King was clearly inferior. Even at the late-stage War General realm, it couldn't overpower Boda. This was the gap between bloodlines. A flicker of apprehension crossed the Wolf King's eyes as he clearly recognized Boda's threat. With a low growl, the remaining ironback wolves immediately abandoned their assault and swiftly gathered around the Wolf King, forming a defensive formation. They were retreating. Wang Xiaoyu keenly sensed the pack's intent. We can't let them escape.
Zhang Xiu's voice was deep and commanding. Boda, make the earth tremble. Boda slammed both palms hard onto the ground, causing the earth to undulate like waves. The ground beneath the wolves' paws suddenly caved in, causing 2 ironback wolves to stumble and lose their balance. Now! Sunflower Demon, Blazing Sunfire. Yueshu Miao seized the moment. The Sunflower Demon, charged with pent-up energy, unleashed a blinding golden light. Like an unstoppable golden spear, it instantly killed the 2 ironback wolves and struck the Wolf King. Boom! The Wolf King blocked the sun blaze with his arm at the critical moment, but his injured limbs slowed his speed.
Golden Spirit Lion, Flash Gold Chain.
Ice Crystal Butterfly, Icicle Barrage. Blue Flower Foal, Sonic Roar. Everyone launched their attacks simultaneously, cutting off the wolf pack's retreat.
Boda utilized his underground navigation to burrow into the wolf pack. Repeating his previous tactic, he swung his claws, repelling them with a muddy wave. Immediately following, he delivered a heavy blow to the Wolf King's head. Boom! Under the relentless assault, the Wolf King's strength waned until his massive form crashed to the ground, utterly lifeless. The remaining ironback wolves were swiftly eliminated one by one. When the battle ended, the students of Team 6 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you so much.
Hu Yuanhui stepped forward, his words sincere. If you hadn't arrived in time, we might have been forced to withdraw from the special training.
If you must thank someone, thank Zhang Xiu.
Without him, we might have left.
Yueshu Miao replied calmly. If Zhang Xiu hadn't charged out first, they wouldn't have bothered helping other teams. Hearing this, Hu Yuanhui finally turned his gaze toward Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu offered a faint smile. Better one more friend than one more enemy. But now, shouldn't we discuss the distribution of the spoils? Chapter 43, 15 Energy Crystals? Hu Yuanhui had heard other students discussing Zhang Xiu back at the plaza. The lucky one who contracted a perfect tier beast. The lowliest sterilizer by origin. And what about his impoverished background, an orphan without even parents? Those who spoke of Zhang Xiu offered vague assessments of his abilities, but all agreed he was nothing special. Before seeing Zhang Xiu in action, Hu Yuanhui had shared that view. Until that peak soldier-grade pet beast crushed a late-stage general-grade ironback wolf king, then he realized the chasm between true geniuses was staggering. If it were him, he could probably break through even if surrounded by a pack of ironback wolves. Of course, the spoils should be shared. Zhang saved our lives by leading us here. We'll take only a few ironback wolf pelts and meat, the rest is yours. I trust no one has any objections? Hu Yuanhui turned to ask his teammates. Brother Hu, we definitely have no objections. Without Zhang and Yu's help, we'd have had to call for the instructor's assistance, ha. Yeah. We can continue the special training now, and our pets haven't suffered major injuries all thanks to them. This little bit of loot is nothing. I'll pass on my ironback wolf hide to its use. A male student voluntarily relinquished his spoils, then introduced himself to Yueshu Miao with remarkable grace. Yueshu Miao glanced at him twice. Didn't he know her reputation at Qinglin First High? Getting so close, doesn't he fear his own psychic energy draining away? Truthfully, Yu Shumiao wasn't entirely sure what her constitution was either. She only knew that anyone standing too close to her for too long would fall into a state of mental exhaustion. Meanwhile, she herself would become invigorated, as if she had absorbed their mental energy. Rumor had it that Qilin Academy possessed profound expertise in psychic energy research. To uncover the mystery behind her constitution, she had joined this special training program. Her goal was to be specially recruited by Qilin Academy, gain their attention, and uncover the truth behind her condition. Throughout the training, she maintained a distance from her teammates to avoid affecting them, though there were exceptions, like Zhang Xiu. Yu Shumiao's gaze turned to Zhang Xiu. In her perception, this guy's psychic power far surpassed that of his peers. Not in quantity, but in sheer quality. Perhaps it was due to her contract with a perfect grade beast? She murmured to herself. Wang Xiaoyu caught Yu Shumiao's gaze and instinctively furrowed her brow. She moved closer to Zhang Xiu and whispered, almost as if sneaking up on him. Zhang Xiu. Listen up, we found a valley ahead with at least 15 energy crystals. Want to team up and grab them? Zhang Xiu was startled by the suggestion and asked, how many? At least 15 or more. Wang Xiaoyu declared triumphantly. Whoa! Lu Tang and Wang Yuanguang sucked in their breaths, and even Yu Shumiao gaped in shock at the news. Over 15? Are you serious? Would the mentors really store that many energy crystals together? Good heavens! If we can secure this, wouldn't we leap straight to the top of the group rankings? This is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Captain Hu, is this intel accurate? Hearing Lu Tang's urgent question, Hu Yuanhui nodded solemnly. It's true. We personally scouted the area. But it's far too dangerous inside. We only saw the outer perimeter, where there were already 15 energy crystals. There are likely over a dozen more inside. The problem is, this valley is incredibly hard to breach. I suspect several peak-level war general grade beasts are guarding it. It's definitely the strongest beast-gathering spot in the Mist Valley secret realm. A sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Xiu's eyes. Even Boda would struggle to confront peak war general tier beasts head-on. But if we can outsmart them, there might still be a chance. Are you planning to go? Hu Yuanhui, sensing Zhang Xiu's thoughts, said, I was originally planning to leave now. If you wish to go, we can cooperate. Just obtaining the 15 energy crystals from the outer perimeter, I believe that's still within our reach. As for the crystals deeper inside, that's far too dangerous. I advise you not to even consider it. Zhang Xiu fell silent for a moment, his mind racing. The beasts wouldn't gather together for no reason. Energy crystals aren't anything special to them. What they truly need and desire are the rare spiritual herbs and treasures of the land. Which means, within that valley, there's a high chance of finding rare C-grade resources. Even grade B resources might appear. Grade B, that's a level even gold-ranked beast masters covet. What exactly is the situation inside that valley? Tell us in detail. Zhang Xiu looked up and asked. Hu Yuanhui nodded, pulled a piece of paper from his backpack, and sketched the valley's terrain. The valley was funnel-shaped, with a narrow entrance and a wide-open interior. Upon entering, we discovered the energy crystals were primarily distributed across 3 zones, 10 at the outermost perimeter, 5 slightly closer to the center, and the deepest area which we didn't explore before encountering an attack. What about the defenses? Yu Shumiao leaned in to examine the map. The outer perimeter was primarily guarded by ironback wolf packs, roughly 20 in total, including 3 late-stage war general tier wolves. We didn't dare venture deep into the middle zone, but we spotted a late-stage war general level steel armor rhino. Beyond that, who knows? The group sucked in their breath at this news. Steel-armored rhinos are renowned for their defense, nearly unbeatable among their tier. And a late-stage war general tier steel-armored rhino? Who could possibly take it on? Wang Xiaoyu added, deepest inside, we could vaguely make out an even larger beast, but the fog was too thick to discern what it was. Zhang Xiu frowned deeply. Though Boda could fight opponents several tiers above his own, facing a steel armor rhino was still too much of a stretch. He'd likely struggle to even breach its defenses, only managing to stall the enemy. I have an idea. He suddenly spoke up, beasts from different regions exhibit hostile tendencies toward each other. We can exploit this. First, lure some beasts from outside the valley and drive them into the valley to attract the attention of the ironback wolves and steel armor rhinos. Hu Yuanhui's eyes lit up. You mean make them attack each other? Exactly. Zhang Xiu pointed to a narrow section on the map. The terrain here is unique. If we can get the steel-armored rhinos and ironback wolf packs chasing the beasts, we can seize the energy crystals on the perimeter. Brilliant! Why didn't I think of this plan before? My ice crystal butterflies can create ice walls to block their retreat, slowing their reinforcements. That'll give us time to secure the central energy crystals too. My sunflower demons can use mental interference to enrage the steel-armored rhinos. Yu Shumiao also offered suggestions. Everyone chimed in, quickly refining the plan's details. Wait. Wang Xiaoyu suddenly thought of a problem. How do we ensure we don't get caught up in the melee?
Those are peak tier warlord level beasts after all. Zhang Xiu smiled faintly, pulling out the stardust crystal she'd won in last night's lottery from her bosom. This is the key. The star mist crystal releases energy within the mist, enveloping us in starlight to dull the beast's senses and allow us to escape the battle in time.
Hu Yuanhui stared in astonishment at the starlight glowing crystal. This is a rare material. Where did you get it?
Just a bit of luck. Zhang Xiu brushed it off vaguely.
No time to waste. We'll rest for half an hour before setting out. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chapter 44, The Awakening Lord of the Valley. Gather closer. Turn off the fog-dispelling lamps.
Zhang Xiu held the star mist crystal, harnessing its energy to envelop himself in a shroud of mist.
Even the beasts couldn't discern his features.
Beside her stood Wang Xiaoyu, Yu Shumiao, and the others. As for Hu Yuanhui, being the only one in either team with a flying pet beast, he was entrusted with the arduous task of luring the beast herd into the valley.
Thud. They're coming.
Zhang Xiu's eyes lit up as he scanned the horizon. Hu Yuanhui was frantically running toward them, followed by dozens of beasts of all sizes, the weakest among them already at the peak of the soldier grade.
Get out of the way. Zhang Xiu barked, swiftly pressing herself against the rock wall.
The ice crystal butterfly traced a crystalline path through the air, drawing the pursuing beasts toward the valley entrance. Hu Yuanhui was pulled by Zhang Xiu into the mist created from stardust crystals. Soon, commotion erupted within the valley.
The iron-backed wolf pack was the first to clash with these unwelcome intruders. Now! Boda, submerge and dive.
Zhang Xiu clenched the stardust crystal and shouted. Boda instantly burrowed underground, traversing beneath the chaotic battlefield. He commanded it through their contract bond.
Avoid the Wolf King, deal with the outer guards first. As Boda surfaced, he swatted an ironback wolf away with a single blow before vanishing once more.
The Wolf King, clearly caught off guard by this sudden assault on his pack, tore a soldier-grade beast to shreds in fury.
The enraged beasts showed no mercy, and both sides quickly plunged into a chaotic melee.
The steel armor rhino has been alerted.
Yu Shumiao suddenly gasped.
In the valley's center, a colossal beast over 2 meters tall approached with heavy, thundering steps, each stride making the ground tremble.
Proceed according to plan. Zhang Xiu whispered.
Wang Xiaoyu, take your men around the left flank to collect the energy crystals on that side. Hu Yuanhui, Lu Tang, and Wang Yuanguang, keep distracting the wolf pack. Don't let them regroup with the beasts. Yu Shumiao and I will retrieve the remaining energy crystals.
Meet at the entrance in 5 minutes.
With that, the group immediately dispersed, bursting out from the mist created by the stardust crystals. Zhang Xiu and Yu Shumiao charged toward the right flank.
Yu Shumiao's sunflower demon blazed with blinding golden light, striking the eye of an iron-backed wolf attempting to block their path. The iron-backed wolf howled and tumbled away, knocking over an energy crystal suspended on a rock. Grab it!
Zhang Xiu rolled to catch the falling crystal, while Boda swept aside another charging ironback wolf with its thick tail. The crystal felt icy cold in her hand. The blue energy flowing within was recorded the instant her wristband made contact. Team 3 acquires Energy Crystal X1, scoring bonus plus 100. These students are truly daring. In the shadows, the 6th group's mentor shook his head with a wry smile.
If anything had gone wrong, we wouldn't have had time to intervene. We must keep a close watch, not letting our guard down for a moment. Speaking of which, that boy is in your group, right?
His intellect and skill surpass many of his peers. Hearing this, Li Wen pushed her glasses up and glanced at Zhang Xiu.
Was it just her imagination, or did his pet beast seem significantly stronger now?
And that stardust crystal, I have no idea where he even got it. This kid has quite a few secrets up his sleeve. Meanwhile, the sudden illumination on the projection plaza drew the teacher's attention upward. Su Hua watched the real-time rankings shift and grinned.
Interesting. Zhang Xiu's team and Hu Yuanhui's team have joined forces.
Ding Jia stared at the chaotic battle in the valley, chuckling. They've even drawn out the steel armor rhinos.
These kids aren't afraid of anything. If they manage to escape successfully, they'll come out ahead. If they don't, they'll be eliminated. They're really going all out.
But no matter how hard they fight, it won't amount to much. Making it into the top 5 in this special training would be a stroke of luck for him.
Min Jiamu remarked casually, then shifted his attention away from Zhang Xiu.
The other instructors reacted differently, some were optimistic, some sighed, and some believed that given another half year, Zhang Xiu might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yao Qiu and Jiang Shang.
Within the secret realm, the steel-armored rhino's roar reverberated through the valley. Its massive frame charged like an uncontrolled war chariot, straight into the melee of beasts.
The ironback Wolf King, seeing this, immediately let out a piercing howl, and the wolf pack swiftly made way.
Pow!
Up ahead, the beasts attempting to block the steel armor rhino were all sent flying. Amidst the chaos, it failed to notice that its home had been stolen from behind.
Quick!
Zhang Xiu's figure flashed swiftly, arriving at the location of the second energy crystal. Poda cleared the path behind them, his palms whirling to mix water and mud into a barrier that temporarily obscured the vision of some ironback wolves. On the rock wall, the energy crystal emitted a faint blue glow, suspended 3 or 4 meters above the ground.
I'll get it.
Yu Shumiao's eyes lit up, about to command the sunflower demon to retrieve it, but Zhang Xiu grabbed her arm.
Wait.
Zhang Xiu narrowed his eyes. There are spider threads around that crystal. Sure enough, through the mist, several nearly transparent threads could be faintly seen winding around the rock wall. If touched carelessly, it could easily startle the lurking predator. Yu Shumiao nearly let her guard down.
It's a mist shroud spider.
Zhang Xiu whispered, it's likely at the early stage of the war general realm. It excels at stealth and ambushes.
If we touch its silk, we could be in serious trouble.
Yu Shumia sucked in a sharp breath. The venom of a mist hiding spider could paralyze a war general tier pet beast for an entire hour.
In this critical moment, getting hit would mean instant elimination. What should we do? Abandon this one?
Zhang Xiu shook his head and drew the resilient vine he'd won in last night's lottery from his waist.
This E-grade material could craft equipment and would prove invaluable now.
Where did you pull that from? Yu Shumiao asked, somewhat surprised. My belt, Zhang Xiu replied calmly. I'll use this to snatch the crystal.
You cover me from behind. Once I get it, we leave immediately.
Yu Shumiao nodded in understanding.
Zhang Xiu immediately flipped over, planting his feet on Pota's back. He was now less than a meter away from the energy crystal. His hands deftly wove vines into a makeshift lasso.
With a sharp whiz, the lasso pierced through the spider silk and snared the innermost energy crystal.
Go!
Zhang Xiu gave a sharp tug, and the energy crystal flew swiftly toward him, landing securely in his grasp. But this very action also alerted the hidden mist spider lurking in the shadows. It emerged from the cliff face above, its four eyes locking onto the human who had stolen its treasure, then let out an angry hiss.
Nice!
Yu Shumiao couldn't help but cheer, immediately commanding the sunflower demon to release a flash of light, blocking the hidden mist spider's vision. Using the effect of the stardust crystals, they quickly escaped its attack range. As they charged toward the third energy crystal. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the valley. The sound reverberated like muffled thunder, causing the mist itself to tremble. The slumbering lord of the valley, disturbed by the beast's chaotic battle, awoke from its deep sleep.
Chapter 45, Thunder Mammoth, Treasure Hunt in Desperation. Oh no!
The beasts deep within the valley have been roused. That aura was unmistakably that of a peak war general tier beast and one that had already begun breaking through to the commander tier.
Zhang Xiu's expression darkened instantly. He waved his hand urgently and shouted, "Everyone, retreat!"
The next instant, a colossal beast, its size rivaling a small mountain, stepped forth from the valley's deepest recesses.
The surrounding beasts, still locked in chaotic combat, sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from its realm.
Resembling a mammoth, it was clad in metallic armor, its two curved tusks crackling with lightning.
It was a thunder mammoth.
A war general tier beast nearing commander tier. Yu Shumiao's voice trembled, her face drained of color. This was a purple tier epic bloodline beast. Before it, the sunflower demon held no advantage whatsoever. Its attacks might not even pierce the creature's defenses. It was a far more terrifying existence than the steel-armored rhinoceros. No wonder the steel armor rhino submitted to its command.
What do I do? My legs are shaking. Lu Tang, pull me up. Wang Yuanguang trembled in fear.
His water spirit was so terrified it had already wet itself, quickly transforming into a puddle of water and feigning death. The other students also panicked, causing a momentary chaos.
Outside the secret realm, on the projection plaza, some teachers stood up in shock.
Oh no, Zhang Xiu is definitely going to be eliminated this time.
This is sheer madness. How could a thunder mammoth appear in the secret realm designated for student training?
It's far too dangerous.
Teacher Bai, you're mistaken. It's precisely because of the danger that we keep it here. Otherwise, this secret realm would become nothing more than the student's backyard.
This is a peak war general tier beast with epic bloodlines.
What chance do these students stand against it? Calm down, calm down.
Our gold grade instructors are inside.
If anything unexpected happens, they'll rescue them in time.
Exactly. A gold tier beast master can command a lord tier beast and suppress a mere peak war general tier beast in the blink of an eye. Right now, I'm more curious about what Zhang Xiu and the others will do.
What else can they do?
Run, of course. If they run too slowly, they'll just have to beg for help and be eliminated. All the teachers watched the projection intently. Inside the secret realm, the situation took a sudden turn for the worse.
With the thunder mammoth's arrival, the ironback wolf pack seemed to gain a leader.
Instantly, they scattered the invading beasts across the valley, completely disorganizing them.
Retreat! Immediate retreat!
Wu Yuanhui bellowed into the communicator, plan cancelled.
Repeat, plan cancelled.
They had only retrieved 8 energy crystals so far. 2 remained in the outer perimeter, and they hadn't even reached the core yet. But now, with the thunder mammoth turning its gaze upon them, Wu Yuanhui knew instantly that they couldn't continue.
The mist here couldn't block this beast's vision. Abandon the remaining crystals. Everyone fall back along the original route.
Zhang Xiu made the decision instantly and shouted. But it was already too late. The Thunder Mammoth's lantern-like eyes had already locked onto the group of human students.
It raised its front paw and stomped down with crushing force. Boom!
The ground cracked open, and countless bolts of lightning shot out like snakes, striking straight toward the group. At the critical moment, Pota leapt upward, swirling water violently around his body to form a water tornado that diverted the lightning bolts. But due to water's conductivity, its body was scorched black, nearly collapsing to the ground.
Boda!
Zhang Xiu gritted her teeth.
Emotion 99. An unprecedented sense of crisis sent Zhang Xiu's mind racing, recalling every detail about the Thunder Mammoth.
Though formidable, this beast possessed fatal weaknesses. It feared small rodent-like creatures and had abnormally sensitive eardrums that connected directly to its brain nerves.
Yuashu meow!
Zhang Xiu shouted urgently, have the Sunflower Demon target its ears with maximum power sonic attacks. Sunflower Demon was a late-stage war general tier creature of exceptional blue lineage, primarily skilled in psychic attacks, and its signature move, Sunlight Blaze, a finishing technique that harnessed photosynthesis to build power. Beyond that, it possessed sonic abilities.
However, this skill wasn't particularly suited to the Sunflower Demon. It was far less effective than its mental control abilities. That's why Yu Shumiao had never used it to attack enemies. Yu Shumiao couldn't fathom why Zhang Xiu would order the Sunflower Demon to use such a weak ability. But after battling the Night Star Wolf, she understood Zhang Xiu's nature. He never wasted effort.
Hearing his command, she hesitated not a moment and immediately gave the order.
The Sunflower Demon's petals fully unfurled and vibrated. A visible sonic wave surged directly toward the Thunder Mammoth's ears. Roar! The Thunder Mammoth let out a pained roar, its massive body staggering backward.
Its eardrums, connected to its brain nerves, were now ravaged by the sonic assault.
Disoriented, its vision blurred, and it temporarily lost its balance. Run!
Seizing this precious moment, the group sprinted desperately toward the valley entrance.
Outside the secret realm,
the teachers who witnessed this scene were stunned.
How did Zhang Xiu know the Thunder Mammoth's weakness? Unbelievable.
Even during the battle against the Night Star Wolf, I sensed this kid knew a lot. He knew the Night Star Wolf's weakness was its abdomen.
But I never imagined he'd even know the Thunder Mammoth's weakness.
This kid could probably ace the cultural subjects on the college entrance exam. Indeed, he must have read countless popular science books. After all, the Thunder Mammoth is a rare beast. Group 6 had already exited, and Group 3 was beginning their retreat.
Huh? Why wasn't Zhang Xiu leaving yet? Teachers spotted Zhang Xiu still lingering, their eyes widening in surprise. Su Hua from Qilin Academy frowned and muttered, he wouldn't still be trying to grab the energy crystal, would he? Is he out of his mind?
Within the valley, the Thunder Mammoth's rampage created an opening for the 3rd and 6th groups, allowing them to escape. Yu Shumiao turned back only to realize Zhang Xiu hadn't exited with her. Her expression darkened instantly.
Zhang Xiu, what are you doing? Brother Zhang, come out now.
Wang Xiaoyu also spotted Zhang Xiu standing unmoved amidst the herd of beasts and immediately cried out in alarm, Zhang Xiu. Hearing their voices, Zhang Xiu pressed her finger to the earpiece of her communicator and said,
you go ahead. I'll be out shortly.
With that, he switched off the communicator and turned his gaze toward the depths of the valley. The mist there had dispersed due to the earlier tremor.
And there, in a small pool, bloomed a flower emitting a blue glow. Its name, Sea Bud Flower, a grade B resource. A relatively rare spiritual plant, it could help water-type spirit beasts consolidate the spiritual energy within their bodies, further enhancing their quality. Yet few knew that consuming it alongside the healing leaf could unleash an explosive effect powerful enough to break through cultivation barriers. The healing leaf was merely an E-grade common spirit herb. Who could have imagined it could be paired with the sea bud flower?
It was only in the future, through a stroke of luck, that scholar Zhang discovered this.
If he could obtain that sea bud flower, Boda could break through to the war general tier. And not just any breakthrough, one that would solidify his new realm.
Zhang Xiu narrowed his eyes, steeled his resolve, grabbed Boda's arm, and shouted, go for it.
Boda, dive deep.
He held his breath.
The next moment, the ground rumbled as Boda dragged him deep underground. When they resurfaced, he was covered in mud, standing before the small pond. This startled everyone. Chapter 46, Breakthrough Success, War General Rank. What a daring move. To actually use his beast companion's skill to escape the encirclement. Didn't he fear suffocating underground?
This beast was quite skilled at this ability, but the danger wasn't over yet.
Thunder Mammoth regained his senses.
Zhang Xiu's in trouble. We need the mentor's rescue. He wanted to use the sea bud flower to help his pet beast break through to the war general tier. While the sea bud flower could enhance the quality of a water-type pet beast's spiritual energy, his pet beast had only just broken through.
Sigh. Wait a bit longer, perhaps he has a plan. On the projection plaza, all the instructors' gazes converged on Zhang Xiu. They wanted to see what he would do next, whether he could successfully help his pet beast break through. Some held hopeful expectations, while others wore mocking smiles, as if already witnessing Zhang Xiu's failure. Boda, devour it.
The moment he appeared by the small pond, Zhang Xiu pointed at the sea bud flower ahead and shouted.
Boda leapt into the water, splashing waves several meters high.
It swallowed the sea bud flower whole, without even chewing. For within its mouth lay another spirit object, an E-grade healing leaf, which Zhang Xiu had stuffed into its jaws during their subterranean journey.
As both spiritual treasures entered its stomach, Boda froze in the pond.
The spiritual energy surging within it began to intensify relentlessly, causing its body to stiffen and making movement nearly impossible. The thunder mammoth turned, seeing its treasure snatched away, and roared in fury.
Roar! Emotion 99. It would slaughter every enemy before it, those catfish, without mercy. Crush them to dust. SSSSH. A massive surge of electricity coalesced between its two tusks as the roar echoed. The next instant, the current transformed into a blinding bolt of lightning, striking Boda like an electromagnetic cannon. Can it withstand this?
Zhang Xiu stood beside Boda, pulled a spirit fruit from his robe, swallowed it whole, and with a fierce expression activated his beast control technique, turning the tides. An invisible barrier, constructed from psychic energy, materialized before them.
Boom! The terrifying lightning exploded, obliterating the small pond with its residual force.
The current spread across Zhang Xiu's body, crackling and popping, sending shivers of numbness through her.
No! Li Wen's expression changed, ready to intervene.
But the next second, she froze in shock.
Because the lightning was actually shrinking, and Zhang Xiu and Boda were completely unharmed.
Immediately, terrifying psychic fluctuations rippled out. The lightning bolt rebounded at incredible speed, striking the thunder mammoth.
Boom!
The thunder mammoth reeled from the blow, its head buzzing.
It seemed utterly baffled, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Was this a pet beast skill that reflected attacks?
The mentor of Group 6 looked curious, not expecting Zhang Xiu's pet beast to have this hidden trick up its sleeve. Outside, the teachers who witnessed the scene were equally astonished.
What breed is this catfish pet? It actually has a rebound skill. That's an extremely rare ability, usually only possessed by psychic or psychic-type pets. But isn't it a water-ground hybrid? It's a pet beast that's fused multiple elemental abilities, truly worthy of its perfect grade bloodline. Zhang Xiu's pet beast is truly formidable. I plan to offer an A-class contract to see if I can sign him. The speaker was Ding Jia from the Wilderness Beast Academy. As a battle-loving academy instructor, he was captivated by Zhang Xiu's fighting style and audacity. But why hasn't old Su reacted at all?
Ding Jia turned to look at Su Hua from Qilin Academy, seemingly waiting for him to declare, "That's the student I've set my sights on." But after a few glances, Ding Jia only saw Su Hua frowning, looking puzzled.
"What's wrong, Teacher Su?" Su Hua shook his head and murmured, "That's impossible."
Others might dismiss it as just a pet beast skill, but as a teacher at Qilin Academy with the deepest expertise in psychic energy research, a platinum-tier beast master, he could detect something different. That didn't resemble a pet beast skill at all. Zhang Xiu's pet beast hadn't even made a move to activate it, it was still in the breakthrough stage. The only explanation was, a beast master skill. Impossible. He was barely 18, still a bronze-tier beast master. Su Hua's mind reeled. When he saw Zhang Xiu's deathly pale expression on the projection, his heart sank. This is mental energy depletion. This. He actually used a beast master technique. Beast master techniques were typically only accessible to platinum-tier beast masters. Even many platinum-tier beast masters couldn't learn or use them, as they demanded extremely rigorous mental strength.
Could a beast master below platinum rank possibly master beast control techniques?
It exists, but only in legends and history.
They're one in a million geniuses.
No, perhaps genius is merely the threshold to witnessing it. In any case, in over a decade of teaching at Qilin Academy, Su Hua has never witnessed anyone wielding beast master techniques before reaching platinum rank.
We absolutely must recruit Zhang Xiu into our academy. Su Hua's expression hardened as he abruptly turned to Ding Jia and declared, "Teacher Ding, this student is destined for our academy. You won't be competing for him.
I have matters to attend to and must depart now.
Please continue observing here."
With that, he rose and departed, his mind no longer on Zhang Xiu's performance. Because he had to race against time to contact the academy and draft the highest level special admission contract he could possibly secure. Ding Jia was slightly taken aback by Su Hua's attitude, but didn't dwell on it, instead chuckling cheerfully.
Inside the secret realm, Li Wen looked puzzled. As a gold-tier beastmaster, she had no understanding of or experience with beastmaster techniques. But she knew some basic information about beastmaster techniques. Because of this, she could sense that the earlier rebound skill was somewhat peculiar, though she couldn't quite pinpoint exactly what was off about it. That Zhang Xiu.
Li Wen narrowed her eyes. She felt like she'd missed something just now and needed to keep a closer eye on things. Boda absorbed the potion's power quickly. Zhang Xiu gritted his teeth, his anxious gaze fixed on Boda. A blue and yellow glow began to radiate from its body as its spiritual power gradually surged. Thanks to the spirit fruit, he had successfully reflected the thunder mammoth's skill. But reflecting it again was impossible, he had reached his limit. Roar! The thunder mammoth regained its senses. Seeing its strike had missed, it furiously raised its front leg and stomped down with tremendous force. The ground shook violently, sending water splashing up from the pond. Pota's body swayed from the shockwave, yet he remained focused on absorbing the potion's power. Zhang Xiu knew this was the most critical moment. No, it's still not enough. Gritting his teeth, he reached into his robe and pulled out the battle will potion he'd won from the lottery earlier. Without hesitation, he poured it down his throat. The moment it touched his throat, a searing heat instantly engulfed his entire body. This potion could affect beast companions, but it also had some effect on humans, though it came with harmful side effects. But now, Zhang Xiu couldn't afford to care about that. If Bota didn't break through, he would be eliminated. Ah! Zhang Xiu felt his mental energy focus like never before, and his bond with Bota grew clearer. He pressed both hands against Bota's body, violently channeling his spiritual energy into it. Break through, Bota! With a roar, light erupted from Bota's body, powerful energy ripples scattering the surrounding mist. Emotion 99. The thunder mammoth staggered back 2 steps from the sudden energy shock, a flicker of fear crossing its eyes. Bota's form swelled to nearly 3 meters tall. The wound on his back had completely healed, replaced by glossy, hard scales. Its claws grew thicker and more powerful, encircled by solidified water currents. As its eyes snapped open, a terrifying aura surged forth. Warrior class. Success! Zhang Xiu was overjoyed. Chapter 47, Time to settle the score. Thanks to the special effect of the sea bud flower, Pota stabilized his cultivation realm the moment he broke through to the early stage of the war general tier. The thunder mammoth quickly recovered from its shock, realizing this enemy before it was no longer the same creature. Yet the pride of the valley lord forbade retreat. Roar! It gathered lightning once more, this time unleashing a full power strike. Bota, water domain. Pota slammed both palms onto the water's surface. The entire pond's water instantly surged upward, forming a thick wall of water before him. The lightning struck the wall, its energy dispersed and channeled underground. Now! The ground trembled. Bota stomped his foot violently. The ground undulated like waves, knocking the thunder mammoth off balance. Zhang Xiu seized the opportunity and shouted, "Mud wave surge." Bota pressed his palms together, mixing water and mud into a massive mudslide tsunami that engulfed the thunder mammoth. Boom! The muddy wave slammed into the thunder mammoth, sending its massive body reeling back several steps. Seizing the moment, Zhang Xiu flipped onto Pota's back. Go! Bota activated his underground dive ability, burrowing beneath the earth with Zhang Xiu aboard as they sped toward the valley entrance. Thunder-type attacks were relatively effective against water-type, but Earth-type attacks could effectively counter Thunder-type. This meant Bota wasn't significantly weaker, but continuing the fight would be extremely disadvantageous. After all, the Thunder Mammoth was a peak-tier war general, and besides it, there were many other beast minions surrounding them. Therefore, of the 36 stratagems, retreat was the wisest course. The Thunder Mammoth roared furiously, but it was too late to pursue. It could only watch helplessly as the human who stole the sea bud flower vanished from sight. Emotion 99. Outside the valley entrance, Yu Shumiao and the others waited anxiously. Suddenly, the ground surged upward, and Bota burst forth from the earth, carrying Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu! Yu Shumiao cried out in surprise and delight. Hurry! The Thunder Mammoth will be here soon. Zhang Xiu had no time for explanations, urging everyone to evacuate immediately. Both groups sprinted away from the valley. Only after running several kilometers and confirming their safety did they pause to catch their breath. That was insane. Hu Yuanhui gasped. You actually dared to steal right under the Thunder Mammoth's nose. Zhang Xiu smiled and pulled 3 energy crystals from his chest. Just grab them on the way out. Everyone stared in disbelief. Wang Xiaoyu suddenly pointed at Bota. Wait, did Bota break through? Only then did everyone notice Bota's transformation. Its powerful aura had clearly reached the war general tier. Good heavens! Yu Shumiao covered her mouth in shock. How did you do that? Could it be that thing you just picked up? The sea bud flower. Zhang Xiu patted Bota's sturdy back, a weary smile curling at the corners of her mouth. That thing can cause a qualitative change in the spiritual power of water-type beast companions. Yu Shumiao's eyes widened in astonishment. A grade B resource? No wonder you fought so fiercely for it, though it was incredibly risky. That's how Bota broke through directly to the war general tier. Zhang Xiu slid down from Bota's back, her legs buckling until she nearly collapsed to her knees. Yu Shumiao caught her just in time. His spiritual energy was still severely depleted, leaving him in a critical state. Wang Xiaoyu hurried over, rummaging through her backpack for healing potions. You're as pale as a sheet. Zhang Xiu took the potion and downed it in one gulp, feeling its effects dissolve within him. The aftereffects of using the battle intent potion lingered, his temples throbbing violently. The Thunder Mammoth shouldn't be able to track us from this position. Let's divide the loot. I got 6 energy crystals in total. He forced himself to look at everyone, then took out all the energy crystals. I have 3 here. I have 2. I got 5. Hu Yuanhui pulled out 5 of his own. Counting them all, there were 16 energy crystals in total. His face lit up with excitement. This many energy crystals would be enough for them to challenge for first place in the group. But glancing at Zhang Xiu, he concealed his thoughts. Their bountiful harvest owed much to Zhang Xiu's prowess and strategic planning, especially when the thunder mammoths appeared. Zhang Xiu had deliberately drawn their fire.
Otherwise, their entire group might have been trapped in the valley.
Thanks to Zhang Xiu, we got so many energy crystals this time. Our team will keep 5 and give the rest to Team 3. After discussing it with his team members, Hu Yuanhui addressed Zhang Xiu. This surprised Zhang Xiu somewhat. He had originally planned to split the haul evenly, since Team 6 had discovered the location first and they had essentially piggybacked on their luck. However, since Hu Yuanhui was willing to make concessions, Zhang Xiu didn't argue. He expressed his gratitude and accepted the energy crystals. Team 3, energy crystals collected 11, bonus points 1100. Zhang Xiu, investigation score 385. Yu Shumiao, investigation score 155. Lu Tang, investigation score 125. Wang Yuanguang, investigation score 120. Once the wristband data updated, Group 3 surged to second place among the 10 teams with a total score of 1785. Zhang Xiu's individual score of 385 1100 placed her second only to Yao Qiu. Individual rankings. 1. Yao Qiu 2,551,500. Second, Zhang Xiu 2,851,100. Third, Zhang Shang 2,001,000. Fourth. Oh man, if only our team could have added Jiang Min, we could have taken first place. That jerk Jiang Min actually surrendered to Jiang Shang. How despicable. I knew that kid was no good from the start. Once he hits the battlefield, he'll probably be the first to stab his teammates in the back. Lu Tang spat out indignantly. Due to Jiang Min's surrender, according to the real-world simulation, he was now considered part of Jiang Shang's team. With 6 members, Jiang Shang's team held the third position by sheer numbers. As for first place? Still held by Yao Qiu's team. Just how many energy crystals did that Yao Qiu guy collect? It's even more outrageous than ours. He has 2 pet beasts, giving him a significant combat advantage. Of course, there's also the possibility he's doing what Jiang Shang did, stealing energy crystals from other teams. Either way, we need to be cautious when facing either of them. Hu Yuanhui, what's your team's plan moving forward? Yu Shumiao turned to ask Hu Yuanhui. Hu Yuanhui hesitated for a moment before saying, we plan to continue exploring eastward. Our team intends to rest here for a while. Then we'll part ways here. Zhang Xiu spoke up. All right. Hu Yuanhui smiled. Once we're out, we should find time to catch up. I feel like we could become friends. With that, he led Team 6 eastward to continue their exploration. Before departing, Wang Xiaoyu still couldn't shake her unease. She gave Zhang Xiu a worried warning, don't get too close to Yu Shumiao, watch out for getting drained dry. The special training lasted 5 days, and today was the second day. Zhang Xiu planned to search for energy crystals while making their way back. Night fell. Zhang Xiu, you look terrible. Should we rest a bit longer? Yu Shumiao observed Zhang Xiu's pallid complexion, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. She instinctively moved closer, produced a vial of potion, and suggested, why don't you drink another bottle? Zhang Xiu shook her head. No need. Too much might backfire. Let's rest while we can. Pota has broken through to the War General tier. We need to get used to our new strength quickly. His gaze shifted toward a certain direction, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Jiang Shang stole our energy crystals. It's time to settle the score. Chapter 48, Not a Single Chance. Zhang Xiu sat cross-legged in the center of the makeshift camp, with Bota's massive form standing guard nearby. After a day of recuperation, his mental energy had largely recovered, though the side effects of the battle potion still caused a dull ache at his temples. Are you truly resolved to confront Jiang Shang? Yu Shumiao crouched beside the campfire, its flickering light casting a faintly worried expression on her face. Though Bota had broken through, Jiang Shang possessed 2 War General tier pet beasts. Moreover, his King Cobra had reached late War General tier and boasted an epic bloodline. Zhang Xiu opened his eyes, his gaze meeting Yu Shumiao's as he interrupted, do you think I'll lose? The sharpness that flashed in his eyes made her involuntarily clench her thighs. Nervous? No, I. Yu Shumiao's expression was a bit flustered. For some reason, her heart was pounding. Why? Could it be because of Zhang Xiu? She stole glances at the other person. While she admitted that Face was handsome and very masculine, it shouldn't make her feel this nervous. It was his psychic power. She suddenly realized that Zhang Xiu's psychic power had grown several times stronger than before. Was this due to the feedback from that perfect pet beast's realm? No wonder she felt nervous. Before, she'd always been the strongest in psychic power among others. Now, encountering a psychic beast Tamer even stronger than herself was quite unexpected. Zhang Xiu grinned at the sight. When he had been weakened, the other's constitution could still draw his spiritual energy. Now that he had recovered, that constitution could no longer trigger his spiritual energy. He had already formed a rough guess about Yu Shumiao's physique. It was likely the spirit-devouring physique developed by the future Qilin Academy in his previous life, a physique capable of devouring weaker spiritual energies to nourish itself, growing continuously without any cultivation barriers until reaching platinum rank. When this discovery was first announced, it caused a sensation, for the soul-devouring constitution possessed replicative properties. The cost, however, was immense, requiring several SS-grade resources, making it unaffordable for all but the wealthiest clans and aristocratic families. In other words, relying on this physique, Xiu was destined to become at least a platinum-tier beast tamer. With better talent, he could even advance toward the radiant or stellar tiers. However, the higher the tier, the weaker the effect of this physique became. At those levels, everyone's spiritual energy solidified, making them extremely difficult to influence. At the time, Qilin Academy was still researching ways to break through some of this physique's limitations and make it stronger. Unfortunately, by the time the Third Beast War ended in failure, they had achieved nothing, and all the data was ultimately destroyed. It's only natural you thought I'd lose, given the vast gap in cultivation between Boda and his opponent. But this is a secret realm, not a stage. It's not about individual combat. Besides, I have you all. You're the top student in your grade at Qinglin First High. Lu Tang and Wan Yuanguan consistently rank in the top 5. In terms of team strength, we hold a clear advantage over Zhang Xiu. Hearing this, Xiu's eyes brightened slightly, ripples stirring within her heart. Indeed, when teams were first formed, who could have predicted Zhang Xiu's formidable strength? Combined with her own abilities, it meant having 2 top-ranked students in one team. Zhang Xiu might be formidable, but he's just one person. The rest of his teammates are nothing special. Lu Tang and Wan Yuanguan drew closer, their eyes blazing with competitive fire. Exactly. We're no pushovers. Wan Yuanguan exclaimed excitedly. Lu Tang slammed his fist into his palm. Him. That traitor Jiang Min must be in Zhang Xiu's crew too. I'll teach him a lesson myself. Zhang Xiu crouched down and sketched a rough map on the ground with a twig. Since everyone agrees, let's formulate a plan. According to intelligence, Zhang Xiu's group should be operating in this area. He marked a point on the map. After stealing our energy crystals, they'll likely head toward the central area. After all, resources are more abundant there. This area is mostly forested mountains. We can leverage the fog's cover to launch a surprise attack. Xiu leaned in for a closer look and added, Zhang Xiu's 2 pet beasts are both war general tier. The king cobra excels in poison attacks and crushing force, while the other pet, the dark claw wolf, is extremely swift. In a direct confrontation, Boda could hold one off, but the other would pose a threat to us. After absorbing the Nightstar Wolf's heart, the Darklaw Wolf likely grew stronger. Even evolving to epic tier bloodline wouldn't be surprising. Therefore, everyone should err on the side of overestimating the enemy's strength. We need to divide the battlefield. A sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Xiu's eyes as he declared, Zhang Xiu and the King Cobra are mine to handle. Xiu will coordinate with the others to distract the Darklaw Wolf and their respective pets. Lu Tang, how large an area can your Emerald Vine Monster's vine cage cover? Lu Tang considered for a moment before replying, at full power, about 20 meters radius, but it won't last long. That's sufficient. Zhang Xiu nodded. My Poda possesses aquatic domain control. Its power increases with surrounding water volume. Wang Yuanguan, can your water ghost summon a stream? Wang Yuanguan wasn't sure. With the water ghost's current abilities, it couldn't create a stream out of thin air, only channel existing water nearby. He pondered for a moment, then patted his chest and declared, no problem. The moment the battle begins, I'll have the water ghost channel a river immediately. Good. In that case, Xiu and I will lead the main assault against them. Lu Tang will assist by controlling the other players' pets, while Wang Yuanguan creates the conditions for our victory. Zhang Xiu surveyed the group. If things turn unfavorable, retreat immediately. Don't worry about me. Understood? The 3 responded in unison, understood. Projection Plaza. Interesting. Zhang Xiu actually plans to take the initiative? Ding Jia stroked his chin, watching the projection with keen interest. On screen, Team 3 was silently moving northwest under cover of night and fog. To challenge Zhang Xiu so soon after breaking through, that takes guts. Bai Huixi of the Qinglong Lingqi Academy gave a slight nod, sneering, but their odds of winning? Probably not even 1%. Remember, Zhang Xiu has 6 people with him. Even if Zhang Xiu can hold off Zhang Xiu alone, the others will be caught in a 5-person ambush. Winning? That's unlikely. I wouldn't be so sure. Su Hua had returned to the plaza unnoticed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Haven't you noticed? Since Zhang Xiu's spirit beast broke through, its spiritual energy fluctuations have been exceptionally stable. Upon hearing this, Min Jiamu finally tore his gaze away from Zhang Xiu's projection and studied Zhang Xiu intently for the first time. The effect of the grade BC Budflower was indeed surprising, but the gap between early-stage War General and late-stage War General remained vast. Still, Zhang Xiu has achieved quite a lot in such a short time. If he can fight Zhang Xiu to a draw, I'll give him a special admission opportunity. The instructors at Starry Skybeast Master Academy were always so self-assured. Su Hua smiled faintly at this, choosing not to rush into a rebuttal. He had already contacted the academy, explaining Zhang Xiu's potential to possess beast riding skills. Several teachers were shocked and incredulous, wanting to come and assess him. He was confident he could offer special admission terms compelling enough to win Zhang Xiu over.
Chapter 49, I hear you're looking for me? Secret Realm, Ancient Tree Camp. Zhang Xiu leaned against an ancient tree over 3 meters in diameter.
A king cobra coiled beside him, while a dark-clawed wolf stood watch nearby. His 5 team members were scattered around the perimeter, including the surrendered Jiang Min. Brother Jiang, should we really keep pursuing the third group? One member cautiously asked.
Yao Choka is still trailing us, he might launch a surprise attack at any moment. Shut up.
Zhang Xiu cut him off coldly.
Yao Cho is nothing but a brute, no threat. As for the third team, they actually dared to climb above me. What gives them the right to be second in the group? What gives them the right to lord over me?
He pushed his glasses up, their lenses reflecting a cold glint.
Especially that Zhang Xiu weaker than me, yet he found 11 energy crystals? What a stroke of luck. Utterly infuriating. But his luck is my luck. Ha! Steal all his energy crystals, and I'll be number 1 far ahead of Yao Qiu.
The others burst into laughter at his words.
Zhang Xiu is just doing us a favor. Exactly.
The way he's running around like a stray dog, we probably won't even need to fight him.
Just like Jiang Min, he'll obediently hand over his energy crystals to Brother Jiang. Ha, makes sense.
But while we're chasing him, we should also raid the other teams, can't let them get too comfortable.
I recall Zuowa's squad should be further ahead.
That guy and Zhang Xiu went to the same school. Overhearing the discussion, Jiang Min shrank back, hesitating to speak. Ever since surrendering, his standing within the team had plummeted. Even his pet beast had been assigned night watch duty.
Life under someone else's roof was unbearably miserable. But at least he didn't have to be eliminated. Surrendering wasn't something to be ashamed of.
Jiang Min muttered to himself, even if Zhang Xiu were here, he'd surrender too. People always find ways to console themselves in moments of humiliation, helplessness, and regret.
The next day. That must be the 7th squad where Zuowa is, right? Looks like we've arrived just in time, they've just finished fighting the beasts. Brother Jiang, should we ambush them? Sneak attack? We'll just bully them openly. With our strength, do we even need to sneak?
Zhang Xiu let out a cold laugh and strode straight out of the jungle, his teammates following close behind. Zuowa, who was busy cleaning up the beast's carcass, sensed someone behind him and spun around instantly. His expression changed drastically when he saw Zhang Xiu approaching.
Zhang Xiu. That's right, it's me. Hand over every energy crystal you have on you. Don't tell me you don't have any. The wristband rankings show you have at least 6.
Zhang Xiu stared at him coldly.
Zuowa clenched his fists.
His teammates instantly went on high alert, and 5 pet beasts swiftly retreated to defend him.
But facing Zhang Xiu's 6-member team, their expressions turned grim. Don't resist in vain.
Zhang Xiu pushed his glasses up. The king cobra rose slowly from behind him, its late-stage war general aura thickening the air. He threatened bluntly, hand over the energy crystal, and you can continue your special training.
Zuowa clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his knuckles.
His crimson laughing tiger was only mid-warrior class, and its bloodline was inferior to the king cobra's. With 2 more warrior class pets on the enemy's side, he wouldn't last long. But if he surrendered without a fight, the external instructor's evaluations of him would surely be disastrous. Therefore, whether for himself or the team standing, he had to stand up and face Zhang Xiu. If you want the energy crystals, come and take them yourself.
You really think I'm scared of you?
Zuowa roared furiously, crimson laughing tiger, laughter wave. With that, he launched the first attack. The crimson tiger let out a piercing roar. Upon hearing it, everyone's faces involuntarily broke into grins, unable to suppress their laughter.
Ha! Another fool who doesn't know when to quit. King Cobra, strangle.
Zhang Xiu roared with laughter before issuing his command. Simultaneously, his other beast companion, Shadow Claw Wolf, vanished into the shadows, seeking an opening for a decisive strike. The rest of the team launched their attacks simultaneously, overwhelming Zuowa with immense pressure.
Red Laughing Tiger, fall back.
Don't clash head-on with the King Cobra. The Crimson Laughing Tiger wasn't a power-type beast, it relied on sonic waves and roars to steadily weaken its opponents, striking only when the moment was ripe. Therefore, it must avoid direct confrontation with the King Cobra at all costs.
But Zhang Xiu wouldn't let that happen. Corrosive breath. After lunging forward, the King Cobra failed to constrict Red Laughing Tiger.
Instantly opening its gaping maw, it expelled a purplish black mist from between its fangs. The toxic mist collided with the sonic waves, actually weakening the effect of the laughter ripples.
It could even corrode energy fluctuations?
Zuowa's pupils contracted sharply in astonishment.
Ha! Your pet's skill is too weak. Thinking such a low-level ability could affect a King Cobra? That's just wishful thinking.
Zhang Xiu roared with laughter.
Disperse! Zuowa bellowed, retreating 3 steps in haste.
The Crimson Laughing Tiger instantly changed tactics, slamming its claws into the ground to send shards of rock flying. This punched several holes through the corrosive poison breath, and the resulting gale swept the mist backward.
This allowed Zhang Xiu's teammates to quickly dodge, avoiding the toxic mist's effects. But then, a dark shadow struck from the flank.
The dark claw wolf's sharp paws tore through the mist, leaving 3 bloody gashes across Red Laughing Tiger's midsection before being sent flying by a powerful swipe.
Red Laughing Tiger. Zhuo gasped in shock. He never imagined that just as the battle began, he would face defeat. Was this the gap between himself and the top-ranked geniuses? No. He couldn't lose. Red Laughing Tiger. Get up! He shouted, trying to rally Crimson Laughing Tiger. As the Red Laughing Tiger struggled to rise, the King Cobra had already appeared before it, its tail lashing out at blinding speed. Put! Red Laughing Tiger spat blood, completely overwhelmed. The battle turned against them. Zhuo's teammates tried to come to his aid, but they couldn't break free from the other pet beast's attacks. As the Crimson Laughing Tiger collapsed to the ground, the King Cobra raised its proud head, gazing down upon its defeated foe before letting out a mocking hiss. It's over. Zhuo's face turned pale. The remaining teammates were filled with dread, debating whether to surrender. Just then, a jet of water suddenly shot from the distance. The King Cobra dodged swiftly, and in the instant it turned, a nearby tree was pierced clean through by the water column. The dark claw wolf glanced back warily, only to see streams of water bursting from the mist, soaking the ground beneath them. Who? Zhang Xiu spun around abruptly. Familiar footsteps echoed through the mist. Zhang Xiu strode out with one hand in his pocket, followed closely by Pota's 3-meter-tall frame, radiating an overwhelming presence. Yu Shumiao, Lu Tang, and Wang Yuanguang also appeared, each accompanied by their own beast companions. Zhang Xiu? Zhang Shang and Zhuo exclaimed in unison. One voice held delight, the other terror. I hear you've been looking for me? A cold smile curled the corners of Zhang Xiu's mouth. No need to trouble yourselves. I came right to you. Chapter 50. Why such a huge gap? How dare you? I never thought you'd dare show your face before me. Zhang Shang's glasses reflected a cold glint, yet the corners of his mouth twisted into a vicious curve. Well, this saves me the trouble of hunting you down. With a flick of his right hand, the King Cobra coiled into an attack stance, while the dark claw wolf silently circled around to flank him. His teammates likewise prepared to strike. Jiang Min's face drained of color as she instinctively took 2 steps back, unsure whether to side with Zhang Xiu and the others. You really think you're someone special? If we were on equal footing, I could crush you with one hand. Even now, though your pet beast surpasses mine by 3 minor realms, I could still defeat you. There's still a gap between geniuses. The gap between us is as vast as this entire tier. Zhang Xiu smiled faintly and called out softly, Boda. A faint blue aura shimmered around Boda as the water puddles on the ground suddenly began to boil and surge. Water domain activated. Within a 30-meter radius, water elements instantly activated. Countless droplets condensed within the mist, forming dense bullets under Boda's control. With a wave of his hand, they all surged toward the enemy. This technique boasts a wider range than the area of effect skills of other water-type battle-class pets. More than double the size. Perfect grade bloodline. Last time, you saw me flee like a beaten dog. This time, the outcome will be no different. Zhang Shang roared fiercely, King Cobra, lash out wildly. The King Cobra positioned itself before every droplet, extending its tail to lash out with blinding speed. Trails of afterimages swept across the battlefield as a howling gale erupted. Boom! The dense water droplets collided with the snake's tail like a downpour pounding banana leaves. Boda's water bullet assault was completely blocked. But the smile on Zhang Xiu's lips didn't waver. Because this was all within his expectations. If epic bloodline late-stage war-class beasts were so easy to deal with, Zhang Shang wouldn't have been so arrogant in the secret realm. Now! Go, Greenfield Beast! As Lu Tang roared the command, the ground suddenly shook violently. The long-dormant green wilderness beast burst forth from the earth behind Zhang Shang's group, its thick vines coiling toward the King Cobra like giant serpents. But even with the element of surprise, its speed proved far too slow. The dark claw wolf whipped its claws around, instantly shredding the vines into shreds. Meanwhile, the other teammates clashed with Yu Shumiao and Wang Yuanguang. Team 7, what are you waiting for? Let's go! Take down Zhang Shang and claim his energy crystals. Everyone who can still fight, get in there. Otherwise, Zhang Shang will turn on you next. Wang Yuanguang bellowed several times, truly igniting the fighting spirit of those Group 7 students who had been on the losing end. But their combat strength was now severely depleted. As for Zhuo and Qi Xiuhu, they were both lying on the ground, forced to watch the battle from afar. Zhang Xiu. How did he become so strong? His beast companion broke through to the war general tier. He's actually holding his own against Zhang Shang. That King Cobra is late-stage war general tier. Even I couldn't last more than a few moves against it. Could it be, the gap between us is truly that vast? Zhuo's face turned ashen. Recalling his boastful words before the special training and his mockery of Zhang Xiu, he felt utterly ashamed, wishing he could dig a hole and bury his head in it. He had always believed that as the top student in his grade at jumping first high, his strength would surely surpass Zhang Xiu's. But he never imagined the gap between them would be this vast. He was just a worthless dropout from the sterilization department. He'd only managed to contract that pet beast through sheer luck. Why? Why was he so strong? Why am I so much weaker than him? Zhuo gritted his teeth, watching the battle unfold before him, his resolve crumbling within. Witnessing this battle, he could no longer deceive himself. Jiang Min felt equally conflicted. As a defector who surrendered and joined Zhang Sheng's team, he now found himself caught between two sides. Damn it! Damn it! Seeing Zhang Xiu's strength capable of suppressing Zhang Sheng only fueled his jealousy. He commanded the giant horned beetle to join the fight, not to aid Team 3, but to support Zhang Sheng's team. You bastard! Shameless scum! Seeing this, Lu Tang erupted in curses. Put! The giant horned beetle's surprise attack caught the green wild beast off guard. Its sharp horns pierced through the vines, spattering emerald green sap everywhere. Lu Tang's face paled as he hastily recalled his wounded beast, now forced to provide support from the periphery. Jiang Min, you traitor! Wang Yuanguan witnessed the scene and shouted angrily. The water ghost manipulated the currents, supporting Boda while simultaneously fending off attacks from other pets. The pressure was immense. This caused the water flow to gradually diminish, reducing the water element available for Boda to use. From within the mist came Jiang Min's hysterical laughter. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for siding with Zhang Xiu. The tide of battle turned instantly. Zhang Sheng's king cobra seized the opening, its tail lashing out like a steel whip toward Boda. Thud! The heavy blow sent Boda staggering backward, his 3-meter-tall frame plowing 2 deep furrows into the muddy ground. His arms turned crimson, nearly fractured. Seeing its enemy withstand its attack, the king cobra grew even more enraged. Emotion 99. Its body slithered swiftly, attempting to bind and constrict Boda. But Boda wouldn't give it that chance. Before the constriction could close, he used dive to escape underground, then struck out with a palm strike, sending the other attacking pets flying. While the king cobra proved troublesome, dealing with the early to mid-tier war general class pets was far simpler. A single strike sent a cloud fierce deer spitting blood as it flew backward. This also eased the pressure on Yu Shumio and the others. Psychic interference. Yu Shumio's sharp command echoed as the sunflower demon unfurled its petals, sending a mental wave crashing into the king cobra. The pain made its head split, halting its pursuit. Seizing the moment, Boda unleashed a 10-meter tidal wave crashing toward the king cobra. Boom! The furious muddy torrent crashed down like a tsunami, sending the king cobra's massive body tumbling several times as blood seeped from between its scales. Not built for defense, the pet beast suffered severe injuries from such a powerful blow. Zhang Sheng's expression darkened instantly. He shouted urgently, "Support! Dark Claw Wolf!" The Shadow Claw Wolf, lurking nearby, suddenly leapt from behind Boda, its sharp claws aiming straight for the back of its neck. Had that strike landed, it would have torn through Boda's defenses. Boda, water domain. Zhang Xiu swung his arm and bellowed, "Form a defensive membrane." In the nick of time, Boda's thick tail whipped up a surge of water. Through his mastery of the water element, he formed a protective membrane across his back, colliding with the Dark Claw Wolf's deadly claws. Boom! The shockwave exploded outward, sending the Dark Claw Wolf reeling back several steps. 3 shallow gashes now marred Boda's back. Oomph, quick reflexes. Zhang Sheng pushed his glasses up and sneered coldly, "But you think that's enough to defeat me? King Cobra, corrosive venom." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the king cobra recovered from the mental disruption. Its forked tongue flickered as a jet of purple-black venomous mist shot forth. Chapter 51, The Ace in the Hole. Snake-eating star wolf. Projection Plaza. They're fighting. They're fighting. Who do you think will win this duel? Zhang Sheng, for sure. His pet beast's cultivation level is 3 tiers higher than Zhang Xiu's catfish. Not so fast. From what we've seen, Zhang Xiu's beast already possesses the strength to stand against that king cobra. A pet beast of perfect grade bloodline, truly extraordinary. Several teachers stared at the projection screen, each voicing their opinions. Teacher Min, what do you think of Zhang Xiu? Bai Huixi from Qinglong Lingqi Academy turned to ask Min Jiamu. Clearly, this teacher was also tempted to specially recruit Zhang Xiu, hence seeking the Star Realm Beastmaster Academy's opinion. If Star Realm Beastmaster Academy wanted to offer a special recruitment, then she wouldn't need to compete. After all, the conditions she could offer would certainly not be enough to sway Zhang Xiu away from Star Realm Beastmaster Academy. After all, it was one of the 3 great kings, the premier academy coveted by countless beast tamers. Min Jiamu lowered her gaze and said, "He has some talent. I will offer a Class B special recruitment contract. If you can defeat Zhang Sheng." Even as she said this, she didn't quite believe Zhang Xiu could defeat Zhang Sheng. Fighting 3 tiers above her level meant crossing 3 minor realms, something not even a perfect grade bloodline could guarantee. But perhaps there could be an unexpected twist. After all, Zhang Xiu had access to very little reference material. He hadn't participated in any major dueling leagues yet, and he'd only become a beastmaster a little over a week ago. If I can defeat him, I'll try to secure him an A-class special recruitment contract. Min Jiamu chuckled softly, a hint of pride in his smile. The teachers present were all taken aback upon hearing this. Lu Kongchun, watching from the back row, was overjoyed.
Zhang Xiu's admission to the Starry Skybeast Master Academy already marked him as a prodigy, but securing a special recruitment contract was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. An A-level contract alone guaranteed a minimum of 10 million Federation coins. Once enrolled, she could at least apprentice under a platinum-tier beastmaster. This was the first time in over a decade in Jiangping City. Zhang Xiu would be overjoyed upon learning this. He absolutely had to defeat Jiang Shang. Lu Kongqing clenched his fists, his eyes fixed nervously on the projection. His tension stemmed not only from the school's honor but also from concern for Zhang Xiu's future. Meanwhile, at Qilin Academy, Su Hua heard the news and chuckled inwardly. Given Zhang Xiu's current talent and strength, he would have been a worthy candidate for an A-level special recruitment contract in the past. But he knew Zhang Xiu likely possessed a beast taming technique. If true, a mere class of special recruitment contract would be an insult to him. The old man should arrive tomorrow. Before the Starry Skybeast Master Academy discovers this, Zhang Xiu must be specially recruited. Offer him every possible SSS level contract condition. Su Hua's gaze hardened. A talent capable of awakening a beast taming skill before reaching platinum rank was a once-in-a-century prodigy. Recruiting him would be a huge gain. He might even cultivate him into a star-tier beast tamer. Perhaps he doesn't even realize what he possesses. Su Hua lifted his head, staring at Zhang Xiu on the screen. Knowing he had only recently become a beastmaster, he surely didn't understand the value of his beastmaster skill or how rare and extraordinary it was. Little did Su Hua know that Zhang Xiu was fully aware and deliberately concealing it. For him, too much fame brought no benefit. Boda, control the waters. Facing the toxic attack, a sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Xiu's eyes as he bellowed. Boda clasped his palms together, causing the water elements around him to boil instantly. The scattered water droplets leapt into the air like living creatures, coalescing into a swirling water tornado along the path of the poisonous mist. Sizzle! The toxic mist collided with the water vortex, emitting a shrill, corrosive screech. The purple-black venom was dispersed by the high-speed rotating currents, ultimately dissolving into a pool of bubbling toxic water that splashed onto the ground. What? How could it neutralize the poison like that? Jiang Shang's pupils contracted sharply, surprise evident in his eyes. He had expected this move to at least force the opponent back, but never imagined their mastery of water elemental control had reached such a refined level. Twice in a row, the poison had failed to take effect, leaving him furious. It's not over yet. Boda, make the earth tremble. A cold smile curled at the corner of Zhang Xiu's lips. Boda slammed both palms heavily into the ground, earth-colored halos radiating outward from his palms. The entire battlefield suddenly surged like ocean waves, knocking Jiang Shang and his teammates off balance as they staggered backward. Now! Yu Shu Miao! Understood. Yu Shu Miao, already poised for action, shouted, Sunflower Demon, blazing sunfire. The sunflower demon's petals fully unfurled, blinding golden light coalescing at its core. After prolonged photosynthesis to build power, this strikes might far surpass the ordinary. Boom! A golden pillar of light sliced through the mist, striking the King Cobra's vital point. Jiang Shang hastily tried to command evasion, only to discover the King Cobra's tail was entangled by Wang Yuanguang's water ghost, preventing a timely dodge. King Cobra, harden your scales. At the critical moment, the King Cobra's body scales shimmered with a metallic sheen. The sunfire blast struck its surface, erupting in a blinding flash. Hiss! Though it had withstood the lethal blow, the intense heat still caused the King Cobra to hiss in agony. Its once proud, smooth scales were scorched black. Emotion 99. Damn it! Cold sweat beaded on Jiang Shang's forehead as the pressure mounted. The King Cobra's greatest strengths lay in its venom and constriction, yet neither skill could prevail. What truly unsettled him was that Zhang Xiu's pet, clearly only at the early war general tier, was holding its own against his late war general tier King Cobra. Such cross-tier combat prowess was utterly unheard of. Brother Jiang, we can't hold out much longer. The desperate cries of his teammates echoed behind him. After unleashing its sunfire blast, Yu Shumiao's sunflower demon immediately switched to mental interference. Teaming up with Lu Tang's wounded emerald beast, it forced the other four pets into a relentless retreat. With Zuohua's teammates joining the fray, victory seemed utterly out of reach. Meanwhile, Jiang Min's horned beetle was trapped in a water prison created by the water ghost, unable to move. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Jiang Shang roared in fury, then retrieved a piece of flesh from his storage ring and tossed it to the King Cobra. It was the flesh of the Night Star Wolf. The King Cobra possessed a skill called Devour, which temporarily boosted its power by consuming flesh or prey. However, it had a significant drawback: the effect was short-lived. If the enemy wasn't defeated within 3 minutes, the King Cobra would begin to weaken and enter a state of exhaustion. This was his trump card and now he'd been forced to play it. Without using this move and continuing to drag things out, the other teammates wouldn't be able to hold out either. Zhang Xiu, forcing me to unleash this power, you have every reason to be proud. King Cobra, devour. With that furious roar, the King Cobra swallowed the Night Star Wolf whole. In an instant, its body swelled to a new size, its eyes turning blood red. The devouring effect boosted its power by at least 30%.
Now, taste true despair. King Cobra, Death Strangle. The enhanced King Cobra's speed surged, transforming into a purple lightning bolt as it lunged toward Boda. Its thick body coiled around him like steel cables, trapping Boda before he could activate his ground dive ability. The terrifying constriction choked the life out of him. Chapter 52. So this is true beast control. Boda was tightly ensnared by the King Cobra. The muscles beneath its scales contracted relentlessly like a hydraulic press, creaking as if determined to crush its prey completely. Trapped within the serpentine embrace, Boda pushed with both palms, desperately trying to pry open the coils. But how could his strength possibly match the layered coils of the serpent's body? His cultivation base was inherently weaker than his opponent's. Pop! Boda roared in fury, but it was all for naught. Emotion 99. On the projection plaza, all the teachers held their breath. Lu Kangcheng abruptly stood up, digging his fingers deep into his palms, unsure how to cheer Zhang Xiu on. Su Hua's eyes flashed with sharp light. His thoughts hidden. It was over. Min Jiamu sighed softly. The King Cobra, having consumed its prey, possessed strength rivaling that of a peak war general tier opponent. It had coiled its body around its victim, trapping them completely. The longer this went on, the harder it would be to endure. It seems I overestimated Zhang Xiu after all. Still, based on his current performance, he's worth a B-class contract. Within the secret realm. Yushumia's face drained of color. Zhang Xiu. She tried to command the sunflower demon for backup, but was held fast by the dark claw wolf. Lu Tang's emerald wild beast was covered in wounds. Wang Yuanguan's eyes flickered, as if he'd made up his mind. He ordered the water ghost to retreat immediately, preparing to flee. Ha! Your pets are indeed impressive, but ultimately, they're still not strong enough. Zhang Shang pushed his glasses up and let out a cold laugh. Jiang Min watched the scene unfold with a surge of joy. Surrendering to Zhang Shang had indeed been the right choice. Zuo Hua chuckled. Even if Zhang Xiu was powerful, he was still a defeated foe just like herself. Yet strangely, Zhang Xiu refused to give up. Still not surrendering? Do you want your pet beast crushed into mincemeat? Zhang Shang asked, puzzled. Zhang Xiu met his gaze, his tone calm. Is this your trump card? Zhang Shang felt his heart skip a beat at the sight of his opponent's utterly confident demeanor. Your forced composure is useless. Your beast companion has already been defeated. Heh, defeated? Seems you don't understand what a beast master does. Zhang Xiu extended his hand, pointing toward Wang Yuanguang, and shouted. Beast taming isn't just about shouting out skills and letting your beast fight on its own. True beast mastery is about commanding your beast, turning the ordinary into the extraordinary. Wang Yuanguang, transform into the water ghost element. Wang Yuanguang froze, but then recalled how Zhang Xiu had led them against the thunder mammoth in the valley, displaying strength far beyond his years. Instinctively, he trusted Zhang Xiu. Water ghost. As the water ghost retreated, it heard the command and transformed into a pool of water. Poda. Water domain, weaponize. Zhang Xiu roared. Boom. Boda, coiled by the King Cobra, suddenly erupted in blinding blue light. With a furious roar, it unleashed its water domain control, directly pulling the water ghost onto its body. This scene made everyone's eyes widen in shock. Zhang Shang was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, Boda unleashed terrifying energy, treating the elementalized water ghost as a body of water and violently expanding it. The elementalized water spirit was just a pool of water, nothing special. Yet under Boda's aquatic manipulation, it became extraordinary. Its water pierced the King Cobra's scales like countless tiny needles, transforming into a high-density fluid infused with Boda's spiritual energy, slicing through the flesh within the scales' crevices. SKRR. The King Cobra screamed in agony, painfully releasing Boda. Its tail lashed wildly at the ground, yet it couldn't stem the excruciating pain as flesh and organs were eroded by the water's flow. Emotion 99. What? Zhang Shang stared in horror, unable to believe the scene before him. Could beast taming truly be wielded in such a manner? By harnessing the elemental transformation of the water spirit and manipulating the water domain, he had turned it into a weapon? On the projection plaza, every teacher stood frozen in shock. Was this a combo skill? No, not quite a combo, just a rudimentary form of one? This counts as indirectly commanding a teammate's beast. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Who would have thought a high school student possessed such beast-taming prowess and intellect? How did he even conceive of this? Even seasoned gold-tier beast masters might not grasp the profound intricacies involved. How audacious. A combo skill, indirectly controlling another's beast. Doesn't he fear things spiraling out of control? Zhang Xiu has incredible confidence. We underestimated him. Min Jiamu's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't anticipated Zhang Xiu's method of breaking the stalemate. His understanding of beast taming runs deep. She murmured. Within the secret realm. Having escaped his predicament, Boda now reached the peak of his fury. Though this technique had never been employed before, his mastery over water allowed him to effortlessly control the elementalized water ghost. The elementalized water spirit felt slightly uneasy, as if sensing a change in its master. Splash! A torrent of water surged back, coalescing into a whip within Bota's palm. This water whip was the elementalized water ghost. As he swung the whip, it transformed into a razor-sharp blade, slashing toward the king cobra. Thud! The blade sliced deep into the king cobra's flesh, leaving a wound that exposed bone. The king cobra recoiled in agony, coiling its body tightly. Had Bota's power been just a bit stronger, it could have sliced the snake clean in two. As the water whip flashed rapidly, the king cobra retreated step by step, its stamina depleted. The effects of its swallowing were broken prematurely without sufficient vitality, it simply couldn't sustain the fight. Zhang Xiu's expression darkened. Realizing defeat was imminent, he shouted urgently. Darklaw Wolf! Cover our retreat! The Darklaw Wolf transformed into a dark shadow, lunging toward Bota. Yet its hind legs were suddenly ensnared by vines bursting from the ground. Lu Tang's emerald wild beast unleashing its final, desperate strike. Well done! A gleam flashed in Zhang Xiu's eyes as he commanded, Bota, deepwater shot. This time, Bota didn't open his mouth to spew water. Instead, he manipulated the water element between his palms, condensing it into a spear-like projectile that shot forth. The strike pierced the Darklaw Wolf's abdomen, pinning it to the ground. The water spirit remained lodged within the Darklaw Wolf's body. It looked utterly helpless. Submerge! Bota vanished, reappearing instantly before the king cobra. The massive 3-meter-tall body extended its 3 clawed paws, slamming one onto the king cobra's head and smashing it into the ground. Thud! The king cobra was rendered incapacitated. From facing defeat to turning the tables, it all happened in a mere few seconds. The sudden reversal of fortune left everyone in disbelief. Brother John lost? One student stood frozen in place, even forgetting to command his beast. Zhuo was slumped to the ground, eyes wide. Zhang Xiu's beast handling skills seemed to have opened up a whole new world for him. So this was what true beast mastery looked like. Jiang Min's mouth fell open wide before she silently raised both hands. I surrender! I surrender! Stop fighting! Yu Shumiao, Lu Tang, and Wang Yuanguang, witnessing Zhang Xiu defeat Zhang Shang's 2 beasts, shouted excitedly. We won! Chapter 53, Ranked First, Special Recruitment Contract. Zhang Shang stared in disbelief at his 2 fallen pets. Only when his teammates were defeated one after another did he finally comprehend the situation, letting out a laugh. Ha! I lost! I lost! I actually lost to some obscure sterilization doctor, ha! After laughing heartily, Zhang Shang turned his gaze to Zhang Xiu and declared, You only beat me because of your pet beast's bloodline. Next time, when I evolve my king cobra to a perfect bloodline, I'll definitely defeat you. Evolving from epic to perfect bloodline wasn't as simple as progressing from green good to blue rare or azure excellent. Many gold tier beast masters never managed to evolve their pet beast's bloodline to red perfect in their entire lives. Their pet's cultivation levels remain permanently stuck at the lord rank, unable to break through to the sovereign tier. What's required isn't just resources, it demands luck. The trials for both the beast and the tamer are exceptionally demanding. Whatever. In my eyes, you've never been a worthy adversary. Zhang Xiu sneered coldly. That tone ignited a surge of anger within Zhang Shang. What was that supposed to mean? Was she looking down on him? Once the college entrance exams are over, once I get into university, once my talent and potential are fully unleashed, I'll make you pay. Zhang Shang was utterly confident he would surpass Zhang Xiu in the future. Because a teacher at Starry Sky Beast Master Academy had once told him his physique was unique, perfectly suited for their school's spiritual cultivation methods. Once he cultivated the spiritual arts in university, he would undoubtedly surpass Zhang Xiu. I'll make you regret ever crossing me. Zhang Shang snorted. Zhang Xiu waved his hand dismissively. Enough chatter. Hand over your energy crystals if you don't want to be eliminated. Mentors were watching from the shadows, so he held back. Even against the opponent's pet beast, he aimed only to defeat, not to kill. Otherwise, in any other secret realm, he would have already finished him off. Why would he still be standing here wasting breath? Zhang Shang still looked unconvinced, but he nevertheless retrieved all the energy crystals from his storage ring. After all, it was only the 3rd day of the special training. As long as they nursed their pets' injuries, they still had a chance to compete for rankings and avoid finishing dead last. Zhang Xiu collected all the energy crystals, and the bracelet's display changed. Group 3, energy crystals collected 21, additional score bonus 2100. Zhang Xiu, investigation score 285. Yu Shumiao, investigation score 155. Lu Tang, investigation score 125. Wang Yuanguang, investigation score 120. Team ranking, 1st. Individual rankings. 1. Zhang Xiu 385-2100. 2. Yu Shumiao 1,552,100. 3rd, Lu Tang 1,252,100. 4th, Wang Yuanguang 1,202,100. 5th, Yao Qiu 2,551,600. After obtaining the energy crystal, every member of their team immediately dominated the individual rankings. We're number 1. Seeing this, Wang Yuanguang jumped up in excitement.
Former teammate Jiang Min scrambled over to Zhang Xiu, groveling, "Brother Zhang, I've been dying to come back. I never meant to surrender, Jiang Shang forced me." "Oomph. You shameless traitor, get lost." Lu Teng snapped, kicking him hard in the rear. Jiang Min fell to the ground, wiped his face, and felt utterly humiliated. He lifted his head to speak but couldn't find his voice, ultimately sinking into silence. If only he hadn't left the team from the start. If he'd trusted Zhang Xiu, his ranking could have broken into the top 5 by now. But alas, the world has no room for what-ifs. "Let's go." Zhang Xiu shot Jiang Min a glance, neither acknowledging nor mocking him, then turned and walked away. Yu Shumiao followed closely behind. Lu Tang and Wan Yuanguang, overjoyed, immediately asked, "Brother Zhang, what's next? Are we going to meet up with Yao Qiu? Hey, I'm your captain here. Sis Miao, you won't mind, right? Since you were going to ask Brother Zhang for advice anyway, I'm just saving you the trouble. Thanks a lot. We've got 2 days left. Keep searching for energy crystals. Your investigation scores are pretty low, so focus more on studying the beasts along the way." Zhang Xiu spoke, his gaze shifting toward the northwest. That was Yao Qiu's team's area of operation, but he didn't plan to go looking for them on purpose. After all, he had no conflict with Yao Qiu's team, no need to provoke a duel. Besides, Su Qingxing was still on their side. Of course, if they happened to cross paths, he wouldn't hesitate to act. Once all members of the third team had departed, Zuohua took a deep breath and led his teammates away, fearing Zhang Xiu might come back for him and seize his energy crystal. But recalling how Zhang Xiu had completely ignored him earlier, a bitter taste lingered in his mouth. Did I not even have the qualifications to be his opponent? Damn it! I will get stronger. I will definitely get stronger. He growled under his breath. Zhang Sheng, too, had recovered from his defeat and was rallying his spirits. Special training isn't over yet, we still have a chance. Get up, everyone. Once we've restored our pet strength, we'll go seize the energy crystals from the others. Yes, Brother Jiang. Though Zhang Sheng had lost to Zhang Xiu, his teammates still respected him after all, his strength ranked among the top in this special training. Brother Jiang, take me with you. I can be useful too. Jiang Min hurried after him, calling out. This time, however, Zhang Sheng had no intention of accommodating her, kicking Jiang Min away with a single blow. Get lost, useless. He had taken her in before to humiliate Zhang Xiu when they met again, but keeping her now would only make him look foolish. So Zhang Sheng simply abandoned her. Left abandoned by both teams, Jiang Min stood frozen in place, utterly lost. Withdraw from the special training. The secret realm is too dangerous for solo ventures. A mentor stepped forward, speaking coldly. His expression carried a hint of contempt. Such a weakling was beneath the mentor's contempt. Jiang Min felt like crying, but ultimately chose safety and accepted withdrawal from the special training. Zhang Xiu actually won. That's 3 minor realms above her level. Unbelievable, it seemed everyone had misjudged her. No, Teacher Su hadn't misjudged him at all. Thank goodness I didn't bet against Teacher Su, otherwise I'd have lost big time. This kid is exceptionally gifted. Beast masters below platinum rank are no challenge for him. Only the 9 great schools of Jojo have the standing to offer him special admission. Sigh. Teacher Ding, are you planning to offer him a special admission? Ding Jiawan of the Wilderness Beast Academy chuckled, with Starry Sky Beast Academy ahead and Qilin Academy behind. Why should I join the fray? Special recruitment spots are limited this time. I'll just recruit Yao Qiu. Prepare an A-level special recruitment contract for Zhang Xiu. I'll try my luck at recruiting him, Bai Huixi of the Azure Dragon Spirit Pact Academy said with a smile. Meanwhile, Min Jiamu of the Starry Sky Beast Master Academy pondered for a moment before upgrading the originally prepared B-level special recruitment contract to an A-level one. It wasn't out of fear Zhang Xiu might defect to another academy, but because she believed an A-grade contract matched Zhang Xiu's true strength. As for an S-grade? Poof. That seems beyond her reach for now. How many prodigies defy their level to fight stronger opponents? Isn't that the case at every academy in the Starry Sky Beast Master Academy? Only Zhang Xiu had been a beast master for a short time, and her potential seemed untapped. Thus, Min Jiamu intended to give her a chance. The Starry Sky Beast Master Academy had produced 3 legendary beast masters, enough to boast about. Chapter 54, Duel Arena, don't miss it. Ha! Zhang Xiu ranked first? Su Qingxing had just submitted an investigation report, scoring 35 points, when she suddenly noticed Zhang Xiu had surged to the top spot. She froze in surprise. Then, she glanced down at her own ranking. 11th place. This made Su Qingxing smile bitterly. It seems the gap between us is only widening. As team captain, Yao Qiu also noticed the changes in the rankings and realized his top spot had been taken. Zhang Xiu? How did he become number 1? He scanned the list but couldn't find Zhang Sheng's name. This meant Zhang Xiu had obtained his energy crystals from Zhang Sheng. He managed to defeat Zhang Sheng? Seems I underestimated him before. Oomph. With 2 days left in the special training, I wonder if we'll cross paths again in the secret realm. I'm eager to see just how formidable his pet beast is, one that could actually defeat Zhang Xiu. A playful smile spread across Yao Qiu's rugged face, his interest in Zhang Xiu's abilities growing even stronger.
Let's go to the next crystal point. He waved to his teammates and called out. We can't waste these last 2 days.
We must race against the clock to secure crystals and submit our investigation reports. 100 energy crystals were scattered throughout the secret realm. Currently, 3 out of 10 teams had 0 crystals, while the remaining teams collectively held just over 50.
Half of the energy crystals remain unclaimed.
As Yao Qiu set off. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiu's group, Wang Xiaoyu's group, and the other teams were all searching within the secret realm.
Day 4 of special training.
This is Chonlai Chai, a fire attribute beast renowned for its speed. It can generate blazing flames beneath its feet for critical bursts of acceleration and possesses brief leaping capabilities.
Its attack skills include blazing roar, spark, and high-speed strike.
This is the 100-mile deer, a wood attribute creature with a gentle temperament. It's a popular low-tier mount among female beast tamers. A mature, battle-ready 100-mile deer can fetch 50,000 credits on the market.
Day 5 of special training. Brother Zhang, something stirring up ahead.
That's a red earth beast, earth attribute, a gregarious exotic beast.
There are probably 7 or 8 of them.
This species only has white or green superior grade bloodlines, and it's rare for them to reach warrior class throughout their lives. They like to dig burrows.
Everyone, be careful around them. Don't provoke them, and they won't attack. Brother Zhang, you know so much.
Perfect for supplementing the survey report on this species could earn us a few dozen points. Zhang Xiu and his companions traversed a dry riverbed, passed through the red earth beast's gathering grounds, and vanished into the jungle.
As night fell, their wristbands lit up with a message. Special training is concluding. All students proceed to the secret realm portal location. Instructors will lead everyone out of the Misty Valley. The special training was finally over.
Yu Shumiao smiled upon seeing the message, then glanced at her personal rankings.
Personal rankings. 1. Zhang Xiu 795-2800. 2. Yu Shumiao 5,252,800. 3rd. Lu Tang 4,952,800. 4th. Wang Yuanguang 4,652,800. 5th. Yao Qiu 5,502,500. Our team held on to first place. I came in second.
Before this, Yu Shumiao never would have believed she could take second place in the special training. And it was all thanks to Zhang Xiu. Not only did she lead them to obtain Zhang Sheng's energy crystal, but she also frequently guided them during subsequent intelligence gathering, helping them submit investigation reports that earned increasingly higher scores. Thanks to this, even the highly anticipated Yao Qiu only managed 5th place. As for Zhang Sheng, despite losing the energy crystal, he fought his way up to 12th place.
Zhang Xiu. Thank you so much.
Yu Shumiao rushed toward Zhang Xiu with overwhelming joy, her expression ecstatic and filled with excitement. Caught off guard by her sudden embrace, Zhang Xiu leaned back slightly, instinctively raising his hands but unsure where to place them. The soft, faintly floral scent of the young girl's body pressed against him, causing his breath to catch slightly.
Wow, Sister Miao! Wan Yuanguang exclaimed enviously from the side. Only then did Yu Shumiao realize her indiscretion.
She quickly released her embrace, her cheeks flushing crimson. She smoothed her disheveled hair and forced herself to sound composed.
I just got too excited. I never imagined we'd actually come in first.
Lu Tang whistled and chuckled. Brother Zhang, you've really won Sister Miao's heart. Zhang Xiu cleared his throat and changed the subject.
Let's go. It's time to head to the meeting point. With that, he led the way.
Yu Shumiao followed behind, gazing at his retreating figure as she murmured to herself.
Seems my charm really doesn't work on him.
And, he smells so good. Lost in thought, her cheeks flushed. Realizing she might be overthinking things, she cleared her throat and asked casually.
Zhang Xiu, once you graduate, tons of academies will be scrambling to recruit you. Which one are you planning to choose?
Zhang Xiu already had his answer ready, the Celestial Beast Academy.
Why? Yu Shumia inquired.
She herself intended to go to Qilin Academy, as it specialized in psychic power research. She planned to thoroughly unravel the mystery of her own physical condition there. If only Zhang Xiu could join her at Qilin Academy. She couldn't help but think to herself.
Because it's the strongest. Zhang Xiu replied.
He must grow stronger quickly, and the Starry Skybeast Master Academy possessed the best resources in the entire Federation. It also held the Starry Sky Treasury, which contained numerous S-rank and above materials.
New students could freely select one item as their enrollment gift.
One could imagine just how generous the Starry Skybeast Master Academy was, gifting S-grade resources to new students.
Not to mention the special recruitment contracts it offered.
If I secure an S-rank or higher contract, I'll be able to pick at least 3 S-rank resources, plus at least tens of millions in Federation currency.
Zhang Xiu's heart burned with excitement. He couldn't wait to secure those resources and contract his second beast, the Phantom Flame Butterfly.
On the way back, the mist gradually dispersed.
As they passed through the final thicket, the scene opened up before them. Dozens of students had already gathered in the clearing before the teleportation gate. Instructors emerged from the shadows to take attendance. Look! It's Group 3. That must be Zhang Xiu? I heard he single-handedly took down Zhang Sheng's 2 war general tier pet beasts. I heard he was just a lucky sterilization doctor, but turns out he's a genuine prodigy with real talent. Their group is so lucky with Zhang Xiu on their side, everyone scored high marks. Yao Qiu has returned too, his face looks terrible. The murmurs died down as Yao Qiu approached. Many students harbored a sense of dread toward Yao Qiu. Yao Qiu scanned the crowd, fixed his gaze on Zhang Xiu, and strode straight toward her. Zhang Xiu, what a pity we didn't meet in the secret realm. Otherwise, I'd have loved to test your true strength. How about this on the final day, we settle this in the dueling arena? We're both prodigies, right? You know what I mean. Zhang Xiu lifted her eyes to meet Yao Qiu's, her tone calm and confident. Fine. But you might lose. Ha! Yao Qiu burst into loud laughter, his booming chuckles drawing glances from nearby students. Bold. That's exactly the kind of attitude I like. He thrust out his fist. Zhang Xiu understood and raised her own fist to meet his. As their fists collided, a flicker of fighting spirit flashed in Yao Qiu's eyes. Last day, the dueling grounds. See you there. Sealed with a nod. Zhang Xiu nodded in agreement. Chapter 55, The Arrogance of the Starry Sky and A-Class Contract? Brother Zhang, you're really going to fight Yao Qiu? Wang Yuanguan leaned in, his face etched with concern. He's a tough opponent with 2 battle general tier beasts. Winning won't get you anything, but losing will just make you a laughingstock. It just doesn't seem worth it. Yu Shumiao also frowned. Yao Qiu's beast has reached epic bloodline, and his cultivation far surpasses Boda's. Even if Boda has a slight bloodline advantage, victory will be extremely difficult. It doesn't matter, Zhang Xiu waved dismissively, smiling. It's just a casual spar. Besides, all the special recruitment contracts are finalized by the last day anyway, it won't affect anything. As for reputation after victory or defeat, I've never cared about such things. Hearing this, the others froze. Lu Tang immediately gave a thumbs up and flattered with a smile, as expected of Brother Zhang. Geniuses never care about others' opinions. Alright, then we'll come watch the match, Yu Shumiao sighed. Zhang Xiu had carefully considered his decision to accept Yao Qiu's duel. Yao Qiu was exceptionally talented. He would join the Wilderness Beast Academy and likely guard the frontier in the future. The Federation's frontiers were barren wastelands where not a blade of grass grew. Beneath them lay the abyss. The peaceful days enjoyed within the nation's borders were only possible because of the beast masters guarding the frontiers. Under the Federation's treaty, every platinum tier or higher beast master must serve at the border for at least 1 year, essentially fulfilling military service. In his previous life, Zhang Xiu had also guarded the frontier and knew its horrors. Graduates of the Wilderness Beast Academy were beast tamers with a strong sense of honor, forming the backbone of the frontier's defenses. When the third beast war erupts in the future, the abyss will strike first. Therefore, the higher the combat strength there, the better. He planned to offer guidance to Yao Qiu during their duel. After all, judging by his character, he seemed like a straightforward and decent person, the kind who might shine in the future war. After Yao Qiu turned away satisfied, Su Qingxing shot Zhang Xiu a glance before sneaking over with a smile. Zhang Xiu, congratulations, you secured first place. Zhang Xiu looked at her and smiled. Your ranking isn't bad either. You should be able to secure a special admission spot. Well, I'm not holding out hope for the top 9 prestigious schools, but I might snag a special admission spot at a Beastmaster Academy within the province. Guess I'm riding on Yao Qiu's coattails a bit. You're planning to apply to the Star Realm Beastmaster Academy, right? Yeah. Hearing this, Su Qingxing's smile carried a hint of unease, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her shirt. The Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy is in Central State. If Zhang Xiu gets in, then she and him might never see each other again. The thought weighed heavily on her heart. After all, the prestigious schools in Central Continent were exceptionally competitive. With her current abilities, she doubted she could get in. She'd likely have to settle for a renowned Beastmaster Academy in another region. Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu. Wow. Just then, Wang Xiaoyu arrived at the teleportation site. Spotting Zhang Xiu, she immediately ran over. Her face beamed with a smile as if she'd just won first place. She waved a clipboard in her hand, covered densely with survey reports. Our team got 5th place. All thanks to the energy crystals you gave us. She excitedly grabbed Zhang Xiu's arm, only then noticing Su Qingxing standing nearby. Oh, Qingxing, you're here too. What do you mean, I'm here too? Su Qingxing was at a loss for words with this best friend, shifting half a step to the side without showing it. Just as Zhang Xiu was about to respond, a commotion erupted from the direction of the teleportation portal. A dozen academy representatives in colorful uniforms approached them, led by Min Jiamu of the Star Realm Beastmaster Academy. Here they come, Zhang Xiu murmured softly, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Wang Xiaoyu followed his gaze and instantly widened her eyes. Oh my gosh. That's Teacher Min from Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy. I've seen her in Beastmaster Weekly. She actually came in person. Su Qingqing seemed to know what was about to happen and couldn't help but smile. Yu Shumiao gave her a thoughtful glance before standing beside Zhang Xiu. Student Zhang Xiu. Min Jiamu stood before the crowd, radiating an air of supreme confidence, and spoke in a low voice. Congratulations on securing first place in this special training session. Her voice was soft, yet the entire plaza fell instantly silent. All the students held their breath, their gazes shifting back and forth between Zhang Xiu and this instructor from the Star Realm Beastmaster Academy. Could Zhang Xiu be getting special admission? And to the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy? Holy crap, someone from our guardian city actually got specially recruited by Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy. That's my brother Zhang for you. He's from our school. Amidst the stunned silence, Min Jiamu took a contract from his assistant. Based on your performance, Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy has decided to extend you a special recruitment invitation. This is an A-level special admission contract, including a 20 million Federation coin scholarship, 3 A-level resource selection rights, and various resource subsidies upon enrollment, along with teacher selection. Zhang Xiu took the contract, read it, and furrowed his brow. This contract was worse than he'd imagined. They only offered a single A-grade option? Could his performance really not impress them? Impossible. How long had he been a contract beastmaster? His potential should be obvious to any teacher. Moreover, his performance in the secret realm far surpassed Jiang Shang and Yao Qiu, single-handedly elevating Group 3 to heights beyond its usual capabilities. Yet despite all that, he was only offered an A grade? Zhang Xiu felt a twinge of displeasure, suspecting the other party might be underestimating him. If there are no issues, let's sign the contract. Oh, and the contract explicitly states, if your college entrance exam score fails to meet our academy's admission threshold after signing, this contract becomes void. You'll also need to return any benefits and resources you've received. After all, as the premier Beastmaster Academy, we have no need for deadweight. Min Jiamu looked down at Zhang Xiu as she spoke. Even if certain clauses in the contract were rather harsh, she was confident the other party would sign. Because this was a special recruitment offer from the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy. It was the academy every beast tamer dreamed of attending. The sacred ground every prodigy yearns for. No one would refuse. Hearing this, Zhang Xiu's frown deepened. He had long known that the teachers at Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy were notoriously arrogant, and he was also aware that some of the people within the academy were, well, not quite normal. After all, the line between genius and madness is a fine one. But Min Jiamu's words and tone left him deeply displeased. He lowered his gaze to the contract and spoke. My apologies, Teacher Min. I'd like to review the terms offered by other academies. The words fell, and the entire hall erupted in commotion. Wang Xiaoyu sucked in a sharp breath, Su Qingqing froze in place, and Yu Shumiao was stunned. Even Yao Qiu, standing outside, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Zhang Xiu actually wants to look elsewhere? This was a special recruitment offer from the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy. Could he possibly think the special admission level was too low? Did he believe he could get an S rank? He was trying to re-evaluate his worth and drive up his price, not afraid he might end up with nothing but an A-level offer. If it were me, I'd gladly take even a C-level special recruitment contract. Forget it, you loser. Even the dogs at Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy are probably better than you. The surrounding students couldn't help but start whispering. A flicker of surprise crossed Min Jiamu's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Of course, it's your right. With that, she turned and walked away with grace. As if she couldn't care less about Zhang Xiu's final destination. To her, Zhang Xiu's decision not to choose Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy was his loss. The Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy never lacked for geniuses. Chapter 56, The Peerless Genius, the fiercely sought-after SS rank special recruitment. The sight of Min Jiamu's departing figure instantly froze the atmosphere in the square. No one had anticipated that Zhang Xiu would refuse the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy's A-class special recruitment contract. Zhang Xiu, have you lost your mind? That's the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy. Wang Xiaoyu was the first to jump up, stomping her feet in frustration. Su Qingqing couldn't help but whisper softly, an A-class contract is already incredibly generous. For an ordinary prodigy, an A-level contract truly represented exceptional treatment, especially from the top academy in the 9 provinces. But Zhang Xiu didn't need a teacher. He was only going to Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy for its resources and research facilities unavailable elsewhere. Truthfully, he could go anywhere offering a sufficiently generous special recruitment contract. The Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy's arrogance in offering only an A-level contract fell short of his expectations, which was why he hadn't accepted it. Zhang Xiu's gaze swept calmly over the representatives of the other academies, noticing Su Hua from Qilin Academy approaching at a brisk pace. Mr. Zhang Xiu. I'm Su Hua from Qilin Academy. I'd like to discuss the special recruitment offer with you. The square stirred once more. Though less dazzling than Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy, Qilin Academy was still one of the top institutions in the 9 provinces, particularly renowned for its research in psychic energy.
Unlike Min Jiamu, Su Hua carried himself without pretension, his tone warm and approachable as he produced a contract.
Here is the special recruitment agreement we've prepared. Please review it first.
Zhang Xiu took the contract, his pupils narrowing slightly.
It was an SS-grade special recruitment contract.
The terms were stark: a 50 million Federation coin scholarship, 5 S-grade resource selections, 1 SS-grade resource selection, platinum level mentor one-on-one guidance, immediate admission with top student privileges, no college entrance exam score requirements, and more.
This. Yu Shumio leaned in to take a look and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air, exclaiming, an SS-level special recruitment contract? Su Hua added with a smile, this is the highest tier contract I can offer within my current authority, and these are just the basic terms. If you're willing, we can provide additional resource support, including but not limited to.
He lowered his voice and whispered a few words into Zhang Xiu's ear. Zhang Xiu's expression gradually turned astonished.
Professor Su, are you certain? Zhang Xiu couldn't help but ask. Su Hua nodded solemnly. Shilin Academy has always valued true talent. Your performance in the secret realm warrants this contract.
Meanwhile, the surrounding students erupted into a frenzy. SS-class special recruitment contracts are exceedingly rare throughout the entire Federation, typically granted only to peerless geniuses who have awakened special physical constitutions.
Good heavens! SS-class. Has Shilin Academy lost its mind? What on earth makes Zhang Xiu so special? To contract a beast of perfect lineage and become a beastmaster in just over a week, I believe Zhang Xiu is worthy of an SS-class special recruitment contract. Who would have thought our little town could produce such a prodigy?
Ming Jiamu, who was watching from afar, heard the commotion and glanced back, her brow furrowing slightly.
She seemed somewhat surprised that Shilin Academy would offer an SS-grade contract.
In her view, while Zhang Xiu was undoubtedly talented, he still fell short of being an unparalleled genius.
Not to mention, Zhang Xiu's family background was significantly weaker.
Those peerless geniuses from prominent families were nurtured by their entire clans, while Zhang Xiu was penniless.
How would he cultivate his beast companion to the sovereign rank in the future? Surely the academy couldn't fund everything? Could it be Zhang Xiu was hiding something?
Come to think of it, for a contracted beast to reach this level in just a week, it would be natural for him to have some secrets.
Min Jiamu's thoughts stirred. Should he consider upgrading to an S-class special recruitment contract?
The S-class special recruitment contract from Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy could rival even the SS-class contracts from Shilin Academy simply because their academy was the strongest in the 9 provinces. But recalling Zhang Xiu's expression when she refused him earlier, Min Jiamu frowned slightly before resuming her haughty demeanor. She'd discuss it with the school later.
We'll see.
Soon, she turned her head and continued walking toward the distance, as if none of this concerned her. Zhang Xiu took a deep breath, about to speak, when another voice suddenly cut in.
Wait! Zhang Xiu!
Bai Huixi from Qinglong Lingqi Academy hurried over, calling out, we can also offer an SS-level special recruitment contract. Originally, Bai Huixi had prepared an S-grade special recruitment contract, but she hadn't expected Shilin Academy to directly offer an SS-grade one. This left her with no choice but to raise the stakes. Shilin Academy's teachers couldn't possibly be blind, so Zhang Xiu must be worth this price. Immediately after, Ding Jia from the Wilderness Beast Academy pushed her way into the conversation. Same terms, but we'll throw in a War Beast blood meat package. This is a valuable item that can enhance the purity of your pet beast's bloodline. Who knows? Your pet beast might even evolve into a legendary bloodline in the future.
The G Province War Academy representative wasn't about to be outdone. We'll throw in an additional SS grade resource of your choice, though it'll be a bit less rare. The scene instantly descended into chaos as representatives from various academies swarmed around, vying to offer even better terms. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded.
Zhang Xiu stood at the center of the crowd, feeling the eager gazes directed at him from all sides. He knew the moment he'd been waiting for had finally arrived.
Thank you all for your generous offers. Please grant me some time to consider. Before the special training concludes, I will provide you all with an answer.
Zhang Xiu gathered the contract papers and addressed the teachers from the various colleges.
With so many contracts to review, he hadn't had time to examine all the terms.
Refusing them outright now would risk offending many, so it was better to wait until the next day or the day after to make his decision.
Take your time, Zhang. Our academy is offering a very sincere deal. If any part of the contract is unsatisfactory, feel free to reach out anytime. Here's my contact info. Feel free to visit our campus sometime. Though we're not among the top 9 prestigious schools, we have plenty of beautiful women. Qinglong Spirit Pact Academy always welcomes you. Kid, you've got real potential. Joining our Xinhuang War Beast Academy is the right move. Think it over carefully and give me your answer.
Zhang Xiu added all these teachers' contact numbers before finally wrapping up.
The buzzing chatter in the square gradually died down. Many students still couldn't believe Zhang Xiu had received so many special recruitment contracts.
Wang Xiaoyu was so excited she could barely speak coherently.
SS rank. Holy crap.
Zhang Xiu, you're incredible. Su Qingxing stood nearby, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. She felt happy for Zhang Xiu, yet also a vague sense of loss she couldn't quite pin down. Yu Shumiao, however, remained more rational. She suddenly looked up and asked, Zhang Xiu, are you really not considering the Starry Skybeast Master Academy? Zhang Xiu shook her head. It's not that I won't consider it, their conditions just aren't good enough. But that's the Starry Skybeast Master Academy. Yu Shumiao hesitated, words on the tip of her tongue. Let's wait a couple more days. Maybe they'll offer a different special recruitment contract. Zhang Xiu smiled, seemingly unconcerned with the prestige of the top-ranked Starry Skybeast Master Academy. Alright, here's my contact number. No matter which academy you end up at, remember to get in touch. Yu Shumiao's cheeks flushed slightly. She handed over a slip of paper and then hurriedly turned to leave, as if afraid Zhang Xiu might refuse or return the note. Zhang Xiu was somewhat taken aback, but when he looked up, Yu Shumiao was already far away. Students, the 5-city special training begins in 2 days. Instructors will guide you in enhancing your abilities. Now, please follow me outside. The Beastmaster Association has arranged accommodations. You can rest well tonight. Staff from the Beastmaster Association organized the students, who began exiting the secret realm through the teleportation gate. Chapter 57, Beastmaster Technique, Perfect Synergy. Upon arriving at the hotel arranged by the Beastmaster Association, Zhang Xiu settled down to check the system interface. The displayed emotion points had reached 1820, allowing for another 100.10 pull. Nah, better save it for now. With the special recruitment contract signed, resources won't be an issue anytime soon. Might as well save up to 10,000 and see what good stuff a 10,000 point pull can bring. To date, the best items he'd drawn weren't the S-rank Earth Spirit Fruit Core or the S-rank Crimson Flame Fruit, it was the Beastmaster skill, Turning the Tide. This was a power that couldn't be obtained with any resources. And the reason Qilin Academy valued him so highly, even going so far as to recruit him with an SS-grade special recruitment contract, was largely due to this Beastmaster skill. Qilin Academy's research into spiritual power was indeed thorough. They'd spotted it after just one use in the secret realm. In contrast, that admissions officer from Starry Skybeast Master Academy clearly wasn't up to par. In my past life, what I lacked was a method to cultivate spiritual power. Joining Qilin Academy was indeed a good choice. His initial interest in Starry Skybeast Master Academy stemmed from wanting to continue his past life's research into exotic beast bloodlines. But since the terms offered by the Starry Skybeast Master Academy fell short of expectations, he could only pass on it. Zhang Xiu pulled out the special recruitment contract from Starry Skybeast Master Academy and tossed it aside. What others regarded as a treasure was utterly worthless in his eyes. As for the Qilin Academy contract, though, they must have left some wiggle room. Let's see if we can negotiate it up to SSS tier. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Su Hua, inquiring when the Qilin Academy professor would arrive. An SS-grade contract represented Su Hua's highest authority. The other party had previously whispered to him that if he wasn't satisfied, he could wait for their academy's professor to arrive and renegotiate. This clearly demonstrated their desperate need for psychic geniuses. After a short wait, he received a reply. Tomorrow morning? All right. After replying, Zhang Xiu lay back on his bed to rest. As for the other contracts, while the conditions were sufficient, the schools themselves were lacking. Though Qilin Academy primarily focused on psychic research, they still possessed some equipment related to beast bloodlines. Other schools likely couldn't even assemble the necessary equipment. The next morning, Zhang Xiu had already finished washing up and was standing by the window, looking out over the scenery of Guardian City. Her phone vibrated. Su Hua had sent a message. Zhang, Professor Lin from our academy has arrived. Meet in the hotel conference room in half an hour. A faint smile touched Zhang Xiu's lips as he replied, got it. Be there on time. He tidied his attire, slipped the contract into his bag, and was about to step out when a knock sounded at the door. Zhang Xiu, it's me. Su Qingxing's voice came from outside the door. Opening the door, she saw Su Qingxing wearing a light blue dress, holding a stack of documents. I heard you're meeting with a professor from Qilin Academy today, she asked, handing him the documents. These are the files I compiled on Qilin Academy's special admissions over the years. They include publicly available contract details. They might help you negotiate better terms. Zhang Xiu took the documents, slightly surprised. Didn't you sleep last night? The papers were densely covered in notes, even detailing each special recruit's pet beast type and contract level. Su Qingxing lowered her head slightly, her ears flushing. I couldn't sleep anyway. Thank you, Zhang Xiu said sincerely. This is very useful. As they walked toward the elevator together, Su Qingxing hesitated before speaking up. Zhang Xiu, are you really not considering Star Realm Beast Master Academy? Depends on the terms, Zhang Xiu replied, pressing the elevator button. If they're willing to improve the terms, it's not impossible. Su Qingxing hesitated, then said, I heard Teacher Min contacted the Academy's higher-ups last night. They might adjust the contract here. Zhang Xiu chuckled. You're well informed. My father told me. He's in the Beastmaster Association and knows a lot of people. Su Qingxing explained, I hear the Starry Sky Academy values you highly and is discussing whether to make an exception and offer you an SS grade contract. The elevator doors opened and the two stepped inside.
Zhang Xiu looked pensive. SS class? Seems my performance drew more attention than I expected.
Of course.
Su Qingxing suddenly grew excited.
You defeated Jiang Shang, a late-stage war general, while only at the early stage yourself.
And you've only been a beastmaster for a little over a week. Such talent is rare across the entire Federation.
Only after speaking did she realize her overzealousness, quickly lowering her head.
Zhang Xiu chuckled softly. Thanks for the intel.
I'll treat you to a meal later.
Sure. Su Qingxing's eyes lit up.
At the conference room door, the two parted ways. Zhang Xiu adjusted her collar and pushed open the door. Inside the room, beside Su Hua, sat a white-haired elder sipping tea. The old man appeared vigorous and alert, his eyes sharp and piercing, with faint fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from his body.
Classmate Zhang Xiu, this is Professor Lin Zhangyang of Qilin Academy, Su Hua introduced.
A radiant tier beastmaster specializing in spiritual energy research.
Lin Zhangyang set down his teacup, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Xiu. Young man, he began, Su Hua mentioned you may possess a beast taming technique?
The direct question caught Zhang Xiu off guard for a moment, but he nodded frankly, yes.
Demonstrate it for me, Lin Zhangyang commanded directly.
Su Hua hastily explained, Professor Lin means.
No problem. Zhang Xiu knew he'd have to demonstrate it otherwise, why would Qilin Academy offer such generous terms?
He summoned Boda from his beast taming space. A flash of white light, and Boda's 3-meter-tall form materialized in the conference room.
It curiously surveyed its surroundings before obediently settling beside Zhang Xiu. Lin Jingyan's eyes flashed with sharp interest. This beast is rather unique. The beast taming technique you use must be a rebound-type ability, right?
Hearing this, Zhang Xiu was slightly taken aback that the other party could accurately identify the nature of his beast taming skill.
Lin Zhangyang smiled. When mental energy reaches a certain level, it can solidify. Beast taming skills essentially manifest this solidified mental energy as a technique. When you used it in the secret realm, the monitoring device on your bracelet detected it. Of course, a beastmaster without deep knowledge of spiritual energy might simply assume it was your pet beast's skill. The world always has prodigies like you. Just unleash it fully, no need to hide it.
Zhang Xiu hadn't considered hiding anything from a radiant tier beastmaster.
He extended his hand and unleashed, twist the heavens.
Mental energy surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping Boda in a faint blue aura. In an instant, the air within the conference room seemed to freeze.
A peculiar, transparent barrier formed around Boda.
Lin Zhangyang leapt to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. Perfect resonance.
Perfect resonance? Su Hua stared in disbelief. How is this possible?
Typically, a beastmaster must be at least platinum tier to achieve this level of resonance with their beast.
The barrier lasted about 10 seconds before dissipating.
Zhang Xiu appeared slightly fatigued, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his expression remained composed. My apologies for the display.
Lin Zhangyang took a deep breath and sat back down. The bond between you and this beast isn't as shallow as outsiders assume. Even I didn't expect this beastmaster technique to achieve perfect resonance when executed. Zhang Xiu, do you understand what perfect resonance signifies?
It means my beast taming technique is highly compatible with my pet beast, Zhang Xiu replied.
Lin Zhangyang nodded.
Not only that, he continued, it also signifies a profound bond between you and your beast.
There's no possibility of betrayal in the future.
He drew a golden contract from his robe and slid it toward Zhang Xiu.
This is an SSS grade special recruitment contract.
Qilin Academy has issued only 3 such contracts in the past decade. This is the 4th.
Take a look. Chapter 58, The Rivalry Between Two Elite Academies.
Zhang Xiu took the contract and read it carefully. Even as a star-tier beastmaster in his previous life, he couldn't resist the allure of its terms. His heartbeat quickened ever so slightly. The terms included a 100 million Federation coin scholarship, 3 choices of SS grade resources, 1 choice of SSS grade resources, personal guidance from a Radiance grade mentor, and exclusive laboratory access.
The value of just 1 SSS grade resource alone was extraordinary.
Rare SSS grade resources were sold by the 100 million and were typically only found in auction houses.
Of course, these resources weren't handed out immediately. They were granted after enrollment. Silver-tier beastmasters could select SS grade resources, while gold-tier beastmasters could choose SSS grade resources. This precaution prevents you from taking the resources and running away.
Therefore, explicit regulations govern this process, including the 1 billion Federation coin scholarship, which is dispersed in 3 installments. Other schools operate similarly, and this treatment aligns with Zhang Xiu's expectations.
He hadn't even begun negotiations, yet they'd already presented an SSS tier special recruitment contract.
He'd reviewed other special recruitment contracts provided by Su Qingxing. SSS tier contracts were all pretty much the same.
After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiu looked up and said,
"The terms are excellent, but I'd like to modify one section."
"Professor Lin, would that be acceptable?"
Lin Zhengyang was taken aback, furrowing his brow with a hint of displeasure.
Wasn't such a generous offer enough for the other party? But driven by his eagerness to recruit talent, he nodded. Which part would you like to modify? Advance the first phase of the 100 million Federation coin scholarship.
As you know, my family's financial situation is difficult, and I urgently need funds to cultivate my pet beast.
The first 20 million should be dispersed before enrollment.
The subsequent 40 million for the second and third phases can correspond to silver and gold tiers. Additionally, regarding the 3 SS grade resource selections, I propose reducing it to 2 S grade and 5 A grade selections.
This arrangement remains advantageous for the Academy.
I also request half of these selections be finalized before enrollment to support pet beast cultivation.
Lin Jingyang's expression brightened slightly upon hearing Zhang Xiu's proposal.
An SS grade resource far surpasses S grade and A grade resources. With the other party offering this trade, he couldn't be happier. As for completing part of the resource transfer early, he hesitated for 2 seconds before agreeing.
It would also compensate for Zhang Xiu's trade-off.
Lin Jingyang's fingertips tapped lightly on the table as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Xiu and spoke slowly. Your request is acceptable to the Academy.
If there are no further issues, then.
Before he could finish, the conference room door burst open.
Hold on. Min Jiamu strode in with 2 assistants.
She too held a contract in her hand, its edges embossed with the Star Realm Beastmaster Academy's distinctive celestial patterns. Zhang Xiu, the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy has reassessed your potential. Her tone remained haughty, yet a flicker of urgency crossed her eyes.
This is an SS grade special recruitment contract, with terms even more favorable than yesterday's.
In truth, Min Jiamu had no intention of revising the special recruitment contract. Yet, after returning yesterday, she unexpectedly received a call from her own teacher. After watching the projection footage of the 5 cities special training in the secret realm, the teacher had inquired specifically about Zhang Xiu. Upon hearing her report, the teacher had insisted she must recruit Zhang Xiu back to the academy and had even used her authority to issue this SS grade special recruitment contract. Though she couldn't fathom the reason, she obeyed her mentor's orders and came to recruit Zhang Xiu once more. When Min Jiamu barged in and interrupted him, Lin Zhengyang frowned.
Teacher Min, barging in like this isn't that against the rules? Protocol? Min Jiamu sneered coldly. Genius should be nurtured by the finest academies.
Zhang Xiu, Xingqiang can offer you a 120 million Federation credit scholarship, 3 choices of SS grade resources, and... She unfolded the contract, which prominently stated, access to the S-grade secret realm, the Starry Sky Treasure Realm.
This offer caused Lin Zhengyang and Su Hua's expressions to darken.
The S-grade secret realm, Xingqiang Treasure Realm, was not a natural formation. It was an artificial secret realm constructed in the Central Plains region by a Heavenly King tier Beastmaster from Xingqiang Beastmaster Academy, designed to cultivate resources.
Even many professors couldn't enter or exit freely.
Zhang Xiu took the 2 contracts and fell deep in thought. Tension filled the conference room. Su Hua couldn't help but speak up. Classmate Zhang, Shilin Academy's advantage in psychic power research is unmatched. If you join our academy, you're certain to become a radiant tier Beastmaster in the future. As the old saying goes, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy won't value you as much as we do. Ridiculous, Min Jiamu retorted sharply. We highly value talent. Moreover, our academy possesses cultivation insights left by 3 heavenly kings. Their value is beyond words.
How could mere research compare? Zhang, Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy is where you truly belong.
Zhang Xiu lifted his head, met the other's gaze, and asked with a smile. Teacher Min, yesterday you offered only an A-grade contract. Why the sudden change of heart today? The words struck like a slap, cracking the prideful expression on Min Jiamu's face. She took a deep breath and said, it was my oversight. After the school's admissions officer personally reviewed your case, we reassessed your value. After a brief pause, she adopted an unusually subdued tone.
You need Xingqiang.
Xingqiang Academy is one of the 3 great kings. You can imagine how deep its foundations run. Lin Zhengyang, seeing this, immediately upped the ante and said, Zhang Xiu, Shilin Academy can promise to recommend you for the STAR program within 3 years.
What?
Su Hua gasped in shock. That's the Federation's highest-level talent cultivation program, with only a handful of recommendation slots available for each academy annually.
Moreover, these recommendations must be approved by multiple Radiant Tier and Stellar Tier Beastmasters. How could Professor Lin suddenly make such a promise? Even if he agreed, there was no guarantee it could be fulfilled in the future. Little did they know that Lin Zhengyang had immense confidence in Zhang Xiu's potential. He was prepared to stake everything on this, vowing that his entire school would become Zhang Xiu's shield and support from now on. Min Jiamu's expression darkened completely. She hadn't anticipated such a bold move, especially one made not in the school's name, but personally. If it were her, she couldn't do it. She didn't possess Lin Zhengyang's unwavering faith in Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu's gaze shifted between the 2 contracts. Xingqiang Academy's resources weren't significantly better than Shilin Academy's. Its main advantages lay in its faculty, facilities, curriculum, and so on. But Qilin's sincerity swayed him more. "I choose Qilin Academy," he finally declared. Hearing this, Lin Zhengyang burst into laughter. "I guarantee this is the best decision you'll ever make." Min Jiamu's expression flickered between anger and frustration.
Finally, he snorted coldly and turned to leave, pausing briefly at the doorway to hurl one last warning.
"You'll regret this."
Zhang Xiu didn't know if he would regret it, but judging by the other's expression, it seemed the other already did. In the end, he couldn't endure the arrogance and hubris of the starry Skybeast Master Academy. Staying at Qilin Academy, he believed, would be far more comfortable. As for other matters like faculty, facilities, or curriculum, he couldn't care less. In the art of beast taming, everyone had their own insights. As the star beast tamer who had come closest to the Heavenly King rank in his previous life, the entire Federation held fewer than 10 individuals capable of teaching him anything new. When the conference room door closed once more, Su Hua exhaled deeply.
Close call almost got snatched away. "Come on, sign it quickly." Zhang Xiu picked up the pen and signed his name, finalizing the special recruitment contract.
Before leaving, Lin Zhengyang and Su Hua exchanged smiles.
Meanwhile, Min Jiamu also called his teacher. "Sorry, coach, I didn't get Zhang Xiu on special recruitment." Over the phone, the teacher sighed, "What a missed opportunity."
"Teacher, what makes Zhang Xiu so special that you care so much?"
Min Jiamu couldn't help asking.
After a moment of silence, the teacher finally replied. "He possesses a beast taming skill."
"What? He's only a bronze-tier beast master." Min Jiamu's eyes widened in astonishment. Unbelievable. Chapter 59, Headline News, explodes across Jiangping City. Signing that SSS-tier special recruitment contract with Qilin Academy barely stirred Zhang Xiu's emotions.
His past life at the pinnacle of the star tier had long since taught him to look beyond the superficial glamour of fame and fortune. For him, the core value of this contract lay in the resources, the cornerstones that would accelerate his and Bota's ascent to the pinnacle of power. True to Professor Lin and Teacher Su's assurances, Qilin Academy's efficiency was astonishing. Shortly after signing, an electronic voucher arrived on Zhang Xiu's personal terminal. The agreed-upon 20 million Federation coin scholarship for ranking within the top 20 was now pending payment, set to arrive in his account within 2 days.
20 million.
For someone who had struggled through the sterilization department and came from a modest background, this was undoubtedly an astronomical sum. With this money, Pota's cultivation plan and even the contract and initial resources for his envisioned second pet beast, the Phantom Flame Butterfly, would no longer be pie in the sky. As for the selection rights for a great resources, he had also arranged for Qilin Academy to advance payment for a portion, specifically choosing the resources required for the illusionary flame butterfly's evolution. In his hotel room, Zhang Xiu casually activated the light screen projection, browsing video highlights of Qingzhou's renowned Kono Cup East Master League. With nothing else to do, watching some duel matches was a good way to pass the time. The screen displayed the intense clashes between beast tamers and the dazzlingly intricate coordination of pet beast skills. In the afternoon, a staff member from the Beastmaster Association delivered the mentor's guidance materials. After flipping through them briefly, he tossed them onto the bed. The guidance materials were provided by a gold-tier Beastmaster, and while most of the content sounded plausible, it was unfortunately useless. The gold-tier Beastmasters guarding the city were only of this caliber. Once the college entrance exams were over and he enrolled at Qingzhou Qilin Academy, that's where the truly skilled Beastmasters would be. The duel tournament Zhang Xiu was watching was hosted in Qingzhou. The lowest-ranked participants were silver-grade Beastmasters, and the event was organized by Qingzhou's pharmaceutical giant, Kino. The first-place prize alone was 50 million Federation coins, plus newly developed Grade A medicinal resources. Once he reaches Qingzhou and meets the cultivation requirements, he might enter the competition when he has time. That prize money was enough to make anyone's mouth water.
Ding dong. Xiu. Brother Xiu. Holy crap. Is this news real or fake? You signed a special recruitment contract with Qilin Academy? And it's SSS tier? The whole school's buzzing. No, the entire Jiangping city. Zhang Xiu's phone buzzed. He opened it to find a message from his good buddy Wang Wanla. Through the words, he could almost picture his friend's wide-eyed, stunned expression. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, replying with just 2 words. True. Qilin Academy wouldn't hide the fact that they'd signed him. The level of the special recruitment contract would definitely be publicly reported, partly to announce to other schools that they'd recruited a genius, and partly to put pressure and motivation on Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu had long been prepared for this. Ding! 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 Before long, his phone buzzed with a flood of messages as the class group chat erupted with discussion. Bro Xiu! Daddy Xiu! Holy! 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 Qilin Academy! SSS tier! Who knew our school could produce someone like this? I knew all along Brother Xiu wasn't a worm, he was a dragon. The news is blowing up. The whole city is plastered with Zhang Xiu's name. The principal just announced it over the school-wide broadcast, his voice cracking from shouting. The messages came in rapid-fire succession, each one dripping with disbelief and excitement, as if they just won the lottery. Next came Shan Yuyun's message. Zhang Xiu, you are truly incredible. Congratulations. An SSS rank has never been seen in all of Jiangping City. Our class group chat is going wild. Zhang Xiu saw it and simply replied, thanks, marveling at herself. Too bad it wasn't an SSS level special recruitment contract from the Star Realm Beastmaster Academy. Then came the message from Principal Yan Pingyun. Zhang Xiu. Congratulations. Congratulations. You've made history at Jiangping #1 High School. You've made history for Jiangping City. The school has decided to permanently feature your achievements on the homepage of the School History Museum. All your teachers are immensely proud of you. Should you ever need anything, the school will fully support you. What could she possibly need the school's help with? Probably not. Still, Zhang Xiu was deeply grateful for the secret realm pass and the 100,000 yuan scholarship the school had provided earlier. Without those, Boda wouldn't have been able to break through to his current realm so quickly. Lu Kongqing's message followed closely behind. You're something else. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Professor Lin Zhangyang of Qilin Academy is a true heavyweight. With him as your mentor, your future is limitless. Rest up after the special training and get ready for the college entrance exams. Your teacher is proud of you. Not to mention the countless friend requests and congratulatory messages pouring in from school administrators, unfamiliar classmates, and even unknown numbers from Jiangping City. Clearly, Qilin Academy had chosen not to keep a low profile. They had publicly announced the recipient of the SSS level special recruitment contract. This news exploded like a nuclear bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, instantly setting the entire city of Jiangping ablaze. Zhang Xiu's image, alongside Qilin Academy's emblem, dominated the front page of Jiangping News. The headline was nothing short of earth-shattering, historic breakthrough. Jiangping #1 High School's Zhang Xiu secures Qingzhou Kirin Academy's highest SSS rank special recruitment. The city's guardian genius rises. The accompanying image captured the moment he defeated Jiang Sheng in the secret realm, leading his team to victory. Meanwhile, Jiang Sheng nearly choked on his own blood upon seeing the news. Why? Why did they have to put my picture there? Stepping on me to climb higher? How despicable. Zhang Xiu, I will defeat you. Ah! He angrily threw his phone to the ground, shattering the screen. Jiang Sheng had signed a B rank contract with the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy. He could have secured an A rank, but Zhang Xiu's single defeat made him seem less than outstanding. So in his eyes, all his failures were Zhang Xiu's fault. Meanwhile, in Jiangping City, the massive light screen in the city square continuously broadcast this news alongside edited clips of Zhang Xiu's battle within the secret realm. On the streets, people whispered among themselves, their faces etched with shock and excitement. No one ever imagined that their remote, defensive city would produce an SSS-tier genius. And this person's name was unfamiliar, no one had ever heard of him before. Tea houses, restaurants, even the Beastmaster Guild Hall, everyone was talking about Zhang Xiu. Even his background had been dug up. The man who, just over a week ago, was dismissed as a lucky failure from the sterilization department, now shown as a supernova illuminating the entire city. Who would have believed a genius could come from the sterilization department? He'd only contracted his beast for a little over a week. Yet he'd taken down a late-stage war general tier beast. He truly deserves that SSS grade contract. Qilin Academy truly showed boldness. I wonder if Xingqiang will regret this later. He's brought honor to Jiangping City. What a face-saving moment. Hey, old Xia, isn't your nephew named Zhang Xiu? Check out this news. In the F743 secret realm, Xia Liangkai took the newspaper handed to him by a nearby security guard and froze upon reading it. This must just be a case of shared names. My nephew isn't that exceptional. He felt a twinge of doubt, yet couldn't quite confirm it. Soon after, the secret realm's administrator and high-ranking officials from the Beastmaster Association arrived. Mr. Xia, you will no longer be required to serve as security personnel for the F743 secret realm. Huh? Why? I can't lose this job. Don't worry, don't worry. This isn't a dismissal, it's a promotion with a raise. You'll be working as a project manager in the Beastmaster Association headquarters from now on. The executive grasped Xia Liangkai's hand, his face breaking into a broad smile, leaving Xia Liangkai utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 60, Su Qingxing's Gift. In the hotel room. After watching this round of the Qingzhou Kono Cup competition, the congratulatory messages on Zhang Xiu's phone gradually subsided. Among them was one unexpected message, a concise challenge. Yao Qiu, dueling arena, tomorrow at 2 p.m. sharp. P.S. Congratulations on securing the SSS level special recruitment contract with Qilin Academy. I, Yao Qiu, will give you my all in this duel. Though he had no idea how Yao Qiu had obtained his contact number, Zhang Xiu smiled and replied with a simple okay. Tomorrow marked the final day of the special training. Finally, it would be over. Zhang Xiu stood up, her gaze drifting toward the arena outside. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Zhang Xiu, are you there? It was Su Qingxing's voice. Zhang Xiu opened the door to find Su Qingxing standing outside, looking fresh and lively. She appeared to have carefully groomed herself, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Thanks for the materials this morning.
They helped me negotiate better terms, Zhang Xiu said with a smile.
You secured that SSS-level special recruitment contract because your abilities are truly formidable enough for Kirin Academy to accept you.
Honestly, I was shocked when I saw the news.
Oh, I haven't congratulated you yet. This is for you.
Su Qingqing's voice was soft, her cheeks appearing even more crimson under the corridor lights.
It's nothing fancy, just a gift to celebrate your contract.
A compact, portable combat monitor for your beast companion.
Pretty handy sometimes.
Zhang Xiu looked slightly surprised, but quickly broke into a warm smile.
Thank you, that's very thoughtful. He accepted the gift box and remarked, perfect timing. Boda broke through a realm during our last battle. Sometimes combat strength can only be gauged by feel. This will be very useful.
This product was developed by the Federation's High-Latitude Space Corporation. It quantifies a pet beast's performance, realm, and strength into numerical values, forming a combat power index.
Just like the power levels in Dragon Ball. Of course, this gadget is only a reference, you can't rely on it completely. Combat power fluctuates in real time.
Sometimes, a single roar, this is our bond, might trigger a beast's explosive surge, allowing it to defeat opponents far beyond its rated strength. Therefore, most beast masters avoid wearing combat power monitoring goggles during secret realm adventures, reserving them for duel arenas and competitions. Beyond this product, the Federation's High-Latitude Space Corporation boasts an even more renowned offering, the High-Latitude Metaverse. This virtual world perfectly simulates the states of both beast masters and their pets, providing a training ground for combat. It allows for life-safe mastery of pet capabilities while enabling cross-regional duels. For instance, during the high-stakes exams, the Metaverse virtual environment is used to evaluate Beastmaster proficiency. The margin of error is no greater than 0.1%. To this day, no one knows how the Federation High-Latitude Universe Corporation developed this groundbreaking product. It was precisely because of this technology that the era became known as the Golden Age of Beastmasters. By the time Zhang Xiu participated in the Third Alien Beast War, the Federation High-Altitude Space Corporation had vanished without a trace, and even the Metaverse had been shut down, a key factor contributing to the ensuing chaos.
This corporation held too many secrets.
Even as a star-tier Beastmaster back then, he couldn't uncover its mysteries. Perhaps only a Heavenly King-tier master could glimpse some of its secrets.
I heard you're meeting Yao Qiu tomorrow.
Su Qingqing paused, as if wanting to say something but fearing it might be superfluous.
Duel?
Zhang Xiu took the lead.
It's already arranged. 2 o'clock this afternoon. May I come to watch? Su Qingqing looked up and asked. Of course you can. Zhang Xiu smiled. It's not a secret duel. It'll likely be held at the Beastmaster Association's main arena.
Expect a crowd watching and plenty hoping I'll lose.
You won't lose.
Su Qingqing said, you're bound to win. Yao Qiu may look rough, but he's very cunning.
During the duel, he'll likely deliberately leave openings to lure you into attacking.
You must be careful. Also, his iron armor berserker bear realm is at the late war general tier. His strength and speed are terrifying. After chatting in the room for a while, an instructor called them to training. Today marked the 6th day of intensive training. Instructors would guide them according to pre-arranged plans. Though Zhang Xiu didn't particularly need it, he attended to blend in. The moment he appeared on the duel field, a crowd of eyes turned toward him. Many female students' eyes sparkled.
Zhang Xiu, Qingqing, over here. Wang Xiaoyu waved her hand, calling out cheerfully.
Each school conducted their special training separately, without interfering with one another. Zuohua, who had been brimming with confidence earlier, turned away uncomfortably upon seeing Zhang Xiu, unable to meet his gaze. It seemed he had come to terms with the gap in strength between himself and Zhang Xiu.
One was a specially recruited student at Qingzhou Kirin Academy, ranked SSS tier.
The other was merely accepted by an ordinary beast taming school, without special admission to a prestigious institution.
Zhang Xiu, once you go to Qingzhou, will you never return to Jianping City?
Speaking of which, Yushimiya was also specially recruited by Kirin Academy with an A-class contract, no less. At the thought of Zhang Xiu and Yushimiya laughing and chatting together at Kirin Academy, Wang Xiaoyu puckered her lips, clenched her little fist, and declared,
no way.
I'll study hard to get into a top Qingzhou school too.
I won't let you guys leave me behind.
Then you'd better hurry up and train your pet beast to the war general level.
Su Qingqing chuckled.
Her Bellcat had already surpassed the war general tier and received special offers from several prestigious schools, but she wasn't entirely satisfied and planned to take the college entrance exam first. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoyu's golden spirit lion was still stuck at the peak of the soldier rank.
Maybe you could try feeding the golden spirit lion some golden yang oil.
It has both gold and light attributes, and it was neutered not long ago.
The oil could replenish some of its lost yang energy, invigorate its spirit, and improve its mood.
That might make the breakthrough easier.
Huh? Is that how it works? Won't supplementing yang energy after neutering cause problems?
No, as long as you don't overdo it and disrupt its balance.
Give it 1 bottle and check its condition in 3 days. Zhang Xiu checked the golden spirit lion's condition and addressed Wang Xiaoyu.
This wasn't mere speculation, it was sound advice backed by experience.
Alright, if it works, I'll treat you to a meal.
Wang Xiaoyu trusted Zhang Xiu and laughed.
Zhang Xiu, you know so much. You're amazing.
You can't be a sterilization technician without knowing a lot. Actually, I wanted to be a breeding technician before, but breeding technicians cost too much money, and you have to get all these certifications, it's such a hassle.
But once the special allocation of federal coins arrives, I might just take the exam someday.
Zhang Xiu chuckled.
Any advice for my little fox?
Su Qingxing summoned the bell cat, cradling it in her arms as she asked curiously. After Zhang Xiu had the bell cat neutered, it had shown signs of stress. But now it's much more docile around Zhang Xiu, no longer swiping or hissing.
Seems this cat knows it can't win against Zhang Xiu. Meow.
The bell cat tilted its head and meowed. Zhang Xiu observed it for a moment before smiling.
It's been raised very well.
Your beastkeeper clearly knows how to care for it. Just continue with normal training from here on.
Su Qingxing nodded happily.
Meanwhile, other students from Jiangping No. 2 High School, seeing Zhang Xiu speak with such authority, hurried over, asking her to take a look at their own pets too.
After all, this was an SSS tier specially recruited genius. Who knows?
Maybe he could offer some pointers to help them grow stronger.
This left Zhang Xiu feeling both amused and exasperated. Cough. Everyone, quiet down. Time to train.
Only when the instructor arrived did the commotion finally subside. Chapter 61, The Beastmaster Association's Olive Branch.
After training concluded.
Zhang Xiu, the main arena of the Beastmaster Association has been reserved.
Also, my father wishes to meet with you. Su Qingxing spoke up. Chairman Su?
Zhang Xiu looked at Su Qingxing and nodded in confirmation, her mind already forming some guesses.
Su Qingxing's father, Su Hongde, was the president of the Jiangping Guardian City Beastmaster Association.
He was a true powerhouse at the pinnacle of Jiangping City, controlling the trade of local beastmaster companies.
His influence was unmatched within the city. Now, where?
Zhang Xiu asked, his tone calm.
He wasn't surprised to be noticed. News of an SSS-grade special recruitment contract was enough to stir the city's upper echelons. Even the wider Zhozhou region would have heard whispers.
Yes, he's in his office on the top floor of the Beastmaster Association.
Su Qingxing explained. He said he'd be available whenever you finish training. It should be fine now. I'll accompany you. Alright, let's go. Zhang Xiu nodded.
He was also curious to hear what this Chairman Su had to say.
Was it congratulations? An attempt to recruit him on behalf of the association? Or something else entirely?
The social standing of beast tamers was determined by their strength. After graduation, they generally had 3 paths: join a major beast taming corporation or guild, join the official Federal Beast Taming Association to maintain social or external balance, or strike out on their own and become self-reliant.
As the head of the Jiangping City Beastmaster Association, Su Hongde represented the official authority.
The two left the training grounds and headed straight for the imposing structure at the heart of Jiangping City, the Beastmaster Association building.
That must be Zhang Xiu, right? So handsome. He's the 4th SSS tier genius to emerge from Qilin Academy in the past decade.
Staff members they encountered along the way all stared at Zhang Xiu with eyes filled with shock and reverence. The image and name of this young prodigy, who had just made history in Jiangping City, still hung prominently on the massive light screen in the center of the association's lobby. The two took the private elevator straight to the top floor, where the corridor was wide, bright, and brimming with a futuristic tech aesthetic. They stopped before a heavy mahogany door, and Su Qingxing pressed the doorbell.
Come in.
A steady, gentle voice of a middle-aged man came from inside. Pushing open the door revealed an exceptionally spacious and well-lit office.
Giant floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked most of Jiangping City.
The office furnishings were simple and elegant, with photos of powerful beast companions and medals adorning the walls. A middle-aged man in a dark gray senior association uniform stood by the window. Hearing the sound, he turned with a smile. His gaze was sharp yet unthreatening, carrying an air of scrutiny, but more so of appreciation.
It was Su Hongde. Comrade Zhang Xiu, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Your reputation truly precedes you. You possess remarkable presence.
Su Hongde stepped forward 2 paces and extended his hand. Chairman Su, it's a pleasure, Zhang Xiu replied, shaking his hand with neither subservience nor arrogance.
Dad. Su Qingxing greeted him with a hint of nervousness. Sit. Please, sit. Su Hongde led them to the guest sofa where attendants silently served delicate tea and pastries.
Last time Qingxing was in danger at the Yushui Marsh, it was thanks to your intervention that the criminals were apprehended.
I haven't properly thanked you for that yet. Chairman Su, you're too kind.
It's only natural to do my part against criminals. I couldn't just stand by and watch them commit crimes.
Ah, good lad, that's music to my ears.
That criminal's still locked up, hasn't confessed a thing. I've already hired a beastmaster specializing in psychic abilities. We plan to use mental illusions to pry the truth out of him.
Su Hongde's gaze fell on Zhang Xiu as he smiled. As a specially recruited SSS tier student of Qilin Academy, you've brought great honor to Jiangping City.
Previously, our city had the lowest talent output rate among the surrounding Guardian cities.
Now, with just one SSS tier student, we've far surpassed them. With that, he lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. What are your future plans? Might you consider joining the Beastmaster Association? Zhang Xiu gave a wry smile. President Su, I haven't even graduated yet. This is something I'll have to wait until after college to consider.
Ha! I almost mistook you for a seasoned Beastmaster myself.
I'd nearly forgotten your age. But no matter if you're interested, I'll recommend you join the Beastmaster Association during your university years. Consider it an internship.
As a branch of the Jiangping City Beastmaster Association, though we're in a remote area, we're still a grassroots force of the Federation Beastmaster Association. We have our own channels and resources.
The association needs fresh blood, especially promising talents like you. Our branch has 1 or 2 recommendation slots each year.
If you pass, you could even become a Beastmaster Inspector in the future.
Su Hongda painted an incredibly tempting picture for Zhang Xiu.
Beastmasters wield considerable authority and autonomy within the Federation, overseeing inspections, mediations, and even handling regional emergency beast disasters. Gaining exposure to higher-level missions and intelligence during university internships greatly benefits any Beastmaster's development. Of course, Zhang Xiu was an exception, having been reborn. He understood the advantages of being a Beastmaster patrol officer. Especially with dark forces still lurking like dark clouds, greater authority meant he could potentially access more classified information and eliminate dark forces like the villain syndicate early on. But equally, he would be bound by restrictions, one being that Beastmasters could not engage in commerce.
Chairman Su, I appreciate your kindness. I'll consider it after university. Su Hongda smiled, understanding perfectly. No genius who had secured an SSS grade contract would willingly allow themselves to be shackled by the system prematurely.
Offering Zhang Xiu a pie in the sky now was also a way to lay the groundwork.
Understood.
Su Hongda laughed heartily, showing no displeasure at Zhang Xiu's polite refusal. As the longtime head of the city's Beastmaster Association, he understood that geniuses all possess their own unique edges and pride. You can't force someone to join if they're not ready, especially a rising star like Zhang Xiu, destined to soar to the heavens. During your university years, broadening your horizons and strengthening your abilities are paramount.
When you need the association's support, just ask any time. He shifted his tone, asking with genuine interest, Jingxing mentioned you're to exchange techniques with Yao Qiu of Tianhe City at the duel arena tomorrow afternoon?
Yes,
Zhang Xiu nodded frankly. It's a good chance to test what I've learned. Confident you'll win? Su Hongda inquired.
With Zhang Xiu's rising fame, coupled with promotions from the Beastmaster Association in Jiangping No. 2 High School, everyone knew he was Jiangping City's SSS tier specially recruited prodigy, the Qilin son of Qilin Academy. If Zhang Xiu were defeated by Yao Qiu from neighboring Tianhe City, public opinion might erupt. This could lead to all sorts of negative repercussions. This was precisely Su Hongda's concern. Noticing his concern, Zhang Xiu smiled confidently.
Rest assured, Chairman Su. There's no chance of losing.
Seeing this, Su Hongda chuckled. Tomorrow's duel promises to be quite spectacular.
If I have the time, this old man might just come along for the fun.
Your presence, Chairman Su, would be an honor, Zhang Xiu replied politely.
There will likely be media coverage then. Will that affect you? No problem.
Jiangping City needs talent, and Zhang Xiu is the only prodigy to break out in the past decade.
Su Hongda's inquiry was simply to capitalize on this publicity opportunity. Zhang Xiu agreed to the arrangement. Since spectators would inevitably flock to the event anyway, it made more sense to have official coverage than let obscure self-media outlets report on it. What began as an ordinary duel gradually transformed into a household name.
This was something he hadn't anticipated. Now, it was no longer about individual gain or loss, but the honor of 2 Guardian cities.
Chapter 62, Victory Declaration, funds arrived. After concluding his conversation with Su Hongda
personally escorted Zhang Xiu out, a courtesy typically reserved only for high-ranking officials visiting from headquarters. At the same time, this also signaled to everyone that he would be Zhang Xiu's strongest protector. Any unscrupulous individuals harboring ulterior motives would have to rein in their ambitions. Arriving at the base of the Beastmaster Association building, Zhang Xiu unexpectedly encountered his uncle, Xiaoliangkai.
Uncle, what are you doing here?
He looked slightly surprised, then shifted his gaze to Su Hongda.
I hadn't realized your uncle was among the security personnel at our secret realm.
After receiving reports from below, I thought it over and decided it wouldn't be appropriate to keep your uncle as a security guard. So I transferred him to serve as director at the Beastmaster Association building.
I plan to have him oversee your duel this time. Su Hongda chuckled. Xiaoxiu, is that really you? Zhang Xiu? The SSS tier specially recruited genius?
It still feels like a dream. I can't believe my nephew has soared to such heights. Xiaoliangkai looked at Zhang Xiu with a complex expression. He felt like he didn't recognize this warm, familiar nephew anymore. Dressed in the pristine uniform of the Beastmaster Association director, he was a world apart from the security guard who had endured wind and sun in the F-743 secret realm. The unease in his eyes betrayed his profound discomfort with this sudden promotion.
President Su has been very thoughtful.
Zhang Xiu flashed a smile before stepping forward.
Uncle, it's true.
I was lucky enough to contract a pet beast of perfect bloodline, and now I've been specially recruited by Qilin Academy. Truthfully, Zhang Xiu felt it was better for her uncle to maintain his original life path. At least in the F-743 secret realm, he wouldn't be affected by the catastrophic disaster that would engulf Jiangping City 3 years later.
But with the Nightstar Wolf of Mist Valley gone, would the Starry Night Steel Wolf that triggered the Beast Tide 3 years later still exist?
Perhaps these two beasts were one and the same, their destinies altered by his own rise.
If the sovereign Tier Star Night Steel Wolf no longer existed, then Jiangping City would be safe.
Then he wouldn't need to worry about his uncle. If other calamities still arise, the Beastmaster Association building in Jiangping City remains the safest refuge. For now, he was still too weak and could only hope the association would protect his uncle. Once he grows stronger in the future, he'll be able to carry his uncle to greater heights.
Su Hongda chuckled heartily beside him. What luck!
This nephew of yours is something else.
A once-in-a-century prodigy who guards the city.
His strength is hard-earned, beating all the geniuses around us in the guard city into submission. From now on, focus on excelling within the association. If you encounter any difficulties, come directly to me or Manager Zhou. He gestured toward a beaming association executive standing nearby.
Yes, thank you for your guidance, Chairman Su.
Xia Liangkai quickly bowed, his gaze toward Zhang Xiu now filled with relief and joy. Xiao Xiu has made something of himself, truly made something of himself.
If only your parents could see this.
His voice caught slightly, and he trailed off.
Once the special training ends, we'll go back and celebrate properly.
Zhang Xiu soothed him, then shifted the topic. Oh, uncle, about tomorrow's duel.
I heard about it.
Xia Liangkai immediately straightened his back, a hint of worry creeping into his brow.
That Yao Qiu.
The association folks say he's formidable, the top seed from neighboring Tianhe City with a high-level pet beast realm.
Are you really sure you'll be okay?
Working in the secret realm, he had a more direct understanding of the power of general-level fighters. It was only natural for him to worry that his nephew, having just achieved such great honor, might stumble on the duel field.
This pure concern warmed Zhang Xiu's heart, and he nodded firmly. Don't worry, uncle. Yao Qiu is strong, but I'm stronger.
Those few words radiated his unwavering confidence.
That's good. I'll be there tomorrow to cheer you on.
Xia Liangkai felt as if he'd found a foothold.
Clenching his fist, his worries eased slightly, replaced by pride for his nephew. Old Xia Su Honda spoke up at the right moment. You needn't worry about Zhang Xiu's composure and capabilities. For tomorrow's arena coordination and on-site order, I'm entrusting that to you and Manager Zhou. It's also a perfect opportunity for you to familiarize yourself with your new responsibilities. Yes, Chairman.
Xia Liangkai responded immediately. After exchanging a few more polite words with Su Hongda, Zhang Xiu departed the Beastmaster Association building, accompanied by Su Qingxing. The moment they reached the entrance, a barrage of blinding flashes erupted as media reporters who had been waiting for hours swarmed toward them. A cacophony of voices swirled around them, microphones practically shoved into Zhang Xiu's face.
Ms. Zhang Xiu. Congratulations on securing the SSS level contract with Qilin Academy. How do you feel right now? Do you regret turning down the S-rank contract offered by Starry Sky Beast Master Academy? What are your chances of winning tomorrow's duel against Yao Qiu? Are you concerned that a loss might affect Qilin Academy's reputation? Rumor has it Yao Qiu's Battle Bear Armor Combat Index approaches 9,000. What is your POTA rating? In this clash of geniuses between Jiangping City and Tianhe City, who do you believe represents the future of Guardian City? What is your relationship with Su Qingxing, the school beauty and daughter of the Beastmaster Association president? Please elaborate. Questions pelted her like a dense downpour, a tangled web of pointed, provocative, and probing inquiries. Su Qingxing was momentarily dazzled by the sudden commotion and the blinding glare, instinctively retreating half a step behind Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu, however, remained unflappable. He raised his hand slightly, radiating an invisible aura that carved a quiet zone amidst the clamor. His gaze swept calmly over the faces before him, each hungry for sensational news, finally settling on the logos of the largest media outlets. He spoke with steady composure. Thank you all for your attention. Regarding the duel, I have only one thing to say. The only winner can be me. With that, Zhang Xiu, accompanied by Su Qingxing, calmly parted the crowd within the protective circle formed by the Beastmaster Association's security personnel and walked straight away. The stunned journalists behind them only snapped their camera shutters once they regained their senses, ready to craft their headlines. SSS-ranked genius Zhang Xiu issues victory declaration. There can only be one winner. What an audacious statement. But Zhang Xiu believed she had every right to be bold. Xiao Liang stood behind the glass doors of the hall, watching his nephew's composure under the lights, a maturity beyond his years.
He glanced down at his own crisp yet slightly uncomfortable director's uniform. A complex mix of emotions surged within him. But in the end, his worry was replaced by an unprecedented surge of pride. This was his nephew SSS-tier genius Zhang Xiu. Back at the hotel, Zhang Xiu received a notification on his personal terminal that funds had been deposited into his bank account. 20 million had arrived. His eyes lit up. After a moment's thought, he transferred 1 million to his uncle, contacted him, and insisted he accept it. He then purchased a high-quality pet beast and guided his uncle on the optimal development path for it. For this one relative who had ever shown him kindness, he would repay every ounce of that favor 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The remaining funds would be used to cultivate Pota and the phantom flame butterfly. Chapter 63, Evolving the Illusion Flame Butterfly, Perfect Bloodline. Late at night, the hotel room was brightly lit. Zhang Xiu sat cross-legged on the bed, for items laid out before him. A shimmering butterfly egg, enveloped in an ethereal flame, the egg of a blue-blooded flame-threaded butterfly. He had entrusted Chairman Su to procure it through the Beastmaster Association's channels, costing 7 million Federation credits. The other 3 items were greater resources emitting distinct energy fluctuations, part of the advanced payment selection materials just delivered from Qilin Academy. With the evolution materials for the flame thread butterfly now secured, if it successfully evolved into a phantom flame butterfly, it would become a phantom beast-type creature. Possessing both mental and flame-based abilities, its potential would be limitless. Zhang Xiu stared intently at the butterfly egg, her eyes flickering with anticipation. Yet she remained anxious about its success rate. After all, leaping directly to a red-tier perfect bloodline carried immense pressure, unlike Pota, who had a decade of fish life experience under its belt. Little one, don't let me down. He took a deep breath and picked up a vial of a great spirit material extract called hallucinatory orchid. This exceptionally mild spirit attribute catalyst was particularly suited for young spirit-type pets, maximizing the awakening of their spiritual essence. He carefully dripped a single precious drop of the extract onto the butterfly egg's surface. The liquid was instantly absorbed, and the hazy flame within the butterfly egg flared brightly for an instant. As if a slumbering life had sensed a call, it released faint yet pure spiritual ripples, yearning to respond like a fledgling bird's first chirp. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiu focused her mind and gently placed her palm over the butterfly egg. Her spiritual energy, like the gentlest tentacles, tenderly probed the eggshell, touching the soul of the flame thread butterfly. This time, he had ample time for the contract. First, he ensured the flame thread butterfly fully absorbed the enchanted orchid. Then, he retrieved another grade A material dragon liquor water and immersed the egg in it. This would allow the butterfly to undergo metamorphosis, strengthening its flame attributes. Don't rush to be born. Keep absorbing nutrients. When you emerge, you will be a phantom flame butterfly. Zhang Xiu retrieved the most crucial S-grade resource, the Crimson Flame Vermilion Fruit. The Crimson Flame Fruit enhances bloodline purity by 30%, advances fire element skills, and serves as the primary material for the Flame Silk Butterfly's evolution into the Phantom Flame Butterfly. As he squeezed out the juice and sprinkled it over the butterfly eggs, it was like pouring oil on a fire, completely transforming the Flame Silk Butterfly lineage. The butterfly eggs began to tremble violently. It was a beast yet to be born. How could it withstand absorbing so much energy? Flames erupted, engulfing the butterfly egg. Its soul burned within the flames, its shell crumbling piece by piece within the egg, its agonized screams echoing throughout the room. Reborn from the flames, transcending the past. Zhang Xiu focused his spirit and forged a contract with the creature. The consciousness within the egg, invigorated by his mental energy, seemed to gain a sliver of strength. Bearing the agony of the flames, it began its metamorphosis. Success! His expression brightened as he glanced at the system panel. Name, Phantom Flame Butterfly Egg Form. Bloodline, South Sea Phantom Butterfly. Grade, Red Perfect. Realm, Early Soldier Grade. Skills, Hallucinogenic Dust, Blazing Storm, Intoxicating Dream Melody, Flames. Seeing the words Phantom Flame Butterfly Egg Form on the panel, Zhang Xiu's lips curved upward. All that remained was for it to hatch. He carefully stored the butterfly egg in his beast taming space, sensing the faint mental fluctuations gradually strengthening. It would likely take another 2 or 3 days to hatch. As for why he didn't contract a mature flame silk butterfly for evolution, it was because as a blue-blooded exceptional lineage, its spiritual intelligence wasn't as straightforward as Pota's once bloodline-less state. Without sufficient bonds and trust, rushing into a contract in evolution would yield far less loyalty than Pota. There was no guarantee it wouldn't fly away the next day, leaving him empty-handed. Therefore, it was better to take the extra trouble and start the contract evolution from the butterfly egg. Zhang Xiu's gaze shifted to the remaining resources and the 120 million Federation coins. Pota! With a flicker of his thoughts, a massive figure emerged from the white light. Pop pop. Pota poked its head out curiously, chirped twice, then gestured with its fingers toward the creature from the beast taming space. It had been minding its own business in the beast taming space, only to find a butterfly egg had appeared. What's going on, master?
That's my second pet beast, still unhatched. Take good care of it in there. It'll be your second younger brother or maybe sister. Zhang Xiu chuckled. Boo! Boo! Boda exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. It actually has a little brother or sister? That means I'll be the big brother from now on.
The thought made him incredibly happy, and he resolved to set an example for his little brother or sister.
The duel is tomorrow.
Here, this is your reward, your final boost before the battle. Zhang Xiu patted Boda's head, then picked up another A great resource, the Heart of Rock, and fed it to Boda. With this, all 3 A great resources advanced from Qilin Academy had been used up.
After consuming the rock heart, a faint earthen glow emanated from Boda's body.
Its already formidable defense and strength seemed to have increased slightly. Simultaneously, its spiritual power surged, reaching the initial bottleneck in no time.
Pop! With a mighty roar, Boda's spiritual power surged, reaching the mid-stage of the War General rank. Name, Boda. Bloodline, River Lord. Rank, Red Perfect. Realm, Mid-War General tier. Skills, Deepwater Shot, Subterranean Dive, Surface Tremor, Muddy Rage, Water Domain.
Zhang Xiu felt his own spirit receiving feedback, growing stronger.
The exhaustion from the intense, continuous mental output required to evolve the Flame Thread Butterfly into the Phantom Flame Butterfly vanished instantly. His mental power must be approaching 6,000 now, right?
Without testing equipment, but judging by experience, he estimated his mental power had surpassed the mid-range of a bronze-tier beast tamer.
Consider this, just over a week ago, his mental power was only 998. And now it had multiplied 6-fold. The growth rate was far too rapid. Pop! Pop!
Boda lay contentedly on the room's carpet, intending to properly digest the increased spiritual energy within his body.
Zhang Xiu leaned against the headboard and chuckled. I really have no idea how Yao Qiu managed to win. The next day.
With the training concluded, the 5 cities special training program officially came to an end.
But no one left Jiangping City just yet. Instead, they all rushed to the Beastmaster Association's main arena.
By 1:30 p.m., the massive arena capable of holding tens of thousands was already buzzing with noise and packed to capacity. The stands were packed with students, teachers, media reporters from Jiangping City, Tianhe City, and other guardian cities, as well as ordinary beast tamers and citizens who had heard the news and rushed over. Giant screens flanking the arena displayed highlights from Zhang Xiu and Yao Qiu's special training sessions. Zhang Xiu effortlessly commanded Boda to crush Zhang Shang's pet beast, while Yao Qiu's ironclad fierce bear swept away formidable beasts with devastating force. One as cool as ice, the other as fierce as fire, their starkly contrasting styles ignited the audience's fervor. Zhang Xiu, the SSS-tier genius of Qilin Academy. The pride of Jiangping City.
Yao Qiu, the strength king. Let Jiangping witness the might of Tianhe City.
Cheers for both sides rose and fell in waves, forming 2 massive torrents of sound.
Jiangping City's people yearned to witness their local prodigy shine.
Meanwhile, Tianhe City spectators hoped Yao Qiu would dethrone the rising star Zhang Xiu, proving Tianhe City's geniuses were no less formidable.
Chapter 64, the duel begins, all eyes are on them. Teacher Min, you haven't left yet either?
Ding Jia turned to Min Jiamu, a smile playing on his lips.
I hear your Xingqiong Beastmaster Academy offered Zhang Xiu an SS-grade special recruitment contract. What secret does this Zhang Xiu possess that makes him worth competing with Qilin Academy for? Honestly, I still can't believe a remote guardian city could produce an SSS-tier genius.
Both Qilin Academy and Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy have their own evaluation systems. They must have recognized Zhang Xiu's potential to warrant such a contract. Therefore, he didn't believe both academies had misjudged him.
There must be something he didn't know about. Min Jiamu remained silent upon hearing this.
She had no intention of revealing to him that Zhang Xiu possessed a beast taming technique. The 9 provinces' academies were rivals, and they might cross paths in future duels. A piece of intelligence gained ahead of time could be incredibly valuable. Yet the thought weighed heavily on her mind. As the most outstanding gold-tier beastmaster among the new generation, she hadn't detected Zhang Xiu's beast taming skill. No, it was more that this kid had managed to conceal it so thoroughly. If someone had tipped her off, she could have snatched him away ages ago. After all, she'd heard that Zhang Xiu had always yearned for the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy, even boasting in class about his intention to enroll there. She'd fallen just one step short. You'll likely understand why during the duel later. By the way, did you offer Yao Qiu an S-class contract? Min Jiamu thought Yao Qiu was quite capable too. That kid's a bit too stubborn. I gave him an S-class special recruitment contract and told him that if he defeats Zhang Xiu, it'll be upgraded to SS-class. I'll be damned if Zhang Xiu can live up to yesterday's victory declaration and actually defeat Yao Qiu. Ding Jia sat in her seat when suddenly a familiar figure caught her eye, startling her. Old Lin? He actually came in person. Of course, SSS-level contracts require at least a professor-level figure to initiate. Looks like Zhang Xiu joined his department. In the VIP box, Su Hongda accompanied Lin Zhengyang and Su Hua. Professor Lin, please take a seat. This is the best viewing spot in the room, Su Hongda said with a smile. Lin Zhangyang was a radiant tier beast master. For a remote guardian city like theirs, even gold tier was considered elite and they might not see a radiant tier individual in an entire year.
Power demands respect.
Even as the president of this region's Beastmaster Association, one must lower their stance. Other private boxes held by Huisi from Qinglong Lingqi Academy and teachers from other prestigious schools. They all wanted to see what made this SSS tier genius from Qilin Academy so special.
Exactly at 2 o'clock. The arena's massive lights abruptly focused on the central duel platform.
The deafening roar miraculously fell silent in that instant, leaving only thousands of gazes converging on the entrance passages flanking the platform.
From the eastern entrance, Yao Qiu's towering figure emerged first.
His stride was steady and powerful, the usual cheerful smile replaced by a battle intent as solid as rock. Beside him followed the heart-stopping iron armor berserker bear. With each step, the ground seemed to tremble slightly, its savage aura spreading unabashedly. Yao Qiu's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, fixed directly on his opponent across the arena. Cheers erupted instantly from the Tianhe City crowd, their shouts echoing his name. Yao Qiu! Yao Qiu! King of Strength! King of Strength! Senior Yao Qiu, go for it! At the western passageway entrance, Zhang Xiu emerged slowly amid the crowd's eager anticipation. His stride was unhurried, his face bearing his usual calm smile, as if he were not about to engage in a fiercely anticipated battle, but rather a casual sparring session. Beside him, Pota followed with his usual earnest demeanor. His massive frame, honed by specialized training and resource-enhanced cultivation, radiated an even more concentrated and profound earth element energy fluctuation. The roar of the Jiangping City crowd surged like a tidal wave, shaking the entire arena. Zhang Xiu! Zhang Xiu! Zhang Xiu! Pota, crush them! The odds are out. Bet on Zhang Xiu to win at 1:1, bet on Yao Qiu to win at 1.5:1. Zhang Xiu, show Yao Qiu what Jiangping City is made of. In the VIP box, Lin Zhangyang sat upright at the center, a hint of amused interest playing on his lips. His gaze lingered on Zhang Xiu for a moment, lingering especially on Pota, seemingly detecting a subtle elevation in Pota's cultivation realm. It's finally beginning. Su Hua watched below with a hint of nervousness. Su Hongda appeared calm, yet his fingers unconsciously tapped the armrest of his seat. In another VIP box, Min Jiamu sat with arms crossed, maintaining her usual cool expression. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed intently on every movement Zhang Xiu made. Ding Jiao leaned forward slightly, like a predator fixated on its prey, watching Yao Qiu, the one upon whom great hopes were pinned. In the audience, Su Qingxing pressed her lips tightly together, her compact portable combat monitor goggles already in place. Data streams flashed rapidly across the lenses. Wang Xiaoyu gripped her hand tightly, her face flushed with excitement. Xia Liang instructed his men to maintain order in the arena before moving to the most open section of the stands. His eyes followed Zhang Xiu's figure intently, silently repeating the mantra, win. As Zhang Xiu's best friend, Wang Wenle wouldn't miss this duel either, frantically waving his homemade Brother Xiu his unbeatable sign. Brother Xiu! Crush the other side! Class monitor Shan Yuyun covered her face, seemingly embarrassed by the banner. But students from other classes were thrilled. Unbeatable! Unbeatable! Ladies and gentlemen, the highly anticipated battle of geniuses is about to begin. Representing Jiangping Guardian City, Kirin Academy's SSS level special recruit, Zhang Xiu. Facing him is Yao Qiu, an A-class special recruit from the Wilderness Beast Academy in Tianhe Guardian City. This is not merely a clash of individual prowess, but the pinnacle showdown between the rising leaders of Jiangping and Tianhe. Let us witness this moment. Please step forward, contestants. The referee's voice boomed through the stadium's PA system. Zhang Xiu and Yao Qiu stepped forward, positioning themselves 20 meters apart at the center of the arena. Zhang Xiu, I've waited for this day. Let me see just how powerful the SSS-level special recruit genius from Qilin Academy truly is. Yao Qiu grinned, revealing his signature rugged smile, his eyes blazing with combat intent. Zhang Xiu remained composed, wearing the small combat power monitoring goggles gifted by Su Qingxing. He nodded calmly, the honor is mine. Giving your all is the greatest respect you can show your opponent. I've been eager to test the limits of my pada. Please. Their gazes locked midair, invisible battle intent colliding fiercely. The entire crowd held its breath. The duel began. The moment the referee's flag fell, a fierce glint erupted from Yao Qiu's eyes. Roar! The ironclad berserker bear unleashed an earth-shattering roar. The frenzied sound waves merged with earth elemental energy, forming a visible shockwave that swept toward Zhang Xiu and Pota first. It was a group intimidation skill challenge. The next second, its massive body surged forward, charging headlong toward Pota. Chapter 65, The Fusion of Beastmaster Skills. As its name suggests, the ironclad berserker bear was a beast type that overwhelmed enemies with sheer force, excelling in devastating, crushing blows. Combined with its higher cultivation realm than Pota, it had absolutely no reason to fear. After intensive training, my ironclad berserker bear has reached the peak of the war general realm. Can your Pota even withstand that? Yao Qiu roared. Based on this, the commentator overseeing the duel shouted at breakneck speed. We can clearly see the significant disparity in combat power between the two sides. Under the combat power analyzer, the ironclad berserker bear's estimated combat value reached a staggering 9000 plus. In contrast, Zhang Xiu's POTA registers a paltry 5000 points. That's half the difference. POTA is retreating. Is it scared? How will it counter the ironclad berserker bear's attacks? Is this all an SSS tier genius can do? A gasp rippled through the spectator stands. A peak tier war general class battle beast. This power alone could crush most of its peers. The numerical disparity was starkly evident. Could Zhang Xiu truly stand against it? Zhang Xiu's gaze sharpened, showing no sign of panic. POTA. Deep water shot. Water domain. As POTA retreated, he opened his massive jaws, channeling a high-pressure water jet toward the ironclad berserker bear before him, attempting to halt its charge. However, the ironclad berserker bear completely ignored the deep water shot, utterly confident in its own speed and strength. Under the effect of the challenge, its attributes had been enhanced across the board. With a single punch, it shattered the high-pressure water jet. Boom! In the next instant, the ironclad berserker bear appeared before POTA. Its ironclad fist tore through the air, its burning spiritual energy visible. At that moment, POTA activated his water domain control. A viscous mass of water formed between his palms. With a rolling motion, it enveloped the ironclad berserker bear's fist within the water current. Then, continuing its backward retreat, it pulled the opponent's body along before flinging it. Thud! The ironclad berserker bear was flung away. Water, flexible, using softness to overcome hardness, borrowing force to counter force. Such a reckless, headlong charging style simply doesn't work against me. Zhang Xiu had anticipated this, his gaze calm as he spoke. He had already devised a strategy to counter the ironclad berserker bear this morning. No matter what tactics Xiao Qiu employed, he could easily neutralize them. Moreover, with his beast-taming prowess, being suppressed by a high school student would be nothing short of laughable. What did I just witness? Zhang Xiu's beast calmly used water currents to redirect the bear's force and fling it away. Is this even a move a beast can execute? Truly worthy of an SSS tier genius. His beast-taming prowess and understanding of skills are breathtaking. The commentator exclaimed in awe. To his eyes, even a combat power of 9000 seemed effortlessly surpassed. But mere defense won't defeat the ironclad berserker bear. What kind of offensive will he unleash next? After being flung away, the ironclad berserker bear gobbled up a mouthful of dirt. Rising to its feet, its eyes burned with even greater fury. It was being toyed with by an enemy of a lower realm. Emotion 99. Yao Qiu frowned, clearly surprised that the opponent could use flowing water to counter brute force and fling the ironclad berserker bear away. What on earth had this guy taught his beast? His mastery of skills was profound. Ordinary beast tamers wouldn't extend skills like that. They'd just command their pets to activate abilities and then let them improvise. But Zhang Xiu was different. He continuously expanded upon POTA's skills to develop new tactics. Take his victory over Jiang Sheng earlier, he exploited the elemental form's properties. Of course, this was also thanks to the versatile ability of water domain control. Old bear, shake the mountains, charge. Yao Qiu waved his massive hand, commanding the ironclad berserker to continue the assault. The earlier probing charge had been easily thwarted, making him realize conventional tactics were useless. A heavy blow was needed. Roar! The ironclad berserker bear roared again, not the shockwave-like soundwave of before. Instead, it was a deep, resonant growl, as if it originated from the earth itself. A layer of solid, deep yellow rock armor coalesced around its body at a visible speed, thickening and even sprouting sharp, jagged rock spikes. Its aura surged once more, its already formidable strength and defense reaching a new peak. Simultaneously, its hind legs thrust off the ground as it charged forward once more. Even encased in rock armor, its weight increased, yet its speed remained undiminished. Wrapped in the terrifying might of stone, it charged like a mobile war fortress. Mountain shattering. Yao Qiu was getting serious. This was the ironclad berserker bear's core skill defense multiplied, entering an unshakable and vulnerable state. Could Zhang Xiu's soft force techniques still work? The commentator roared, his voice brimming with excitement. Inside the VIP box, Su Hongda gripped the armrest tightly, while Lin Zhengyang beside him narrowed his eyes. After activating Earthshaker, the ironclad berserker bear's combat power had surged past 10,000, a standard reserved for early commander tier opponents. As for POTA, merely at mid-war general tier, the gap was vast. It seemed unlikely he could overcome brute force with soft power. A faint smile touched Ding Jia's lips. Once invincible body activated, water flow entanglements and leverage became useless. Moreover, the ironclad berserker bear had entered a frenzied state. In this condition, a single strike could likely inflict severe wounds on that POTA. Min Jiamu watched silently, thinking to herself that Zhang Xiu would likely have to resort to his beast control technique. On the duel field, Zhang Xiu's expression remained unchanged. He did not command POTA to attempt using softness to overcome hardness by leveraging momentum again. POTA! The ground trembled.
Pop! Boda suddenly opened his palm and slammed it hard against the ground beneath him. The ground rumbled violently. As the ironclad berserker bear swung its fist, the rock armor covering its body seemed affected, exploding with a bang as cracks spread across its surface. Yet, even this seemed insufficient to halt the ironclad berserker bear. The next second, the ironclad berserker bear's fist halted before Poda. A terrifying whirlwind raged around them, whistling with the wind, yet it could not advance any further. The ironclad berserker bear halted its attack. What was happening? The commentator exclaimed in astonishment. Then, he noticed something amiss with the ground before Boda. The ground! Zhang Xiu had actually utilized the ground tremors and her water manipulation abilities to transform the ground beneath the ironclad berserker bear's feet into a quagmire. The moment the ironclad berserker bear stepped in, the soft mud abruptly solidified and hardened. The bear's legs were forcibly pinned beneath the ground, unable to move. This wasn't a simple maneuver. It was the fusion of ground tremors and water domain control like rapidly freezing flowing water. The entire muddy area, along with the soil beneath it to a certain depth, solidified instantly under this terrifying water manipulation, becoming as rigid as iron. With half its legs sunk in the mire, the ironclad berserker bear instantly felt the mud beneath transform into an unshakable steel cage. Its massive struggles seemed to vanish into the sea, leaving it utterly pinned in place. Good heavens! The ironclad berserker bear had become a sitting duck. Boda launched his counterattack. The commentator watched as Poda landed a punch squarely on the ironclad berserker bear's face, shouting excitedly. Chapter 66, Pointing the Way, Swimming Against the Current. Pop! Boom! Punch after punch, Poda's strikes caused the ironclad berserker bear's rocky armor to shatter and fall away. Though Boda's strength couldn't match the ironclad berserker bear's, he couldn't even pierce its armor. The sheer volume of blows was relentless, shaking internal injuries to the brink of bursting. In the blink of an eye, the tide turned. This was a development no one had anticipated. How could Poda, with only 5,000 combat power, be overwhelming the ironclad berserker bear like this? This Tianhe City prodigy is no good. Could it be a fixed match? Didn't you hear the commentator? The ironclad berserker bear is immobilized. It'll probably take a while to break free. So it just has to take a beating until then? That's so frustrating. What kind of S-tier genius signed by the Wilderness Beast Academy, hailed as the king of strength, is this? Put. Give me my money back. This is pissing me off. Zhang Xiu's move was brilliantly executed. Without that preemptive read, anyone would have been immobilized. Yao Qiu, come on. Stop just taking hits. Fight back. Are you even a man? A wave of boos erupted from the Tianhe City section of the stands. Meanwhile, the Zhongting City side erupted in excited shouts. That's our brother Xiu for you. Xiu is unbeatable. Unbeatable. Take them down. Fight. Fight harder. Show them what Zhongting City is made of. Inside the VIP box. Unbelievable. He's masterfully combining earth-type softening with water-type solidify. Lin Jingyan's eyes flashed with admiration as he slammed the table in applause. His utilization of the battlefield environment was nothing short of artistry. His tactical understanding was absolutely top tier. Has this kid really never participated in any major duels? His experience doesn't feel like that of a high school student at all. Su Hua was so excited he nearly jumped to his feet. Meanwhile, Ding Jia's expression had completely changed. Damn it! That brat Yao Qiu has been completely outmaneuvered. Zhang Xiu's understanding of developing and combining pet beast skills far surpassed Yao Qiu's. Min Jiamu pressed his lips tightly together, watching the composed youth on the field. Though only a mid-tier war general, he could leverage the perfect synergy of water and earth to fight above his rank. Behind this lay the Beastmaster's cultivation and training of his pet beast. Even a gold-tier Beastmaster couldn't elevate basic tactics to such a masterful level. And he hadn't even unleashed his full Beastmaster techniques yet. An SSS rank contract truly befits him. It was my blindness that caused me to overlook him. Min Jiamu sighed inwardly. On the battlefield, Yao Qiu stood frozen in place, watching the iron-armored berserker bear bound and beaten. He felt utterly at a loss. After all, he'd never encountered a situation like this before. His pride in raw strength seemed utterly futile against his opponent's seemingly prescient, masterful counterplay and skill execution. Zhang Xiu slowly raised his head, his gaze calm as he spoke. Yao Qiu, the real battlefield isn't the arena. If you encounter a more cunning foe, letting your beast charge recklessly is like handing your opponent your head on a platter. His voice was soft, yet it reached Yao Qiu's ears with crystal clarity. This was both a wake-up call and the very reason he had agreed to this duel, to point out Yao Qiu's flaws in beast control and the tactical weakness of his all-or-nothing approach, thereby aiding his growth. Yao Qiu's body trembled, snapping him out of his daze. He looked at Zhang Xiu. In his gaze, there was no mockery, no smugness, only a kind of expectation? A calm scrutiny like that of an elder guiding him through confusion? An indescribable wave of shame instantly gripped him. He was the pride of Tianhe City. And now he needed guidance from others? But Zhang Xiu's words held truth. The fighting style that had made his name relied solely on brute force to overwhelm opponents. He'd never considered the consequences of being countered. Yao Qiu took a deep breath, suppressing all his complex emotions. A purer fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. I've learned my lesson. But this duel isn't over yet. Rage. Explode. With his roar, the iron-armored berserker bear, trapped within the solid earth, suddenly unleashed a deafening, earth-shaking roar. Roar. A crimson glow engulfed its entire body. A fury far surpassing its previous outburst, nearly uncontrollable, erupted from its body. The rock beneath its feet instantly cracked from the shockwave of earth elemental energy, on the verge of breaking free. Emotion 99. Anger is the most powerful emotion. It is also the most effective weapon, but never forget, do not let anger control you. You must control anger. Only then can you harness it for charging forward, rather than charging too fast and forgetting to watch your path. Zhang Xiu's smile remained unchanged as he spoke. Boda. Let it witness the fury of mudflow. Boda understood instantly. As he retreated, his massive frame crouched low, his colossal palm whipping through the air as deep brown and blue light fused together in a furious convergence. As the palm struck out, it unleashed a 4 to 5 meter high tidal wave of fury. The frenzied energy of earth, stone, and water surged like an enraged mud and rock serpent, roaring toward the ironclad berserker bear as it broke free from its bonds, its momentum reaching its zenith. The ironclad berserker bear's eyes blazed crimson, its entire body shrouded in a scarlet aura of blood energy. Its frenzied state granted it devastating power and reckless madness. It sought to crush and defeat this despicable catfish before it, to teach it the meaning of true terror. Facing the surging torrent of muddy fury, it showed no fear. Its massive iron fist, carrying the terrifying might to split mountains and shatter rocks, slammed brutally into the oncoming mudslide. Boom! Two forces representing opposite extremes collided violently. Mud, earth, and water sprayed violently, mingling with the frenzied bloodlust of the iron armor berserker bear, exploding into a raging storm. The arena floor was instantly carved open by a deep, gouged trench. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward in concentric rings, forcing spectators in the front rows to squint against the blinding blast and causing protective shields to ripple violently. But it wasn't over yet. Though the ironclad berserker bear's iron fist tore through a mud wave, briefly halting it, the waves surged layer upon layer, like the raging tides of the sea. Under Pota's mastery of water, a second torrent of furious mud slammed into the opponent. Roar! The ironclad berserker bear raged, realizing it couldn't close in on that damned catfish. Thus, it could only push through the resistance and deliver another punch. Boom! As the shockwave exploded, it forced its way forward 2 steps before swinging its fist again. It would use sheer force to smash through these raging waves. Combat power monitor readings. Ironclad berserker bear rage mode 11,200. Pota mud wave burst instant 7,800. Both combat pets' power surged. The ironclad berserker bear's combat power reached a staggering 11,200 points. Meanwhile, Pota's combat power has also surged dramatically. Yet strangely, despite the ironclad berserker bear's vastly superior combat power, why can't it break through? Let's hear from our expert for an explanation. The commentator hands the microphone to an expert beside him. The expert exclaimed excitedly, it's type suppression. Pota is a dual water ground type. Normally, these attributes are incompatible, but through its water and ground fusion skill, it has forcibly neutralized the very strength the ironclad berserker bear prides itself on. Water, the softest of elements, yet when fused with earth, it becomes strength as unyielding as steel. So that's how it is. Thank you for the explanation, expert. Look. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. It's not over yet. The commentator watched the ironclad berserker bear surge against the current, his expression stunned as he shouted hoarsely. The ironclad berserker bear's power has momentarily suppressed the raging mud tide. Pota's skill has been torn apart. Yao Qiu's ironclad berserker bear is charging upstream. Zhang Xiu is in danger. Chapter 67, Crushing the Ironclad Berserker Bear, Mud Wave Tactics. Emotion 99. Seeing the ironclad berserker bear's surging emotion value and its relentless force tearing through the waves, Zhang Xiu marveled inwardly, as a S-rank genius cultivated by Tianhe City, reaching the pinnacle of the war general tier, Boda likely wouldn't have been able to withstand this before. Fortunately, his realm had advanced yesterday, granting Pota a qualitative leap in spiritual power. Any other person would have been defeated by now. But Zhang Xiu remained unhurried. Only when the ironclad berserker bear thought it was about to break through the mud waves did he shout, "Now! Submerge!" Immediately, the earth trembled. Boda's massive frame suddenly sank into the ground, not submerged entirely, but with his lower body merging into the earth while his upper body abruptly thrust both arms skyward. Pop! Its palms, surging with earth elemental energy, slammed down hard onto the muddy waves churned by the ironclad berserker bear. Boom! 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 The impact reverberated like thunderous drumbeats. This was a fusion of the underground navigation technique's properties with the surface tremor force. The specific frequency unleashed at this moment rapidly disintegrated the ground. The ground beneath the ironclad berserker bear's feet, straining to support its weight, lost its equilibrium. Just like its previous trick, the earth turned soft and collapsed. Roar! The ironclad berserker bear's roar carried a hint of startled panic. Its feet slipped violently beneath it, its center of gravity shifting instantly. Its forward momentum halted abruptly, its frenzied power finding no outlet. The massive body began to tilt. The muddy waves, deprived of the Iron Fist's division, abruptly closed inwards. Even more terrifying, under Potna's high-frequency surface vibrations, the ground around the ironclad berserker bear had been thoroughly churned, activated, and even liquefied. It seemed to have formed a deadly quicksand trap. Raging mud surged, engulfing. Zhang Xiu's icy voice sounded like a verdict. Splash! The massive mudslide completely engulfed the unbalanced ironclad berserker bear. Its massive frame seemed to sink into a viscous sea of mud. Its formidable armor now became a colossal burden. Each desperate struggle only dragged it deeper. Yao Chou, is this the best you've got? Is your beast only capable of mindless rage? If that's all it can do, what use are you as a beastmaster? Zhang Xiu's gaze was sharp as he relentlessly goaded the ironclad berserker bear with his words. Emotion 99. Emotion 65. Emotion 30. The ironclad berserker bear roared in fury, attempting to unleash its power, only to be hindered by the relentless muddy water that sapped its strength. This duel alone yielded nearly 800 emotion points. Hearing Zhang Xiu's taunt, Yao Qiu gritted his teeth and shouted, "Ironclad berserker bear, use your fists. Punch through the ground. Retreat! Retreat!" But the ironclad berserker bear was powerless to comply. Its punches sank completely into the muddy water, accelerating its descent. Its roar finally twisted into a pained whimper. The entire arena fell deathly silent. The crowd watched as the ironclad berserker bear, as majestic as a small mountain, struggled futilely in the mud, sinking deeper and deeper. In the end, only its ferocious head remained, bubbling steadily as it sank deeper and deeper. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Victory or defeat, the outcome was clear. Zhang Xiu's calm voice broke the silence. Shall we continue? Or concede defeat? No. How could this be? Yao Qiu's face turned ashen, his pride utterly shattered. Every single one of his previous attacks had fallen into the meticulously designed trap set by his opponent. Before the duel began, he had believed the ironclad berserker bear could defeat his opponent with a single blow. Yet reality had slapped him in the face. His own beast couldn't even touch Boda. The gap between them was simply too vast, not a difference in cultivation realm, but in understanding and beast taming ability. It was the same gap that separated him from Zhang Xiu. His voice was dry and hoarse as he managed to utter with immense difficulty. I concede. The moment the words left his lips, the mud receded as if alive, revealing the ironclad bear, covered in filth and its aura utterly spent. It collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Its eyes held no trace of fury now, only profound exhaustion and an instinctive dread of that muddy swamp. This old bear nearly suffocated in there. All that brute strength was useless. It had lost. Boda finished his descent and stood quietly beside Zhang Xiu. Though his breathing was slightly hurried, his presence remained steady and unshakable, like an immovable mountain. After a brief silence, the stands where Jiang Pingqing sat erupted in deafening cheers, the roar nearly lifting the roof. They won. They really won. Brother Xiu is unbeatable. Boda is awesome. A crushing victory against a higher tier opponent. That's what you call a tactical genius. SSS tier genius. Undeniably. The commentator's voice cracked with excitement. Unbelievable. Incredible. Mid-warrior tier Boda, with a combat power of 5,000, defeated the ironclad berserker bear, a beast nearly reaching commander tier. This is a textbook tactical victory. Zhang Xiu. With unparalleled command and profound mastery of pet skills, he showed us what true genius looks like. What it means to be an SSS tier special recruit at Qilin Academy. VIP box. Lin Zhangyang clapped his hands and laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with admiration. Absolutely brilliant. His mastery of skill combinations has reached perfection. Using subterranean dive to create localized softening and disrupt the mud wave structure for destabilization, a stroke of genius. Su Hua, this young man has boundless potential. Su Hua's face flushed with excitement. Yes, Senior Lin. We've struck gold. Su Hongda's heart finally settled. Watching the spirited youth below, a genuine smile spread across his face. The glory of Jiangping City will shine even brighter. Ding Jia slumped back into his chair. His gaze drifted from the dazed Yao Qiu on the field to Zhang Xiu, bathed in countless spotlights. His heart was filled with complex emotions. Defeated utterly and completely. He finally understood why Qilin Academy had been willing to offer an SSS-level contract. Min Jiamu withdrew his gaze, drew a deep breath, and turned to leave. There was nothing left to see. The gap was simply too vast. His opponent hadn't even forced Zhang Xiu to unleash her beast taming technique before being completely outmaneuvered, utterly powerless to retaliate. The regret she felt for missing out on Zhang Xiu was now intensified by the battle unfolding before her. Such a talent, and she hadn't managed to recruit her. Sigh. On the field. Zhang Xiu approached Yao Qiu, showing no victor's arrogance, merely extending his hand calmly. You fought well. Your strength is formidable. But anger is a double-edged sword. Yao Qiu looked at Zhang Xiu's outstretched hand, then met his calm gaze. There was no mockery, no pity, only an objective assessment of his opponent's skill and a hint of guidance. He recalled Zhang Xiu's words during the fight. Anger is the most powerful emotion, but when you ride its fury too fast, you forget to watch your path. Those words now thundered like a bolt of lightning in his mind. Before, he had merely felt chastised, but now he grasped their profound meaning. It wasn't merely pointing out tactical flaws, it was awakening him to the true essence of combat. Power must be guided by wisdom. Yao Qiu gripped Zhang Xiu's hand tightly. The disappointment in his eyes faded, replaced by a steadier, more determined light. He hadn't lost to raw power, but to a superior mastery of beast control. Thank you. I'll be stronger next time. Yao Qiu declared with unwavering resolve. Zhang Xiu smiled faintly. I look forward to it. By then, Su Qingxing, Wang Xiaoyu, Wang Wenle, and the others had already rushed down the slope, cheering as they surrounded Zhang Xiu. So cool, Zhang Xiu. Way to go, Pota. You scared the hell out of me just now. I thought you were going to get beaten up. Zhang Xiu smiled as he ruffled Bota's hair, then turned to Su Qingxing. The goggles you gave me are really useful. Su Qingxing's ears flushed slightly, but her smile remained bright. After today's victory, Zhang Xiu's reputation as an SSS tier prodigy would once again set the internet ablaze, becoming a legendary topic of conversation throughout Jiangping City and even Qingzhou. Chapter 68, The Villains Will Break Out of Prison. Bro, you've gotten so strong. What am I supposed to do? Quick, teach me some moves. I'm dying to improve. Wang Wenle crouched down, wrapped his arms around Zhang Xiu's thigh, and adopted the demeanor of a neglected child on the verge of tears as he cried out. To get stronger, he'd even throw his pride to the wind. But this was his own brother. Forget clinging to his leg if it meant getting stronger, he'd even call him dad, and his own father would surely approve, giving him a thumbs up and saying, that's my boy. Flexible and resilient. Zhang Xiu was both amused and exasperated. He quickly pulled Wang Wenle up and said, all right. Get up first. Once we get back, I'll give you a training plan. I won't promise you'll get into some top-tier school, but getting into a Beastmaster Academy within the 9 provinces should be no problem. Dad. You're truly my real father. I can't wait to get stronger. Wang Wenle, hearing there was hope, shouted excitedly. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter, but Wang Wenle paid no heed to their stares. Joking aside, in this power-obsessed society, if you're strong enough, you can even make others call you dad. Zhang Xiu had also weighed the matter carefully before deciding to let Wang Wenle go out and aim for a prestigious academy. The 9 great academies were too difficult for Wang Wenle, and the pressure there was immense. Even with her help to get him in, he wouldn't last long. She couldn't be by his side every moment to assist him. However, first-tier prestigious schools like the Qingzhou Beihai Beastmaster Academy, where Wang Xiaoyu and Su Qingxing aspired to enroll, were suitable options. At least there, he could absorb a wealth of Beastmaster knowledge. He wouldn't fall too far behind or grow to hate studying. Zhang Xiu, you're going to be a big shot from now on. Come on, let's celebrate. It's on me. Wang Xiaoyu patted her chest, tugged Su Qingxing's arm, and smiled at Zhang Xiu and the others. All right. Zhang Xiu nodded in agreement. Amidst the cheers of the arena, they made their way toward the exit. Meanwhile, Yao Qiu, having gathered his thoughts after the defeat, sighed and turned in another direction. Does he even deserve the S-Class special recruitment contract from the Wilderness War Beast Academy? What a disappointment he didn't land a single punch the entire time. What a waste of time, and I was the one rooting for him. I reckon from now on, whenever anyone mentions Zhang Xiu, they'll think of Yao Qiu as the stepping stone. He'll likely carry the shadow of this duel for the rest of his life. But Zhang Xiu really is formidable, it's no surprise Yao Qiu couldn't match him. With his skills? I could have beaten him too, both lost without landing a single punch. The spectators' comments from the stands were especially harsh. Yao Qiu clenched his fists, saying nothing. One day, he would grow stronger. He would stand before Zhang Xiu once more and prove he wasn't trash. Meanwhile, the VIP guests began filing out of their boxes. Some were exhilarated, some disappointed, and some felt it had been well worth the trip. Old Lin, are you leaving already? Yes, I have matters to attend to at the school. I'll just wait there for Zhang Xiu to come. I wonder how well Zhang Xiu will score on the college entrance exam. I'd say 735 points or higher should be no problem. The maximum is 750 points, wouldn't that make him the top scorer? He's a top-tier genius at Qilin Academy, our very own Qilin prodigy. Becoming the top scorer wouldn't be surprising at all. Exactly. Just thinking about Jiangping City producing a top scorer gets me excited. But becoming the top scorer isn't easy. There's always someone better out there. The Federation is vast, spanning thousands of miles across 9 provinces with 1,000 guardian cities. There are bound to be other SSS-tier geniuses out there, we can't underestimate them. Right. I was just daydreaming. Even if Zhang Xiu doesn't become the top scorer, he's still the pride of Jiangping City.
Chairman Su, this is where I'll part ways.
No need to see me off.
Su Hongda watched Lin Zhengyang and Su Hua depart in their aircraft with a broad smile, his heart filled with profound emotion.
What kind of golden age would Jiangping City usher in?
I hear Zhang Xiu comes from a modest background.
With this special recruitment opportunity, it should alleviate some of his financial burdens. If it's still insufficient, the Beastmaster Association can step in to provide resources. Consider it a recruitment incentive. This is a promising talent, we can't let him be wasted by other guilds or companies. He couldn't help but think. Just as he was about to have the arena cleaned up and return to the Beastmaster Association building. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the sky.
A crimson dragon of flame surged from Jiangping City, the fire element skill of some Beastmaster's pet.
Private combat is strictly prohibited within this city.
Any Beastmaster causing disturbances or destruction will face legal consequences and be hunted down by the Beastmaster Association. After the fiery dragon ascended, the area was shrouded in smoke and dust, with collapsed buildings, the casualties unknown. The city was protected by barriers both to shield its citizens from external beast attacks and to weaken spiritual energy, minimizing pet beast damage. That such devastation occurred despite the barriers meant the perpetrator was at least a gold-grade Beastmaster.
How dare you! Su Hongda's face darkened with fury. He never imagined that immediately after the grand event at the arena concluded, someone would cause trouble in Jiangping City. He summoned his pet beast, a colorful Yuan, at the peak of Lord class and leapt onto its back, immediately racing toward the scene. Simultaneously, he shouted to the surrounding personnel, "Dispatch people immediately to the scene to maintain order and evacuate the crowd." Yes. Staff members responded.
Xia Liangkai, among the staff, witnessed the scene and felt a twinge of fear.
As one of Jiangping City's few elite masters, Su Hongda had reached the early platinum tier.
With 5 beast companions under his command, the strongest being a king tier beast, he was more than capable of handling most crises. But when he arrived at the scene and discovered the police station prison had been targeted, his mood worsened considerably. Ahem, Chairman Su, the police chief emerged from the rubble, bloodied and with one of his beast companions slain. The criminal who previously attempted to harm Miss Su was rescued by someone far too powerful, at least a peak gold tier.
I couldn't stop them. The police chief emerged from the ruins, bloodstained and having lost one of his beast companions. He was furious. Countless civilians had been killed or injured, and several police officers had fallen despite being under his protection. Madman. A lawless outlaw, completely beyond the law. How dare he cause trouble and break out of prison in Jiangping City? Launch a citywide manhunt. Access all surveillance footage from surrounding areas. Dispatch the Beastmaster Association's enforcement Beastmasters to apprehend the fugitive. Su Hongda shouted through gritted teeth. Beyond him, the Beastmaster Association possessed enforcement Beastmasters, entities standing above the police force, granted the authority to apprehend and eliminate fugitives. Even their lowest-ranked members were peak silver tier Beastmasters. A total of 5 teams, each led by a gold tier Beastmaster, commenced the manhunt. Meanwhile, in a corner district of Jiangping City, a figure in black robes sat atop a massive hound-like beast, one hand gripping Li Jin. He snorted coldly, to be captured by a mere student. What a disgrace to our evil gang. Li Jin, now extremely weakened, sighed, that student is no ordinary person. I was careless. I believe his name is Zhang Xiu. He's been making quite a splash lately, an SSS tier genius from Qilin Academy. Oh? Then forget about revenge. Qilin Academy isn't someone you want to mess with. Heh, you're scared? Aren't you the most reckless one in our gang? Scared of Qilin Academy? You know nothing. Forget it. We'll discuss this when we get back. If I hadn't feared you couldn't withstand the mental coercion and spill the evil gang's secrets, I wouldn't have bothered saving you. Let's go. The giant hound pet leapt, soaring over the walls of Jiangping City. Outside lay a vast wilderness, the ground stained black and red. Behind them, 5 groups of law enforcement Beastmasters were closing in. Chapter 69, Upgrading D-grade potions, Black Market leads. What's going on? What's that noise? Zhang Xiu, who was having a gathering in the restaurant, lifted her eyes and looked out the window. She saw a fiery dragon soaring upward, exploding mid-air into a burst of fireworks, followed by a thick cloud of black smoke billowing up. Clearly, this was no ordinary occurrence, and that fire dragon was no firework. Could it be criminals causing trouble? Jiangping City's public safety was generally good, but every year there were still a few cases of beast tamers committing crimes, even bank robberies. I'll ask Dad. Su Qingqing dialed a number on her phone. The line crackled with static, and her father's furious voice came through. After she inquired about the incident, Su Hongda's rage subsided slightly. He informed her that the outlaws had broken out of prison and warned her to be cautious outside. Zhang Xiu, do you remember that criminal, Li Jin? Su Qingqing hung up, her expression turning shocked as she looked at Zhang Xiu and said, "He's escaped." Hearing this, Zhang Xiu frowned. She never imagined that the gang member she personally sent to prison would actually escape. This meant they'd lost a crucial lead. But considering the gang's future actions and their deep-rooted, vast underground network, it was hardly surprising Jiangping City couldn't hold him. After all, the strongest here was only a gold-tier beast tamer. The extra cautious out there, they might retaliate.
Xingxing, Xiaoyu, try to stick together as much as possible lately.
Everyone, hurry up and eat. We'll head back after we finish. Zhang Xiu announced.
Hearing trouble was brewing, everyone quickly began eating. As they parted ways, Zhang Xiu also customized an evolution path for Wang Wenle, one that could ultimately lead to an epic tier bloodline.
Higher tiers existed, but presenting them would be inappropriate, and given his family's circumstances, he couldn't afford S-tier resources anyway.
Generally, an epic tier bloodline could be evolved using A-tier resources. Even this gesture moved Wang Wenle to tears.
He called out, "Foster father. Back home."
Zhang Xiu took stock of his current resources. Over 12 million Federation coins, E-grade tough vines, D-grade star mist crystals, and his self-made E-grade water spirit potions. Along with other worthless odds and ends, she wasn't actually that well off.
First, rent a house. This place was too cramped, even Boda couldn't train properly here.
After pondering, he sent a message to his uncle, Xiao Liangkai, asking him to help find a villa with an open view and a lawn, with an annual rent not exceeding 500,000. Once he finished his college entrance exams and left Jiangping City, this villa would be left for his uncle to live in. Once he became wealthy, he would purchase it outright to serve as his Jiangping City base. Additionally, the effects of the E-grade water spirit potion were no longer sufficient for Boda. He needed to develop a more advanced formula. Thanks to the greater resources, Boda had now reached the mid-stage of the war general realm. But such advancement is excessively extravagant. A single greater resource costs at least several million. If he relied solely on greater resources for advancement, he'd be broke in less than 2 days. Zhang Xiu approached the desk, took a sheet of paper, and began writing down materials while deep in thought. In his previous life, while researching beast bloodlines, he had developed potions. Thus, modifying and crafting potions posed no difficulty. Soon, he had listed the ingredients for 3 potions. 2 of them were suitable for Boda. They were D-grade water separating potion and D-grade earth grounding potion. These 2 potions would enable the continuous fusion and qualitative transformation of the dual-element spiritual energy within Boda's body, allowing for stable and rapid growth during his war general stage, all without side effects. However, their price would be significantly higher than that of an E-grade water spirit potion. The production cost per bottle was approximately 50,000 credits, and when sold on the market, they were expected to fetch 70,000 to 80,000 credits. The other potion is suited for the illusion flame butterfly, the E-grade honey spirit restoring potion. It accelerates the butterfly's growth, allowing it to skip its juvenile stage upon birth and enter maturity earlier. This potion is rather unique, and he intends to keep it for personal use rather than selling it. Besides, even if he did sell it, few would likely want it. The black market connection must not be severed. Some materials could be sourced from that Tong manager, while the rest easier to obtain ingredients would be sold separately to prevent anyone from reverse engineering the formula. Zhang Xiu picked up the paper, reviewed it once more, and after confirming there were no errors or omissions, burned it to ashes with his lighter. After completing these tasks, he donned his black clothing and black fox mask, preparing to head to the black market. He had agreed with Tong Xian to supply 30 bottles of water spirit potion weekly. The week had just passed, and the other party was probably already impatiently waiting. Black market. Zhang Xiu navigated the bustling passageways, nearing the exit. Several beast tamers nearby, bearing the telltale traits of black market peddlers, whispered among themselves. "Damn, he's gone mad." "You bet. They just blew up the southern prison district, killed a bunch of people. Su Honda's enforcement squad is going nuts. Heard it was just to snatch one person? Who's got that kind of clout? Who the hell knows? All we heard from the rumors is that it's the work of some big organization outside, the Villains Guild. The one who pulled the trigger must be at least gold tier." The Villains Guild? How did those lunatics end up targeting our little town? Who knows? Word is the guy thereafter got taken down by some student recently. Whoa! Messing with those desperados. That student's in for trouble. Not necessarily. Those guys managed to escape the law enforcement squad and made it all the way to the Zhozhou region. Jiangping City doesn't have jurisdiction there. Looks like the outlaws' prison break caused quite a stir. He glanced over, and upon seeing someone watching, the others immediately stopped talking. Seeing this, Zhang Xiu lost interest. No matter where those villains had gone, he would strike hard against their forces whenever he got the chance. He would not allow this evil force to disrupt and jeopardize the Third Beast War. He exited the passageway and arrived at the designated meeting spot, where he spotted a lean, middle-aged man with sharp, shrewd eyes. "Mr. Black Fox. You finally arrived." Tong Xiuxian's face immediately lit up with the characteristic warm smile of a merchant upon recognizing the familiar Black Fox mask. He hurried forward, his voice tinged with urgency. "We've been waiting anxiously all week. We nearly thought you'd left Jiangping City, not a single word from you. Your water spirit potion sells like hotcakes. We've been completely out of stock. Our regular customers have been pestering us daily, practically shouting their heads off. Zhang Xiu smiled faintly.
Some matters delayed me.
30 bottles at the previously agreed price. He pulled a sturdy medicine case from beneath his wide cloak and handed it over. Tong Xiuxian's eyes lit up as he hurriedly opened the case to inspect its contents. Inside, 30 perfectly sealed pale blue vials were neatly stacked. The familiar pure water element energy fluctuations deepened the smile on his face.
Here's 500,000 Federation credits. Please take good care of them. He produced 500,000 credit cards, exchanging goods for payment with a smile.
Zhang Xiu nodded and tucked them away before speaking. You can contact me using this communication code going forward. I'll also inform you in advance if anything comes up.
Does Ling Yaoxing require higher grade potions? I can also produce those. Tong Xiuxian, sensing an opening, inquired cautiously, what tier?
Grade D. Here are the effect descriptions for the Li Shui potion and Dikuan potion. Zhang Xiu handed him a prepared sheet of paper. After Tong Xiuxian finished reading, he was utterly astonished. He became even more convinced that this mysterious alchemist before him likely hailed from a prestigious university outside Jiangping City, perhaps even a professor of alchemy.
To be honest, I really want these potions.
But Lingyao Trading started as a materials supplier.
We haven't established ourselves in the potion industry yet.
Even if we offered D-grade potions at a lower price, those beast masters wouldn't dare to buy them lightly. Tong Xiuxian hesitated for a moment before speaking.
These D-grade potions are positioned at a slightly higher tier. He fears that if he brings them back, sales might not take off.
Zhang Xiu smiled.
You can go back and discuss it with your boss.
Any potion shop aiming for success needs high-tier potions. If we keep selling only cheap E-grade potions, people will associate Lingyao with low-cost, low-end products.
Business demands a long-term perspective.
As for boosting sales, I'm sure your boss has plenty of strategies.
Tong Xiuxian paused, then gritted his teeth and agreed. All right, I'll consult the boss when I return. If possible, how should we price this D-grade potion?
Zhang Xiu offered a figure. I'll sell it to you for 70,000 a bottle. You can sell it for 90,000, even 100,000. As long as we can generate buzz, I believe pricing won't be an issue. After all, other major companies charge over 100,000 for a single bottle of side effect-free D-grade enhancement serum. Alright, I'll contact you via my communicator when I have news. Also, gather these materials for me: 1 liter of D-grade dew grass extract, 500 grams of earth breath crystal powder, and 3 drops of cold spring essence.
Tong Xiuxian assured repeatedly, 2 days max no. I'll have it all ready by tomorrow night. Chapter 70, 2 days, 1,000,000 profits. The birth of the illusion flame butterfly. A new potion? And D-grade? Wang Chengye froze upon hearing Tong Xiuxian's request. Yes, Mr. Wang.
He mentioned he'll continue supplying E-grade water spirit potions.
If you want something better, he can develop D-grade potions. Here's the pricing note he provided.
Tong Xiuxian handed the note to him and said, this decision rests with you, Mr. Wang.
Wang Chengye snatched the note and scrutinized it under the lamp.
All priced at 70,000, with effects listed inside.
Grade D water separating potion, specially formulated for water-type pets. Long-term use significantly purifies and activates internal water elemental energy, enhancing affinity and fluidity.
Suitable for daily energy refinement and recovery for War General tier and early Commander tier pets. No significant side effects. Efficacy surpasses standard D-grade water attribute cultivation potions by approximately 30%.
Grade D Earth Strengthening Potion, specialized for Earth-type pets.
Deeply fortifies the pet's primal Earth elemental pathways, solidifying foundations while substantially enhancing spirit energy condensation and Earth-based defensive capabilities. Again, no side effects, with effectiveness surpassing standard potions by 30%.
What a pleasant surprise.
Our E-grade water spirit potion has already established a reputation in the low-end market, and this new D-grade product directly targets the mid-range market. But it comes with certain risks. He snapped his head up to look at Tong Xiuxian and asked, does he have samples of these 2 potions?
Quantity? How stable is the supply?
Tong Xiuxian immediately replied, no finished products yet, but he left a partial list of materials.
Regarding supply stability, he gave me an unfamiliar contact number this time.
As long as we don't interrupt material supply, his end should be fine. Wang Chengye slammed his fist on the table, his resolve firm. Good.
Very good. Arrange it. E-grade must remain uninterrupted. D-grade will be rolled out gradually.
Once the shipment arrives, prioritize limited quantities for our existing clients. Scarcity breeds value. Once they've used it, they'll know how exceptional Black Fox's products are.
Understood, Mr. Wang. Tong Xiuxian sought his plan to expand the D-grade potion market. Though concern flashed across his face, excitement dominated. After all, any losses wouldn't affect him personally, it was the boss's money. But if they made a killing, his annual income as sales manager would skyrocket. Wang Chengye stood up and glanced at the city power distribution map on the desk. Jinhui, by Keoj. Relying on their capital backing, they've been suppressing Lingyao all along. Now, our chance has come. Li Shui and Dikuan, these are the two sharp blades we'll use to break their monopoly. I'm going to make Ling Yao's name known in Jianping City. 2 days later, Zhang Xiu received the resources delivered by Tongxiu Xian and successfully crafted 30 bottles of Li Shui and Dikuan potions, netting a profit of 600,000. Meanwhile, the E-grade water spirit potion yielded over 10,000 Federation credits per bottle, and he delivered 30 bottles this time. Combined, these 2 days netted 1 million Federation coins. It must be said, alchemy truly is the most lucrative profession. Unfortunately, sourcing materials takes time, and he'd work day and night to meet this demand. He'd stick to weekly deliveries from now on. The current quantity is small but sufficient for Ling Yaoxing to sell. Once sales volume increases, I'll ramp up production. After sending a message to Tongxiu Xian, he delivered the potions through the black market. After completing these tasks, he turned his attention inward to his beast taming space. The butterfly eggs were hatching. The illusion flame butterfly was about to emerge. Finally, they were about to emerge. This red, pure-blooded lineage, its newborn, would already be at the late soldier grade level. Zhang Xiu sensed its energy fluctuations and exclaimed with delight. Previously it had the aura of an early soldier tier, but now it's stronger, likely the result of fully absorbing all the A-grade and S-grade resources. Meanwhile, within the beast taming space, Pota stared at the butterfly egg with a wide-eyed, adorable expression. Pop! Pop! My little brother or sister is about to hatch? What will they look like? So tiny. Suddenly, the iridescent butterfly egg reached its peak luminosity. Fine cracks spread across its surface like a spider's web. Invisible spiritual fluctuations intertwined with searing fire elemental energy, forming a peculiar rhythm. Pop! Pota crouched nervously beside it, shielding the butterfly egg as if guarding a fragile treasure. Snap! A crisp sound, like jade shattering. A pair of wings, thin and nearly transparent, as if carved from the purest crystal, pierced through the eggshell's confinement first. As the wings unfolded, countless shimmering specks of light scattered like stardust, bathing the entire beast taming space in an ethereal, dreamlike glow. Silent ripples of spiritual energy spread through the air. Bota's eyes glazed over, as if he had fallen into the phantom dream woven by the illusion flame butterfly. A butterfly, petite and delicate, no larger than an adult's palm, spread its wings and flew away from the chrysalis. Its body shimmered in a deep, translucent purple. With each flutter of its wings, specks of light scattered down enchanting, ethereal dust. At this moment, it curiously surveyed the beast taming space, clearly unable to fully control its own power. Name, Illusion Flame Butterfly. Bloodline, South Sea Phantom Butterfly. Level, Red Perfection. Realm, Late Soldier Grade. Skills, Hallucinogenic Dust, Blazing Storm, Drunken Dream Melody, Flames. Born. Zhang Xiu's heart surged as he felt the spiritual connection deepen instantly. A pure, curious consciousness tinged with a hint of attachment was reaching out through the power of the contract, touching his own spiritual energy. Little one, welcome to this world. Zhang Xiu smiled sincerely. Put away your hallucinogenic dust first, or Pota will get anxious later. Hearing this, the phantom flame butterfly turned its gaze to the catfish-like giant before it. It fluttered its wings once, and in the next second, all the hallucinogenic dust vanished. Bota, who had unexpectedly been affected, quickly regained consciousness and gasped in surprise. Boo! Is this its little brother or sister? It gestured curiously from the side, cautiously extending its 3-toed claws as if wanting to touch these newly born lives. The illusion flame butterfly gracefully spun in midair, evading Pota's 3-clawed paws. Then, curiously, it flew above its round, large head, scattering specks of stardust as if offering a gesture of friendship. Emotion 35. Emotion 15. One from Pota, one from the phantom flame butterfly. Watching the two pets begin to interact, Zhang Xiu smiled with satisfaction. With a thought, the phantom flame butterfly transformed into a streak of light, appearing in the room of the real world. Even as it restrained its power and reality, that unique aura, a blend of ethereal spirit and fiery vitality, remained difficult to conceal entirely. The very air in the room seemed to brim with vitality because of its presence. The phantom flame butterfly fluttered its wings, circling Zhang Xiu once before landing on his outstretched fingertip and gently folding its wings. From today onward, I shall call you Glow. Zhang Xiu smiled, bestowing a name upon his new companion. The illusionary flame butterfly's wings quivered slightly, conveying a sense of contentment. Emotion 99. Chapter 71, So many female students want sterilization? The next day. It's Zhang Xiu. Xiu, look at me, look at me. Wow. He's so handsome. If only I could get a high residential poster of him, I'd definitely hang it above my bed. I heard he's got something going on with Su Qingxing and is entangled with Wang Xiaoyu. Wonder if it's a love triangle? So eager for some gossip. Love triangle? All just gossip. Brother Xiu wouldn't even glance at them. At most, he'd be friends with them. Exactly. You know what an SSS tier genius is? Brother Xiu will marry the eldest daughters of major clans someday, just like in those trending short dramas.
The moment Zhang Xiu returned to campus, countless juniors swarmed the corridors, gazing at him with eyes brimming with excitement, admiration, curiosity, and even speculation. Once he entered the classroom, the atmosphere was noticeably quieter than outside. Some classmates scratched their heads awkwardly. After all, they had once mocked Zhang Xiu. How could they now have the nerve to fawn over him like the younger students? Only Wang Wenle stood casually with his arm around Zhang Xiu's shoulder, chatting freely, a sight that drew envious glances from their classmates. With Zhang Xiu by his side, Wang Wenle's future was bound to be bright. An SSS tier genius was a guaranteed platinum-level beast tamer in the making. Even the smallest trickle of resources would be more than enough to secure Wang Wenle's future. Brother Xiu, that training plan you designed for me really works. I feel like I could take on a war general tier beast now. Wang Wenle said with a grin. You've barely scratched the surface. Don't get too cocky. Keep your focus and improve steadily, Zhang Xiu advised. Don't worry, I get it. I haven't told a soul. I'm just waiting for the day of the college entrance exam to prove myself like you. I'll stay quiet until I make a stunning breakthrough. Wang Wenle declared, chest puffed out. Just then, class monitor Shan Yuyun approached with a smile. She was one of the few in the class who could actually hold a conversation with Zhang Xiu, largely because she'd never mocked or bullied him back in the day. Zhang Xiu, my second pet beast contracted a September pig. I want to have it neutered before the college entrance exam. Could you help me? After all, I trust your skills more than any pet shop out there. Hearing this, Zhang Xiu looked up and smiled. No problem. Be at the neutering clinic at 3 p.m. Pay the fee at the front desk. All right. Seeing Zhang Xiu agree, Shan Yuyun turned away with a delighted expression. Wang Wenle nudged Zhang Xiu's waist and teased, sure, you probably don't realize how many female students across campus want you to spay them. You'll likely be exhausted, collapsed on the operating table by the end of today. That sounds kinda weird coming from you, Zhang Xiu chuckled. Each procedure only takes 20 or 30 minutes. How tired could I possibly get? Ha! Just don't come crying to me later. By 3 in the afternoon, the corridor outside the sterilization department was already packed with people. A long line snaked its way through the corridor, nearly blocking half of it. The line was entirely made up of girls. Some nervously clutched their pet beast cages, others whispered to each other, all eyes fixed on the spaying and neutering surgery room door at the end of the corridor. Zhang Xiu stared at the astonishingly long appointment list in her hand, densely packed with at least 40 or 50 names. He glanced up at the scene, which resembled a fan meet and greet event. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. This day was never going to end. Should I assign some to Teacher Su? Zhang Xiu swallowed hard and asked the front desk, but the receptionist shook her head and whined. Teacher Su is out on a business trip again, and they specifically requested you for the sterilization. If you refuse, they might cause trouble. Zhang Xiu sighed and said, then please see if you can reschedule the next 20 appointments for tomorrow. Sure thing. No problem at all. As long as you're performing the sterilizations, I'm sure they'll all agree, the receptionist replied excitedly. Oh, and I just contracted a new pet beast. Could you help me spay it later too? Zhang Xiu looked at the phone in her hand, opened the camera app, and gazed at her expectantly. It was unclear whether she was just taking photos for social media or genuinely wanted to spay her pet. Zhang Xiu, over here. Shan Yuyun waved from the front of the line, cradling a slightly clumsy September piglet. Xiu. Go for it. We're rooting for you. Wang Wenle had somehow slipped into the outer circle of the girls, poking his head out with a smug grin, clearly eager to see Zhang Xiu work his magic. Zhang Xiu composed himself, nodded to Shan Yuyun, signaling she could take her pet inside. Over the next few hours, the area outside the sterilization surgery room became the liveliest spot on campus. Zhang Xiu displayed surgical skill beyond his years, calm, swift, and meticulous. Her surgical movements were clean and precise, wound management flawless, and she even provided mental soothing to help the pets recover faster. Each time the door opened and closed, it was accompanied by a girl exclaiming in awe as she carried her little eunuch pet away. Wow! Zhang Xiu is amazing. I heard that even high-end clinics off campus require observation after this procedure, but with Zhang, you can take your pet home right away, no stress at all. Her technique is way better than that senior vet my dad found. The girl's praise spread like wildfire across campus. Someone even snapped a photo of Zhang Xiu's focused profile during surgery and posted it on the campus forum. The titles Academic Superstar School Dr. Zhang Xiu and Sterilization Master spread like wildfire. All Zhang Xiu could do was shrug helplessly. Guess that's the perks of fame. At least he wouldn't have to worry about emotion points for a while. After completing the sterilization procedure on the last scheduled pet beast of the day, he glanced at his emotion points in the system. They had accumulated to 6,520 points. His duel with Yao Qiu had yielded less than 1,000 emotion points, yet this afternoon's surgeries had added nearly 3,000. Indeed, neutering was the primary source for earning emotion points. Zhang Xiu considered opening a sterilization clinic near the university. Business might be decent. Beyond sterilization, he could also experiment with collecting and researching exotic beast bloodlines.
Think about it, other people's neutering is just neutering.
But his sterilization enhances the purity of pet beasts' bloodlines.
Same procedure, but yours will be stronger. Customers would definitely choose his shop. But why is the maximum emotion point cap only 99? Was there no way to break through? Or was it not intense enough? Could it be related to his cultivation level?
Zhang Xiu rubbed her slightly sore wrists as she walked home, glancing at the emotional point deposit details in her mind with curiosity.
Seems I'll need to dig deeper into this later. See if other verbal triggers could make the pet beast's emotions fluctuate more wildly, making it view him as even more despicable than its father's killer. I really need to learn how to taunt and provoke my pet beast. He sighed, then his phone suddenly rang. Opening it, he saw it was his uncle Xiao Liangsai's number. Chapter 72, Training Pet Beasts, 10,000 Spins. Hey, Xiao Xiu. Xiao Liangsai's voice carried uncontrollable laughter. I've picked out the place Qinghe Garden in the east of town. It's a 3-story villa with a small garden. The view is absolutely unobstructed, perfect for POTA's training.
The rent's settled at 380,000 a year. Also, with the money you gave me, I bought a pet beast egg.
It just hatched.
The scene shifts as Xiao Liangsai's video call connects.
The background showed his living room with a small creature crouched nearby.
It was a fluffy, round little creature about the size of a basketball. Its entire body was covered in soft, fluffy dark brown fur, making it look like a little ball.
Its limbs were short and stubby, seemingly hidden within its thick coat.
A pair of large, round eyes dominated most of its face, like the purest black obsidian, gazing curiously at the communicator. Most peculiar was the tuft of tender green hair on its forehead, meticulously styled into a spiraling, upward curling tuft. It swayed gently, like a young sprout breaking through the soil. The shopkeeper called it a cotton grass breed beast, a superior green-blooded specimen costing 800,000 Federation credits. It didn't require intense combat skills and would grow into a primary defensive and support pet beast.
Could this little thing really protect me? Xiao Liangsai's face betrayed a hint of pain at the hefty expense. Fluffy grass seed beast? A flicker of understanding crossed Zhang Xiu's eyes.
It was indeed an excellent early-game pet beast, gentle and excelling in protection and healing. Upon maturity, its fluffy fur hardens into a natural shield, while its signature tuft, a symbol of vitality, absorbs earth energy to emit healing light. For Uncle, who wasn't particularly adept at offense and had a gentle disposition, it was practically tailor-made. Its formidable defense would perfectly suit the logistical support roles required by the Beastmaster Association, maximizing his personal safety. Excellent choice, Uncle. Zhang Xiu smiled. It has tremendous potential, a truly exceptional beast. Don't rush. I'll compile a detailed training manual and its future evolution path for you in the next few days.
Got it. I'll head to the villa now and show you around. All right.
After the call ended, Xiao Liang gazed at the little grass ball rubbing against his pant leg, purring softly. He sighed affectionately, bending down to pick it up.
Little ball, you've got to make us proud from now on.
The little ball nestled comfortably in his arms. The tender green sprout glowed a little brighter.
Could this strange beast, with its adorable, dopey appearance, truly grow up? Xiao Liang had no doubts, trusting his nephew's words completely.
Back to Zhang Xiu's side. At the Qinghe Garden in the eastern part of the city, he glanced at the villa and, thoroughly satisfied, had his uncle sign the lease agreement. He also shared everything he knew about the Mian grass seed beast's evolutionary path with his uncle.
Once this little creature matured, it could reach the epic bloodline sovereign tier, capable of controlling the flora of an entire mountain of formidable foe.
There are no trash pets, only pet tamers who don't know how to cultivate them.
After securing the villa, Zhang Xiu spent a day completing the move.
As for the old house, he didn't sell it. After all, it was left by his parents and served as a cherished memory.
He certainly didn't need the money anyway. Several days later, in the garden of Qinghe Garden Villa. That's right, POTA. Control your strength.
Zhang Xiu stood outside the white fence, shouting at Boda inside, who was training so intensely the ground trembled beneath him. Here, there's no need to worry about disturbing the neighbors, he could freely hone his skills. Boda sat in the center of the lawn, earth-colored spiritual energy seeping through his 3 clawed paws into the ground.
With a low growl, it let out a pop.
5 meters away, the earth surged like a living creature, piling into half-meter-high circular barriers in wave after wave.
Then, abruptly, it withdrew its power.
The circular barrier collapsed silently, leaving no trace.
My control has improved.
Zhang Xiu murmured with a smile. Her mid-warrior tier spiritual power was now sufficient to sustain POTA's continuous skill experimentation and simulate minor terrain alterations. Yesterday's training had also given birth to an entirely new skill, mud swamp solidification. This was a control skill formed by combining ground tremor with water domain. It had been demonstrated during the duel with Yao Qiu, but this time, the activation speed was 0.8 seconds faster than in the duel. The phantom flame butterfly streaked toward him, its wingtips shimmering with an ethereal stardust that refracted rainbows in the sunlight.
This is the unconscious dissipation of spiritual energy. Time for your training, little one.
Zhang Xiu called out to Liu Guan, who fluttered gracefully to the center of the garden. The specially designed target hanging on the fence instantly lit up with a red glow.
This training device, assembled by Zhang Xiu using E-grade materials, could measure Liu Guan's skill intensity in real time.
If conditions had been better, he could have made it even more perfect.
Fiery storm, minimum output.
The command had barely left his lips when Liu Guan's wings spread wide. A scorching airwave erupted from its palm-sized body as 3 fist-sized crimson fireballs blasted toward the target in a triangular formation.
Boom! Upon impact, the 3 fireballs transformed into miniature tornadoes, rising into the air. The target's readings flashed: fire elemental impact, peak soldier grade. Not bad. Zhang Xiu smiled. The potential of the pure red bloodline was unleashed. Though born only days ago, the Phantom Flame Butterfly's fire elemental output already approached the threshold of the War General tier.
But this was far from its limit.
The most formidable aspect remained the Phantom Flame Butterfly's other abilities. Now, layering psychedelic dust.
Streams of light swirled around her, scattering crystal and sparks. As the dust touched the still burning fire tornado, a sudden transformation occurred.
The crimson whirlwind turns blue, its heat waves now laced with mental interference. The garden air refracts into distorted ripples from the intense heat.
Pota, training nearby, felt the effects too, experiencing a sudden dizziness.
Pfft. What's wrong? What's happening to me? Keep your distance.
Zhang Xiu shouted to Liu Guan, guide the flame trajectory shift left 15 degrees, 5 meters. Liu Guang's compound eyes glowed faintly. The drifting fire tornado seemed guided by invisible threads, moving out of the range affecting Boda before gradually fading away.
Emotion 15 Boda. Emotion 99 Liu Guang.
Liu Guang was overjoyed to have fulfilled his master's command. Zhang Xiu, having gained some more emotion points, smiled and said, it worked after all. He had long noticed the compatibility between these two skills. In his past life's research, he discovered that the bloodline of the South Sea Phantom Butterfly concealed a symbiotic connection between spirit and flame. The scene before him now confirmed his hypothesis. Flame could serve as a vessel for psychic attacks.
Training concluded.
Zhang Xiu instructed Boda and Liu Guang to rest, then had the villa butler tidy up the garden. Returning to his room, he saw his accumulated emotion points had reached 10,000. All this time, neutering pets nearly drove him mad, but finally, he had 10,000.
Time to spin the wheel. Let's see what treasures this 10,000 point spin unlocks.
Zhang Xiu chuckled excitedly, then focused his mind.
10,000 emotion points were consumed.
The wheel spun rapidly, countless orbs of light streaking past his vision. Finally, a golden orb shot out from the wheel. Seeing that golden light, he knew it had to be something good.
Here it comes. Let me see what it is. Chapter 73, Mountains and Rivers Stand Firm, Time Rolls Back.
The consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness. A luminous orb, blazing with intense golden light, floated into view like a condensed miniature sun. Zhang Xiu's heartbeat quickened involuntarily.
What could this object be, extracted from 10,000 emotion points?
His anticipation reached its peak at that moment.
A golden orb, could it possibly be an SSS-grade resource?
He cautiously touched the orb with his mind. No earth-shattering explosion, only an indescribable, vast stream of information, smooth as warm water, surged forth in an instant.
Name, Mental Resonance Crystal. Grade, SSS. Purpose, single-use consumable.
Significantly enhances the user's psychic power, deeply awakens the racial potential and bloodline resonance of soul-contracted pets, and carries an extremely low probability of briefly touching the source of bloodlines, potentially awakening dormant ancient memories or skill fragments. Reading the system's description, Zhang Xiu was so stunned he lost his voice.
An SSS-grade item. It can enhance mental power while directly acting upon a pet beast's bloodline and latent potential?
This was nothing short of defying the heavens. Even in his previous life as a star-tier beast master, he'd never obtained anything this incredible.
No. After the light sphere vanished, this thing would gradually dissipate, its effects weakening.
Zhang Xiu noticed the energy within the crystal diminishing and was horrified. Even if he stuffed it back into the system's storage space, the energy inside would still leak away unstoppably. Only the previous light sphere could preserve it. And now that the light sphere was gone, it meant he had to use it immediately if he didn't want to lose this SSS-grade item for nothing. He'd intended to save it for later use, but unexpectedly, this thing couldn't be stored at all.
Enough. Absorb it.
Zhang Xiu gritted his teeth and immediately grasped the crystal. Resources for enhancing spiritual power were extremely rare and peculiar, yet their methods of use were largely similar. The energy within the crystal was drawn by his mental power, absorbed, and instantly transformed into a warm current surging into his body. The crystal, serving as the vessel, exploded the very next second. Immediately afterward, his spiritual power condensed and expanded at a terrifying speed. It felt as though stars were igniting within his mind's sea. All fatigue vanished, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and power.
Was this nearly 8,000 points of spiritual power?
No, it was still rising. Zhang Xiu closed his eyes to absorb the sensation. In just a few seconds, his mental strength had surged to the threshold of a silver tier beastmaster. A few seconds later, his spiritual power surged past the threshold, reaching silver tier. Were it not for the qualitative leap required for gold rank, he might even have suspected he could leapfrog it entirely. If I had already contracted 3 pets and reached the peak of the commander tier, combining them all might just allow me to break through to gold rank. He might even begin solidifying his spiritual power at the gold rank early, preparing for the platinum breakthrough. What a pity, what a pity. So much energy wasted. Zhang Xiu sensed his spiritual power's growth slowing, realizing the enhancement was nearly complete. Using this SSS-grade spiritual resonance crystal, his spiritual power had reached 19,999. Even without instruments to test it, he knew he was stuck at this threshold. Because this required 3 pet beasts, all at the peak of the commander tier. Only by unifying spirit with the beasts and forging a contract could one cross the threshold into the gold tier. I'm only a bronze tier beastmaster, yet my mental power has reached 19,999 points, far exceeding my tier by who knows how many times over. Zhang Xiu covered his face with a wry smile. If Yu Shumao's mental power was already exceptionally formidable, capable of invisibly absorbing others' mental energy, then his current mental power, among peers of the same rank, couldn't be described as merely powerful. Only 2 words could describe it. Invincible. Whether it was enchantment or mental control, anything below the peak of the commander tier was virtually incapable of affecting him. Once he reaches the silver rank and receives another surge of psychic energy through his beast companion, he couldn't even fathom the heights his mental power might reach. Compared to his previous life, if he were at the same star tier level, his mental power would be at least doubled. Terrifying. This crystal truly lived up to its SSS grade reputation, a legendary resource unheard of even in his past life. Zhang Xiu sighed in awe, then noticed the golden energy core that had enhanced his mental power hadn't dissipated yet. His eyes lit up. Could it be? The description mentioned an extremely low probability of briefly touching the source of one's bloodline, awakening dormant ancient memories or fragments of skills. It's akin to one of the benefits during the bloodline regression process. Like agile tentacles, the golden energy gently entered the beast taming space through the soul contract bond, touching the contract. Both Pota, who had just finished training and was resting, and Liu Guang, who was gracefully soaring through the air, felt a deep tremor originating from the depths of their souls almost simultaneously. Bota's round body trembled violently, its 3 toed claws instinctively clutching at its chest. An ancient aura stirred deep within its being. The originally flowing earth-yellow spiritual energy core was now tinged with a layer of profound golden patterns. In the next instant, it saw the past. The power known as the River Lord. Flash after flash of imagery surged through its mind. The earth trembled beneath its feet, the seas roared in its honor. It felt its power grow more concentrated, its perception of the earth beneath its feet instantly sharpening. A skill called Eternal Mountains and Rivers quietly imprinted itself deep within its consciousness. Though still in its embryonic form, it granted it new abilities. Meanwhile, the reaction from the other side, the flowing light, was even more intense. Hum. A sound transcending time, like the ethereal chirping of a butterfly, resonated within its consciousness. Upon Liu Guang's ethereal wings, the previously flickering flames and spiritual sparks suddenly erupted into dazzling, multicolored radiance. Its form became ethereal and overlapping within the radiance, as if multiple phantom selves from different timelines were flapping their wings simultaneously. An ancient aura, far beyond what a mere soldier-grade beast could possess, instantly spread out before vanishing just as quickly. The bloodline of the South Sea phantom butterfly within its body resonated silently. Countless fragments of complex information flooded into Liu Guang's tiny consciousness. Within those fragments lay an endless ocean ablaze with multicolored, dreamlike flames. An ancient phantom butterfly, so immense its wings obscured starlight, underwent rebirth within the flames. This was the primordial vision of its bloodline, a fleeting glimpse, yet one that left an indelible mark. Yet even after the golden light had completely faded, the 2 pets remained dazed for a long time. Zhang Xiu's gaze turned outward. With 19,999 points of spiritual power, he could clearly sense their presence and condition, even without seeing Bota or Liu Guang. His perception spanned roughly a kilometer. Name, Bota. Bloodline, River Lord. Rank, Red Perfection. Realm, Mid-War General Tier. Skills, Deepwater Shot, Subterranean Dive, Surface Tremor, Muddy Rage, Water Domain Control, Eternal Mountains and Rivers not fully mastered. Bota has grasped a new skill, though it remains unmastered. With diligent training, it should be perfected, though its nature remains unknown. Zhang Xiu turned his gaze back to Liu Guang. Name, Liu Guang. Bloodline, South Sea Phantom Butterfly. Level, Crimson Perfection. Realm, Late Soldier Grade. Skills, Hallucinatory Dust, Blazing Storm, Drunken Dream Melody, Sparks, Time Rewind not fully mastered. Time Rewind? What's going on here? Isn't it supposed to be fire and psychic type? No, Liu Guang has never been fire or spirit type. It's always been an illusion beast, a mythical creature possessing both divine form and unique abilities. So possessing time manipulating skills is perfectly normal after all, its lineage traces back to mythical beasts.
Zhang Xiu clenched his fists in shock. Just by looking at the skill name, you can tell this time rewind must be an incredibly powerful ability. Chapter 74, Returning to the Mist Valley, the Potion Business. After acquiring the new skill, the two beasts still looked utterly bewildered. Clearly, they themselves didn't know how to study the new skills. They only sensed an imprint of inheritance within them, through which they could perceive the new abilities they hadn't yet mastered. As long as your power gradually grows stronger, you will naturally master the new skills. Of course, there are ways to accelerate this process. That is battle. Through combat, unleash your latent potential. This is precisely why some beasts can break through their limits in battle and turn the tables on their enemies. Alright then, tomorrow I'll ask the teacher for leave and take you both to Mist Valley for training. We can gather some resources while we're there. That thunder mammoth gave me quite a beating last time, this time I'll get my revenge. Zhang Xiu offered a faint smile, soothing the two beasts' anxious hearts. The next day, he arrived at school and found Lu Conqing to explain the situation. The college entrance exams are less than 10 days away, and you want to go train in a secret realm? Lu Conqing was taken aback. I believe real combat is the fastest way for my pets to level up, Zhang Xiu replied calmly. Besides, I've already learned everything I can at school, haven't I? Lu Conqing chuckled awkwardly before adding, true. Even I'm no longer strong enough to spar with you. We can't have the principal coming in daily just to train you. You've been to the Mist Valley once. With your current strength, training there shouldn't be a problem. I'll contact the Beastmaster Association to get you a pass. No need to trouble them. My uncle works at the Beastmaster Association. I'll have him take me directly. All right. Lu Conqing nodded. He understood the school couldn't offer Zhang Xiu much help anymore, feeling both helpless and relieved. In just over half a month, Zhang Xiu had ascended to Silver Tier Beastmaster, even capable of challenging Peak War General Tier opponents. Truly a SSS Tier prodigy. After leaving the school, Zhang Xiu contacted her uncle. After a Beastmaster contracts a beast, they must engage in duels and battles to fully unleash the beast's potential. Her uncle, however, had worked as a secret realm security guard and had fought only a handful of times. Therefore, he intended to use this opportunity to familiarize his uncle with combat. Afternoon. A modified off-road vehicle sped along the road leading out of the city. At the wheel was none other than Xiaoliangkai. Xiao Xiu, just the two of us going to the secret realm, nothing bad will happen, right? Misty Valley is a D-rank secret realm, and I heard there's been abnormal beast migration and unusual activity lately. He cradled the curled-up Mian grass seed beast in his arms, his expression filled with concern as he asked. Some secret realms are isolated microcosms, but others possess interconnectedness. For instance, after leaving the boundaries of Mist Valley and enduring a long trek through the wilderness, one might stumble upon another unknown secret realm. The Beastmaster Association had yet to uncover the root cause behind the Mist Valley's beast migration incident. During his special training, Zhang Xiu had killed the Nightstar Wolf, believing the migration would cease. Unexpectedly, other beasts had migrated in. He furrowed his brow, pondering the situation. Even if a new beast beyond his capabilities appeared, he reasoned that with his 19,999 mental power, he could detect it from a kilometer away and retreat calmly. He chuckled, no problem at all. But uncle, you'd better get yourself a decent combat suit. If you take a hit from a war general level beast, you might end up with some serious injuries. Don't worry. Uncle bought a D-grade combat suit the moment I got your message yesterday. It can withstand attacks from war general level beasts. Money sure flies out the door fast. No wonder accomplished beast tamers all come from wealthy families without funds, you simply can't afford to raise a beast companion. Sigh. Xiaoliangkai sighed with genuine emotion. Zhang Xiu interjected, if you run out of funds, I still have. Don't talk nonsense. How could I keep taking your money? You need it far more than I do to strengthen your beast. I hear every student at Qingzhou Qilin Academy is a prodigy, a genius among geniuses. Once you're there, you'll face fierce competition. How can you compete without funds? Xiaoliangkai interrupted sternly. Zhang Xiu realized that continuously supporting her uncle financially would be difficult for him to accept, given his pride. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. He thought of potions and said, Uncle, I'm currently in the potion business with some partners. Once their operations expand, I might not be able to keep up with production alone. Why don't you lend a hand? We'll split the profits based on the potions produced, so you'll have a steady stream of funds to train your pets. Xiaoliangkai froze in surprise, glancing sharply at Zhang Xiu. You know how to make potions? Potions aren't something ordinary beast tamers dabble in. It's far more difficult than breeding. Most potion knowledge is monopolized by major clans, corporations, and prestigious academies. High school education doesn't cover potion making at all. That's why Xiaoliangkai was utterly stunned. Professor Lin from Qilin Academy gave me the formula. He knew my family's financial struggles and greatly admired my talent, so he sponsored several formulas for me. This formula is top secret, it absolutely mustn't be leaked. This whole matter needs to stay confidential.
Zhang Xiu immediately shifted the blame onto Lin Zhongyang. After all, he was a high-ranking Yao Guang level beast tamer and a professor at Qilin Academy. Even uncle couldn't verify it, and it was convincing enough. Sure enough, the moment Xia Liang heard it came from Professor Lin, he accepted it without hesitation. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Wouldn't it be awkward for me to help?" After all, this came from Professor Lin. Not at all. Once Professor Lin finds out, he'll definitely support it. Running this business alone takes up too much time I could be spending on beast taming. Alright then, I'll help. Thanks, Xiao Xiu. Haha, uncle, you're being too polite. We're family. Chatting and laughing, the two soon arrived at the teleportation gate of the Mist Valley. After the special training concluded, the Secret Realm Plaza resumed normal operations. In fact, Zhang Xiu and the others' presence had made the plaza even livelier, with many bronze-tier beast masters coming and going. The Beastmaster Association wanted to investigate the strange beast migration incident, just in case something unexpected happened, so they opened up many more spots for Misty Valley. Recently, a large number of merchants had also set up shop here, causing a dramatic increase in Beastmaster traffic. The two entered the Misty Valley. When Zhang Xiu had last visited, the Secret Realm Plaza hadn't existed here yet, but now it stood fully constructed. Each secret realm possesses its own unique ecosystem. If Beastmasters overexploit resources or hunt exotic beasts indiscriminately, it will diminish the realm's value. Therefore, the Beastmaster Association periodically adjusts the number of available spots to manage resources. Due to the migration of exotic beasts, Mist Valley had several times more slots available than other secret realms. Just in the plaza alone, they could see hundreds of beast tamers. Ha! Ling Yaoxing has good connections. They've actually set up shop in Misty Valley. Zhang Xiu spotted an alchemy shop sign and looked surprised. Inside, she spotted prominently displayed D-grade water separating potions, D-grade earth grounding potions, and E-grade spirit water potions. Many beast tamers came out of curiosity, but very few were actually ready to buy. Chapter 75, The Question Potion, A Mad Scramble. Zhang Xiu's gaze fell upon Ling Yaoxing. Seeing the potion she had crafted prominently displayed, an idea formed in her mind. She took her uncle's arm and walked over. The shop was crowded, but most customers were merely browsing. Priced at 80,000 Federation coins per bottle, these D-grade potions still represented a significant expense for black iron and bronze beast masters who eked out a living in D-grade secret realms year-round. Especially from a brand like Ling Yaoxing, which had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Many harbored doubts about its effectiveness. What kind of potion is this? Zhang Xiu approached the counter displaying the potion and inquired. The shop staff recognized Zhang Xiu the moment they saw him, the hottest SSS tier genius in Jiangping City. They gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Zhang Xiu! Good heavens, it's that SSS tier prodigy. Mr. Zhang, this is Ling Yaoxing's exclusive new product. Its effects far surpass similar potions. You can try it, we guarantee it." After hearing the introduction, Zhang Xiu promptly swiped her card to pay. 3 bottles, please. Watching the 240,000 Federation coins disappear from his account, he remained utterly unfazed. Xia Liangkai beside him inwardly gasped that sum equaled nearly half a year's salary at the Beastmaster Association. Salaries at the Beastmaster Association were notoriously low. As the newly appointed director, he actually oversaw very little territory and had no opportunities to pocket kickbacks. He was essentially a figurehead director, appointed through backdoor connections. Zhang Xiu took the 3 bottles of potions and handed 1 D-grade water separating potion to Xia Liangkai. "Uncle, give this to Little Ball to drink." "Isn't this a water-type potion? Little Tuanzi can drink it too. Water is actually more nutritious for grass-type Pokemon." "Is that so? All right." Without hesitation, Xia Liangkai took the potion and prepared to feed it to Little Dumpling. This scene immediately drew the attention of many beast masters in the plaza. After all, someone buying a brand new potion at the Secret Realm Plaza and preparing to use it on the spot was already quite eye-catching. And this person was none other than the SSS rank prodigy, Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu sure is loaded. She just bought 3 bottles of D-grade potions for her pet beast? Doesn't she care about the cost? A lean beastmaster muttered to his companion. She signed a special recruitment contract with Qilin Academy. Who knows how many Federation credits she got? This little bit of resources is nothing to her. Giving D-grade potions meant for grass-type and water-type pets? That's just wasteful. Who knows if this new brand even works? Thanks to her powerful psychic senses, these whispers though faint didn't escape Zhang Xiu's perception. A faint smile touched her lips. Xia Liang opened the potion bottle. The moment the cap lifted, a pure, cool aura of water-type energy bursting with vibrant vitality escaped. The little ball at his feet instantly perked up its tuft of tender green fluff. Its obsidian-like eyes gazed curiously. Gulp. Clearly, this tasty treat had the little ball drooling with desire. Let's give it a try. Zhang Xiu nodded. Xia Liangkai carefully brought the potion to the little ball's mouth. The little one seemed to instinctively sense the beneficial energy within, lowering its head without hesitation. Gulp after gulp, it downed the D-grade water separating potion worth 80,000 in just a few swallows.
The moment the potion touched its tongue, the transformation began. Little Dumpling's fluffy dark brown fur stood on end without any wind, and that signature tuft of bright green hair suddenly burst into a dazzling green light, like a miniature beacon of life had been ignited. A powerful energy aura erupted from its center with a thunderous roar. Buzz! It had broken through, reaching the peak of the soldier grade tier. This level of enhancement was terrifying. Xiao Liang, only just sensing the little ball's breakthrough, was so startled his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Such a significant effect. One bottle and it broke through. Peak soldier rank? A single bottle of D-grade potion allowed the young pet to leap over an entire minor realm with no side effects whatsoever? How is that even possible? This price is tens of thousands cheaper than D-grade potions from major companies. It works on grass types too? I happen to have a grass type. I'm buying a bottle to try it out. The crowd erupted in gasps and disbelieving murmurs. A beast master with a grass type pet quickly bought a bottle of grade D water separating potion and fed it to his pet. Sure enough, the very next second, his pet beast broke through a minor realm. Holy crap! Are there any more potions? I want one too. Give me 2 bottles. The faces of the beastmasters who had been the most skeptical moments ago instantly shifted to shock and wild elation. Results speak louder than words. Their eyes burned with desire as they stared at the potions on Ling Yaoxing's counter, rushing to buy them. The Ling Yaoxing staff were completely dumbfounded, but fortunately, the store manager quickly stepped in and even put up a sign, "Potions used by SSS-rank genius Zhang Xiu." Zhang Xiu then turned to Xiao Liangkai, who was still reeling from the shock. With a smile on his face, he whispered in a voice only Xiao Liangkai could hear. "Uncle, the effect was pretty good, right? The potions made by his own nephew were guaranteed to be of high quality." Xiao Liangkai snapped his head up, staring at him in disbelief. "What? You made this potion? So this is the potion business you mentioned earlier." This potion's effectiveness was too good, so good that Xiao Liangkai never imagined the potion business Zhang Xiu had mentioned earlier. In his view, only those big companies could develop such a potion. Who would have thought that Professor Lin from Qilin Academy would provide such an excellent formula to his own nephew? And crucially, his nephew had actually produced it with results that rivaled those of major corporations. That's right. Once we get back, I'll teach you how to make this potion. From now on, I'll need Uncle's help with this business. You can keep a portion of the profits. Hearing Zhang Xiu's admission, Xiao Liang finally drew a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Alright, let's head into the forest. The beasts up ahead are relatively weak. You can let Little Dumpling get some real combat experience. Alright. Soon, the two entered the mist valley. Xiao Xiu, this mist seems thicker now? And it feels unsettlingly quiet. Xiao Liangkai murmured. In the distance, several beast roars pierced through the dense forest, echoing eerily within the mist. The problem was he couldn't see any targets. If something lunged from the side, he might not even have time to react. Likely due to the migration of strange beasts. The energy field is disrupted, causing the fog to intensify. Uncle, be careful. Little Dumpling needs to adapt to combat quickly. His powerful psychic senses detected several late mid-tier clawtail weasels lurking in the nearby bushes, watching them with eager anticipation. Alright. Xiao Liang took a deep breath and set Little Ball down on the ground. Xiao Tuanzi, get ready to fight. As Little Ball landed, faint energy ripples shimmered across its fluffy brown fur. Summoning courage, its tender green tuft of hair emitted a burst of light. A fierce claw-clawed weasel couldn't contain itself, bursting out from the bushes on the side. Its speed was blinding, posing a massive challenge for the Little Ball, who was facing its first real battle. Don't be afraid. Grasp all armor. Xiao Liangkai shouted urgently. Little Ball instinctively retracted its limbs. Its fluffy body instantly contracted and hardened, its deep brown fur becoming as tough as leather. Squeak! The clawed weasel's sharp talons dug into the cub's hardened torso. Though unable to pierce the armor, the violent impact sent the Little Ball tumbling twice across the ground, emitting a pained whimper. Now! Root down! Absorb its power! Xiao Liangkai shouted, following Zhang Xiu's preliminary instructions. The faint green glow on the tumbling Little Ball suddenly blazed brightly. Almost instinctively, it thrust the tiny grass sprout deep into the soil beneath it. A faint earth yellow glow swiftly flowed along the sprout into its body. This was a unique ability of its species, rapidly absorbing earth energy to strengthen defenses and initiate recovery. The shallow scratches from its capture began healing at a visible pace, and its body seemed to stabilize somewhat. Emotion 20. Amidst its tension and fear, a sense of solid relief mingled with the satisfaction of a successful defense. Zhang Xiu nodded approvingly. Chapter 76, Re-encountering the Thunder Mammoth, Revenge at Last. In the time that followed, Xiao Liangkai directed Little Ball to engage in combat training within the small area Zhang Xiu had designated, facing several crackclaw weasels that appeared one after another. Xiao Tuan grew increasingly familiar with foundational skills like grasp all armor and root reinforcement during combat, rapidly accumulating real-world experience. Though its offensive power remained modest, its defensive and regenerative capabilities significantly improved. Occasionally, it could even trip opponents with sudden bursts of toughened grass blades.
His peak soldier tier cultivation gradually stabilized. Zhang Xiu wasn't idle either. En route to the valley where the thunder mammoths resided, he had Boda and Liu Guang hunt, gathering a substantial amount of materials. After a day of hunting and traveling, Zhang Xiu finally reached the familiar valley. This was the place. He halted, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it upon the entrance. "Uncle, wait for me here. Don't come in under any circumstances. Otherwise, I'll have to split my focus to protect you." Xiao Liangkai, holding the little ball of fluff, nodded nervously. "Alright, I'll wait here for you. Be careful. If you can't fight it, run. Don't worry. If I really wanted to leave, it couldn't hold me back." Zhang Xiu gave a faint smile before striding toward the valley. Pop! Poda sensed the aura of its old adversary and let out an excited growl as its fighting spirit surged. Last time it faced the thunder mammoth, it could only take a beating and flee in disarray. Now, its strength had grown, and it finally possessed the power to defeat its foe. Zhang Xiu reached the edge of the valley and saw the wolf pack, along with the familiar steel-armored rhinoceros. If this were the old him, he might still worry about being surrounded and attacked. But with Liu Guang by his side, these low-tier beasts were no match. "Ready? Boda!" Liu Guang. Boda nodded firmly as Liu Guang circled overhead. Zhang Xiu hesitated no longer. A mental command shot out: initiate subterranean navigation. Take us straight to the deepest pool. Boda grabbed hold of his master, and the ground softened beneath them, vanishing instantly from their original spot. As for Liu Guang, he simply flew in at breakneck speed. By the water's edge, the restless thunder mammoth was in a foul mood. Ever since that human and giant catfish had snatched away its precious resources last time, it had been brooding over it. It rolled over, pondering what to eat today, when suddenly it sensed a presence. Oomph! The thunder mammoth rose to its feet, spotting a familiar figure materialize out of thin air. Bloodshot eyes flared with rage. Growling. "It's you! How dare you return?" Emotion 99. The enraged thunder mammoth bellowed, its tusks flashing with blue-white lightning as it unleashed a thunderbolt that slammed into the ground, sending shards of rock flying skyward. Boom! The ground trembled. Zhang Xiu hadn't expected to be attacked the moment he emerged and shouted urgently. Boda reacted with lightning speed. His massive foot stomped forward, sending ripples across the ground like waves on water before erupting with a thunderous boom. Boom! The ground was torn up, colliding directly with the thunderbolt. Amidst a deafening roar, the lightning serpent leapt wildly, tearing through churning mud and rock. A wave of earth-colored air, intertwined with blinding blue-white lightning, exploded like a miniature bomb. A violent shockwave radiated outward in a ring. The hard valley rocks shattered inch by inch, every tree instantly shredded into fragments, and even the thick fog was violently torn open, creating a vast vacuum zone. Pop! Boda grunted, stumbling back 3 steps before regaining his footing. Sparks from the stray electric arc scorched its scales, leaving behind charred marks and wisps of smoke. Yet facing such an adversary, its eyes held no fear, only a thrill that made its battle fervor burn even hotter. Truly formidable. Truly worthy of an epic-blooded, peak-tier war general. Zhang Xiu steadied himself, his psychic senses sweeping the area. The wolf packs and steel-armored rhinos were all fleeing. Simply because the battle between Poda and the thunder mammoth was too terrifying. This was nothing like a war general tier battle. What's happening? An earthquake? They must have already started fighting. The shockwaves are reaching us here. Too powerful. Outside the valley, far behind. Hidden behind a boulder, Xiaolian clutched the terrified, cowering little ball of fur, his face pale and heart-pounding. Merely feeling the aftershock from this distance sent shivers down his spine. And his own nephew was actually fighting such a formidable enemy. Truly a prodigy. Roar! Failing to finish off his old rival in one strike, the thunder mammoth's fury ignited completely. It sensed the opponent had grown slightly stronger than before, but so what? Did he think a little more power could defeat it? Laughable big catfish. Today, I'll fry you into stinking fish and rotten shrimp. The humiliation from last time will be repaid 1,000-fold. The thunder mammoth roared, no longer gathering isolated bolts of lightning. Instead, it reared up on its hind legs, its entire body erupting with even more dazzling electrical fury. The entire valley seemed to groan under its overwhelming pressure. It was about to unleash a devastating trample lightning strike. But at that very moment, an ethereal, strange flapping sound rang out. The ethereal light that had been circling high above suddenly burst into brilliant radiance from its dreamlike wings, showering down a torrent of dust. The scattered starlight dazzled its eyes. This was hallucinogenic dust with illusory effects. Those affected would suffer varying degrees of disorientation, unable to control their actions. The potency of the effect increased or decreased based on the target's mental strength. The thunder mammoth froze, seemingly unsure of what to do next. It raised its hooves to scratch its head, utterly baffled. But the hallucinogenic dust's effects would soon wear off. Lightning, ignite it. Blazing storm. Zhang Xiu roared. Streamlight's delicate butterfly wings fluttered violently, nearly dissolving into a dazzling phantom. The stardust particles swirling around the thunder mammoth, imbued with hallucinogenic effects, ignited instantly under Liu Guang's precise psychic guidance. Boom! It wasn't fire-consuming dust, but a fusion technique born from their union. A magnificent storm of flames erupted. The intense heat warped the air, while the dissipating psychic shockwave crashed like tangible ripples against the thunder mammoth's mind.
This was the culmination of Zhang Xiu's training.
Using hallucinogenic dust as fuel and a fiery storm as the fuse, it detonated a dual destruction, both the scorching of physical flames and the searing of mental will. The only regret was that his current streamlight realm cultivation was too low, otherwise, the single strike alone would have been enough to defeat the thunder mammoth. Roar! Feeling the agony, the thunder mammoth erupted in lightning, charging forward recklessly. With each stomp, a bolt of lightning struck the earth. It tore through the blazing storm. However, the blow took its toll as searing pain shot through its brain, and its flesh bore the marks of burns.
Pota! Raging mud tide. Zhang Xiu seized the opportunity to press the attack. Bota had been poised and ready. Both palms radiated an unprecedented, heavy earthen blow as they slammed into the ground. Boom! This time, it wasn't merely earth and rocks churning. The waters surrounding the pond suddenly resonated violently with the earth's power. Murky muddy water, like a dragon awakened from slumber, surged upward, carrying vast amounts of earth and debris, transforming into a furious wave dozens of meters wide that roared skyward. Chapter 77, Eternal Mountains and Rivers, activated.
The colossal muddy torrent crashed with devastating force, striking the thunder mammoth, which had just torn through the fiery storm but hadn't yet regained its footing with pinpoint accuracy.
Grunt! The thunder mammoth let out a pained roar. Despite its thick hide and sturdy frame, the colossal beast staggered from the immense force of the muddy torrent, its massive body sent flying backward, crashing into the ground and leaving a huge crater. The frenzied lightning surging around its body flickered violently, clearly stunned by this sudden, crushing blow. Mud and water plastered half its body, leaving it looking utterly bedraggled. Now! Zhang Xiu's eyes flashed with intensity as he bellowed. Stream of light! Drunken dream melody! Without another word, the diminutive form of streamlight danced through the air, its ethereal wings vibrating at an extraordinary frequency. Buzz! An ethereal, distant sound wave, carrying a potent hypnotic force, rippled out like watery ripples, precisely enveloping the thunder mammoth. This rendition of drunken dream melody proved vastly more potent than when used against weaker beasts. After all, the thunder mammoth's psychic defenses had just been shattered. Now, under the dream-drunk melody's influence, it resembled a drunken fool. Those blood-red elephant eyes, once filled with agony, suddenly lost their focus. Its gaze grew hazy, its ferocious aura deflating like a punctured balloon. Heavy eyelids slowly, heavily closed. It seemed poised to collapse into a deep slumber at any moment. A colossal sense of danger surged like a cold tidal wave, instantly jolting the thunder mammoth's remaining consciousness awake. Humph! It emitted a low, nasal grunt, like the death throes of a trapped beast, rallying its lightning energy to dispel this damned drowsiness. Already intelligent, it realized it had fallen into a trap. It must escape this predicament swiftly, or it would become easy prey. The thunder mammoth glared at the flowing light, furiously lifting its leg. But then... Pota! Full power. Deep water shot. Target, its leg. Zhang Xiu saw this and swiftly issued the command, leaving no room for hesitation. Bota opened its massive jaws. Surrounding water elements surged violently, coalescing into a deep water shot compressed to its absolute limit. A deadly blue light blazed as it fired forth. As the thunder mammoth attempted to unleash its skill, a high-pressure water cannon slammed into its leg joints. Put! A dull thud echoed as its bones shattered. The outer skin of its leg became a bloody mess, but the pain snapped it completely out of the drunken dream's effect, jolting it awake. Roar! Humans, damned catfish, cursed insects. I'll kill you all. The thunder mammoth let out an earth-shattering roar. The excruciating pain shattered its drowsiness, and fury surged within. Emotion 99. But severely wounded, its front legs bent and deformed, its massive body struggling to support itself. It had no choice but to lower its head and use its tusks, stabbing them into the ground to prevent itself from falling. As the tusks pierced the earth, a torrent of lightning gathered. Retreat! Zhang Xiu's expression shifted, and he acted decisively. Pota swiftly positioned himself in front of his master, using his water manipulation abilities to erect a protective shield. This was the thunder mammoth's area of effect lightning strike skill, earth-splitting lightning fangs. Centered on the tusk piercing the ground, frenzied blue-white lightning spread like roots beneath the earth at breakneck speed. In the next instant, countless blinding lightning serpents burst from the earth, forming a terrifying pool of thunder that covered half the water pool area. Boom! Crack! The ground shattered inch by inch, sending shards of rock and flashes of lightning flying. The air thickened with the acrid, pungent smell of burnt flesh and ozone. The lightning's fury was unrelenting, striking indiscriminately at everything within its reach. Pop! Bota let out a deep, muffled growl, straining every ounce of strength to maintain the thick water shield before him. Massive currents swirled around him, struggling to withstand the onslaught. But water conducts electricity.
The terrifying destructive force and paralyzing power within still seeped through the shield, causing its massive body to tremble violently. Charred marks spread across its scales at a visible pace, and a thread of blue-tinged blood foam even trickled from the corner of its mouth.
Emotion 99. Boda gritted his teeth and held on.
Meanwhile, Zhang Xiu, protected by the shield, concentrated his psychic energy intensely.
As the lightning began to fade, she immediately shouted, "Streamlight! Flames!"
Though Blow's combat prowess was limited, unable to defeat a thunder mammoth at the peak of its war general tier, it could still influence it, drawing its attention. The thunder mammoth's eyes now blazed with fury, as if it had glimpsed the dawn of victory.
Its entire focus was fixed on Zhang Xiu and Boda. Upon hearing the command, Liu Guan unleashed a fireball.
Though seemingly weak, the fireball contained temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, enough to pierce the thunder mammoth's thick hide.
Puff! Struck from behind by the fireball, the thunder mammoth finally sensed the enemy behind it. Ignoring the searing pain in its hide, it twisted its tusks. But at that very moment, Boda! Subterranean dive! Knock it into the air! Boda vanished underground, reappearing instantly beneath the thunder mammoth's feet.
Already limping from its injuries, the thunder mammoth lost its footing instantly and was sent flying by Boda's charge. Its expression shifted from sheer terror to elated surprise. The thunder mammoth was a ferocious beast capable of both close-range and long-range combat. In its mind, this giant catfish stood no chance in close combat after all. It was a lightning-type beast, and its body crackling with electricity was no joke. Yet as it crashed to the ground, the thunder mammoth sensed something terribly wrong. His body was actually sinking downward. This was Zhang Xiu replicating the scenario from his duel with Yao Qiu. Lightning element overpowers water element, but earth element counters lightning element, especially against a bulky beast like the thunder mammoth. Boom! Under Boda's control, the solid ground instantly turned viscous, attempting to envelop the thunder mammoth. The mud churned and rolled, wrapping around its limbs as if alive, its powerful suction holding it fast. The raging thunder erupting from its body now seemed to feed the muddy swamp, sizzling as it was conducted and dissipated by the earth. This was the power of water and earth merging, the fluidity of water restraining its movement, the solidity of earth neutralizing its thunder. The thunder mammoth sensed danger and began furiously pounding the ground ahead. After all, it possessed an epic tier bloodline and stood at the peak of the war general rank, far more formidable than the ironclad berserker bear. If Boda couldn't block it, this attack would still be crushed by the enemy's brute force. Pop! Without hesitation, Boda lunged forward, attempting to pin the opponent back into the muddy ground. The two beasts brawled like street thugs, covered head to toe in mud. Boom! In terms of raw strength, Boda remained at a disadvantage. As the thunder mammoth prepared to trample him and escape the mud, his eyes involuntarily turned red. Emotion 99. In that moment, it seemed to recall the scene from its ancestral inheritance. Boda felt the imprint from the depths of its bloodline. Its round eyes widened, and a golden brown glow erupted from its entire body, as if merging with the entire valley below. Roar! It unleashed a growl unlike any before, its paws slamming viciously into the mud. Hum! Not the thunderous crash of mountains collapsing, but a profound, weighty force as if bearing the weight of endless ages radiated outward from Boda's palms. The muddy swamp that had trapped the thunder mammoth underwent an instantaneous transformation. Under the primal might of the mountain river eternal fortress, the flowing mud hardened and solidified at a visible pace. Like ancient rock layers dried by millennia of time. Cold, hard, and utterly impenetrable. The thunder mammoth swung its tusks, attempting to shatter the solidified rock with its immense strength and thunderbolts. Yet, the blows against the frozen layers produced only dull thuds, failing to create even a single crack. Mountain river eternal fortress? Zhang Xiu witnessed this scene, overwhelmed with joy and astonishment. Chapter 78, Emotion Point Experiment, Turning the Tide Once More. Name, Mountains and Rivers Eternal. Type, River Lord's Innate Skill. Effect, absorbs the power of the earth, temporarily enhancing control over earth attributes. Can solidify one's own or an enemy's earth attribute skills, altering the natural environment. Without a doubt, this skill was God tier. Simply solidifying an enemy's earth attribute skill alone is enough to sway the outcome of a duel, striking fear into every earth attribute beast. Zhang Xiu had assumed Boda would require extensive training to master eternal mountains and rivers. Yet he unleashed it successfully during his battle with the thunder mammoth. Indeed, combat is the fastest way to strengthen one's abilities. Well done, Boda! He exclaimed with delight, hit the thunder mammoth with another blazing storm. Floating at the optimal attack position, Luo Guang had been gathering flame energy. Upon hearing the command, he immediately flapped his butterfly wings, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames toward the thunder mammoth. Boom! The twisted, roaring fiery tornado savagely ravaged the thunder mammoth's flesh. The friction between flames and flesh emitted a faint scorched scent. Roar! This was no longer a roar of rage, but a shrill cry of agony. Its thick, elephant-like hide carbonized at a visible pace. This made the thunder mammoth feel the fear of death. Emotion 99. Ha! Such intense emotion? Zhang Xiu recalled his earlier plan to taunt it, and a smile involuntarily curved his lips.
He then shouted, "Thunder Mammoth, is that all you've got?" Emotion 66. Seems a bit weak, huh? You didn't even push me to my limits. Is that all an epic bloodline can do? For a boss of this secret realm, you're no better than some puppy or kitten, nothing but trash. Roar! The Thunder Mammoth's wail ignited instantly at these words, transforming into a raging fury that transcended physical agony.
Those massive elephant eyes no longer held only pain and fear, they now overflowed with a bloodline-fueled, savage rage born from being scorned by mere ants.
Emotion 150. An unprecedented emotion value flashes across the system panel, far surpassing all previous 99-point records. Thunder Mammoth's emotional fluctuations had reached a peak. This intense emotional feedback made Zhang Xiu's heart leap, instantly validating his hypothesis.
Intense negative emotions, especially when a powerful beast of noble bloodline is provoked, can cause its emotional energy to erupt beyond all limits. The Thunder Mammoth, trapped within solidified rock, endured the scorching flames, its massive body thrashing wildly in a desperate struggle.
Gore roar! To be looked down upon by a human weaker than itself.
This was utterly intolerable. The hard rock layers crackled and snapped under its all-or-nothing force. Pota felt the earth tremble violently beneath him, its immense power draining away nearly half the spiritual energy that held the mountains and rivers in place. Its round eyes snapped open in fury as its three-clawed paws dug deep into the earth. A burst of earthen yellow light surged around its body.
Stream of light. Rapid fire.
Zhang Xiu was startled and immediately gave the order. No wonder villains always die from talking too much, who knew that even in the throes of death, they could be goaded into unleashing their inner power.
Hold on.
It's cornered, now push harder. Suppress its rage and power.
Streamlight danced rapidly through the air, nearly becoming a flickering streak of light. With each flap of its wings, a fireball condensed to its absolute limit shot forth.
These fireballs seemed guided, targeting the Thunder Mammoth's charred joints and vulnerable spots like its eyes.
Pop! Pop! Sizzle!
The Thunder Mammoth, assaulted by a barrage of fireballs, had lost its sanity. Even the sensation of pain faded from its reddened eyes. It craved only to kill that human.
Emotion 180.
That emotion value surged once more. It thrashed even more violently, causing the rock formations of Mountain River Eternal Fortress to tremble and crack, with fissures spreading ever wider.
Pop! Pota sensed the terrifying power of its opponent's dying moments and was utterly horrified. Crack! Boom! Finally, a deafening roar.
The rock formed by the Eternal Mountain and River could not withstand the pressure, shattered from within by the raging thunder and raw, unadulterated force. The free Thunder Mammoth stood half-charred, smoke curling from its scorched flesh.
Its shattered joints oozed bloody pulp, one eye seared shut by fleeting flames, a pitiful sight.
Yet its gaze grew even more frenzied, locking onto Zhang Xiu, who was shielded behind Pota.
It did not unleash another area of effect lightning strike, nor did it attempt to flee.
Enraged beyond measure, it poured its last ounce of strength into the soul-intact husk, channeling every remnant of its thunderous power.
The blue-white lightning instantly transformed into a blinding spear. The surrounding air itself ionized, crackling with static.
It had only one purpose left: to pierce, crush, and reduce to dust the human who had insulted it with this lightning fong, burning with its very life. Roar! A roar that channeled all its fury erupted as the Thunder Mammoth unleashed its attack. This thunder spear, brimming with fury, instantly pierced dozens of meters, the air seemingly frozen solid.
Pota had no time to cast another defensive skill. Lu Guang couldn't come to the rescue in time.
As the spear was about to pierce him, Zhang Xiu raised his hand, his gaze icy cold.
With a calmness bordering on ruthlessness, he declared, "Turn the tide." 19,999 points of mental energy erupted. Boom!
In an instant, an immense, intangible surge of mental energy condensed to the point of near substance exploded violently, centered on Zhang Xiu. This was no simple shield, it was a higher-level interference.
Air warped. Light refracted.
The lightning spear, tearing through space with its lethal intent, collided with an invisible labyrinth of mirrored surfaces just 3 feet from Zhang Xiu's brow. Violet ripples radiated outward like mad from the spear's tip. No matter how much force was applied, it could advance no further.
Emotion 199.
For the first time, sheer terror reflected with crystal clarity in the Thunder Mammoth's pupils. Its ultimate strike, powerful enough to instantly slay a peak-tier warlord-class beast, had been blocked in an utterly incomprehensible manner by the raised hand of that insignificant human. Under the effect of Zhang Xiu's world-turning beast control technique, the lightning spear abruptly changed direction. The spearhead, originally aimed at Zhang Xiu, now shot back with no delay under this overwhelming counterforce.
Thud! Woo!
The Thunder Mammoth's eyes widened in shock, utterly unable to comprehend what had just happened.
After all, this was its own skill. How could it have imagined it would rebound back? The lightning spear pierced through its body, skewering its heart.
Had it been at full strength, it might have withstood the blow. But alas, it was now a spent force, its entire body riddled with severe wounds.
Emotion 33.
Blue-white lightning bolts erupted like rampaging serpents, bursting uncontrollably from its massive snout, charred wounds, and pierced heart.
Its body convulsed violently.
Those eyes, filled with endless terror, rapidly dimmed, finally freezing into a hollow, deathly stillness. The epic tier beast that once dominated this valley and posed a grave threat to Zhang Xiu crashed to the ground, its massive form creating a shallow crater in the earth.
Thunder Mammoth defeated. Chapter 79, The Secret Gathering of the Villains Guild, new members join.
With the Thunder Mammoth's demise, the raging energy storm within the valley subsided.
Silence. Deadly silence.
Only distant, scattered roars echoed from the depths of the valley, stirred by other beasts. Boda stared blankly at the fallen colossus, then turned to his master in disbelief, his massive jaws gaping open, forgetting to close them. It knew its master was strong, absurdly strong. But it had never imagined he could turn the tables in such a manner, almost as if toying with his opponent in the midst of a fatal blow.
Emotion 99 Boda's adoration.
Liquid light fluttered its wings lightly, landing on Zhang Xiu's shoulder and pressing close. The little creature still seemed dazed, unable to recover from the thunderous, fatal spear thrust moments ago.
Emotion 55 Lu Guang's awe relief.
Zhang Xiu slowly lowered her hand and drew a deep breath. The instantaneous, extreme burst of psychic energy, though fleeting, had taken a tremendous toll, leaving her with a faint sense of exhaustion. It seems that with my current spiritual power, I can at least withstand a mid-level commander class skill when channeling the power to turn the tide. A faint smile curved Zhang Xiu's lips as he approached the colossal corpse of the Thunder Mammoth. Even in death, this shattered body still radiated astonishing energy fluctuations and the aura of an epic tier bloodline. The most precious treasures, of course, were those two massive tusks, shimmering with a faint blue-white electric glow. These were top-tier spiritual materials for crafting golden-grade or even higher-grade beast taming equipment and artifacts. On the market, they'd fetch at least hundreds of thousands. Uncle! Zhang Xiu called out toward the entrance. Xiaoliangkai, who had been crouched behind distant rocks, startled awake by the cry. Clutching the trembling little ball of fur, he scrambled out. When he saw the Thunder Mammoth's corpse, as big as a small mountain, he sucked in a sharp breath.
Tian. Xiao Xiu. You really hunted it down.
He was so stunned he could barely get the words out. Though he'd been too far away to see the terrifying energy and final blow clearly, the lingering power had terrified him, fearing Zhang Xiu might have been harmed. Now, seeing Zhang Xiu unscathed while the Thunder Mammoth lay covered in wounds, the disparity between them was clear. Alright, time to collect the spoils. Zhang Xiu pointed at the massive tusks and said, I'll take these 2 tusks. Uncle, please cut up the rest of the hide and meat, then store it in the storage ring. We can use it to make combat suits or sell it later. All proceeds will be yours.
How can that be? These are the exotic beasts you hunted. How could your uncle take them?
Consider it payment for helping me with the potion business, heh. No more refusals, uncle. Hurry up and get it done, we'll head back after cleaning up.
Well, alright then.
Xiaoliangkai promptly pulled out a small knife and began dissecting the carcass. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiu restored her stamina while checking the system panel. This single battle alone had yielded nearly 2,000 emotion points, especially the final burst, which had granted a whopping 199 points in one go. The total accumulated points now exceeded 4,000. The greatest gain this time was Poda successfully comprehending Eternal Mountain and River. It was a pity that Liu Guang still showed no signs of progress. Was this due to the vast difference in their levels? No rush. For now, the priority is to cultivate Liu Guang to the War General tier. Zhang Xiu thought to himself. Soon, after packing up, the two made their way toward the Secret Realm's exit. Their objective had been achieved, and no stronger beasts in the Mist Valley could stir Zhang Xiu's desire for combat. Meanwhile, outside Jiangping City, in the barren wasteland, several black-clad beast tamers gathered inside a stone hut, each wearing an emblem on their chest or sleeve engraved with a ferocious wolf's head. Among them stood a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, none other than the wanted criminal, Li Jin. They were all members of the Villains Guild. What business could the Guardian have summoned us for today? Probably something to do with the mutagen. Ha! If we've reached the point where second-generation mutagen can be produced, that's truly fantastic. I can't wait to exact my revenge. Li Jin laughed furiously. Ever since he was rescued from Jiangping City, he'd never had the chance to return to Jiangping or any nearby Guardian cities, a situation that caused him immense trouble. And it was all because of Zhang Xiu. He hated Zhang Xiu with a passion, but Zhang Xiu was an SSS-tier genius residing in Jiangping City. He never ventured into the wilderness, leaving no chance to hunt him down. If the second-generation mutation serum succeeded, his power would surge dramatically. With his pet beast reaching the commander tier, he'd finally have the strength to storm Jiangping City. That's unlikely. The second-generation mutation serum is still missing a crucial component. It won't be developed that quickly. I think this trip has something to do with the newcomer. A beautiful woman chuckled. Newcomers? Wonder what they look like, what kind of scoundrels they are. A young man grinned widely while sitting on a stone block, playing with a small red knife in his hand. Recently, a black market alchemist named Black Fox has emerged in Jiangping City. The 3 potions he crafts are all high-quality products with no side effects. My potion shop has been affected. I reported this to the Guardian some time ago, and he instructed me to keep an eye on the situation. What's so special about this guy? A hoarse, deep voice echoed from the shadows of the stone hut, sending a chill down one's spine. His potions are too perfect. I think we should bring him in to help develop the 2nd generation of mutagen potions. The others pondered this, about to respond, when suddenly, the stone door swung open. An emaciated, sunken-eyed elder clad in a black hooded robe entered the chamber, none other than Viper, the guardian of the Villains Guild. Everyone immediately rose to their feet, standing at attention with utmost reverence. Some noticed the young student trailing behind Viper Guardian, likely the organization's newest recruit. Allow me to introduce him. I believe you all have some recollection of him. The newcomer stepped forward, pushed his glasses up his nose, and grinned. Hello, everyone. I'm Zhang Xiu. You're the B-rank genius specially recruited by the Starry Skybeast Master Academy? The beautiful woman gasped in surprise upon seeing him. Viper Guardian, you actually managed to recruit such a newcomer? Seriously? This isn't some kind of double agent, is it? Haha, rest assured. Zhang Xiu and I have known each other for a long time. He won't betray the organization. Besides, his enrollment at the Starry Skybeast Master Academy gives us a chance to acquire knowledge about potions. Who knows? The 2nd generation of mutation potions might just depend on him to develop. Viper Guardian chuckled, raising a withered hand whose palm held a miniature test tube. This is also something he helped procure, the Mad Demon Potion. Though still unstable, it can temporarily unleash the power of a commander-level beast. Though weaker than mutation potions, it poses no threat to the beast's life, making it suitable for routine duels. This is great! Li Jin exclaimed excitedly, with this, I might finally get the chance to take down Zhang Xiu. Hearing this, Zhang Xiu looked at him and asked, You have a grudge against Zhang Xiu too? Well, it seems we're kindred spirits. Oomph. A few chilling laughs echoed through the stone room. As the ranks of the bandits' guild swelled, their influence spread. Some headed to Central Province, others to Qing Province, while a few remained in the wilderness searching for something, scheming for something. Chapter 80, the final day before the college entrance exam. Ling Yao Xing. Sold out. Sold out. Boss. Tong Xiu, upon learning that the D-grade water separating potion and D-grade earth grounding potion he had prepared were completely sold out, rushed to find Wang Changyi in an excited state. Black Fox Alchemist's potions are truly formidable. Once you try them, you can't live without them. Also, that SSS tier genius Zhang Xiu rumor has it he used our potions too. Should we invite him to endorse us? Wang Qingye's heart skipped a beat upon reading the sales report, especially when he heard Zhang Xiu's name. He hesitated, shook his head, and said, Zhang Xiu likely promoted us out of respect for Xiaoyu. We shouldn't push our luck. Let's hold off on this for now. Also, contact Black Fox Alchemist and ask when the next batch of potions will arrive, and how much we can increase the quantity. Got it, I'll reach out immediately. Tong Xiu grabbed his phone, quickly located Black Fox, and sent several messages. A few minutes later, he looked up in astonishment. Black Fox says both potions can reach 100 bottles for the next batch. However, the delivery person has changed, he has other commitments and won't be handling deliveries anymore. Hearing this, Wang Chengye nodded, unsurprised. After all, this was a master capable of concocting entirely new D-grade potions. Why would he waste his time on such mundane tasks as deliveries? No problem. He'd have the finance department transfer half the payment up front as a gesture of good faith. Wang Qingye's decisiveness was remarkable. As if already envisioning his bright future, he waved his hand and instructed the finance department to arrange the payment. This left Tong Xiu both startled and delighted. The more Black Fox Master earns, the more I earn. Just a few more years of hard work, and I'll be able to afford a house in the city center. He thought excitedly, rushing off to make the arrangements. 3 days later. Xinghe Garden, East City. Zhang Xiu had transformed the entire first-floor hall of the villa into a potion-making factory. She'd spent 2 million purchasing 3 machines to accelerate potion production. Among them was a raw material processor that freed up her hands. An automatic mixing and blending machine allowed batch processing with timed settings. The primary role of potion making had shifted from him to his uncle, Xiaoliang Kai. He had thoroughly explained all the formulas and key production points for the D-grade water separating potion, D-grade earth grounding potion, and E-grade water spirit potion. Even so, Xiaoliang Kai struggled immensely when he first tried it himself, wasting raw materials several times. Phew! Today's potions are finally done. Wiping sweat from his brow, Xiaoliang Kai looked at the 3 bottles of E-grade water spirit potion he'd just produced, feeling quite proud. He turned to Zhang Xiu and asked, Xiu, what do you think? Should I resign as director from President Su? Honestly, I'd rather focus entirely on the potion business here with you than stay at the Beastmaster Association. Just one day here earns tens of thousands more than my entire monthly salary over there. Zhang Xiu set down a batch of ingredients and looked at him. Uncle, you absolutely cannot resign from your position at the Beastmaster Association. Oh? Why not?
Even though you're just a director in a leisure department, you still hold some authority. You have the right to oversee matters like opening potion shops in secret realms. Without you, imagine wouldn't someone start demanding answers about Lingyao potion sources? Wouldn't they meddle in the black market? Xia Liangkai nodded thoughtfully. So even if it's just a figurehead position, I have to stay with the Beastmaster Association? Yeah, power's a sweet thing. Alright, that's enough potion work for today. I'm off to train my beast. You've got work this afternoon, remember? Zhang Xiu chuckled. Sigh, I used to just sit in the office watching videos, bored enough to pick my toes. Saying this, Xia Liangkai picked up the file beside him. It was an application from a potion shop seeking to set up shop in Mist Valley, competing directly with Lingyao shop. But now that he had it in his hands, he had no intention of submitting it. This wasn't abuse of power, there were simply too many applicants. Why should they get the chance? So let them wait their turn. Uncle, you must remember not to make any big mistakes over there, no corruption. Don't worry, I understand. After Xiao Liang left, Zhang Xiu arrived at the villa garden, where Poto was undergoing special pressure training on the field. Meanwhile, Liu Guang practiced high-speed evasion maneuvers. Only 3 days remained until the college entrance exams. He murmured to himself before retrieving the E-grade honey spirit restoring potion Liu Guang required. Liu Guang's cultivation had already reached the peak of the soldier rank, just one step away from breaking through to the warrior rank. Honey spirit restoring potions alone might not suffice, but he had no other suitable materials on hand. Even after asking Tong Xian and Wang Changyi to help gather resources, there was no word back. For the Phantom Beast Division, edible potions were scarce. Even the most basic resources required at least B-grade quality. Feeding Liu Guang fire attribute potions or resources would waste a great deal of spiritual energy. Sigh. Zhang Xiu sighed and called Liu Guang over to drink the potion. And so, the days passed in strict routine. The final day of the college entrance exams was drawing near. Jumping number 2 high school, senior 3 class 5. Bro. You're my absolute hero. My firewall rat finally broke through to the war general rank today using your training method. Ah, never thought I, Wang Wenla, would one day become a silver tier beastmaster, ranking in the top 10 of our grade. This feels absolutely amazing. Wang Wenla spotted Zhang Xiu and immediately rushed over, throwing his arms around him and shouting tearfully. I've finally pulled off the underdog comeback. His outburst instantly ignited the long-suppressed energy in the entire classroom. Holy? War general rank? You're just bragging, Wang Wenla? A flat-headed boy in the front row abruptly stood up, his eyes bulging like copper bells. He was also one of the class's bottom feeders, bound to an ironclad rhinoceros. Stuck at the peak of soldier tier for 2 months, he'd mocked Zhang Xiu before her rise. If Zhang Xiu was hailed as an SSS tier genius, he had his pride too, never groveling before Zhang Xiu or asking him for cultivation tips. Now, hearing Wang Wenla's words, he was utterly stunned. After all, with a war general tier beast, even the most incompetent beastmaster could get into a decent beastmaster university. Was this real? Could a fire fur rat truly reach war general rank? Yeah, but it's not a purebred, right? The breakthrough rate is only 5%? How could this be false? Brother Xiu crafted a custom cultivation plan for me. My fire fur mouse even evolved into a blue rare flame-tail mouse. Wang Wenla proudly lifted his chin, wrapping his arm around Zhang Xiu's shoulder as if embracing the entire world. Seeing everyone still looked skeptical, he immediately summoned his beast companion. The flame-tailed rat looked much the same as before, except its tail had grown longer, now engulfed in flames. Its primary attack relied entirely on that tail. The moment it appeared, everyone's eyes widened. Squeak! A distinct aura of a battle-hardened warrior radiated out, mingled with scorching flames, causing several classmates standing close to instinctively take half a step back. This aura couldn't be faked. Seeing the stunned expressions on everyone's faces, Wang Wenla felt thoroughly satisfied. Shogu, no need for words from now on, you're my own brother. I'll serve you faithfully, without hesitation. The other students finally snapped out of it and dropped their pride. Shogu, the college entrance exam is tomorrow. Could you give me a crash course? My parents won't be home tonight. Bro Xiu, teach me some secret tricks, please. Xiu Dad, you can't just abandon your son like this. Chapter 81, Duel, Commander Level. Ahem. Quiet. Quiet down. Class teacher Lu Conching entered the classroom and, seeing the chaotic scene, couldn't help but slam his hand on the desk and shout. I know you all want some secret formula from Zhang Xiu to skyrocket your success, but with the college entrance exam just 1 day away, it's time to let go of fantasies and focus on preparing for tomorrow's test. The students heard this and felt like crying without tears. Indeed, what could 1 day possibly change? Absolutely nothing. Why hadn't they followed Wang Wenla's or class monitor Shan Yuyun's example and cultivated a relationship with Zhang Xiu earlier? It was too late to suck up now. Their hearts ached with regret, and they resolved to change their habit of looking down on people. As the students quieted down and returned to their seats, Lu Concheng pulled out a stack of cards and handed them to Shan Yuyun to distribute. These were admission tickets.
Every year, many students forgot to bring theirs or lost them when entering the exam hall. If that happened, they have no choice but to repeat the year and retake the college entrance exam the following year. Therefore, everyone must be extremely careful and keep their admission tickets safe. Additionally, our exam venue is Hope City number 199. Everyone must arrive at the school gate before 6 a.m. tomorrow. A dedicated hover train will transport you to the venue. If you miss the departure time, you'll have to drive there yourself. But chances are you won't make it, so everyone should arrive at the school gate well ahead of time. Now, a few more important matters. After clearly outlining tomorrow's exam arrangements, Lu Kangcheng clapped his hands and turned to Zhang Xiu. Alright, the rest of you are free to go. Zhang Xiu, come with me to the advanced training room. Clearly, he intended to conduct one final training session with Zhang Xiu to gauge her current abilities. Even though he knew Zhang Xiu was already formidable, he still wanted to do everything in his power to help her become even stronger. After the two left the classroom, the students began whispering among themselves. Zhang Xiu can already defeat peak war general tier opponents. Is old Lu even a match for him? Ha, you underestimate old Lu. Remember, even the weakest teacher is a silver tier beastmaster. He must have a commander tier beast under his command. You mean old Lu would deploy a commander level beast? No matter how strong Zhang Xiu is, he can't defeat a commander level beast, right? Lu Kangcheng led Zhang Xiu to the training room specially prepared for high-tier beast masters and activated the rune protection, ensuring the area could withstand the destructive power of a commander-tier beast. He turned, his face bearing a rare mix of seriousness and anticipation. Zhang Xiu, tomorrow is the college entrance exam. I know your abilities far surpass your peers, but the college entrance stage never lacks true prodigies. I want you to score as close to perfect as possible and claim the top spot. I know this is incredibly difficult after all. Zhongping City has never produced a top scorer, and you are the only SSS-tier genius in its history. But I can't help but dream. Zhang Xiu looked at him earnestly, nodded, and said, Teacher, I will give my absolute best in the exam. Very well. This will be your final training session. I intend to show you the power of a commander-level being. Lu Kangcheng took a deep breath and summoned his first pet beast. A colossal aura instantly engulfed the training hall. Space warped slightly as a colossal beast materialized in the center of the arena. Resembling a giant rock tortoise, its shell edges were not smooth curves but sharp, angular rock formations. Its limbs were thick as stone pillars, and its head was encased in a heavy rock helmet, revealing only a pair of dark yellow eyes. Massive. Merely standing there, it resembled an immovable mountain. This was Lu Kangcheng's first pet beast, the Black Armor Earth Venerable, who had long since entered the early commander tier. Its bloodline was equally exceptional, capable of reaching the Lord tier. Xuanjia Earth Sovereign, early commander level. Lu Kangcheng's voice was deep and solemn. Give it your all. Under its pressure, hold out for 5 minutes. At the same time, feel what true commander level power is like. This will benefit you in your college entrance exams and your future. Fight freely, give it your all. I'll monitor your condition, no casualties will occur. Battle intent flared in Zhang Xiu's eyes. He understood Teacher Lu's meaning. This was the final test. And the most direct help he could offer. Alright. Without hesitation, he focused his spiritual energy to its peak, summoning Pota and Liu Guang. Seeing Liu Guang appear, Lu Kangcheng showed a hint of surprise before realizing this was Zhang Xiu's second pet beast. He hadn't expected its cultivation level to be so high, reaching the peak of the soldier rank. Is this a flame thread butterfly? It doesn't quite look like one. Is this a new evolutionary path? Ha, this Zhang Xiu always surprises me. Lu Kangcheng felt a surge of delight and immediately commanded the Xuanjia Earth Venerable to launch an attack. Poof! The Dark Armor Earth Lord emitted a low, nasal growl, like a rumbling thunderclap. Its dark yellow eyes swept over Boda and Liuguan with the condescending gaze of a superior. The next instant, it stamped the ground seemingly slow, yet lightning fast. Boom! The entire floor of the training chamber shook violently. This wasn't the kind of disturbance Boda could create. It felt as if the very foundations were being shaken. Countless razor-sharp spikes erupted like a frenzied steel jungle, tearing through the earth with terrifying force as they violently shot up from beneath Boda and Liuguang. Ground burst prison. This was a devastating attack with a vast range and control effects. When a commander-level beast pet strikes, it shatters the heavens. Zhang Xiu's pupils contracted sharply. His 19,999 points of mental energy surged wildly, instantly pinpointing the most violent energy node beneath his feet. There was no time for verbal warning. He could only shout through the contract with his mind. Beneath his feet, Pota, Eternal Mountain, and River. Pop! Boda roared with fury, its 3 clawed paws striking the piercing earth spikes beneath it with unyielding resolve. An earth-yellow light erupted, disrupting the very essence of the land. Hum! Within the small area enveloped by the Eternal Mountain and River Fortress power, the previously raging energy instantly solidified. The wildly sprouting earth spikes, just as they pierced upward, were forever frozen in the moment of emergence. This scene left Lu Kangcheng utterly astonished. What kind of skill was this? Did Pota possess such a skill before? Had he newly mastered it?
And it could actually affect a commander-level skill. Zhang Xiu, you've been hiding a trick up your sleeve, huh? He shouted excitedly, Xuanjia Earth Lord, spinning attack. The Earth Sovereign retracted its limbs, its entire body spinning like a colossal top. It generated a heart-stopping howl as it charged toward Pota, crushing everything in its path. Each angular rock plate transformed into a terrifying cutting blade. The air itself was churned and torn apart, emitting a piercing, shrill screech. Pop! Bota's round eyes widened in shock, experiencing such terrifying power for the first time. If the Thunder Mammoth had been savage and brutal, the Earth Lord before him now felt like the entire Earth itself collapsing and crushing down upon him, leaving you utterly unable to see any possibility of victory. This was the gap between realms. Chapter 82, Mountains Crush, Ripples of Time. What terrifying power! Zhang Xiu's gaze sharpened. He knew that with Bota's current strength, defeating the opponent would be exceedingly difficult. War General and Commander tiers were two entirely different levels, but holding his ground should still be possible. If Lu Kongcheng knew Zhang Xiu was plotting to defeat him, he'd be utterly dumbfounded, showing not a shred of respect for commander-level power. Bota! Raging mud tide. At the command, Bota snapped out of his pressure-induced daze, his palms unleashing a tidal wave. Yet under the collapsing mountain-like assault of the Xuanjia Earth Sovereign, the layered muddy rage tide was swiftly sliced apart, sending water spraying everywhere. Pop! Bota's round eyes widened in fury as he pushed the mud wave to its absolute limit. Yet his body still seemed insignificant beneath the crushing shadow bearing down upon him. Stream of light. Zhang Xiu's intent roared through the contract, leaving no time for specific commands. Absolute dominance in rank brought not only power but speed. The Xuanjia Earth Venerable's movements far exceeded the reaction times of mere soldiers or generals. If he waited for specific orders, Liu Guan wouldn't have time to provide support. Fortunately, their training and coordination had been excellent during this period. The moment Zhang Xiu spoke, Liu Guan knew exactly what he needed to do. It flapped its wings swiftly, and a mesmerizing melody pierced through reality, echoing as if within the Xuanjia Earth Lord's mind. It was the skill, Drunken Dream Melody. But alas, it was merely at the peak of the soldier grade tier. The gap to the commander grade realm was vast, and the effect it could produce was utterly insufficient. Oh? An illusion-type skill? Ha, not bad, not bad. Too bad this beast is too weak. Lu Kongcheng watched the scene unfold, a smug laugh escaping his lips. To influence the Xuanjia Earth Venerable, one would need at least a War General tier beast. Smash it! Xuanjia Earth Venerable. At his command, the Xuanjia Earth Venerable finally cleaved through the muddy rage tide, completely ignoring the effects of the Drunken Dream Melody. This enraged Liu Guan, who shot a flame at Pota, causing it to explode. Boom! While the blast was powerful, it proved insufficient to harm the Black Armor Earth Sovereign. The Black Armor Earth Sovereign snorted disdainfully, crushing toward Bota. Bota was about to activate his subterranean dive. Suddenly, Zhang Xiu's eyes widened as he watched the streaking light hurtle toward the Black Armor Earth Lord, like a suicidal act of throwing eggs at a stone. Lu Guang, he cried out in panic. Lu Guang wasn't a power-type beast, its defenses were weak. If the Black Armor Earth Lord struck it, who knew how badly it would be injured? It might even affect tomorrow's college entrance exam. But the next second, he froze. Emotion 199. A rainbow-colored light erupted from Liu Guang, then landed upon the Xuanjia Earth Venerable. The Black Armor Earth Lord trembled unconsciously, instinctively. No sound. As if time itself had been cast into the surface of water. An imperceptible, nearly transparent ripple spread silently outward from the light center. The Earth Sovereign in black armor, who had been charging furiously toward Pota, suddenly froze for an instant, his massive, mountain-like form stiffening abruptly. It lasted only an infinitesimal fraction of a second, perhaps 0.03 seconds, or even less. Its spinning trajectory deviated by the tiniest, imperceptible fraction. That relentless, destructive momentum seemed to have its core equilibrium gently nudged by an invisible hand. Yet this 0.03 second imbalance, at the critical moment, became the opening Pota seized. Pop! Almost the instant the Xuanjia Earth Venerable froze, Pota's combat instincts kicked in. His massive body lunged sideways, rolling away. Crash! Crackle! The spinning Xuanjia Earth Lord whizzed past Pota's rolling afterimage. The sharp edges of the rock armor failed to graze Bota. Thud! The next instant, Pota's fist slammed into its undercarriage, sending shockwaves rippling across the earth. Boom! Ripples spread through the air. The massive form of the Xian Armor Earth Sovereign was sent flying, slamming hard into the rune-reinforced wall at the far end of the training chamber with a thunderous thud. The entire room shook violently. Spreading like spider webs from the impact point, massive cracks became clearly visible across the walls. Pebbles rained down like a storm, leaving the area in utter disarray. Bota gasped heavily, clearly shaken by the force of that strike. Lu Guan landed lightly on Zhang Xiu's shoulder, the ethereal glow on its wings dimmed slightly. Its little head tilted, seemingly perplexed by the events that had just unfolded. What kind of skill was that? A forced control effect? An illusion? What exactly was it?
Lu Kangcheng's stern expression vanished completely, replaced by uncontrollable horror. Bound by his contract with the Xuanjia Earth Venerable, he too sensed the fleeting anomaly. Just as the attack was about to strike, the Xuanjia Earth Venerable seemed to be disrupted by some indescribable force. The Xuanjia Earth Venerable's perfectly concentrated impact force and balance had inexplicably suffered a minuscule disruption. It was as if, like reversing a vehicle, he had been forcibly redirected at an angle. His gaze snapped to the butterfly perched on Zhang Xiu's shoulder, a creature of extraordinary beauty, yet seemingly fragile. A streak of light? Was that minuscule hesitation caused by it? What kind of skill was this? A skill capable of disrupting the precise movement trajectory of a commander-level beast? This could never be the result of mere mental interference or enchantment. Even his psychic senses failed to provide advance warning. Zhang Xiu's heart raced with emotion, far more shocked than Lu Kangcheng. For only he knew what had transpired in that instant. His colossal 19,999-point mental power had clearly detected the ripples of time. The skill just unleashed by Liu Guan was undoubtedly time rewind. Though its scope was minuscule, its duration fleeting, and its effect not a reversal of outcomes, merely a brief rewind of minute details in the sequence of events. Yet under such pressure, Liu Guan had instinctively unleashed it. He immediately glanced at the system panel. Name, Liu Guan. Bloodline, South Sea Phantom Butterfly. Level, Crimson Perfection. Realm, Peak Soldier Grade. Skills, Hallucinatory Dust, Blazing Storm, Drunken Dream Melody, Flames, Time Rewind not fully mastered. It still shows as not fully mastered. Indeed, after all, the effect released was merely accidental. But this will only make Liu Guan more proficient in the future, until one day he masters it completely. Zhang Xiu forced down the shock surging within him, maintaining a calm exterior. Teacher, can we continue? He lifted his head to meet Lu Kangcheng's stunned gaze. He needed more pressure. Only through duels could he continue to unlock the potential of the flowing light. Lu Kangcheng drew a deep breath, pushing aside his inner doubts. Seeing the almost burning fighting spirit in Zhang Xiu's eyes, he smiled. Your trump cards never cease to amaze me. Alright. Bring it on. Xuanjia Earth Lord, Shockwave Domain. He decided to ramp up the difficulty. Though the Earth Sovereign of Mystic Armor had been knocked back, he had sustained little actual injury. He swiftly returned to the battlefield, his limbs once again stomping fiercely against the ground. This time, however, it wasn't a widespread spike attack. A trembling effect spread outward from its center, enveloping half the training hall in an earthen glow. The air thickened like quicksand, and the earth seemed to transform into a colossal resonant chamber. Gravity intensified abruptly, invisible pressure crushing down like mountains from all directions. This was the signature control technique of the Earth Sovereign of Mystic Armor. Within its domain, movement slowed, skill execution became sluggish, mental energy proved difficult to focus, and even internal organs risked damage from resonance. This domain effect proved more terrifying and harder to defend against than any mere physical attack. Chapter 83, Streamlight's Breakthrough, setting off for the college entrance exams. Pop. Boda felt as if swept up by an invisible mudslide. Even when he paddled his feet with all his might, his speed slowed considerably. The spiritual energy coursing through his body grew sluggish and obstructed. Even more terrifying, the pulsating force was relentlessly pounding against its solid flesh, relentlessly assaulting its internal organs. Streamlight suddenly plummeted through the air, its petite body yanked downward as if by an invisible giant hand, nearly crashing into the ground. Hold your ground. Adapt to it. Find the source of the vibration. Zhang Xiu shouted calmly. His formidable mental strength served as a bedrock, providing a psychological anchor for both beasts. Boda, resonate with it using the power of the earth. Transform pressure into strength. Liu Guan, sense the ripples in space. Treat the domain as a countercurrent in a sea of flames. Drawing on her past life's experience, Zhang Xiu swiftly devised countermeasures. That solution was higher-level guidance guiding the pets to perceive the domain, to harmonize with it rather than resist. This duel was intended as pressure training to showcase the might of a commander-level force. And the release of this domain was perfectly timed. Hearing its master's command, Boda was the first to adapt. Harnessing the effect of eternal mountains and rivers, it absorbed the Earth's power, causing the enemy's Earth attribute skills to solidify and affect the natural environment. Pop. What's a little pressure? Solidify for me. Boda roared, a yellow light wave erupting from its surface, seemingly blocking the domain's effects. Moreover, the light wave continued to spread outward, rendering the domain ineffective wherever it passed. After all, the vibration field was still an Earth attribute skill, and it was perfectly countered by Eternal Mountain and River. It had to be said Eternal Mountain and River was the nightmare of all Earth attribute beast companions. Only the vast gap in cultivation levels prevented it from being completely nullified in one strike. No longer effective? What the hell is this skill? Lu Kangcheng let out a delighted laugh. Xuanjia Earth Lord was utterly astonished. As a commander-level beast, he couldn't even handle a general-level beast. Fury and apprehension surged within him. The bloodline of this catfish creature before him was undoubtedly far superior to his own. Thud. Another crushing stomp. This time, Liu Guang reacted in time, enveloping himself in a fiery storm to break free from the domain's effects. Facing the Earth Lord's relentless assault, Pota stepped forward to meet it. Soon, the 5-minute duel time was up. After the intense sparring, Bota's spiritual energy was completely depleted, and Liu Guang was visibly drained. Zhang Xiu was drenched in sweat, his face slightly pale. Maintaining such intense spiritual energy guidance had drained him far more than channeling the heaven-shifting force. Enough for now. Lu Kongchang recalled the Earth Venerable in his black armor, whose aura remained steady. His face bore deep exhaustion, tinged with a hint of hidden admiration. You're something else, kid. The college entrance exam is tomorrow. Get some rest. He patted Zhang Xiu's shoulder. The implication was clear: at your current level, passing the exam is no longer a problem, and even topping the rankings isn't out of reach. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Xiu responded solemnly. He knew Lu Kongchang had pushed himself to the limit, training him all afternoon, constantly adjusting the Xuanjie Earth Lord's attack tactics mid-battle. It was only natural he hadn't defeated the beast after all. It was a commander-level beast, not a general-level one. Still, a hint of regret lingered in his heart. If both Bota and Liu Guang had reached the war general tier, perhaps they could have defeated it. His hope for Liu Guang to break through to the next realm grew ever stronger. He planned to return and give it another potion. Back at the villa in Qinghai Garden, the sky outside the window was already dotted with stars. Xiao Liangkai had already returned from work and was carefully packing the final batch of sealed potions. Xiaoxiu, you're back? Hungry? Uncle will warm up your meal. Oh dear, why are you looking so pale? Xiao Liangkai looked at his exhausted nephew with a touch of pity. I'm fine, uncle. Just a bit worn out from training. Zhang Xiu waved him off and walked over to the potion workbench, her gaze sweeping over the neatly arranged bottles and jars. After a moment of silence, he unlocked a drawer and retrieved several rare fire element auxiliary materials. These were the last few B-grade materials he'd purchased at a hefty price. The remaining balance was only 2 million Federation coins. Uncle, I'm leaving the follow-up deliveries and production of these E and D grade potions entirely to you. Handle the accounting however you see fit. Zhang Xiu spoke as he deftly began processing the materials, formulating a recipe superior to the E-grade honey spirit restoring potion. What are you doing? Xiao Liang was taken aback. Zhang Xiu had long since stopped personally crafting ordinary potions. Preparing dinner for Liu Guang. Her gaze remained focused as her fingertips guided energy to fuse the liquids. The college entrance exam, he needs to be in better shape. Xiao Liangkai opened his mouth, but in the end, he simply nodded silently. Alright, leave the details to me. Deep into the night. In the training room on the villa's second floor, Liu Guang, having absorbed the freshly brewed, pale gold-speckled dew whose effects far surpassed the previous Starlight Dawn dew, curled up in its specially designed nest. The patterns on its wings shimmered faintly, as if breathing. Zhang Xiu sat cross-legged on a nearby mat, eyes closed as he channeled his spiritual energy, slowly replenishing the day's exertions. Simultaneously, his consciousness descended into the system interface. Current emotion points, 8,978. The emotion points gained from defeating the Thunder Mammoth and subsequent sterilization efforts were quite substantial. His gaze flickered toward the wheel requiring 10,000 points per spin. He was still 1,000 points short. Perhaps he could gather them during the college entrance exams. A hint of anticipation curved Zhang Xiu's lips. Outside the window, the sun had risen silently. Just as he had intended, after absorbing the Starlight Dawn dew, Liu Guang successfully broke through his cultivation level, reaching the early stage of the war general rank. After all, with perfect bloodlines, breaking through the initial realm posed no challenge at all. Huff. This time, it was vastly more powerful than yesterday. In its current state, it could undoubtedly exert greater influence over the Xuanjie Earth Venerable, perhaps even defeat him. Liquid light danced ecstatically around Zhang Xiu. Emotion 99. Another emotional boost added to the tally. A smile played on Zhang Xiu's lips as he teased the stream of light playfully before saying, "Time to go." He packed his backpack, grabbed his admission ticket, and arrived at the entrance of Jiangping No. 2 High School to find it already bustling with people. The massive silver-white levitating train lay quietly on the plaza like a majestic steel beast. Senior high students, their faces a mix of excitement, nervousness, anticipation, and trepidation, bid farewell to their families and filed through security to board the train. Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu is here. What do you think he'll score? At the very least, 720 points should be no problem. He is an SSS-tier genius, after all. Heard he had a showdown with teacher Lu yesterday. Wonder if he's fully recovered. Would be hilarious if he flops on the college entrance exam. Among the students waiting for the train, not everyone harbored goodwill toward Zhang Xiu. Some still wished him ill. But those thoughts could only be hidden like venomous snakes, dared not reveal even a hint. Shan Yuyun stood at the front of the class line and smiled at Zhang Xiu. Warning, class president. Zhang Xiu nodded at her. Warning, Zhang Xiu. Shan Yuyu noticed the gleam in his eyes, and her heartbeat quickened inexplicably.
Ready? MHM.
Zhang Xiu's reply was brief. His gaze swept over the excited Wang Wenle, Wang Xiaoyu, Su Qingxing, and others, finally settling on the slowly opening train doors like portals to another world.
Let's go.
He stepped onto the gangway, his stride steady and purposeful. The doors closed behind him. Soon after, the train lifted off and began its journey. Familiar scenery began to recede and blur outside the windows. In the distance, Hope City 199 rapidly drew nearer. There, the trials of the stars awaited, along with elite prodigies from every corner.
Chapter 84, The City of Hope. Here comes the country boy. On the train.
Zhang Xiu used his admission ticket to find his seat. Teachers were barred from entering the 199th City of Hope. Only candidates from all realms were permitted, with no accompanying adults allowed. Having taken the exam once in his previous life, he wasn't particularly nervous.
Other students were either curious or at a loss. After all, for many students from less privileged backgrounds, this was their first time leaving Jiangping City.
The college entrance exam is about to begin.
I'm so nervous.
My palms are sweating like crazy. The Federation designated 300 cities of hope as unified testing sites, accommodating all senior high students from the 9 provinces and thousands of guardian cities.
What kind of place is it, really?
I don't know, but I heard the technology there is super advanced, will be guided by artificial intelligence. The cities of hope are built along the borders of the 9 provinces, serving as crucial checkpoints.
No one without a pass can cross into the 9 provinces' territory.
If we ever want to enter the 9 provinces in the future, we'll have to go through the cities of hope.
Zhang Xiu is heading to Qilin Academy in Qingzhou.
Xiaoyu, where do you plan to go?
Wherever I get accepted, I guess.
Wang Xiaoyu sat beside Su Qingxing, her mind elsewhere as she murmured. Her gaze kept drifting backward, but separated by 2 rows of seats, Zhang Xiu was nowhere to be seen.
Sigh, stop thinking about him all the time. He and we will be from 2 different worlds from now on. We can only ever be friends.
Su Qingxing sighed softly. Ever since Zhang Xiu secured the SSS tier genius contract from Qilin Academy, she'd known deep down that there was little hope for her in Zhang Xiu. After all, he was now a prodigy destined for the spotlight, with countless eldest daughters from prominent families vying for his attention. What could she possibly compete with? Especially with the distance between them. Not to mention, Zhang Xiu truly seemed to only see her as a friend.
Sigh. Upon hearing Su Qingxing's words, Wang Xiaoyu pouted and declared, I don't care. I just like him.
We'll deal with the future when it comes.
His family is in Jiangping. He'll have to come back someday. Having seen someone so breathtaking, how could she ever settle for anyone ordinary again?
She was willing to wait, whether fate brought them together or not. The train sped forward. Shogo, with my abilities, scoring 650 shouldn't be a problem. I plan to find a university closer to Jiangping City.
Let's stay in touch then, okay? Wang Wenle playfully slung his arm around Zhang Xiu's shoulders, grinning.
Deep down, he knew their paths would inevitably diverge in the future, but he refused to let their friendship fade.
Don't worry.
When I make it big someday, I won't forget you. Zhang Xiu chuckled. Pure friendships were rare in his past life, and Wang Wenle was one of them. Unfortunately, he had perished in the beast tide that struck Jiangping City 3 years later.
This time around, he would never let anything happen to him. Ha, that's good.
I'll probably be counting on you for most of my life.
Remember to pull your brother through when you make it big. Wang Wenle laughed. Through the window, the two could already make out the outline of Hope City.
City after city of hope, fortresses along the frontier, were linked by boundaries, stretching like a circular great wall toward the horizon.
Boundary.
Zhang Xiu lifted her head, gazing intently at the pale blue light screen at the edge of Zhouzhou. This barrier, forged using the bones of catastrophe-level beasts and the rune power developed by Zhangzhou's Starry Sky Beast Master Academy, protected the 9 provinces from beast invasions. The same principle applied to the thousands of protective barriers guarding the cities, though the materials used for these were of a lower grade. During the Third Beast War in her previous life, the boundary had been breached from within a traitor's betrayal. Otherwise, the 9 provinces' borders wouldn't have fallen so swiftly, resulting in countless casualties within mere days and even the demise of a heavenly king tier beast master. At the thought of the traitor, Zhang Xiu's gaze sharpened. They weren't exposed last time, but this time, I will find you before the war begins. Whether it's the Villains Guild or other underground organizations, none pose as grave a threat as that traitor. Moreover, the fact that they could breach the boundary line proves they are at least a heavenly king-level beastmaster. Perhaps the Outlaws Guild's ability to sweep across the 9 provinces in my previous life was also due to their support from behind the scenes. We're here! We're here!
Wang Wenle shouted excitedly upon sighting the City of Hope.
Silver-hued city walls towered above the land, rising at least 300 meters high.
The levitating train traversed the wilderness before smoothly docking at the massive airport of Hope City 199, codenamed Rock.
As the cabin doors opened, they found themselves standing atop the city walls.
To the left rose a pale blue boundary, its surface covered in a flowing network of runes. To the right, soaring towers pierce the sky, their summits spinning multispectral scanners that scanned every person entering the city. The city's interior layout was straightforward, the vast airfield connected directly to a network of magnetic levitation corridors. Mechanical vehicles carried the examinees toward the Colosseum-like complex at the city center. That was the Federation's Advanced Beastmaster Examination Center. Holy! This is just too spectacular. Wang Wenle's eyes bulged wide, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. This is a big city? No way, this is straight out of a sci-fi fortress. Look at those massive energy cannons on the wall over there. What kind of beast could possibly survive a single blast from one of those things? His palm was drenched in sweat as he gripped Zhang Xiu's arm, whether from nervousness or excitement, he couldn't tell. Shan Yuyun, Wang Xiaoyu, Su Qingxing, and the others all held their breath in awe. Even though they came from privileged backgrounds, none had ever seen such a magnificent city. Oomph, I thought it was some kind of train. Turns out it's just the guardian city of the wilderness. A bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world. At that moment, people stepping off the train on the other side spotted them and sneered with mocking grins. Their attire was markedly different from Zhang Xiu and the others. Clearly, they were from within the 9 provinces. The City of Hope hosted the unified entrance exams. Besides the thousands of students from the Guardian City, there were also scholars from the 9 provinces among them, no shortage of noble scions and wealthy second-generation heirs from prominent families. These individuals lived in the resource-rich 9 provinces, enjoying far superior resources than those in the Guardian City. They had no worries about food or clothing. Pick any one of them at random, and their ancestors were likely platinum-tier beast masters. You, who do you call a country bumpkin? Wang Wenle shouted, his face flushed crimson. Ha! Look at him. Check out that bumpkin over there, his eyes are practically popping out of his head. He'll probably wet himself the moment he steps into the exam hall. Ha! This group wore Beastmaster combat uniforms, their chests adorned with academy insignia. Their demeanor was haughty, their faces bearing undisguised contempt. One of them pointed in Wang Wenle's direction and deliberately laughed loudly to his companions. Today I finally see what a country bumpkin looks like. What a sight for sore eyes. Utter trash. Wang Wenle's anger flared instantly at such blatant humiliation. You! Say that again if you dare. Chapter 85, Candidates, please answer the questions. You! Say that again if you dare. Wang Wenle's face flushed crimson, like an enraged bull. He lunged forward, finger pointed at the group of well-dressed Jojo students, his voice sharp with fury. Several boys from Jiangping No. 2 High School beside him blared angrily and closed in, like a pack of wolves defending their territory. Oh, country bumpkin sure has a temper. The Jojo student who had spoken first, sporting meticulously styled red hair, eyed Wang Wenle with a smug look of superiority. So what if I say it again? Looking around like a deer in headlights, all rustic and unsophisticated, what else would you call it but country bumpkin? In a place like Hope City, you city guarding hicks probably only get to come here for the college entrance exams to broaden your horizons, right? TSK. With looks like yours, the highest you'll ever reach is a gold-grade beast tamer, right? That level? I could step over it with ease. If you kneel and say a few nice things, I might even grant you a little opportunity, letting you become a gold-tier beast master someday. Hong Tao laughed mockingly, his companions joining in with shrill cackles. These words tore away the last shred of pretense. It laid bare the vast, invisible chasm between Guardian City and the 9 provinces. Many Jiangping No. 2 high school students felt a wave of embarrassment and humiliation wash over them, their faces turning grim. Damn it! Wang Wenle felt his blood boil, instinctively reaching to summon his beast companion. Within Hope City, while pets were required to remain in non-exam mode and not appear arbitrarily, the Beastmaster's space itself was unrestricted. Wenle. A steady hand pressed down on Wang Wenle's shoulder. It was Zhang Xiu. His expression was as still as water, his gaze sharp as a blade. He swept his eyes across the group of Jojo students, finally settling on the insolent red-haired boy. Nearly caught in Zhang Xiu's gaze, the red-haired boy and his companion's shrill laughter abruptly halted. It felt as though an invisible hand had seized their hearts, making their breath catch in their throats. That gaze was serene and unruffled, devoid of anger, yet carried a condescending scrutiny, as if observing a swarm of noisy ants. Coupled with the overwhelming aura of 19,999 points of spiritual power enveloping them, the mockery on their faces instantly froze. Their bodies instinctively recoiled. What? Trying to make a name for yourself? Hong Tao sensed the unusual aura emanating from Zhang Xiu, his playful demeanor fading as he narrowed his eyes slightly. And who the hell are you? Jiangping No. 2 High School. Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu spoke. Zhang Xiu? Never heard of him. Looks like you've got some mental strength. Trying to stick your neck out for your buddy? Hong Tao fixed his gaze on Zhang Xiu, sensing a hint of pressure. This guy before him seemed no ordinary person. He was a beastmaster with an epic bloodline pet beast, hailing from a prominent Qingzhou family, yet he felt pressure from a student who had come from a guardian city. Zhang Xiu didn't immediately respond to the provocation.
His gaze swept over the badges on the chests of the Jojo students. It depicted a flaming claw vaguely familiar as the emblem of a prestigious private academy in Qingzhou. He spoke slowly, picking fights and disrupting the college entrance exam order within Hope City. Are you trying to make the Hope City Enforcement Squad take notice of you? Or perhaps you wish to forfeit your eligibility for the exams? Hearing this, Hong Tao's heart skipped a beat. The other party was actually threatening him. But how did this guy from the Guardian City know the rules here? Hope City was a federal stronghold with ironclad enforcement. Though they were students from Jojo, if they caused real trouble, they'd be held accountable for disrupting the exam. Disqualification was entirely possible. Family connections wouldn't carry much weight here. The red-haired boy opened his mouth to protest, only to find himself inexplicably overwhelmed by the other's imposing presence. This kid seemed off. How could someone like this exist in a place like the Guardian City? His companions exchanged glances, their swagger visibly dampened. Oomph. All show. In the end, the red-haired boy forced himself to spit out a bravado-filled retort to avoid looking cowardly. Don't think ruling some backwater lets you run wild here. The real test comes at the college entrance exams. Let's go. With a feeble wave of his hand, he hurriedly led his friends toward another passageway, as if fleeing an invisible pressure field. Watching their disheveled retreat, Wang Wenla finally swallowed his anger, though resentment still simmered. Brother Xiu, just letting them go like that? We should have taught them a lesson. They were way too arrogant. This isn't Jiangping City. Rather than tangling with them, it's better to save our energy for the exam hall. His gaze swept over the surrounding classmates, catching the lingering resentment in many eyes. He would keep their mockery in mind and turn it into motivation. The college entrance exam was the best opportunity for us, the students guarding the city, to prove ourselves. Shutting them up with our abilities will be far more effective than fighting here. Shan Yuyun watched Zhang Xiu's composed and steady demeanor, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Wang Xiaoyu clenched her small fists even tighter. Zhang Xiu was right. We absolutely must achieve outstanding results. Su Qingxing nodded silently. You're absolutely right, Brother Xiu. Wang Wenla exhaled heavily, his eyes reigniting with fighting spirit. Damn it, just you wait, I'll get a high score. Just then, the Maglev Corridor's public address system crackled to life. Attention, candidates from Guardian City 1532, Jiangping City, please follow the guidance robots ahead to the registration point in examination zone 95332 for identity verification and accommodation assignment. This announcement is repeated. The crowd began moving in an orderly fashion, following the spherical robots with their flashing indicator lights. He also caught a glimpse of the internal structure of the City of Hope. Neatly arranged alloy structures, a transportation network woven with energy light tracks, and massive energy shield generators pulsing with rune-like light. And at the city's heart, towering like a majestic mountain range, stood the Federation Advanced Beastmaster Examination Center. It was an unimaginably vast structure. Its main body was a superdome arena enveloped in multiple layers of pale golden energy barriers, crowned by a 100-meter-tall tower that radiated an overwhelming, suffocating sense of pressure. Surrounding the examination center were countless auxiliary buildings, training grounds, and energy towers of varying sizes, collectively forming a city brimming with technology. The first examination begins at 10 a.m. today. Do not be late. Tardiness will result in disqualification. Here is your accommodation card, with your address and room number already printed. After Zhang Xiu followed the spherical robot to the examination area to register, she received her accommodation card and examination room number. 1 hour of preparation time remained. The first exam tested cultural subjects, with a total score of 100 points. All students from Jiangping No. 2 High School were randomly assigned to different sections. Upon entering the exam hall, Zhang Xiu found no familiar faces except for that red-haired man who had mocked them earlier. Who'd have thought this young master would end up in the same exam hall as you? You country bumpkin, watch closely. This is the gap between us Jojo students and your Guardian City students. Hong Tao pointed at Zhang Xiu, sneered, then strode into the private exam room. All scores were displayed in real time, complete with rankings. Correctness was determined by the artificial intelligence of Hope City. Zhang Xiu ignored the man, entering the room and inserting his admission ticket into the card slot on the white desk. A light flashed. Candidate JP15322062012919952, prepare to answer. Question 1. Which of the following D-grade materials can be used to evolve the cedar fish into a superior bloodline? Chapter 86, perfect score? Definitely cheating. The cold, synthetic voice finished reading the question. A row of clear options appeared above the white desk in front of Zhang Xiu. A. Frost crystal sand. B. Sunwheel flower pollen. Sink smooth algae powder. D. Thunderhorn fragment. Zhang Xiu's gaze swept calmly over the options. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and tapped C on the floating light screen with her fingertip. Correct answer. The next question instantly appeared. When the ironclad rhino unleashes earth shatter, what stage of its energy gathering provides the optimal window for interruption? A. Initial energy fluctuation. B. The instant its feet touch the ground.
C 0.5 seconds before energy peaks at both horns. D cannot be interrupted. Zhang Xiu answered instantly, C.
The examination hall comprised countless independent hexagonal compartments, completely isolated from external interference. The walls were made of sound-absorbing material, with only the faint glow emanating from the answer screen before her eyes. A total of 100 questions spanned topics including pet beast ecology, energy dynamics, skill mechanics, evolutionary theory, rare material identification, wilderness survival, tactical coordination, and more. The first 30 questions were multiple choice, the middle 30 were fill in the blank, another 30 were true-false, and the final 10 were analysis questions. To Zhang Xiu, these questions felt more like a review of her past life's experiences. Indeed, the questions remained unchanged. He had studied them in advance and answered them flawlessly based on his past knowledge, his process flowing as smoothly as clouds drifting across the sky, his speed astonishingly fast. In stark contrast, Hong Tao in the adjacent cubicle was sweating profusely. Damn it! I remember this question, I clearly saw it during my review yesterday. What is it? Hong Tao stared at the question about the optimal temperature for breeding exotic beasts on the screen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could guess on the multiple choice questions, but the numerous fill in the blank and analysis questions that followed felt like one obstacle after another. With no other choice, he skipped the question and moved on to the next one. Please elaborate on the potential negative energy runaway characteristics of the epic tier bloodline pet beast, the Crimson Flame Flying Dragon, during its juvenile stage pawn tier, and list 3 effective calming methods must include specific spiritual materials or skill solutions. Damn it! Who studies the childhood quirks of Crimson Flame Dragons? I'm not a dragon tamer. Hong Tao couldn't help but curse under his breath, his fingers trembling slightly as he typed the answer. He relied too heavily on family resources to boost his pet's level. While he might shine in combat, his theoretical foundation was weak. His weakest link was grasping concepts requiring deep understanding rather than rote memorization. Excessive nervousness and his desperate need to prove himself only muddled his thoughts further. Zhang Xiu's eerily calm gaze flashed unbidden through his mind. That country bumpkin must be completely lost right now, right? He probably can't even answer the first question. This thought gave him a twisted sense of satisfaction, slightly easing his anxiety. Inside the central monitoring hall of the exam center, several massive circular light screens hovered, displaying real-time streams of candidate IDs alongside their current dynamic scores, answer progress, accuracy rates, and other critical data. An artificial intelligence developed by the Federal High Latitude Space Corporation assisted in the analysis. Any anomalies or unanalyzable situations were flagged separately for manual review by human examiners. The examiners monitoring this testing zone scanned the screens with piercing eyes, spotting an anomaly. HM? ID JP15322062012911952. Zhang Xiu, candidate from Jiangping City. Accuracy rate, 100%. Answering speed, 15 seconds? Ranked first? A middle-aged female examiner noticed the conspicuous red flag and voiced her surprise. Is this real? 15 seconds, 100% accuracy? This person must be cheating. A stern-faced male examiner beside her frowned and swiftly pulled up Zhang Xiu's real-time test interface monitor. The speed was astonishing, almost no pauses, no hesitation. Where was Jiangping City? Guardian City number 1532? I recall that place had a very low resource rating. I vaguely recall seeing news a couple days ago about Qingzhou Qilin Academy discovering an SSS tier genius in Jiangping City. His name was Zhang Xiu, I think. Another young examiner leaned in, glanced at the screen, and exclaimed excitedly, Zhang Xiu? Yes, that's him. Qilin Academy offered him an SSS-level special recruitment contract. An SSS-tier genius, seems he's got real talent. The middle-aged female examiner watched Zhang Xiu answer questions with keen interest. Judging by this, he's practically guaranteed a perfect score in the academic section. With the physical and combat assessments still to come, I can't wait to see what kind of storm this kid from the Guardian City will stir up. The stern examiner nodded. No AI devices detected. No cheating observed. Submit the report. Keep a close eye on his future development. The Federation needs talent like this. Inside the exam hall, the countdown for the final short answer question reached 0. The cultural subjects exam concluded. A red light swept across the room, and the metal desks automatically cleared their data. Zhang Xiu removed the brainwave sensor ring from the desk, a device used to monitor mental fluctuations and prevent cheating. Moments later, the compartment door slid open silently. Zhang Xiu stood and walked out, just as the door to the adjacent cubicle belonging to Hong Tao opened simultaneously. Hong Tao's face was pale, his eyes darting nervously. Clearly, the exam hadn't gone smoothly. When his gaze met Zhang Xiu standing outside the door, he froze for a second before bursting into laughter. Country bumpkin, what's with the lost soul look after the exam? Hong Tao quickly composed himself, forcing a mocking grin as he deliberately blocked Zhang Xiu's path. Did the questions knock you for a loop? Ha! No need to pretend. The low educational standards in Guardian City TSK. I get it. He deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of several Jojo students who had just finished their exams. They exchanged knowing glances and smirked. Zhang Xiu halted, giving him a cool glance. "Oh? Seems you have a clear understanding of yourself, knowing the gap between us." Hong Tao didn't grasp the meaning behind the words, dismissing it as empty rhetoric born of helplessness. He was about to continue his taunts when, at that very moment, the large score display screens hanging on the corridor wall ahead lit up instantly. The gaze of everyone in the entire exam area was instantly drawn to them, as if pulled by an invisible magnet. The scrolling bar at the top of the screens flashed rapidly. Real-time academic ranking for exam zone 95332. NO1, CZ115266206201291952 Zhang Xiu Zhang, Pingqing City total score, 100. NO2, QZ003877650122445101 Lin Yu Qingzhou Qingzhou City total score, 99 points. NO3, BZ9987610245001221003 Chenhao, Bonglin Academy Affiliated Middle School, Zhongzhou total score, 99. NO152, QZ003877650122445203 Hong Tao Qingzhou Beiluo City total score, 92 points. The air seemed to freeze solid in that instant. Hong Tao's mocking expression froze completely. His mouth hung slightly open as his eyes fixed intently on the blindingly bright 100 points displayed on the screen. And the name, Zhang Xiu, shimmering with perfect golden light. Impossible. He actually scored a perfect score. Cheating. He must have cheated. An indescribable shame burned like a red-hot branding iron, searing his face and radiating through his entire body. His own 92 points might not seem bad to his family. But Zhang Xiu, that kid from the Guardian City whom he democked as a country bumpkin and a hick, had scored a perfect 100. The stark contrast was unbearable. Chapter 87, The Rising Star, Guardian City's Genius. He must have cheated. How could that country bumpkin from the Guardian City possibly get a perfect score? He must have used some underhanded method we don't know about. I'm filing a complaint. Reporting him. Hong Tao screamed hysterically, refusing to accept that Zhang Xiu's score was higher than his. The shrill sound drew frowns and sideways glances from more examinees. Zhang Xiu stopped in front of him, her expression as calm as ever, yet a barely perceptible pitying smile played at the corners of her mouth. Your understanding is as shallow as your scores. Guardian cities are merely geographical divisions, not measures of strength. Knowledge resides with the diligent and the wise, not beneath the halo of a region's name. His gaze shifted from the ashen-faced Hong Tao to the dazzling 100 beside his name on the screen, his tone carrying undeniable certainty. This is the starting point I deserve. You. Hong Tao was rendered speechless, his face flushed with humiliated fury, trembling with rage. The few fellow JoJo students who had joined in the taunts now awkwardly distanced themselves, as if they didn't know him. Some even walked away outright, desperate to escape the thick, awkward air. Starting point? A crisp, cold snort echoed through the crowd. The speaker was a young man with short hair and a sharp demeanor, clad in an exquisite combat uniform. He hailed from the affiliated high school of a renowned academy in Central Continent, his gleaming badge on his chest hinting at his extraordinary background. Arms crossed, he scrutinized Zhang Xiu with a critical gaze. A perfect score in academic subjects was indeed rare, but it was merely theoretical. The true test of a beastmaster lies in real combat. Let's hope your beast is worthy of such a starting point. Though his words lacked Hong Tao's overt regional prejudice, the inherent pride of JoJo's elite students and their scrutinizing gaze toward the Guardian City candidates were palpable. He was Chen Hao, who tied for third place with Lin Yu at 99 points. A prodigy from Central Continent. Rumor has it he was specially recruited by Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy as an S-rank genius. What? Specially recruited by the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy? That's incredible. Who'd have thought he'd even engage with those from Guardian City? Probably because they were acting so arrogant. Someone who hasn't even made it into the 9 provinces, how could they possibly know that here, everyone is exceptional, and geniuses are as plentiful as fish in the river? Zhang Xiu must have met his match. So what if he scored 100 points? There are still tests and practical combat ahead. Guardian City folks? They can only compete with us in theory. Zhang Xiu turned his gaze to the other man and grinned. You're right. Theory is the foundation, but practical application is the true test. You'll soon see for yourselves whether I live up to my reputation. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 9 provinces candidates, some scrutinizing, others skeptical, before striding calmly through the crowd toward the exit. Throughout the entire process, he did not glance at Hong Tao once more, as if the other were merely an insignificant pebble by the roadside. In the silent corridor, his retreating figure seemed to declare without words. The candidate from Guardian City has arrived and with overwhelming dominance, claimed victory in the first cultural subject battle. Interesting. Zhang Xiu, huh? Who knew Guardian City would produce someone like this? Chen Hao let out a cold laugh before turning away himself, intending to rest and prepare for the next exam. As for the name Zhang Xiu, he had never heard of it before.
After all, as the scion of a prominent Zhongzhou family, why would he pay attention to news from Guardian City?
The 9 provinces were vast indeed, and his rivals were too numerous, geniuses and prodigies alike.
Guardian City was nothing special, not even worth a glance.
But now he remembered Zhang Xiu solely because the man had dared to make bold claims in his presence. Seeing there was no spectacle to watch, the crowd of examinees gradually dispersed. The crowd began to flow, murmurs of discussion filling the air. The shockwaves from Zhang Xiu's perfect score had yet to subside, and already many eyes were fixed on him with competitive intent. Labels like theoretical genius and Guardian City prodigy were already being pinned upon him. Hong Tao stood rooted to the spot, his face shifting like a painter's palette from crimson to deathly pale. He clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug deep into his palms, the stinging pain nowhere near as excruciating as the humiliation of being ignored moments before.
Practical combat.
Practical combat scores. I will crush you beneath my feet.
Hong Tao stared at the entrance where Zhang Xiu had vanished, his eyes blazing with venom. Damn country bumpkin.
Just wait until the combat scores are released, see how arrogant you can be then.
When that day comes, I'll slap you in the face. I'll humiliate you thoroughly. Meanwhile,
Zhang Xiu had already returned to the dormitory rest area.
The test subject was scheduled for the afternoon.
This particular subject was unique, calculating potential based on cultivation realm, innate talent, and mental strength, totaling 250 points.
Mental power alone accounted for 150 points. To achieve a perfect score, one's mental power must exceed 15,000 points.
That equated to mid-silver tier. Among high school students, this was an incredibly difficult goal to achieve. Most were still stuck at bronze tier cultivation, and even those at peak bronze tier, with peak war general tier spirit beasts. Even with the advantage of an epic tier bloodline, the maximum achievable points would only be around 12,000.
This is where many lose points.
Of course, there are prodigies who can reach 15,000 points at peak bronze tier, rivaling mid-silver tier practitioners.
But those are the privileged offspring of major clans, whose starting points differ from the masses from childhood.
This subject posed no challenge for Zhang Xiu. His mental power had already reached the peak of silver tier, his absolute limit.
So upon returning to the dormitory rest area, he immediately relaxed his body and took an afternoon nap. 1:30 p.m.
The broadcast sounded punctually. Attention all examinees, the physical assessment will commence in 30 minutes at the physical core area. Proceed promptly to your designated testing pod according to your admission ticket number.
Repeating,
Zhang Xiu opened his eyes, feeling perfectly rested.
He followed the information on his admission ticket to the designated location.
This time, he didn't encounter Hong Tao, nor did he see that Chen Hao. All those undergoing testing here were students from Guardian City.
Students from Jiuzhou and Guardian City had been separated.
Physical Test Zone B.
Candidate JP1532206201291952 Zhang Xiu. Test item, Realm. Please enter the testing platform and prepare.
The spherical robot guided the candidates, promptly reminding Zhang Xiu when it was her turn. Zhang Xiu remained composed as she stepped onto the circular platform within the testing chamber.
I recognize him, that's Zhang Xiu, right? Jiangping City's SSS tier genius. What? When did Jiangping City produce an SSS tier genius? How come I never heard about it? He's a special admission student from Qingzhou Kirin Academy. So cool. Wonder how many points he'll score in the second test.
I heard he got a perfect 100 on the first one and even got into a bit of a spat with some genius from Central Province.
With someone like him, we can only look up to him.
Hope he shuts down those Jojo geniuses, they're all stuck up, looking down on us like we're trash.
The test has begun.
The students guarding the city and zone B instantly focused their attention, and a brief silence fell over the arena. The moment Zhang Xiu stepped onto the testing platform, a soft halo of light rose from beneath his feet. Immediately, invisible scanning energy like the most precise probes began analyzing, dissecting, and capturing data from within his body, focusing on the strength of his Beastmaster space. Beastmaster ranks are determined by mental power, but due to the influence of pet beast ranks, evaluations are often comprehensive. That is the Beastmaster's domain. The energy pillars surrounding the testing platform flared to life, their color rapidly shifting from the gray representing apprentice status through the blue-green signifying bronze rank. Before anyone could react, they surged to a brilliant, pure, and utterly untainted hue.
Silver-white. Chapter 88, the limit-shattering mental power that rocked the exam hall.
The dazzling silver light spread out like a tangible object.
It cast a towering shadow over Zhang Xiu's upright figure.
Rank, silver tier. The cold, mechanical voice echoed through the hall, where you could hear a pin drop.
Boom!
After a moment of dead silence, the entire Zone B testing hall erupted in chaos.
What the hell? Silver tier? Holy crap! High school graduate and already silver? That's impossible. Isn't he the same age as us, just 18? Silver rank?
My dad worked his whole life just to reach silver.
Something's wrong, absolutely wrong.
He couldn't possibly have cultivated a commander-level beast at this age. There must be some mistake in this test.
A prodigy. An absolute prodigy. No wonder he's SSS tier. The candidates gathered to guard the city nearly all had their pupils contract, sucking in cold air. Some voiced disbelief while others stood frozen in shock. The silver-grade realm appearing in a peer utterly shattered their confidence. Was the gap between geniuses and ordinary people truly this vast? And the test wasn't over yet. Test item, mental power. Focus your consciousness on the crystal sphere before you. A fist-sized, translucent crystal sphere rose before the platform, its interior seeming to contain swirling streams of light. Zhang Xiu felt no surprise at the outcome. Due to his mental power, his beast taming space had long since undergone a transformation. Coupled with his contracts with two pure-blooded pets both at the war general tier, possessing the strength to fight beyond their rank and command at the commander tier, he was practically silver tier even if not officially ranked. He slightly concentrated his thoughts, and his vast, ocean-like mental power, holding back nothing, instantly focused. Whoosh! No earth-shattering roar echoed, yet an invisible, crushing pressure abruptly descended upon the entire platform. Several candidates near the testing platform paled, stumbling backward involuntarily as if witnessing an invisible tidal wave crashing before them. Buzz! The force-measuring crystal ball erupted with an unprecedented blinding light. The light, starting as a pure silver hue, instantly surged to a blinding peak. The intensity of the light persisted for several seconds before slowly receding like a tide, finally coalescing into a dazzling row of data above the crystal. Mental power intensity, 19,999 points. Individual psychic power has reached the theoretical threshold peak of the current realm. Potential rating, pending comprehensive assessment. As the screen displayed the data. Whoosh! The roar from the surrounding students surged even louder than before. 199991999 points? The theoretical peak for silver tier is below 20,000 points. Had his mental power reached its absolute limit? What does theoretical threshold peak mean? It means he's nearly reached the absolute ceiling of the silver tier, no room left to advance? Monster! This guy is a monster. Perfect cultural scores, silver rank, and his spiritual power is at the absolute peak. How is anyone supposed to compete with this? So this is the true value of SSS tier. A true dragon has emerged from Jumping City. Holy crap, 19,999 points. His mental strength must surpass even our homeroom teachers? At this moment, even the examiners in the monitoring room couldn't hide their astonishment. Silver tier high schoolers were already rare as hen's teeth. To hone one's mental power to 19,999 points, pushing the threshold of gold tier to its absolute limit, they'd seen only a handful in their entire careers. It's important to note that breaking through to gold tier doesn't necessarily require reaching 19,999 points. Most choose to break through around 19,500. To reach the absolute limit, one would need to consume some kind of rare treasure, each such item worth a fortune, none of which existed within Guardian City. How did he manage it? This question surged in every examiner's mind. Zhang Xiu stood at the platform's center, the radiance fading, his expression still serene. It was as if that jaw-dropping result had never come from him. Only as he withdrew his spiritual energy did his peripheral vision catch a glimpse of an extremely subtle rune in the corner of the testing platform. This must be recording my psychic energy profile. Since he intended to take the college entrance exam and had promised Lu Kongqing to give his all to become the top scholar, he naturally saw no reason to conceal it. Besides, even if he tried to conceal it, these testing instruments would be nearly impossible to deceive. Let the score be whatever it may be. That way, when I enter Qilin Academy, I'll receive the attention I deserve. They'll see that this SSS tier genius lives up to that contract. And make that starry Skybeast Master Academy regret it. Zhang Xiu withdrew his gaze and proceeded to the next platform for testing. Test item, Spiritual Vein Resilience and Operational Efficiency. Test item, Pet Beast Feedback. Please summon your pet beast. Subsequent tests unfolded in sequence. When Potna's mountainous frame appeared, radiating the fierce aura of a battle general, it once again drew gasps from the crowd. Luminous light descended gracefully, spreading its wings, its lineage leaving all examiners stunned. As all test data transformed into streaks of light, they rapidly converged into the central AI. Candidate JP1532206201291952, Zhang Xiu, comprehensive test score. The air in the hall seemed to freeze as everyone held their breath in anticipation. After a brief data processing, a piercing alert sounded. Score, 250 points. Golden light blazed. Zhang Xiu's name appeared in bold at the very top, prominently displayed on the real-time score screen in Zone B's hall. A chasm-like divide separated her from the numerous names below, whose scores were generally low and hovered around the passing threshold. Perfect score. Another perfect score. If a perfect score in academic subjects could be attributed to bookish diligence, then achieving 250 points, the maximum possible in the potential test, was pure, absolute dominance of raw talent. How on earth did Jumping City cultivate such SSS tier geniuses? Terrifying. Perfect scores, perfect scores. Don't tell me he'll ace the practical test tomorrow too? What the hell are you thinking? The practical test isn't about dueling peers, it's entering the metaverse developed by the Federation High Latitude Space Corporation to battle alien beasts. Rumor has it the alien beast tower has 100 floors, with each level increasing both the strength and number of beasts. To score perfect marks, you'd need to reach at least the 90th floor and defeat 1024 beasts of the same tier. 1024 alien beasts? Who the hell could possibly defeat that many? Ahem, theoretically it's still possible, like if you contracted a legendary bloodline beast. Since the metaverse's inception, only 3 individuals have reached the 90th floor for a perfect score. Each is a peerless hero, a prodigy of heaven. 2 of them have now ascended to Heavenly King rank, holding the 7th and 8th positions in the Federation. You mean Sand Heavenly King and Shen Heavenly King? They were born with unlimited resources and raised by powerful families since childhood. Zhang Xiu is just a genius from a guardian city, how could he compare? I reckon 70th floor is his absolute limit. All eyes turned to Zhang Xiu. They compared Zhang Xiu to the Heavenly Kings, yet their hearts seemed not to belittle him at all, rather, they were elevating him. Thus, their eyes held nothing but awe and admiration. Zhang Xiu overheard fragments of their discussion. His footsteps faltered slightly. As if recalling some old memory, he grinned before finally leaving Test Zone B. The chief examiner for this section took a deep breath, rapidly recording on his personal terminal. Candidate Zhang Xiu from Jiangping City achieved a perfect score in the test. Core data, Realm, Silver Tier. Mental power, 19,999 points. Pet beast, suspected mutated evolution. Bloodline not listed in the Federation's publicly documented evolutionary pathways. Chapter 89, The Spy Among the 10 Heavenly Kings. After returning to his quarters, Zhang Xiu recalled the earlier discussions among those individuals. Who would have thought someone would compare me to the Heavenly Kings Xia and Shen Yelong? Oomph. He shook his head and gave a wry smile, his mind involuntarily drifting back to scenes from his previous life when he had encountered these 2 Heavenly Kings. Xia, the 7th Heavenly King, a mysterious figure who broke through to that rank 10 years ago. Unlike the 8th Heavenly King, Shen Yelong, who had a traceable background, Xia wasn't from any prominent family. Rumor had it he started as a dishwasher in a restaurant in Central Plains, though such gossip was hardly credible. Frankly, if he had to pick the most likely traitor among the Federation's 10 Heavenly Kings, Xia would be his choice. Even in his previous life, he had harbored suspicions about him. Until the very moment of his death, Xia had remained stationed at the Jingzhou border, showing no intention whatsoever of reinforcing Central Plains. But one couldn't cast suspicion on him based solely on that. As for the 8th Heavenly King, Shen Yelong, this one was a renowned dragon knight. He commanded 7 colossal dragons, one of which had even regressed and evolved into an ancient dragon. In terms of raw power, he was no less formidable than Xia, who favored earth elemental beasts. Yet this man lived a life of utter tranquility, utterly indifferent to fame or fortune. Having broken through to Heavenly King status over a decade ago, his interventions since gaining fame could be counted on one hand. His arrogance and tyranny were nowhere near what they were back when he scored perfect marks on the college entrance exam. Overthinking was useless. Even if he suspected Xia, he'd have to wait until he reached the Star Realm before investigating. Otherwise, not only would spreading rumors alert the enemy, but he might also be silenced by the real traitor. Zhang Xiu dismissed the thought and turned his gaze to the system interface. His emotion points had accumulated to 9,500. 500 points remained until the next draw at 10,000. With the practical exam tomorrow, he still had time today, perhaps enough to reach the threshold. Boda! Liu Guang! He summoned Boda and Liu Guang. To generate emotion points for a beast companion, one must either fulfill its desires or provide it with profound pleasure. Alternatively, one could employ cruel methods to provoke anger or guilt. But he always treated Boda and Liu Guang like his own sons, so the second option was naturally out of the question. Boda, you love to eat and have quite the appetite. Since you haven't had dinner yet today, let's take you to try some specialties of this city of hope. Liu Guang enjoys scenery, come explore with us. You might just find your spirits lifted. Zhang Xiu smiled, well acquainted with the personalities of both her pets. After gathering their things, she led the pets toward the city's gourmet street. As the unified exam site, Hope City naturally boasted complete facilities, not just dining spots, but even places for pet massages and foot baths. It served as a frontier stronghold while also embodying a youthful city. Once they moved away from the exam center, the streets took on a much more vibrant, everyday feel. Zhang Xiu walked along the wide street. Behind him, Boda trotted along step by step. Its round belly swayed gently with each step, its eyes scanning the colorful signs and shops wafting tempting aromas like searchlights, its mouth constantly making popping sounds. It looked like it was practically drooling. Outside the examination grounds, summoning pets to accompany one was permitted. The restrictions and rules here were clearly less stringent than those within the examination grounds, but private duels were still forbidden. Those wishing to duel had to go to the duel arena. Slurp, slurp. Boda's large frame stood out among the pedestrians, yet his eyes, brimming with a hunger for delicious food, made it hard to dislike him. Instead, he seemed rather endearingly clumsy.
Liu Guang, meanwhile, perched lightly on Zhang Xiu's shoulder. Its little head turned curiously from side to side, utterly captivated by the dazzling holographic displays of exotic landscapes, rare creatures, and the shimmering neon signs. His four wings fluttered slightly, radiating pure delight. It was particularly drawn to the patterns formed by soft, flowing light, pulsing like water currents. Emotion 15 Liu Guang, joy from the city's beauty. Emotion 65 Boda, intense craving triggered by the sight of delicious food. Zhang Xiu watched the two pets express their joy in completely different ways, a smile curving his lips. This was precisely why he had brought them out. Today, they'd treat themselves to something special. Zhang Xiu pointed ahead at a cluster of massive dome structures enveloped by a translucent energy barrier. We're heading to Holographic Flavors City. It boasts the most authentic and extravagant cuisines from across Hope City. The virtual light and shadow environment can simulate various dining scenes. You'll love it. Pop. Poda instantly let out an excited growl, his pace quickening noticeably. Passing through the energy barrier gate, the scene before them transformed completely. Beneath the domes, it felt like being in a forest, by the sea, on a snowy mountain, or even under the starry sky. The lifelike holographic projections and ambient sounds created an immersive experience. The aromas of diverse foods wafted through the air as if tangible: the smoky char of grilled meats, the briny sweetness of seafood, the crisp freshness of fruits, and the exotic blend of spices. Look! Freshly grilled and sold on the spot, star-spotted rockfish from the Qingzhou coast. Generous portions, tender and succulent. Freshly airshipped sacred snow lotus fruit from Central Plains, served chilled in a special drink, refreshing and nourishing for the lungs. Virtual grassland safari package. Experience the spirit of the steppes while savoring chunks of wild yak beef. The clamor of vendors, ambient sounds, and voices mingled in a bustling cacophony. Boda's wide eyes were practically glued to the stall advertising that generously portioned spotted rockfish. The fish looked at least 2 meters long, sizzling in dripping oil on the special grill. Its tail tapped the ground involuntarily. Big fish eat little fish. And he'd always had a taste for fish. Just then, a flashily dressed merchant wearing a holographic projection had approached, grinning warmly. Hey there, promising young beastmaster. Your pet's clearly something special. Fancy trying our new Tao Tai all-you-can-eat pass? Unlimited feasting at 50 top-tier establishments citywide. With such a mighty companion, you deserve to eat your fill. The merchant flipped his wrist, revealing a card shimmering with tempting golden light in his palm. Exclusive experience price, just 100,000 Federation coins. Valid instantly upon swiping. Plus, get a free extra-large energy seafood family bucket today. He pointed to an exaggerated billboard beside him, piled high with virtual images of giant lobsters, crabs, scallops, and other seafood. Pop. Pop. Tara's resolve crumbled instantly at the promise of unlimited feasting and that massive virtual family bucket. Eagerly, she rubbed her big head against Zhang Xiu's arm, claws scratching at thin air. He couldn't wait to buy a card and dive into that ocean of deliciousness. The immense temptation made him feel that 100,000 was absolutely worth it. Emotion 99 Boda, extreme craving and anticipation for the all-you-can-eat card and family bucket. Liquid light tilted its head slightly. Its keen senses seemed to detect a fleeting glint of cunning in the merchant's eyes. Hiss. Liu Guang gently tapped Zhang Xiu's ear with its antennae, conveying a hint of unease. Emotion 10. Chapter 90, Time Rewind. Zhang Xiu's gaze sharpened at the merchant's enthusiastic pitch. If the effects were truly as claimed, allowing one to eat freely, then the 100,000 Federation coins would be well worth it. After all, some of the delicacies here contained the flesh and blood of exotic beasts, and were cooked using spiritual ingredients. Yet, he remained skeptical that such a windfall could exist. Glancing around at the passers-by, he noticed they all seemed to be avoiding the area, as if they'd all been hassled by this merchant before. Oh? A gluttonous buffet pass? Which specific establishments does it cover? What are the usage rules? How long is the validity period? A premium buffet pass like this should come with detailed contract terms, right? Preferably registered and verifiable on the Federation notary platform. Zhang Xiu inquired. The merchant's smile stiffened slightly but quickly regained its warmth. My young man, you're quite cautious. Of course there's a contract. Once activated, the card automatically binds to your account. The rules are simple and straightforward. Mainly for your peace of mind. Backed by the entire Hope City chain. Just look at your pet beast, clearly a voracious eater. One meal will pay for itself. As he spoke, he discreetly moved a small card reader closer to Zhang Xiu's pocket. The motion was stealthy, any other student might have fallen for it. But Zhang Xiu possessed a staggering 19,999 points of mental power. Like radar, he instantly detected the other party's suspicious movement. Oomph. He gave a cold snort as his immense psychic power surged forth. Ah! Caught off guard, the merchant felt a momentary dizziness in his mind. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as if he hadn't expected his opponent to be prepared. Kid. What's your game? If you don't want to buy, just say so. Why resort to tricks? His false warmth vanished, replaced by a flicker of anger and ferocity. Trickery? Zhang Xiu's piercing gaze locked onto him as he grabbed the merchant's arm, lifting it high to reveal the card reader clutched in his hand.
What were you trying to do with that? Read my bank card information? Or force activate some kind of agreement?
The commotion had drawn curious glances from the surrounding crowd, who now watched in silence. The merchant's jowls twitched as he stubbornly retorted, "Stop making baseless accusations. I've been doing business in Hope City for over a decade.
Everyone knows I'm trustworthy.
You're spouting nonsense and slandering my good name.
Looks like you need a lesson."
His eyes darted toward the shadows beside him.
Swish! A giant scorpion, nearly 2 meters in length, emerged beside the merchant.
Its entire body was covered in a glossy, purplish-black carapace.
Its tail stinger glowed with an eerie green cold light, and it possessed 2 enormous venomous pincers.
The ferocious aura of a peak war general tier beast erupted, utterly unrestrained.
Hiss! The onlookers instinctively stepped back, many faces twisted with terror.
Those who dared cause trouble here were mostly individuals with powerful connections or formidable strength. Neither type was someone the city guards would dare provoke. Now, either behave yourself, buy your card, enjoy your food, and stay out of trouble, or else. The merchant let out a savage grin, his eyes blazing with malice.
You and your 2 little pets are going to suffer. And compensate me for my losses. The giant clawed poison scorpion raised its massive venomous pincers in perfect coordination, poised to strike. Pop!
Pota immediately sprang forward, blocking Zhang Xiu with tense urgency, letting out a furious growl.
It hadn't expected to run into trouble like this while out for a meal. The security here is terrible.
Emotion 188 Boda, angry at being deceived. Zhang Xiu was taken aback when she saw a flicker of emotion in Boda's eyes, and felt a surge of delight. After all, the other party had started the trouble. If it came to blows, he had regulations to persuade the enforcers of Hope City. As for the giant clawed poison scorpion the opponent had summoned, though it was at the peak of the war general realm, its bloodline was merely blue tier exceptional.
He wasn't worried about losing at all.
Thus, Zhang Xiu shouted excitedly,
"Boda, beat it! Streamlight, hallucinatory dust!"
As the giant clawed scorpion lunged forward, Boda stepped up, his 3 toed claws slamming down fiercely, colliding with the scorpion's pincers.
Boom!
A shockwave erupted. Zhang Xiu didn't want Boda to unleash massive ground tremors or mudslides. The surrounding crowd was too dense, risking collateral damage.
Instead, he had Glimmer assist.
Now a war general tier being with perfect bloodline, Glimmer posed no challenge to a peak war general tier blue exceptional bloodline beast. The giant clawed poison scorpion, its attack blocked, raised its tail, intending to teach this catfish creature a lesson. At that very moment, Liu Guang moved. Tiny butterfly wings scattered a cloud of dust, instantly enveloping both the giant claw poison scorpion and the merchant.
The giant claw poison scorpion, poised to charge forward, froze mid-motion.
Its eyes filled with distorted illusions. The merchant too seemed to see some delightful vision, bursting into laughter.
You dare oppose me? You student from the Guardian City, you dare resist? How dare you? Amidst his laughter. Pop! Boda roared, gathering every ounce of strength without hesitation.
His claws slammed viciously into the giant clawed scorpion's body. With a single strike, the giant clawed scorpion was knocked flat, the ground shattering beneath it. The pain jolted the scorpion out of its illusion.
What the hell? An illusion?
The merchant snapped back to his senses, shouting in shock and fury.
How could this student be so powerful? Even under an illusion, my pet beast shouldn't have fallen so quickly. Get up! Giant claw poison scorpion, get up!
He roared furiously.
Emotion 99.
The giant claw poison scorpion obeyed its master's command, immediately rising to its feet and unleashing its skill and fury.
Whoosh!
That was a tail strike, and it came with a paralysis effect. If Pota got hit, he'd be in serious trouble for a while. It might even mess up his college entrance exam performance. Before Zhang Xiu could issue orders upon witnessing this, a flash of light erupted from Liu Guang, freezing the air in that instant. Buzz! Everyone's movements slowed to a crawl, the giant clawed scorpion's attack still suspended mid-air.
Time seemed to freeze in the instant it flapped its wings. Then, it began to retreat. The giant clawed scorpion, poised to strike with its tail, moved backward in an utterly bizarre manner, defying the laws of physics.
Its posture seemed to revert to the state it had been in 0.3 seconds prior.
Its tail hadn't even fully raised yet. Snap! When time resumed, its movement abruptly halted.
Its entire body coordination fractured for an instant, like a car stomping the gas pedal to launch forward, only to suddenly shift into neutral, utterly awkward.
Was this time reversal? Zhang Xiu's expression lit up with delight.
Earlier, when Lu Teacher and Lu Guang clashed, an incomplete version of this ability had been unleashed. Now, another incomplete version was released, precisely causing the giant clawed scorpion's body to rewind time.
Yet the others remained unaffected. Perfect opportunity. Pota! Mountain River Eternal Fortress, target the ground ahead.
He immediately issued the command.
Boda snorted, and a golden brown light surged from beneath his feet.
It caused the ground beneath the giant clawed scorpion to bulge upward, propelling it skyward.
The 2-meter-tall giant clawed scorpion instantly lost its momentum and balance. With its point of force forcibly solidified, it stumbled uncontrollably and toppled forward. Thud. At the same time. Woo-la! Woo-la! A shrill alarm sounded. 2 enforcement officers clad in black combat suits appeared, radiating the icy aura of silver-ranked beast masters. They had clearly been monitoring this merchant all along, arriving instantly at the moment the abnormal energy fluctuations erupted. Illegal summoning of a war general tier beast for attack. Immediately release the summon. You are under investigation. A middle-aged enforcer, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's, instantly locked onto the merchant. Hovering mid-air, the Thunder Falcon, its eye flickering with purple gold lightning, coldly stared down the giant claw poison scorpion, Pota, and Glowstream. Any further movement would trigger its attack. This was a commander-level beast. The merchant's face instantly turned ashen. He hastily raised both hands, then shifted blame onto others. That student started it. He's an outsider causing trouble, it's got nothing to do with me. Chapter 91, What Goes Around Comes Around. The slick merchant's menacing expression instantly gave way to sheer terror. Spotting the law enforcement officers, he instinctively raised his hands high as if electrocuted, his face instantly contorting into an expression of profound grievance. Officer! Officer! I'm being framed. It was this student. This country bumpkin started it. He's an out-of-town examinee who tried to buy my cards without paying. Jealous of my thriving business, he couldn't stand seeing me do well, so he ordered his pet beast to attack my giant clawed poison scorpion. Look! My scorpion's been injured. He must be severely punished and make full compensation. Revoke his exam eligibility and hold him accountable for disrupting Hope City's order. The merchant's skill at twisting truth and shifting blame was masterful, attempting to pin all the blame squarely on Zhang Xiu. Emotion 50 Pota, furious at being falsely accused. Pop. Pota growled low at the merchant, his round eyes blazing with fury. If he could speak human language, he'd be cursing this damned merchant to death right now. Facing the merchant's false accusations and the sharp scrutiny of the enforcement squad, Zhang Xiu remained unflappable. Having weathered storms in his past life, this minor incident was nothing. He stood his ground, meeting the gaze of the lead middle-aged law enforcement officer with calm eyes. Enforcement officer. As you can see, I am not the instigator here. This merchant aggressively pushed his so-called Tao Tai all-you-can-eat pass. After I politely declined, he attempted to use improper means to spy on or steal my information. He pointed to the shattered card reader fragments on the ground and continued. I stopped his illegal actions, which enraged him. He then violated protocol by summoning this peak-tier war general giant clawed poison scorpion to attack me and my pet beast. My pet and I acted in legitimate self-defense after being attacked. Numerous passers-by witnessed the entire incident. Hope City should have comprehensive surveillance systems. Every detail can be investigated and documented. The merchant's face darkened further as he tried to wriggle out of it. You're talking nonsense. Surveillance might have blind spots. And it's clearly enough. The lead middle-aged law enforcement officer coldly cut off the merchant's words. This seasoned law enforcement officer had already formed a basic judgment upon seeing the merchant's evasive, guilty gaze. Evidence speaks for itself. The officer's voice was icy, devoid of emotion. Mobile vendor Luginia, ID T1876, you have illegally initiated a duel in a restricted combat zone. Pursuant to Article 7, Clause 3 of Hope City's Public Order Regulations, immediately recall your pet beast and cooperate with our investigation. Another young enforcer stepped forward from behind him, flashing a gleaming shackle device in his hand as he glared menacingly at the merchant, Luginia. Seeing the officers clearly didn't believe him and had even called him by name, Luginia deflated like a punctured balloon, his face turning ashen. Yes, officers, I will cooperate with the investigation. If I resisted, even lack of evidence would become irrefutable proof. Better to swallow my pride and cooperate for now. He trembled as he ordered the giant claw poison scorpion to retreat. But the ground beneath the giant claw scorpion remained solidified by Pota's magic. No matter how it tried, it couldn't retreat. Until Zhang Xiu spoke. Pota, put it away. Put. Pota snorted through his nose, reluctantly withdrawing the mountain river solidification. The sudden release of the solidification threw the giant clawed poison scorpion off balance, sending it tumbling backward. One of its massive poisonous claws, still carrying residual momentum, unexpectedly slammed into Luginia's foot. Ah! My foot! Luginia's piercing scream echoed throughout the entire arena. Pain made him curl up, clutching his foot as he rolled around frantically. The giant clawed poison scorpion, utterly bewildered, was forcibly recalled into the beast taming space. The scene was utterly dramatic. The merchant who had just moments ago been strutting about, threatening others with such arrogance, was now crippled by his own pet beast in the blink of an eye. Ha! Ha! After a brief moment of dead silence, waves of laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Even the two law enforcers, whose faces had been set in grim expressions, couldn't help but twitch their lips. Serves him right. Cheater. Trying to extort a student. That student is really impressive, he actually won. What skill did that butterfly pet beast just unleash? Even the giant claw poison scorpion backed away. The crowd buzzed with chatter, cheers and gasps mingling in a cacophony. Emotion 99. Boda watched the opponent's misfortune with glee, patting his belly and laughing heartily. Zhang Xiu noticed her emotion value, which had been just shy of 10,000, had finally reached the mark. The objective of this outing had been unexpectedly and smoothly accomplished. A barely perceptible smile touched his lips. Ahem, young man, please secure your pet beast and provide your admission ticket number. We will retrieve the surveillance footage from this location for verification. During the verification process, we request your cooperation in providing contact information and ensuring your phone remains accessible. Hearing this, Zhang Xiu nodded, understanding this was standard procedure. Besides, the other party was actually looking out for him, at least they weren't sending him to the police station, which wouldn't interfere with his college entrance exams. Understood. Candidate ID JP1532206201291952 Zhang Xiu. I'll fully cooperate with the investigation. As Zhang Xiu calmly stated his name, the middle-aged law enforcement officer's eyebrows lifted imperceptibly. Zhang Xiu? Zhang Xiu from Jiangping City? He asked in a low voice, his tone tinged with confirmation. Yes. Zhang Xiu nodded. A flicker of astonishment finally flickered across the stern face of the middle-aged law enforcement officer. He whispered something to the young officer beside him. The young enforcer tapped rapidly on the portable smart device strapped to his wrist, seemingly verifying some information. His gaze then shifted to Zhang Xiu with a hint of surprise. ID confirmed. The middle-aged officer turned to Zhang Xiu, his tone softening slightly. Student Zhang Xiu, we have a basic understanding of the situation. This individual is a habitual offender in this area, frequently coercing transactions with overpriced junk cards and has a history of harassing tourists on multiple occasions. You may leave now and focus on preparing for the college entrance exams. We will contact you if further assistance is needed. We apologize for the inconvenience. The shift in attitude was stark. Clearly, the name Zhang Xiu along with his publicly recorded perfect scores in 2 subjects had already been flagged in Hope City's system. A potential top scorer in the college entrance exams, an SSS tier genius coveted by elite academies, his credibility far outweighs that of a disreputable merchant with a history of misconduct. Hope City, as the unified college entrance exam venue, inherently screens for top talent. The enforcement team naturally prioritizes protecting the most promising candidates, especially when they hold the moral high ground. Thank you, officer, for your impartial handling. Zhang Xiu nodded and expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, the merchant Lu Jinya, now shackled and led away, was dragged off with a pained expression. A low murmur of approval and scattered applause erupted from the crowd. Passers-by who had previously been harassed or swindled by Lu Jinya now cast grateful glances toward Zhang Xiu. Well done. That guy's a con artist. That's so satisfying. Hope he stays locked up this time. Zhang Xiu gave a slight nod to the sympathetic crowd around him, then turned and headed toward the stall roasting a massive spotted grouper. Far from dampening his spirits, the confrontation had actually lifted his mood. Well done. He ruffled Boda's head and smiled at the vendor. Hey, boss, give me the biggest spotted grouper you've got. Got it. The grilled fish vendor, who had witnessed everything earlier, beamed with warm enthusiasm. Young man. This one's the biggest and fattest. Cooked to perfection. I'll slice it up for you right away. The enormous grilled fish was sliced off with a special large knife and placed on a massive custom platter, its aroma filling the air as the sizzling fat glistened and dripped. Zhang Xiu paid, took the extravagant platter, and carried it over to Boda. Pop! Boda exclaimed excitedly, diving in without delay. Chapter 92, Challenging the Beast Tower, the real deal. Back in the simple yet fully equipped exam hall lodging, Zhang Xiu locked the door and summoned both Boda and Liu Guang. The feast at the food street had left them thoroughly satisfied. Boda belched contentedly, looking like a glutton possessed, its belly round and plump. Emotion 15 Boda, satisfaction after a full belly. Emotion 20 Liu Guang, comfort from enjoying the tranquil environment. Glancing at the system panel showing an emotion value of 10,085 points, a flicker of anticipation crossed Zhang Xiu's eyes. Would this lottery draw on the eve of the college entrance exams serve as the catalyst for the real battle to begin? System, activate the roulette draw. With a thought, he activated it. The familiar wheel reappeared, its pointer sweeping past dazzling orbs that seemed to reveal countless special spirit materials, bloodline evolution fragments, high-star skill fragments, and one-time oddities. What could it be? A skill orb? A new evolution path? Rare resources? Or even a pet beast egg? Zhang Xiu felt a flicker of anticipation. With the college entrance exam battle imminent, any enhancement could prove decisive. Finally, the pointer came to a halt. A streak of light appeared, sinking into the center of his brow. This is... Name, Last Stand Counterattack. Type, Buff Type Beast Taming Skill. Effect, during sustained combat, the beast gains 1 buff mark per second. When severely injured, with health dropping below 10%, each buff mark grants a 1 spirit power boost. Duration is calculated as 1% of the buff mark's value. Desperate Counterattack? Another Beastmaster skill.
Zhang Xiu's heart skipped a beat. Upon fully grasping this skill's effect, his excitement surged. If turning the tide was an S-rank beast master skill, then this last stand was undoubtedly SSS tier. Each buff mark provided a +1 spirit power boost. 100 marks meant doubling one's power. Moreover, it grants 1 per second. 100 marks would last a full 100 seconds. If Boda could sustain combat for 10 minutes, activating last stand would grant a 600 spirit power boost. One punch to kill a commander tier early stage beast? No problem at all. And if he could sustain combat for an hour? That's a 3,600 point boost. Terrifying. The only downside is the duration is too short. An hour only yields 36 seconds of 3,600 enhancement. When severely injured with only 10 HP remaining, 36 seconds might not be enough to eliminate all enemies. Still, this skill is undeniably god tier. When cornered, it lets you take down one little guy per punch. In the future, when Boda reaches the Sovereign Realm, harnessing the ultimate power of a desperate counterattack, he might even be able to defeat Overlord tier and Cataclysm tier foes. Spanning 2 entire tiers. Still, sigh, it just isn't sustainable enough. I'm just too greedy. A skill this powerful is practically a game-breaking bug in itself. How could I ask for more? 10,000 draws for one chance? Absolutely worth it. Zhang Xiu laughed excitedly. So far, the 10,000 yuan lottery had never disappointed him. Hopefully, I'll get another great item next time. With this beast control skill, how many points could he score in tomorrow's combat test? He thought of the Beast Tower. Although the Beast Tower was constructed through the Federal High Latitude Space Corporation's metaverse, it achieved perfect synchronization, meaning beast control techniques could be displayed within the tower. Zhang Xiu lifted his head and gazed out the window. In the night, the 100-meter tower at the center of the distant dome arena loomed like a slumbering beast, awaiting his challenge. The next morning, the examination center was packed with people today. Candidates from different regions, wearing various uniforms, gathered in the hall. The air thickened with tension, excitement, and an invisible competitive edge. Most candidates from the 9 provinces bore sharp gazes and an air of distinction. Guardian City candidates carried themselves with a touch of caution and restraint. Wang Wenla pushed his way through the crowd, his face a mix of excitement and a hint of nervousness. Xiu, how's your prep going? The Beast Tower, just thinking about it gets my heart racing. Wonder if we can crack the 50th floor. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Reaching the 50th floor was already an impressive achievement for most Guardian City candidates. Just do your best and stay steady. Zhang Xiu patted his shoulder with a smile. Shan Yuyun, Wang Xiaoyu, Su Qingxing, and others gathered around, offering each other encouragement. They entered the Beast Tower area designated for the practical assessment. At the center of the vast circular arena stood the 100-meter tower, bridging virtual and reality. Countless sealed challenge pods were arranged like a beehive around the tower's base, their indicator lights flickering with a faint blue glow. The crowd was clearly divided. Candidates from the 9 provinces mostly occupied the front rows, whispering and laughing among themselves with confident expressions, seemingly well-versed in the challenges of the Beast Tower. Candidates from Guardian City, however, crowded the rear and corners, their eyes darting nervously between the challenge pods and the towering structure. Hey, the mud-legged folks from the Guardian City are here. A shrill voice rang out from his side. Hongtao. Arms crossed, he stood with a few companions, his eyes brimming with venom. Yesterday's perfect scores in both subjects felt like a poison thorn lodged in his heart. Zhang Xiu, what good is your cultural theory knowledge? Real skill shows in combat. Don't wet your pants scared by the virtual beasts in the tower and bail early. His loud voice drew the sideways glances and snickers of nearby JoJo candidates. The student guards of the city dared not speak up, their faces flushing crimson with anger. Zhang Xiu didn't even lift an eyelid, as if oblivious to the clamor. He simply said calmly to Wang Wenla, ignore the clown. You go challenge it first. Wang Wenla glanced at the other man, snorted, then stepped into the virtual pod. Once inside the virtual chamber, no interference with the college entrance exam is permitted. Violators would face expulsion and imprisonment. Countless circular robots guarded the area, and even the scions of the great clans of JoJo dared not cause trouble. As his friends entered their challenges one by one, it was soon Zhang Xiu's turn. Candidate JP15322062012919952, Zhang Xiu, please enter Challenge Chamber A16 in Zone 732 to prepare for the live combat assessment. The mechanical electronic voice boomed through the zone broadcast, clearly enunciating Zhang Xiu's identification number and name. Instantly, countless eyes turned toward him. It was him. Zhang Xiu. The prodigy who aced both the cultural subjects and the tests. The SSS-tier genius from Guardian City. He was about to begin. Look at his pets, a giant catfish and a beautiful butterfly? Doesn't seem like the power type, does it? Let's see what he's made of. Whispers buzzed through the crowd, some filled with anticipation, some with scrutiny, but most were the disdainful murmurs of JoJo students. They all believed Guardian City couldn't produce a true dragon. Zhang Xiu remained utterly unfazed by the stairs, striding toward the designated S16 challenge chamber. Just before entering the chamber, his pace faltered slightly. His gaze swept casually toward Hong Tao, a mocking smile curling his lips.
As if saying to him, "Watch closely. My score will surpass your wildest expectations." Chapter 93, Begin Tower Assault, Accumulate Marks. The pod door slid shut silently, its interior bathed in soft light. The brainwave sensor ring automatically secured itself, initiating the virtual link program. Candidate Zhang Xiu, please confirm your pet beast information. Boda mid-warrior tier, Liuguang early warrior tier. Confirm entry into the beast tower? Confirm. Zhang Xiu responded calmly.
A soft glow illuminated the space as supple restraints automatically secured her. Precision interfaces behind the chair gently pressed against Zhang Xiu's temples. Within the beast riding space, Boda and Liuguang lifted their heads, sensing an energy descending. They too would enter the beast tower alongside Zhang Xiu. Identity verified, candidate JP1532206201291952 Zhang Xiu. Mental link synchronization rate, 100%. Loading metaverse beast tower scene, 321. Everything suddenly went black, followed by an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. When her vision cleared, Zhang Xiu found herself standing against a backdrop of boundless starlight. Beneath her feet lay a silver metallic platform approximately 10 meters in diameter, suspended in the void. Before the platform stood the monstrous beast tower, a colossal spire seemingly constructed from data streams and starlight, its peak lost to the heavens. Each level of the tower was encircled by luminous energy patterns, their brilliance intensifying upward like a stairway to power. Candidate Zhang Xiu, welcome to the beast tower virtual space. This is the initial safety platform, where final preparations may be made. A cold, synthetic voice echoed within Zhang Xiu's mind. With a thought, two beams of light coalesced beside Zhang Xiu. Pop! Boda's sturdy form materialized, curiously surveying the starry surroundings. Sishishu landed lightly on Zhang Xiu's shoulder, its wings fluttering slightly as it surveyed the surroundings with puzzlement. Zhang Xiu raised her hand, attempting to channel her psychic energy. Perfect condition. He gazed toward the entrance at the base of the tower, radiating a faint blue glow, the gate of challenge. Brief rules of the beast tower, each floor constitutes an independent scenario. Candidates must eliminate the designated target beasts or groups on that floor, or achieve specific objectives, within the allotted time. The challenge time limit for each floor is 3 minutes. Failure or exceeding the time limit results in forced exit. Higher floors feature drastically increased beast strength, quantity, and complexity. Defeating each floor grants a base reward of 5 points. Difficulty increases progressively thereafter, with a maximum total score of 450 points at the 90th floor. Challenges beyond the 90th floor will earn the special reward of the Federation's Hope Star. All floor contents are strictly classified and sealed within archives. Proceed with confidence. The challenge will commence the moment you step through the challenge gate. Confirm? Confirm. Zhang Xiu hesitated not a moment, leading Boda and Liuguang as she stepped into the shimmering indigo light. Swish! The light blazed, and space shifted. Before their eyes, shifting light and shadow unfolded into a vast Gobi landscape, swirling with yellow sand. Monster Tower Challenge begins. Level 1, Soldier Tier Early Stage Monster Steel Tooth Rat, Quantity 1. Pop! Boda instantly materialized beside Zhang Xiu, surveying the surroundings with fierce combat intent. A massive gray-black rodent materialized atop a distant sand dune. Its fangs gleamed coldly as it let out a shrill howl and charged straight toward them. Though clearly a beast composed of data, clearly an illusion, the sensation it evoked in Zhang Xiu felt utterly real. No matter how many times he witnessed it, the metaverse truly held boundless wonders. A thought flashed through his mind. Realizing his beast control technique could be used here, he felt much more at ease. Luminous stream. Boda! Don't attack it, just circle around it, stall for time, and toy with it. Though the two beasts didn't understand Zhang Xiu's intent, they obeyed his command. An early-stage soldier rank beast posed no threat to them. So the two beasts bounced the steel-tooth rat's aggro back and forth like a ball. As time ticked away, nearing the challenge's time limit, Zhang Xiu narrowed his eyes and roared, "Flowlight, kill it!" Spark! At the command, Liuguang's wings flapped violently. A fiery fireball shot forth, instantly smashing into the steel-tooth rat and exploding. Squeak! A piercing scream echoed before vanishing. The steel-tooth rat vaporized into a stream of data within the terrifying fiery explosion. Challenge level 1 complete. Time, 2 minutes 55 seconds. Zhang Xiu glanced at the timer. To account for any unexpected delays, he had deliberately added an extra 5 seconds. Closing his eyes, he sensed the beast control technique once more. Desperate counterattack. Both beast imprints had reached 175 layers. Good. Seeing that this method worked, a smile appeared on Zhang Xiu's lips. Level 2, Early Stage Steel-Tooth Rats, number 2. 2 more steel-tooth rats spawned. Zhang Xiu moved at a deliberate pace, each time precisely timing his passage at 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Moreover, he knew every monster inside out. Later on, he simply had Liuguang control the monsters with the drunken dream melody, then killed them once the time was up. The early soldier tier stages felt like child's play, presenting no challenge. The floor number ticked upward slowly.
10th floor, 20th floor, 30th floor. Every student could check their own progress or others' tiers through rankings or searches. Honto had already obtained Zhang Xiu's name and exam ID. He was currently battling a peak tier war general class beast on the 60th floor, glancing at the rankings during a lull. Real-time rankings for exam zone 95332's Beast Tower. N01, QZ003877650122445101 Linyu, Xinjiang City, Jingzhou Province floors cleared, 78. N02, BZ9987610245001221003 Chenhao, Bonglin Academy Affiliated Middle School, Central Province, floors cleared, 65. Number 51, QZ003877650122445203 Hongtao, Beiluo City, Jingzhou Province floors cleared, 59. Ha, I'm almost cracking the top 50. In this exam district, securing a top 10 spot is no problem with my abilities. He was confident he could clear the 75th floor of the Beast Tower and with luck, maybe even reach the 80th. As for the college entrance exam, he'll easily score over 680 points. Let's see how far that little punk has gotten. Red Wave thought of that country bumpkin who made him grind his teeth. After entering the query, he discovered Zhang Xiu was still stuck on the 35th floor and burst out laughing. I knew that country bumpkin's beast wasn't much to speak of. So what if he's strong in academics and has decent potential? The college entrance exam values practical combat above all else. Took him forever to reach the 35th floor? I bet he'll max out at 50. Ha! What a piece of trash. He promptly cast Zhang Xiu aside from his thoughts. If they ever crossed paths again outside, he'd make sure to rub it in her face. But for now, he had to focus on the beast before him and concentrate on the exam. Monster Tower. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiu's tactics remained steady and calculated. With guaranteed success at every level, she maintained a core rhythm of clearing each floor in exactly 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Time ticked away, second by second. Level 40, Peak Soldier Tier Abnormal Creature Swiftwind Wolves, Quantity, 20. Challenge completed, time, 2 minutes 55 seconds. Level 50, Late Stage General Tier Monster Lava Lizard, Quantity, 2, Challenge completed, time, 2 minutes 55 seconds. Level 60, General Tier Peak Shadowblade Panther, Quantity, 1, Challenge completed, time, 2 minutes 55 seconds. Zhang Xiu's score steadily climbed, earning 5 points for each cleared level. Yet as the floor numbers climbed, controlling the time became increasingly difficult. Level 70, War General Tier Peak Level Beast, Flaming Python Bear, Quantity, 1. By this level, he must now give it his all. Chapter 94, Level 70, showing his true colors. 70th floor, War General Tier Peak Beast, Flaming Python Bear, Quantity, 1. The blue light screen faded, and scorching air currents slammed into his face. The virtual space had transformed into a volcanic landscape of flowing lava. Scorching magma flowed slowly through the ravines, emitting a dull bubbling sound as the rising heat warped the air. The black rock platform where Zhang Xiu, Boda, and Liu Guang stood was encircled by churning crimson magma, isolated like an island a stage. This scene was inescapable. At the platform's center, light coalesced. A colossal bear, towering over Boda at over 4 meters tall, slowly took shape. Its entire body was covered in a dark red carapace that seemed forged from molten metal, with lava-like red light flowing through the cracks. Most terrifying of all, coiled upon its broad back was a crimson fire serpent composed of pure flame energy. Its serpentine head reared proudly, hissing and flicking its tongue. War General Tier Peak, Flame Serpent Bear, an epic bloodline. We must give it our all. Zhang Xiu knew that with Boda and Liu Guang's current strength, they could defeat the Flaming Serpent Bear, but they wouldn't emerge unscathed. After all, this was an epic bloodline beast. The 70th floor of the Beast Tower was sufficient to eliminate the vast majority of candidates. Candidates like Wang Xiaoyu, Su Qingxing, and Wang Wenla had a 1 in 10,000 chance of passing. Only a-tier geniuses like Yao Qiu, Yu Shumiao, and Zhang Sheng had a chance to reach higher floors. Roar! The flaming python bear roared. Flames coalesced into a tangible shockwave, bearing down on Zhang Xiu. Pop! Boda's muscles instantly tensed. With a low growl, his massive frame blocked Zhang Xiu's front. A palm strike erupted, slamming the raging wave of flame. Explosions sent clouds of mist flying, while rocks along the platform's edge crumbled under the impact, tumbling into the lava below and instantly turning to smoke. Seeing this, the flaming python bear charged forward, its massive form engulfed in flames as it attacked Zhang Xiu. Boda reacted with lightning speed, needing no command from Zhang Xiu to know what he must do. It slammed its palm onto the ground, unleashing Mountain River Eternal Fortress. Hum! The ground ahead bulged upward, fortified as if by an invisible wall. The fire serpent bear's fist slammed into the defensive barrier formed by eternal mountains and rivers, erupting in a deep, thunderous boom. Boom! Superheated steam erupted, mingled with shards of crushed rock. The rock-hard wall shattered completely. Truly worthy of an epic tier, peak-level war beast. Zhang Xiu smiled faintly. Streamlight. Drunken dream melody. Flowing light responded instantly, its 4 wings vibrating at high frequency.
Energy ripples carrying potent hypnotic effects radiated out, targeting the flame serpent bear. Yet, the crimson fire serpent atop the flaming serpent bear reared its head, its fangs bared. Hiss! An excruciatingly sharp sonic wave pierced through the air, precisely disrupting the trajectory of the drunken dream melody's fluctuations. Ripples spread through the atmosphere. It wasn't that simple after all. Zhang Xiu's eyes narrowed. An epic tier beast of such lineage possessed mental resistance and special abilities far beyond those of ordinary war general tier creatures. Roar! The flaming serpent bear blocked the interference attack, growing even more ferocious. Its massive bare paw, enveloped in molten-like heat and carrying terrifying wind pressure, slammed down on the unsteady Pota. A direct hit would be enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. Pota meet it head-on. Zhang Xiu advanced instead of retreating. As a dual-element water-earth beast, Pota held an inherent advantage against the flaming serpent bear. Even if struck squarely, he wouldn't be incapacitated. Moreover, he needed Pota to hold the line, creating an opening for Liu Guan while simultaneously accumulating marks for the desperate counterattack. With every second of battle, the marks of desperate counterattack on Pota's body rapidly accumulated. Combined with the accumulation from the previous 69 layers, it has reached a staggering 11,385 layers of marks. Once activated, it equates to 11,385-fold power surge. Of course, Zhang Xiu wouldn't squander such a precious last stand here. Deep water shot. Douse its flames. As Zhang Xiu roared the command, a fierce glint flashed in Pota's eyes. Crossing his claws to shield his chest, he blocked the lava bear's paw attack. In that instant, he opened his massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of high-pressure water. Boom! Water-type attacks proved troublesome for the flame serpent bear. This strike instantly extinguished the flames covering its body while piercing through the flesh of its arm. The fire serpent bear roared in agony. A gaping wound, clearly pierced by deep water shot, gaped on its foreleg, dark red blood mingling with magma-like energy flowing out. The intense agony only fueled its fury. Its crimson pupils locked onto Pota with deadly focus. Yet Zhang Xiu's gaze remained calm and unruffled. Pota's injury was entirely expected, or rather, it was precisely part of the plan. He wanted nothing more than to provoke their fury and reckless abandon. Liu Guan, the crimson flame serpent is locking onto me. Time stasis. Zhang Xiu keenly sensed the icy serpentine gaze of the energy flame serpent on the back of the Yanmeng bear turning toward her. As the opponent prepared to strike, she immediately commanded flowlight. After using several incomplete versions of Time Rewind, Liu Guan had grasped a bit of temporal skill. This time stasis was the 0.3-second incomplete version. Hiss! Lu Guang reacted with lightning speed, flapping its four wings violently. A mysterious temporal fluctuation instantly enveloped Zhang Xiu's position. Simultaneously, a crimson beam, condensed to its absolute limit and carrying devastating heat, shot out like lightning from the red flame python's mouth, targeting Zhang Xiu. Just as the beam was about to strike Zhang Xiu. Under the influence of the time-damping force field, the beam's speed visibly slowed by 1/10,000th of an instant. It was this crucial 1/10,000th of a second. Zhang Xiu's body moved like weightless willow fluff, executing an extreme maneuver to narrowly dodge the beam's edge. Scorching air swept across his cheek, leaving a searing sting. Boom! The crimson beam slammed into the rock behind him, erupting in a blinding flash of light and violent tremors. The entire platform shook violently. Dangerous. Perfect timing. Pota, spread the sludge. Contain it. Zhang Xiu shouted amidst the rumbling aftershocks. Pop. Pota growled low, stomping the ground. Splash. Centered on Pota, viscous dark brown mud instantly spread out, crawling like a living thing across the ground surrounding the flame serpent bear. This was the skill Pota had developed by combining the effects of ground tremors and raging mud currents during duels, the very technique that had defeated Yao Qiu last time. The flaming serpent bear's massive body suddenly sank, sinking deep into the ground. The immense suction of the mud weighed down its charging strides. Now! Streamlight, dream dust. Streamlight spread its four wings to their fullest extent, unleashing a blizzard of powder with faint, iridescent halos that struck the flaming serpent bear. Instantly, 7 or 8 indistinguishable, equally luminous illusions swirled around the enraged, snarling fire serpent bear at breakneck speed. Each one was Liu Guan, utterly real. The flame serpent bear couldn't distinguish which was the real Streamlight. Its serpentine mouth repeatedly spewed flames, yet most shots missed their mark. The dream dust entered its nostrils, casting a veil of confusion over the raging beast. Roar! The fire serpent bear let out a slightly bewildered roar, its attack rhythm instantly disrupted. Pota! Finish it! Raging mud wave. Zhang Xiu's eyes blazed with intensity. Chapter 95, The True Dragon Guarding the City. Pop! Pota unleashed a deafening roar as earth-yellow energy erupted from its body like a raging torrent. It took a deep breath, its massive body transforming into the source of an erupting mudslide. Rumble! A terrifying torrent of viscous mud mixed with jagged shards of rock surged forth like a breached volcanic mudflow. Carrying suffocating pressure and unparalleled force, it crashed down with overwhelming force, instantly smashing into the flaming serpent bear already caught in chaos. The immense impact hurled the flaming serpent bear backward, slamming it hard against the molten lava at the platform's edge. Scorching lava poured into its nostrils, eyes, and ears, violently squeezing and searing its wounds. Shah! The crimson-flamed serpent on the flaming python bear's back let out a piercing shriek. It tried to help its host break free, but Pota's mud wave also carried a binding effect. The colossal body of the flaming serpent bear was completely enveloped in mud, with only half its head exposed. It struggled desperately, emitting agonized whimpers. How eerily familiar this scene was. If Yao Qiu had witnessed it, he would surely have shuddered in terror. For his own beast had fallen victim to this very technique. Bota, final strike. Deep water shot. The flame serpent bear had already unleashed terrifying power, its arms seemingly on the verge of breaking free from the muddy swamp. Without a moment's hesitation, Pota stomped his hind legs against the ground, simultaneously opening his gaping maw to unleash a high-pressure water jet. The ground trembled as the high-pressure jet pierced straight through the fire serpent bear's body. Boom! A desperate scream echoed as the flaming python bear, along with the crimson flame python on its back, was completely swallowed by the churning magma swamp. The magma swamp churned a few times before gradually settling. Challenge of the 70th layer completed. Time, 2 minutes 55 seconds. The cold notification tone sounded punctually once more. Leveraging the control of the magma swamp, he once again kept the time precisely at 2 minutes and 55 seconds. This would be his final attempt at timing control, for level 71 would tolerate not a shred of carelessness. Lights swirled as the scene shifted. Zhang Xiu stood before the silver staircase leading to the 71st floor, his pet beast by his side. Monster Tower scores updated in real time. On the real-time leaderboard for Exam Zone 95332, Zhang Xiu's name and floor count surged upward. Number 3, JP153220620129195 Zhang Xiu Jiangping City floors cleared, 70. Hong Tao had just barely conquered the 65th floor, drenched in sweat. As he opened the leaderboard to mock Zhang Xiu once more, his finger froze mid-air. The smirk vanished instantly from his face, replaced by stunned disbelief as his pupils contracted sharply. 770th floor? Impossible. He let out a shrill scream, like a chicken being choked. One moment he'd been fantasizing about Zhang Xiu struggling to advance past the 40s or 50s, and the next, the man stood at a height beyond his wildest dreams. The crushing psychological blow nearly shattered him. Fake. Definitely a system glitch. Cheating. He must be cheating. How could that trash from Guardian City possibly reach the 70th floor so fast? I'm reporting this. I'm filing a complaint right now. Hong Tao screamed like a madman, looking like a clown. Even his complaint seemed futile. The Beast Tower's monitoring system combined the highest level AI analysis with human oversight questioning its fairness was sheer foolishness. Beast Tower Rest Area Lounge. Besides Hong Tao, other JoJo students and Guardian City students had noticed Zhang Xiu's ranking. Zhang Xiu had actually reached the 70th floor. A JoJo candidate who had previously observed Zhang Xiu's slow progress stared wide-eyed, gasping in disbelief. 70 floors? How did he do it? He was painfully slow on every single floor before. Wait, look at his time per floor, it's almost exactly 2 minutes and 55 seconds? What kind of insane pace is this? Some observant individuals pulled up Zhang Xiu's detailed time records for each floor. This terrifyingly precise 2 minutes and 55 seconds immediately sparked even greater commotion. It meant Zhang Xiu wasn't just immensely powerful, his control over the combat rhythm had reached an almost unnerving level. To precisely time each floor's completion in the Beast Tower, that's far more mind-boggling than just brute-forcing your way up. Meanwhile, at the gathering spot for Guardian City candidates. At that moment, Wang Xiaoyu, Su Qingxing, Wang Wenle, and others had also completed their respective challenges. They emerged from the challenge pods, their expressions a mix of exhaustion and disappointment. Most had been eliminated around the 5060th floor, where the pressure of facing more general tier beasts proved overwhelming. Even after Brother Xiu trained me, I still couldn't defeat late-stage war general tier beasts. This Beast Tower is way too hard. Wang Wenle rubbed his head dejectedly. Wang Xiaoyu appeared calm, yet a hint of regret lingered in her eyes. Su Qingxing pouted, clearly unwilling to accept the outcome. With their current scores, they had no chance of getting into the top 9 prestigious schools. With good luck, they might scrape into a first-tier Beast Master University. I wonder how many floors Zhang Xiu has cleared. Out of habit, they opened the leaderboard, ready to see the achievements of those geniuses. The name and floor number blazing in third place instantly ignited them. Wang Wenle spotted it first with his sharp eyes, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then let out a deafening howl. Holy! 70th floor. Third place. It's Brother Xiu. It's Brother Xiu. How long has it been? Has he not rested at all? He actually fought his way all the way to the 70th floor. His face flushed with excitement, all traces of disappointment swept away, leaving only pure elation. It really is Zhang Xiu. Su Qingxing exclaimed joyfully, truly an SSS tier genius.
I bet he can reach over 80 floors without a problem, right? Wang Xiaoyu chuckled. They say the beasts above the 80th floor are all commander level. With his ability to fight above his tier and his luck, he's got a good shot at making it. The other candidates guarding the city also caught sight of the rankings. Look! It's someone from our guardian city. It's big shot Zhang Xiu from Jiangping City. Ha! Who said Guardian City couldn't produce a true dragon? Look at him soaring now. 70 floors. Are those snobs from the 9 provinces feeling the sting of their arrogance? All the Guardian City candidates erupted in excitement. After a moment of stunned silence, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted. Lin Yu, who was battling fierce opponents on the 78th floor, sat down to glance at the leaderboard during a hard-won respite. As the undisputed number 1 in exam district 95332, she'd always been supremely confident and never paid Zhang Xiu any mind. But now, with him about to reach her level, she couldn't help but take notice. Maintaining that eerily consistent pace on the 70th floor, this Zhang Xiu was proving far more troublesome than anticipated. She had thought he was merely a theoretical monster. A wave of unease washed over Lin Yu as she rose and headed back toward the 79th floor. The 80th floor wasn't her limit, but Zhang Xiu's rock-solid progression had delivered a massive psychological blow. And the number 2 in exam zone 95332. Chen Hao, who had just exited the 72nd floor challenge chamber to rest, instinctively scanned the top of the leaderboard, searching for Lin Yu's name to gauge the gap. Then he froze in place. Zhang Xiu? 70th floor? 3rd place? Impossible. Recalling his earlier underestimation and taunts toward Zhang Xiu, Chen Hao's expression darkened. That name, high and mighty in 3rd place, felt like an invisible slap, stinging fiercely across his face. Chapter 96, Conditions Change, Survive 3 minutes. 71st floor, early commander level beast Inferno Hound, quantity 1. The blue light faded, replaced not by scorching heat but by a hellish, abyssal aura of destruction. The environment instantly transformed into a scorched wasteland strewn with colossal bones and flowing with dark red magma. A suffocating pressure permeated the air. A colossal form slowly materialized ahead. Its mere presence caused Pota and Liu Guang's bodies to instinctively tense, emitting a low, alert growl. Over 5 meters in length, its entire body was covered in obsidian-like scales, with lava-like blood oozing from the crevices. Most terrifying were its 3 heads, the central canine head with interlocking fangs and crimson pupils burning with savagery, the left head resembling a goat, its horns coiled with ghostly blue ice flames, and the right head serpentine, its flickering tongue releasing corrosive poison mist. The overwhelming pressure of an early-stage commander level being surged toward Zhang Xiu like a tangible tidal wave. The Inferno Hound. Zhang Xiu's eyes narrowed with gravity, his heart sinking. This was no ordinary commander level. Though its lineage wasn't epic tier, it was undoubtedly top-tier exceptional. Its 3 heads represented 3 distinct elemental attacks, making it an extremely troublesome foe. Compared to it, the 70th floor flaming serpent bear was practically a gentle kitten. Roar! Hiss! 3 heads roared in unison, each emitting a distinct growl. Fiery fireballs, freezing ice spikes, corrosive venom blasts, 3 colored energies swept across the battlefield like a deadly storm. Pota, Mountain River Eternal Fortress. Stream of light, time stasis. Zhang Xiu reacted with blinding speed, his mental energy intensely focused. Almost the instant the energy attacks were unleashed, Pota stomped the ground. Hum! A massive circular stone wall erupted from the ground, enveloping both Zhang Xiu and Liu Guang within its embrace. Leveraging the effect of eternal mountain and river, the stone wall transformed into a temporary fortress. Simultaneously, Liu Guang's butterfly wings fluttered frantically, a pale silver aura spreading instantly. It abruptly slowed the wave of attacks surging toward the fortress by a fraction of a second. This bought Pota precious time to defend. Boom! 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 Sizzle! Blistering explosions. Biting cold. Terrifying corrosion. A torrent of 3-colored energy slammed violently into the circular stone wall. The entire fortress shook violently. The stone walls groaned under the strain, their surfaces instantly cracking. The ground was scorched crimson by flames, frozen and cracked by frost, then pitted by corrosive venom. The shockwave from the energy collision swept across the land, making the earth itself groan. Pop! Pota roared in pain. Sustaining such a vast, high-intensity defense placed an immense burden on it. The stone walls absorbed the bulk of the damage, but the backlash still forced blood from the corner of its mouth, causing its massive frame to stagger. It couldn't just stand there taking hits. The enemy's attack frequency was too high, the stone wall wouldn't hold out much longer. Zhang Xiu instantly grasped the situation. The Inferno Hound had already begun its heavy strides, preparing to close in for a maul. Light Stream. Drunken Dream Melody. Lock onto the goat head and serpent head, disrupt their elemental casting. Pota. Spread the mud. Don't let it charge. Simultaneously prepare Mud Wave, targeting its legs. Zhang Xiu decisively shifted tactics, abandoning direct confrontation for containment. Stream of Light summoned her spirit, unleashing a powerful whirlwind of dream dust that precisely engulfed the goat and serpent heads of the Inferno Hound. The frost poison mist stalled abruptly.
The attack rhythm of both heads was disrupted, revealing a hint of disarray. Simultaneously, Potash unleashed mud spread. This time, the area contracted, covering the path the Inferno Hound's front legs must take. Crash! The massive Inferno Hound stepped into the quagmire, its momentum instantly slowed as its three thick forelegs sank deep into the mire. Roar! The central head, enraged beyond measure, spewed flames wildly in a desperate attempt to scorch the mud dry. But Pota maintained the quagmire with all his might, and for a moment, the hound found itself unable to break free. Now! Stream of light, flames. Zhang Xiu caught the blinding glow of fireballs reappearing in the main dog's mouth and immediately bellowed. Whoosh! The butterfly wings of flowing light erupted in blinding fire. A flame shot like a meteor into the main dog-headed creature's mouth. The partially condensed energy within its maw violently collided, exploding like a lit powder keg. Awooh! The main dog let out an earth-shattering howl of agony. Its massive jaws were torn to shreds by the backfiring energy, and its enormous head jerked violently backward. Boda! Subterranean dive. Knock it back. Boda, who had been waiting for this moment, vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he had already sent the Inferno Hound flying. Then, extending its three-clawed paw, it slammed it into the beast's abdomen. Thud! The ground-shaking effect activated on its belly. Ripples spread out, flesh exploding in the shockwave. The Inferno Hound's body crashed backward, its central head plunged into unconsciousness from the severe injury. Stream of light. Drunken dream melody. Strike while it's down. Cover all heads. Pota. Deep water shot. Target the main head's wound. Full power. Drunken dream song engulfed them, plunging the goat head and serpent head both wailing in agony into utter chaos. Ignoring the toll, Pota opened its massive jaws. A colossal jet of high-pressure water, like a spear of judgment, pierced through everything in its path, driving fiercely into the mangled wound at the throat of the main head. Sizzle! Bang! The high-pressure jet collided violently with the searing energy, bones, and flesh within the dog head, instantly triggering a violent secondary explosion. The main dog head was blown open with a terrifying gash, then slumped limply downward as the light in its eyes rapidly extinguished. Challenge completed, level 71, time taken, 1 minute 55 seconds. Desperate countermark accumulated, 12,365 layers. The moment the cold notification tone sounded, Zhang Xiu exhaled a long, heavy breath, then broke into a smile. Boda gasped for breath, his body covered in scorched and corroded marks. Lu Guang also appeared utterly exhausted. This battle appeared smooth on the surface, but in reality, it was fraught with peril. The slightest misstep could have thrown the battle off Zhang Xiu's planned rhythm, leading to defeat. There could be no room for complacency in the battles ahead. From the very first encounter, they must give it their all. Zhang Xiu's gaze grew intense as he strode toward the 72nd floor. Shortly thereafter. Level 72, Early Commander Tier Starstone Links, Quantity, 3, Challenge completed, Time, 2 minutes 15 seconds. Floor 73, Early Commander Level Beast Horde 9 Flame Apes, Quantity, 5, Challenge completed, Time, 2 minutes 42 seconds. Floor 74, Mid Commander Tier Sun Slicing Crimsonite Bird, Quantity, 1, Challenge completed, Time, 2 minutes 50 seconds. As the floor levels steadily increased, Zhang Xiu gradually felt the strain. Yet he maintained his winning streak, clearing every level. By the time he reached the 85th floor, he had become the top-ranked player in Test Zone 95332. Indeed, both Lin Yu and Chen Hao, who had previously doubted him, had both fallen at the 85th floor. Level 85, Commander Tier Peak Anomaly Blade Lizardman, Quantity, 1. Clear condition, survive 3 minutes under the beast's attacks. Scoring rules, earn 1 point per minute, survive defeat the beast for full 5 points. From this stage onward, both scoring calculations and clearance conditions would change. Throughout past exams, prodigies have occasionally cleared level 85, but few have achieved the perfect score by defeating it. Chapter 97, Last Stand Counterattack, begin. Level 85. The challenge notification instantly sharpened Zhang Xiu's gaze. Survive for 3 minutes? He murmured the clearance conditions under his breath and let out a laugh. Seems this stage is tougher than the previous ones. But since he'd already scored perfect marks on the first 2 subjects, he couldn't let this third one fall short. He aimed to make a stunning impact silent until he struck. Zhang Xiu had already decided not to settle for the minimum requirements. He would kill the beast outright and earn a perfect score. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a circular arena formed by jagged boulders. At the edge of the arena lay a bottomless void. As the timer began ticking down. Pota! Watch out! The enemy has stealth abilities, it's already here. Zhang Xiu knew the Blade Lizard's abilities and traits well. So the moment he saw time begin to flow, he immediately warned Boda, simultaneously denying the enemy any chance to close in. Lightstream, Blazing Storm forced the enemy out. Invisibility only hides from sight, it doesn't grant immunity to damage. Streamlight fluttered its butterfly wings, conjuring a tornado that expanded outward from Zhang Xiu as its epicenter. Boom! Flames swept out. Sure enough, a blade flash erupted from the east, slicing through that patch of flames. A figure appeared in view, the blade lizard man. Standing about 2 meters tall, it rose upright, covered in dark blue-black scales. Its thick lizard tail ended in a sharp bone blade, its swaying motion producing a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Instead of claws, its arms extended into 2 nearly meter-long, curved bone blades composed of bone and energy. Upon its lizard head, a pair of crimson vertical pupils coldly locked onto Zhang Xiu. A long serpentine tongue flickered silently in its mouth, radiating a savage aura. The overwhelming pressure of a peak commander level being erupted like a tangible force. Roar! Without warning, without a roar of warning, the blade-toothed iguana moved. Only a faint afterimage remained where it stood. Its speed was beyond comprehension, covering dozens of meters in an instant. 2 curved bone blades slashed out and across, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed squarely at Zhang Xiu's head. Even before the violet energy blades made contact, their sharp aura stung the skin. Stream of light. Time stasis. Poda. The ground trembled. Zhang Xiu's commands thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding the instant the blade lizard's twin blades crossed downward. The silver light on the 4 butterfly wings of flowlight flared wildly, and the mysterious temporal fluctuations precisely enveloped the blade lizard man. Those 2 purple blades, sharp enough to tear through steel, suddenly slowed by a fraction, a mere 1/10,000th of a second's delay. The blade lizard's cultivation was too high, its power too formidable. Even when Lu Guang exerted every ounce of strength, it struggled to restrain it. The effect of time manipulation on it was far less potent than before. Yet this instant became the crucial interval, granting Potas the time to unleash the earthquake. Pop! Potasha's massive foot slammed into the ground. A torrent of earth-colored energy erupted like a volcano ignited deep within the earth. A terrifying shockwave erupted in a violent ring from its center, slamming into the blade lizard man just as it emerged from the time-slowed state. Yet the unstoppable ground tremor could not harm it. A flash of blade light streaked through the air. Boom! The ground split open instantly, severing the very tremor effect itself. The blade's momentum remained unabated, whistling past Zhang Xiu's ear before striking the boulder behind him. The solid rock sliced through like tofu, sending fragments and dust flying everywhere. The massive shockwave knocked Zhang Xiu flat onto the ground. He grunted, rolling several times before regaining his footing. His face bore several bloody gashes from flying debris, and his heart pounded wildly from the brush with death. No wonder they said to survive for 3 minutes. This guy is far too powerful at commander-level peak. There's no way I could defeat him in my current state. A chill ran through him as he gritted his teeth and rose. This commander-tier peak blade lizard man surpassed any previous beast in speed, strength, and skill. No wonder so many geniuses get eliminated at this stage. Roar! The blade lizardman's strike missed its mark. A flicker of surprise and anger flashed through its cold vertical pupils. It hadn't expected this weak prey to survive. But it didn't matter, it would dispose of the opponent soon enough. Whoosh! Without pause, its form flickered, blurring into indistinctness once more as if merging with its surroundings. Invisibility activated. Not a chance. Zhang Xiu's eyes flashed with intensity as colossal psychic energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Stream of light. Drunken dream melody full coverage. The butterfly wings of flowing light vibrated rapidly, sending out invisible song waves that spread out, attempting to disrupt the opponent's stealth. Immediately after, disregarding the cost, Pota opened its mouth wide and unleashed Deepwater Shot. But before it could strike, the high-pressure water column was cleaved in two by a single slash. Yes, cleaved. This was a sight Pota had never witnessed before, a beast capable of cleaving through its own skill. But Pota reacted swiftly. Seeing the high-pressure jet ineffective, it instantly unleashed a massive torrent of fury, a furious muddy wave erupting indiscriminately in a fan-shaped area ahead. Desperate counter mark accumulated, 14,010 layers. The scalding mudslide surged like a churning sea of mud, engulfing every possible hiding spot. SSS-class. Sure enough, a blurred figure was forced to materialize at the very edge of the mudslide's path. It was the Blade Lizard Man. Its scales were now filthy and matted, rendering any chance of stealthy ambush impossible. Desperate countermark accumulation, 14,015 layers. Every second of battle ticks away, yet the mark continues to grow. Clear countdown, 1 minute 17 seconds. Time ticked away, inch by inch, 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 inch by inch. But Zhang Xiu's goal was a perfect score. It was to eliminate the enemy. Yet neither Pota nor Liu Guang possessed the strength to inflict critical wounds. The gap in their realms was simply too vast. Roar! The Blade Lizard Man, enraged, moved like a phantom, leaving trails of afterimages as it darted across the arena. Each pause was accompanied by deadly slashes from its double blades or bony tail. Purple blade light wove a web of death, relentlessly closing in on Zhang Xiu and his pet beast's evasion space. Pota blocked one attack, only to have his flesh sliced open, leaving wounds deep enough to expose bone. As the meat shield, it barely survived a single strike. Liquid Light, however, relied on its agile flight to evade attacks in time. Moreover, it utilized skills like Dream Dust and Time Lapse to buy Pota moments of respite.
Otherwise, Boda would already be lying on the ground. Roar! Boda was slashed again, letting out a pained roar. Desperate countermark accumulation, 14,037 layers. Clear countdown, 45 seconds. Looks like we'll have to activate it for this stage. Zhang Xiu's breathing was uneven. The blade lizard seized a gap in Boda's defense, executing a high-speed zigzag lunge. A razor-sharp blade flashed like a lightning bolt tearing through space, instantly piercing Boda's defenses. The blade sliced clean through his chest, sending blood spraying everywhere. Boda's health status, critical. Then unleash it. Desperate counterattack. Chapter 98, leveling up in 3 seconds, rapid progression. Desperate counterattack. A thunderous shout reverberated across the battlefield. Zhang Xiu unleashed his beast control technique, launching a desperate counterattack. His psychic link shot through like lightning, and a colossal will crash down upon Boda's shattered body. Just as the blade lizard's lethal blade was about to strike Boda's chest once more. Roar! Boda roared with fury, awakening like a primordial beast as a torrent of power erupted. Centered on him, a tangible, earth-colored storm of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye roared skyward. In the next instant, its form swelled to twice its size. Wounds were forcibly compressed and vanished under the raging energy, while the veins within its body ignited like a billion stars. Desperate counterattack mark, 14,040 layers. Spiritual power amplification, 14,040. A 140-fold amplification. Not a mere 11, the accumulated spiritual power had transformed Boda's strength beyond recognition. Boom! The blade-toothed iguanaman's curved bone blade, a weapon he was certain could cleave through steel, slashed at Boda's chest. Yet in that instant, it collided with a planetary core forged from pure, raw power. The explosive roar split eardrums. Sparks and shards of energy flew like meteorites. Its prideful bone blade was shattered and hurled away by the energy storm Boda unleashed. The blade-toed iguanaman's crimson vertical pupils contracted to their absolute limit, clearly reflecting Boda's current state within them. This was no dying creature, it was a titan of destruction crawling from the hellish forge, bearing the power to shatter mountains and churn seas. Boda, tear it apart. Zhang Xiu's voice fell, cold as a prison. Pop! Boda extended its 3-clawed paws. No skill was needed, a simple reach was enough to make one feel the crushing power that crushed everything. The blade lizardman's eyes widened. Even if it was fake, fear gripped him in that moment. It was reverence born of sheer power. Bang! The 3-clawed talons slammed down on the blade lizardman's skull and shoulder. The speed left it no chance to dodge. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. The next second, its impenetrable scales shattered layer by layer like cheap pottery, caving in. The terrifying shockwave surged through its hide and bones, slamming directly into its internal organs. The blade lizard man couldn't even utter a scream. Its body bent at a speed defying all laws of physics, finally collapsing under the unbearable force. Its massive body slammed into the ground like a nail driven into the earth. With a heart-stopping crash, it plunged deep into the hard ground of the lava coliseum, shattering into a pile of fragments. Rock fragments erupted in a ring-shaped spray, filling the air with dust. A crater several meters deep appeared beneath Boda's 3-clawed feet, while terrifying spiderweb-like cracks spread out from its position. With a single strike, the once arrogant blade lizard man lay dead. This was the terrifying power of 140x amplification. Challenge of level 85 complete. Time, 2 minutes 15 seconds. Target beast, blade lizard man killed, score, 5 points. Zhang Xiu gasped for breath, a smile spreading across his face. Success! A perfect score on the 85th floor. And this wasn't the end. Once the last stand ability activated, based on the number of marks accumulated, it could last for 140 seconds. He still had time to push through the remaining layers. He had to move fast. Every second counted. Boda, go! Zhang Xiu, seeing the challenge gate appear, immediately stored the streamlight in his beast taming space and charged in with Boda. From here on out, Boda alone would suffice for the battle. Meanwhile, outside the beast tower. Real-time leaderboard. This time, Zhang Xiu's name had surged past the rankings of the 95,332nd exam district, boldly breaking into the overall leaderboard. The Unified College Entrance Examination wasn't exclusive to Hope City. 199 other Hope cities were conducting their exams simultaneously. The scores of candidates from hundreds of cities were interconnected, but to enter the overall rankings, one's strength had to rank among the top 100 in the Federation. And now, Zhang Xiu had achieved it. Federation Gokao Monster Tower Real-Time Overall Rankings. NO1, BZ99871552001235921 Gongyasu, Zhuzhou, Central Province Floors Cleared, 89. NO2, BZ99873655811358844 Gongdan, Zhuzhou, Central Region Floors Cleared, 89. NO3, AC515823656816325258 Luoguyan, Zhuzhou, Yangzhou Floors Cleared, 88. NO99, JP153220620129195 Zhang Xiu, Guardian of Jiangping City. Floors Cleared, 85. Dead silence.
The entire break hall of examination district 95332 seemed frozen in time. Everyone staring at the ranking screen, whether they had been mocking, anticipating, or in different moments before now, fell into a speechless state. Red Tide's eyes bulged as he fixed his gaze on the NO99 position and the blindingly bright Guardian City Jiangping City behind it. All color drained from his face, leaving only ashen pallor and the numbing terror of disbelief. He wanted to scream, to protest. But the crushing disparity and the deathly silence around him choked all sound in his throat, leaving only ragged, bellows-like gasps. The world spun violently, threatening to send him crashing to the ground. 99th? Top 100 overall? That scum from the Guardian City? How could that be? From somewhere in the crowd, the first gasp of shock erupted, like a drop of water hitting a sizzling frying pan. Top 100 overall? Am I seeing things? No. 99. It's Zhang Xiu. Our very own Zhang Xiu from Guardian City. Holy crap. Top 100 in the entire Federation. He broke through. He's the only Guardian City player to do it. 85th floor. His strength is insane. Can he keep pushing? Boom. After a brief deathly silence, the Guardian City candidate gathering area erupted in a deafening roar of cheers that nearly shook the dome. Wang Wenla jumped up in excitement, pounding his chest and stammering incoherently. I knew it. Brother Xiu is amazing. Top 100. Top 100. Wang Xiaoyu covered her mouth, her eyes filled with awe. Su Qingxing clenched her fists, trembling with excitement. Every candidate from Guardian City wore a smile brighter than they'd ever known. Since arriving in the City of Hope, they had encountered students from the 9 provinces, each one a prodigy, each one stronger than them. The contemptuous looks they received had cut deep. They had once believed that Guardian City simply couldn't measure up to Jojo's students, that they were trash. But today, Zhang Xiu from Jiangping City proved them wrong. Guardian City also had prodigies. Guardian City could produce true dragons too. The 9 provinces candidates section fell into an incredulous dead silence. Their earlier sense of superiority and mockery vanished without a trace. Many stared at the name Guardian City high on the overall rankings at 99th place, their faces burning with embarrassment. Chen Hao had just stepped out of the chamber after completing the 85th floor challenge, his face already pale from the failed attempt. When he looked up at the leaderboard, his pupils suddenly contracted. Zhang Xiu, 85th floor. Ranked 99th overall? Chen Hao murmured the words, each one stabbing like a needle in his heart. All his previous pride, his notion that Guardian City was nothing special, it was now shattered to pieces by that name. Just then, a wave of gasps erupted ahead. Look! Zhang Xiu just climbed another rank. Cleared the 86th floor. What? How long has it been? Ah! The 87th floor. How could it be so fast? What on earth is happening? Everyone stared at the leaderboard, letting out incredulous screams. All because Zhang Xiu's speed in clearing the levels behind her was simply too fast. So fast it ended in just 3 seconds. Chapter 99, Number 1, The Stature of a Heavenly King. In Hope City Number 5, Examination Zone 1199. Inside the Beast Tower. One person shattered the college entrance exam record that had stood for nearly 3 years. So this is the 90th floor, huh? Only slightly stronger than I imagined. With his hands in his pockets and a smirk on his lips, Gong Yesu stood atop the overall rankings as the undisputed number 1. Behind him on the ground, the formidable 90th floor target beast, a peak commander tier, epic level flying sky lion serpent that had driven countless examinees to despair, now lay sprawled, slowly disintegrating into shimmering fragments of light. Though his 2 pet beasts were severely wounded, they still possessed the strength to conquer the 91st floor. I, Gong Yesu, shall be recorded in the Federation's archives as the 4th genius prodigy to achieve a perfect score by conquering the 90th floor and beyond of the Beast Tower. This is the bearing of a heavenly king. Ha! In the future, I shall become the 11th heavenly king. Gong Yesu laughed heartily, intending to exit the Beast Tower and rest for a while. As long as you haven't entered the 91st floor's challenge gate, the Beast Tower permits you to exit for rest. He could already imagine the uproar outside, how many students from the 9 provinces would scream in shock upon seeing him, and how many would rush to ask for his autograph. After all, he was the future 11th heavenly king. Ha! The 90th floor isn't my limit. I will conquer the 91st floor, the 92nd floor, going further than those former 7th and 8th heavenly kings ever did. Gong Yesu clenched his fists, his resolve set in stone. The Federation's exam records showed only 3 students had ever reached above the 90th floor of the Beast Tower. 2 were widely known, the heavenly kings Xia and Chen Yelong. They reached the 98th and 95th floors respectively. Reaching the 90th floor already earned a perfect score. Beyond the 90th floor, each subsequent level offered a custom reward. Having already achieved the perfect score, Gong Yesu was intensely curious about what lay beyond. No one had ever revealed anything about the upper floors. Both Xia and Chen Yelong remained tight-lipped about what lay beyond. So, if the Beast Tower has 100 floors, has anyone ever cleared them all? The answer is yes. This was knowledge reserved for the Federation's highest echelons, star-tier beast masters, or scions of prominent clans. The sole individual to have conquered every floor of the Beast Tower was the first Beastmaster. He pioneered the Beastmaster realm, established the Beastmaster system, led humanity to stand firm against the Abyss's threats, founded guardian cities, and became the sole heavenly king guarding outer space. He is also the legendary figure who has advanced the farthest in the art of beast taming among humanity today, the first heavenly king, Qin Beijun. This heavenly king is rumored to have reached the threshold of god-tier beast tamers. In recent years, he has not appeared within the Federation's territory, remaining in outer space. Yet his very existence remains the Federation's bedrock of stability. Zhang Xiu considered himself a prodigious talent on par with the 7th and 8th heavenly kings, yet he never dared to compare himself to the first heavenly king. For in the hearts of all humanity, the first heavenly king is revered as a deity beyond profanation. As the founding Beastmaster, Qin Tianwang is likely behind the emergence of both the Beast Tower and the Metaverse. Yet he never publicly acknowledges his record of conquering the 100th floor, perhaps because that final level is too terrifying, sparing us from despair? Even the mighty 7th heavenly king only reached the 98th floor. Even if I fall short of the founding Beastmaster, I'll still surpass the 7th heavenly king. I'll see for myself just how terrifying the 98th and 99th floors are. Zhang Xiu strode confidently out of the Beast Tower, his consciousness awakening from the virtual pod. He stretched lazily with satisfaction. He overheard the chaotic buzz of students from all over the 9 provinces and chuckled inwardly. No doubt word of my recent 90th floor conquest has spread. Ha! With that thought, Zhang Xiu straightened the collar of his black combat suit. A faint, condescending smile touched his lips as he pushed open the heavy hatch of the virtual pod. Yet, what greeted him was not the thunderous applause and awe he had anticipated. Instead, the entire rest hall of Examination Zone 1199 was shrouded in a near-suffocating silence. Thousands of examinees, whether from the 9 provinces or the Guardian City, stood frozen in place as if turned to stone. Without exception, their gazes were fixed upon the enormous, real-time ranking screen of the Federal College Entrance Exam's monstrous Beast Tower, which covered the entire examination center's dome. Zhang Xiu frowned slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. What was going on? He had successfully conquered the 90th floor, becoming the 4th perfect score prodigy in history. This should have caused an uproar. Could it be that his achievement was so terrifying it had left everyone stunned into silence? Zhang Xiu cleared his throat, lifting his head and straightening his posture. Just then, a shriek finally echoed from ahead, only it wasn't his name being called. That guy just surged up another rank. Too fast. He must be cheating, no one could clear the levels that fast. Unbelievable. Zhang Xiu's mind was filled with doubt once more. Who was Zhang Xiu? Why was everyone so focused on him? Could his scores really be better than his own? He lifted his head to glance at the leaderboard, his gaze automatically locking onto the very top. NO1, BZ99871520012359121 Zhang Xiu Jojo Zhengzhou floors cleared, 90. The golden name and the number 90 shone with supreme glory. A faint smile reappeared at the corners of his mouth. Then, his gaze swept downward habitually, searching for Zhang Xiu. Nearly number 50. Only cleared up to the 87th floor. Still got some work to do. But before he could even chuckle for 3 seconds, the ranking shot up by over a dozen spots. Cleared level 88? Not half bad. But the next second, his smile froze. His eyes widened, pupils instantly contracting. Because the rankings shifted again, Zhang Xiu's name surged another dozen spots, instantly leaping over the entire middle section of the rankings. How could that be? It's only been a few seconds. Before he could process it or gather his thoughts. Cleared the 89th floor. Second place. NO2, JP1532206201291952 Zhang Xiu Defense Jiangping City floors cleared, 89. Shou Huichang? Jiangping Chang? Zhang Xiu? Zhang Xiu nearly gasped the words aloud, each syllable dripping with disbelief and a hint of panic. How could this be? That godforsaken backwater of Shou City, with its scarce resources and backward education, could it really produce a candidate who surged to the 89th floor? And not just reach it, but surge straight to second place on the overall rankings right below his own name? What kind of cosmic joke is this? In the mere seconds he stood stunned and dazed. The number beside that name on the light screen moved again. NO2, JP1532206201291952 Zhang Xiu, Guardian City, Jiangping City floors cleared, 90. 990 floors? Zhang Xiu felt as if an invisible hand had clamped down on his throat. The immense joy and swollen confidence from clearing the 90th floor deflated like a punctured balloon, hissing away. A bone-chilling cold instantly shot up from his tailbone to the crown of his head. This pace? This isn't a challenge at all. This was outright annihilation. 3 seconds per floor? Or even less? This completely shattered Zhang Xiu's understanding of speedruns. It defied the limits of any normal beastmaster's imagination. Even he, using his ultimate trump card, couldn't possibly clear a layer in 3 seconds.
What kind of monster is this? An unprecedented, overwhelming pressure washed over Zhang Xiu like a tsunami.
That man named Zhang Xiu wasn't merely challenging the beast tower, he was trampling the pride of all self-proclaimed geniuses with utter dominance.
He was the true number one.
He had just become the 4th prodigy in history to clear all 90 floors with a perfect score, standing atop glory and looking down upon everyone else. But before he could even settle in, an unknown upstart from Guardian City stormed up the tower with brutal force, crushing through floors at a terrifying rate of 3 per second. In the blink of an eye, he surged to the 90th floor. Even more terrifying, the numbers behind him kept flashing.
Was he aiming for 91? Or even higher?
Zhang Xiu's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists, the veins on his temples throbbing visibly. His proud record seemed poised to become nothing more than a stepping stone for this challenger.
Suddenly, the golden border representing Zhang Xiu's name on the light screen flashed intensely, its brilliance overwhelming Zhang Xiu's name.
Immediately following, the entire 1199 exam district erupted like a volcano, erupting in a frenzy of hysterical clamor. The sound instantly shattered the previous deathly silence.
91. 91 floors. Good heavens. That's 3 floors per second. Is that even humanly possible? 91. He's surpassed Zhang Xiu. Look. He's still pushing forward. 92nd floor. He's entered the 92nd floor.
The sound reverberated like thunder from a clear sky.
Chapter 100 Perfect Bloodline, Lord Dragon. NO1, JP153220620129195 Zhang Xiu Guardian City Jiangping City floors cleared, 92.
The numbers behind Zhang Xiu had already surpassed Zhang Xiu, leaving all the geniuses of the 9 provinces in awe, utterly speechless. His ascent had been simply too swift. Zhang Xiu stared at the name, his mind struck as if by an invisible sledgehammer. His vision darkened and his feet stumbled slightly. He instinctively grabbed the cold edge of the cabin door to steady himself. He had been surpassed. Zhang Xiu, the guardian of the city, had reached the 92nd floor in just over 10 seconds? The crushing psychological blow sent a chill through Zhang Xiu's entire body. He had poured his family's resources into his training, enduring countless hardships to achieve his current strength. How could this Zhang Xiu possibly surpass him?
The 92nd floor. Zhang Xiu muttered, utterly disoriented. But the nightmare wasn't over.
On the ranking screen, the number beside the name already in first place kept shifting. This meant that after conquering the 92nd floor, Zhang Xiu had charged straight into the challenge gate of the 93rd floor without pause.
He was going to keep going? He'd barely cleared the 92nd floor and was already charging into the 93rd? Zhang Xiu's heart nearly leapt from his chest.
This wasn't shock, it was sheer horror.
Had this man lost his mind? Didn't he know the difficulty after the 90th floor skyrocketed to hellish levels?
Both Xia and Chen Yelong had rested extensively at the 90th level before daring to challenge the next.
How dare he?
Just then, an even more piercing scream echoed throughout the entire exam area.
Ah! Level 93. Level 93 cleared. Another 3 seconds. Good heavens. The 93rd floor lit up. Zhang Xiu. 93rd floor. Cleared. NO2, JP153220620129195 Zhang Xiu Guardian City Jiangping City past floors, 93.
Zhang Xiu snapped his head up, staring intently at the number following that name on the light screen.
93rd floor.
Only 6 floors away from Xia's 98th floor.
And the pace showed no sign of slowing. 1 floor every 3 seconds. 1 floor every 3 seconds. This demonic pace was no longer a miracle, it was a divine feat.
Zhang Xiu's handsome face was now as pale as paper, his lips trembling slightly. Everything he had once prided himself on, the boundless top-tier resources, the talent hailed as the most prodigious in a decade, and the newly attained glory of being the 4th perfect score prodigy. All of it before the candidate named Zhang Xiu, before his crushing pace of 3 seconds per floor, before the undeniable fact of reaching the 93rd floor at this very moment had been utterly reduced to a joke. He could almost hear the sound of his convictions shattering.
3 seconds per floor. Zhang Xiu clenched his teeth.
That Guardian City he'd never given a second glance had today unleashed a true dragon, one powerful enough to tear through the heavens and shake the entire Federation to its core. The air was filled with thunderous cheers, a roaring ocean of support for Zhang Xiu.
At this moment, no one cared about identities or secrets.
All that mattered was whether Zhang Xiu could shatter the Beast Tower's historical records, surpass those 2 titans, and even conquer the 100th floor. In the 95,332nd examination zone, the atmosphere was no different. Watching Zhang Xiu's relentless ascent through the floors, their hearts were on the edge of their seats. They were tense, excited, terrified that Zhang Xiu might halt his momentum.
Would he clear the 100th floor? What lay beyond the 100th floor?
Level 94, Level 95, Level 96, Level 97.
The 98th floor lit up. Inside the Beast Tower.
Congratulations on clearing floor 96 of the Beast Tower. You have obtained 1 Federal Grade A Beast Bloodline Seed. Congratulations on clearing the 97th floor of the Beast Tower. You have obtained 1 SS grade material of your choice from the Starry Sky Beast Academy. Congratulations on clearing the 98th floor of the Beast Tower. You have obtained 1 session of guidance from the Celestial King's image. Zhang Xiu had no time to look at the rewards granted by the Beast Tower. He had to race against the clock to clear the tower. Only 90 seconds remained for his desperate counterattack. Next floor. He charged into the 99th floor with Boda. The moment he entered, Zhang Xiu felt immense pressure. Ahead, a colossal beast loomed, its massive wings spread wide, its head shrouded in thick mist, gazing down upon the unwelcome intruder. This is a colossal dragon. And no longer just a war general tier beast, it's a lord tier. Level 99, early stage overlord tier beast shadow shrouding sky dragon, quantity 1. The icy notification tone brought a bone-chilling cold. The light screen of the challenge gate faded away. Gray-black storm clouds churned overhead as the shadow sky shrouding dragon, over 30 meters in length, descended from the sky. Its entire body was covered in scales as deep and dark as night. Boom! As it slammed into the ground, terrifying might erupted. At Zhang Xiu's current cultivation level, his physical constitution couldn't withstand the pressure of an early-stage lord-tier beast, especially one of dragon lineage of pureblood. Merely standing before it left Zhang Xiu struggling. Had it remained soaring in the sky, this battle would have been moot. The time limit would have expired, guaranteeing defeat. Fortunately, this creature was artificial and bound by the Beast Tower's offensive protocols. Fortunately, whether it was a war general, commander, or lord-level beast, its spiritual power hadn't yet reached the point of qualitative change. With a 140-fold amplification, victory was still possible. But victory would no longer come as easily as before. This time, 3 seconds wouldn't be enough. Zhang Xiu sighed inwardly before roaring, Boda! Deep water shot. With its spiritual power now amplified 140-fold, Boda's skill manifested differently. Opening its gaping maw, it seemed to suck all the water spirits from the surrounding space. A dazzling blue light blazed to its peak intensity, unleashed with earth-shattering force. It was a spear capable of piercing the earth. Roar! Facing such an assault, the shadow-shrouded sky dragon unleashed a roar that shook the very cosmos. Sound waves coalesced into visible shockwaves, layering upon each other. The deep-water spear's blazing speed suddenly slowed. Then, the shadow-shrouded sky dragon thrust out a claw, carrying unmatched impact force. It suddenly accelerated, smashing toward Poda. Mountain River Eternal Fortress. A golden blow erupted from Poda's body as the power of the earth descended with a thunderous crash. The two beasts collided like two comets. Boom! An indescribable roar erupted. A devastating energy storm instantly engulfed the entire ancient battlefield platform. Had Zhang Xiu not been under Poda's protection, the shockwave alone could have killed him. This was the might of a perfect bloodline-level overlord dragon. Among its peers, it was an unrivaled existence. Zhang Xiu suppressed the surging blood in his veins, his pupils thick with bloodshot veins, as he roared, Boda, control the waters. Though Boda had blocked the shadow sky blinding dragon's attack, even a single swooping claw strike had wounded its flesh. Its massive body plowed through the ground, leaving deep gashes. It had activated its desperate counterattack, its condition already perilously critical. A few more hits, and its desperate counterattack would end prematurely, the battle over. Upon hearing the command, Boda hesitated not a moment. His body erupted in intense flashes of light. Clenching his 3-toed claws toward the enemy, an endless surge of water elemental energy exploded, forming a suffocating sphere. The shadow-shrouded sky dragon, sensing its enemy's intent to trap it within the water sphere, let out a cold laugh. Spreading its wings, shadows surged forth. The blue sphere instantly darkened. The next second, hundreds of spike projections formed from black shadows pierced through the sphere from within, shattering the attack. But upon emerging, another deep water shot awaited it. Chapter 101, The Secret of the 100th Floor. Deep water shot was unleashed with unprecedented intensity. It was no longer a spray of water, but a deadly spear condensed with 140 times amplified spiritual power. Boom! The intensely compressed blue light pierced the shadow sky shrouding dragon's wing. For the first time, its pupils truly contracted. It sensed the threat. Instantly, Poda vanished from his position. The earth split open, revealing a deep chasm that emerged like a titanic beast from beneath the shadow sky shrouding dragon, surging skyward. Boom! The dragon's hardened chest scales shattered like a spiderweb, cracking apart inch by inch from the point of impact under Poda's strike. Dark crimson dragon blood gushed forth like a fountain. Roar! The shadow-shrouded sky dragon let out an incredulous, furious roar. It, a perfect-blooded overlord dragon, had actually been wounded by a catfish? It instantly descended into utter fury. Its wings spread violently, obscuring the sky. Endless shadow energy surged forth like a black tidal wave, while a devastating breath gathered within its massive maw. But clearly, Boda wasn't going down without a fight. Boda! Muddy rage surge. The command thundered like a crack of lightning. Amplified by a 140-fold surge of spiritual power, Boda unleashed a towering torrent of mud and rock.
The next instant, the dragon's breath descended. Boom! Fire and flood collided, splitting the ancient battlefield in two, one side crimson, the other azure. Panting, Pota harnessed his mastery over water to forge another deep water spear. It knew it couldn't fully harness the power of a 140-fold amplification. Only the most brutal technique could defeat the enemy. Pop! The deep water spear pierced the dragon's wing once more, this time shattering its right wing. Dragon blood gushed forth like a waterfall. Roar! The shadow sky dragon let out a wretched howl. The breath attack brewing in its maw went haywire, and its massive form plummeted from the sky. Seizing the moment, Pota charged forward, slamming down a furious claw. The earth trembled. Thud! Its three-clawed talons, carrying the terrifying force to tear through the earth, slammed viciously into the shadow sky dragon's chest. The terrifying shockwaves that had shaken the earth no longer affected the ground. Instead, it surged entirely into the shadow sky shrouding dragon's vital chest and abdomen, where the deepwater spear had torn open its scales, leaving it covered in cracks. Boom! A bone-chilling crack and the sickening sound of flesh being torn apart filled the air, followed by the dragon's piercing, distorted wail. The immense impact rippled through its body, shattering most of the shadow sky shrouding dragon's internal organs. Its massive form crashed into the earth like a broken sack. A massive, spiderweb-cracked crater instantly formed, sending shards of rock, dust, and dragon blood flying skyward. Pop! Pota roared with fury, his body plunging into the pit. It pinned the shadow-shrouded sky dragon, unleashing the most primal assault like the most savage battering ram, pounding down with punch after punch. Thud! 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 Each blow was devastatingly heavy, making the earth tremble violently as cracks spread outward like living serpents. The shadow sky blinding dragon's roar swiftly transformed from fury into a wail of despair. It could not comprehend why it had been defeated. Pop! After a barrage of hammer blows, Pota gasped for breath, his already gravely wounded body nearing its limit. But before that, it had once again triumphed over its foe. A smile played across its face. Last stand counterattack time remaining, 20 seconds. Congratulations on clearing the 99th floor of the Beast Tower. You have earned one session of guidance from the first Heavenly King and one set of Federation SSS grade resources. It was over. Pota stood up, its large eyes fixed on Zhang Xiu, as if asking what to do next. After the notification sounded, the challenge gate to the 100th floor appeared. Pota, can you still hold on? Zhang Xiu's gaze also turned to him. The beasts on the 99th floor had proven far stronger than he'd anticipated. He'd squandered too much of his last-ditch counterattack time here. If the 100th floor held a beast even mightier than the shadow shrouding dragon, he'd likely have no chance of clearing the challenge. But having come this far, he couldn't pass up the chance to see the ultimate view. He refused to accept defeat. Without the existence of the last-ditch counterattack, relying solely on his and Pota's original strength, they could realistically only reach around the 9092nd layer, the absolute limit for a war general tier fighter to battle opponents of higher tiers. The Lord level was simply too powerful. With the commander level standing between them, even with Pota's perfect bloodline, victory was impossible. The Beast Tower's difficulty was too high, it wasn't something an 18-year-old high school beast tamer could pass. And as far as anyone knew, only the first Heavenly King had ever fully cleared it. But as the founding Beastmaster, he didn't pass at age 18 during the college entrance exams. Even when the metaverse emerged, the first Heavenly King's power had already surpassed human comprehension, so cheating his way through was entirely possible. Otherwise, why would the Federation, with its decades of history and billions of beast tamers, have only the first Heavenly King and no one else ever pass? Therefore, he wanted to see for himself what lay beyond the 100th floor and why no one had managed to clear it in decades. Pop! Pota responded with a cheerful sound. Following Zhang Xiu's footsteps, it stepped through the challenge gate leading to the 100th floor. Last stand counter, 15 seconds remaining. City of Hope number 199, Examination Zone 95332. Monitor room. Dead silence. A silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. All examiners stood frozen in place as if petrified, eyes bulging from their sockets, staring fixedly at the top name on the overall leaderboard and the information confirming the clearance of level 99. Clatter! A middle-aged examiner dropped the teacup he was holding, shattering it on the floor. Sizzling hot tea splashed everywhere, yet he seemed oblivious. Cleared the 99th floor? Even the legendary Sand Crow King only cleared up to the 98th floor at age 18. Zhang Xiu has surpassed the Sand Crow King's record. Is the Federation about to crown its 11th king? The chief examiner's lips trembled. In his 30 years of service, he'd witnessed countless prodigies fall at the 90th floor of the Beast Tower. He also remembered the king's own record when he passed the college entrance exam at 18. But never before had anyone like Zhang Xiu clearing one floor every 3 seconds charged all the way to the 99th floor. Though he no longer cleared each floor in 3 seconds after the 99th level, that was due to the increasing difficulty. Otherwise, Zhang Xiu would truly be cheating, where the Beast Tower itself would be malfunctioning. Zhang Xiu, Jumping City, what kind of monster is this? Someone gasped. Atop the main ranking display in the Beast Tower entrance hall. N01, JP1532206201291291952 Zhang Xiu Zhang Pingcheng floors cleared, 99. 99th floor. He succeeded. Though it took a full minute, he succeeded. Will he challenge the 100th floor? We're about to witness history, a true prodigy conquering the Beast Tower. What lies on the 100th floor? The Federation has no records whatsoever. How I long to see the view up there. Rumor has it that all information on the 100th floor is sealed off. Even the Federation's High Latitude Space Corporation can't access it, and the Federation government has no authority to inquire. How is that even possible? Yet it's true. Legend holds only the first heavenly king has ever reached the 100th floor, and he never revealed what lies within. May Zhang Xiu conquer it. Some worry, some are excited, but most weep and pound their chests. It was as if they had all gone completely mad. Chapter 102, The Galaxy Metaverse Entry Ticket. For decades, no one but the first heavenly king Qin Beijun had ever reached the 100th floor of the Beast Tower. Now, it finally welcomed its challenger. Beast Tower 100th floor. The blinding light faded, and the challenge gate vanished without a sound. Zhang Xiu froze in place, her pupils suddenly contracting at the sight before her. Boda let out a confused cry, his large eyes darting warily around the surroundings. No terrifying beasts appeared as expected. No earth-shattering pressure. Not even a distinct setting. The 100th layer was an endless, pure white space. Beneath his feet lay a smooth, white plain stretching to the horizon, merging seamlessly with the equally pristine, infinitely distant sky. No direction, no reference points, only a heart-stopping, empty vastness. Counterattack time remaining, 14 seconds. The countdown ticked coldly within Zhang Xiu's consciousness. This was precious combat time, yet it now hovered over nothingness. What was happening? Had the beast not loaded yet? Was the tower glitching? Zhang Xiu's mind raced as his psychic senses frantically scanned the space. Yet the feedback revealed nothing but his own presence. No energy fluctuations, no signs of life, not even the slightest movement of air. This place felt like the void before the universe was born. Challenge begins, 100th floor of the Beast Tower. Target, unknown. Time limit, 3 minutes. A cold, emotionless prompt echoed within his consciousness. An unknown target. This was an unprecedented situation. Boda squirmed uneasily, powerful energy roaring within him, yet finding no outlet to unleash. The 140-fold amplification of spiritual power felt trapped within an invisible cage, unable to exert itself. The mental strain from this bizarre environment far surpassed even the dragon's might he had faced against the shadow-shrouded Sky Dragon. Last stand counterattack time remaining, 10 seconds. Time raced through the void, each second like a knife twisting in his heart. Zhang Xiu forced himself to calm down. There had to be a way out. The time for his desperate counterattack was nearly up. Calm down, think clearly. Suddenly, he recalled the tower's rule, survive for 3 minutes. Yet the 100th floor offered no attacks, no clear objective. Could the challenge be to survive 3 minutes in this void? But that seemed far too simple, completely at odds with the escalating difficulty of the previous 99 floors. Boda's condition began to falter. The burden of severe injuries compounded by the strain of its spiritual energy explosion caused its massive frame to tremble slightly, emitting a pained groan. The last stand was nearing its end, its power fading. And just as the countdown for the last stand counterattack hit 5 seconds, the entire pure white space rippled faintly. Immediately after, a thought like a sigh from the cosmos slammed directly into the depths of Zhang Xiu's consciousness. Yes, it was Zhang Xiu, not Boda. It launched an attack against the Beast Master himself. Cosmos, why do you exist? The sigh's words were neither Federal Chinese nor any language Zhang Xiu recognized. Yet strangely, he understood it perfectly. As if their consciousnesses collided in that instant, both comprehending the meaning behind the other's words. It carried no hostility, yet bore a weighty pressure, one of probing origins, of interrogation, as if intent on tearing open, crushing, and comprehending the most fundamental essence deep within Zhang Xiu's soul. Ah! Zhang Xiu let out a cry of agony as his 19,999 points of perfect spiritual power erupted. Seeing its master's pain, Boda sensed an attack but couldn't locate the enemy. It could only resist by unleashing its skills without restraint onto the outside world. Deep water shot. Raging mud wave. A torrent of spirit power amplified 140-fold surged outward from its center, transforming into a ring-shaped shockwave of destruction that swept across the boundless white void in all directions. Yet it had no effect whatsoever. Zhang Xiu heard a second sigh, as if it echoed from the depths of the cosmos. Why do we exist? Ah! He covered his eyes, as though through that sigh of consciousness, he saw flashes of images. Darkness, flames, hell, the abyss. Countless scenes flashed by. Humans, beasts, mythical creatures, strange species. Had his mental fortitude not already reached 19,999 points, that single sigh alone could have shattered his spirit, reducing him to a mindless fool. But he endured. What the hell was that? Zhang Xiu gasped for breath, no time to ponder further as the countdown in his consciousness hit 0. Counterattack duration, 0 seconds. Patin's colossal energy torrent powerful enough to tear mountains apart and evaporate lakes vanished into thin air. His swollen body deflated rapidly like a punctured balloon. After the complete explosion of its life force in that final strike, its vitality flickered like a dying candle in the wind, instantly plummeting to a critical state. Unable to sustain itself any longer, it crashed heavily onto the white surface with a thunderous thud. Patin! Zhang Xiu's heart jolted. Before he could seal it into his beast taming space, Patin suddenly shattered and exited the beast tower. What exactly was this 100-floor beast tower testing? Why were there no beast enemies? Now that Boda had exited the beast tower, he was left with only Liu Guang. What should he do next? Yet, just as his mind reeled from the shock, another transformation occurred. That familiar sigh thundered into his mind, a series of questions seeking answers unknown. What are we gazing upon? Hope or despair? Who are our allies, and who are our enemies? Ah! Endless white began to flow, coalesce, and transform. Zhang Xiu could scarcely bear this sigh of consciousness, her psychic energy raging in defiance. Stream of light. The stream of light was summoned forth, witnessing its master in such a state, unsure how to respond. Strangely, the beast seemed unaffected by that consciousness. It was merely questioning the human beast master? Cast an illusion on me. Upon hearing the command, Liu Guang immediately complied. The drunken dream melody and hallucinogenic dust enveloped Zhang Xiu, granting his mind a momentary respite. But then, a towering, blurred humanoid silhouette slowly materialized not far ahead. The form was composed of pure light, not solid matter. Yet it radiated an indescribable majesty. It seemed to have traversed endless time and space to arrive here. Those eyes, formed of light itself, held a hint of scrutiny, a hint of understanding, and a hint of puzzlement. When they focused on Zhang Xiu, boom! Zhang Xiu's mind exploded with a deafening roar, leaving her consciousness blank as if she had lost all awareness. Only after 3 full minutes had passed did those eyes slowly close. Similarly, it seemed to have noticed the flowing light beside Zhang Xiu and the time reversal technique she had unleashed, yet it showed not the slightest concern. It stood like a deity, its gaze carrying the solitude of 10,000 years. Congratulations on clearing the 100th floor of the Beast Tower. You have obtained a Galaxy Metaverse Genius entry ticket. Use this to access the Galaxy Metaverse and create your own virtual avatar. NO1, JP153220620129195 Zhang Xiu Zhang Pingcheng floors cleared, 100. The entire city of Ho plunged into an unprecedented deathly silence in that instant. Then came a thunderous uproar powerful enough to shake the entire examination hall. 100th floor. He cleared it. Zhang Xiu. He reached the summit. He conquered the legendary 100th floor. The Beast Tower. Conquered. The first person to follow the first Heavenly King. In Exam District 95332, all Guardian City candidates instantly burst into tears, embracing each other in ecstatic shouts. Wang Wenla even knelt on the ground, pounding it fiercely. Wang Xiaoyu and Su Qingxing clasped hands tightly, their tears brimming with awe. In the main monitoring room of the exam district, all examiners stood collectively in utter silence, their faces etched with disbelief and shock. Simultaneously, atop the light screen, a line of information composed of dazzling golden energy characters never before seen slowly scrolled across, like an oracle proclaiming to the world. First passage of the 100th floor of the Federal College entrance exams Beast Tower achieved. Chapter 103, Time heals all wounds, everyone becomes a dragon. 100th floor of the Beast Tower. After those eyes vanished, Zhang Xiu received the notification of clearing the Beast Tower. His head jerked violently. As if awakening from a deep slumber, his pupils contracted sharply as consciousness returned. What just happened? I cleared it? He gasped for breath twice. The overwhelming pressure those eyes had exerted was simply too much. Huff, huff. Seeing its master awaken, Liu Guang danced joyfully through the air before finally plummeting to the ground, exhausted. Zhang Xiu quickly reached out, cradling it in the palm of his hand. It's from overexerting its spiritual energy. You've worked hard. Relieved upon seeing Liu Guang's condition, he stored it back into his beast taming space. His successful completion of the stage was largely due to Liu Guang's time rewind, and the illusions it cast these two abilities had shielded him from most of the damage. Among them, Liu Guang's application of time rewind had deepened once more. Beyond the 0.3 second hard control skill, time stasis, this time he had developed time healing, a technique capable of reversing states. No matter what injuries you sustained or attacks you endured, as long as your vital signs remained, time healing could rewind your physical state back to 3 minutes prior. Take Zhang Xiu's earlier ordeal, under the gaze of those eyes, his brain suffered devastating damage. Liu Guang used this skill to help him rewind to 3 minutes prior. However, time healing exacts a tremendous toll. Activating it drains nearly 80% of Liu Guang's spiritual energy, and it can only be used once per day on a single life. Even so, this skill is nothing short of godly. Originally, I intended to train Liu Guang as a master of illusions, but unexpectedly, he's increasingly leaning toward the role of a support healer. Zhang Xiu found himself both amused and exasperated, yet deeply pleased. After all, this skill significantly boosts survival rates. It could even prove crucial in battle. Whether it's time lapse or time healing, they're both incomplete versions of time rewind. How powerful must the true time rewind be? Could it traverse time and space? Several thoughts flashed through his mind before he shook his head. He would know the answer when Liu Guang truly mastered time rewind.
Ahead, within the white void, a door slowly materialized. This was not a gate of challenge. It was the gate of departure, the gate of triumph. He hadn't expected to pass the 100th layer so easily. And what was this reward all about? Zhang Xiu glanced at the reward, a Galaxy Metaverse Genius entry ticket? He knew the metaverse was developed by the Federation's High-Dimensional Universe Corporation, but what was this Galaxy Metaverse? Another version? This requires connecting to the metaverse first to use. After returning, he'd buy a virtual storage unit to investigate. He suspected the reward for clearing the 100th floor of the Beast Tower wouldn't be so mediocre. Considering that only the first Heavenly King, Qin Beijun, had ever cleared it in decades, coupled with the mysterious background of the Federation High Latitude Universe Corporation, this ticket must hold some secret. Speaking of which, he still had 2 opportunities for guidance from a Heavenly King, 1 virtual session with a randomly assigned Heavenly King, and 1 personal session with the first Heavenly King, Qin Beijun. He had to make the most of both chances. Especially the guidance from the first Heavenly King Qin Beijun, something he hadn't even experienced in his previous life, nor had he ever laid eyes on the man. Qin Beijun remained in space until his death, when human beastmasters were overrun by abyssal beasts. He never appeared during the Third Beast War either. He harbored countless questions about this Heavenly King. Yet he knew this, no matter which Heavenly King might betray humanity in the future, Qin Beijun alone would never do so. For he was the founding Beastmaster, the hero who saved humanity from the brink of destruction, a true legend. But why did he never intervene during the Third Beast War? Is the other party really still in space? Why must they remain in space? He shook his head, pushing these doubts to the back of his mind. He was still too weak. Even if secrets lay within, they were beyond his current reach. Zhang Xiu composed himself and strode toward the triumphal gate. This time, there were no surprises. His consciousness smoothly exited the Beast Tower and returned to the real exam hall. But when he opened the virtual pod and stood up, the area was already packed with a dense crowd. What are you all doing? Zhang Xiu's eyes widened as he pressed his hand against the pod door, utterly bewildered. The next second, his good buddy Wang Wenla hoisted him up, and the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. 100th-floor conqueror, that's my bro. Ha! Long live Guardian City. Zhang Xiu! Zhang Xiu! Zhang Xiu! Guardian City candidates were overcome with emotion, their faces flushed crimson. Many even shed tears. Here, they endured subtle and overt contempt, branded as country bumpkins, the rejects of backward regions. But now, their representative Zhang Xiu from Jiangping City stood atop the Federation College entrance exam with undeniable proof he had conquered the legendary 100th floor of the Beast Tower. He not only vindicated Guardian City but also created a miracle unseen in decades. Wang Xiaoyu and Su Qingxing pushed their way to the front, sharing in Zhang Xiu's joy. All right. Put me down, Wen Lu. Everyone's getting too excited. Zhang Xiu said with a mix of laughter and tears. Brother Xiu, you're way too calm. That's the 100th floor of the Beast Tower. No exaggeration, you've basically become the top scholar in the imperial exams. Wang Wenla shouted excitedly, his enthusiasm as if he himself had won the top prize. What's a top scorer? I'm only a silver-tier beast tamer. I haven't even cultivated a commander-tier beast yet. The road ahead is still long. After being lowered to the ground, Zhang Xiu patted Wang Wenla on the shoulder and said earnestly. Anyone can become a true dragon. Sometimes a small opportunity can transform a person completely. So, both of you have the potential to reach the pinnacle. Hearing Zhang Xiu's words, Wang Wenla's face lit up with joy. Yes, we're still young, and the future remains undecided. We all still have hope. We can still grow. The surrounding crowd roared with excitement. Everyone can be a dragon. We still have hope. We can still grow. Watching this scene, Zhang Xiu thought to herself. This must be the original purpose behind establishing the City of Hope. Beyond the city's defenders celebrating, some students from the 9 provinces also found themselves joining the festivities. They seemed to have cast aside their previous prejudices, now simply thrilled for those who had conquered the 100th floor. Zhang Xiu, what on earth is on the 100th floor? Lin Yu pushed her way to the front row, her curiosity evident as she asked Zhang Xiu. As soon as she spoke, the crowd instantly fell silent, every pair of eyes fixed on Zhang Xiu, as if seeking the answer from his lips. For decades, no one had ventured beyond the 100th floor of the Beast Tower. What scenery could there possibly be? Only Zhang Xiu could provide them with the answer now. There. As Zhang Xiu opened his mouth, his mind went blank. He knew exactly what lay on the 100th floor of the Beast Tower, yet when he tried to speak, he found he couldn't utter a single word. As if some unseen rule was restraining him. Chapter 104, Who in the world doesn't know you? What's wrong with me? Why can't I speak? No, it's not that I can't speak, it's that whenever I try to speak, all memories of the 100th floor of the Beast Tower vanish from my mind.
What a terrifying technique. Was it done by those eyes? To prevent anyone from knowing of its existence?
No wonder the first heavenly king Qin Beijun never mentioned the 100th floor of the Beast Tower in decades, and there's no record of it within the Federation.
What on earth is its origin?
Zhang Xiu snapped back to reality, his expression grim. Perhaps he could find some answers through that Galaxy Metaverse Genius entry ticket. After pondering this, he turned his gaze to Lin Yu, shook his head, and said,
"There's nothing there."
Hearing this, Lin Yu froze, utterly astonished.
Nothing at all? Could it be that after passing the 99th layer, the 100th layer had no enemies at all, allowing direct passage?
Confused, she was about to press Zhang Xiu for answers when Zhang Xiu was already swept away by the crowd of city defenders. Brother Xiu, I truly admire you.
Top of the Federation.
All right. It's just the top score on the college entrance exam.
The road ahead is still long. Who knows? Next year, someone even more amazing than me might show up.
Brother Xiu cleared the 100th floor of the Beast Tower and topped the college entrance exams, yet he remains so humble. Just look at the smug faces of those JoJo students.
Ha!
They used to be so arrogant, looking down on us Guardian City students.
Wonder if their faces are stinging from the slap of reality now.
Some rejoiced, some were energized, and some were left speechless. Many JoJo students also admired Zhang Xiu, but once they stepped out of the exam center, it became inconvenient for them to follow him. At heart, JoJo students still held on to their own pride. Today, Zhang Xiu conquered the 100th floor of the Beast Tower. In the future, others will surely achieve the same. Watching Zhang Xiu's triumphant, celebrated moment, a red-haired youth among the JoJo students lowered his head and walked away, his expression somber.
That was Hong Tao.
Now, he dared not show his face before Zhang Xiu, even hoping the other would cease noticing him altogether, wishing to be dismissed as insignificant as a passing fart. The top scorer in the Federation College entrance exam, the top scholar, someone I could never compare to. I don't even have the qualifications to be his stepping stone.
I've become a complete joke.
Hong Tao gave a bitter laugh, shook his head, and turned to leave.
The other clown was Chen Hao.
Zhang Xiu.
He clenched his fists and sighed, he probably doesn't even remember my name. I will become stronger.
Chen Hao lifted his head and glanced at his ranking. Though he hadn't cracked the top 100 overall, he was still among the top 3 in his exam district.
Amidst the students of JoJo, a figure burst forward.
Zhang Xiu, one day, I will challenge you. Lin Yu watched Zhang Xiu's retreating figure and shouted. Regardless of whether Zhang Xiu heard her or not, she turned and walked away. With her current results, she was already qualified for admission to the 9 great academies. One day, she would meet Zhang Xiu again. By then, she would surpass him. Her fist clenched tightly. Little did she know, her current strength was already on par with Zhang Xiu's. Zhang Xiu's ability to clear the 100th floor of the Beast Tower was an advantage, with his 19,999 points of mental power. But there was another factor: he had used the last stand cheat. This cheat proved less effective in duels, but in a mechanically governed challenge like this, it yielded astonishing results. At the same time, Liu Guang was also a helping force, otherwise, he would have likely stopped at the 99th floor. Elsewhere. In Hope City No. 5, Examination Zone 1199.
Gong Yesu's face turned ashen. 100 floors? He cleared it?
He was merely a lowly guardian of the city, how could he possibly clear the 100th floor?
Gong Yesu stared fixedly at Zhang Xiu's name on the overall leaderboard, a hoarse whisper forced from his throat.
The once confident, composed smile had shattered into a twisted, ferocious grimace. Surrounding him were students from prominent families of the 9 provinces, young masters who had always looked down on Gong Yesu. Now, their cold, mocking remarks pierced his eardrums like needles.
Young Master Gongye looks terrifying.
He was the 4th prodigy to reach a perfect 90 floors. Who would have thought he'd be surpassed before his seat even got warm?
Ha! No one remembers the runner-up, only the champion is remembered.
If it were last year's college entrance exam, young Master Gongye would have made a huge splash. Too bad his luck wasn't on his side.
Ha! And you dare mock him? He's an SSS tier genius specially recruited by the Stellar Beast Academy. These whispers ignited Gong Yesu's fury completely.
Shut up! He spun around and roared, his psychic energy erupting uncontrollably. Several nearby candidates stumbled and fell to the ground, knocked off balance by the shockwave. In terms of raw power, he wasn't weaker than Zhang Xiu, he was arguably far superior. But damn it, Zhang Xiu had cheated his way to success.
Gong Yesu stormed out of the examination center in fury and contacted his clan. Investigate. Use our family connections.
I need every detail on this Zhang Xiu. Where the hell did he even come from? Meanwhile, in Central Plains,
in an office at the Star Realm Beastmaster Academy,
Min Jiamu was idly scrolling through entertainment videos when a breaking headline suddenly appeared.
Decades-old Federation record broken.
First conqueror of the 100th floor of the Beast Tower emerges. The headline was incredibly eye-catching. She was deeply curious.
After all, she had once attempted the Beast Tower during her college entrance exams, only to fall at the 87th floor. And now, someone had actually conquered the 100th floor? Which prodigy from a prominent family across the 9 provinces? Which academy's genius? Could it be Zhang Xiu, the special recruit the academy brought in recently? She clicked on the news article and suddenly widened her eyes. What? It was him. Min Jiamu never imagined she'd see Zhang Xiu's name again in such a way. And those dazzling honors, a conqueror of the 100-story Beast Tower. Ha! Ha! Min Jiamu covered her face and laughed, but as she laughed, tears inexplicably welled up in her eyes. She had always known she'd missed her chance with Zhang Xiu, knew he was exceptional, even knew he possessed a beast taming skill. But she never imagined he would conquer the 100th floor of the Beast Tower, achieve perfect scores in all 3 subjects, and become the top scorer in the Federation college entrance exam. With billions of people in the Federation, thousands of guardian cities beyond the wilderness, and the vast, resource-rich 9 provinces, countless prodigies and geniuses had been cultivated. Yet none could surpass a mere beast tamer from the small city of Jiangping? If they knew Zhang Xiu had become a beast tamer in less than half a year, it would surely cause an uproar. Qilin Academy is truly fortunate. After laughing, Min Jiamu sighed helplessly. Lucky? No, it's because Qilin Academy's teachers possess both courage and foresight. She herself had the chance to specially recruit Zhang Xiu. Recalling her initial assessment of Zhang Xiu and the A-level special recruitment contract she'd offered, her face inexplicably stung. Meanwhile, at the Kirin Academy Research Institute in Qingzhou, Professors Su Hua and Lin Zhangyang also saw the news, nearly fainting with excitement. My Kirin Academy is truly about to produce a Kirin child. After today, who in the world won't know Zhang Xiu? Ha! Chapter 105, Returning to Jiangping City, Logging into the Metaverse. After leaving the college entrance exam center, Zhang Xiu lingered in Hope City for another day. Most of that day was spent fending off the media and news agencies. The moment he stepped outside, he was swarmed by reporters. They immediately bombarded him with questions about his experience clearing the 100th floor of the Beast Tower, his insights, thoughts, and reflections, along with his feelings about becoming the top scorer in the college entrance exam. They also asked for his opinion on Zhang Xiu, another student who had achieved a perfect score. Zhang Xiu? Sorry, I don't know him. That was Zhang Xiu's response at the time. But after being reposted and embellished by the media, it somehow transformed into top scorer's statement. Zhang Xiu? He's not worthy of being my opponent. My rivals have long since ceased to be my peers. This sparked a massive uproar online. It left Zhang Xiu feeling helpless. When Zhang Xiu saw the news, he was so furious he smashed his phone. The next day, with the college entrance exams concluded, candidates began departing in an orderly fashion. Zhang Xiu's journey back to Jiangping City was vastly different from his arrival. When his exclusive high-speed levitation train arrived at the Jiangping City station, the platform was already a sea of excitement. Giant banners fluttered in the breeze. Heartfelt congratulations to Zhang Xiu of Jiangping City for achieving top honors in the federal college entrance exams and conquering the 100th floor of the Beast Tower. City Lord Li Weiming and Beastmaster Association President Su Hongda personally led the city guard in formation to welcome him, their faces radiating uncontrollable excitement and pride. Major media outlets swarmed the scene, their flashes nearly forming a continuous sea of light. Student Zhang Xiu, you are the pride of Jiangping City. Li Weiming stepped forward, clasping Zhang Xiu's hand firmly, his voice booming. Countless citizens gathered spontaneously, crowding the platform so tightly that no one could move. Waves of cheers rose and fell, filled with the long-suppressed sense of vindication. Wang Wenle, Wang Xiaoyu, Su Qingxing, and others all wore smiles at that moment. Zhang Xiu looked at the flushed, excited faces and responded with humility. The commotion did not last long. The Beastmaster Association had deployed an exceptionally high-level security force. A squad of 3 Golden Grade Beastmasters, their auras concealed, swiftly took control of the scene and escorted Zhang Xiu out of the crowd. They proceeded directly to Zhang Xiu's villa in Qinghe Garden, east of the city. Meanwhile, security personnel were stationed outside the villa as well. These measures caused property prices in the vicinity to skyrocket. Who wouldn't want to live next to the top scholar? Moreover, the complimentary security provided by the Beastmaster Association offered an unparalleled sense of security to Jiangping City's wealthy elite. After all, the recent prison break by the rogue faction had left them deeply anxious about falling victim to malevolent forces themselves. Zhang Xiu, I am Ming Yi, the Beastmaster Association's special envoy assigned to protect you. The golden rank Beastmaster at the head of the group smiled. Until you depart for Qingzhou Qilin Academy, your safety falls under my responsibility. Should you require any assistance or coordination from the Beastmaster Association, do not hesitate to contact me. Zhang Xiu nodded and replied, thank you for your service. He keenly sensed that beyond these overt protective forces, more Beastmasters lurked in the shadows. The Jiangping City Beastmaster Association truly treated him like a precious treasure, guarding him as if afraid something might happen to him. After all, no matter how prodigiously talented he was still only 18 years old, and merely silver-ranked a potential failure could cut his rise short at any moment. Not every guardian city or faction wished to see this brilliant star, Zhang Xiu, slowly rise. Human infighting never ceases. Thus, Zhang Xiu was quite satisfied with Chairman Su's arrangements. At least in Jiangping City, he needn't worry excessively about his safety. After making such a splash, countless eyes were undoubtedly fixed on him. But once he headed to Qilin Academy next month, his security would be even tighter. No one would risk targeting him there after all. Several Radiant Tier and Star Tier Beast Masters were stationed there. He planned to cultivate Boda and Liu Guan to at least the Lord Tier level at Qilin Academy. His psychic power had already reached the peak of Silver Tier. Once Boda and Liu Guan attained Lord Tier, he could become a Gold Tier Beastmaster possessing the strength to protect himself. That evening, Zhang Xiu activated his communication bracelet. He received the official acceptance letter from Qilin Academy, along with a personally written welcome message from the dean, whose words were heartfelt and sincere. Professor Su Hua sent multiple messages detailing the top-tier resources the academy had prepared for him, his excitement palpable. Over the next 2 days, he politely declined numerous celebration invitations, accepting only a small banquet limited to several core leaders of Jiangping City, his uncle, and close classmates like Wang Wenla. As for the university, since he had already graduated, his visits had become much less frequent. He only visited the sterilization department for 2 or 3 hours each afternoon, sterilizing pets to earn emotion points. This was one of the few places outsiders knew he might appear. Ding ding! Your high-latitude virtual warehouse order has arrived. Upon receiving the delivery notification, Zhang Xiu happily wrapped up his afternoon neutering session. This left many female classmates secretly disappointed. Upon returning to the villa, he was greeted by the high-latitude virtual storage unit worth 2 million Federation credits. It can directly connect to the metaverse space established by the Federal High-Latitude Universe Corporation, enabling virtual duels, training, socializing, and other functions. Only the wealthy and golden tier beast masters in Jiangping City could afford such a device. Finally, I understand what that galactic metaverse means. Zhang Xiu had his own theory. But this theory was too fantastical, which is precisely why verification was needed. Following the blueprint, after installing the high-latitude virtual pod, he lay inside, took a deep breath, and initiated the connection program. Connecting. His consciousness instantly ascended as if being extracted, and the familiar dizziness from scene transitions washed over him. Yet it felt gentler than when he'd entered the Beast Tower during the college entrance exam. When he opened his eyes, he found himself before a boundless starry sea backdrop. The dazzling Federation Metaverse main city floated before him, surrounded by countless portal gates representing different functional zones, dotted like stars. This was the constructed virtual metaverse hub, where most beast masters gathered. Of course, beyond the main city, there were also simulated secret realms for beast tamers to conquer and practice, and some even required payment to experience. Welcome to the metaverse. I am your assistant, Xiao AI. Since this is your first time logging into the metaverse, you may create a virtual avatar according to your preferences or allow the AI assistant to scan your body for a one-to-one replica. Detected multiple unused items stored under your personal ID. You may open your inventory to view them. Zhang Xiu saw a virtual woman appear before him. This was assistant Xiao AI. Having experienced the metaverse in his previous life, he wasn't as flustered as a true novice. He quickly created a virtual avatar vastly different from his real appearance. No one could recognize this as Zhang Xiu. As for the multiple unused items, opening his backpack, he found 3 pieces of Federation Grade A materials, 1 Grade A Beast Bloodline Seed, 1 S Grade material, 1 SS Grade material of any kind from the Stellar Beast Academy, 1 Federation SSS Grade resource, plus 1 session of guidance from a Heavenly King, 1 session of guidance from the first Heavenly King, and most crucially a Galaxy Metaverse Genius entry ticket. These were all rewards for clearing floors 90 and above in the Beast Tower. After redemption, they could be delivered directly to him. Chapter 106, Establishing Contact with Extraterrestrial Civilizations. After inspecting the items in his backpack, Zhang Xiu did not enter the main metaverse city. Activate Galaxy Metaverse Entry Ticket. The moment his command was issued, the golden Galaxy Metaverse Entry Ticket glowed, transforming into a beam of light that enveloped the newly created virtual avatar. Buzz. The surrounding federal metaverse scenery faded rapidly like a fading oil painting. Replacing them was an absolute silence akin to cosmic vacuum. Zhang Xiu felt himself being pulled by an invisible force, traversing at speeds beyond light. When he materialized again, he found himself in an unknown location. The surrounding space stretched boundlessly like the cosmos itself. Occasionally, a faint stream of starlight particles, as delicate as a breath, would drift by from an unimaginably distant point. Gone were the Federation Metaverse plazas, streets, and billboards. Only a vast, pure cosmic star map remained, enveloped in suffocating stillness. This was no virtual paradise. Was it an observatory? A library? Or perhaps, a tomb? Just as he was awestruck by the grandeur of this space, a cold voice, imbued with unimaginable authority, resounded directly within the depths of his consciousness, distinctly different from the previous AI assistant. Identification: Zhang Xiu JP1532206201291952, Blue Star, Solar System, Orion Arm, Milky Way. Local Exotic Beast Tower 100th Floor Clearer. Permission Sequence, LV1. Galactic Metaverse Core Guidance activated. This space serves as a galactic interactive terminal. Primary function: establish communication with lifeforms across the galaxy possessing access to the galactic metaverse. Based on your current permission level, you may initiate one match every 9 days. You currently have one matching opportunity. Use it? You currently have one opportunity to recreate your galactic metaverse avatar. Use? Communicate with beings from other planets? Just as I suspected. Zhang Xiu couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. What on earth is the origin of this galaxy metaverse? How could it span an entire galaxy to pull other beings into this space and establish communication? That mysterious Federation High-Latitude Space Corporation, could it be an extraterrestrial power? What are their objectives? To screen for geniuses? He knew the difficulty of the 100th floor of the Beast Tower. Those who could clear it before the age limit of 20 were undoubtedly prodigious geniuses, remarkable figures on any planet. And now, he was intensely curious about these so-called extraterrestrial geniuses. Are they like humans? What do aliens look like? Are they also beastmasters? Or are they the tamed beasts themselves? Rumor has it that the Federation's High-Latitude Space Corporation has deep ties to the first Heavenly King, Qin Beijun. As the founding Beastmaster, it was Qin Beijun who, decades ago during humanity's darkest hour, opened the Beastmaster realm within the abyss, enabling humanity's successful counterattack. So, does humanity's Beastmaster system truly originate from Qin Beijun? Or was it transmitted by an extraterrestrial civilization? Zhang Xiu had far too many questions. In his previous life, he failed to clear the 100th floor of the Beast Tower before turning 20, so naturally, he never obtained this ticket. Even when he died during the Third Beast War, he remained utterly unaware of these secrets. Now he finally understood why the secrets of the 100th floor of the Beast Tower were sealed away. It involved an extraterrestrial civilization. Ha! Though he'd had some suspicions when he obtained this ticket, it was still hard to believe. Current permissions allow for a match every 9 days, let's try it. Just as he was about to initiate the match, he seemed to remember something and hurriedly altered his virtual avatar. A completely different-looking Zhang Xiu appeared. No one could connect this avatar to Zhang Xiu's image in the local metaverse or his real-life appearance. This effectively gave him 2 layers of anonymity. Begin matching. Zhang Xiu activated the match with a thought. The instant the command was issued, the entire space of the galaxy metaverse seemed to freeze for a moment. The distant starry backdrop rippled faintly, like water disturbed by a pebble. Then, a soft yet incredibly clear light flared directly before Zhang Xiu, swiftly sketching out the blurred outline of a figure. As the light faded, Zhang Xiu's pupils suddenly contracted. Before her eyes stood not the monstrous, terrifying alien beast she had anticipated. Instead, a strange entity floated against the backdrop of the starry sky. Its overall form resembled that of a human woman, but with more slender and elegant proportions, standing approximately 2 meters 50 tall. Her skin resembled a flowing cosmic backdrop, dotted with fine, sparkling stardust, beneath which faint, galaxy-like bands of light seemed to flow. She had no hair, replaced instead by a halo of pure energy, a swirling nebula-like vortex slowly rotating above her head. Most striking of all were the 3 pairs of enormous butterfly wings gathered behind her. Match successful. Matching target, Starblaze Clan Shyvana. Stellar Radiance Clan? Is Shyvana the other party's online name? Zhang Xiu forced himself to suppress his shock. This truly wasn't human. It even far exceeded the scope of Blue Star's exotic beasts. Is this the intelligent life that exists in the galaxy? Had they also passed trials similar to the Beast Tower to enter this place? Just as Zhang Xiu prepared to probe the other party with his psychic senses, Shyvana across from him made a move. Oh, finally, we can begin the transaction. These past 9 days have nearly suffocated me. Shyvana stretched lazily, her 2.5-meter tall, human-like female form elongating with an alluring grace. Her eyes flickered as she locked onto Zhang Xiu's figure and spoke. Human Emperor? What race is that? And what does Emperor mean? No clue. Never mind. Let's get this trade started. What good stuff did you bring? Emperor was a temporary online alias Zhang Xiu had adopted when creating his virtual avatar. He felt no shame about it. At first, he couldn't understand the other party's voice either. But upon hearing the second word, the galaxy metaverse seemed to activate real-time translation, instantly clarifying the meaning. Trade? We can actually trade through this platform? Zhang Xiu froze in surprise. Savannah on the other end froze too, then asked, "You're not a newbie, are you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiu hesitantly nodded. Ah, no way. After waiting 9 whole days, I actually got a newbie. I'm so incredibly lucky. Savannah's expression was filled with delight. But for some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that this joy held a hint of malice. Ahem, let me enlighten you.
After clearing the 100th floor of the Beast Tower and entering the galactic metaverse, besides using this platform for matchmaking and communication, we can also study other civilizations or trade resources from our respective planets. You see, some planets' goods might be junk here, but on others, they're priceless treasures. Of course, such cases are rare. As for valuation, the galactic metaverse assesses items during transactions. If the value difference isn't significant, bartering is possible. Shyvana explained with a smile to Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu's eyes lit up as he asked, but how do we bring external resources here for trading? Isn't this a virtual space? Simply envelop the item with your psychic energy and imprint it with the Galaxy Metaverse mark. That mark is the pattern on your ticket. You haven't forgotten it, have you? Shyvana looked at him with a puzzled expression. Didn't you have elders or mentors? This is the most basic knowledge in the Galaxy Metaverse. While many secrets can't be shared outside, the major factions all teach the basics. My teacher explained this to me long before I even cleared the 100th floor of the Beast Tower. Hearing this, Zhang Xiu understood. It seemed not every planet was like Blue Star. The planet she came from clearly had knowledge of the galactic metaverse. Chapter 107, The Unknown Beast. After listening to Shyvana's explanation, Zhang Xiu nodded cautiously and admitted frankly. Yes, I have no guide. This is my first time here, and obtaining the ticket was pure luck. Moreover, my world seems to have limited knowledge of the Galaxy Metaverse. He didn't reveal his origin from Blue Star, only stating his circumstances. I knew it. Shyvana chuckled smugly. But it's fine. We don't know much about the origins of the galactic metaverse either. I've encountered 16 beings from other star systems here, newcomers like you, or those from even more backward planets. For us fortunate disciples who pass the Beast Tower trials to enter the Galaxy Metaverse, the most crucial privilege is resource trading. The cosmos is boundless. Every planet that gives birth to life, even though separated by billions of light years, evolves resources that are utterly unique. So, newcomer, what treasures have you brought? What specialties does your planet, or rather, your world offer? Or perhaps you've just emerged from the Beast Tower? Surely you've secured some worthwhile rewards? There's always something valuable to trade inside. Bring it out and show us. Shyvana rubbed her hands together, a flicker of excitement in her eyes. Zhang Xiu hesitated for a moment. He didn't have much to trade on hand. As for the rewards from the Beast Tower, those were resources that needed to be exchanged with the Federation. Direct trade wasn't even an option. There were rewards, but I didn't bring them in. Can we match the same creatures next time? Oh, of course. Newcomers start with level 1 access, which allows you to save 3 matched creatures. You can contact them directly next time. Zawana sighed regretfully at the missed trading opportunity. Hearing this, Zhang Xiu remained impassive and asked, can that permission level be upgraded? Certainly. However, this requires credits. 1,000 credits can upgrade your access level by 1 tier. Trading your supplies with us can also be done using credits. This is the currency of the galactic metaverse. Shyvana raised her finger, illuminating a display showing her current permissions in points. LV2, 1,580 points. The higher your permission level, the more entities you'll be matched with. It's said that upon reaching a certain tier, you can unlock the route to the Galaxy Metaverse main city, the gathering place for all the galaxy's geniuses. Hope flickered across Shyvana's face. Zhang Xiu followed her demonstration and checked her own points. Unsurprisingly, hers read 0, privilege level 1. Matches occur every 9 days, with 3 slots available equivalent to 3 contacts in your address book. No other privileges whatsoever. I see, Shyvana. Could you first tell me what you or your Starshine clan typically trade? Any special goods? That way, I can bring items from here next time. Upon hearing this, Shyvana quickly adjusted her expression, plastering on a warm smile once more. Of course. Our Starshine clan boasts a long-standing civilization. One of our most renowned specialties is stellar essence. She raised her hand slightly and retrieved an item from her backpack, a small droplet of liquid that seemed to be condensed starlight, emitting a soft blue-violet glow. See? This is stellar essence. It contains the unique energy and refined stardust from our Starborn clan's birthplace. It gently nourishes and expands the soul and spiritual essence, proving remarkably effective for enhancing psychic strength, stabilizing the spiritual sea, and even accelerating recovery after psychic injuries. Beyond this, we are also open to trading biological lineages, mineral resources, and magical artifacts from various planets. With a sweeping gesture, she summoned vast quantities of energy ores, bloodline samples, and spiritual herb resources, so many they dazzled the eyes. This woman was loaded. It was hard to fathom that an individual could possess such resources. Even Zhang Xiu, as a star-tier beast tamer in her previous life, couldn't have amassed this much. Behind her must be a powerful faction or family providing these resources for trade. And the most valuable item among them was undoubtedly the stellar essence. Items that enhanced spiritual power were incredibly rare. A single drop of this essence could likely elevate an ordinary beastmaster's spiritual power by 2 tiers, an absolute SSS grade resource. As for the energy ores and spirit herbs, based on Zhang Xiu's expertise, most fall between A and S grade. Yet the sheer volume is staggering, and over half the items are completely unknown. What purpose could these serve? Could research unlock a new system for beast evolution? His curiosity about these extraterrestrial artifacts was insatiable. Among the bloodline samples, he could sense the auras of sovereign tier and overlord tier beings. Yet not a single aura felt familiar, as if they all belonged to alien beasts. Could it be the other party was also a beast tamer? He wondered in astonishment. At that moment, Shyvana saw the astonishment on his face and felt quite satisfied. Only by demonstrating sufficient capital could one hold the upper hand in negotiations. This was what her kin had taught her. She was certain the next time, the other party would bring valuable items. She stowed away the resources and smiled. Alright, now that you've seen what I have to offer, please come prepared next time you contact me. Now we can proceed with the duel. A duel? Zhang Xiu barely registered the realization before witnessing Shyvana assume a combat stance, his expression one of utter astonishment. Starshine Clan's Shyvana has initiated a ranked duel against you. Duel countdown, 1 minute. That's right. Every match can be a duel, and the winner gets bonus points. You didn't think everyone in the Galaxy metaverse coexists peacefully without competition, did you? Heh, defeating newbies earns double points. Let me teach you the Galaxy metaverse way of dueling. Savannah chuckled, her 6 wings glowing brightly behind her. No wonder Zhang Xiu always sensed a hint of malice in her smile. She'd been waiting right here. Don't worry, you have no points, so even if you lose, you won't be in debt. Savannah fluttered her butterfly wings with grace, her posture elegant yet tinged with a condescending mockery. Well, next time you match, you'll be paired with weaker creatures likely from resource-depleted planets on the galaxy's fringes, where life is scarce. Zhang Xiu looked at her, feeling an inexplicable pressure. It wasn't fear, but wariness toward an unknown adversary, especially as a greenhorn rookie. As the duel countdown neared 0, Savannah roared. Come forth, Qinghua. A viscous liquid composed of stardust particles surged forth. It possessed life, resembling a slime, a creature never before seen on Blue Star. Indeed, the opponent was also a beastmaster. And this beast's realm was formidable. Judging by its aura alone, it was commander tier. What kind of attacks would it unleash? What abilities did it possess? Unknown. All unknown. Thoughts raced through Zhang Xiu's mind, but the countdown was nearly over. Boda. At his call, the beastmaster realm seemed to intertwine with the galaxy metaverse. Through virtual simulation, Boda, residing within the beastmaster realm, was summoned forth. The massive catfish-like beast appeared, its large eyes fixed on the slime blob as it tilted its head in confusion. Ha! What the heck is this thing? Chapter 108, could it be cutting corners? Having lived for so long, Boda had never encountered such a bizarre creature before, leaving him momentarily perplexed about its nature. But as the liquid mass coalesced, it suddenly transformed into a sharp spike. He instantly realized this creature was no ordinary being. Is this your pet beast? Shyvana shared the same confusion. Her home planet had no fish, so she had no idea what kind of creature Boda was. Yet through her psychic senses, she could perceive Boda's aura of power. Mid-War General tier, perhaps? Ha! War General tier? Your pet beast is only at the War General tier? What the hell? Savannah's eyes widened as she let out a shocked shriek. How on earth did you clear the 100th floor of the beast tower at this level? Unbelievable. Could your pet's bloodline have reached mythic tier or even higher? As someone who'd conquered the beast tower, she knew firsthand just how grueling its challenges were. Especially the last 2 or 3 floors, they were absolutely impossible to clear at the War General tier. Her pet beast, Qinghua, had undergone 4 evolutions and been nurtured with her family's resources, reaching legendary tier bloodline. Even so, she nearly failed when conquering the beast tower at 18. In the end, it was sheer luck, combined with her commander-level cultivation and her own beast taming skills, that allowed her to barely make it through. And now, the opponent's beast was only mid-war general level? How could that possibly clear the beast tower? Savannah was puzzled, shocked, astonished, then narrowed her eyes. She dropped her initial disdain for the newcomer and grew serious. She had never heard of anyone clearing the beast tower at the war general level. But without a doubt, they were the pinnacle of prodigies across all major planets, possessing formidable abilities to fight far beyond their level. Therefore, despite the opponent's beast being at a low tier, its strength was undoubtedly extraordinary. She might not even stand a chance against them. HM? Do you have the War General tier in your Beastmaster realm too? Zhang Xiu held back from attacking immediately, instead continuing to probe for information. He knew his own limitations. His ascent through the beast tower had been nothing short of cheating. The opponent's beast power undoubtedly surpassed his own. If they clashed, he'd likely be crushed. With matches only occurring every 9 days, he certainly didn't want to leave so soon. Any creature that made it to the galaxy metaverse must have come from a planet touched by its teachings. Our systems and cultivation methods are all quite similar. But due to biological differences, the resulting beast riding techniques or other abilities might vary. Take me, for instance. As a member of the Star Radiance clan, I was born with exceptionally high spiritual power, allowing me to contract pets beyond my level.
Savannah hesitated to attack, glaring at Zhang Xiu as she spoke. And if she didn't attack, Zhang Xiu naturally wouldn't make a rash move either. Thus, the two stared each other down for another long while. Finally, unable to contain her impatience any longer, Savannah launched her assault. Turquoise turbidity. Star-spinning blade. The moment the words left her mouth, the liquid mass known as Qingzhuo erupted violently. Spikes erupted like a stellar explosion, transforming into a swarm of shimmering dust blades. With a piercing screech, they rained down upon Boda. Seeing her move, Zhang Xiu knew he couldn't hold back any longer. He had to fight. Even if he lost, he would give it his all. At the same time, he was intensely curious about the abilities of these alien beasts from beyond the stars. Boda, Mountain River Eternal Fortress. Boda's massive form suddenly sank, a thick, earth-yellow aura instantly enveloping its body. Though this was a virtual world, not reality, the Earth's power still surged forth when the skill was unleashed, a testament to the marvels of the galaxy metaverse. Boom! A barrage of impacts echoed as the Stardust blades unleashed power far beyond expectations. Boda's resilient skin was pierced clean through, and the sheer force of the impact sent his body flying, crashing into the ground. Agonizing pain made him groan in pain. After just one round of attacks, Boda was already showing signs of defeat. The chasm between their realms and the suppression of bloodline were laid bare in this moment. Had it not possessed exceptionally solid foundational defenses and the outstanding effects of Mountain River Eternal Fortress, it might have been killed in a single strike. Ha! Savannah raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. She was surprised. Was that all the opponent's pet beast could do? That's it? Qingzhuo nearly one-shot the opponent? Wait, with this level of power, how did you even clear the beast tower? Could it be you pulled some strings with some big shot? Savannah was genuinely perplexed. In her eyes, the opponent's beast was in a completely different league from her own. There was no way it could have cleared the 100th floor of the beast tower. Could it be they had some hidden trump card? Qingzhuo, Stardust Beam. She gave Boda no chance to catch her breath, commanding Qingzhuo to attack once more. Whatever trump card the opponent had, however they'd cleared the beast tower this time, she was taking the points. A sky filled with stardust ignited. Countless flowing beams, manipulated by Qingzhuo, shot toward Boda from all directions like living arrows. Zhang Xiu's mind raced. He knew that if he let Boda endure this damage again, he would surely die. Without hesitation, he summoned the stream of light. Time stasis. Whoosh! Streamlight fluttered its butterfly wings, slowing time around Boda. The beams entering this area decelerated sharply, like arrows plunging into water. Boda himself remained unaffected. Recovering from the previous attack, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Because the Galaxy Metaverse simulation was unique. All damage and pain are unmitigated. It was identical to a real duel. Counterattack. Zhang Xiu channeled his psychic energy, activating the beast control technique Last Stand. Boda was already in critical condition. Combined with the prolonged standoff he'd had with Savannah earlier, he had accumulated 1,500 layers of imprints. Equivalent to a 15-fold amplification. Boom! The spiritual energy within Boda ignited like a powder keg. Simultaneously, Lightstream unleashed time healing, restoring Boda's injuries to their perfect state from 3 minutes prior. This effectively exploited a glitch for a last-ditch counterattack, achieving a 15x power boost while simultaneously pushing his pet beast to its peak condition. Deep water shot. Zhang Xiu roared. Boda opened its massive jaws, instantly condensing water elements into a high-pressure water column that shot toward Qingzhuo. The power of this strike was also amplified 15-fold. This astonished Savannah. I knew it wouldn't be that easy to defeat you. Qingzhuo, Starlight Shield. Savannah's lips curved slightly. Thankfully, she hadn't underestimated him from the start and had anticipated he might have hidden trump cards. Her pet's power had surged 15-fold, reaching the level of a commander. But in her eyes, it still wasn't enough to defeat her. After all, Qingzhuo possessed the bloodline of a golden legend. Qingzhuo's entire body began to spin, a ripple shield composed of starlight particles forming around her liquid form. Yet, just as the high-pressure water column struck, suddenly, its movements halted, and the condensed starlight collapsed. No, not collapsed, it reverted to 0.3 seconds prior. This was the skill of time flow. Time rewind. Chapter 109, The Trial Stone of the Extraterrestrial Civilization. What? Savannah's relaxed expression froze instantly. Seeing her pet beast's shield fail, she cried out in shock. Dodge, Qingzhuo. But it was already too late. Qingzhuo, still reeling from the 0.3 second hard stun, barely had time to recover before that terrifying deepwater shot slammed into his face. Boom! The liquid-composed body was pierced through. However, Qingzhuo was, after all, a commander-level beast of legendary lineage. Such an attack could never instantly kill it. The splattered liquid, guided by its consciousness, violently coalesced and ended. As if it had never been wounded. Yet in truth, it had been wounded, a wound deep enough to damage its very bones. Using. Savannah was about to issue further commands when a melody suddenly pierced through her mind. It was the drunken dream song. The next command she was about to issue was halted as if by an imperceptible pause button. In that split second, the flame tornado erupted, engulfing both her and Zhang Xiu. Boom! In less than a second, Shyvana burst out of the fiery vortex, her 6 wings gleaming behind her. Compared to before, however, her appearance had taken on a dull, ashen hue. Her pet beast Qingzhou was no different. Its once pristine, flawless liquid form had grown noticeably dull and gray. I underestimated you before. Shyvana took a deep breath and extended her palm. Instead of summoning a second pet beast, she activated her own beast control skill. After all, her pet beast was one major realm above the opponent's. Summoning a second pet beast would be nothing short of bullying. As a prodigious genius, she had her pride. Blade transformation. Her beast control technique activated. Qingzhu's body continuously compressed. The once fluid mass solidified, transforming into a circular blade-like shape that began spinning at high speed. With a sweeping gesture from Shyvana, Qingzhu shot toward Boda like a flying sword. Boda! Water domain! Raging mud tide! Zhang Xiu roared. Boda swung his palm with all his might, transforming the water before him into a shield while simultaneously slamming his right palm toward his opponent. A towering, raging wave surged forth, roaring with fury. But the transformed Qingzhu blade, razor-sharp, actually sliced through the raging waves. What kind of technique was this? Using her pet beast as a weapon? Zhang Xiu was utterly stunned by Shyvana's beast handling skills. What astonished him even more was that Qingzhu's attack power had clearly increased by more than just a notch. Whoosh! Luminous attempted to release hallucinogenic dust to disrupt Qingzhu. But in the next instant, it was cleaved in two, shattering into fragments that vanished from the duel. Boda's flesh was torn open by horrific wounds, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, seemingly still seeking an opportunity to counterattack. But as the time for a desperate counterstrike ended, his vitality suddenly waned, and he was sliced open. Thud! Boda too vanished from the duel. The last stand lasted 1500 layers, which, converted to time, amounted to just 15 seconds. In those 15 seconds, it could only wound Qingzhu. It couldn't inflict critical damage, much less defeat him. This was the gap between them. Legendary bloodline, plus this beast taming technique. The beast taming methods of the star beyond civilization truly cannot be underestimated. Zhang Xiu laughed aloud, not discouraged but exhilarated by witnessing extraterrestrial beast taming prowess. It was just a pity he hadn't been able to probe deeper. And this was his first defeat since his rebirth. And he'd lost to someone his own age. Duel ended. Winner, Shyvana of the Star Bright Clan. Loser, Human Emperor. Starshine Clan. Shyvana earns 200 points, double points for first victory over a newcomer. Human Emperor's points deducted, 0 current points, 0. Exiting duel arena. Zhang Xiu stood in the arena, his eyes fixed intently on Shyvana. Shyvana calmed her surging psychic energy, letting out a soft hum. Though it caught me off guard for a moment, that was all. A war general is a war general. Before true power, any flashy technique is laughable. Hearing this, Zhang Xiu chuckled, "You're right. I'll be back. Once my pet breaks through to commander class, I'll seek your guidance once more." I might not even have time by then. You only earn points from duels when they're officially matched. Private fights don't count. Shyvana's expression betrayed a hint of panic as she spoke. In truth, through their brief skirmish, she had already grasped the terrifying potential of this human emperor before her. Clearly only at mid-war general tier, he had unleashed commander-level power, fighting above his rank against her Qingzhu. Especially that weaker butterfly pet a time type that could influence them across tiers. If both had reached commander rank, even her Qingzhu, a legendary bloodline, might not have prevailed. Her arrogant demeanor instantly turned awkward. No problem. I relish dueling with the strong. Zhang Xiu intended to treat her opponent as a trial stone. After all, in the outside world, few of her peers could defeat her. Moreover, dueling with an extraterrestrial civilization might spark tactical inspiration. Like that beast taming technique that transformed into a weapon. Alright then. If you want to duel, I'll see it through to the end. Shyvana stood tall, her voice firm. I'm heading out. Remember to bring some quality goods for trade next time, that way I can guide you with even more dedication. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Zhang Xiu smiled, his consciousness suddenly sinking as he returned to the metaverse. Before him, Shyvana's figure gradually blurred and vanished. When he reappeared, he stood before the main city of the Federation metaverse. The Galaxy Metaverse Genius entry ticket from his backpack had vanished, replaced by a new pattern on the interface. This emblem was identical to the one on the ticket, a strangely shaped eye. Does the system automatically log you out of the Galaxy Metaverse after a match? Next time he wanted to enter, it would be 9 days later. How astonishing. If not for experiencing it firsthand, it would feel like a dream. Zhang Xiu shook his head, then looked toward the main city of the Federation metaverse without entering. Today had been eventful enough. He was exhausted. So he chose to exit the metaverse. In the real world, jumping city, inside a villa. The virtual pod's door slid open slowly.
Zhang Xiu rose wearily from inside and stepped out, only to find night had already fallen.
Xiao, you're out? Come on over for dinner. Uncle has something to discuss with you.
Xiao Liangkai was cooking in the villa kitchen. After dinner, he still had to prepare potions in the villa, as the basement currently served as their production facility.
Okay. Zhang Xiu nodded, then summoned Poda and Liu Guang.
Both beasts were exhausted after the virtual duel they just endured. At the same time, they were also deeply unsatisfied. They weren't strong enough yet. Chapter 110, The Potion Business, Resource Exchange. After finishing their meal, Boda and Liu Guang headed straight to the villa's training area to practice. They wanted to grow stronger, and to do so, they had to work hard. After the two beasts departed, Zhang Xiu and Xiao Liang exchanged a glance before Xiao Liang asked, "Uncle, what did you want to talk to me about?" Xiao Liangkai rubbed his hands together, his expression slightly grim, hesitating to speak. But since they were already here, he had to speak. "It's like this. After you topped the federal college entrance exams and cleared the 100th floor of the Beast Tower, Lingyao Trading's business boomed. While you were in the secret realm, you even endorsed their potions, causing the entire market supply to sell out in a single day. You put your uncle in charge of this potion business, but Lingyao Xing's daily demand keeps climbing.
So your uncle's wondering if they should hire more workers?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiu chuckled, "Oh, just this little thing? If we can't keep up, then hire more people. And register the company properly. After all, we've built a reputation now, no need to keep operating like some shady black market operation." When he handed the potion business over to his uncle, he had already anticipated this possibility. After all, as the business grew, he couldn't keep relying on personal production forever. He'd even purchased several production machines for the villa. As for personnel, hiring workers was the natural next step. But the formula must be protected. With 7 or 8 million Federation credits in working capital now, renting a factory and splitting production into 3 separate sections would ensure even the production manager of one section couldn't decipher the entire formula. Zhang Xiu spoke up. "Meicham, uncle understands that.
It's just that there are still some other matters." Xiao Liangkai sighed wryly. "Recently, some relatives found out I'm behind this potion. Your dad and my brother came knocking, wanting to get involved. Of course, I refused. After all, when we were down and out, none of them came to check on us. When your parents vanished in the secret realm, they practically wanted to eat us alive. So I turned down those distant relatives. But there are some closer ones like your cousin Xiaolin, who looked after you back then, and her mom, your aunt.
You know their situation.
Her husband was severely injured while scavenging outside the city and has been kept alive by medical treatments, nearly depleting their family savings. Xiaolin wants to apply to the Beastmaster Academy, but her innate talent is limited. She might not even be able to afford the basic resources for enrollment. Her mother came here with her head held high, hoping to ask if we could arrange some work for Xiaolin. Or even if we could sell our potions to them at a discount, just to help build Xiaolin's foundation."
After finishing his explanation, Xiao Liang nervously glanced at Zhang Xiu.
He knew Zhang Xiu's status had changed dramatically, now crowned the Federation's top scholar, her future limitless. Helping would be a favor, but refusing would be understandable. After all, the formula was Zhang Xiu's creation, and the business had only taken off by leveraging his influence. Zhang Xiu remained silent for a moment. In his memories, when his family had fallen on hard times, the so-called relatives on his father's side had indeed looked on coldly, and some had even kicked them while they were down. But on his mother's side, his aunt and cousin Xiaolin had secretly offered some meager assistance when his parents vanished. Though it was a drop in the bucket, and contact was lost afterward. Yet that warmth remained etched in his memory. "Uncle. Since we're opening a factory, we'll naturally need someone to manage the workforce. Let's have cousin Xiaolin serve as manager for now. All medicinal ingredients should be provided to her at cost price. She plans to apply to the Beastmaster Academy, so she probably won't stay here long. We still need to hire other managers. Also, let's give some help to the relatives who were kind to us before. We can start by offering them standard wages and benefits, then promote those with outstanding abilities." Zhang Xiu knew that even if those relatives couldn't help him in the future, the bonds of gratitude between them were hard to sever. Therefore, for relatives who had once shown him kindness, offered assistance, or even refrained from kicking him when he was down, he was willing to lend them a helping hand. Xiao Liangcai's eyes lit up. "Great," he said with a smile. The subsequent arrangements would not fall under Zhang Xiu's purview. His time was precious, he wouldn't waste it on relatives or even company business. After his battle with Shavana, he understood that beyond every person lies another, beyond every sky lies another heaven. At his age, he was far from invincible. Beyond the stars, there were geniuses even more monstrously talented and terrifying than himself. He must catch up to them. He must surpass them. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Xiu immediately logged back into the metaverse. Scanning the numerous rewards from the Beast Tower in his inventory, he selected the exchange options. 3 pieces of Federation Grade A materials, 1 Grade A exotic beast bloodline seed, 1 S-grade material, 1 SS grade material of any type from the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy, and 1 Federation SSS grade resource. These materials couldn't be custom selected, but preferences could be noted. He noted his preference for the fire, water, and earth attributes. However, he suspected the Federation wouldn't send him anything particularly rare. The material should be of average quality for their respective tiers, and the same likely applied to the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy. He wasn't a student of the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy, so they certainly wouldn't waste rare SSS grade materials to curry favor with him. Fortunately, the Galaxy Metaverse existed now. If these materials proved useless, he could always trade them with Shyvana. The same applied to system lottery items. He was seriously eyeing the stellar essence Shyvana had shown him. With that stuff, breaking through to golden tier real-time psychic power would be a breeze, and the quality would skyrocket. After exchanging his resources, Zhang Xiu finally had time to explore the Federation Metaverse. The main city bustled with activity, dueling arenas and shops dotted the landscape. Some shops sold real-world resources, purchase them, and they'd be mailed to you. Others specialized in fashion items. For instance, Zhang Xiu had already gained some fame in the real world. Although his virtual avatar was altered and wouldn't be recognized, his pet beast was a different story. Those in the know could use your pet to unmask you, revealing the real identity behind your avatar. Thus, the fashion items sold in these shops were specifically designed for pets, allowing you to disguise your companion. Zhang Xiu, intrigued, bought 2 outfits for Boda and Liu Guang. They were ridiculously expensive. The 2 outfits together cost a whopping 200,000 Federation credits. And all of this was just virtual stuff generated by metaverse data. This industry is even more lucrative than the pharmaceutical business. Too bad the Federation doesn't have a second metaverse to monopolize this market. The high-level cosmic corporations are raking it in. Who knows what kind of power lies behind it, or what it needs all that money for. Zhang Xiu shook his head, then led Poda and Liu Guang, both dressed in the latest fashion, to the dueling arena. Even skills were disguised during the duel. Though not as thrilling as the real thing, it still served some purpose for training. After several duels, Zhang Xiu grew bored. Because the beast masters here, who treated dueling as mere play, were far too weak. They weren't even in the same league as the geniuses and prodigies matched against in the Galaxy Metaverse. Then again, one was mass-market entertainment, while the other was a true monster forged in the Beast Tower. After putting an end to this childish dueling game, Zhang Xiu began planning his next training phase. Chapter 111, Guidance from the Heavenly King of the Vast Sea. After the defeat against Shyvana. It wasn't just Zhang Xiu who wanted to grow stronger. Boda and Liu Guang did too. New potions must be crafted. Thankfully, my mind still held numerous formulas to draw upon. Additionally, training guidance needed to be prioritized. Zhang Xiu pondered how best to train Boda and Liu Guang. With a slight shift in his thoughts, he summoned the 2 crucial rewards from his metaverse backpack. The Celestial King's video guidance and personal instruction from the first Celestial King, Qin Beijun. Heavenly King Guidance. Zhang Xiu pondered. This was undoubtedly the best way to rapidly enhance his strength and broaden his horizons in the short term. In his previous life, he had been hailed as the foremost star-tier beast tamer beneath the Heavenly Kings, the most likely candidate to become the 11th Heavenly King. In truth, he knew there remained a vast chasm between himself and the true Heavenly Kings. The same held true between Heavenly Kings themselves. Take the second Heavenly King, Su Ding, whose power could shatter all laws. Even binding the 9th and 10th Heavenly Kings together couldn't defeat him. During the Third Great Beast War, Zhang Xiu had glimpsed his beast's attack from afar. That world-ending pet beast, the Great Sorrow Golden Ox, shattered 10,000 miles of land with a single punch, its residual might obliterating tens of thousands of beasts. As for the final outcome of that battle, he never witnessed it, for he perished within the encirclement of the abyssal monsters. Using the Heavenly King's image guidance was straightforward. Simply select it within the metaverse, and the system would randomly connect to a Heavenly King who had left public instructional videos or simulated combat programs within the metaverse. The simulation was 100% accurate, an invaluable resource, akin to receiving personal instruction from the Heavenly King himself. What truly set his heart aflame was the prospect of receiving personal instruction from the first Heavenly King, Qin Beijun. The reward description mentioned personal instruction, but whether it meant real-world contact or a virtual meeting, the method, location, and timing remained entirely unknown. But he leaned toward the real-world option. If Qin Beijun had conquered the 100th floor of the Beast Tower, he would undoubtedly know of the Galaxy Metaverse's existence and recognize that this planet had given birth to another hope capable of stepping beyond the galaxy. Therefore, Qin Beijun would definitely need him in the future. He was confident of that. But for now, he wasn't ready. He must not use it lightly. Zhang Xiu reminded himself. Qin Beijun was too enigmatic. His guidance extended far beyond mere combat techniques, likely touching upon deeper realms, the Beast Tower, the galactic metaverse, or even extraterrestrial civilizations. His current knowledge was too limited, his cultivation too low. The conversation with Shyvana only scratched the surface, and the core of the galactic metaverse, that mysterious eye, remained shrouded in secrecy.
Rushing to use this one chance to consult Qin Beijun might only yield profound yet temporarily useless wisdom.
Better to first try the random guidance from the Celestial King, accumulate some experience, and determine the core areas needing improvement. Once her cultivation reached a higher realm, she could save the most critical questions for Qin Beijun. Zhang Xiu made his decision. Without hesitation, he opened his backpack interface and selected the random Celestial Guidance option.
Use Celestial King Guidance?
Select guidance direction, pet beast cultivation, combat techniques, mental energy application, evolution planning, etc., or specify a question. The AI assistant will match the most suitable Celestial King image resource based on your selection. Zhang Xiu considered his current core combat tactics, Pota's water domain control, eternal mountains and rivers, and strength technique alongside Liu Guang's time stasis and time healing. How to integrate these abilities against commander level and higher foes to maximize systemic advantages, and how to expand and train them, these were his most pressing needs.
Combat techniques and system synergy. Zhang Xiu entered keywords into the options bar, appending a sentence.
How to build an efficient system for fighting above one's level using mid to late stage war general tier beasts as the core force, supplemented by early stage functional war general tier pets?
Matching in progress. Match successful.
Your matched mentor is Federation 9th Heavenly King, Luo Junlin, Heavenly King of the Vast Sea. Guidance resource, essentials of constructing a multi-dimensional offense-defense system centered on water-type pets that overcome strength with weakness. Note, this video analysis includes multiple classic battle case studies and personal commentary by Lord Luo.
Engage in mental combat simulations while watching.
Lord Luo Junlin of the Vast Sea. A flicker of delight crossed Zhang Xiu's eyes. This Heavenly King is renowned throughout the Federation for his water-type pets and aquatic combat systems, with his ace pet being the Water Dominator.
Pota is both water and earth type, a perfect match. Moreover, the opponent was famed for tactical formations that turned weakness into strength. A pure white space unfolded before Zhang Xiu, the surroundings instantly transforming into a vast oceanic vista.
Within the virtual projection, the image of a middle-aged man emerged, his demeanor serene as still water, his scholarly features bearing an oceanic depth.
It was Luo Junlin.
Without unnecessary pleasantries, the projection cut straight to the chase, showcasing classic battles where water-type pets dominated opponents of higher tiers. Water domain control wasn't merely for creating advantageous terrain or launching attacks. Water currents were the most resilient shields and the most agile offensive tentacles. Luo Junlin's voice was steady and powerful, each word accompanied by images of crashing waves and fierce clashes with formidable foes.
Earth and water complement each other. Defense is not merely additive. Mountains and rivers form the skeleton, while water currents become the veins. By infusing the Earth's power into water's resilience, defensive strength increases exponentially. Observe this point. What is the essence of power and technique?
It lies in the intense concentration and instantaneous release of energy. Only by compressing and spinning massive currents, imbuing them with the properties of a cutting blade or a drill, can one breach the formidable defenses of high-tier beasts.
Luo Junlin's explanation was both profound and accessible.
He not only dissected how each of Bota's skills individually enhanced effectiveness but also emphasized the synergistic effects between different abilities.
How to conceal Earth's power within water control to amplify defense. How to convert the gun-like properties of deep water shot into the hammer-like properties of raging mud wave. How can defensive techniques be transformed into counterattack power?
The core concept directly points to battle strategy construction. Zhang Xiu absorbed this knowledge with voracious hunger. Luo Junlin even dedicated a lesson to how a weak, utility-focused pet could use its seemingly minor skill, water slip, to disrupt an opponent's action flow, interrupt critical skills, and create a window for the main pet to deliver a fatal strike. Controlling the enemy is one of the most decisive forces on the battlefield. Even if it lasts only an instant, seizing that moment is the key to victory.
But how to control? That was the conundrum.
When controlling an enemy, we shouldn't lay our skills bare for them to see. Instead, we must conceal them beneath the surface. Only then can we catch them off guard. Luo Junlin specifically emphasized this point, causing Zhang Xiu to suddenly see the light. If Liu Guang's illusory dust and drunken dream melody could be coordinated with Pota's water domain control, concealing its abilities in places the enemy least expects,
the odds of controlling the enemy would skyrocket. The footage lasted several hours, packed with detailed battle analysis.
Zhang Xiu immersed himself completely, mentally simulating how Pota and Liu Guang would execute combat based on the explanations. The water-based support and control pet system Luo Junlin demonstrated aligned perfectly with his own potential, completely broadening his horizons.
As the footage ended, the space returned to pure white.
Zhang Xiu felt mentally exhausted, yet his eyes burned with intense excitement.
Worth it. Totally worth it. Truly worthy of the title of Heavenly King. He marveled inwardly.
This random guidance from the king was practically tailor-made. He had gained a clear and highly feasible path for improvement.
Chapter 112, Fusion Skill Water Phantom Quicksand. Villa, Training Area. Pota. Water Domain, Water Flow. Stream of Light. Illusory Dust, Combine. Zhang Xiu commanded the two beasts. As Pota's palms flicked, 4 or 5 streams of water surged forth simultaneously. Like supple whips, they lashed toward the scarecrow ahead. Once caught, the target would be bound and restrained by the water's grip. Meanwhile, Glow acted on instinct, skillfully blending the hallucinogenic dust into the water currents. This added a hallucinogenic effect to the binding control. Even if an enemy evaded the water's restraining grip, it didn't matter. The splashing droplets carried traces of the hallucinogenic dust. Contact with them would trigger illusions. Think about it in the heat of a duel, who would pay attention to splashing water droplets from your skill? Cunning. So cunning. This is the art of concealing control beneath the water's surface. Since yesterday, Zhang Xiu has been training the two beasts to work together, and they've finally shown some progress. This technique shall be called water illusion sands. In the future, it could be integrated into the raging mud wave. Zhang Xiu smiled faintly. Fortunately, Bota was honest and straightforward, yet far from dull-witted. Like Liu Guang, he possessed sharp intelligence, grasping concepts instantly when pointed out. If training continues at this pace, water illusion sands will soon be fully mastered. Once they break through to the commander tier, this technique's area of effect will be even greater. Ding ding! You have a delivery waiting for pickup. The communication bracelet flashed a notification. Zhang Xiu opened it to find the resources he had exchanged earlier had arrived. Wonder what kind of stuff they're delivering. Excited, he hurried to the villa entrance to sign for the delivery. Since the exchange only allowed selecting level and attributes no specific names or effects, he had no idea what materials the Federation and Star Realm Beast Academy would provide. There were 5 packages in total. Zhang Xiu opened them one by one, his expression shifting from initial excitement to growing frustration. Sure enough, the S-grade, SS-grade, and SSS-grade materials were all common types only suitable for crafting potions, and even then, they'd need to be diluted to a concentration usable by war generals. Ah well, getting this much from the Beast Tower was already pretty good. He moved all the materials to the basement. Since his uncle, Xia Liangkai, had already registered a company and leased a facility, some machinery in the villa's basement had been left unused. Once he left Jiangping for Qilin Academy, these machines would be transported to the factory. Next, he needed to decide what potions to craft. He could only use these materials separately. After pondering several formulas, Zhang Xiu scribbled rows of ingredients onto blank paper, then began erasing, crossing out, and revising. Ultimately, she arrived at 3 potion formulas, integrating S-grade, SS-grade, and SSS-grade materials. The first, the Azure Sea Wave Coalescing Potion, used S-grade as its primary ingredient, supplemented by materials that nurtured water element meridians. Its primary function was to enhance Bota's precision in water domain control and energy absorption. When diluted, it could produce 30 bottles. Bota could consume all 30 bottles within a month. Upon full assimilation, his cultivation would break through to at least the peak of the war general tier, with his water spirit power undergoing a qualitative leap. The second, Star Illusion Powder Potion, combines a grade soul coalescing stardust with SS-grade moonlight flower pistils to restore spirit. It enhances the hallucinogenic potency of flowing light's illusionary dust while boosting both mental and spiritual energy recovery. Similarly, dilution yields 30 bottles. Once Liu Guang finishes all the potions, the first ability to be enhanced will be time healing. Originally, using it once per duel was the absolute limit. But with the enhanced recovery rate, Liu Guang can now use time healing at least twice per duel. This significantly safeguards both his own condition and Bota's. As for the third potion, centered around SSS-grade Yin-Yang Crimson Jadeite, though this material is somewhat scarce, crafting 30 bottles will effortlessly propel Liu Guang's cultivation to the peak of the war general tier. The remaining task is gathering auxiliary ingredients. Have Star Radiance help gather them and bring along other A-grade materials while they're at it. We'll craft top-tier enhancement potions and cultivation elixirs. Zhang Xiu thought to himself before contacting Lingyao Trading via communicator. Still using the Black Fox alt account. To this day, Ling Yaoxing remains unaware that the Black Fox alchemist he once collaborated with was actually me. Yet with increasing interactions and the relationship between my uncle and myself, this disguise will inevitably be exposed sooner or later. By then, however, he would at least have attained gold-tier Beastmaster status, rendering him unfazed by such minor turbulence. After handling the matter, he used the remaining unused A-grade materials to craft potions. S-grade, SS-grade, and SSS-grade materials, while beneficial for accelerating the cultivation progress of his current pets, Bota and Liu Guang, would waste a significant amount of energy in the process. Only A and B-grade materials could be fully assimilated. But Zhang Xiu couldn't afford to be picky. Time was his most precious resource now. Trading SSS-grade materials for faster breakthroughs was a huge win for him. By afternoon, Zhang Xiu glanced at the time, set aside his current task, and headed to school. Come rain or shine, he never missed his daily 2 p.m. appointment at the school's sterilization department, assisting with sterilization surgeries to earn emotion points. At the school, the sterilization procedures for the pets had already been completed, and there weren't many students around.
Therefore, at Zhang Xiu's request, Principal Luo Binhong and Academic Director Yin Pengyun specially approved opening the sterilization department to the public. The top scorer of the college entrance exam, a conqueror of the Beast Tower, personally performing sterilization for your pet beast. Just thinking about it gets you excited. What other sterilization clinic could offer such conditions? Consequently, the sterilization department was fully booked from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Even the news seized on this to grab attention, interviewing Zhang Xiu about why, after becoming the top college entrance exam scorer, she remained true to her original aspirations and came every day to spay and neuter pets. To this, Zhang Xiu could only say one thing: neutering pets is my hobby. This single sentence sent shivers down spines and had people roaring with laughter. Genius prodigies always have slightly unconventional hobbies after all, they're often just a step away from being considered mad. Compared to those geniuses with bizarre obsessions, Zhang Xiu's fondness for performing sterilization surgeries is nothing out of the ordinary. Instead, the public wondered, why doesn't this genius act aloof like others? Why is he so down to earth? Zhengzhou, ancient city of Ningxuan. Zhang Xiu stared at the intelligence gathered by his men, his brow twitching as anger flared. He hurled his phone like a brick at the subordinate standing before him. Thud. Young master. The subordinate immediately knelt, bowed his head, and stammered frantically. This is all we could gather. The phone lay on the floor, its screen displaying Zhang Xiu's photo alongside related news articles, her rise to prominence, and family history. Among the headlines was, top college entrance exam scorer addicted to sterilization can't break free. There was also concrete evidence from half a year ago proving Zhang Xiu was merely an ordinary sterilization technician. As for her family background, it was utterly unremarkable. Her parents weren't even platinum-tier beast masters, they vanished without a trace during an expedition into a secret realm. So you're telling me this guy is just some slacker sterilization technician? Or that he reached this level in just half a year, surpassing this young master? And all through sheer talent and hard work, transcending his class to become the top student in the college entrance exam and conquer the 100th floor of the Beast Tower? What a joke! Zhang Xiu roared in fury. He couldn't believe such a thing was true. It must be a rumor. Keep gathering information. If necessary, take a team to Jiangping City for an investigation. Chapter 113, Re-entering the Galaxy Metaverse. 9 days had passed since his last entry into the Galaxy Metaverse. During those 9 days, Zhang Xiu had participated in a lottery, spinning the 1000 credit wheel 5 times. He obtained 2 B-grade materials, 1 C-grade combat suit, and 2 C-grade ores. Nothing major. Regarding the potions, all 3 new formulas had been completed. The auxiliary ingredients alone cost him nearly 8 million Federation credits. Combined with the factory setup expenses, he was now back to square one, penniless. Fortunately, the potion business was now running smoothly, bringing in hundreds of thousands of Federation coins daily. After splitting profits with his uncle and covering labor costs, he could guarantee at least 5 million Federation coins monthly. As the factory scaled up, next month's revenue would hit 10 million Federation coins, meaning over 100 million annually. Though 100 million annually might seem like a modest goal, it wouldn't even cover the cost of a single SSS grade top-tier resource. Of course, if spent conservatively, this sum would be sufficient for Zhang Xiu to steadily reach gold tier and beyond. But he'd always been a big spender, accelerating progress whenever possible, utterly unconcerned with cost. Money earned was money spent. For him, cultivation realm and strength were the absolute core priorities. If money could buy cultivation realms, he wouldn't hesitate to spend it. Only by growing stronger could he safeguard his wealth, protect those he cherished, and prevent countless tragedies. And thus, within these 9 days, both Boda and Liu Guang broke through their cultivation realms. Boda reached the late stage of the War General realm. Liu Guang reached the mid stage of the War General realm. Before heading to Qilin Academy next month, both beasts would surely reach the peak of the War General tier. As for breaking through to the Commander tier, that would require a bit more time and luck. The remaining rare resources must be saved. When they reach the late stage of the War General realm, they can make a decisive breakthrough to the Commander realm. For now, they would make do with B and C grade potions. Zhang Xiu's gaze fell upon the 10 remaining bottles of SSS grade Yin Yang Marrow potion on the table. Even diluted, their potency remains SSS grade, more than sufficient to propel Liu Guang to Commander level. As for the S grade Behind Ningbo potion, 10 bottles were also saved. They would be used once Boda reached the peak of the War General tier. The SS grade Xinghuan powder potion, however, need not be reserved. Designed to enhance Liu Guang's mental recovery and skill mastery rather than cultivation, consuming it sooner would allow his combat strength to rise faster. Beyond these 3 precious potions, he also stockpiled some A and B grade potions. He wasn't sure if Shyvana would need them, but if she did, they could be traded for some resources from beyond the stars. 9 days had passed. It was time to enter. He glanced at the time, then raised his hand. Spiritual energy surged through his body, coalescing into an eye pattern on his palm identical to the one on the ticket. As his palm covered the resources before him, the potions and materials all faded into nothingness, vanishing from sight. How wondrous! The principle must be similar to the system space.
Zhang Xiu couldn't fathom the secrets of the galactic metaverse, just as he couldn't fathom the emotion point system within himself.
But to him, the two seemed remarkably similar, perhaps even created by the same entity.
Still, I'm not qualified to probe these mysteries right now.
Poof. Zhang Xiu chuckled wryly to himself before settling into the virtual pod.
Connect.
His consciousness plunged downward. Opening his eyes again, he found himself in the Federation metaverse.
He tapped the galactic metaverse eye icon in the corner of his vision. After a 9-day cooldown, the system booted up smoothly once more.
The surrounding scene shifted. He arrived at that magnificent space he had visited before the observatory. Identification: Zhang Xiu JP15322062012919522, Blue Star, Solar System, Orion Arm, Milky Way. Local Exotic Beast Tower 100th Floor Clearer.
Permission Sequence, LV1. Galactic Metaverse Core Guidance activated. This space serves as a galactic interactive terminal.
Primary function: establish communication with lifeforms across the galaxy possessing access to the galactic metaverse. Based on your current permission level, you may initiate one match every 9 days.
You currently have one matching opportunity available. Use it?
Zhang Xiu deferred this matching opportunity and first opened the permission sequence, which contained the results from the previous matching session.
He wondered if the other party was online. Finding Shyvana's name, he clicked to contact her.
He waited at the observatory for a long time, but no reply came.
He couldn't help but sigh. Seems she's offline. Makes sense, we're on different planets. We can't both be online simultaneously. Might as well try matching with this extraterrestrial civilization first.
Based on what Shyvana said last time, my first duel match failed, so this time I should be matched with weaker clearers.
Here we go.
Zhang Xiu clicked match. Both Poda and Liu Guang had broken through their realms, growing significantly stronger than last time. This was the perfect chance to test their newfound power.
Matching. Match successful. Match target: Rome clan Senhubili.
Space rippled like ripples on water.
A light rapidly took shape ahead.
Unlike the elegant mystery of the Starshine clan's Shyvana, this time a more peculiar being appeared. A humanoid creature nearly 3 meters tall materialized before Zhang Xiu. Its body seemed to be formed from some malleable dark red wax or molten rock, its contours relatively blurred, with heat slowly emanating from its surface. Its most striking feature was the absence of distinct facial features, replaced only by faint points of light flickering where eyes and nose might be.
Its arms were exceptionally thick and sturdy. It resembled a stone man. New. Scent. Faint. A deep voice, rough like grinding rock, echoed directly within Zhang Xiu's consciousness, smoothly translated by the galaxy metaverse.
It surveyed Zhang Xiu from head to toe, radiating a condescending scrutiny.
Hello, Senhubili.
Zhang Xiu was observing the other as well. Unlike Shyvana, he sensed a latent ferocity emanating from this being. If this were on Blue Star, it would undoubtedly be a terrifying alien beast.
The human emperor.
Senhubili hummed, begin.
The transaction. Time is precious.
He showed no interest in pleasantries, waving his hand to summon 3 items that hovered before him, each radiating a distinct aura. The first was a pulsating mass of crimson gold flame, sealed within a transparent crystal.
Even through the seal, one could sense the raging fire energy contained within and a faint pulse of life. The flame pulsed faintly, as if it possessed a heartbeat. The second was a black ore riddled with honeycomb-like holes, resembling solidified starlight.
It emitted a heavy, oppressive gravitational fluctuation. The final item was an amber-colored heart-shaped object. Each beat sent out subtle ripples of heat, as if it were the core of some powerful magma creature. Golden Source Strange Fire, Dark Star Sinking Stone, Heart of the Crackflame Beast. Senhubili pointed at the 3 items.
The price, equivalent resources or points.
After speaking, his gaze turned to Zhang Xiu, unabashedly appraising her.
In his estimation, this weak-aured beast Tamer likely couldn't offer anything worthwhile. Chapter 114, The Existence of Strange Fires, The Trade. Is this guy really that broke? Zhang Xiu wondered silently.
In terms of energy classification, the crystal-sealed Golden Source Divine Flame could be rated S-grade. The gravity-sinking stone, emitting its heavy gravitational pull, would max out at a grade. The pulsating Crackflame Beast Heart probably only reached B grade, equivalent to a peak war general realm in life. Having witnessed Shyvana's dazzling array of treasures, he assumed other passers would be similarly well-equipped or at least on par with himself. But now, look at this, his entire collection consists of just 3 items. At least he had several A and B grade resources, plus an SSS grade potion. Zhang Xiu's mind raced through the calculations. Of the 3 items, only the S-grade Golden Source Divine Fire might be of use to him. He'd trade for that one, it might just help Liu Guang master a new fire-type skill. Zhang Xiu's gaze swept over the Golden Source Strange Fire. This living flame was something unseen on Blue Star. I wish to trade for that Golden Source Divine Flame, she said to Senhubili.
This is my item. See if there's anything you need.
Any price difference can be covered with other supplies or points.
Zhang Xiu opened his backpack with a thought, revealing the resources he'd brought along.
He took out a portion, not the entire amount. These resources were more than enough for the other party to choose from.
Among them was a bottle of SSS-grade yin-yang essence potion. Ha!
Senhubili, seeing the other suddenly display so many treasures, seemed to pause for a moment as the lava flowing across his body stalled.
The light points forming his face flickered with astonishment.
He hadn't expected this creature, whose aura was weaker than his own, to produce so many items.
Moreover, many of them were quite valuable. Their energy is stable. Not bad.
Senhubili's expression twisted with frustration.
He wanted so many of them to take back with him.
But the other party only wanted a golden source divine fire. Even if he used his points to make up the difference, he clearly couldn't afford to buy all those things.
What is this?
His finger pointed toward the SSS-grade yin-yang marrow elixir. Indeed, this item was highly alluring.
Even diluted, an SSS-grade resource still carried S-grade energy fluctuations.
This is a specially formulated potion from my world, called the yin-yang marrow potion. Consuming it has remarkable effects on enhancing the realm of fire attribute beast companions, solidifying their foundations, and gently boosting their spiritual power.
Zhang Xiu emphasized its efficacy as he spoke.
It ranks among the most valuable items in my display. He simultaneously pushed forward several A-grade ordinary potions.
The rest are slightly inferior. See? Do you need them? Senhubili didn't respond immediately. After examining the potions, he hesitated before saying, I don't know. How effective is that potion? Is it genuine?
Exchange the golden source strange fire for that yin-yang marrow potion and these 3 bottles of grade A.
Hearing this, Zhang Xiu's mouth twitched. Who'd have thought that behind that honest-looking facade, your heart could be so black? You wish. Impossible.
The golden source strange fire is only worth 1 bottle.
He tapped the yin-yang marrow potion. Based on value, 1 bottle of SSS-grade yin-yang marrow potion was roughly equivalent to an S-grade resource.
Of course, this was an ordinary S-grade resource at most. He could add 1 more A-grade potion that was the absolute minimum.
1 bottle? Senhubili let out a low growl. Not enough. Far from enough.
He pointed at the golden source divine flame.
The flame possesses a spirit. It can grow.
Yin-yang marrow elixir plus 2 bottles of A-grade elixirs.
Grow?
Zhang Xiu heard this and felt astonished.
Could this flame truly grow stronger like a beast?
He remained composed as he said, the potential of the golden source strange fire is unknown, and its growth consumes immense resources. At most, 1 more A-grade potion. Senhubili's aura rippled with discontent. But gazing at the bottle of yin-yang suwa potion, shimmering with an alluring crimson gold glow, he ultimately couldn't bear to give it up.
After a moment's stalemate, he conceded. Deal.
He emitted a buzzing sound.
Golden source divine fire, trade for 1 bottle of yin-yang marrow elixir plus an A-grade item.
He felt he'd gotten the short end of the stick, but the other party held the resources he desperately needed. Zhang Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that under the rules of the Galaxy Metaverse, a transaction only took effect when both parties agreed. Compared to the Divine Flame, the other party clearly valued the potion more.
Agreed. Galaxy Metaverse, witness the transaction. As the two reached consensus, the selected golden source strange fire crystal vanished from Senhubili's display and appeared before Zhang Xiu. Simultaneously, a bottle of SSS-grade yin-yang essence potion and a bottle of A-grade potion vanished from Zhang Xiu's display area, transferring to Senhubili's side. Transaction complete.
Senhubili eagerly grasped the potion, carefully examining it with his mental fluctuations.
Upon confirming its significant benefits for himself, the light points on his face seemed to glow brighter, radiating pure delight.
As for the A-grade potion, it seemed merely an added bonus. Zhang Xiu immediately turned his attention to the golden source strange fire crystal suspended before him.
The pulsating flame within it truly possessed life.
But how to nurture its growth?
It grow?
Unconsciously, Zhang Xiu's speech faltered, stuttering just like Senhubili. But this made Senhubili feel even more at ease. Comforted, he answered.
Eat? Familiar. Strange fire. What? Same attribute? That means I'll have to buy it several times. Zhang Xiu's expression darkened. This might be a trap. Or, fire attribute or?
Fortunately, Senhubili added another sentence. This made Zhang Xiu's expression brighten somewhat. Fire attribute or was quite abundant on Blue Star. He could try mining it once he returned. Moreover, this flame would greatly benefit his research into new skills, and even the future cultivation of other fire-type pets.
All he had to give up was a potion. A good deal.
With a flick of his thoughts, he stowed it away in his backpack. His primary objective was accomplished. Across from him, Senhubili also stowed away the potion.
Its massive lava body turned toward Zhang Xiu, emanating a powerful aura. The trade was over. Now, it was time to duel.
Melt Clan Senhubili has initiated a ranked duel against you.
Duel countdown, 1 minute. Zhang Xiu already knew the duel rules and understood that once matched, he couldn't leave without fighting. He currently had no points, so even if he lost, he wouldn't incur debt.
The only question was what kind of beast this towering figure had. He nodded, then summoned his own pet beasts.
Boda, Ryuko. War General Tier?
Senhubili's tone was peculiar, mirroring Shyvana's earlier confusion. Both seemed baffled that a War General Tier pet could clear the beast tower. But clearly, his mind wasn't as sharp as Shyvana's.
Is your beast that weak? I hope you can last 3 moves.
With that, he spread his thick arms wide, summoning his own beast.
3 distinct blobs materialized out of thin air.
The left one resembled flowing orange-red lava, constantly shifting shape, sometimes like a wolf or tiger, other times condensing into a fist. The middle one was a pure golden-white flame, intensely concentrated and pulsing violently, radiating a terrifying heat capable of melting steel. The rightmost flame, the smallest in volume, was a deep, dark purple, almost black, yet it carried a terrifying sense of explosive power. The moment the 3 strange flames appeared, the temperature within the entire virtual space skyrocketed. Even Zhang Xiu's spiritual perception felt as though it might be scorched and distorted.
Indeed.
He had previously wondered about the existence of these strange flames, never expecting his suspicions to prove correct. In the beast-taming civilization of their planet, these strange flames were their pet beasts.
Chapter 115, Turning the Tide.
Using their own methods.
The enemy's flames. So how should he counter the enemy? Zhang Xiu's first thought was elemental counterplay. Boda was water-earth type, any skill would be highly effective against him.
Conversely, Liu Guang's psychic and fire-type skills wouldn't be nearly as potent. He narrowed his eyes and immediately issued commands to the 2 beasts through their spiritual bond.
Water domain. Flow. Liu Guang, mix hallucinogenic dust. Combination move, water illusion quicksand. His opening move showcased the culmination of days of training, his ultimate technique.
Boda manipulated the currents with both palms, transforming them into 4 whips that lashed out at Senhubili and the 3 flames. Though uncertain if the glimmer's hallucinogenic dust would take effect, Zhang Xiu still blended it in. Any slight boost in power was worth it.
Seeing this, Senhubili seemed to smile. Weak. Pure golden flames, consume them. Blazing inferno.
He growled lowly, swinging his arms violently.
The golden white flame in the center pulsed violently, as if provoked. Hum.
It transformed into a golden white beam, nearly solid, piercing the air with a shrill whistle. Though launched later, it struck first, instantly hitting the converging tips of the 4 water whip streams.
Sizzle. No earth-shattering explosion, no sound of flames being extinguished by water. It sliced through like a hot knife through solid butter. The water whip, a blend of fluid resilience and hallucinatory dust, was instantly melted through the moment it touched the golden white beam. Steaming white vapor billowed out, only to be instantly scorched dry by the intense heat. The golden white beam, its momentum unabated, severed the water whip and bore straight toward Boda, standing beyond the torrent. The aura it emitted approached that of a mid-level overlord. Boda. Mountain River Eternal Fortress. Zhang Xiu's pupils contracted sharply as a mental command shot forth.
The teachings of Ocean King Luo Junlin flashed through his mind. Against an extreme piercing attack, one must not endure it head-on. Redirection is essential.
Boda reacted with lightning speed, slamming both arms into the ground. Boom!
A thick, dark yellow earthen barrier instantly rose from the ground, pushing his defenses to their absolute limit.
Whoosh!
The golden white beam slammed into the barrier formed by eternal mountains and rivers.
This time, it didn't melt through instantly.
The immense kinetic energy and extreme penetrating heat simultaneously assaulted the barrier. It shook violently as countless fragments of rock and soil were torn away, instantly melting into red molten droplets that dripped down. A spider web of cracks appeared in the middle section of the barrier, their edges even glowing with a blinding golden red.
Boda grunted and stumbled back 2 steps.
Had he not advanced to the late-stage War General realm, coupled with the qualitative boost to his defense from the eternal mountains and rivers skill, that strike alone would have been enough to severely wound him.
The penetrating power of that golden white flame was too formidable. But as long as he halted its momentum, there was an opening to strike back.
Zhang Xiu instantly assessed the situation and ordered Boda to activate Subterranean Dive, vanishing from his original position. Just as the pure golden flame shattered the earthen barrier, Boda burst forth from beneath it. Having just unleashed a powerful attack, the pure golden flame's white light was fading, clearly entering a skill cooldown period.
Zhang Xiu seized this opening. Stream of light. Drunken dream melody. Target, Senhubili. Time stasis, target, pure golden flame.
Stream of light unleashed 2 skills. First, Drunken Dream Melody affected Senhubili, preventing him from reacting in time. Then he unleashed Time Slowdown, hindering pure golden flame's attempt to retreat. The living truly possessed a wondrous ability. It could actually sense danger on its own.
But how could Boda grant it a chance to escape? Pop!
Boda violently stirred up a surge of muddy waves, then harnessed his mastery over water to bring both palms together.
Boom!
2 towering tidal waves closed in like pincers, trapping the pure golden flame between them.
A thick mist billowed upward. Boda knew this strike alone wouldn't severely damage that strange flame.
So he charged forward, his 3 clawed paws slicing through the water, attempting to crush it with brute force. But the effect of time stasis had already taken hold. The pure golden flame regained its senses. Simultaneously, Senhubili, under the influence of the drunken dream melody, witnessed this scene and snorted.
Purple frosted inferno, mental incineration.
The twin wings of light fluttered, ready to rush back and support Pota.
But suddenly, the smallest, deepest dark purple flame exploded.
Invisible mental fluctuations pierced its mind like sharp needles. Not only was the hallucinogenic dust emitted by Liu Guang instantly annihilated, but a chaotic backlash of spiritual energy violently surged back along its mental link.
ZZZZT.
Liu Guang let out a sharp cry of pain, its tiny body tumbling several times in midair.
Its pupils flashed violently, its spirit instantly wilting, clearly suffering significant mental trauma. Its control was completely countered by the frenzied mental force contained within the opponent's flames.
At the same time, Pota's movements froze nearby. The pure golden flame struck its chest with a resounding blow, erupting in dazzling golden light as it sent the creature flying backward.
Ha! Weakling!
Senhubili let out a dull chuckle, his molten body surging with excitement. He gave Zhang Xiu no chance to catch his breath, slamming his palms together.
Lava magma fire, blazing warhammer. The left side mass of alien fire, resembling flowing lava, abruptly swelled and distorted, transforming in an instant into a colossal hammer of blazing fire.
Gripping the hammer, he unleashed a terrifying heat wave capable of melting anything, channeling immense force as he smashed it down toward Pota, who had just regained his footing. Meanwhile, the dark purple flame contracted and condensed once more, radiating a dangerous aura as it silently locked onto Zhang Xiu.
Attacked from both sides. The flaming warhammer crashed down from above.
Before it even reached him, the scorching pressure alone had already baked the ground beneath Pota's feet red hot and cracked. Zhang Xiu's scalp prickled as his 19,999 points of mental energy surged wildly.
Pota absolutely couldn't take this blow head on, otherwise, the fight would end prematurely. Beast control technique turned the tide. He clenched his fist fiercely toward Pota. An invisible barrier of spirit energy materialized around Pota. A blinding light erupted between them. Boom! The recoil force erupted. But the sheer power of the blazing warhammer's strike sent Zhang Xiu's head reeling. As soon as Senhubili sensed trouble, he immediately reined in his power, deactivating the flaming warhammer and reverting it back to molten lava. Yet it was still a fraction too late. The rebound flames erupted, blasting him directly into the air. Large chunks of his rock-like skin were blown away. Only after crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several times did he recover enough to rise. Huff! Senhubili stared down at his injuries. As members of the fused clan, they possessed innate, formidable defenses. Their skin was composed of rock, and their ability to harness the power of strange flames made them the most arrogant and confident race on their home planet. And yet, here he was, wounded by a creature weaker than himself. Rebound? Ha! Ha! What a guy! Senhubili laughed several times, not angry. Instead, he felt exhilarated. Indeed, anyone capable of clearing the 100th floor of the Beast Tower was no ordinary being. If both beasts were at the same cultivation level, the battle would likely be far more difficult. But now, he could still maintain a massive advantage and crush his opponent. He glanced at Zhang Xiu, whose spirit had weakened, then clenched his palm. The molten lava once again transformed into the flaming warhammer. Second strike, let's see how you block this. Chapter 116, A Narrow Defeat. Zhang Xiu's limit-pushing maneuver. Damn it! Each of his flames possessed autonomous capabilities. And their abilities complement each other. The pure golden flame specializes in piercing attacks, the molten lava focuses on brute force assaults, while the purple fire induces mental chaos. Zhang Xiu's mind raced through the analysis. Though lacking a traditional pet beast, the system formed by these three was seamless and far more formidable than he'd imagined. He could even imbue himself with the flames, further amplifying their destructive power. That previous strike was already on par with a late-stage commander-level opponent. Had they held an elemental advantage, they might already be defeated. Stream of light. Channel every last ounce of your spiritual energy into the illusory dust. Channel all spiritual energy into time stasis. Target locked, Senhubili's physical form. Distract him. Create even a fleeting moment for me. Upon hearing the command, Flowlight flapped its wings once more. However, weakened by the purple flame's psychic assault, it now felt frail. Still, it gritted its teeth, channeling every last bit of residual spiritual energy into the hallucinogenic dust, amplifying the illusion's potency. Watch the hammer. As Senhubili swung his second strike with the flaming warhammer, a devastating heatwave surged toward Pota like a tangible tidal wave. The hammer's force far surpassed the previous strike. The air compressed and warped, emitting an unbearable hum. Zhang Xiu no longer possessed sufficient spiritual energy to activate the beast control technique once more and turn the tide. Yet, even against such an unstoppable frontal assault, another technique remained available. That was the water-borrowing force dissipation technique of the Ocean King, Luo Junlin. Pota! Mountains and rivers stand firm, shaping the angle. Water flows to deflect force. The mental command flashed like lightning. Pop! Pota roared, slamming both palms into the ground once more.
But this time, it wasn't to create a vertical barrier. A torrent of water surged forth from around his body, merging with eternal mountains and rivers according to his will. Instantly, a massive, streamlined water shield materialized before him. The base of the shield was firmly anchored to the solid ground. At its core, the solid earth energy of eternal mountains and rivers still flowed, providing formidable resilience. Boom! The heavy flaming warhammer slammed into the water shield. Terrifying force erupted, the intense heat instantly vaporizing vast swaths of water with a piercing hiss as white mist shot skyward. The water shield deformed violently, seemingly on the verge of being shattered and crushed. Streamlight's time-lapse activated. Senhubili's expression shifted slightly as he sensed his movements slowing, his strength ebbing away. No time itself was slowing. A hard control lasting 0.3 seconds. This nearly uncounterable time-manipulating skill even imprisoned Senhubili's thoughts. Pop! Seizing the opening, Pota savagely shattered the water shield and slammed his palm into Senhubili's abdomen. The next second, the skill's surface tremor activated on him. Boom! The rock-like skin on his body crumbled at a visible speed, instantly forming concentric rings as he was blasted backward like a cannonball. Put! Senhubili spat out a large mouthful of magma mid-air. As if it were his own blood. He crashed to the ground, molten lava splattering from his body, revealing deep gashes. He let out a furious growl, clearly not expecting to be pushed to such a state by a mere war general tier pet beast. You're asking for death. With Senhubili's furious roar, Bota's pursuit was abruptly halted. The golden-white pure gold flame on the right transformed into a deadly piercing beam, instantly tearing through Bota's body. Meanwhile, the dark purple Zeline Inferno, responding to Senhubili's mental command, unleashed an even more intense storm of psychic fluctuations. It restrained the flowing light and launched a full-force assault on Zhang Xiu's mind. Zhang Xiu felt a tearing agony in his mind, yet he gritted his teeth and shouted. Flow of light. Time healing. The time healing descended, restoring Bota to his state 3 minutes prior. He attempted to summon his mental energy for a desperate counterattack, but suddenly, dizziness overwhelmed his mind. The effects of the purple Ling Inferno were stronger than imagined. 19,999 points of mental energy couldn't withstand it. Bota glanced at his master, realizing he was under psychic assault. But returning wouldn't help. His only recourse was to defeat the enemy before him. Senhubili met its fierce glare, seemingly reading its intent, and chuckled. I am stronger than you. He rose to his feet. The colossal warhammer forged from molten lava did not dissipate despite his master's injury. Instead, it surged with even more ferocious flames, crashing toward Pota once more with mountain-splitting force. The scorching heat warped space, the air emitting a wail as if being seared. Bang! Pota and Senhubar clashed in combat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liu Guan, locked in place by the pure golden flame, was struck and eliminated. In this duel, Liu Guan had already performed admirably. The only regret was that his opponent's cultivation base was too high. Neither his illusions nor his mental interference proved as potent as he had hoped. Zhang Xiu also reached his limit, his mind teetering on the brink of collapse as his vision darkened. Though Pota could still hold off Senhubili, Zhang Xiu couldn't withstand the dual assault of pure golden flame and purple Ling's Inferno. After all, as a beastmaster, even if her body had grown slightly stronger through the contract feedback from her beast, she didn't possess the formidable physique of the Rong clan. Boom! Zhang Xiu was pierced through by the beam of pure golden flame. He glanced down and sighed, still couldn't win this round. The gap in cultivation is just too vast. Pop! Pota watched his master gradually dissipate, his rage driving him to attack once more. But his enemy was far more powerful than he. Without the assistance of the previous streaks of light, it wouldn't even have had the chance to inflict any damage. Finally, under a mental disruption created by Zeline's Inferno, Pota was also severely wounded, its body shattered. It was over. Senhubili grinned. But as he laughed, the smile froze on his face. He realized the vast gulf in cultivation between himself and his opponent. To have fought for so long under such circumstances was truly embarrassing. Humans, the great emperor. Is this race truly this powerful? He'd matched up 5 times before, with 3 being best of 3 series, but none had featured such a vast gap in cultivation level as today's battle. If they were both at the same cultivation level, he doubted he could even last 3 moves. Senhubili's expression darkened as he murmured to himself. Given the chance, I will duel you again. Not while you're so low in cultivation. He yearned to see just how powerful this human emperor would be if they were at the same cultivation level. Could he even compare to the heavenly domain race? Duel ended. Winner, Senhubili of the Rong clan. Loser, human emperor. Senhubili of the Rong clan earns 100 points. Human Emperor's points deducted, 0 current points, 0. About to leave duel scene. Zhang Xiu returned to the Federation metaverse and exited the virtual space. Emerging from the virtual pod, he gazed toward the training ground. Though he still hadn't managed to win, the training had yielded results. At least he could now exchange blows effectively for short bursts. If he could pull off a last-ditch counterattack, he might even stand a chance against his opponent.
Those who could clear the beast tower were truly no pushovers. Chapter 117, Gong Yesu's Probe. Half a month later, Zhangping No. 2 High School. Even though it was vacation time, the school's sterilization department was still bustling. This school was practically turning into a sterilization clinic, ha. Wang Wenla couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the long line of parents ahead, each cradling their pet beast as they entered the sterilization room, waiting for Zhang Xiu to personally perform the procedure. These days, Zhang Xiu dedicated 2 to 3 hours every afternoon to performing sterilization surgeries. Simultaneously, he was compiling pedigree records for each pet beast. Taking a small sample during the procedure wasn't against the rules. Among these pets, some possessed rare blue bloodlines, others had exceptional green bloodlines, and even 1 or 2 epic-level bloodlines had appeared. Leveraging his reputation as the top college entrance exam scholar, numerous high-ranking officials and nobles sought him out for sterilization services, euphemistically claiming it was to share in his good fortune. Some even encouraged their children to set aside their status and befriend him. Beyond the guardians from various cities, visitors also arrived from the 9 provinces, eager to uncover the mystery behind Jiangping City, the place that had nurtured a prodigy like Zhang Xiu. This transformed Jiangping City, once an obscure guardian city, into an overnight sensation within just half a month, with tourism revenue skyrocketing more than tenfold. All of this was the celebrity effect brought by Zhang Xiu. City Lord Li Weiming and Beastmaster Association President Su Hongda beamed with delight over this development. Security around Zhang Xiu was significantly bolstered, resulting in 0 criminal incidents within the city. No one was foolish enough to cause trouble in Jiangping City now. When Lu, the anesthetic solution is running low. Send another batch over. Got it. Wang Wenla had been assisting Zhang Xiu in the sterilization department. He had been accepted into a top-tier Beastmaster University in Qingzhou and would be heading to campus in half a month. Future meetings with Zhang Xiu would surely be more frequent than during their high school days. As for Wang Xiaoyu and Su Qingxing, they both got into the same school, not far from Qilin Academy. Who knows if they were thinking of staying closer to Zhang Xiu. Wow! So many people came. That's it for today. Everyone, please stop crowding in. We'll be closing in 10 minutes. Su Qingxing and Wang Xiaoyu emerged from inside and immediately began maintaining order. The bell fox had evolved into a full moon spirit fox of purple epic lineage. Its body had grown significantly larger, and 3 fox tails now adorned its back, each adorned with a bell. Seeing people still trying to push in, it swayed its tails. Jingle! The dazed crowd halted in their tracks. Not far away, the Golden Grade Beastmaster Captain, Ingi, dispatched by the Beastmaster Association to protect Zhang Xiu, turned his head away at the sight. Within the city walls, Beastmasters were forbidden from attacking humans, including through mental interference. But she was, after all, the daughter of the Beastmaster Association's president. And it was done to maintain order. So he held his temper, pretending not to see. Phew! Alright, that's all for today. Zhang Xiu emerged from the sterilization department looking thoroughly exhausted. With the doctors and nurses all cooperating with his sterilization efforts, he could perform over a dozen surgeries in a single afternoon, earning him 1,000 or 2 emotion points. He was now a prized asset in Jiangping City. Though the higher-ups didn't understand why this top scholar was so obsessed with neutering pets, they still went out of their way to fulfill this reasonable request. To that end, the school had opened its doors wide, welcoming members of the public to sign up for sterilization. Outside, people heard Zhang Xiu's words and looked disheartened. Getting the top scholar to personally sterilize your pet beast was no easy feat. With only a dozen surgeries performed daily, thousands vying for spots meant queuing up was largely a matter of luck. But there was no other way. Their motives varied. Not all were there solely for pet sterilization. Most were primarily drawn by Zhang Xiu himself. Today was over, so they just have to wait until tomorrow. Thank you all for your hard work. Zhang Xiu smiled at the medical staff before leaving the school. Yingyi followed closely behind. Wang Wenla, Wang Xiaoyu, Su Qingxing, and the others remained to handle the aftermath. Young Master Zhang, I've noticed some people investigating you recently. They're from the Gongye family of Zhengzhou. Is there anything we should do? After receiving the report from his team, Yingyi approached Zhang Xiu and whispered. Though he didn't know what the Gongye family intended, his duty was to protect Zhang Xiu. Even if they were disciples from a major family in Central Plains, if they were enemies, he would act. As a guardian of the city, he despised nothing more than the arrogant, conceited scions of powerful clans. Zhang Xiu's footsteps faltered slightly as he asked, "How far have they gotten?" "We've uncovered the basic information," he replied. "That includes your uncle and those family connections, as well as the pharmaceutical business with Ling Yaoxing and your factory." At this point, Yingyi shot Zhang Xiu a peculiar glance. Truth be told, he'd only recently learned from the guild leader that the alchemist behind Ling Yaoxing was actually Zhang Xiu. In Jiangping City, keeping information hidden from the Beastmaster Association president was virtually impossible. Even the black market was transparent to him. Zhang Xiu had no intention of hiding anything. When Su Hongda inquired about the factory, he had openly stated it was his business, managed by his uncle.
Though his uncle held a position at the Beastmaster Association, this potion business was simply too lucrative. Currently, it was raking in 7 or 8 million yuan in monthly profits, and it was about to break the 10 million mark.
A pharmaceutical factory generating 100 million yuan annually is a rare sight even within the protectorate city. How could one navigate the business world smoothly without connections?
So when Su Honda learned that the pharmaceutical factory was run by Zhang Xiu, he was overjoyed. He offered favorable policies like tax exemptions, further shrinking the pharmaceutical market share of major companies from the 9 provinces. Zhang Xiu had no intention of personally managing these business affairs extensively.
Even the factory's name was simply reused from the Black Fox mask operation. They've already traced it back to the Black Fox pharmaceutical factory? Seems the Gongye family has taken quite an interest in me.
Zhang Xiu let out a cold laugh.
They haven't conducted particularly deep investigations yet.
Their focus is mainly on your public partnership with Ling Yaoxing. They likely view you as an extremely lucky nouveau riche and don't believe you are the actual chemist. Their main focus remains questioning how you became both the top scholar and cleared the Beast Tower. According to intelligence, young Master Gongye Su finds your journey from sterilization technician to top scholar utterly unbelievable. He's twice submitted requests to the Federation's High Latitude Space Corporation terminal demanding investigations into alleged cheating. But these requests were rejected. Ing Yi chose his words carefully as he spoke.
Gongye Su?
Zhang Xiu recognized the name vaguely, recalling seeing it on the Beast Tower leaderboards before. Oh, that's the genius who became the 5th person in Federation history to conquer the 90th floor. Looks like he's got plenty of free time on his hands. Zhang Xiu's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Instead of working to improve his strength, he comes looking for trouble and investigates her for cheating? How could that possibly work? He'd cleared it using Beastmaster techniques, a legitimate skill for Beastmasters, not cheating.
Should we eliminate these spies? Ing asked with a sharp gaze. Not for now.
Zhang Xiu shook his head decisively, his footsteps already carrying him to the vehicle waiting at the school gate. They're just a few buzzing flies, they won't stir up much trouble. Let them investigate if they want, it'll only uncover superficial details. As long as they don't touch my family, relatives, or the core of the pharmaceutical factory, we needn't concern ourselves. It's far more important to focus our energy on guarding against real threats.
Understood.
Ing nodded in agreement, inwardly impressed by Zhang Xiu's composure. Facing the probing of Zhangzhou's major families with such nonchalance, this composure far surpassed that of his peers.
The car glided smoothly toward the villa district.
Zhang Xiu closed his eyes, but his mind wasn't dwelling on Gongye Su's potential provocation. Instead, every frame of the fierce battles in the Galaxy metaverse replayed in his mind. Over the past half-month, he had played another ranked match and lost again. That made 3 consecutive losses. It would soon be 9 days.
Stronger. He needed to become stronger.
Zhang Xiu silently repeated this to himself as he glanced at the system panel.
Current emotion points, 21,560. This was the accumulation of half a month. Chapter 118, Time-Space System SS Grade Rare Resource. The vehicle glided smoothly into the villa district.
Ing Yi dutifully remained outside the gate as Zhang Xiu entered the foyer alone.
Pop. Hearing the sound, Boda poked her head out from the training area. Lu Guang glided down from upstairs like a streak of colorful dawn, landing on Zhang Xiu's shoulder and affectionately nuzzling his cheek.
In the eyes of both creatures, Boda regarded Zhang Xiu as a benefactor and master. Without Zhang Xiu, Boda wouldn't have grown so powerful it might have been devoured by others at any moment.
Liu Guang was a bit special, having seen Zhang Xiu the moment it was born. Thus, in its heart, Zhang Xiu was not merely a master, but a parent.
His spiritual power had grown once more. At this rate, he would break through to the peak of the War General tier in just 2 more days.
Zhang Xiu gently touched Liu Guang's butterfly wings with his finger, then turned his gaze to Boda. He could sense the surging spiritual energy within both beasts. After all, over the past half-month, the S-grade Emerald Sea Coalescence Potion, SS-grade Star Illusion Powder, and SSS-grade Flame Yang Marrow Potion had been nearly fully assimilated. The effects had to be potent.
Moreover, the quality of their spiritual energy had also improved. Half a month ago, they had struggled to hold their own against Sen Hubili. Now, if they encountered that lava giant again, they would not be as helpless as last time. It was time to prepare resources for their breakthrough to the Commander tier. He had reserved those SSS grade potions, which might propel both beasts into the Commander tier in one go. However, due to the enhanced quality of their spiritual energy, their breakthrough wouldn't be as smooth as before. He planned to gather additional auxiliary materials. With 5 million Federation coins earned over the past fortnight, he could acquire a substantial amount of B-grade and A-grade resources. After a quick wash to wash away the fatigue, Zhang Xiu sat cross-legged on the soft cushion in the quiet room, his mind sinking deep into his consciousness. The system panel, visible only to him, silently unfolded. Current emotion points, 21,560. Over 20,000 points. Zhang Xiu's gaze swept over the numbers as he calculated in his mind. A 1,000-point lottery draw would give him 21 chances.
Or a 10,000-point lottery for 2 chances?
He hesitated briefly before deciding on the 1,000-point option. The guaranteed minimum tier for a 10,000-point draw was exceptionally high. His last draw had yielded the Beastmaster skill, Last Stand. But what he urgently needed now was an A-grade resource, preferably rare and top tier, not the commonplace A-grade items flooding the market.
Draw. Zhang Xiu's thoughts moved, selecting the 1,000-point single draw.
A massive, ethereal light will spun rapidly in his consciousness sea, streaks of multicolored light streaking across like shooting stars. First pull, a flash of green light yielded a C-grade, lightweight mental amplification earrings, decent equipment for a Beastmaster. Second draw, a white light appeared, revealing a C-grade, earth element wrist guard. Useless, not even as good as the corporate-developed Beastmaster combat suits that offered full body protection. Third draw, white light. A C-grade universal skill scroll, basic recovery. Its effect was weak. With powerful recovery skills like time healing available, this scroll was practically useless. Fourth time, blue light. Mental surge potion A-grade. Zhang Xiu's eyes lit up. This was a valuable item, capable of rapidly restoring and nourishing mental energy. It perfectly addressed his weakness of mental depletion after using Beastmaster techniques. Unfortunately, there was only one vial. Fifth, white light, C-rank beast rations. The lottery alternated between monotonous white and occasional blue flashes. As grade A materials and potions steadily accumulated, Zhang Xiu's mindset grew increasingly serene. 13th draw, a flash of gold. Spirit vein opening fruit S-grade. Fist-sized, its skin shimmered with a misty glow, while its flesh was crystal clear. Consuming it would open crucial acupoints for spirit energy circulation in his beast companion, drastically boosting spirit energy absorption efficiency and skill execution fluidity, highly beneficial for breaking through bottlenecks. At the sight of this item, Zhang Xiu's breathing quickened. Whether used by Pota or Liu Guan, or shared between them, the effects would be outstanding. 16th draw, white light. 18th, azure light. Advanced defense potion formula grade A. Though many formulas already existed, this one held considerable value as knowledge reserve. 19th attempt, white light. 20th attempt, just as Zhang Xiu thought the draw was settled and he wouldn't get anything worthwhile. A deep, mysterious blue light flared unexpectedly, instantly overshadowing all previous glows. Name, Stardust Dew. Grade, SS. Purpose, a dewdrop distilled from the purest stellar energy gathered across the cosmos, containing gentle yet immense primordial energy of time and space. Consuming it significantly enhances the purity and potential of time-space-type pet beasts' innate abilities. Alternatively, it can be used with time-type skills to markedly amplify their effects. A small dose accelerates the recovery of mental and spiritual energy. It also serves as a precious core medium for constructing and mastering advanced time-space skills. SS grade. And an extremely rare spatio-temporal attribute resource. Perfectly suited for flowlight. Zhang Xiu nearly burst out laughing. The value of this bottle of Stardust Dew far surpassed that of the S-grade Spirit Vein Awakening Fruit, even outshining the SSS-grade Yin-Yang Crimson Jade Marrow he had obtained before. Not only could it drastically enhance Liu Guang's combat prowess now, but it also laid the foundation for him to comprehend more profound time-manipulating skills in the future. Even Shyvana's Stellar Marrow would likely pale in comparison to the Stardust Dew. Heaven is on my side. Zhang Xiu clenched his fists, his excitement beyond words. This final draw was nothing short of a game-changer. The resources now stockpiled in the system space were sufficient to elevate both Pota and Liu Guan to a new level of power in the short term. Several bottles of grade A potions, 1 S-grade Spirit Fruit, 1 bottle of SS-grade Stardust Dew plus the Yin-Yang Marrow potion and Azure Sea Wave potion he'd previously crafted and set aside. These abundant resources now placed him on par with disciples from major clans. The next day, Pota and Liu Guan had already consumed their first doses of the Spirit Vein Opening Fruit and Stardust Condensation Dew. Deeply immersed in cultivation, spiritual energy surged ceaselessly around their bodies as their aura steadily climbed. Just as Zhang Xiu finished breakfast and was about to check on the two beasts, the doorbell rang abruptly, tinged with urgency. Opening the door. Shadow One, who usually guarded outside, had instead walked in directly, a rare occurrence, his brow slightly furrowed. Young Master Zhang, several individuals have arrived outside. Leading them is Gongye Su from the Gongye family of Central Plains. They block the villa entrance and their attitude is less than friendly. His entourage possesses considerable strength. Oh? A cold gleam flashed in Zhang Xiu's eyes. He had anticipated trouble from the Gongye clan, but hadn't expected them to lose their patience so quickly and come knocking at his door. What do they want? Zhang Xiu's tone remained calm, yet Yi could sense the sharp edge brewing beneath that surface. Gongye Su has doubts about your college entrance exam results and the miracle of clearing the 100th floor of the Beast Tower. He claims Zhangzhou is the heart of the Federation, gathering countless true prodigies, while Guardian City is like a slum. Your sudden rise is too bizarre, raising numerous suspicions. Representing the Gongye family, he wishes to engage in a fair and impartial exchange of beast riding techniques with you. Ostensibly, it's to promote progress, but in reality, they want to gauge your true worth. We blocked them outside the villa compound, but the situation is spiraling out of control. Major news outlets are reporting it, and the chairman has instructed me to seek your thoughts. By the end of his speech, Ingyi's fists were clenched tight. This provocation is far too blatant. Ha! Trying to climb the ladder by stepping on my reputation? A fair exchange? Zhang Xiu laughed. Seems like this Beast Tower conqueror and top college entrance exam scorer is truly a thorn in the side of certain people. Since he's so eager to exchange ideas, I'll oblige him. But since he came knocking, insisting on fair exchange, we might as well take fairness to its logical conclusion. The loser should leave behind a memento befitting his stature. He strode toward the door, with Ingyi following close behind. Otherwise, wouldn't it make Zhang Pingcheng look like an easy target? Beneath the calm words, a volcano was about to erupt. Chapter 119, The Cheating Top Scorer? The villa's front door creaked open, the midday summer sun glaring harshly. Zhang Xiu stepped out, with Ingyi shadowing half a step behind, like a silent guardian deity. Outside the residential complex, the atmosphere on the small plaza was thick with tension. A group of exquisitely dressed individuals with distinguished airs stood in silent confrontation with members of Ingyi's team. At the forefront stood a young man in a perfectly tailored, expensive combat suit, his face bearing the distinctive arrogance of an aristocratic scion Gongyesu. Beside him stood an elderly man who looked like a butler, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Behind them were several guards with steady auras, each possessing strength at the gold level or above. Further back, a dozen or so individuals carrying camera equipment and wearing press credentials recorded everything with nervous excitement. The moment Zhang Xiu appeared, Gongyesu's gaze locked onto him, unabashedly scrutinizing him. That air of superiority so aristocratic. You are Zhang Xiu? The Zhang Xiu who rose from sterilization technician to top scorer in the college entrance exams? Gongyesu deliberately raised his voice a notch, laced with a hint of mockery. His words carried clearly throughout the area and were distinctly captured by the journalists' recording equipment. Zhang Xiu halted several meters away from Gongyesu, his expression serene. I am. The young master of the Gongye family has business with me? He shot a glance at the reporters. And you even brought an audience? Gongyesu seemed taken aback by Zhang Xiu's composure, a fleeting flash of irritation crossing his eyes. In the script he'd rehearsed before coming, this nouveau riche should have been fidgeting nervously, desperate to justify himself. Her composure left him with the frustrating sensation of punching cotton. She was the one who cheated, yet why wasn't she panicking at all? Yes, he had investigated Zhang Xiu's pet beast. It was only a war general tier beast. He was certain that whatever Zhang Xiu had done in the beast tower must have been cheating. Clearing a floor in 3 seconds, was that even human? Though no cheaters had ever been exposed in the beast tower, there were always exceptions. Zhang Xiu was shrouded in mystery. Rising to his level in just half a year? Impossible. He must be faking it, backed by some shadowy force skilled in hacking or similar methods. That's how he infiltrated the tower's virtual space to cheat. That must be it. Audience? Gongyesu snorted. Witnesses. Zhang Xiu, your sudden rise in Guardian City, your resounding title as top college entrance exam scholar, and your stunning conquest of the Beast Tower's 100th floor have shaken the Federation. This achievement is nothing short of a miracle. But before turning 18, you were unknown, no background, no innate talent. How did you achieve this? Did you clear the Beast Tower solely with a general tier pet beast? Is there some unsavory scheme behind it? Like hacking into the virtual space? As a scion of a Federation noble house, Gongyesu has a duty to uphold the reputation of the Federation's young beastmasters. Today, I come to seek clarification to determine whether this miracle from Guardian City is truly a genius worthy of such honor. His words were grand and noble, placing himself on the moral high ground while insinuating Zhang Xiu might be up to no good. Reporters eagerly adjusted their lenses. This was explosive news, Zhongzhou's prodigy challenging the Guardian City's top graduate. Ingyi's expression darkened, about to speak. Zhang Xiu gently raised his hand, silencing him. So that's how it is. Zhang Xiu nodded, the gentle smile on his face deepening slightly. Young Master Gongye suspects me of cheating? There are many suspicious points. Gongyesu lifted his chin, his tone unwavering. In just half a year, rising from obscurity to rival the prodigies of noble families? How could the resources and environment of Guardian City compare to those of Central Plains? If there's no exaggeration involved, it's truly hard to believe. So, you want a match? Zhang Xiu cut straight to the point. Not a fight, Gongyesu corrected. An exchange. A fair contest of beast riding skills. If you possess genuine talent, you'll have nothing to fear. But if you're merely a hollow name. His gaze turned slightly cold. You'd be wise to admit it now, lest you embarrass yourself later when the truth comes out. Poof. Zhang Xiu chuckled lightly. To be challenged by the Gongye family of Central Plains, I'm not worthy of such an honor. However. He shifted his tone, his gaze sweeping sharply over Gongyesu, the steward, and guards behind him, and the reporters. Since you've come seeking an exchange, empty words would be rather dull. According to the Federation's rules for sparring, there ought to be some stakes involved to show both sides' sincerity, wouldn't you agree?
Gong Su froze. Stakes? Exactly.
Zhang Xiu stood with his hands behind his back, his tone calm. Should I lose, I shall relinquish the top scholar's honor and acknowledge my inferior skill.
Should young Master Gong Ye lose? His gaze settled on the ancient, blue-glowing family crest pinned to Gong Su's chest, his eyes amused.
I've heard the Gongye family of Central Plains possesses a rare SS-grade resource called the Secret Metal of Eternal Chill. It can forge defensive combat suits capable of withstanding sovereign-level attacks.
Coming from my humble, remote background, I've always coveted such extraordinary treasures. How about staking a piece of that Yokan secret metal as the wager? Given the Gongye family's wealth and your status, a single piece surely wouldn't be much. The victor takes the prize, the loser pays tuition for a lesson learned fair and square. What do you say, young Master Gongye?
Zhang Xiu's words caused not only Gong Su's pupils to contract slightly, but also drew a sharp focus from the silent, elderly steward standing behind him. The cold-shrouded secret metal was indeed one of the rare treasures exclusive to the secret realm controlled by the Gongye family, possessing immense value. Though Gong Su was entitled to use it, employing it as a wager was excessively costly. The reporters erupted in an uproar. The champion of the Guardian City dared to place a reverse bet, specifically demanding a rare treasure from the Gongye family. Such confidence and audacity, could it truly overpower Gong Su? Gong Su's expression darkened instantly. Not only had the other accepted the challenge, but he turned the tables. Even he could only obtain a single piece of the chilling secret metal during his coming-of-age ceremony. It was his most precious resource, intended for crafting a combat suit before heading to the academy. Capable of withstanding a sovereign tier strike, no exaggeration, possessing this would allow one to survive even a siege by multiple Lord tier pets commanded by a gold tier beast master, holding out for at least half an hour.
In terms of value, it was no less than an SSS grade resource. He felt a pang of regret. But refuse?
In front of all these media reporters, his earlier words would become a laughingstock, making him look weak and cowardly.
Agree? What if? No, there are no what ifs. The elderly steward stepped forward and whispered.
Young master, this boy may have backing.
Proceed with caution.
Shut up. Gong Su now found himself in a no-win situation, and the steward's caution only inflamed his anger. Staring at Zhang Xiu's calm, expressionless face, a surge of rage shot straight to his temples.
He refused to believe it.
A mere Guardian City graduate, even with some extraordinary luck, could never have a pet beast of perfect grade bloodline. He shouldn't have cleared the Beast Tower at the War General realm. Having experienced the 91st floor of the Beast Tower himself, he knew all too well how terrifying the beasts became the higher one went. His own spirit steel python possessed near-perfect bloodlines approaching the late commander level, and even that couldn't overcome the challenge.
How could the other possibly succeed? Cheating. Fine.
Zhang Xiu, you've got guts.
Gong Su took a deep breath and gritted his teeth in agreement. A piece of shadow-cold secret metal sealed before the Federation media.
If you lose, you'll willingly relinquish your top scholar title and crawl back to your sterile department. Hearing this, Zhang Xiu smiled.
Fine. The time is set for 3 days from now, in the morning.
Chapter 120, Dual Breakthroughs, Early Commander Tier.
Gong Su stormed off with his press entourage, but the wager he left behind sent shockwaves rippling through the Federation's networks. A cheating top scholar? A bet involving the Eternal Frost secret metal? Zhongzhou's prodigy versus Guardian City's prodigy? Each phrase sent shockwaves through the public.
Jumping City, the Guardian City made famous by Zhang Xiu, was thrust back into the spotlight. Faced with this sudden turmoil, Zhang Xiu's reaction was unexpectedly calm. He even politely declined the special training grounds and extra protection offered by Yan Pengyun, Su Honda, and others. It's only 3 days. No need to make a fuss. Zhang Xiu instructed Yingyi. Guard the entrance for me. Don't let anyone in for 3 days. Tell my uncle to keep a low profile too. Everything else stays the same. Yes. Yingyi acknowledged with a deep voice. The villa doors closed, instantly shutting out the outside world's clamor. Inside the training area, both Boda and Liu Guang sensed the oppressive pressure and turned to look at him. Pop. Pop. Boda growled low, his round eyes blazing with battle intent. Liu Guang landed lightly on Zhang Xiu's shoulder, her butterfly wings trembling slightly. Are they both angry? Zhang Xiu stroked Liu Guang's back and patted Boda's shoulder. Some can't wait to step on us to climb higher, suspecting we're all talk and no action. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Then let's shut everyone up with our strength. Use these 3 days to deliver him a crushing defeat he'll never forget. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiu immediately entered the most intense state of preparation. First, he retrieved his most precious resource, SS-grade Stardust Dew. This dewdrop, imbued with the primordial power of countless stars, held far greater value than the ink-cold secret metal coveted by Gong Su. Originally intended for Liu Guang to absorb gradually, it was now imperative to swiftly enhance his strength and realm. Otherwise, defeat was certain with his current power. Liu Guang, focus all your power on comprehending the essence of time. Zhang Xiu fed the dew, rich with intense spacetime fluctuations, to Liu Guang. Liu Guang drank it in one gulp. Instantly, a hazy starlight enveloped his entire body.
The patterns on his wings seemed to come alive, radiating a profound glow.
He plunged into the deepest meditation, as if the primordial essence of time within him had been ignited, undergoing a silent transformation. Immediately after, the S-grade, spirit vein penetrating fruit, was split in two. This spiritual fruit, capable of unblocking crucial acupoints for spiritual energy circulation and enhancing absorption efficiency, proved exceptionally effective for breaking through cultivation bottlenecks.
Boda and Liuguang each consumed one.
As the potency dissolved, it felt like countless delicate little keys precisely striking those imperceptibly sluggish points along their spiritual energy pathways.
Boda felt his spiritual energy flow with unprecedented smoothness, switching between water and earth energies with greater ease.
Lu Guang, meanwhile, noticed that the mental energy consumed when releasing his time stasis ability seemed slightly reduced, while the hallucinogenic effects of the psychedelic dust became deeper and more concealed. Finally, Zhang Xiu drew out the reserved sprint fuel without hesitation.
Liquid light swallowed the 10 precious bottles of SSS-grade yin-yang marrow elixir.
Under the harmonizing guidance of stardust, dew and puncture fruit, the raging fire energy transformed into a docile torrent, propelling his cultivation realm forward.
Boda began consuming the 10 bottles of S-grade emerald sea wave coalescing elixir.
Pure, boundless water elemental primordial energy flowed ceaselessly into its core, cleansing its meridians and fortifying its foundations. Two colossal currents of energy surged through the training ground.
Both Boda and Liuguang's auras surged visibly with palpable intensity. Throughout the entire first day, the training zone was enveloped in an atmosphere of surging energy.
Zhang Xiu himself consumed several grade A potions to restore his mental energy, keeping a constant watch on the two beasts' conditions. With their exceptionally solid foundations and extraordinary bloodlines, they could digest the potion smoothly, yet still radiated an abundance of undigested spiritual energy. On the second day, they broke through their realms. Both beasts reached the peak of the War General tier, standing but a step away from the Commander tier.
After training, Zhang Xiu pushed his spiritual energy to its absolute limit.
Through the beast control space, he initiated resonance. Whoosh! Having consumed vast resources, the radiant light touched the invisible barrier first.
After consuming the SS-grade stardust condensation dew, its perception of time reached an entirely new level.
Now, under the frenzied assault of the remaining potency in the yin-yang marrow elixir, the starlight shimmering on its body suddenly contracted.
Hum!
A peculiar ripple radiated outward from the streamlight, as if time itself had been momentarily stretched and then snapped back. The stream of light's form remained largely unchanged, but the space-time patterns on its butterfly wings grew more profound and intricate, with a tiny seal seemingly coalescing at its core. The aura it emitted surged sharply. It had broken through to the early Commander tier. Not only that, but in the instant of breakthrough, Liuguang felt his understanding of time rewind deepen. Time reversal could now be sustained, affecting the 10-meter radius around itself or its target, with a maximum reversal duration of 3 seconds. Compared to the previous 0.3-second time delay, this was vastly more powerful. This was the qualitative change brought about by the SS-grade stardust dew. Liuguang emitted a clear, piercing cry as he flapped his wings and took flight, the very fabric of time around him warping slightly.
Emotion points, 99 Liuguang's excitement.
Almost simultaneously with Liuguang's breakthrough, Boda's accumulated energy reached its peak. The potency of the Azure Sea coalescing waves transformed into a surging tidal wave, crashing against the final barrier.
Earth and water attributes fused perfectly within his body. Pop!
A deafening roar erupted, mingled with the thunderous roar of rushing water and the tremors of the earth. Boda's form suddenly swelled by a full size, every muscle taut and bulging.
Vast waves and illusory mudslides churned behind him.
A presence as steady as mountains and as vast as oceans surged forth. Breakthrough. Commander level, early stage.
After his breakthrough, Boda's mastery over water and earth increased exponentially.
His water domain expanded in scope and precision, while the defensive power of Mountain River Eternal Fortress surged dramatically. Even his speed and agility when diving underground and navigating subterranean terrain had greatly improved.
Emotion points, 99 Boda's battle spirit soars.
Zhang Xiu gazed at the two beasts that had successfully broken through, his heart filled with reassurance. With two early-stage commander-level beasts and his uniquely gifted beastmaster skills, he could defeat most geniuses in Central Plains.
Gong Yesu's spirit steel python was only at mid-commander tier.
On the final day, he no longer pursued higher realms. Instead, he channeled resources into combat readiness, refining his final preparations. Boda focused on merging the formidable power of the commander level with the water illusion sands, attempting to integrate earth elemental forces more deeply into his water control. Liuguang intensified his adaptation to commander-level spiritual power and his newly awakened rudimentary time reversal ability, relentlessly experimenting with combining time stasis with the drunken dream melody.
Commander-level power brought about a qualitative leap. Originally created at the War General level, the water illusion sands now possessed unimaginable power under the support of more colossal spiritual energy. The currents were no longer mere restraints mixed with hallucinatory dust.
Instead, it twisted and coiled like a living creature, forming a more terrifying water serpent.
The hallucinogenic dust could now integrate deeper into the serpent's venomous fangs. As dusk fell on the third day, Zhang Xiu emerged from the training grounds with Boda and Liu Guan. The aura emanating from the two beasts was steady and restrained. The A-grade combat suit uncle sent?
Zhang Xiu spotted a box by the door containing a brand new black combat suit the top-tier Guardian City A-grade Gear Xiaoliankai had purchased with factory profits. He donned the suit, flexed his muscles, then attached the mental enhancement earrings and combat goggles.
Shadow One stood at the entrance, sensing an aura from Zhang Xiu that was completely different from 3 days ago.
He was profoundly shaken. Though Zhang Xiu deliberately restrained his aura, his confidence was impossible to conceal.
Young Master Zhang, it's almost time.
Shadow One replied gravely, the duel arena is ready.
Director Yen and Chairman Su are present, along with many others outside. MHM.
Zhang Xiu nodded, his gaze piercing through the villa's walls.
Let's go. He stepped out the villa's front door and walked steadily toward the duel arena.
Meanwhile, 10,000 miles above, in the Federation's geosynchronous orbit, a satellite monitoring spiritual energy fluctuations in the secret realm trembled. It seemed to detect abnormal fluctuations in a specific area of Jiangping City, lighting up with a red glow as data streams silently converged on the space station's encrypted terminal. Chapter 121, Zhongzhou's Genius vs. Guardian City's Genius. 3 days passed swiftly amid relentless pre-event hype from Federation media and widespread speculation. This duel, initiated by Gongye Su, the young master of the Gongye family of Central Plains, had fermented into a nationwide focal point of attention for Guardian City. The venue was set at Jiangping City's largest multi-purpose stadium. Originally designed for major athletic events, it had been temporarily transformed into a colossal beast dueling arena capable of holding tens of thousands. Outside the venue, a sea of people stretched for miles, with queues winding for kilometers. The roar of the crowd threatened to shake the entire city. Aircraft carrying representatives from major Zhengzhou media outlets and prominent families occupied the dedicated platform atop the stadium. Below, residents from all over the city waited with bated breath.
They both hoped Zhang Xiu would thoroughly humiliate the geniuses of Zhozhou, yet feared he might be bullied.
Zhang Xiu sure made quite a splash this time. Of course he's the nation's top college entrance exam scorer now, the center of everyone's attention. Who could have predicted during the 5-city special training that he'd be this year's top scholar?
Zhang Sheng, you're heading to the Stellar Beast Academy, right?
Yeah, AB class contract.
I was actually hoping for an A-class one.
Well, I'm doing better than you. I got an A-grade contract and I'm heading to the Wilderness Beast Academy.
Is Yu Shumia also a level? I think she got AB rank. She's going to Qilin Academy with Zhang Xiu.
Yao Qiu and Zhang Sheng arrived at the spectator platform together. They had secured their admission tickets early on after all, as prodigies of the same cohort, they enjoyed certain privileges. Surveying the sea of people below, each harbored their own thoughts. Yao Qiu marveled at Zhang Xiu's elevated status.
Zhang Sheng harbored resentment toward Zhang Xiu.
Had Zhang Xiu not appeared and defeated him during the 5-city special training, perhaps he could have secured an A-class contract.
But it didn't matter anymore.
His expression relaxed. He had already joined the Villains Guild. And he'd conspired with Viper the Guardian and Li Jin to orchestrate a colossal scheme. Zhang Xiu wouldn't make it to Qilin Academy alive, nor would he have any future.
Meanwhile,
Gongye Su, who had arrived early at the duel arena, wore a luxurious silver combat suit. Arms crossed, he stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the viewing platform, looking down upon the swarming crowd below like ants. A trace of undisguised contempt lingered at the corner of his mouth. Several other young men and women from Zhengzhou, equally distinguished in origin, chattered loudly around him. TSK, it seems any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to claim the top scholar title these days.
A blonde youth sneered. What kind of dragon could possibly emerge from a place like Guardian City? Rising to prominence in half a year?
More like he stepped in dog and resorted to some shady tricks.
Brother Gongye is doing the Federation a favor by eliminating this menace. Exactly. The 100th floor of the Beast Tower? Relying on a War General tier beast? What a joke!
A woman in tight leather attire chimed in sharply.
He dares covet the Gongye family's shadow-cold secret metal? Doesn't he fear breaking his own teeth? Brother Su's spirit hard python can even clash head-on with Lord tier beasts, a perfect bloodline.
This so-called Guardian City genius is about to be exposed for what he truly is.
Guardian City's people are laughable, thinking some lucky bastards' rise to fame means they can run wild? Bunch of ignorant mud legs. Another companion snorted derisively.
These remarks drifted clearly to the ears of nearby figures: City Lord Li Weiming, Beastmaster Association President Su Hongda, Second Middle School Principal Luo Binhong, and other high-ranking Guardian City officials. Li Weiming's face turned ashen, Su Hongda's brow furrowed deeply, and Yin Pengyan clenched his fists in fury.
The beast tamers from Guardian City all wore expressions of humiliation and resentment. Damn it, these Zhangzhou bastards have filthy mouths.
A young beastmaster muttered under his breath.
Zhang Zhuan Yuan will win. He'll wipe the floor with them.
damn it, calling us mud-legged peasants.
Another growl through gritted teeth, knuckles cracking from the force of his clenched fists.
But Gong Yesu's beast is mid-commander tier. Zhang Yuan's beast was only general tier before.
Others voiced concern, while owners whose pets had been neutered by Zhang Xiu clenched their fists in anxiety. Most of the local citizens of Guardian City stood firmly on Zhang Xiu's side.
Zhang Xiu was their hero, the pride of Guardian City. Gong Yesu's arrogance, in their eyes, was nothing less than Central Plains' discrimination against Guardian City. Countless banners reading Zhang Xiu must win and Guardian City's light waved in the stands, waves of cheers and chants rising and falling, starkly contrasting with the sneers of the visitors from Central Plains.
Online discourse split into two camps.
In Zhangzhou and its sphere of influence, the prevailing sentiment questioned the authenticity of Zhang Xiu's achievements.
They predicted Gong Yesu would easily crush him, believing Zhang Xiu would soon reveal himself as a cheat.
Guarding City and those who either admired Zhang Xiu's miraculous rise or resented Zhangzhou's entrenched arrogance stood firmly behind him, hoping he would continue creating miracles and humiliate the haughty aristocratic scions. Amid this near-boiling whirlpool of public opinion, the moment of the duel drew near.
10 o'clock sharp. Amid deafening cheers and boos, the colossal alloy gates of the stadium slowly swung open. First to emerge was Gong Yesu, his face aloof and haughty. His posture was straight and tall, his stride steady and deliberate. A confident, even smug smile played on his lips as he waved repeatedly to his supporters, eliciting even louder cheers from the Central Plains contingent. His entrance instantly ignited the already tense atmosphere. The next second, a figure clad in a brand new black Class A combat suit calmly emerged from the opposite entrance. Zhang Xiu. No dazzling entrance, no excited waves of greeting. He walked with his usual composure, yet each step seemed to land directly on the audience's heartbeats.
Unlike Gong Yesu's flashy and ostentatious entrance, Zhang Xiu's appearance instantly sent the cheers from the Guardian City faction soaring sky high.
Zhang Xiu! Zhang Xiu! Zhang Xiu! Guardian City unrivaled. Gong Yesu halted in his tracks, turning to face the approaching Zhang Xiu.
His eyes flashed with intense provocation as a cold laugh escaped his lips.
Zhang Xiu! Who'd have thought you'd actually dare to show up?
I figured you'd pack your bags and run away early. After all, your stage belongs on the operating table at the sterilization clinic, not this arena where all eyes are upon you.
If your pet beast can't beat my spirit steel python, don't come crying to me for mercy. That final cutting remark sparked a wave of harsh laughter from the Central Plains section.
The Guardian City spectators erupted in furious shouts, instantly heightening the tension to its peak. Zhang Xiu's expression remained utterly unchanged, as if the other party were merely talking to thin air. Only when he reached his designated spot at the edge of the arena did his gaze calmly sweep toward Gong Yesu. That gaze was utterly unruffled, yet it made Gong Yesu's heart skip an inexplicable beat.
Run? Why run?
Young Master Gongye was so generous, insisting on gifting me rare resources like the secret cold metal.
If I refused again, wouldn't I be betraying the goodwill of both young Master Gongye and the Gongye family?
Besides, should your pet beast ever run wild and require castration, I could perform the sterilization surgery for both you and your beast, all thanks to that secret cold gold you gifted me.
You! Gong Yesu's smile froze instantly, his face flushing crimson with indignation.
Zhang Xiu's counterattack was sharp, showing no regard for his own identity as a sterilization specialist.
A wave of cathartic laughter erupted from the direction of the Guardian City. Su Hongda and Luo Binhong exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with amusement and relief. This kid seems to be in even better shape than they anticipated.
Welcome, everyone, to the highly anticipated duel between the genius of Central Plains and the genius of Guardian City. Your host for this duel remains yours truly.
Chapter 122, The Duel Begins. Who will prevail?
First, let me introduce the combat pets for both sides. On the red side, Gong Yesu commands 3 pets, the Spirit Steel Python and the Dark-Scaled Earth Dragon, both possessing perfect bloodlines and reaching the mid-commander tier. The third, the Golden Feathered Bird with an epic bloodline, is only at the peak of the War General tier. On the blue team, Zhang Xiu commands only 2 beasts, Boda and Liu Guang. Both possess perfect bloodlines and are at the commander level? Both beasts have reached the commander level. Good heavens! Who would have thought that in just a few short days, his pets would break through their realms? Previously, they were only at the mid-war general realm. Could this be Zhang Xiu's unique training method? The commentator's voice cracked with disbelief. Now look at the combat power ratings displayed for both sides.
The Spirit Steel Python and Dark-Scaled Earth Dragon had reached 18,000 and 16,000 respectively, while the Golden Feathered Bird, at the peak of the War General tier, had also reached a combat power index of 10,000. On Zhang Xiu's side, Poda had 15,000 and Liu Guang had 14,000. At first glance, Zhang Xiu seemed inferior to Gong Yesu of the red team in both quantity and combat power. But in a Beastmaster duel, victory has never been decided by combat power alone. The Beastmaster's calm command, tactical coordination, and skill timing all influence the outcome. Which side holds the greater genius, Zhangzhou or the Guardian City? Enough talk. Let's begin the long-awaited duel of geniuses. 10, 9, 8.
Hundreds of thousands of eyes and countless camera lenses instantly focused on the two young figures at the center of the arena. The roar of the crowd fell silent within seconds, leaving only the electronic countdown echoing through the vast space. The duel arena shimmered with shifting light as a powerful energy barrier rose from all sides. The duel scene, where virtual space and reality fused seamlessly, was about to materialize. Zhang Xiu snorted coldly, forcing down the anger ignited by Zhang Xiu's words. His eyes now held only the battle intent that had been stirred. Zhang Xiu, too, fixed his gaze upon the open space ahead, his eyes as still as a deep pool. 3, 2, 1. The duel begins. Amidst a deafening warning tone and blinding red flashes, an energy barrier instantly sealed off the entire duel arena. Simultaneously, flickering light patterns on the ground and in the air simulated a desolate wilderness and Gobi landscape. Ha! It started. It started. Su Ji's side has two mid-tier commanders. 18,000 versus 15,000? Let's see how Zhang Xiu fights. He'll probably be begging for mercy soon. Exactly. How dare those mud-legged city guards claim to have pure-blooded beasts? They must have used some shady tricks. Their true colors will show soon. Just wait for the show. Brother Su has 3 beast companions. In the central plain spectator stands, many excitedly rose to their feet to watch the battle. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Guardian City spectator stands, Zhang Xiu, go! Boda! Liu Guan, go! Tens of thousands chanted in unison, yet their voices trembled with palpable tension. They saw the combat power assessment figures displayed on the screen, and the staggering disparity weighed heavily on their hearts like a boulder. Although Zhang Xiu's pets had made breakthroughs these past 2 days, facing 2 early-stage commander-level opponents was still too daunting. A middle-aged man clenched his fists, his eyes filled with worry. That Gongye kid's beast looks so fierce. Referee. He has 3 pets. This isn't fair. A young beastmaster shouted angrily, but his voice was drowned out by the surrounding clamor. Sui Qingxing and Wang Xiaoyu squeezed through the crowd, palms sweaty as they stared intently at the arena, lips pressed so tightly they turned pale. Wang Wenlo was also present, nervously swallowing hard. Inside the arena, the countdown ended. But Gongye Su didn't launch the first attack. The anger had faded from his face, replaced by that condescending arrogance. It's too late to surrender now. I'll smash that crown of yours, the top scorer of the college entrance exam, and show everyone that all the geniuses of Guardian City are nothing but cheating trash. He roared. Spirit Steel Python. Dark-scaled Earth Dragon. Golden Feathered Bird. 3 beast companions materialized before him, flanking his left and right while soaring through the air. Leading the charge was a colossal python over 10 meters long, its metallic scales gleaming. Its cold, vertical pupils fixed on Zhang Xiu, radiating a fierce, sharp aura. The Spirit Steel Python. Beside it stood the dark-scaled Earth Dragon, massive, covered in jet-black scales, its 4 legs like steel pillars. It shifted restlessly, its weighty presence making the ground tremble. In midair, a golden feather bird soared, its plumage gleaming like a golden eagle. Zhang Xiu, let me see how your 2 newly awakened pets fare against my first wave of attacks. Spirit Steel Python. Intimidation. Hiss. The Spirit Steel Python emitted a low, menacing hiss. A palpable wave of blood-tinged pressure surged toward Zhang Xiu in the spot where his summoned beasts had yet to appear. This pressure alone was enough to make ordinary war general tier beasts tremble in fear. The spectator stands in the central plains erupted in thunderous cheers. This was the true depth of a noble lineage's heritage. The hearts of the Guardian City spectators instantly leapt to their throats. Just as this terrifying pressure was about to touch the hem of Zhang Xiu's robe, Zhang Xiu moved. Unlike Gongye Su's thunderous roar, his movements were remarkably composed. He merely raised his right hand slightly, silently pointing into the air before him. 2 distinct beast summoning spatial imprints ignited instantly. Boda burst forth, radiating an intertwined glow of aqua blue and earthy yellow. Standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, he exuded an overwhelming presence. His muscles bulged like steel cast in iron, his blue-gray skin shimmering with a faint watery sheen, emanating an aura several times more formidable than before. To the right was Glow. Its form was elegant, its butterfly wings now broader than before. As its colors shifted, one could almost glimpse starlight flickering within. The moment the 2 beast companions appeared, they formed a perfectly complementary stance. Boda stood like a mountain, blocking Zhang Xiu's path directly ahead. As the Spirit Steel Python's savage intimidation crushed down, he roared. Pop! Its massive paws slammed into the ground. Boom! A force as steady and vast as the earth itself rippled outward from its feet in an instant. Simultaneously, a shroud of mist naturally materialized around it, covering an area of over 10 meters in diameter. Like an invisible dam, it forcibly held back the surging threats several meters away. Quiet. A stifling silence. The scene he'd expected to be suppressed never materialized. The smug look on Gongye Su's face froze. The clamor from the central plains direction seemed to have been choked off, silenced in an instant. The apprehension in the direction of the Guardian City instantly transformed into immense astonishment, followed by indescribable elation.
The eyes beneath Ying Yi's icy mask suddenly brightened. Principal Luo Binhong's face broke into a relieved smile after reaching the peak of shock. Gong Yesu's face turned from crimson to pale, then from pale to dark. He finally understood where Zhang Xiu's calm confidence had come from. Oomph. Nothing more than a trick. Spirit Steel Python, smash that annoying catfish monster for me. Use your spiral horns. Roar. The Spirit Steel Python clearly sensed the silent provocation from the two young creatures opposite it, its serpentine eyes blazing with savage intent. Its head snapped back like a fully drawn giant crossbow, the forehead bearing its menacing spiral horn locked onto the obstructing Pota. Then, it charged forward. Chapter 123, Counter-Strike knocks it back, Pota delivers. The next instant. Boom! Air compressed to its limit, erupting in a deafening blast. The Lingang Python's massive hindquarters convulsed violently. Its colossal form transformed into a devastating silver-white battering ram, tearing through the air at terrifying speed. Wielding colossal force, it charged toward Pota with unbridled fury. Its sharp, solitary horn flashed with a piercing brilliance that seemed capable of penetrating anything. Shatter Skyhorn Charge. The Lingang Python's signature attack. This single strike was powerful enough to level an entire skyscraper. A savage grin twisted Gong Yesu's lips once more, as if he already saw the blue catfish monster smashed into a sky-filling cloud of debris. He would crush his opponent with overwhelming force. Facing this thunderous charge, not only did no fear flicker in Pota's eyes, but instead, a sharp gleam ignited within them. Under the command of his sovereign-level cultivation, the earth and water energies within his body surged wildly, condensing the immense power of the earth into his forelegs. Pop! A deep, thunderous roar. Instead of retreating, Pota charged forward half a step, slamming its dual paws down with the force of 1,000 pounds. In an instant, an intense earthen glow radiated outward like ripples, spreading rapidly with its paws as the center. Crack! Boom! The earth trembled. The earth groaned under the unbearable weight. Then it violently shattered. Wave after wave surged toward the Spirit Steel Python, which felt the resistance. Yet Pota's skill was far from finished. The ground churned and arched upward. Giant spikes over half a meter thick, radiating the aura of solid rock, and resilient walls of mud and stone erupted from the fractured earth like living creatures. Directly before Pota, they formed a twisted defensive zone layered, staggered, and ever-shifting. Mountains and rivers eternal. Thousand Ridges Wall. This was the advanced application of the Eternal Mountain skill, now supported by Pota's colossal spiritual power after breaking through to the Overlord tier. No longer a simple barrier. It instantly formed a jagged stone forest and thick earthen ramparts to impede the charge. Boom! In an instant, terrifying collision sounds erupted like countless thunderclaps exploding beside their ears. The entire dueling space trembled violently. Silver light and brownish-yellow light collided violently. Shards of rock and energy erupted like a storm, spraying outward in all directions. The formidable Spirit Steel Python plunged headlong into this hastily formed jagged stone forest. Its immense momentum instantly shattered the foremost earthen walls and spikes, like a giant ship crushing a small boat. Yet the successive layers of earthen barriers, angled with deadly precision, instantly blunted its momentum. What had been a straight charge powerful enough to pierce mountains was forcibly redirected sideways. Its rhythm shattered. Hiss! The Spirit Steel Python let out a startled hiss. It felt as though it had crashed into a meticulously designed swampy jungle. Its immense force dispersed and redirected. Its unstoppable momentum brutally curtailed. When it finally slammed into the stone wall before Pota, not only did it fail to shatter it, but it also felt a bit dizzy. After all, the defensive power of Eternal Mountain and River was truly unmatched. Having collided with so many stone walls without killing itself was already fortunate enough. Feeling dizzy now was only natural. The Spirit Steel Python staggered backward, its eyes struggling to focus. Could it be a concussion? Impossible. The fleeting joy on Gong Yesu's face shattered instantly, as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over his head. He watched helplessly as his Lingang Python's spiral horns, capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, were somehow withstood by Zhang Xiu's seemingly clumsy giant catfish through sheer ingenuity. A beast with a combat power rating of only 15,000 could block that? What kind of skill was that? Earth type? How could it absorb such immense force? And how could this catfish monster possess such high combat intelligence? What the hell did that bastard Zhang Xiu feed his pet? A torrent of questions churned in his chest. No, he couldn't let it recover. After rigidly absorbing that skill, its spiritual energy must be unstable. Strike while the iron is hot. He made his decision swiftly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Spirit Steel Python, don't stop. Tail whip, crush it, roar. Though the Spirit Steel Python felt a bit dizzy, its savage nature snapped it back into focus the moment the command was given. It swung its massive tail, covered in rigid scales, like a battering ram. With a piercing whistle cutting through the air, it lashed out fiercely at Pota. The last remaining stone wall ahead shattered. Dark-scaled earth dragon. Earthquake. Pin it down. Gong Yesu nearly shouted his second command. He aimed to disrupt Bota's rhythm while restricting its movement. Roar! On the other side, the massive dark-scaled earth dragon raised its foreleg and slammed it down onto the ground. Boom! A visible earth-colored shockwave skimmed the ground, spreading like ripples toward Bota's position, leaving a trail of cracking earth in its wake. This move bore similarities to Bota's ground tremor, but it was far more controlled. Under the tremor, Bota swayed from side to side, unable to steady himself. Stream of light. Zhang Xiu's gaze sharpened. The flowing light at his side, with its dreamlike butterfly wings, swept downward with decisive force. Centered on the flutter of the butterfly wings, an intangible, formless ripple of spacetime suddenly expanded outward. The speed of this ripple transcended physics, transcended thought. Time itself slowed. After breaking through to the commander rank, the Radiance's skill power had doubled, with its range and control experiencing a qualitative leap. The spirit steel python had just shattered the stone wall and was about to swing its tail at Pota when its massive body abruptly halted. Time slowed. The speed of its silver-armored, ferocious serpent head swaying, the lashing of its tail, the frequency of the vicious glint in its eyes, everything seemed plunged into an extremely viscous temporal quagmire. Its mind was crystal clear. It knew it must break free immediately and continue attacking that catfish monster. Yet its body was forcibly dragged down, its rhythm forced to slow. It felt like transforming from a cheetah sprinting at full speed into a sloth in slow-motion replay. Its tail was slowly, forcibly turning toward Pota, the savagery in its eyes unmistakable. Yet its speed was despairingly sluggish. What kind of skill is this? Slow down? Zhang Xiu's pupils contracted sharply as he cried out in shock. He never expected that flashy-looking butterfly pet beast to wield such a troublesome skill. This ability is practically cheating in battles against opponents of the same tier. He immediately commanded the golden feather bird through their mental bond. Golden feather bird, golden feather blades, target that butterfly. Hovering high in the sky, the golden feather bird remained undisturbed, its wings shimmering with golden light. Zhang Xiu knew in his heart that he absolutely could not let that butterfly continue interfering. Yet in a clash of masters, even a 0.1 second opening could prove fatal, let alone this time-stopping power that would terrify any ordinary beast. Pota's attacks came in rapid succession. Pop! Taking advantage of his opponent's mud-like slowed state, a fierce light flared in Pota's eyes. It required no further detailed instructions from Zhang Xiu. First, it used subterranean dive to break free from the dark-scaled earth dragon's control skill, appearing beside the spirit steel python just as it was about to escape the time stasis. Its claws, surging with earth and water energy, slammed viciously into the spirit steel python's abdomen. Boom! A torrent of savage force surged forth. This effect, which would normally cause the earth's surface to tremble, was instead channeled directly into the opponent's body. Like striking a cow from across a mountain, it targeted the vulnerable organs within. Boom! Time's up. The spirit steel python spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward, smashing the stone forest it had previously shattered into a pulpy mess. The spectators in the central plain stands watched this scene, their mouths agape. Chapter 124, Mocking Sentiments. Earth Dragon turns over. What just happened? Brother Su's spirit steel python was actually knocked flying. What kind of debuff skill was that just now? The spirit steel python seemed to stutter for a moment. Hard to tell clearly, but that mud-legged city guard is pretty skilled. Did that guy really cheat his way to becoming the top student in the college entrance exam? Don't worry, Brother Su hasn't even started yet. The other two pets haven't entered the fray. In the central plains spectator stands, several young men and women whispered among themselves. The contempt they'd shown toward Zhang Xiu earlier had now turned into solemn worry. The commentator froze for a moment. Only when the spirit steel python crawled out of the rubble did he scream out in shock. Holy crap! He blocked it! Bota blocked the spirit steel python's attack. Not only blocked it, he even counterattacked the spirit steel python, Zhang Xiu's pet beast. One strike. A single strike has severely wounded a mid-level commander-class Lingang python. The spirit steel python rose again, clearly in poor condition. That previous strike, even if it hadn't gravely wounded it, must have damaged its internal organs. Its combat power index plummeted to 16,000, while Bota's soared to 17,000. The spectator stands of Guardian City erupted in deafening, roof-shaking cheers after the commentator replayed the scene of the beast being sent flying. Bota! Zhang Xiu! Way to go! Ah! So freaking awesome! This is our top pick. The middle-aged man who'd been so worried earlier was now flushed with excitement, pounding his fist on the railing. See that? You brats from Central Province. That's what real strength looks like. The young beast masters pointed toward the central plain stands, their voices trembling. Su Qingxing and Wang Xiaoyu, overcome with excitement, also raised their cheering signs. Wang Wanla exhaled a long breath, his palms drenched in sweat. Xiu, you're awesome. Yao Qiu's eyes blazed with intensity as he sighed.
Zhang Xiu has improved beyond recognition.
If I faced him again, I doubt I'd last 3 moves. Humph. Zhang Xiu truly lives up to his reputation as an SSS tier genius, but Gong Yasu isn't someone to be underestimated. This is only the beginning.
Zhang Xiu has barely gained a slight advantage,
yet everyone's already getting excited as if he's already won.
Zhang Cheng snorted coldly and shook his head.
The more outstanding Zhang Xiu became, the more irritated Zhang Sheng felt. Fortunately, regardless of whether Zhang Xiu won or lost today, his opponent would die here, never reaching Qilin Academy, never having a future. The clash on the field showed no signs of stopping. Several scales cracked and shattered along the spirit steel python's serpentine body, dark crimson blood trickling from the wounds. For the first time, its cold vertical pupils flickered with disbelief, shock, and fury. Emotion 99. It had actually been wounded by a weaker beast. What a disgrace. Gong Yasu frowned deeply, still pondering the delayed skill from moments ago. This skill was too bizarre, he absolutely couldn't let that butterfly and catfish team up again. Roar! The Lingang python sensed its master's emotional turmoil, its serpentine eyes blazing with savagery. Dark-scaled earth dragon. Earth spike prison. Trapping that damn catfish. Golden feather bird. Snap out of it. Golden feather storm. Blast that butterfly down. Spirit steel python. Unleash all your fury upon it. Gong Yasu bellowed. The dark-scaled earth dragon roared, stomping its feet heavily on the ground as it attempted to control the subterranean energy within Pota's vicinity. Seeing this, Zhang Xiu watched coldly. Field control skill? Trying to restrict Bota's movement? Too slow. Pop. Bota unleashed a roar brimming with explosive power, riding the momentum of his successful strike. Facing the energy fluctuations surging from beneath its feet, it didn't retreat even half a step. Instead, it stomped the ground fiercely once more. Boom! An even more violent tremor erupted from the earth, deliberately unleashed by Bota, like two surging subterranean currents colliding violently, thanks to Pota's Mountain River Eternal Fortress skill, which allowed it to absorb the Earth's power, solidifying either its own or its enemy's Earth attribute skills. The dark-scaled Earth dragon's newly formed, razor-sharp spikes halted mid-emergence from the ground, struck again by the seismic shockwaves Pota deliberately unleashed. The razor-sharp spikes shattered like fragile glass. The prison was crushed before it could even take shape. What? This left Gong Yasu stunned. His pet beast skill had actually been interrupted? This had never happened before. Why was this occurring? Young Master Gong Ye, your mud-legged top scholar hasn't conceded defeat yet. Didn't you promise to show me something impressive? Why hasn't there been any action? Could it be that's all you've got? No wonder you could only climb to the 90th floor of the Beast Tower. Zhang Xiu let out a mocking sigh. It wasn't truly meant as mockery, but rather an attempt to inflate the opponent's pet beast's emotion value, hoping to push it past 99 points and reap greater rewards for himself. Given Zhang Xiu's previous image as a cool-headed, taciturn individual, no one expected him to unleash such blatant taunts. The entire crowd fell silent once more. Immediately after, thunderous laughter and cathartic shouts erupted from the direction of the Guardian City. Gong Yasu's earlier arrogant words seemed to have been slapped in the face. Ha! To others, the 90th floor of the Beast Tower is a glorious achievement. But to us, Zhang Yuan, the 90th floor is far too low. Young Master Gong Ye, why haven't you made your move yet? Are your hands shaking? Ha! The young men and women in the central plain stands who had supported Gong Yasu turned ashen-faced. Gong Yasu's own face turned from white to red, then from red to purple. The searing humiliation ignited the suppressed rage within his heart, threatening to consume him entirely. Zhang Xiu, did you really think I couldn't beat you? Earlier, I was merely testing your strength. My 3 beasts could take turns beating you to death. He felt his dignity as the young master of the Gongya family utterly trampled upon, humiliated before the eyes of all by someone he considered a mud-legged cheat. In that moment, all tactics, all composure, were reduced to ashes by the raging flames of fury. Tear them apart. Gong Yasu nearly roared, veins bulging on his neck. Dark-scaled Earth Dragon. Activate. Earth Dragon flip. Toss them over. Damn it. Arg. The dark-scaled Earth Dragon let out a deafening roar. Its massive body, as large as a small mountain, suddenly lowered itself. The muscles on its back, covered in pitch-black scales, bulged and writhed frantically, gathering devastating power. The already cracked ground fissures suddenly widened, spreading like a spiderweb toward Pota's feet. It began to surge violently like boiling water. This was the dark-scaled Earth Dragon's signature move, Earth Dragon's Roll. A terrifying, indiscriminate area of effect attack. Bota attempted to freeze the attack with Eternal Mountain and River, but the skill's range was simply too vast to contain. Finally, Eternal Mountain and River shattered. Boom! The earth split open, and a massive dragon formed from earth surged upward, lunging toward Bota to tear into him. At the same moment, The Spirit Steel Python sprang into action. Spirit Steel Serpent, Fatal Fong. Shatter that catfish monster for me. Gong Yesu's command followed swiftly, targeting Pota directly.